Chapter 1. The Solar Star. Beneath the sacred Fusang tree, renowned for its 10 profound roots, the spirit of the solar star, known as Fu Guang, emerged into existence, embodying the visage of a handsome youth. Seated cross-legged upon the grand roots, he furrowed his brow, his face a canvas of myriad thoughts that could not be concealed. After a considerable time, Fu Guang let out a long sigh. Since I have arrived, I shall find peace in my presence. Having been bestowed a name by the heavens and recognized by the primordial universe, I am now the sole golden crow of the great sun within this realm. With this realization, all his troubles dissipated. Originally, he was a traveler from beyond the celestial realms. At the dawn of creation, he descended into the solar star, where he devoured the 2 golden crows that were destined to emerge from above, thus embarking upon the path of cultivation. Upon reaching the true immortal realm, his innate spirit attracted the favor of the cosmos, earning him the title of Fu Guang. From that moment forth, Fu Guang became the singular innate divine being upon the solar star, and the first and only golden crow of the great sun within the vast primordial universe. Though I have resolved to find peace in my presence, he mused, his mind now clear, my aspirations diverge greatly from those of Di Jun and Tai Yi. The brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, with hearts as lofty as the heavens, yet lives as fragile as parchment, ardently sought to become sovereigns of the primordial universe, commanding the order of countless beings. Thus, upon their emergence, they hastened to the wilds of the primordial realm, eager to establish their names and recruit powerful allies. Such ambition is understandable, for both are born with the prestigious imperial destinies of the highest order, embarking upon the path of cosmic dominion. Their desire to command the universe is not erroneous. Alas, they were met with formidable obstacles. The established powers of the Eastern and Western kings, the foremost male and female immortals, and the defiant descendants of Pengu, the Wu clan. Furthermore, the 6 revered saints, capable of operating within the primordial realm, soon occupied their rightful places. Among these saints, aside from Yuhua, who attained sanctity through creation, the remaining 5 sought to disseminate teachings and gather the fortunes of the beings within the cosmos. With the heavenly court exerting its influence above, could the saints permit such ambitions? Certainly not. Attempting to unify the primordial universe before the saints attained enlightenment was one thing; to aspire for unity afterward was utterly impossible. As for the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, their singular, authentic error lay in their ill-timed existence. However, Fu Guang's thoughts diverged from those of Di Jun and Tai Yi. He was acutely aware of the impending calamities targeting the Wu and Yao clans within the primordial realm and harbored no desire to become the sovereign of heaven and earth. His sole wish was to find a companion, to live freely and effortlessly, embodying a transcendent being in harmony with the world. Should he attain the exalted path of the saints, it would be a splendid fortune. If not, it was of little consequence. Before his journey through time, he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis in his early teenage years, enduring a relentless struggle for over a decade, ultimately leading to the conclusion of his brief existence. He had never tasted the sweetness of love, nor experienced the myriad beauties of life. Now, having traversed into a realm as a being of innate divinity, Fu Guang's desires are few. His rare obsession is simply to prolong his life, to marry a wife, and to indulge in a carefree existence. The primordial chaos is perilous, he mused, reaffirming the persistent yearning that had dwelled within him since his arrival in this new world. Fu Guang lamented, one misstep can lead to karmic retribution and entanglements of cause and effect. The formidable beings of the future plot and scheme a moment of inattention could lead to one's downfall. Thus, he continued, beyond the necessity of possessing sufficient strength, one must also prepare thoroughly, remaining vigilant in encounters with both people and situations. In addition to strength as a safeguard, prudence and caution are paramount for thriving gracefully in the primordial realm. Do not mock the cautious; longevity is a virtue. Moreover, Fu Guang stroked his chin, his eyes reflecting contemplation. The merits of the heavenly way are an indispensable shield. In this primordial world, one cannot afford to lack virtue, and one must avoid accumulating karma at all costs. With the protection of heavenly merits, one can walk with a bit more confidence. Even if one's endeavors do not proceed smoothly, one must consider the potential backlash of heavenly merits against any ill intentions from others. To take a hypothetical step back, with heavenly merits at one side, even if one falls victim to schemes, one can still be reborn into a favorable circumstance within the cycle of reincarnation. I have just taken form, Fu Guang stated. Currently, I am merely at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. My power is feeble and insignificant. I possess only the chaotic bell, the river diagram, and the Luo Book 3 innate spiritual treasures, of which I have refined merely half of their restrictions. While I have contemplated plans to acquire heavenly merits, undertaking endeavors in the primordial world with such feeble strength is indeed unwise. It would be prudent to first enter seclusion, consolidating my realm before proceeding. He genuinely felt his weakness at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. With only 3 spiritual treasures to his name, he felt utterly unqualified to traverse the treacherous primordial chaos that it would be wiser to remain within the comforts of his own domain, the Sun Star, diligently practicing and fortifying his realm before venturing forth. As for the detailed plans he had devised to acquire heavenly merits even before he fully formed, there would be no harm in implementing them once his strength had grown more formidable. Chapter 2. The Cycle of Sun and Moon, the Passage of Time. In the blink of an eye, 3 celestial gatherings have elapsed. Within a tranquil realm evolved from the solar star, a celestial palace known as the Golden Crow Palace stands majestically. The once towering Fusang divine tree has transformed into a modestly sized, fiery red sapling, nestled within the courtyard of the palace. At this moment, after secluding himself for 3 celestial gatherings, the enlightened Fu Guang is preparing for his journey. Clad in a robe of deep gold, he carries a sword forged from the branches of the Fusang tree and the heavenly gold of the sun, known as the Golden Crow Sword, strapped to his back. In his hand, he wields a golden crow whisk, a refined artifact of the same lineage. His hair, bound with a wooden hairpin, frames a visage that is strikingly handsome yet devoid of arrogance. Satisfied with his appearance, Fu Guang nods in self-approval. One must conceal one's brilliance and cultivate wisdom, avoiding ostentation and maintaining humility. To traverse the primordial land with excessive flair would surely attract unwarranted troubles. In this guise, he feels adequately prepared. Prior to his crossing, in a world where a mere glance could provoke violence, he understands the gravity of maintaining discretion, especially in the perilous realms of the primordial. It is said that in such lands, where many practitioners abide by the philosophy of act upon displeasure, even a fleeting gaze could incite hostility. Having ensured that his attire is appropriate and his preparations thorough, Fu Guang departs the Golden Crow Palace, a look of eager anticipation gracing his features. Ascending upon a cloud, he departs from the solar star, descending into the vastness of the primordial cosmos, heading towards the boundless expanse of the primordial land. Upon arriving in the primordial realm, Fu Guang does not wander aimlessly. He is guided by the mission and objectives he has set for himself. Beyond his task, he refrains from meddling in other affairs. Upon the cloud, his eyes gleam with purpose, and he muses. In the primordial expanse, myriad races stand tall, each possessing their own unique legacy of written language, which remains incomprehensible to others. The innate sacred beings each have their own celestial doctrines, directly embodying the inscriptions of heaven and earth. From the dawn of creation to the present age, no universal script suitable for all beings has emerged. It was only with the rise of the relatively unified demonic race that the master of demons, Kunping, synthesized the diverse scripts of countless races to create the demonic script, marking the advent of a universally applicable written form. Following the demonic script, as humanity ascended to prominence, the sage Sangye of the human race devised an even more universal script for humankind. Since then, the celestial merit attainable through the creation of written language has been utterly exhausted. At this juncture, the purpose of departing from the sun star to the primordial land is unmistakably clear. It is to acquire the celestial merit associated with the creation of written language. He does not intend to tread the path of emperors, nor does he aspire to unify the myriad tribes of the primordial realm. Thus, the prospect of Kunping comprehending the opportunity to create mystical scripts becomes a distant notion. Consequently, the merit of creating written language may indeed be within his grasp. The Tao of heaven is impartial and selfless. As long as one engages in actions that contribute to the evolution of the cosmos and the growth of all beings, it is only natural to seek heavenly merit. The creation of universally applicable scripts benefits the masses, fostering their gradual development. This, undoubtedly, constitutes a meritorious endeavor. Should he succeed, the bestowal of merit from the heavens is almost inevitable. The creator of written language could be Kunping or the future earthly being Songjia. So, why should it not be he, the innate divine being Fu Guang, born of the Sun Star? Acting in accordance with his plan, Fu Guang raised a finger to calculate. First, he would visit several races that possess a legacy of written language. And then he would pay a visit to the 3 primordial tribes to consult the dragon texts, phoenix scripts, and Qilin tablets. The first target, the Fox clan. As time slipped by, like clouds drifting across a tranquil pond, an entire epoch passed during Fu Guang's journey to visit the various races of the primordial realm. In a once glorious merfolk tribe near the Eastern Sea, he had acquired the legacy of their written language and spent a century imparting teachings to them before bidding farewell. Before his departure, the merfolk chieftain, having just entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, came to see him off with utmost respect, holding a golden feather duster in hand. Fu Guang, not one to exhibit arrogance, nodded in acknowledgement. There is no need for such farewells. My borrowing of your tribe's written legacy and my teachings over the span of a century have cleared our mutual obligations. Now that our affairs are concluded, I take my leave. As his words faded, Fu Guang flicked the feather duster, summoning a golden cloud beneath his feet, and departed leisurely. Watching him leave, the merfolk chieftain sighed, then bowed in the direction of Fu Guang's retreating figure. I bid farewell to the esteemed elder. Initially hoping to forge a connection with a powerful being of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, she felt a deep sense of regret that this being was unwilling to cultivate even a small bond of goodwill. However, she found solace in the fact that during the 100 years of teachings, several of her younger kin had made breakthroughs, and even she had gleaned some insights. Perhaps this experience would enable her to further solidify her own nascent stage in the Tai Golden Immortal realm. In conclusion, there is no loss. The only regret lies in her desire for more. Chapter 3. Above the Auspicious Clouds. Fu Guang meticulously calculated the number of ancestral texts he had acquired. It had reached an impressive 2,997. The Tao comprises 3,000 paths. To surpass or fall short of this number would be unwise. 3,000 signifies the pinnacle of excellence. The remaining 3 ancestral texts must be from the 3 innate clans. With this thought, Fu Guang adjusted the direction of the auspicious clouds, setting his course towards the East Sea. Before long, as the sole golden crow amidst the heavens, endowed with the swift divine ability of the golden crow's transformation into a rainbow, Fu Guang arrived at the East Sea. He transformed into a radiant golden rainbow and entered the depths of the sea. Being an innate divine being, he was impervious to the elements of water and fire. Upon entering the East Sea, he encountered no obstacles, reaching the vicinity of the Dragon Palace. Even though the ancient rulers had once dominated these waters, their glory had waned under the weight of immense karma. Nevertheless, the dragon lineage still boasted considerable depth and heritage. The East Sea Dragon Palace stood resplendent, its grandeur reminiscent of its former might. Observing the palace, Fu Guang could not help but marvel at the dragon clan's affluence. Subsequently, he projected his voice using magical power. I am Fu Guang of the Sun Star, here to pay my respects to the Dragon King of the East Sea. Might the Dragon King have a moment to spare for an audience? As he introduced himself, a hint of the Tao's aura emanated from Fu Guang, not overpowering nor intimidating, but a gentle reminder to the Dragon King within the palace that he was not a mere weakling to be trifled with. While it is wise to maintain composure, caution, and humility when venturing into the world, this should not imply that Fu Guang lacked the strength to defend himself. Inside the Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King, who had been indulging in the company of beautiful concubines, savoring fine wine, and enjoying the splendid dances of captivating maidens, was immediately roused upon hearing Fu Guang's words and sensing his Taoist aura. He sprang to his feet. Is it the Taoist Fu Guang of the Sun Star? The formidable being whose reputation has soared throughout the vast wilderness during this gathering? Quickly, let us go forth and invite him in. During this gathering, although Fu Guang remained focused on his objectives and refrained from engaging in matters beyond his purpose, His reputation gradually spread across the wilderness through his travels among myriad clans. This was largely due to his origins as an innate divine being hailing from the sun star, coupled with the extraordinary foundations he possessed. Furthermore, following the previous calamity, in an era where the Hunyuan Golden Immortals had gone silent, the great Luo Golden Immortals had become the pinnacle of powerful cultivators within the vast wilderness. Thus, Fu Guang's name naturally began to resonate far and wide. Not long thereafter, after a thorough introspection, the Dragon King of the East Sea, accompanied by his loyal minister, the Tortoise, ventured beyond the Dragon Palace and encountered Fu Guang. With a respectful gesture, he bowed and spoke, "I am Ao Guang, the little dragon, and I am honored to meet the esteemed immortal. I regret not having received you properly upon your arrival, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Observing Ao Guang's courteous demeanor, Fu Guang nodded and replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality, Dragon King." As the leader of the Four Seas and the current patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Ao Guang's power was not particularly formidable. He merely attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This was quite understandable, as the innate three clans had faced the wrath of the Heavenly Tao, leading to their ancestors and powerful beings being charged with suppressing the clan's foundations, making their emergence into the world a rarity unless absolutely necessary. After their initial exchange, Ao Guang warmly invited Fu Guang. "Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Please enter the Dragon Palace. I have arranged a banquet in your honor." After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang responded, "There is no need for a banquet. I have come to seek a glimpse of the Dragon Clan's writings, and in return, I shall repay the Dragon Clan with a favor. I wonder if the Dragon King might grant me this request?" The notion of borrowing the dragon's writings did not catch Ao Guang off guard, given that during a recent celestial gathering, Fu Guang had traversed many races in the primordial world, seeking to peruse their ancestral texts, a matter not entirely concealed. Acknowledging Fu Guang's status, Ao Guang acquiesced, "Please, esteemed immortal, come in. I shall have someone retrieve the dragon writings for you." Regardless of Fu Guang's intentions for the writings, the opportunity to foster goodwill with a great Luo Golden Immortal was not something the Dragon Clan would refuse, especially considering Fu Guang's distinguished lineage and evident strength among the ranks of the Luo Golden Immortals. Before long, Ao Guang presented the original texts of the Dragon Clan's heritage, embossed on a peculiar stone slab that bore the essence of both gold and jade, exuding an aura of rarity. Without dwelling on the origins of the slab, Fu Guang swiftly inscribed the entirety of the Dragon Clan's ancestral writings and grasped their meaning. After perusing the texts, he returned them to Ao Guang. Rising to take his leave, Fu Guang expressed, "Thank you, Dragon King, for your generosity. As I mentioned earlier, this borrowing shall surely yield a favorable return." Hearing this, Ao Guang beamed with delight. "It would be a great honor to assist a venerable figure such as yourself." Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang had no desire to linger further, stating, "With this matter concluded, I bid you farewell." Subsequently, under Ao Guang's escort, Fu Guang departed from the East Sea Dragon Palace, embarking southward towards the Immortal Fire Mountain, the abode of the Phoenix Clan. After spending some time, he obtained the Phoenix inscriptions from the Phoenix Clan and viewed the Qilin seals from the Qilin Clan, all while riding on auspicious clouds. With a face full of anticipation, Fu Guang's mind was clear and enlightened. He had already acquired 3,000 types of inherited scripts. It was now time to retreat and deduce the universal scripts that would convey the essence of all beings in the primordial chaos. As the words left his lips, a resounding hum echoed through the air. A golden rainbow streaked across the heavens, and Fu Guang departed from the vast expanse of the primordial earth, heading directly towards the solar star. Chapter 4. The creation of written language is no simple task. Moreover, Fu Guang aspires to devise a script that caters not only to innate beings, but also to those who acquire their essence later. The magnitude of work involved in this endeavor is nothing short of immense. Nevertheless, where there is ambition, success shall follow. At a certain moment, 5 gatherings later, the resounding laughter echoed through the Jinwu Palace. "Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. I have achieved it." As the jubilant declaration reverberated, the tightly shut doors of the Jinwu Palace swung open. Subsequently, much like the years spent in seclusion, Fu Guang emerged from the palace, his visage adorned with anticipation. 3,000 characters of ancestral writing, and 129,600 characters of derivative text. Upon exiting the Jinwu Palace, Fu Guang proceeded to the sacred Fusang tree, smiling as he proclaimed, "Now, all that remains is to procure a spiritual treasure capable of bearing these characters, and I can demonstrate the merit of creating written language to the heavenly Tao." In his heart, Fu Guang had already devised a plan for the spiritual treasure that would hold these characters. As he spoke, Ji Ju turned his gaze towards the Fusang tree and cheerfully remarked, "I shall take a section of your trunk. Once my task is accomplished, I shall return unto you a share of the merit." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the leaves of the sentient Fusang tree quivered gently. With a crack, a seemingly small yet immensely vast trunk segment detached from the Fusang tree, floating gracefully before Fu Guang. Receiving this piece of the sacred tree, Fu Guang smiled and bowed. "Thank you." He then chose no particular spot, sitting directly on the ground and retrieving an abundance of spiritual wood, bamboo, and other materials from his robes. He subsequently laid out a considerable amount of divine water. These items were the various treasures he had encountered during his travels among the myriad clans of the primordial wilderness. As the sole golden crow of the great sun, he embodied an entire lineage and, as the spirit of the solar star, was favored by the boundless fortune of the sun since time immemorial. Thus, traversing the primordial wilderness was naturally filled with opportunities. After gathering these materials, Fu Guang also summoned a vast array of tools and spiritual treasures he had crafted. Should any fellow traveler from another realm be present, they would surely recognize these implements as those used for papermaking, movable type printing, and the creation of ink and brushes. Everything necessary for the art of bookmaking was here. The creation of written language represents an immense merit. Similarly, perfecting the tools for those without magical powers to learn and write also contributes to the accumulation of merit. As for the extent of this contribution, it remains uncertain. After all, even the smallest of morsels hold value. Who among the heavenly Tao could possibly claim that there is too much merit to be had? Although the manual processes cannot be omitted, as a being of great power, it is rather effortless for me to create paper, ink, and printing tools utilizing celestial techniques. Before long, sheets of paper, primarily crafted from the sacred wood of the Fusang tree and supplemented with various spiritual woods and bamboos, began to materialize. A brush was fashioned with a handle of solar gold and bristles derived from my own feathers. A lustrous ink block, infused with spiritual essence, was also created, alongside a complete set of printing tools. All these items came into existence through my hands. Once all preparations were meticulously completed and double-checked for any discrepancies, my countenance grew serious. After cleansing myself with the golden crow's feather, I lifted my gaze towards the heavens and, channeling my divine power, proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao, I, the spirit of the solar star, the golden crow Fu Guang, observe the vast multitude of beings in the primordial wilderness. Without a universal script or writing instrument, the transmission of knowledge among them is rendered futile. Therefore, I have traversed various clans of the wilderness, borrowing texts from all corners. And today I have created 3,000 ancestral characters and 129,600 derivative characters. The tools for writing include brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. The printing tool is the movable type. Today, my merit is fulfilled, and I hereby report to the heavenly Tao, making it known to all beings that from this day forth, the legacy shall be accessible, benefiting the primordial wilderness. Let the heavenly Tao and all beings witness this." As my words resonated, a profound and majestic will descended, sweeping over me and the array of tools beside me. Moments later, the resounding chime of the heavenly Tao echoed, and a magnificent force illuminated my figure against the vast celestial dome, attracting the attention of many powerful beings and the multitude. Within the Kunlun Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones, engaged in philosophical discourse, turned their astonished gazes towards the direction of the solar star. The expressionless Laozi of the Taiji, Yuan Shi of the Yuqing, and Tong Tian of the Shangqing wore faces of surprise and curiosity. Amidst the boundless sea of blood, the youthful figure of the ancestor of the Mingyi River, clad in red, furrowed his brow, regarding my manifestation in the heavens with a hint of disdain. In various sacred places of the innate divine beings, whether with curiosity, disdain, or indifference, their gazes were directed towards my form. Concurrently, the clans I had visited throughout the primordial wilderness displayed expressions of shock. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang's face lit up with delight. Could it be that this esteemed elder seeks to attain merit through the written word? If so, then. When Fu Guang came to borrow the dragon script, he mentioned a certain reward. If all goes as expected, it should indeed be the merit of the heavenly Tao. The mere thought of this possibility filled Ao Guang with exhilaration. Similarly, the leaders of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan likewise began to feel a surge of excitement. This was a manifestation of the Tao's virtues. Even the smallest fraction of it held immense significance for the three clans burdened by karma. They realized that, at this moment, they were recipients of the great power of the Tao, which was being disseminated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. Fu Guang's expression grew solemn. Subsequently, with utmost seriousness, he took up an ink stick, poured a measure of divine water into the inkstone, and commenced the grinding process. As the ink was produced, Fu Guang lifted the brush and began to inscribe upon the paper. Throughout this process, the intricate procedures of crafting paper, ink, brush, and inkstone were vividly replicated by the Tao's great power, indelibly etched into the hearts of all beings, imparting knowledge on how to create these tools. Concurrently, the 3,000 powerful primordial characters that Fu Guang began to write, along with the 12,960 derivative characters devoid of any power, were disseminated by the Tao. The entire process of how each character was to be written, read, and the meanings they conveyed became universally understood, grasped with impeccable clarity by all beings. It was not long before Fu Guang had inscribed every character. At the same time, he demonstrated the method of using movable type printing. Thus, Fu Guang had completed the entire process of manifesting the Tao's virtues through the creation of written language. After accomplishing all this, he set down his brush and bowed respectfully towards the Tao, as well as to all beings, signifying the completion of his demonstration. Chapter 5. A thunderous rumble echoed through the heavens. In an instant, an array of auspicious celestial lights cascaded down from the sky, accompanied by an immense torrent of divine merit. This celestial flow swiftly divided into three exceedingly fine streams of divine merit, descending from the ninth heaven and merging seamlessly into the ancestral texts of the innate three clans, causing these texts to radiate with a resplendent light of merit, imbued with the extraordinary. Unfortunately, the ancestral texts of the other clans did not receive such blessings. The reason was quite simple. When Fu Guang borrowed the texts, he had already severed the causal ties with them. Thus, the divine merit that was originally destined for their ancestral texts naturally belonged to him. The innate three clans were not lacking in anything, and they had no need for the benefits of Fu Guang's teachings. Hence, when Fu Guang sought to borrow, he did not even mention the matter of compensation. Given the wealth of the innate three clans, the meager compensation he could offer would likely pale in comparison. The division of divine merit was far from over. Many streams of divine merit continued to cascade down, with the most substantial one directly landing upon the paper where Fu Guang inscribed the ancestral texts and derived writings, transforming these sheets into two tomes, the upper volume of ancestral texts and the lower volume of derived writings. When these two books were combined, they became a complete and exquisite postnatal treasure, the 10,000 Character Sutra. Another significant stream of divine merit descended into the brush that Fu Guang used for writing, creating a superb postnatal treasure, the autumn hairbrush. Similarly, two other substantial streams fell upon the ink block and the inkstone, respectively crafting a high-quality postnatal treasure, the black seal and the ink sea. Subsequently, various sizes of divine merit trickled into an array of tools, transforming them into objects of merit. Even the Fusan divine tree, which contributed a portion of its main trunk material, was rewarded with a stream of divine merit. Before long, once all items related to Fu Guang's creation of writing and those that contributed had received their due divine merit, 60% of the divine merit from the heavens still remained. With a resounding roar, this 60% surged forth directly towards Fu Guang. However, Fu Guang chose not to absorb this divine merit to enhance his cultivation and realm. Instead, he opted to transform this divine merit into a golden wheel of merit, condensing it around his being. As the auspicious golden light radiated, it became evident to all that Fu Guang was indeed favored by the heavens. To provoke him, let us see if one can withstand the retribution of the heavens. Once everything concluded, a gentle smile graced Fu Guang's face. He then bowed respectfully towards the heavens. Although the heavens possessed no consciousness and operated solely on the fundamental program of the primordial chaos, unresponsive to such polite gestures, it is said that too much courtesy does not invite blame from the heavens. The realms of immortals and mortals share a commonality. A touch of humility and steadiness proves beneficial. The will of the heavenly Tao has departed, and all anomalies in the firmament have dissipated. However, the sentient beings in the primordial wilderness have acquired a comprehensive methodology for crafting writing instruments and materials, along with a new script. Despite the indifference of most innate beings toward this novel script, their curiosity is piqued by the art of calligraphy and the creation of writing tools. Under the resplendent light of the heavenly Tao, the figure of the Taoist Fuguang, beneath the sacred Fusang tree, effortlessly dispersing a multitude of words, captivates the onlookers with his graceful demeanor and fluid strokes. Moreover, perceptive individuals discern a subtle refinement of spirit within the act of writing. Thus, for the myriad innate beings in the current primordial wilderness, who primarily rely on jade tablets for information and the transmission of their bloodlines, the opportunity to cultivate their spirits through the novel practice of writing has sparked their interest. In no time, the trend of calligraphy began to flourish throughout the primordial wilderness. Consequently, a surge of literary and spiritual fortune arose, largely coalescing around Fuguang, residing upon the Sun Star. After several cycles of time, within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang, feeling the accumulation of literary fortune that had grown substantial, bore an expression of anticipated satisfaction. He remarked, as I had surmised, that the creation of writing and the development of communicative tools not only yield merit, but also attract literary fortune. This is indeed fortuitous. The merit serves as a shield, ensuring continuous blessings and alleviating concerns over other schemes. Furthermore, a robust fortune facilitates smooth cultivation and remarkable luck, even leading to the manifestation of one's desires. Therefore, merit is paramount as a means of safeguarding one's existence, and fortune holds equal significance, enabling a more stable and seamless journey along one's path. The merit from creating characters is now secured. Fuguang mused inwardly. Next, I shall diligently meditate within the Sun Star, earnestly pursue the path of the sun, striving to gain full recognition from the Sun Star and attain the status of a solar deity. Additionally, I shall meticulously devise and refine the measures of year, month, day, and hour, delineating precise temporal scales for the primordial realms, a monumental acquisition of heavenly Tao merit. Beyond this, Fuguang awaits another significant opportunity. The 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace after the Tao ancestor Hongjun's sanctification is an event not to be missed. Furthermore, there lies a matter of great personal significance, a desire to take a wife and seek multiple companions on his path. In the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, the lunar goddess born from the supreme celestial body, the moon star, stands as Fuguang's foremost aspiration. However, despite his prudent and cautious demeanor, this solitary golden crow lacks experience in pursuing a partner, having never even attempted to court a mortal woman. The notion of wooing a true goddess is far beyond his ken. He finds himself at a loss, compounded by his currently feeble strength, which necessitates diligent cultivation. Thus, the thought of engaging with the 2 lunar goddesses on the moon star has never crossed his mind. Chapter 6. After securing a monumental achievement in the creation of written language, Fuguang became a reclusive practitioner, finding solace in solitude. Whenever inspiration struck, he would retreat into seclusion. As time passed in isolation, he emerged within the Golden Crow Palace to tend to the spiritual roots he had acquired during his previous ventures into the primordial wilderness. He harvested some fruits to brew wine, savoring the essence of the innate fire mulberry. His life unfolded with serene contentment, grounded in reality. During his moments of respite from seclusion, he also occupied himself with various pastimes, such as Go, chess, and international chess, games that provided delightful diversion. Although he had no opponents, he found joy in engaging in matches against himself. Moreover, as the progenitor of written language, having crafted the tools of ink and paper, he was akin to the founding ancestor of literary arts. He compiled classical texts and devoted himself to creating various literary works, including novels and lyrical compositions. Fuguang even took it upon himself to master the art of music, experimenting with ancient instruments such as the suona, eru, and chime bells. alongside modern instruments like the piano, guitar, and saxophone from his past life. These endeavors added vibrant hues to his path, attracting subtle divine merits that not only brightened the golden light of his accumulated virtues, but also transformed some of these artifacts into vessels of merit. As Fu Guang leisurely enjoyed his tranquil and carefree existence, the vast expanse of the primordial realm began to stir once more after a period of calm following the last great calamity. Numerous innate deities, having manifested in this era, emerged from their sanctuaries. They traversed the primordial wilderness, gaining renown and acquiring spiritual treasures and resources. Among them, those who emerged from the eastern Kunlun. The Pangu primordial spirit combined with pure qi claimed the illustrious title of authentic Pangu, its reputation resounding throughout the primordial realm. The heavens and earth had been carved by the great Pangu, and with the formidable might of the three pure ones, their name echoed powerfully in the wilderness. Additionally, from a corner of Mount Buzhou, the renowned siblings Fuxi and Nuwa emerged, equally celebrated. Fuxi's calculations were infallible, while Nuwa had mastered the art of creation with unparalleled skill. Any ordinary great Luo golden immortal who encountered this pair would find themselves at a disadvantage. The endless sea of blood, with 12-petaled karmic fire lotuses beneath their feet and the causeless slaughtering blade known as the Yuan Tu in hand. These formidable weapons were wielded by the ancestor of the underworld river, who had perfected the Blood Sea divine powers, boasting that the Blood Sea would never run dry and the river of the underworld would never perish. The duo of Hongyun from Fire Cloud Cave and Xinyuanzi from Mount Wanshou were also not to be trifled with. The swift Kunpeng of the northern sea was unmatched in the primordial universe. The moon goddess sisters, Shiha and Changxi, were renowned throughout the wilderness. In that fleeting moment, in the vastness of the primordial world, a cacophony of voices rises, each representing a school of thought, as the innate deities take the stage. It is a spectacle of remarkable brilliance. As the ages drift by, the span of 10 Yuanhui passes amidst this vibrant commotion. On this particular day, in the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang is engrossed in his writing, diligently transcribing the fantastical ideas swirling in his mind in the form of casual notes. Suddenly, a resonant hum fills the air as the heavens tremble, a cascade of divine light descends, and the earth heaves forth golden lotuses. The essence of creation unfolds between heaven and earth, bestowing countless blessings. A supreme, towering figure stands majestically in the cosmos, commanding the reverence of all beings. Then, amidst the profound sound of the Tao, a voice resonates in the ears of the multitude. I am Hongjun, having comprehended the ultimate Tao. Today, I attain the primordial fruit and become a sage. In 10,000 years, I shall heed the mandate of heaven and, from the chaos purple cloud palace beyond the 33 heavens, shall impart the Tao to all beings. Those with affinity may come to listen. As the voice fades, the overwhelming pressure of the sage upon the beings of the primordial world dissipates, and the extraordinary phenomena gradually subside. Sensing the release of the sage's might, the beings collectively exhale in relief, their faces alight with exhilaration. The opportunity to hear the sage's teachings is profoundly enticing. In an instant, figures across the primordial realm ascend on clouds and spiritual treasures, soaring towards the chaotic expanse beyond. These eager practitioners, driven to listen to the teachings, vary in strength. Some are formidable experts among the great Luo golden immortals, while others are mere fledgling golden immortals, unaware of the vastness of the heavens. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang sets down his writing instrument, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance, skillfully concealing his two fundamental paths, the path of the sun and the path of fire. He appears as a refined cultivator of the literary arts, rather than an innate deity born of the supreme solar star, whose nature is inherently domineering. No one perceives that Fu Guang, the Taoist, bears the prestigious 99 supreme fate. This is precisely what Fu Guang desires at this moment. It is said that one should obscure their brilliance, allowing the obscured to shine through. Fu Guang believes that by concealing certain aspects and preserving various strategies, he can unleash unexpected effects when the moment truly calls for it. After all, he is not pursuing the grand path of an emperor and thus remains indifferent to concerns regarding a dominant image. He does not engage in comparisons with others. His aspirations are simple: to live longer, to take a wife, and to indulge in a carefree existence. Beyond these thoughts, he harbors no further considerations. Chapter 7. Buzz. Just as when it first descended into the primordial chaos, Fu Guang donned the attire of Xianjin, wielding the golden crow longsword and the golden crow whisk. He soared amidst the clouds, departing from the sun star, unhurriedly making his way towards the chaotic void beyond. The primordial starry sky approached the chaos. Beyond this celestial expanse lay a natural barrier, akin to a thin membrane formed from the skin of the Panga deity, enveloping the entirety of the primordial heavens, shielding them from the direct encroachment of chaos. However, this barrier was not absolute. It functioned more like a filter, allowing only the weaker chaotic energies that could transform into nourishing primordial essence to infiltrate. After undergoing a secondary filtration through the primordial starry sky, this essence would subsequently descend into the primordial realm, nurturing all beings and augmenting the universe. Thus, the primordial starry sky was indeed barren and perilous. Even the most ordinary Deluo golden immortals were reluctant to venture into this domain. The first reason was the overwhelming danger present. The second was the innate repulsion that the starry sky held towards the beings of the earth. Only Fu Guang, alongside the two lunar deities, Shi He and Chang Shi, as well as the ancient and now fallen moon goddess, Wang Shu, could traverse the primordial starry sky freely, aided by the powers of the stars. As Fu Guang journeyed towards the chaos, he cast a glance at the soft, cool light of the lunar star. His gaze was calm. Having attained the singular status of the moon goddess, the fruit of the lunar deity, she had still perished amidst the calamities. The root of her demise lay in her deep entanglement with the tribulations. The sun star and the lunar star, as the two supreme celestial bodies illuminating the primordial realm, stood unrivaled, save for a fleeting connection to the Zi-Wei Emperor star. After all, these two stars were the very eyes of the Panga deity. In the vast expanse of the primordial universe, any entity with a tangible connection to Pangu was extraordinary. Moreover, the sun and moon had cast their light upon the primordial earth for countless eons, accumulating immense merit and fortune. By virtue of these two factors alone, no other celestial body could compare or even dare to claim a connection. The exalted status of these two stars naturally gave rise to two celestial fruits. The moon goddess's celestial fruit of the lunar star had already been claimed by the great Wang Shu. Thus, Shi He and Chang Shi were now merely the spirits of the lunar star, also known as the lords of the moon, but certainly not moon goddesses. The title of moon goddess belonged solely to the fallen, whose true essence had returned to the vast ocean of true spirits, awaiting the infinite tribulations for the return of the great Wang Shu. Conversely, the celestial fruit of the sun star, the sun god, remained intact. Moreover, none were more suited for this position than Fu Guang. However, at present, Fu Guang's strength and status were not commensurate with the position of the sun god. However, he remained unhurried. The notion of virtue not commensurate with position is a profound taboo in the vastness of primordial existence. Before his fall, he was always the innate divinity closest to the position of the sun god. Thus, it would not be too late to contemplate attaining the sun god's position after he transcended to a higher realm. Of course, even if Fu Guang were to attain the position of the sun god, he could not afford to be complacent. The calamity of the ages is indeed terrifying. Even the moon goddess, Wang Shu, could perish amidst such tribulations. Naturally, the sun god, Fu Guang, is equally susceptible. One must not be arrogant, impulsive, or careless. After reiterating this in his heart, Fu Guang solidified his resolve, maintaining a steady and cautious demeanor. He aspired to share longevity with the cosmos and reign alongside the world. On this foundation, he sought a companion, to share a harmonious existence, enjoying freedom and ease. Soon, with renewed determination, Fu Guang arrived at the fringes of chaos. Glancing at the terrifying and perilous void outside, he did not flinch. Not only did he possess a protective spiritual treasure, but his corporeal form, that of the golden crow of the great sun, could also traverse the chaos. Nevertheless, even with the ability to enter the chaos physically, Fu Guang had no intention of courting misfortune. With a hum, he raised his hand to retrieve the Yuju, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure radiating with the golden light of virtue, which he typically used for ink grinding while writing or painting. This inexhaustible inkstone, enveloped in celestial radiance, effortlessly shielded Fu Guang, allowing him to navigate through chaos unhindered. It is noteworthy that while spiritual treasures are categorized as innate or postnatal, some postnatal treasures possess powers that far exceed those of innate treasures. The distinction between innate and postnatal treasures lies solely in whether they contain innate spiritual light. If they do, they are deemed innate treasures. If not, they are postnatal. As for the potency and efficacy of these treasures, they are largely independent of their classification. The mention of postnatal treasures often evokes a sense of triviality, as innate treasures have a baseline of power and, at the very least, possess specific functions that are commendable. In contrast, postnatal treasures can be horrifically formidable or woefully inadequate. Among the renowned postnatal treasures are the Linglong Pagoda of Heaven and Earth, the Fantian Seal, and the Golden Jiao Scissors, to name a few. At this moment, although the Yuju in Fu Guang's hand is merely a postnatal treasure, its defensive capabilities are remarkably strong. When enhanced with the golden light of virtue, its defensive power rivals that of the finest defensive treasures. Moreover, despite its seemingly small size, the Yuju is quite weighty and can be adjusted in size, making it quite suitable for various applications, including striking foes. This item is undoubtedly one of Fu Guang's essential treasures for outings, and he holds it in great affection. After urging the protective essence of the Yujian, Fu Guang followed the thoughts within his heart, journeying towards the depths of chaos. The primordial realm is timeless, and chaos knows no seasons. Guided by his inner compass, Fu Guang traversed through the vast expanse of chaos. It was time. The fervent sensation within him intensified, and Fu Guang's gaze brightened. In the next moment, before his eyes, the perilous chaos was subdued by a majestic force, transforming into a serene sanctuary amidst the tumult. Simultaneously, an ancient and substantial palace, emanating the profound essence of sagehood, materialized before Fu Guang. The Purple Sky Palace had arrived. Upon witnessing this grand structure, Fu Guang's face lit up with a smile. He then humbly approached the entrance of the Purple Sky Palace and performed a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the guidance of the sage." As the saying goes, excessive courtesy is seldom resented, regardless of whether the sage took notice. Such an act would at least leave a favorable impression. Yet, what if this gesture of politeness were to bring him unforeseen fortune? In the primordial universe, such possibilities do exist. After all, as the saying goes, the great Tao has 50 aspects, while the heavens manifest 49. One may escape from one of them. This one represents a sliver of additional opportunity for all beings. Chapter 8. Who is that? The sovereign of the Sun Star, the ancestor of the way of literature. A formidable presence among the great Luo. He appears to be quite approachable. Alas, after our arrival, I neglected to pay my respects to the sage. I must rectify this oversight to avoid offending the sage. At the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, several anxious cultivators arrived swiftly. Upon seeing Fu Guang, they instantly recognized his identity. Simultaneously, witnessing Fu Guang's gesture of reverence towards the Zixiao Palace, they all experienced a moment of enlightenment, their expressions subtly shifting. When they arrived, each had endured some degree of exhaustion, with some even bearing injuries. Having found a rare sanctuary amid the chaos, they promptly settled down to recuperate and tend to their wounds, eager not to jeopardize their forthcoming opportunity to receive teachings. In that moment, they momentarily forgot the matter of etiquette. Now, observing Fu Guang's actions, they all came to their senses. Subsequently, all those present to listen to the sage's profound teachings bowed in utmost respect. After paying their respects, some of the earlier arrived great Luo Golden Immortals offered Fu Guang a gesture of gratitude for his timely reminder. Fu Guang, devoid of arrogance, reciprocated their gestures with kindness. Of course, every situation possesses its duality. While some held a favorable opinion of Fu Guang's adherence to decorum, many regarded him with indifference. A scant few, who fancied themselves as equals among the great Luo Golden Immortals, displayed subtle hostility towards him. The reason was simple. Upon their arrival, none had offered their respects. Yet Fu Guang's immediate display of reverence rendered them as if they were the ones lacking in decorum. Thus, it was only natural for some to harbor resentment towards him. However, Fu Guang remained undaunted in the face of the hostility directed at him by these great Luo Golden Immortals, his demeanor unwavering. In fact, he even greeted those who bore animosity towards him with a cheerful smile and a cupped fist gesture. This was not out of fear, but rather a principle of courtesy before conflict. Should a dispute arise, he would be in the right, and he would bear no psychological burden in taking action. The more powerful the being, the more they tend to value this principle, adhering to the unwritten rules of honorable conduct, with chaos being the sole exception. Why is it that the renowned witch clan has garnered even less favor than the demon clan during this calamity? The answer is straightforward. Even if the demon clan is domineering, they still abide by certain principles and unspoken rules. However, the witch clan does not. The people of the witch clan, without exception, adhere to their own principles, revering Pangu, the father god, as the foremost deity. They consider themselves, the descendants of Pangu, as the second in command, while regarding others as inconsequential. Returning to the main topic, after bowing to the gathered multitude of great Luo Jingxian, Fu Guang found a tranquil spot to sit cross-legged. Equipped with treasures from the primordial chaos, he experienced no depletion of energy, yet it was prudent to maintain a low profile at this moment. As for the attention garnered from the bow at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, that is a separate matter. Compared to the vexations he could easily manage, the presence of the formidable entity known as Hong Huang Hong, a collaborator with the heavenly Tao, the true grand boss, and the authoritative figure Jun, was of far greater significance, was it not? When weighing these two interests, naturally, one would choose the greater. In summary, Fu Guang's gesture of respect merely attracted the disdain of a few heavily burdened, clearly ill-intentioned Luo Jingxian. The others either felt favorable toward him or remained indifferent. Withdrawing discreetly behind the multitude of Luo Jingxian, Fu Guang quietly adjusted his state. Thus, time passed incrementally. One by one, the 3,000 guests of the Zixiao Palace arrived. Some coming alone, others in pairs, including figures like Kuanpeng, the three pure ones, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyan. Some made grand entrances, while others arrived quietly, such as the ancestor of the Dark River, who broke through the chaos with his blazing karmic lotus, and the two lunar goddesses, arriving on cool moonlight. In any case, Fu Guang, who observed from the back of the crowd, was somewhat familiar with these future illustrious innate powers, while he remained indifferent to the other innate beings. One individual caught his attention, the Eastern King. Among the assembly of innate powers, he stood out, exuding authority akin to that of an emperor. Fu Guang discerned his identity as the Eastern King, who had cultivated both the supreme yang and imperial paths. Following this first lecture, he would be conferred by the saints, becoming the foremost among male immortals and establishing the overseas immortal court. However, under the original trajectory, the Eastern King ultimately met with failure and demise at the hands of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Although he returned through the cycle of reincarnation after the emergence of the earthly Tao, that version of the Eastern King is no longer the same as the one before. Fu Guang felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the fate awaiting him in this life. Since he had no intention of pursuing the path of emperors and engaging in a relentless struggle against the Eastern King, he certainly would not take action against him. Thus, he pondered what the Eastern King's fate would be, a question that lingered in Fu Guang's mind with great intrigue. Chapter 9. Time flies, passing swiftly. In front of the Purple Cloud Palace, as more cultivators gathered, the hour set by the sage for the discourse drew near. At a certain moment, the drowsy Taoist youth Hao Yin, standing at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, suddenly became alert. With a serious expression, he announced, "The 10,000-year period has arrived. The Master is about to commence the great teaching. I invite all fellow Taoists to enter the Purple Cloud Palace." Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, all the cultivators present rose with fervor, their gazes fixed eagerly on the slowly opening doors of the Purple Cloud Palace. Fu Guang was no exception. This was a rare opportunity to hear the sage impart the great way. Having traversed the primordial chaos without any system, he bore the weight of the original destinies of Emperor Jun and Tai to some extent. A single misstep could lead him astray. Thus, Fu Guang was compelled to seize every opportunity to diligently enhance his cultivation, to tread carefully, and to forge his own path, all the while fearing the possibility of walking a similar road. Such a fate would indeed be dire. However, a question lingered in his mind as he awaited the complete opening of the Purple Cloud Palace's doors. He cast a surprised glance at the solitary Taoist youth Hao Yin before him, pondering, the Taoist master has but one disciple, Hao Yin. But what of the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool? Where has she gone? In the original narrative, It was the Queen Mother Yaoqi who shared the title of future ruler of heaven alongside Haoyan. Yet, at this moment, there was no sign of the Jade Pool Maiden at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Could it be? His eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the assembly of majestic female Taoists, landing upon the resplendent Queen Mother of the West. This esteemed lady, despite having endured many tribulations, was undoubtedly a being of extraordinary fortune, one whose lifespan was on par with that of the heavens themselves. More importantly, in myth and legend, she was known by many titles, including Queen Mother, Yaoqi Laomu, and Yaoqi Jinmu, among others. Presently, the Taoist venue was situated in the Yaoqi wonderland of the western Kunlun. If the future Queen Mother of Heaven were indeed the Taoist master's disciple, it would be implausible for the master to be unaware of the existence of the Queen Mother of the West or her place of worship bearing the name Yaoqi. The Taoist master could not possibly be so lacking in discernment. Thus, there was but one truth. While Haoyan was indeed the disciple of the Taoist master, the Queen Mother was not merely a title. Her true identity must be the Queen Mother of the West, a former guest of the Purple Cloud Palace and the future matriarch of the celestial realm. This was only fitting, for the heavenly court is the domain governing the order of the primordial chaos, and allowing Haoyan to enter as a collaborator was already beyond reasonable limits. The other half is certainly not to be determined by him. The Queen Mother of the West is undoubtedly one of the favored administrators of the heavenly realm by the Tao of Heaven. After all, she cultivates the pure Yin path as well as the path of celestial punishment, making her quite suitable to be one of the overseers of the celestial court. With this thought, Fu Guang comprehended why the Tao ancestor's disciple was solely Hao Tian. In an instant, the once closed gates of the Purple Cloud Palace swung open. Numerous cultivators who had come to listen to the teachings hurriedly entered the palace, without any display of supernatural abilities or any pushing and shoving. After all, entering the Purple Cloud Palace was akin to stepping into a classroom set by a sage. Who among this group of students would dare to act recklessly? Upon entering the palace, Fu Guang, like everyone else, beheld the 6 celestial mats positioned at the forefront. However, in contrast to the excitement of the crowd, Fu Guang remained remarkably composed. The 6 mats were already predetermined. The first 3 would undoubtedly be occupied by the 3 pure ones of Pangu, as they were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, responsible for the creation of the vast wilderness and its immense merits, destined to have their celestial saintly fruits bestowed upon them. The 4th mat, concerning the birth of humanity and the awakening of the human will, would undoubtedly belong to Nuwa, the foremost figure in the path of creation within the wilderness. As for the remaining 2 positions, perhaps there was room for contention. Yet, Fu Guang dared not ascertain whether those 2 spots were intended for the saints to atone for the past battles that left the western lands in ruin. If that were the case, taking a seat there would disrupt the saints' arrangements, surely inciting their ire. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Guang chose to relinquish the thought. Better to err on the side of caution, reflecting on the tragic fate that befell Hong Yun upon claiming one of those seats. Fu Guang lost all interest in the remaining 2 positions. Regardless of whether they were indeed predetermined, he decided to view such uncertainties as the worst possible scenarios. Thus, in Fu Guang's eyes, all 6 celestial mats were effectively off-limits. Choosing wisely, knowing when to take and when to relinquish, is indeed a profound wisdom. Once he abandoned the notion of the 6 celestial mats, Fu Guang suddenly felt a subtle pull of energy guiding him. Following this energy, he soon discovered an ancient mat in a more forward position and joyfully took a seat upon it. At that moment, seated upon this mat, resonating with the essence of the solar path and perfectly aligning with his own primary cultivation of the solar way, Fu Guang displayed a satisfied smile. Reflecting inwardly, the myriad paths of the Tao ultimately converge. The most striking may not necessarily be the finest. Only that which is suited to oneself can truly be deemed the best. Chapter 10. Shortly after Fu Guang settled down, 2 exquisite figures gracefully took their seats beside him. They were none other than the 2 revered lunar sovereigns, Shi He and Chang Shi, whom Fu Guang had observed earlier at the entrance of the Zishao Palace. Upon seeing this stunning pair of sisters, Fu Guang's gaze brightened with intrigue. He promptly extended his greetings, introducing himself with courtesy. "I am Fu Guang of the Solar Star, honored to meet the 2 esteemed lunar sovereigns. I humbly pay my respects." Just as he had taken his seat, he overheard Shi He and Chang Shi. initially reluctant to engage, exchanging pleasantries. However, upon hearing Fu Guang introduce himself as Fu Guang of the Solar Star, their interest was piqued. He had created the Hong Huang ancestral script and the Yanwen, thereby establishing himself as the progenitor of the literary path, a name that resonated profoundly with the sisters. Yet, if that were all, the aloof lunar goddesses would likely remain indifferent. More significantly, Fu Guang hailed from the Solar Star, their neighbor, and the inherent synergy between the sun and moon naturally fostered a sense of mutual fondness. Thus, after Fu Guang's cordial greeting, both Shi He and Chang Shi turned their gazes toward him, gracefully returning his smile. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Fu Guang." After exchanging pleasantries, Shi He, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light, remarked, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, fellow Taoist Fu Guang, but have not had the pleasure of meeting you until today. Truly, you are as exceptional as the legends suggest, standing out remarkably." Regardless of the veracity of her words, Fu Guang received them as genuine. Smiling in response, "You flatter me, dear friend." As fellow cultivators born from the vast cosmos of Hong Huang, it was indeed overdue for him to pay a visit. However, he had been in seclusion until now, which he acknowledged as somewhat neglectful. After this discourse concludes, if you two do not mind, I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit the Solar Star. Of course, this was merely a sincere invitation, devoid of any ulterior motives, and Fu Guang did not anticipate Shi He and Chang Shi would accept. After all, the two lunar sovereigns were renowned for their icy demeanor and typically reserved their warmth for peers among female immortals, treating other cultivators with indifference. Frankly, Fu Guang felt fortunate that they were even willing to acknowledge his greeting and engage in conversation, given their notorious reputation for aloofness. To his surprise, Shi He graciously accepted the invitation. "Your kind invitation is greatly appreciated. We shall not decline." Her face lit up with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang was taken aback, yet he maintained his composure. "That is splendid to hear." After the initial pleasantries, Fu Guang and Shi He engaged in a delightful conversation. While the reticent Chang Shi remained largely silent, yet did not exhibit any aversion towards engaging with Fu Guang. The atmosphere among the three was so congenial that it drew the attention of the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud's palace. The younger sister had already taken her place behind Nuwa on the Taoist mat, and Fu Shi expressed his surprise. "Did you not mention that the two lunar sovereigns possess aloof temperaments, showing little warmth even towards their female celestial friends, let alone towards male immortals? This seems rather inconsistent." Upon hearing Fu Shi's bewilderment, Nuwa felt somewhat speechless. "How could you, a diviner, be unaware of such matters? As one who specializes in the Tao of creation, I am certainly privy to this." Nonetheless, Nuwa herself was quite curious. After all, she was well acquainted with her sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, having previously visited the moon star, thus she understood their natures. Why, then, did they exhibit a different demeanor towards Fu Guang? Upon reflection, it seemed that the only plausible reason was their shared status as top-tier innate sanctities birthed from the primordial stardust. Nuwa's conjecture held merit. After all, the sun and moon are born to complement each other, and the innate sanctities that emerge from their union are akin to celestial partners bestowed upon one another. It would not be surprising if one day Fu Guang were to bond with Shi He and Chang Shi as companions. Moreover, the current interaction was merely a matter of congeniality, which was hardly remarkable. This notion was also apparent to the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud's palace, who, after their initial surprise, turned their focus back to awaiting the sage's teachings on the Tao. As time passed, while Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi continued their conversation, they remained attentive to the changes occurring within the Purple Cloud's palace. Just as he recalled, the duo of Jane and Juanti, those unfortunate brothers, arrived late. The incident of Han Yun yielding his seat and Kuanping losing his position transpired as expected. Subsequently, the moment Juanti settled onto the sixth Taoist mat, a hum resounded, and the long-absent Taoist sage, Daozu Hongjun, appeared atop the elevated mat. With a sweeping glance over the assembly, he proclaimed, "From this day forth, the seating arrangement is hereby established and shall not be altered." "What a revelation!" exclaimed Fu Guang. Just moments prior, after everyone had taken their seats, the sage did not make an appearance. Now, following Jane and Juanti's cunning acquisition of the Taoist mats, the sage appeared and calmly declared the seating as finalized. It was hard not to suspect some ulterior motive behind this arrangement. This thought flitted through Fu Guang's mind momentarily. As a great Luo golden immortal, fully realized in his true essence, he maintained a singular focus. As long as he did not openly express his indignation towards the sage in his thoughts, it was unlikely the sage would perceive his discontent. Nevertheless, he resolved not to dwell on such matters unnecessarily. After all, he was but a small, pitiful, and helpless little golden crow. At most, it is merely a slight ambition for immortality, a desire to take a wife, while maintaining the facade of a harmonious domestic life, all the while entertaining the allure of external diversions. Therefore, matters pertaining to the sages should be left undisturbed. One ought not to dwell excessively on them. Instead, focus calmly on progressing steadily and resolutely along one's own path. Chapter 11. A word determines the seats in the palace. The sage no longer speaks. With a resounding clang, the gates of the purple cloud palace closed. The sage emanated the profound resonance of boundless Tao, and as he opened his mouth, the sound of the Tao permeated the entire palace. The discourse began. The sage's teachings were extraordinary, filled with myriad phenomena and celestial wonders. Clouds of celebration descended from the heavens, and the entire purple cloud palace transformed into an ocean of the Tao, teeming with remarkable manifestations. Fu Guang, too, found himself immersed in the state of enlightenment. Although Fu Guang's cultivation was at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal, equivalent to that of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi post-transformation, his foundation was far more robust. After all, he was the singular entity transformed from the complete golden crow of the great sun, unlike the two-legged golden crows of the primordial era. At this moment, Fu Guang directly entered a state of enlightenment regarding the Tao of the sun and the Tao of fire, two fundamental paths that resonated deeply with him. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years of teachings had elapsed. Within the purple cloud palace, the sage, who had been passionately expounding, abruptly ceased, retracting the Tao resonance, and the extraordinary phenomena and truths of the Tao dissipated, restoring the palace to its original ancient and tranquil state. The 3,000 listeners gradually regained their awareness, each displaying a look of lingering desire, evidently unsatisfied with the brevity of the discourse. However, with the sage no longer speaking, they had no recourse but to reluctantly withdraw from their state of listening. Fu Guang too felt a tinge of regret. He was just a hair's breadth away. If he could have delved a little deeper into the Tao of the sun and the Tao of fire, he would have achieved completeness, while his auxiliary studies in time, space, deduction, formations, and other paths had all made significant strides. Of course, he still had some distance to go to reach true perfection. A period of secluded cultivation on the sun star should suffice to perfect both his primary and auxiliary paths, preparing him for the battle for the Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal. Indeed, at this crucial juncture on the path of severing the three corpses or pursuing the Tao of the primordial golden immortal, Fu Guang resolved to embark on the latter. It was simply a quest for inner peace. It is well known that there are three pathways to attaining the Tao. The first involves cultivating immense willpower, formidable magical prowess, and great fortune to master a boundless Tao and achieve sanctification. Those who succeed in this method to become primordial great Luo golden immortals are the most powerful, exemplified by the singular figure of the departed ancestor Yang Mei. The second pathway entails severing the three corpses to attain quasi-sainthood, and then merging the three corpses to achieve the Tao. This method, while slightly less potent than the first, still yields formidable primordial great Luo golden immortals, with the sole representative being the sage Tao ancestor Hong Jun on the podium. The third pathway is through the cultivation of merit to attain the Tao. Regardless of the merit one possesses, as long as it reaches a substantial magnitude, one may directly utilize these virtues to enhance one's cultivation and attain the status of a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. However, this method of attaining enlightenment results in the weakest form of Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. Yet, this weakness is merely relative. Even the most feeble of saints vastly surpass the insignificance of those beneath them. In the present age of the primordial chaos, after the venerable Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor, has delivered 3 teachings, he shall transform into the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. Following the supplementation of the heavenly Tao, the first path, even if not completely obstructed, will undoubtedly prove far more challenging than before. As for the second path, although a pioneer has embarked upon it, The precedent set by the heavenly Tao's lotus seat casts a shadow of doubt upon the efficacy of the method to sever the three corpses. Of course, the Tao ancestor Hongjun may not need to resort to any dubious tactics that would render the path to enlightenment through severing the three corpses unattainable for anyone. However, given Fu Guang's cautious disposition, upon sensing any discrepancies, he resolved not to pursue the path of severing the three corpses. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal is indeed a commendable choice. Even in future endeavors towards enlightenment, he will opt for the most prudent path of merit-based enlightenment. Thus, whether or not to sever the three corpses becomes irrelevant, as the pursuit of merit-based enlightenment remains unchanged. As the 3,000 guests emerge from their meditative state of listening and cultivation, the saints upon the high platform remained silent. Their gazes directed towards the 6 individuals seated before them: Pengu, the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Jane, and Junti. Although the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace may refer to him as their teacher, his true disciples are solely these 6 individuals. The transmission of the Tao to the 3,000 guests is a task of the heavenly Tao, while the subsequent clarification of doubts is a unique opportunity reserved for his disciples. Upon witnessing this, the 3,000 guests within the Zixiao Palace were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the 6 special lotus seats indeed held greater opportunities. The forced displacement of Hongyun left his countenance rigid, while Kuanping, affected by this turn of events, wore a grim expression, casting a resentful glare towards Hongyun. Were it not for Hongyun, Kuanping would not have been ousted from the position that allowed him to engage closely with the saints. However, the reactions of Hongyun and Kuanping went unnoticed by the others. At this moment, the 6 individuals seated upon the lotus seats exhibited expressions of delight. Taisher Laozi was the first to regain composure and posed a question regarding his cultivation. Logically speaking, as Pengu and the 3 pure ones are one entity, any inquiry from Taisher Laozi represents a question for the entirety of the 3 pure ones. The second question should have belonged to Niuhua. However, Yiqing Yuanshi, clearly unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, directly posed the second question. Observing his second brother's actions, Shangqing Tongtian also inquired about a matter. The questions posed by the 3 pure ones received responses from the saints. Then the sage ceased to provide further enlightenment. The subsequent figures, Enhua, Jane, and Junti, found themselves unable to pose any questions. This situation caused the 3 of them to furrow their brows, for it seemed that Pengu and the 3 pure ones had somewhat neglected their roles. The session of elucidation had come to a close. The sage cast a sweeping glance over the throng of 3,000 guests and spoke. With the onset of a new epoch, all things are rejuvenated. The primordial universe has regained vitality, and life has flourished for many ages. Yet, order is becoming increasingly chaotic, and disorder will soon manifest. At such a time, a great power must take the helm, quell the turmoil, distinguish yin from yang, and uphold the order. The sage's proclamation sent a tremor through the assembly of 3,000 guests, stirring them into a flurry of excitement. The meaning behind his words was not difficult to decipher. The sage sought a formidable force to restore order to the primordial realm and govern the myriad celestial beings and living entities. This was an immense authority, naturally stirring a great deal of unrest in many hearts. However, while some were deeply concerned, others remained indifferent. All present were merely awaiting the sage's further words. Since the sage had begun to speak, it was evident that he had already identified a candidate. They simply needed to listen attentively. Chapter 12. The division of yin and yang. Thus, those who govern order must embody both yin and yang, male and female. The sage raised his gaze, first casting a glance at the composed Fu Guang, and then shifted his attention to the esteemed Dong Wanggong, adorned in resplendent purple and gold robes. He spoke again. Dong Wanggong, you are the manifestation of the primordial pure yang energy of Donghua, and you may be regarded as the foremost male immortal of the primordial realm. I bestow upon you the dragon-headed staff, a symbol of the Wood Lord. Henceforth, all mortal men aspiring to immortality in the primordial realm must ascend to the Purple Mansion, pay homage to the Wood Lord, and inscribe their names in the immortal register. As the sage's words concluded, an exquisite treasure radiating an aura of the highest caliber, the dragon-headed staff, along with the immortal register of the Purple Mansion, descended before Dong Wanggong. Thank you, sage. Although Dong Wanggong maintained an air of calm, the golden light flickering in his eyes betrayed his concealed excitement. Such a display did not escape the notice of the majority of the male immortals present, prompting furrowed brows among them. Simultaneously, several male immortals instinctively redirected their gazes towards Fu Guang, the individual first acknowledged by the sage. It was evident that Fu Guang, being the sage's initial focus, was the most suitable candidate for the title of foremost male immortal. However, the reasons behind the sage's ultimate choice remained a mystery. Indeed, the sage must have had his own rationale for this decision. Nevertheless, when comparing the barely contained enthusiasm of Dong Wang Gong with the poised demeanor of Fu Guang, the distinction between the two became glaringly apparent. Fu Guang exuded a sense of comfort that far surpassed the ambitious nature of Dong Wang Gong. Not only had Fu Guang pioneered the literary path, providing others with leisurely pursuits to cultivate their hearts beyond mere cultivation, but his tranquil and modest posture was a stark contrast to the overt ambition of Dong Wang Gong. The sentiments of the 3,000 guests were unmistakable. Regrettably, in his euphoric state, Dong Wang Gong seemed oblivious to this perception. Even if he acknowledged it, he would likely dismiss it with indifference, for he was the sage's appointed foremost male immortal. Who would dare to oppose him or question his authority? Of course, Dong Wang Gong did not exhibit excessive arrogance. The sage was acutely aware of these dynamics, yet he refrained from any reaction. He merely shifted his gaze to the distinguished female immortals, focusing on Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu, you are the embodiment of the primordial pure yin energy of Shihua, and you may be regarded as the foremost female immortal of the primordial realm. I bestow upon you the Western Plain Cloud Banner, a symbol of the Golden Mother. Henceforth, all mortal women aspiring to immortality in the primordial realm must inscribe their names in the Golden Register and pay homage to the Queen Mother. As the sage's voice faded, among the many female immortals, a majestic and graceful figure, the noble Shi Wangmu, rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, sage. Unlike Dong Wang Gong, whose facade of calm could not conceal his inner excitement, Shi Wangmu maintained an air of composure and elegance from the moment she rose to express her thanks until she received the treasure and the golden register. Before the seemingly disingenuous Dong Wang Gong, the Zhuangmu at this moment garnered considerable favor from the 3,000 guests. Of course, it is worth noting that the number of female immortals in the primordial realm is significantly less than that of their male counterparts, and the great Luo female immortals are even scarcer. As a result, many of the great Luo female immortals are acquainted with one another, often sharing amicable relationships, which diminishes the competitive nature present among the male immortals. Furthermore, as the foremost among the female immortals, Zhuangmu naturally had no jurisdiction over the male immortals, thus rendering her position somewhat unique. After arranging matters concerning the leaders of both male and female immortals, the sage found himself devoid of further tasks and proclaimed, "After 3 yuan meetings, the Zixiao Palace shall reopen. You may depart for now." With these words, the sage's figure vanished without a trace. The 3,000 guests in the palace exchanged bewildered glances before rising to prepare for their departure. Among the crowd, the ever-observant Fu Guang also stood, adjusting his robes. He then, with utmost respect, bowed towards the high platform where the sage had spoken, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sage, for imparting your teachings." This act of Fu Guang, standing apart from the rest, elicited a slight twitch at the corners of the mouths of the 3,000 guests, who had arrived before him and had been outmaneuvered. They soon followed suit, bowing to the high platform as well. Beside Fu Guang, Shiha and Changxi exchanged glances, and they too performed a respectful bow. Even the originally departing Sanqing, Niuhua, and others halted in their tracks, turning back to pay their respects. After completing their bows, the 3,000 guests regarded Fu Guang with a mixture of peculiar, surprised, and even exasperated expressions, perceiving him as a spectacle. Many, who had not even considered the propriety of bowing, mentally chastised themselves, particularly Sanqing, who had benefited from the sage's enlightenment, somehow forgetting to express their gratitude. This oversight stirred a subtle agitation within them. Unfazed by the gazes of the 3,000 guests, Fu Guang turned to the slightly bemused Shiha and Changxi, inviting, "Dear friends, shall we depart together?" Upon hearing Fu Guang's invitation, Changxi nodded in agreement, while Shiha replied, "Why not?" Soon, the three departed the Zixiao Palace, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Fu Guang summoned the exquisite postnatal merit treasure, the Wujua, which enveloped himself and the two lunar goddesses in a protective golden light as they ventured into the chaos. Returning to the primordial realm. Among the crowd, observing Fu Guang alongside Shiha and Changxi as they left Dongwang Gong, surrounded by several great Luo male immortals, exhibited a moment of contemplation, his brow slightly furrowing. He was acutely aware that the sage had first cast a glance at Fu Guang. Thus, even though Dongwang Gong had been recently elevated to the position of leader among the male immortals, beneath his elation lay a lingering sense of unease. It appears that the candidate for the foremost male immortal need not necessarily be him. The Sun Star, Fu Guang, also possesses the qualifications. It is worth noting that when the sage appointed the foremost female immortal, there was no consideration of anyone other than the Queen Mother of the West. A small thorn was subtly embedded in the heart of the Eastern King. Chapter 13. Returning to the primordial chaos under the protection of Fu Guang upon entering the starry expanse. Shiha expressed her gratitude to Fu Guang, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, my friend." In response, Fu Guang wore a gentle smile and replied, "There is no need for such formality. We are neighbors." After a brief pause, he gazed at Shiha and Changxi, inquiring, "Would you two like to visit the Sun Star? I have a celestial brew crafted from innate fire mulberries from years past, which I would be delighted to share with you." Upon hearing Fu Guang's invitation, Shiha and Changxi exchanged glances before shaking their heads and addressing him. "Having listened to the teachings of the sage, it is evident that you have gained invaluable insights. This moment is indeed an opportune time for you to enter seclusion and assimilate your newfound knowledge. My sister and I would not wish to impose upon you. We shall certainly pay you a visit in the future." Not only Fu Guang, but also the sisters had derived immense benefits from the teachings they had received, necessitating their return to seclusion to digest and transcend their own realms. Thus, the idea of visiting the Sun Star was not on their minds for the time being. "Then I shall await your esteemed presence at the Sun Star," Fu Guang said with a smile, not insisting further. He then clasped his hands in farewell, stating, "In that case, I take my leave. Until we meet again." Shiha and Changxi slightly inclined their bodies in response, saying, "Until we meet again." Without any sense of reluctance, the three parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. After some time, Fu Guang returned to the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star and promptly entered into seclusion for cultivation. His pursuit of the solar Tao and the path of fire was nearing completion, and he aimed to perfect the myriad paths he had been studying. During this period of introspection, he was determined to achieve the full realization of his Deluo Tao fruit before emerging from seclusion. As for the opportunity that was rightfully his at the innate spiritual treasure gourd on Mount Buzhou, there was no rush. After he accomplished his breakthrough in power, he would retrieve that opportunity in due course. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. With a soft clang, the doors of the Golden Crow Palace slowly opened, and Fu Guang emerged, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Feeling the completeness of his Deluo Tao fruit, he resolved to refine his magical power, divine abilities, and physical form, preparing diligently before contemplating a breakthrough to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It would be best to achieve this after the second lecture, thereby deepening his foundation prior to the breakthrough. The content of the first lecture at the Zhixiao Palace primarily focused on the level of the Deluo Golden Immortal, with lesser emphasis on the realms beneath it. The second lecture, if all went as expected, would center on the Zhan Sanshi, slaying 3 corpses, and the Quasi-Saint realm, with the Hunyuan Golden Immortal as a secondary focus. After absorbing the content of the second sermon, Fu Guang sought to further his understanding, ensuring he could fill any gaps in his knowledge to avoid unforeseen mishaps during his breakthrough, which might leave his own Tao fruit lacking. It was nearly time to venture forth. With a sense of reflection, Fu Guang raised his hand to calculate, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Among the 7 precious gourds on the primordial gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain, 6 had fully developed into exquisite innate spiritual treasures, while the last remained incomplete, categorized as a superior innate spiritual treasure. Although Fu Guang could only claim one of them, the slaying immortal gourd, it was still a remarkable acquisition, an innate spiritual treasure he could wield openly. While the name of the slaying immortal gourd might not resonate with grandeur, the reputation of the slaying immortal flying dagger was certainly formidable. By refining the slaying immortal gourd with certain innate spiritual materials, Fu Guang was entirely confident he could elevate the power of the future transformed, slaying immortal flying dagger to new heights. Of course, Fu Guang had contemplated seizing the primordial gourd vine, the 7 spiritual treasure gourds, and the 9 heavens essence before others became aware. However, upon the realization that the primordial gourd vine and 9 heavens essence were pivotal to the grand event of Nuwa creating humanity and awakening the will of the human path, he extinguished this thought. Such an approach lacked prudence. Who could say whether these matters would draw the attention of the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor Hongjun? What would he ultimately achieve by possessing them? He would inevitably have to relinquish them to Nuwa, allowing her to create beings and attain sanctification. While this cause and effect might not be as monumental as directly granting a sanctified status, it was certainly significant. What if, after attaining enlightenment, Nuwa chose not to repay this debt, but instead sought his demise? In summary, acquiring the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens essence prematurely would inevitably lead to entanglements with Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Nuwa, resulting in many future troubles. Thus, Fu Guang opted for a more cautious and prudent course of action. He would not act prematurely. However, should he obtain the spiritual treasures in Nuwa, in her ignorance, forsake the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens essence, he would gladly accept them, provided he did not resort to underhanded methods to acquire them. With this thought in mind, Fu Guang felt the guidance of destiny becoming increasingly clear. Without hesitation, he soared on clouds, swiftly making his way to the pillar of heaven, Buzhou Mountain. Simultaneously, sensing that a fortuitous opportunity was imminent, the 3 pure ones departed their own sanctuaries. Likewise, the Red Cloud ancestor from the Fire Cloud Cave sensed the stirring of fate. In the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain, within the Fengqi Mountain Sanctuary, Nuwa also emerged from her retreat, and upon noticing her brother showed no signs of exiting, she ventured forth alone from the sanctuary. Chapter 14. In the remote corners of the vast wilderness lies a mountain known as Buzhou, a place of great reverence for the myriad beings of the primordial realm. It is not only a site of pilgrimage and admiration, but also a locus of countless opportunities. At the dawn of creation, the great deity Pangu transformed into the myriad entities of the wilderness. Aside from those chaotic demons who survived through self-sacrifice, many innate divine beings, blessed by Pangu's legacy, have emerged. The denizens of the primordial world journey to Buzhou Mountain, and if their hearts are sincere and their wills steadfast, they often receive the mountain's generous gifts, a fact that has been corroborated through endless ages. Ascending Buzhou Mountain and obtaining even a modicum of its divine offerings can significantly benefit one's future path. As Fu Guang approached Buzhou Mountain, numerous legends about the sacred site flooded his mind. Indeed, even for an innate divine being like Fu Guang, the existence of Buzhou Mountain is steeped in numerous tales. After acquiring the demon-slaying gourd, he resolved to ascend the mountain. Gazing at the distant yet ever-looming Buzhou, Fu Guang felt a determination swell within him. The opportunities that Buzhou Mountain offers are worth exploring. Who knows? Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, providing him with guidance and blessings. In any case, it was merely a detour on his journey. Soon, propelled by the Golden Crow's transformation technique, Fu Guang arrived in the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain. Following the clear signs of opportunity, he transformed into a golden rainbow, swiftly making his way towards a certain ridge of the mountain. On that ridge of Buzhou Mountain, a congregation of powerful Deluo golden immortals had gathered, including formidable figures such as the 3 pure ones of Pangu in various ages, the proud Nuwa, and the kind-hearted Hongyun clad in red robes. Additionally, other Deluo golden immortals were present. All were silent, awaiting the moment when 7 resplendent innate gourd treasures, imbued with divine light, would fully mature and emerge. Though one of the gourds was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was still a coveted gem for those present. Who among them would disdain the prospect of possessing more spiritual treasures? As the gathering waited in hushed anticipation, a golden rainbow pierced the sky. Moments later, Fu Guang's figure materialized in midair. Observing the scene, he recognized that those who had previously acquired the spiritual treasure gourd were already present, alongside some unfamiliar Deluo golden immortals. It seemed likely that a fierce battle might ensue. Noticing the rather unfriendly atmosphere among the crowd, Fu Guang pondered silently. He greeted the gathered assembly with a courteous salute. "Greetings, esteemed fellow practitioners." In response to Fu Guang's politeness, The aloof Sanqing offered no reply. Similarly, the indifferent Nuwa disregarded him entirely, while a multitude of unknown Deluo Jin Xian remained oblivious. Only the congenial Hong Yun returned Fu Guang's gesture with a nod. Fu Guang, however, remained unfazed by the varying degrees of courtesy displayed. Whether he received respect was of his own concern, while the manners of others were theirs to uphold. As he gazed upon the spirit treasure nearing maturity, he understood that once the treasure was ripe, a great conflict would inevitably ensue. Contemplating this, Fu Guang began to prepare for the impending battle. With a hum, he raised his hand, summoning the exquisite postnatal merit treasure, the Wu Wan. From the depths of the ink sea, the Wu Wan descended, enveloping him in a protective golden light, while torrents of ink cascaded from the ink sea, transforming into a dark yellow ribbon that floated beyond the protective aura. The actions of Fu Guang elicited raised eyebrows among the onlookers, some of whom hastily summoned their own treasures, their expressions tense as they regarded him. Observing this, Fu Guang appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a harmless smile. "Dear friends, please do not be alarmed. I have sensed an opportunity and ventured here, initially believing my fortune would be smooth. However, it appears that I am not the only one destined to encounter this treasure. All of you are here, indicating that you too are fortunate souls, and I doubt anyone wishes to forfeit this chance. A contest will surely ensue." With that, Fu Guang summoned the supreme postnatal merit treasure, the Wanzi Jing. The 3,000 ancestral texts and the 12 myriad variations surged forth from the scripture, transforming into a splendid robe that adorned Fu Guang. He continued, "I am but a humble scholar, unskilled in combat, and thus I shall make some preparations. I hope my fellow practitioners will not take offense." Concurrently, he produced the exquisite postnatal merit treasure, the Qiu Hao Bai. "I possess few offensive treasures, forgive me for this." As the onlookers witnessed Fu Guang arm himself thoroughly, followed by the appearance of the causeless Qiu Hao Bai, their expressions shifted subtly. It was evident that Fu Guang appeared rather easy to underestimate. Yet, in the next moment, their gazes became increasingly dazed. With the Qiu Hao Bai in hand, Fu Guang remained undeterred, producing an entire set of merit treasures in the form of a chessboard, pieces, and a bowl. "I hope you will excuse my preparations." He. Subsequently, he unveiled yet another set of chess pieces, this time international chess merit treasures, stating, "I possess quite a few toys. It is better to be prepared." Fu Guang was surrounded by numerous treasures of varying ranks, radiating a shimmering golden light of virtue that caused the countenances of all present to change drastically. Was this individual truly in possession of an excessive amount of virtuous treasures? Even a mere chess piece in his vicinity was adorned with considerable merit. When did this Fu Guang acquire such an abundance of heavenly virtues? Chapter 15. The virtue of heaven and earth is rarely obtained. Among the treasures of merit in the cosmos, those known are indeed few. Yet, why does Fu Guang possess such an abundance of these divine treasures? Not to mention the nameless Deluo golden immortals, even the aloof Pangu, the three pure ones, and the proud Nuwa have fallen silent. Merely the fact that Fu Guang can effortlessly summon this multitude of treasures speaks volumes about his strength. He is undeniably a formidable figure, an absolute powerhouse with immense merits from the heavens. Such an opponent is exceedingly challenging. Victory is not guaranteed, and even if one wins, facing a being endowed with substantial heavenly merits promises no favorable outcome. To slay? That would be an act of self-destruction. The current silence among the crowd was entirely anticipated by Fu Guang. However, his actions did not cease. With a thought, a vast golden wheel of heavenly merit manifested around him, enveloping his entire being. Those present, witnessing this spectacle, were left in utter bewilderment. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Fu Guang maintained a warm smile. In this way, I, a humble practitioner, am adequately prepared. I hope that when we each employ our abilities shortly, my fellow Taoists will show me some leniency. After all, I am more adept at reasoning with others. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Deluo golden immortals twitched involuntarily. With treasures of merit, ample strength, and an enormous golden wheel of heavenly merit, who would dare to challenge Fu Guang? Winning was uncertain, and even if victorious, there would be no rewards to reap. Such a grand golden will practically announce to the cosmos that he was the favored child of the Tao. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they would keep their distance, lest they inadvertently provoke him and suffer the consequences of their insufficient fortune. The crowd silently excluded Fu Guang from their targets. After all, there were a total of 7 treasures, and Fu Guang appeared to be an honest and earnest man who would likely only claim the treasure most suited to him, ensuring he would not take more than his share. Engaging him was not a wise investment. Just as these thoughts swirled among the crowd, a sudden hum resonated. On the primordial gourd vine atop the ridge, 6 supreme innate treasures, in the form of gourd-shaped artifacts, simultaneously radiated distinct celestial lights, their energies swirling, clearly indicating that they had fully matured. The treasures had emerged. In that instant, every onlooker felt a weight settle upon their hearts, and no one dared to make the first move to seize the treasures. Similarly, Fu Guang, despite having made considerable preparations, was inclined towards a more cautious approach. Rather, he preferred to act with a delayed initiative. The spiritual treasures possessed an essence of their own. In the absence of any attempt to seize them by the gathered crowd, the 6 spiritual gourds that descended from the gourd vine transformed into radiant streams of light, each soaring towards Pangu, the 3 pure ones, Niuhua, Hongyun, and ultimately, Fu Guang himself. In a mere instant, the 6 individuals each acquired one of the 6 spiritual gourds. Concurrently, the final high-grade innate spiritual gourd seemed to recognize its fate of never maturing. Thus, it too detached from the gourd vine, transforming into a stream of light that flew towards Fu Guang, landing in his grasp. Upon gazing at the high-grade innate spiritual gourd in his hand, Fu Guang wore a satisfied expression. To think there is still one left. It seems my fortune is indeed quite favorable. At the same time, Fu Guang noticed the other Deluo Jingxian who had not obtained treasures, their eyes gleaming with envy as they fixed their gaze upon him. Among those present who had claimed spiritual treasures, Fu Guang was the only one to possess 2. This certainly incited jealousy. With golden eyes shimmering, Fu Guang addressed the assembly of Deluo Jingxian. The spiritual treasures have recognized their master autonomously. This contest for opportunity should rightfully conclude here. My esteemed friends, I trust you do not harbor any unfriendly thoughts towards me. As the aura of his virtuous treasures swirled around him, the soft radiance of the heavenly Tao's merit golden wheel brightened even further. With a cheerful smile directed at the assembly of Deluo Jingxian, he mused, in truth, should a confrontation arise, he could very well dispatch their true spirits to the sea of true spirits of the great Tao before incurring any significant karmic retribution. Moreover, each of these Deluo Jingxian bore considerable karmic burdens, sinfulness indeed. Eliminating them would not only spare him from karmic repercussions, but could even yield rewards of merit. Of course, the merit in question would not be of the heavenly Tao variety. Rather, it would be akin to that of shadowy virtue. Nevertheless, whatever form of virtue it may take, it would still be beneficial. Contemplating this, Fu Guang felt an eager anticipation stirring within his gaze. The adage of possessing formidable weapons inciting a thirst for conflict rang true. Ever since his emergence into form, he had lived with utmost caution, refraining from engaging with peers of equal strength. Should he have the opportunity to battle with these Deluo Jingxian today, it would not be unwelcome. He could afford to bide his time with stronger foes, but against these lesser minions, especially those steeped in karmic sins, he could strike with full force. Observing Fu Guang's conspicuous virtuous treasures and the dazzling heavenly Tao merit golden wheel, the Deluo Jingxian, who had initially entertained certain thoughts, instinctively took a step back. Soon, with a hum, those among the Deluo Jingxian who realized they had missed their chance and could no longer obtain anything, silently transformed into light and departed. With the arrival of the first individual, the second soon followed. Before long, the multitude of Taoists, who had not attained the sacred treasures, departed one after another. Subsequently, the silent Pangu and the 3 pure ones transformed into 3 beams of ethereal light, gracefully departing from this realm. Esteemed friends, I too must take my leave, spoke the humble Taoist, his visage adorned with a satisfied smile as he beheld the Jiu Sanhun red gourd. After offering a respectful bow to Fu Guang and Enhua, he too made his exit. In the blink of an eye, only Fu Guang and Enhua remained in that place. Chapter 16, In the Heights. Fu Guang and Enhua locked eyes, enveloped in a profound silence that lingered for a considerable time. Eventually, Enhua broke the stillness, stating, I share a deep friendship with Shiha and Changshi. I have never witnessed them treating any male celestial with such amiability, let alone traveling together. Fu Guang, you are indeed the first. This piques my curiosity. At these words, a look of enlightenment crossed Fu Guang's face as he held the golden crow's whisk, responding with a smile. To receive the kind regard of esteemed friends like Shiha and Changxi is quite an honor for me as well. I surmise this may be attributed to our shared status as sovereigns of the stars. In the vastness of the cosmos, with few kindred spirits, it is only natural to form closer bonds. Nuan nodded in agreement, refraining from further elaboration. She then remarked, that is a valid point. With matters concluded here, I shall take my leave. Upon finishing her words, Nuwa transformed into a radiant light of creation, swiftly departing towards the direction of Phoenix Nest Mountain. Witnessing her departure, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, pondering, has she forgotten? Or does she believe I would not take what is rightfully mine, only to return for it later? Subsequently, undeterred, Fu Guang waved his hand, effortlessly collecting the primordial gourd vines still clinging to the ridge, along with the 9 heavens soil, leaving not a speck of dust behind. After securing these treasures, Fu Guang leisurely ascended to the higher realms of Buzhou Mountain. Several centuries later, after Fu Guang's departure, Nuwa returned. Observing the barren cliff, her brow furrowed with dismay, she lamented, I was too hasty in my earlier departure. There were still opportunities left to seize, and it appears they have fallen into Fu Guang's hands. The thought of having let such chances slip through her fingers filled Nuwa with self-reproach for her carelessness. However, with the opportunities now claimed by another, she recognized the futility of pursuing them further. Moreover, even if she desired to employ forceful means, it was highly probable that she would not be a match for Fu Guang. Enlisting her elder brother would yield similar results. Despite Fuxi's remarkable talents in divination and his adeptness at navigating fortune and misfortune when it came to sheer strength, Nuwa could easily overpower her elder brother with a single hand. Yet, in the presence of Fu Guang, she felt that he could similarly subdue her effortlessly. Thus, despite her unwillingness to accept her fate, Nuwa could only harbor quiet resentment for her own thoughtlessness and the opportunities she had missed. Nuwa's visit was brief, and she departed just as swiftly. 10 years after her departure, a hum resonated as Fu Guang's figure gradually materialized from the void. Sitting cross-legged in the void, stroking his chin, he mused, indeed, she has returned. Moreover, it appears she has come to accept the reality of her lost opportunities. In this case, I shall graciously accept the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil. As a cautious individual, although Fu Guang had taken the innate gourd vine and the 9 heavens soil, he would not depart immediately. He deemed it necessary to ascertain Nuwa's own stance before deciding whether to fully claim these treasures. After all, both items were of significant importance, intimately tied to the path of enlightenment, coveted fiercely by any cultivator of the Hong Huang realm. Now that he had confirmed Nuwa's acceptance of her fate, Fu Guang could confidently and boldly take possession of them. With a flicker of his form, Fu Guang truly departed this time. Upon reaching the Buzhou Mountain, the higher he ascended, the more he could distinctly perceive an overwhelming will-s pressure, not that of the heavenly Tao, nor of the cosmos. It was a formidable and unyielding will, one that battled against heaven and earth, proclaiming its supremacy. Thus, once he soared to a certain altitude on his cloud, regardless of a cultivator's rank, they would ultimately have to land, ascending step by step. At this moment, Fu Guang was climbing Buzhou Mountain with his own 2 feet. As he ascended, he released his resistance against the mountain's will, closing his eyes to feel the weight of the will upon him. Seeking to comprehend all that Buzhou Mountain had to offer, how one might receive gifts and inheritances from Buzhou Mountain remained a mystery. For those formidable beings who had previously received such gifts, their methods had varied greatly. Some merely passed by, drawn by fortuitous fate to the mountain, where they attained enlightenment and received their rewards. Others approached with deep reverence, earning notable gifts. And some spent many years in veneration at the mountain's base before being granted their rewards. The methods were numerous and diverse. Fu Guang's chosen method was quite simple: to ascend the mountain, to feel that overwhelming pressure, and to contemplate the essence of Buzhou Mountain. As for whether he could successfully obtain Buzhou Mountain's gifts, Fu Guang was uncertain. He could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. As he journeyed upward, Fu Guang's pace fluctuated between swift and slow, and at times, he would simply sit cross-legged to meditate. Thus, time gradually slipped away, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and eventually 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, atop Buzhou Mountain, Fu Guang sat in meditation amidst countless luminous orbs, each one encapsulating a unique and fantastical world. These worlds surrounded him, casting Fu Guang as a supreme deity, akin to one who had opened up 3,000 great worlds. In truth, he was merely a humble innate divine being, having attained the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal realm. After a considerable time, as the extraordinary aura enveloping Fu Guang faded away, he returned to his initial demeanor of modesty and humility. With his golden eyes wide open and a look of satisfaction gracing his features, Fu Guang rose to his feet, proclaiming, "This mountain expedition has yielded tremendous rewards. It is time for me to retreat for a while, to reassess the essence of the great Tao fruit, and to refine the immortal slaying gourd and the chaos gourd. I hope to undertake the necessary revisions of the great Tao fruit and to refine both the immortal slaying gourd and the chaos gourd before the next opportunity to listen to the teachings arises." As he finished speaking, a golden light emanated from his body, transforming into a golden rainbow that soared directly towards the solar star. Chapter 17. Within the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star. Sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, Fu Guang had 3 radiant lights suspended before him, representing a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the chaotic gourd, the innate gourd vine, and the 9 heaven soil. The 7 gourds atop the innate gourd vine possessed the potential to evolve into supreme innate spiritual treasures. The reason this particular chaotic gourd had not yet attained such a status was simply that it was not meant to emerge at this time. Presently, with the innate gourd vine and the 9 heaven soil in Fu Guang's possession, there was a possibility of restoring the missing essence of the chaotic gourd, allowing it to grow into a supreme innate spiritual treasure. By harnessing the power of the sun star, it should be feasible to forcibly connect the 9 heaven soil, the gourd vine, and the chaotic gourd, thereby facilitating the latter's growth anew. Fu Guang stroked his chin, pondering that this endeavor might take an exceedingly long time. It was conceivable that by the time the day of Nuwa's ascension to sainthood arrived, the chaotic gourd might still not have achieved its ultimate form. Regardless, he resolved to make whatever progress he could. After a moment's thought, Fu Guang directly fused the 3 entities before him. He replanted the gourd vine and, through grafting, reattached the chaotic gourd to the vine. Once this was accomplished, Fu Guang summoned the power of the sun star, channeling it to facilitate the flow of essence among the 3. Indeed, it proved successful. After observing the growth of the chaotic gourd over several millennia, Fu Guang felt a surge of satisfaction. Its ability to grow once more ensured that he would not suffer any losses. No longer focusing on the development of the chaotic gourd vine, Fu Guang retrieved the fully matured celestial slaying gourd. With a serious demeanor, he declared that he must carefully refine the celestial slaying gourd, infusing it with the essence of the true sun fire, which would undoubtedly enhance its power significantly. Even among supreme innate spiritual treasures, its might would rank among the foremost. Raising his hand, he summoned a stream of true sun fire essence from the sun star, deftly altering his hand seals. While refining the innate divine prohibitions within the celestial slaying gourd, he continuously infused it with the true sun fire. Dividing his attention, Fu Guang also repeatedly examined his own Tao fruit of the great Luo, contemplating the way of the sun, the way of fire, and reflecting upon his own divine abilities. Simultaneously, he utilized the chaotic clock and the river diagram to delve into the myriad laws of the Tao he had concurrently cultivated. In such circumstances, time passed inexorably. Before long, yet another Yuan meeting had elapsed. Throughout this Yuan meeting, Fu Guang remained within the Golden Crow Palace, never once stepping foot outside the Sun Star. He once again indulged in the secluded life of an immortal, alternating between periods of closed-door cultivation and intervals of rest. In the Golden Crow Palace, apart from the solitary figure of Fu Guang, no other beings inhabit its vast expanse. Although Fu Guang possesses the skill to summon Taoist disciples, his inherent disposition favors solitude, leading him to forego such endeavors. His presence alone suffices within the palace's hallowed halls. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang diligently inscribes his thoughts with a fine brush upon a meticulously bound tome. Nearby, a desk is adorned with numerous works that Fu Guang has previously penned. The titles of these volumes are familiar even to those who have traversed realms. The 36 Stratagems, The Art of Alliance and Division, Fu Guang's Military Treatise, Game Theory, and more. These works, derived from his previous world, have been enriched with his insights during moments of leisure, resulting in a compilation that he delights in tirelessly crafting. Within the palace, a grand hall has been designated to house Fu Guang's creations, filled with novels, scripts, operas, and comics, as well as treatises he has authored on the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, such as Fu Guang on chess and Fu Guang on painting. Yet, the majority comprises various techniques and spells birthed from his own ingenuity. While the Grand Hall may not encompass all realms of knowledge, it is indeed a treasure trove of rich collections. The limited time Fu Guang has at his disposal partly accounts for this, for had he more leisure, he could undoubtedly produce enough works to fill an entire world. Of course, Fu Guang's writing is contingent upon his mood, and the content of his works varies accordingly. During his last retreat, he even crafted several novels of dual cultivation, such as The Immortal Woman by Jie and The Male Immortal A Bin, which are best kept in the shadows. In his idle moments, he has also devised a few dual cultivation techniques. Returning to the present, Fu Guang placed his brush down with a soft thud. Glancing at the study of thick black, casually casting it aside, he stretched lazily, contemplating the upcoming second lecture at Zhixiao Palace, which would commence in 70,000 years. Sipping from a cup of tea, Fu Guang mused, after the second lecture, the apex of power within the primordial realm will ascend to new heights, with only the quasi-saints and the Hunyuan golden immortals standing atop the pyramid. The years following this lecture will truly herald the commencement of a great calamity. He pondered when the Eastern King would establish the celestial court, if progress were not expedited. It seemed the witch clan would soon emerge. The mere thought of the tyrannical actions of the witch clan evokes a sense of foreboding. Once they emerge, everything in the vicinity of Mount Buzhou will be regarded as their own possession, and the myriad beings of the primordial world will be viewed merely as sustenance and resources. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly stir up chaos throughout the entire primordial realm. If no one rises to govern, the myriad races of the primordial world shall suffer immensely. Reflecting on this, Fu Guang shook his head once more, dismissing the notion, what concern is it of mine? He had no intention of taking the lead, nor did he aspire to dominate the myriad races of the primordial world, let alone confront the 12 ancestor witches. The affairs of the primordial beings were of no relevance to him. Chapter 18. The tribulations of the primordial races are bound to be challenging. However, none of this concerns Fu Guang in the slightest. He must remain untouched by the calamity, absolutely not a trace. From the moment he crossed over and his consciousness first awakened, Fu Guang has admonished himself thus. Although he bears the supreme mandate of the 9-9, which aligns perfectly with the sovereign position over the vast expanse of the primordial realm, the reality is that aspiring to claim such a position signifies his entry into the calamity, necessitating the unification of the myriad races and engaging in brutal conflicts with the Wu tribe. Even if he could revel in temporary pleasures, those joys would be fleeting. This stands in stark contradiction to Fu Guang's aspirations of coexisting with the cosmos and reigning alongside the world. Therefore, he resolutely refuses to concern himself with the forthcoming events that will unfold in the primordial realm. Of course, as an innate divine being, Fu Guang understands that the calamity represents both a trial and a monumental opportunity for all beings within the primordial realm. Those who enter the calamity and emerge unscathed will ascend to great heights, while those who falter will be reduced to nothingness. This is a truth well known to any cultivator with even a modicum of skill in the primordial realm. Without delving into distant examples, the previous calamity was extraordinarily terrifying, characterized by a fierce struggle among a multitude of chaotic demons, resulting in the fall of many renowned figures, including the esteemed primordial golden immortals who had made their names since the dawn of creation. This list includes, but is not limited to, the ancestor of heaven and earth, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the moon goddess Chang'e, among other illustrious ancient beings. The most infamous among them was the demon ancestor Luo Ho, wielding the innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, and commanding the unparalleled extermination sword array, alongside numerous other treasures, making him the preeminent force of his time. Regrettably, he ultimately met with failure, even causing the ancestral veins of the Western lands to explode, and still could not best the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Instead, he fell victim to Hongjun's machinations, accumulating immense karmic retribution. Consequently, he was hunted down and slain by the Tao ancestor, thus ridding the primordial realm of a significant menace and earning substantial merits from the heavenly Tao. Not only did he survive the calamity, but he also achieved the unity of the three corpses and attained enlightenment. Based on Fu Guang's recollections of the witch and demon calamity, the level of destruction witnessed was comparable to that of the cataclysm that obliterated the Western spiritual veins during the battle between Tao and demon. It is evident that this current calamity harbors the potential for the emergence of a saintly fruit position. Fu Guang is certain of this. Moreover, as the calamity unfolds, many great cultivators will perceive this truth. However, while comprehension may be attainable, the difficulty of seizing this saintly fruit position amidst the calamity is no less formidable than achieving the unity of the three corpses and attaining enlightenment through merit. Particularly, if one fails to succeed before the saints of the myriad heavens attain enlightenment, they will face inevitable demise thereafter. In summary, unifying the heavens and the earth is not worth pursuing. In the depths of Fu Guang's mind, a myriad of thoughts swirled, at times contemplating the tribulations of destiny, at others pondering the subject of his next literary endeavor, while also indulging in visions of a serene and fulfilling future pursuing the path of enlightenment. Beyond the sun star, two ethereal beams of moonlight descended from the direction of the Taiyin star, transforming into the graceful figures of two divine maidens. The visitors were none other than the sisters Shiha and Changxi. Upon materializing, Shiha stepped forward, saying, "I am Shiha from the Taiyin star, and alongside my sister Changxi, we have come to pay our respects to you, Tao friend Fu Guang. Might we have the pleasure of your company?" A flash of golden light sparkled in Fu Guang's eyes, and his previously scattered thoughts coalesced into singular focus. A look of pleasant surprise graced his features. "They have arrived? Wonderful." He promptly rose to his feet and, with a single stride, appeared outside the sun star. Seeing the sisters Shiha and Changxi amidst the starry expanse, Fu Guang greeted them with a respectful bow, saying, "Esteemed Tao friends, it has been quite some time. I am honored to welcome you." After returning his bow, Shiha spoke. "Forgive our intrusion. We hope we have not disturbed your plans." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Fu Guang replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. I happen to be enjoying a leisurely respite, and even if I had engagements, I would gladly make way for your esteemed visit." As he spoke, he stepped aside and gestured invitingly, "Please, come in." Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changxi expressed their gratitude and followed Fu Guang into the Golden Crow Palace, where they took their seats in the courtyard. Glancing at the array of writing instruments and the completed volumes adorning the desk, Shiha smiled and remarked, "Your taste is quite refined, Tao friend." Fu Guang replied with a serene smile, "After all, I am the progenitor of the literary path. Naturally, I have an affinity for such pursuits." Shiha nodded in acknowledgement. Without delving further, it was apparent that Fu Guang exuded a gentle aura of cultured grace, leaving one feeling invigorated in his presence. Meanwhile, the usually reticent Changxi gazed at the books on the desk and inquired, "Tao friend Fu Guang, may I take a look at these volumes?" Since Fu Guang had invented writing and pioneered the literary path, the concept of books had already become widely disseminated throughout the primordial realms. Nodding, Fu Guang casually responded, "Of course. If you enjoy reading, you are welcome to visit my library in the Golden Crow Palace, where you will find my novels, comic illustrations, and various entertainment literature, along with classic works, martial arts manuals, mystical practices, and spell books." With a gentle nod, the serene Changxi picked up Fu Guang's recently completed work, The Art of Subtle Manipulation, and began to read quietly. Observing this, Fu Guang prepared a pot of tranquil tea, capable of calming the mind and clearing one's thoughts, and casually placed it before Changxi. Immersed in her reading, Changxi remained oblivious to the gesture, instinctively lifting the teacup to her lips and savoring a sip. Chapter 19. Forgive me, my fellow Taoist. Observing Changxi's natural demeanor, Shiha's eyes glimmered with affection. She then offered an apologetic smile to Fu Guang, saying, "My sister's nature is pure. Her actions stem from treating you as a close friend, rather than a lack of etiquette." Fu Guang nodded in understanding, unconcerned, and replied, "There is no need for explanation. I comprehend completely." As they spoke, Fu Guang waved his hand, and from the treasury of the Golden Crow Palace, retrieved a selection of innate fire mulberries, primordial spiritual fruits, and a few jars of celestial brew, arranging them upon the immortal table. He remarked, "These are the first batch of innate fire mulberries produced by the Fusang divine tree. Consuming one can refine the primordial spirit and question the heart of the Tao, offering some benefits for the attainment of the great Tao. One need not be modest." Shiha's eyes lit up at Fu Guang's words, and with a smile, she retrieved a jar of celestial brew. "This is the brew made from the finest laurel blossoms of the innate laurel tree. I hope you do not find it lacking." With a gentle raise of his brow, Fu Guang accepted the jar of laurel brew with a beaming smile. The renowned celestial brew sought after by countless cultivators of the wilderness. How could I possibly find it lacking? As they spoke, Fu Guang produced several wine cups, and after inquiring with Shiha, he opened the jar, pouring a cup for both Shiha and Changxi before filling one for himself. He downed it in one gulp. As the exquisite wine flowed down his throat, Fu Guang immediately entered a state of profound enlightenment, his mind becoming crystal clear. Witnessing Fu Guang's instantaneous enlightenment from a mere sip of laurel brew, Shiha could not help but be astonished. Goodness! The insight of this Taoist Fu Guang is indeed remarkable. To attain enlightenment from just a sip of celestial brew, one can only feel envy. This served to indirectly validate Fu Guang's deep-rooted foundation, suggesting it far surpassed many mighty beings in the wilderness. Fu Guang was not the first to taste the laurel brew. Figures such as Enhua and the Queen Mother of the West had already partaken. Yet, he alone could achieve enlightenment from a single sip. After a century of contemplation, Fu Guang emerged from his state of enlightenment, having added a new path of the Taiyin to his cultivation. The gains were substantial. Satisfied, he bowed respectfully to Shiha, who had been patiently awaiting the conclusion of his enlightenment. "Thank you for the laurel brew, my Taoist friend. I have greatly benefited." With a gentle nod, Shiha did not claim credit. "It is merely your own fortune, dear friend. The laurel brew is but a precious fine wine." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two began to converse. The conversation swiftly shifted to the legends of the primordial realm. Shihi's beautiful eyes glimmered slightly as she inquired, "Do you still recall the esteemed Dong Wanggong, the foremost among male immortals?" Putting down her cup, Fu Guang expressed a newfound interest. "Indeed, I remember him. Do you happen to know about the recent circumstances surrounding that illustrious figure?" Nodding in affirmation, Shihi did not withhold information and directly stated, "I have heard that prior to a certain Yuan meeting, Dong Wanggong opened the gates of the Purple Mansion, attracting numerous golden immortals and even several great Luo male immortals to join his ranks. Furthermore, he has ascended to the Western Kunlun on 2 occasions to confer with the Western Queen Mother regarding various matters. Although, as of now, all seems tranquil, it appears that changes are afoot in the primordial realm. Is Dong Wanggong beginning to gather followers? This indicates he is preparing to establish an immortal court. It is only natural for him to connect with the Western Queen Mother, the sovereign among female immortals, in this endeavor. Most importantly, possessing the title of the foremost male immortal grants Dong Wanggong only half of the moral authority. Should he ally with the Western Queen Mother, it would constitute the complete moral endorsement from the sages. Thus, when Dong Wanggong raises his call, his path to dominion over the primordial realm will be justified. A contemplative expression adorned Fu Guang's face. After a while, Shihi, filled with curiosity, asked Fu Guang, "What are your thoughts on Dong Wanggong's actions?" Taken aback, Fu Guang returned to the present. "Thoughts? I have none. It is quite normal for Dong Wanggong and the Western Queen Mother, bestowed with the titles of the foremost male and female immortals, respectively, to aspire towards grand endeavors. This does not concern us." His words were resolute, tinged with an undercurrent of dominance. Does Dong Wanggong intend to interfere with our primordial sanctity? If he were to pursue this, the position of the foremost male immortal is certainly not his alone. Fu Guang expressed his disinterest. However, one must not overlook that at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjun is guarded by Haoyin. To ascend as the heavenly emperor after the calamity of the Wu and Yao signifies that even in his current state as a Taoist apprentice, Haoyin possesses a trace of imperial destiny. Yet, this sentiment, upon reaching Shihi's ears, transformed in essence. The notion that the title of the foremost male immortal is not exclusive to Dong Wanggong holds true, for when the sages conferred titles, The first to be regarded was not Dong Wanggong, but Fu Guang. Now, Fu Guang's utterance begs the question, does it imply that he harbors aspirations for the position of the foremost male immortal? However, the sage did not choose him, thus temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Upon realizing this, she observed Fu Guang's utter indifference towards Dong Wanggong, even perceiving a hint of disdain. She felt confident that her initial conjecture was indeed correct. Yet, she refrained from revealing the inner thoughts of Fu Guang that she believed to have discerned. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "I see now. I understand." Upon hearing Shihi's words, Fu Guang was taken aback. "You understand? What is it that you comprehend?" After a moment's reflection, Fu Guang grasped that Shihi had come to realize that as primordial deities, they need not concern themselves with the schemes of Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "As long as you understand, my friend." Chapter 20. Inside the Golden Crow Palace. The atmosphere among Fu Guang and the two companions was remarkably harmonious. Initially, Shihi and Fu Guang engaged in delightful conversation. Yet every dialogue has its conclusion. As their topics dwindled, Fu Guang retrieved various small handcrafted games such as Go, chess, and international chess, inviting Shihi to partake in a match. Additionally, upon discovering Shihi's interest in music, Fu Guang's collection of instruments, which he had previously crafted for his own amusement, proved to be quite useful, bringing great joy to Shihi as she learned to play. She even composed numerous celestial music scores. Meanwhile, Changxi found herself immersed in the diverse array of books compiled by Fu Guang. Occasionally, inspired by her own whims, she would take up her brush, crafting novels, tales, and even developing unique techniques based on the mystical practices depicted in Fu Guang's fantastical stories. Thus, the passage of tens of thousands of years slipped by unnoticed. On this particular day, within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang and Shihi were engaged in a game of chess, while Changxi was diligently writing a novel titled The Legend of the Moon Maiden. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was pierced by the sound of 3 measured chimes echoing through the palace, jolting the engrossed trio back to awareness, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. It was the appointed time for the second lecture. Hearing the chimes, Fu Guang set down his piece and turned to the now alert Shihi and Changxi, extending an invitation. "Esteemed friends, shall we attend the lecture together?" Responding to Fu Guang's invitation, Shihi rose with a cheerful smile, saying, "Of course." Likewise, Changxi, having set down her brush, nodded gently, "I shall accompany you." With both companions in agreement, Fu Guang promptly tidied up, and the trio departed the Sun Star, journeying toward the primordial chaos beyond. Within the chaos, the Zixiao Palace stood resolutely, establishing a serene sanctuary amidst the perilous void. This majestic palace seemed as if it had existed since time immemorial. The grand doors of the Zixiao Palace remained closed, much like during the first lecture, and a number of cultivators had gathered. This time, even if Fu Guang was not the first to arrive, the attendees had finally remembered the importance of etiquette. Presently, the 3,000 guests in front of the Zixiao Palace exhibited notable progress compared to their state before the first lecture. The majority of the guests had advanced to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As the second lecture was about to commence, it was evident that most had at least broken through to a minor level. Remarkable figures such as the 3 Pure Ones and Nuwa had reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a truly impressive feat. Unlike the first sermon, among the 3,000 guests at the entrance, the Eastern Prince was flanked by a dozen formidable mid-stage De Luo Golden Immortals, and even a few of the late-stage De Luo Golden Immortals. The Eastern Prince, adorned in a flowing purple robe, emanated an aura of triumphant satisfaction, making his exuberance palpably felt. In a similar vein, the foremost female immortal, the Western Mother, was accompanied by a number of prominent De Luo female immortals. Although her entourage was not as numerous as that of the Eastern Prince, their caliber was decidedly superior. These two figures stood out as the most striking sights before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace. Gradually, 3,000 guests continued to traverse the chaos, arriving at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. Likewise, Fu Guang, Shihi, and Changxi, who were not in haste, arrived at an opportune moment. Their arrival was unassuming, neither ostentatious nor overly modest. Naturally, with Shihi and Changxi, both late-stage De Luo Golden Immortals, accompanying Fu Guang, any attempts at low-key humility seemed a futile endeavor. As soon as the two lunar goddesses appeared, numerous gazes among the 3,000 guests were drawn towards them. After performing a customary salute towards the Purple Cloud Palace, Fu Guang intended to seek a corner, reminiscent of his first encounter, to diminish his presence. However, fate had other plans. Before Fu Guang could make any move, Nu Hua, a friend of Shi He and Chang Shi, subtly flickered her gaze and then decisively approached the trio. Observing his sister's actions, the usually reticent Fu, she hesitated momentarily before following Nu Hua's lead. On the other side, during the last treasure distribution at Mount Buzhou, Hong Yun, who had a fleeting acquaintance with Fu Guang, brightened at the sight. He pulled along Jin Yuanzi, exclaiming, "Let us greet our friend Fu Guang. He is amiable and quite approachable. I have long wished to befriend him." Jin Yuanzi, dragged along by Hong Yun, wore an expression of disbelief. "Are you certain that Fu Guang is as amiable as you claim? My impressions differ significantly. He is far from an ordinary individual. Nonetheless, it would not hurt to make his acquaintance, for one who has garnered such celestial merits and divine favor must surely not be malevolent." Shi He, Chang Shi, Nu Hua was the first to approach, greeting her two friends before turning her attention to Fu Guang. "Fu Guang, my friend, it is good to see you again." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Fu Guang's face. "Congratulations, Nu Hua, on your advancement in cultivation." During the treasure distribution at Mount Buzhou, Nu Hua had only been a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, but now she had ascended to the late stage. Moreover, upon observing her aura, Fu Guang sensed an aura of completeness, suggesting that she was not far from attaining the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Reflecting on his own arduous journey to reach the perfection of his great Luo Dao fruit, he could not help but feel that Nu Hua seemed to achieve her own with such effortless grace. Fu Guang could only exclaim, "Truly deserving of being a designated saint of the heavenly Dao." As he greeted his companion, the refined and middle-aged figure of Fuxi smiled warmly in return. Upon seeing Fuxi, Fu Guang's eyes sparkled. He felt an immediate affinity with him. It was no surprise, given that he was destined to become one of the 4 sovereigns of the demon clan under the previous trajectory, a loyal subordinate indeed. Furthermore, unlike that treacherous Kuanping, who remained unfaithful until his demise, Fuxi was a man of integrity who would genuinely stand by his friends in times of need. Chapter 21. Cultivation is also cultivating the heart. Upon reaching the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, even the least accomplished among them exists solely as a manifestation of thought, acting entirely on impulse. Although Fu Guang had no intention of vying for the supreme position of a saint or establishing a demon clan or celestial court, he still harbored a desire to form a connection with his subordinate, Fuxi. Hence, Fu Guang took the initiative to engage Fuxi in conversation. "I have long heard of your profound mastery of the innate I Ching, capable of discerning the heavenly secrets without oversight. I have been eager to make your acquaintance." He continued, "Whenever you find some leisure, do visit me at the Sun Star. I shall ensure a warm welcome." After extending his invitation to Fuxi, Fu Guang's gaze turned to Nu Hua. He remarked, "Dear Nu Hua, the same goes for you." Upon hearing this, Fuxi's face lit up with unexpected joy. "Wonderful. I shall certainly come. I have delved into the literary path you have opened, and have accumulated many insights that yearn for exchange." He added with a hearty laugh, "I am certain we shall find ample common ground." In response, Fu Guang nodded with a smile. "That would be splendid. To be candid, I have compiled numerous texts within my Golden Crow Palace. Should you have an interest, we can explore them together." With a courteous gesture, Fuxi's eyes sparkled. "Oh, I shall definitely pay a visit to study them." As they conversed merrily, with Fuxi already resolved to visit Fu Guang after listening to the teachings, Nu Hua could not help but twitch her lips. Fu Guang's invitation primarily targeted her seemingly lackluster brother. Fuxi, with her presence merely a secondary consideration. "Esteemed friends, greetings," she proclaimed as Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi arrived, bowing respectfully and joining the lively discourse. Naturally, the primary focus of conversation for Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi revolved around Fu Guang and Fuxi, without engaging in the discussions among the 3 female Great Luo Immortals. Fu Guang welcomed Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi with open arms, embodying the philosophy that more friends yield more paths. He was particularly enthusiastic for 3 reasons. Firstly, Xinyuanzi was destined to achieve the pinnacle of sainthood, renowned as the progenitor of Earth Immortals, a formidable figure of great repute. while Han Yun faced a high likelihood of falling. His return in a new incarnation as a human emperor rendered him a future powerhouse as well. Both possessed the merit to befriend Fu Guang, who aspired to a harmonious coexistence with the world. Secondly, although Fu Guang remained reclusive, he understood that navigating the vast wilderness alone offered little promise. Even the formidable demon ancestor, Luo Hua, was ultimately vanquished by a collective assault. Thus, he too requires companions to avoid finding himself alone in the event of a future brawl. Fu Guang aspires to transcend calamities and coexist harmoniously with the world. However, this does not imply that he is devoid of the need for friends. The well-meaning Han Yun needs no further introduction, and the honest and sincere Jin Yuanzi is also a worthy acquaintance. The fundamental reason lies in Fu Guang's disinterest in the primordial purple aura that Han Yun is likely to acquire, necessitating no hostility towards him. It suffices to befriend rather than oppose. Accompanied by Nuwa and Fuxi, Han Yun approached Jin Yuanzi for dialogue, with several of the 3,000 guests, who shared amicable relations with them, gradually joining the conversation. Among them were both male and female immortals. Crucially, these 3,000 guests who gathered for discourse bore no traces of karmic retribution. Some even radiated a golden light of merit. However, compared to Fu Guang's celestial merit golden wheel, theirs was considerably lesser. A few friends brought along their acquaintances to expand their social circles, a rather commonplace occurrence. Yet, the sight of the numerous 3,000 guests congregating around Fu Guang was undeniably provocative to others, while some ascetics remained unfazed. This scene caught the attention of the Eastern King and the Western Queen, who found it somewhat glaring. Particularly, the Eastern King, upon noticing this spectacle, exhibited a hint of displeasure and profound apprehension upon his dignified visage. The reason was simple. The number of great Luo golden immortals surrounding Fu Guang far surpassed those by his side. Even when including the great Luo female immortals from the Western Queen's side, he still fell short in numbers. At this moment, the Eastern King could not help but recall the day when the sages designated the foremost male immortal, where Fu Guang was the first to be considered. This situation implied that his title as the foremost male immortal might indeed be unfounded, as it was Fu Guang's disinterest that allowed him to ascend to this position. It was strikingly evident. Of course, as one endowed with imperial destiny, the Eastern King was not lacking in shrewdness. His momentary displeasure and apprehension quickly dissipated, and he regained his composure. The Eastern King understood clearly that even if Fu Guang had attracted a multitude of followers, the sage-appointed foremost male immortal was still he. The Eastern King, together with the Western Queen, he held the rightful claim to authority and righteousness. Ultimately, this primordial realm was destined to be governed by the Eastern King, the legitimate sovereign, rather than Fu Guang, whose claims were tenuous and unfounded. Few noticed the Eastern King's discontent and apprehension, among them the Western Queen, the foremost female immortal. Upon observing the Eastern King's reaction to the situation concerning Fu Guang, the Western Queen Mother instinctively sensed trouble. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her intuition consistently warned that Fu Guang was far more complex than he appeared, resembling a seemingly amiable individual. Engaging with him could likely lead to misfortune. Initially, she had entertained the idea of collaborating with the Eastern King to establish a celestial court, intending to govern and reign over the primordial world. However, witnessing the Eastern King's demeanor, she feared that once the celestial court was established, he might inevitably confront Fu Guang. This, in the eyes of the Western Queen Mother, seemed rather imprudent. Caution was warranted. She pondered silently, considering the potential repercussions should the Eastern King confront Fu Guang, as it could endanger her own position. Moreover, observing certain female immortals engaging with Fu Guang through their connections with Shihi, Changxi, and Nu Hua left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, that was the extent of her discomfort. After all, individuals are free to pursue their desires, and she could not wield her title as the foremost among female immortals to prohibit other female immortals from forming friendships with male immortals. Such an act would undoubtedly be a reckless endeavor. Chapter 22. The number of individuals surrounding me has become rather excessive, making my presence somewhat conspicuous. This duality of cautious character has not escaped my notice. Concurrently, I have perceived the displeasure and wariness emanating from the Eastern King, as well as a slight hint of dissatisfaction from the Western Queen. Undoubtedly, These two are individuals I hold in high regard, being exceptional candidates capable of replacing the original fate of Calamity and embarking on a path of confrontation against the Witch Clan. Consequently, my attention towards them has intensified. Thus, even though the Eastern King and Western Queen exhibit subtle expressions, they are effortlessly discerned by me. This time, my actions have been somewhat ostentatious. Realizing my lack of caution and composure, I reflect inwardly. I must not repeat this mistake. Certainly, I do not regret forging connections with these great Luo golden immortals, as every circumstance bears its advantages and disadvantages. While the Eastern King and Western Queen may present minor troubles, the present company of great Luo golden immortals also offers substantial benefits. Every action has its consequences. I remain firmly positioned in the balance, neither overly prominent nor excessively low-key. More critically, when the Eastern King and Western Queen establish their celestial court and begin governing the primordial realm, the Witch Clan, which acknowledges only the authority of Pangu, will inevitably confront them. At that juncture, both parties will find themselves at odds. Would the Eastern King dare to provoke a formidable figure like myself, endowed with the merits of the heavenly Tao and surrounded by numerous allies? Absolutely not. As for whether the Witch Clan might disdain the celestial court and refrain from emerging into the world, the answer is a resounding yes. According to the behavioral logic of the Witch Clan, upon witnessing the ostentatious establishment of the celestial court, their singular thought will be, the heavens and earth were created by our father, Pangu. We, the Witch Clan, are the legitimate descendants of Pangu. Who but us can govern the primordial realm? The Eastern King? The Western Queen? The celestial court? The sages hold the Witch Clan and the heavenly Tao in contempt. What status do you possess to claim authority? Bah. Thus, the Witch Clan will undoubtedly emerge. With this thought in mind, while I remain vigilant internally, my exterior betrays no acknowledgement of the Eastern King and Western Queen's demeanor. Instead, I engage in lively conversation with the multitude of great Luo golden immortals surrounding me. Not long thereafter, the resounding clang of the tightly shut doors of the Zixiao Palace reverberates as they open once more. Stepping forth is the youth, Hao Yin, who proclaims in a clear voice, "The Lord is about to impart his teachings. Please, esteemed guests, enter." Upon hearing this announcement, the previously conversing great Luo golden immortals straighten their expressions. I too join them. Dear friends, should you find leisure in the future, you are most welcome to visit the Sunstar. I assure you, whenever I am available, I shall extend the finest hospitality. After a brief exchange, the numerous great Luo golden immortals, who held Fu Guang in high regard, responded with cheerful affirmations. I shall certainly pay you a visit when time permits. Grateful for your invitation, I will undoubtedly make my way to see you. I feel the same way. As they conversed, they entered the Zixiao Palace and each settled onto their respective meditation mats, including Fu Guang. However, as soon as he took his seat, his gaze shifted towards Shihi, and he inquired with a smile, "Friend, you have been quietly observing me. Is there something amiss with my demeanor?" In response, Shihi smiled openly and replied, "Nothing is amiss. I merely did not expect you to possess such an affinity for making friends. This aspect had completely eluded me." With a slight smile, Fu Guang maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "I simply prefer not to involve myself in trivial matters. Yet, as the saying goes, having more friends opens up more paths. We are all fellow travelers on this journey, so forming connections is indeed worthwhile." Upon hearing Fu Guang's response, Shi nodded thoughtfully, saying, "I understand now. It seems that despite your inner ambitions to achieve great accomplishments, you do not embody the brash and domineering nature of a typical sovereign. Rather, you follow the path of a benevolent ruler, guiding all beings with grace and dignity. Such an existence is destined for grand undertakings." Shi expressed his admiration. Though Fu Guang was uncertain about what Shi had comprehended, he did not dwell on it further. Their exchange concluded, and shortly thereafter, the doors of the Zixiao Palace closed as the figure of the sage appeared upon the high platform, commencing his discourse without regard for whether the audience could keep pace. In an instant, the Zixiao Palace transformed into a realm of myriad visions, morphing into an ocean of 3,000 paths. While the 3,000 listeners became fish swimming within this ocean, each seeking their own way, Fu Guang experienced a moment of enlightenment within the Zixiao Palace. In the span of merely 300 years, Fu Guang, who had already attained the consummation of the great Luo Dao fruit, felt a sudden tremor. The barrier that had previously been as insubstantial as a bubble, preventing his ascension from the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm to the primordial Golden Immortal Realm, naturally dissolved. With a resounding boom, Fu Guang's aura surged rapidly, and he stepped into the realm of the primordial Golden Immortal. Within the Zixiao Palace, with the sage present, Fu Guang's breakthrough did not disturb the other listeners. As he stepped into the early stages of the primordial Golden Immortal Realm, he remained engrossed in his enlightenment, further immersing himself in the experience. However, his cultivation did not advance rapidly. Instead, he consistently solidified his primordial Golden Immortal Tao fruit. In a state of profound enlightenment, Fu Guang diligently sought to rectify any shortcomings, refusing to allow even the slightest instability in his path. Upon the podium, witnessing Fu Guang's pioneering breakthrough as he embarked upon the journey of the primordial Golden Immortal, the previously unassuming gaze of the sage Hong Jun, who was delivering a sermon, flickered with a hint of astonishment. Yet, that was all there was to it. What significance did it hold to be the sole primordial Golden Immortal of this epoch? Without attaining the status of a sage, one remained, after all, nothing more than an insignificant insect beneath the celestial order. Chapter 23 regarding Fu Guang's groundbreaking advancement onto the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the sage remained indifferent. At such an exalted level of existence, what truly mattered was the extent to which one's own journey could be furthered. Schemes and calculations were of little concern. The singular aim was to ensure a more auspicious path ahead. Moreover, the emergence of Fu Guang, this unique and fated individual, kindled a flicker of anticipation within the sage's heart. If the cosmos were entirely within his grasp, then, to the sage, the world would merely be a stagnant pool, a shackle binding him in place. Only through change and upheaval could vitality emerge, and it was within such transformations that the path to further enlightenment lay. The sage harbored a subtle hope that this small ripple, Fu Guang, might one day conjure tremendous waves. To this end, the sage, while bestowing personal guidance upon his 6 disciples, also took the time to mentor Fu Guang, specifically illuminating the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, how to traverse it, how to cultivate, and what to be mindful of. Consequently, Fu Guang, in a moment of profound realization, began to meticulously refine his understanding of the Hunyuan Tao fruit. The duration of this discourse remained steadfast at 3,000 years. Once the 3 millennia elapsed, the resonances of Tao and the extraordinary phenomena within the Zixiao Palace dissipated. The 3,000 guests, who had been absorbed in their enlightenment and cultivation, gradually emerged from their meditative states. They exhibited a spectrum of emotions, satisfaction, regret, and frustration, epitomizing the myriad expressions of life. When all had regained their awareness, the sage's gaze shifted to the figures of Pangu, the 3 pure ones, and Nuwa before him. And he spoke, "After attaining enlightenment, I established the Xianmen, becoming its progenitor. Under my tutelage, there shall be several disciples." The announcement of the sage taking on disciples sent a ripple of astonishment among the 3,000 guests, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief as they turned to the 6 distinctive lotus seats. Although the sage had yet to specify who would be his disciples, his gaze had already conveyed everything. Among the 3,000 guests, Fu Guang, who also wore an expression of surprise, was not particularly taken aback by the sage's decision to accept disciples. He was merely astonished by the timing. Had the second lecture already led to the acceptance of disciples? Shouldn't this occur after the conclusion of the 3rd lecture, followed by the distribution of treasures? He felt a tinge of confusion. However, Fu Guang paid it no mind. The myriad versions of the so-called narrative he remembered from the primordial era were highly unreliable. While he had not erred in the grand scheme, certain details were indeed dubious. Furthermore, he had already supplanted both Emperor Jun and Tai. It is merely a shift in the timeline for the discipleship at the Purple Cloud's palace, which hardly warrants any significance. He did not seem surprised. Sitting beside Fu Gong, Shiha instinctively turned to glance at him after the initial shock. After all, becoming a disciple of a saint affords one the liberty to act as one pleases within the vast expanse of the primordial world. Not to mention, there would undoubtedly be more auspicious opportunities awaiting them. Who among the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud's palace does not harbor envy? Even the obliging Hong Yun, forced to relinquish his position, was filled with regret. Kuanpeng glared at Hong Yun with a countenance full of animosity, suggesting an inevitable conflict. Even Shiha herself felt a profound sense of envy. Yet, as she turned to look at Fugong, despite the astonishment evident on his face, their long companionship spanning tens of thousands of years allowed her to discern that his shock was somewhat contrived. She had also perused Fugong's treatise titled On How an Old Thespian Performs, after all. Thus, even though Fugong displayed acting prowess worthy of an acclaimed thespian, Shiha remained certain that he was not genuinely astonished by the matter of the saint accepting disciples, nor did he feel any envy regarding the opportunity to become one. Remarkably, Fugong seemed indifferent even to such a grand opportunity. Shiha mused to herself, such a disposition truly befits a genuine hero. How admirable Fugong is. Casting a glance at the composed Fugong, she then observed the lamenting Jin and Junti, who were pleading for the saint to accept them as disciples. She instantly felt a stark contrast. It cannot be said that Jin and Junti's desperate pleas for personal gain were unworthy. All such actions were in pursuit of their own paths, and there is little to mock. However, in comparison, Shiha found herself admiring and respecting Fugong even more. The matter of discipleship did not consume much time. The saint first accepted Pangu and the three pure ones as his direct disciples, followed by Nuwa as his closed-door disciple. And ultimately, under the tearful entreaties of Jin and Junti, he took them on as his registered disciples. With this, the tasks the saint set out to accomplish were fully completed. After the conclusion of this discourse, having accepted disciples, the saint spoke directly, in Tenyuan. On the day of the third discourse, you shall return. With that, he bid them farewell. As his voice faded, the figure of the saint upon the lectern vanished from sight. Throughout the entire process, the saint merely accepted disciples without bestowing any treasures, let alone the primordial purple energy. The distribution of treasures was even more elusive. The 3,000 guests rose, performed their salutations, and departed from the purple cloud's palace. Along the way, many approached the newly accepted disciples of the saint, the three pure ones, to engage in conversation. The three pure ones, embodying a certain aloofness, paid little heed to the overtures of the 3,000 guests. After a perfunctory acknowledgement, they departed without further ado. Nuwa, while somewhat more amiable, still refrained from displaying warmth towards the unfamiliar great Luo Jingxian. In contrast, Jin and Junti extended a warm welcome to the 3,000 guests, engaging with everyone in a spirit of camaraderie, regardless of their own esteemed status. Observing this scene, Fugong could not help but reflect. It is no wonder that Jin and Junti would later usher in a flourishing era for the West. Their ascent, while undoubtedly aided by various means, is commendable for its embodiment of diligent spirit. The 6 great saints ordained by heaven, Pangu and the 3 pure ones, epitomize the archetype of noble lineage. Nuwa, with her inherent advantages, represents a type that has risen through the benefits of prior gains. Conversely, Jin and Junti exemplify a true grassroots emergence. The West, being barren and lacking in resources, inherently lags behind other continents in terms of the great Luo Jingxian. Although both are indeed top-tier innate deities, their foundational qualities and potential are comparable, if not superior, to many others. Yet, against all odds, they successfully rose to prominence. While there is an element of divine orchestration at play, their own determination played a significant role in their triumph. Chapter 24, Returning from Chaos. This time, Fugong, Shihi, and Changshi were once again together. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Fugong, with a serene smile, addressed Shihi and Changshi. I trust both of you have harvested much this time and are eager to enter seclusion to break through your realms. Thus, I shall refrain from extending an invitation. Upon your emergence, you are welcome to visit me on the Sun Star. Upon hearing this, Shihi smiled gently. Certainly. Yet, my friend, you often invite others to your Sun Star, but seldom accept invitations to the sanctuaries of your fellow cultivators. Is there a reason for this? Fugong had extended invitations to many to visit his Sun Star, yet rarely did he venture to others' sanctuaries. This behavior struck Shihi as somewhat peculiar. Surely, Fugong was not too introverted to visit others' realms. Such a jest was hardly amusing. After a hearty laugh, Fugong candidly replied, I fear that a sudden visit might inadvertently offend my esteemed friends, so to avert such circumstances, I prefer to invite others to my Sun Star and remain here less frequently. This reasoning seemed quite reasonable. After all, Fugong had always been courteous, and such concerns were entirely natural. Shihi's beautiful eyes shimmered slightly. If you emerge from your retreat first, do come to the Moon Star. Having previously troubled you on the Sun Star for quite some time, it would be a pleasure for my sister and me to extend our hospitality. The usually reticent Chang, she also interjected. You must come. I will prepare osmanthus cake for you to savor. As she spoke, her cold yet captivating gaze remained fixed on Fu Guang. Even without a change in expression, her eyes conveyed her anticipation for Fu Guang's visit to the Sun Star. In response, Fu Guang smiled calmly. It seems I have garnered the favor of both esteemed friends. I shall certainly visit you on the Moon Star in the future. With Fu Guang's affirmative reply, Chang she nodded, while Shihi wore an expression of eager anticipation. Excellent. Subsequently, after exchanging farewells, Shihi and Chang she swiftly departed towards the Moon Star. Fu Guang lingered for a moment in the starry sky. Gazing in the direction of the Moon Star, Shihi and Chang she's auras already exude a sense of completeness. This retreat will undoubtedly lead them to break through to the Great Luo perfected realm. After further consolidation, they will likely be able to sever their 3 corpses and attain the status of quasi-saint. The third sermon is to be held after 10 Yuan assemblies. Within these 10 assemblies, some of the top-tier powers will surely be able to sever 1 corpse and enter the early quasi-saint realm. In this case, his current lead over everyone else in the early stage of the primordial golden immortal seems rather insignificant, especially when considering the disciples of saints like the 3 pure ones and Yuhua, who can expect to receive the favor of saintly fortune. Their cultivation will likely progress exceedingly smoothly. It is not long before they may catch up to his current realm. Instantly, Fu Guang felt a sense of urgency arise within him. However, before this fleeting feeling of urgency could blossom, Fu Guang suddenly became enlightened. Slapping his forehead, how thoughtless of me. What do I have to compare with them? They tread the path of quasi-sainthood, and with just a moment of enlightenment. It would be trivial for them to sever their 3 corpses and swiftly attain the late stage of quasi-sainthood. My journey as a primordial golden immortal must be taken step by step. Moreover, Fu Guang's thoughts continued. They are destined saints, while I, Fu Guang, seek only to be a humble innate divine being, sharing the world with my peers. What I desire is merely longevity, a companion on the path, and freedom. I have no intention of competing with others over strength or superiority. With this realization, Fu Guang felt his mind clear, and his heart became much more at ease. The anxiety stemming from the saints taking disciples and the impending upheaval in the primordial world dissipated in an instant. He returned to his initial, untroubled mindset in pursuit of the Tao. I still lack composure. As the ripples in his heart settled, Fu Guang sighed and spoke. Upon returning to seclusion, I must thoroughly examine myself. The feelings of restlessness and anxiety arose, in Fu Guang's view, partly due to the impending calamities that would soon unfold in the world, which have already begun to impact those cultivators involved. As the sole bearer of the supreme 9-9 fate and the unique golden crow of the sun, it is only natural for him to face tribulations in this upcoming calamity, thus feeling a bit of influence is entirely normal. On the other hand, this anxiety is also due to his recent breakthrough. Although he had prepared thoroughly and repeatedly examined his own Tao fruit, the primordial golden immortal realm is not the same as the Great Luo realm, and many preparations made in the Great Luo realm are bound to be imperfect. Therefore, Fu Guang felt that he needed to enter seclusion to seriously refine his primordial golden immortal Tao fruit. Additionally, he must avoid leaving the Sun Star. After returning from the chaos to listen to the Tao, he had already brought back some feelings of anxiety. How much worse would it be if he ventured out into the vast primordial land? In summary, leaving the Sun Star is exceedingly perilous. As long as he remains within the Sun Star, being its sole offspring, he is sure to receive its favor. Thus, his safety would be greatly enhanced. With a heart full of longing, Fu Guang transformed into a golden rainbow, vanishing in an instant as he journeyed towards the Sun Star. Upon returning to the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang directly entered the grand hall designated for cultivation, preparing for a period of seclusion and intensive practice. Seated cross-legged upon the mat, his expression was solemn as he contemplated the objectives of this retreat. First, to solidify the Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal. Second, to attain clarity of mind and steadfastness in his Tao heart. Third, to continue refining the innate divine restrictions of the chaos bell. And fourth, to further deduce the rhythms of time and seasons. Now, having achieved the cultivation level of a primordial golden immortal. He possessed the capability to thoroughly perfect the cosmic timings of the heavens and the earth, thereby reporting to the heavenly Tao and acquiring boundless merits. Simultaneously, he could also leverage this opportunity to attain the esteemed status of the sun god, a coveted achievement he had long aspired to since his arrival in the primordial realm. Replete with an inexhaustible flow of merits and the convergence of auspicious fortune. Chapter 25. Not only was Fu Guang in seclusion, but the 3,000 guests returning from chaos to the primordial realm had also entered their own retreats. In this second lecture, the sage elucidated the path of quasi-sainthood, imparting to the 3,000 guests guidance on how to utilize spiritual treasures to sever the three corpses and achieve the realm of quasi-saintship, as well as the subsequent steps for continued cultivation. The teachings were conveyed with clarity and meticulousness. Consequently, after the discourse, many cultivators were fervently eager to sever their three corpses and ascend to higher realms. In this world, on the overseas Yingzhou, the Purple Mansion, the Eastern King led his retinue of great Luo golden immortals back to their dojo and issued a command. All of you, enter seclusion. The day I emerge will herald the time for us to accomplish great feats. Upon hearing the Eastern King's words, the numerous great Luo golden immortals beneath him were filled with fervent anticipation, their eyes alight with excitement. They responded with a respectful acknowledgement. Yes. Swiftly, the great Luo golden immortals hurried towards their respective caves. The Eastern King glanced up towards the direction of the sun and furrowed his brow slightly. Without further ado, he turned and made his way to his own cave. The events surrounding the discourse had profoundly impacted the Eastern King, instilling within him a deep sense of anxiety. First, there was Fu Guang. This seemingly uncontentious being, devoid of desires, had naturally attracted a considerable number of cultivators around him, including both male and female immortals, overshadowing even the Eastern King, the foremost male immortal. Such a situation instilled a strong sense of threat within the Eastern King, who was already on the path of an emperor. Secondly, the sage's acceptance of disciples. The Eastern King aspired to tread the imperial path and dominate all things under heaven. However, with the emergence of 6 additional disciples of the sage, it seemed they too would stand above him, even if not overtly. Nonetheless, the Eastern King could not afford to disregard the sage's disciples. Despite managing all cultivators of the primordial realm, he had to treat them with the utmost respect. This was nothing short of a provocation, even an affront, to the Eastern King, who sought to walk the imperial path. Of course, such an affront was not insurmountable. It was quite simple. He merely needed to attain enlightenment. As a cultivator on the path of an emperor, the Eastern King had discerned the direction of his enlightenment. It lay in achieving the highest position that governs the primordial realm and manages the order of heaven and earth. Should he succeed, he would undoubtedly attain enlightenment. With successful enlightenment, he could contend even with the sages, let alone their disciples. Fu Guang. The Eastern King's gaze was resolute, merely a stepping stone. If he were wise, there would be no issue. If not, he could simply be extinguished. My true adversary should be the disciples of the saints. Upon returning to her Yaoqi dojo in the West Kunlun, after arranging the affairs within her sanctuary, the Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow and sighed. Change is imminent. If my strength remains inadequate, I fear I may suffer unjustly. She resolved to enter seclusion, declaring, until my Tao fruit reaches perfection, I shall not emerge. As for severing the 3 corpses, the Queen Mother possessed a keen awareness of her own limitations. The quasi-saint realm, after all, is merely a step towards the sacred, a domain not easily traversed. In the vast wilderness, the practitioners of the Tao, while the great Luo golden immortal may no longer sit atop the pinnacle, still occupy the upper echelons. Therefore, there is no urgency to break through to the quasi-saint realm. Time flies like an arrow, and before one realizes, a complete yuanshi has passed. In the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, a melodious chime resonated within the secluded chamber. On the meditation cushion, Fu Guang wore a satisfied smile. At last, I have refined 37 innate divine prohibitions. Observing the chaotic bell that floated around him, Fu Guang felt a surge of joy. Since the inception of heaven and earth, he had obtained the chaotic bell. And after years of refinement, he had finally assimilated 37 of its 49 innate divine prohibitions, leaving just 12 to fully refine this primordial treasure. As for other spiritual treasures, even the exquisite innate treasures of the He Tu and Luo Shu had been effortlessly mastered by Fu Guang. It's time to emerge from seclusion and take a break. With a thought, he retracted the chaotic bell, rising from the cushion as the doors of the secluded palace opened naturally. He strolled leisurely into the courtyard, setting up an immortal table, preparing some fire mulberries, and taking out a few pastries and snacks he had made during his idle time. Fu Guang settled comfortably beneath the sacred fusang tree, savoring his treats while contemplating the celestial secrets. During my seclusion, what significant events have transpired in the vast wilderness? Adept practitioners, possessing sufficient strength, can intercept celestial secrets to uncover recent happenings in the wilderness. However, when Fu Guang was still at the Great Luo realm, his primary study was not the innate changes, thus his insights were limited. But now, it was different. He had ascended to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Even with only a secondary focus on innate changes, he could easily intercept celestial secrets for divination. Soon, Fu Guang ceased his contemplative actions, a look of realization crossing his face, a remarkably tranquil yuanshi. Yet this calmness likely heralds the turbulence to come. The tranquility of this yuanshi was due to the 3,000 guests still digesting the teachings they had received from the Zixiao Palace. By now, the passage of time in this primordial era has likely been digested thoroughly. It will not be long before the tides of chaos inevitably stir. Concurrently, although Fu Guang did not advance his Dao fruit of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to a higher level during this period of seclusion, he has successfully accomplished the tasks he set for himself prior to his retreat. His Dao fruit has settled completely, poised to progress at any moment. The clarity of his Dao heart has, of course, been reiterated. The refinement of the Chaos Bell has also made significant strides forward. Most importantly, the meticulous calculations of the primordial moments of year, month, and hour have been perfected by Fu Guang as well. At present, he is merely lacking some preparatory work. Chapter 26. After a slumber of centuries, the leisurely demeanor on Fu Guang's face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Let us commence preparations for the Dao fruit of the Sun God, and devise the timeline for the primordial era. As for the transformations within the primordial realm, Fu Guang remained indifferent. His sole focus was to adhere to his own plans and aspirations, treading his own path to acquire the merits that were rightfully his. The phrase "mind your own business and walk your own road" has been uttered by many, yet few possess the fortitude to embody its essence. How can one expect life to unfold entirely to their satisfaction? The celestial artifacts required for crafting the temporal treasures of heaven and earth were not numerous. While extracting a plethora of materials from his repository, Fu Guang meticulously reviewed the artifacts he intended to forge: the sundial, water clock, hourglass, and armillary sphere. After this arduous crafting, the already meager resources of my Jinwu Palace would dwindle even further. Should time permit, a venture into the starry expanse might yield some treasures. Fu Guang, who preferred the comfort of the Jinwu Palace, had amassed his current assets during the previous 2 excursions into the primordial realm. Following several depletions, his inventory was severely lacking. The dangers of the primordial land dissuaded Fu Guang from venturing forth. But a journey among the celestial bodies to gather materials posed no significant threat. For Fu Guang, the art of forging posed little challenge. Just as Fu Guang prepared the materials to refine the spiritual treasures necessary for his attainment of the Sun God's Dao fruit, a figure of solemnity appeared outside the Sun Star. A Tai Golden Immortal, with grave respect, bowed deeply towards the Sun Star and proclaimed, "I am a disciple of the Ezhou Purple Mansion, sent by the esteemed Mu Gong to seek an audience with Senior Fu Guang." The voice resonated in Fu Guang's ears. Momentarily pausing his crafting endeavors, setting aside the forging materials, Fu Guang's golden eyes gleamed with intensity. Buzz! Above the Sun Star, the terrifying flames of true solar fire surged, coalescing into the visage of Fu Guang. He addressed the Tai Golden Immortal from the Ezhou Purple Mansion. "What business does Dong Wang Gong wish to discuss with me?" Though he inquired, Fu Guang was already aware of the matter at hand. Most likely, it was the collaboration of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu to establish a celestial court. Feeling the overwhelming solar fire and the aura of dread emanating from Fu Guang's apparition, the arriving Tai Golden Immortal felt a shiver run down his spine. Cold sweat forming on his brow, his expression increasingly one of reverence and respect. Bowing deeply, he responded, "In answer to your question, esteemed senior, Mugong will host a banquet in 3,000 years at the Ijo Purple Mansion, inviting the myriad immortals of the primordial realm. I have been specifically tasked to deliver this invitation." The esteemed Tai Golden Immortal presented an invitation with utmost reverence, not daring to lift his gaze to meet the ethereal visage of Fuguang. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang casually beckoned, and the invitation gracefully descended into his hand. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "I appreciate your efforts in delivering this message. I shall accept the invitation, and please convey to the Eastern Prince that I will attend the banquet in due time." As his words echoed, the blazing apparition of Fuguang, composed of the true fire of the sun, vanished instantaneously. Concurrently, the restless flames subsided, restoring the timeless tranquility of the sun star. With a respectful bow, the young immortal took his leave. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang's mind was no longer on crafting artifacts. He scrutinized the simple contents of the invitation, which stated that the Eastern Prince would host a grand banquet for the immortals 3,000 years hence, where significant matters would be announced, and he was invited to witness the proceedings. Casually placing the invitation upon the table, Fuguang retrieved the snacks that had just been put away. The nature of the forthcoming announcement required no elaboration. However, he had not anticipated the arrival of such a momentous event so swiftly. Was the Celestial Court truly on the verge of emergence? Fuguang pondered. It seemed the Eastern Prince had likely attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and the Western Mother was presumably at a similar stage. Once the Celestial Court was established and acknowledged by the Heavenly Tao, it would bestow celestial merits, allowing these two to potentially carve out a body and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. They might very well be among the first of the formidable beings of the primordial era to reach this stage, perhaps even surpassing the disciples of several saints in speed. This was not beyond possibility, for while the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the others held esteemed identities, the Eastern Prince and Western Mother were nonetheless the sovereigns of the Celestial Court, endowed with exceptional innate divine roots. It would be entirely reasonable for them to become quasi-saints ahead of others. However, as the saying goes, true speed lies in the curved path. Although the Eastern Prince and Western Mother appeared poised to outpace their peers in achieving the quasi-saint status, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. The disciples of saints were destined for sanctification, whereas the Eastern Prince and Western Mother might not share the same fate, with their prospects seeming dim. Setting aside the crafting of artifacts, a relaxed demeanor returned to Fuguang's visage. 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment. It would be wiser to prepare thoroughly after the banquet. As he spoke, Fuguang's entire being entered a state of tranquility, embarking on a journey through the vast emptiness of the cosmos. A millennium later, as Fuguang was lost in a reverie, he was suddenly jolted back to reality. His gaze tinged with a hint of surprise as he looked beyond the sun star. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward, his figure appearing outside the sun star. Observing the two beams of celestial light approaching, he smiled and remarked, "Congratulations to both of you, dear friends, on your further advancement in cultivation." A gentle hum resonated as the ethereal light drew near, revealing the figures of Shi-He and Chang, she stepping forth from within. With a smile, Shi-He addressed Fuguang, saying, "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Fuguang. My humble self has come to bother you again with my sister. I hope we do not intrude upon your affairs." In response, Fuguang shook his head, "Not at all. I have only recently emerged from seclusion, which is why I could not visit the Tyne Star. I sincerely apologize for the delay." As he spoke, Fuguang gestured to invite them in, saying, "Please, dear friends, let us converse in greater detail inside." Accompanied by Fuguang, Shi-He and Changshi made their way with ease to the courtyard of the Jinwu Palace, taking their seats together, for there were important matters to discuss. Thus, Changshi set aside her reading and joined them at the table. Chapter 27. The two parties had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Thus, after taking their seats, she had directly addressed the matter at hand. A millennium ago, my sister and I received an invitation from the Queen Mother of the West on the lunar star. 2,000 years later, at the Purple Palace of Yingzhou, she and the Eastern Sovereign will host a grand banquet for the immortals, inviting us to witness a significant event. I presume you two have received an invitation from the Eastern Sovereign? In response, Fuguang calmly nodded. Indeed, I have received the invitation. As they spoke, A gilded invitation was casually placed on the table by Fu Guang. Upon glancing at the invitation adorned with the emblem of the Purple Palace of Yingzhou, Shihe's beautiful eyes lifted to regard Fu Guang. What are your thoughts on this banquet of immortals? With an unchanging expression, Fu Guang's lips curved slightly. I have no particular opinions. Whatever the Eastern Sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West intend to accomplish does not affect me. I have already mapped out my future path and my upcoming cultivation plans. No one can alter that. What opinion could he possibly hold? If the Eastern Sovereign wishes to attain supreme dominion over heaven and earth, then let him pursue that. After all, Fu Guang has no desire to compete with him. Should he succeed, the Eastern Sovereign will achieve enlightenment. Should he fail, he will simply fade into oblivion. Regardless, this bears no relevance to Fu Guang. For the upcoming banquet at the Purple Palace of Yingzhou, Fu Guang harbored a singular thought: to contribute his share, enjoy the festivities, and upon its conclusion, return to the Sun Star to continue attending to his own matters. As for the shifting tides of the world, Fu Guang indeed held a keen interest. After all, bearing the destiny of the Supreme 99, he could easily find himself ensnared in calamity if he were not vigilant. Thus, it was imperative for him to stay attuned to the fluctuations of the cosmos, lest he unwittingly find himself caught in the throes of disaster. Fu Guang's thoughts were quite straightforward, and his words bore no concealed meanings. However, upon hearing Fu Guang's remarks, Shihe pondered for a moment. In her eyes, the seemingly affable Fu Guang harbored grand ambitions, destined to achieve unparalleled greatness. When Fu Guang eventually began to scheme in earnest, he would undoubtedly find himself at odds with the Eastern Sovereign, who aspired to unify the wilderness and reign as its sovereign. Therefore, Fu Guang's seemingly simplistic response, when received by Shihe, took on a different hue. No opinions? This indicated a well-founded confidence, dismissing the schemes of both the Eastern Sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West as inconsequential. No impact on oneself? This reflected Fu Guang's profound self-assurance in his abilities, believing he could still manage any repercussions from the banquet, even if the Eastern Sovereign and the Queen Mother of the West grew formidable as a result. Plans for the future? It appears that Fu Guang has long been preparing, and it seems that the moment for him to truly take action has not yet arrived. The enchanting Shihe, with her sparkling eyes, instantly comprehended the situation. A smile graced her flawless visage. I see now. I understand. It seems I was overthinking. Observing the worry dissipate from Shihe's brow, Fu Guang, though unsure of her exact understanding, felt no need to inquire further. The fact that she had gleaned insight was already quite splendid. With a smile, he remarked, "In this world, there is fundamentally nothing to trouble oneself over. It is the foolish who create their own distress, whether in cultivation or in dealing with matters. One must begin with oneself to perceive further and tread more steadily. The greater picture is indeed significant, yet self-examination holds even greater importance." Nodding in agreement, Shihe displayed a demeanor of learning. "Your words resonate with wisdom, my friend." At this juncture, Changshi interjected. "They must surely be preparing to manage the chaos of the primordial world, yes? Might they even wish to govern us? I perceive that the Eastern King harbors grand ambitions. Once he grows powerful, he will likely be unwilling to let the myriad immortals remain outside his dominion." Shaking his head, Fu Guang appeared unperturbed, stating, "Those who attain the Tao are aided by many, while those who stray from it find little assistance. If he truly seeks to dominate the immortals, today he feasts with guests, and tomorrow he shall see his lofty towers fall. If the Eastern King genuinely intends such actions, he would not require the Wu clan to strike him. The myriad immortals would deliver their own rebuke. Who among those capable of attaining the great Tao does not possess a steadfast heart? If pressed too hard, the worst they could do is martyr themselves for the Tao, awaiting the return of the boundless calamities." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Changshi nodded, choosing to remain silent. After a brief pause, Fu Guang turned to the two goddesses before him and invited, "In 2,000 years, the banquet of the myriad immortals shall commence. Let us journey together then." Nodding in agreement, Shihe's beautiful eyes twinkled. "Since my sister and I have come, we shall certainly accompany you, unless you have prior engagements with others?" This was delightful. Although teased by Shihe's playful remark, Fu Guang felt a surge of joy. Was this truly a jest? It was undoubtedly a flirtatious banter. Having misspoken, he poured himself a cup in self-punishment. Maintaining his smile, he raised his cup, gesturing to both Shi He and Chang Shi, and then drank heartily. In response, Shi He's eyes sparkled with laughter, while Chang Shi's lips curled into a subtle smile. In truth, the three were well aware that should they wish, they would be the most fitting partners in the Tao. From any angle one might consider, Fu Guang and Shi He, along with Chang Shi, were indeed a perfect match. Thus, the atmosphere among the three individuals is distinctly more harmonious than that experienced with other kindred spirits. They lack merely an opportunity. The trio could undoubtedly unite and become partners in their spiritual journey. As for the notion of sisters joining Fu Guang as companions, it is far from being an unsightly arrangement. In the present era of the primordial wilderness, there exists no rigid moral code. It is commonplace for two cultivators to be drawn to one another and, in an instant, become partners, embarking on their dual cultivation without hesitation. The camaraderie shared between Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi is indeed delightful. In the ethereal realm of the Eastern Sea, at the Purple Mansion of Yingzhou, numerous celestial maidens and mighty beings are diligently preparing for the grand banquet of the immortals. Many celestial beings, having allied themselves with the Eastern King and the Western Queen, are bustling about, extending invitations to countless denizens of the primordial wilderness. It is truly a scene of splendid magnificence. Chapter 28. In the courtyard. The formidable Eastern King sat opposite the poised Western Queen Mother. At this moment, a satisfied smile adorned the face of the Eastern King as he proclaimed, "With the establishment of the celestial court, we shall undoubtedly gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. When the merits descend, we shall leverage this power to eliminate our three corpses, thereby advancing ahead of our fellow immortals and achieving the status of quasi-saints. Subsequently, we shall unify the vast wilderness, justly and with sufficient strength and qualification. Furthermore, the establishment of the celestial court will consolidate the cosmic fortunes of heaven and earth. As its sovereigns, we shall be endowed with the grand auspices of the celestial court, ensuring that our future paths of cultivation are destined to be ever more prosperous." Upon hearing the Eastern King's words, the Western Queen Mother merely nodded with a serene expression. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "However, according to our prior agreement, no female immortal who is reluctant to join the celestial court shall be coerced." The Eastern King nodded, his smile unwavering, naturally. In his earnest desire to have the Western Queen Mother, the foremost of female immortals, stand alongside him as co-sovereigns of the celestial court, the Eastern King had invested considerable effort. After solidifying his own great completion status, he ascended to the Western Kunlun for the third time, where he finally reached an agreement with the Western Queen Mother to collaboratively establish the celestial court. However, the Western Queen Mother had several stipulations for her involvement. Firstly, no female immortal could be compelled to join the celestial court against her will. Secondly, any female immortal who chose to join would fall under her jurisdiction, with the Eastern King refraining from interference. In turn, she too would not meddle in matters concerning male immortals. Thirdly, within the celestial court, her authority would extend solely to the punitive aspects related to her own path of heavenly retribution, while she would remain uninvolved in other affairs. Fourthly, the Western Queen Mother had numerous requests, yet all remained within the Eastern King's capacity to accommodate. Thus he readily acquiesced. After both swore an oath based on their shared principles, the Western Queen Mother seamlessly assumed her role as the sovereign of the celestial court. Of course, within the celestial court, her authority did not rival that of the Eastern King. She understood her own disposition and recognized that the celestial court was a colossal vortex. The more she desired, the greater her burdens would become. In the courtyard, the Eastern King had scarcely taken his leave when he departed. Once he was gone, the Western Queen Mother sat alone in the courtyard, her enchanting eyes flickering with ethereal light. With a slight sigh, she mused, "As for the future, let us take one step at a time." Her decision to enter the celestial court was not solely influenced by the Eastern King's earnest invitations, but also stemmed from her own ambitions for the court, which stirred her heart. On one hand, the establishment of the celestial court indeed held substantial potential to garner the merits of the heavenly Tao, aiding her in at least eliminating one corpse and achieving the quasi-saint realm. On the other hand, the celestial court could amass immense human fortune, and as its sovereign, she would benefit from the majority of this auspicious energy, ensuring her future cultivation would undoubtedly flourish. Another reason lies in the fact that the Queen Mother of the West has chosen to pursue the path of divine retribution, a profound avenue that can only yield significant advancement within a grand organization like the Celestial Court, which is recognized by the heavenly Tao. In her quest for self-perfection, the Queen Mother has decided to partake in this endeavor. Among the Deluo cultivators, barring a rare few, the majority harbor the aspiration of attaining enlightenment in the morning and being content with death by evening. Naturally, the Queen Mother is no exception. The path is elusive and enigmatic, yet it is sufficient to drive the majority of cultivators in the primordial wilderness to madness. Time flows swiftly. 2,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the eastern seas Ingzhou Island, a multitude of celestial beings converge. Though referred to as an island, the fact that the Eastern Sovereign has chosen Ingzhou's Purple Palace as the headquarters of the Celestial Court attests to its extraordinary nature. Clouds swirl and mist rises, bathed in celestial radiance. Ancient trees, lush and resplendent, intertwine with radiant spiritual herbs, while innate spiritual energy coalesces into shimmering lakes, where rare birds and mystical beasts frolic. Divine light illuminates countless exalted celestial palaces, intricately designed with profound meaning scattered throughout the island. The ethereal towers and jade pavilions gleam, their splendor undeniable. Upon receiving invitations, many golden immortals and Tai golden immortals were profoundly moved by the grandeur of Ingzhou's Purple Palace. In an instant, the originally indifferent Tai golden immortals and golden immortal practitioners began to entertain new thoughts. Following the esteemed Eastern Sovereign did not seem like a poor choice after all. Observing the majesty of Ingzhou's Purple Palace, it was evident that while dominating the primordial wilderness might be uncertain, establishing oneself as a regional overlord was certainly within reach. As the saying goes, it is pleasant to seek shade beneath a great tree. Although Tai golden immortals are considered strong, and golden immortal practitioners are skilled in their own right, they eventually come to realize that in this vast cosmos, without attaining Deluo, they remain insignificant. At best, they are merely robust grasshoppers. When faced with true powerhouses, they can only struggle a bit longer. Given the formidable nature of Ingzhou's Purple Palace, joining such an entity may indeed be a wise choice. Of course, some wish to join while others do not. Meanwhile, astute individuals have sensed that today's celestial banquet may witness significant upheaval. Upon entering, they strive to diminish their presence, seeking to avoid drawing the attention of the impending great powers. Among them is Baizhe, who has recently emerged and reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, diligently working to lower his visibility as he takes his seat. Baizhe's gaze surveyed the ethereal realm of Ingzhou's Purple Palace, his mind pondering. Throughout the journey, he observed cultivators at the Xianxian and Jinxian realms stationed at various points within the palace, adorned in standardized celestial armors and wielding conventional weapons. This grand assembly of immortals is undoubtedly not merely a gathering for feasting and philosophical discourse. Something significant is bound to transpire. With this thought, a sense of urgency welled up within Baizhe. Although his innate talents are of a superior caliber, he lamented that he emerged into existence too late. Currently, he has only attained the perfected realm of Tai Golden Immortal, which leaves him feeling quite insecure. As for the prospect of joining the Celestial Court, while Baizhe may possess only average combat skills, he excels in the primordial art of divination and wields a fateful divine ability to attract fortune and avert calamity. His intuition warns him that joining the Celestial Court would undoubtedly invite great misfortune. Chapter 29. The arrival of the Golden Immortals. The Tai Golden Immortals have gathered, heralding the imminent appearance of the formidable beings of the Deluo Golden Immortal rank. Soon, one after another, Deluo Golden Immortals descended upon the purple manor of Ingzhou, their feet gracing clouds, the essence of Deluo imbuing their presence with myriad celestial phenomena. The welcoming party at the entrance transformed into a Deluo Golden Immortal who had already joined the ranks of the Purple Manor. The sounds of greeting resonated continuously. Taoist Ran Dang of the Yuanjua Cave has arrived, presenting a top-grade postnatal spiritual root, along with 3 mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Taoist Hong Yun of the Fire Cloud Cave has arrived, offering a low-grade innate spiritual treasure and a supreme postnatal spiritual root. Taoist Xinyuanzi of Mount Wanshou has arrived, bestowing 3 ginseng fruits and a top-grade postnatal spiritual root. Taoists Niuhua and Fuxi of Fengqi Mountain have arrived. Taoists Taiqing, Yuqing, and Shangqing of Kunlun Mountain have arrived. One by one, renowned Deluo golden immortals from the primordial world made their entrance. Initially, the arriving Deluo golden immortals were of the early to mid-stage, relatively weaker practitioners. Gradually, they transformed into formidable beings of the late stage. Ultimately, each one was a celebrated existence within the primordial realm. Even more so, they were pinnacle beings of the completed Deluo. The imposing aura of their arrival compelled the earlier Tai golden immortals and golden immortal practitioners to lower their heads, unable to meet the gaze of these illustrious figures. However, the newly arrived Deluo golden immortals paid little heed to the thoughts and actions of the lower-tier practitioners. As the notable Deluo cultivators arrived in succession, an announcement resonated from beyond the banquet. Taoist Fuguang of the Sun Star, Taoist Shiha of the Moon Star, and Taoist Changxi have arrived. Upon hearing this announcement, the multitude of Deluo cultivators exchanged astonished glances, though their expressions bore an air of inevitability. The three were naturally drawn together, their paths intertwining in harmonious convergence. Even if they were to publicly declare their union as partners in the presence of all, it would not elicit surprise. Among the Deluo cultivators, there were many who also possessed partners. The esteemed Fuguang of the Sun Star, in a corner of the seating designated for the Tai golden immortals, Bai Zai's eyes flickered with curiosity. A practitioner of tranquility, he favored contemplation over conflict, finding solace in scholarly pursuits rather than martial exploits. His favorite pastime involved the art of literature and ink, as the path of culture was also a facet of Bai Zai's cultivation. Thus, Bai Zai held profound reverence for Fuguang, the progenitor of the literary path, having long harbored the desire to pay his respects. Yet, his modest cultivation level rendered him hesitant, for the Sun Star resided within a perilous celestial expanse, and he lacked a compelling reason to intrude upon the esteemed presence of such a venerable figure. Therefore, he could only engage in silent admiration from afar. Today, Bai Zai seized the opportunity to behold the esteemed figure of his admired predecessor, curious to witness the grandeur of such a powerful being. Thus, he maintained a cautious demeanor, lowering his presence as he awaited Fuguang's arrival. When he finally raised his gaze, he beheld Fuguang clad in a flowing robe, hair elegantly pinned with a wooden clasp, his handsome visage radiating a robust masculinity and an imposing presence. Yet, there was an aura of tranquility, serenity, and detachment about him. To the eyes of others, Fuguang's outward appearance was akin to that of other pinnacle Deluo Yuanman powers, lacking in any extraordinary traits. However, to Bai Zai, Fuguang exuded a distinctive composure. Each movement, expression, and the rhythm of his eyes seemed imbued with an inexplicable, reverent admiration. In simpler terms, Bai Zai felt an immediate kinship. As he gazed upon Fuguang, an impulse of veneration welled within him. While others merely glanced and then averted their eyes, Bai Zai lingered for several moments, his gaze inadvertently drawing Fuguang's attention. A gentle smile flickered in Fuguang's eyes as he regarded Bai Zai, amusement stirring within him. Was this not Bai Zai, one of the original wise beings of the demon race? What a delightful surprise to encounter him here. Fuguang harbored a favorable impression of Bai Zai, recognizing his intellect. Should he embark on a path of conquest over the wilderness, Bai Zai and Fuxi would undoubtedly serve as his most capable arms. After all, among the demon race, intelligent minds were a rarity, and Bai Zai was certainly among the foremost of such advisors. Of course, this scenario hinged upon Fuguang choosing the perilous path of certain death, wherein Bai Zai would become his right-hand man. Yet for now, in Fuguang's eyes, Bai Zai was merely a pleasing young Tai golden immortal. After a brief glance, Fuguang intended to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, Bai Zai realized his breach of etiquette and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, prepared to rise and offer his apologies. However, a gentle force settled upon him, anchoring him in place, accompanied by a soothing voice that whispered in his ear, "No need for excessive courtesy. I am indifferent to such matters." Taken aback by the gentle words, Bai Zai looked again at Fuguang, only to find that he had already turned his golden eyes away, nonchalantly entering the domain of the mighty. After some time, Bai Zai regained his composure, his heart resolute. Fuguang, his esteemed predecessor, was destined for great achievements. Despite the absence of any apparent reason, Baize's intuition informed him that if he were to align himself with a particular faction and follow a formidable figure to achieve great success, Fu Guang would undoubtedly be his prime choice. Not paying heed to this minor interlude with Baize, Fu Guang, under the guidance of the Celestial Maiden, settled into his designated position and exchanged greetings with numerous acquaintances he had previously met. Casting a glance at the multitude of Deluo cultivators in attendance, Fu Guang made a mental calculation and discerned that the banquet was poised to commence. Those who were meant to arrive had already done so. Those who had not would not be coming. Shortly thereafter, the hosts, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, made their entrance, expressing gratitude for the presence of the assembled immortals, thus officially inaugurating the grand banquet of celestial beings. Chapter 30. Musicians performed celestial melodies while celestial maidens danced. The gathering of immortals observed with great delight. Despite being a congregation of seekers of the Tao, their interest in such performances was somewhat limited, nonetheless. The entertainment offerings of the primordial world were indeed scarce. Thus, even if their enthusiasm was tepid, the presence of such spectacles was deemed essential at this grand feast. Moreover, it was not solely the powerful beings who lacked interest. It was entirely normal for mighty figures such as the Three Pure Ones and the Buddhas of the Western Paradise to be indifferent. However, there were those who found genuine intrigue, such as the young figure clad in a blood-red garment, possessing an otherworldly beauty. Ming He. This individual, in the future, would emulate Nuwa in creating the Azura race, ensuring that each Azura maiden was breathtakingly beautiful, proving his appreciation for aesthetic allure. Similarly, Fu Guang, despite the celestial maidens being vastly overshadowed by the likes of Shi He and Chang Shi, found himself enraptured by the enchanting performance of celestial music and dance. He was captivated, reveling in the spectacle, and did not feign indifference simply because Shi He and Chang Shi, potential partners on the path to immortality, were present. In fact, he watched with rapt attention, untroubled by his conscience. His admiration for the stunning celestial maidens did not imply any ulterior motives, allowing him to enjoy the performance with a clear heart. As for Shi He and Chang Shi, they were unconcerned, existing on a different plane altogether. Fu Guang would never lower himself to pursue these celestial maidens. Furthermore, he was not their sister's destined partner. Even if he were, how could the renowned lunar sisters, famed throughout the primordial realm, lack the allure of these celestial maidens? They merely enjoyed the dance. Let him watch. Subsequently, the two sisters would each study music and dance, delivering a private performance for Fu Guang that would ensure he remained captivated by them from that moment onward. Such was the confidence of the lunar sovereign and the lunar goddess. Returning to the matter at hand, as the appointed time approached, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu exchanged glances before rising from their thrones. After bowing to the assembly of immortals, they proclaimed with clarity, "We are deeply grateful to all esteemed friends for gracing us with your presence today. This grand banquet serves not only as a gathering for discourse and fellowship among fellow practitioners, but also to witness a significant matter together." The main event of today's banquet was about to commence. Below, the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal Cultivators sat upright, their expressions serious and focused on Dong Wang Gong. The numerous esteemed immortals seated above displayed a spectrum of solemnity, contemplation, and indifference, all awaiting the continuation of the Eastern Prince's discourse. Without further ado, the Eastern Prince declared in a resonant voice, "By the grace of the sage, I, along with the Western Queen Mother, am appointed as the foremost among the celestial beings. Today, we shall formally assume our responsibilities, striving to meet the sage's expectations." As he spoke, both the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen Mother bowed towards the chaotic expanse beyond the heavens, signifying their respect. Observing their gestures, Fu Guang's lips curled into a smile. It seemed that the grandiosity of his initial bow at the Zixiao Palace had been emulated by these primordial powers. Otherwise, given the Eastern Prince's impatient nature, he would have directly reported to the heavenly Tao and established the celestial court without heeding the sage's words. Fu Guang would have stood on his head to wash his hair. Of course, even with proper etiquette, it bore little significance. Fu Guang was the first to value decorum. And should the sage truly gaze upon this scene, he would undoubtedly acknowledge Fu Guang, the epitome of politeness. In the primordial realm, the significance of initial gestures could not be overstated. As for whether the Eastern Prince's courteous conduct would yield any subtle alterations to his fate, Fu Guang was uncertain. After all, the trajectory of the future, he recalled, had become dubious beyond the broad strokes of fate. What constitutes the grand fate? It is the impending struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm, which will culminate in a cataclysmic upheaval, reshuffling the very fabric of existence. The 6 realms of reincarnation must be established amidst this calamity. This is the grand fate. The emergence of humanity and the awakening of the human will constitute the grand fate. The consolidation of numerous sage positions is also a part of this grand fate. Under such overarching currents, the lives of the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen Mother are mere trivialities. Similarly, whether the battle against the Wu clan is fought by the Yao clan or the Celestial Court remains a relatively minor issue. Even the establishment of the Yao clan holds lesser significance. If the Yao clan fails to materialize, the Celestial Court can absorb the powers that would have otherwise been aligned with the Yao clan, engaging in a fierce struggle against the Wu clan. In this relentless conflict, it is ultimately the Wu clan and the original members of the Yao clan who will meet their demise. The nomenclature for this calamity may vary in later generations, yet the upheaval is destined to occur. Returning to the matter at hand, following the Eastern Prince's opening remarks, he stood alongside the Western Queen Mother. Both wore solemn expressions as they bowed towards the heavens, proclaiming, "Heavenly Tao above, we, the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen Mother, by the mandate of the sage and the grace of the Heavenly Tao, take charge of the cosmic order, harmonizing the yin and yang of the universe, and overseeing the growth of all living things. Today, we hereby establish the Celestial Court to facilitate governance over the primordial realm and its myriad beings. May the Heavenly Tao bear witness. The Celestial Court is established." Their declaration resonated in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of bells and drums resonated through the heavens. Following this, radiant light cascaded from the celestial dome, enveloping the entire realm of Yingzhou's purple mansion. A boundless aura of auspiciousness surged forth from the east, as the vast and magnificent merits of the Heavenly Tao gradually converged. Ultimately, it descended like a torrent from the celestial river. 30% of this divine essence was bestowed upon the multitude of immortals who had long followed the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother, either purging their karmic burdens, enhancing their cultivation, or being retained as golden light of merit for their protection. They all reaped significant benefits. The remaining 70% was divided in two, with each half descending upon the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother. They absorbed their respective shares of 3.5 portions of the Heavenly Tao's merits to elevate their own cultivation. Under the nourishing influence of these divine merits, the aura surrounding the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother surged dramatically as they began their ascent toward the profound realms beyond the Great Luo. Chapter 31. Upon witnessing the movements of the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen, as well as the profound and mysterious aura circulating above the Great Luo, the expressions of all the Great Luo golden immortals present at the banquet shifted slightly. Even the usually unresponsive Taiji Laozi had his eyelids twitch. There was no other reason. At this moment, the Eastern Prince and Western Queen had already advanced into another realm, surpassing the rest. The extraordinary phenomena surrounding them did not last for long. Soon, 2 figures resembling them, each bearing a resemblance of 7 parts, began to materialize beside the Eastern Prince and Western Queen, gradually becoming more solid. Once these 2 figures fully transformed into entities, both the Eastern Prince and Western Queen opened their eyes, each summoning their precious innate spiritual treasures, the dragon-headed staff and the plain-colored cloud banner, bestowed by the saints, and then entrusted the 3 corpses they had severed onto these treasures. With a resounding boom, as soon as they completed the severing of the corpses, the aura emanating from the Eastern Prince and Western Queen surged dramatically, transcending the Great Luo realm and exuding an enigmatic saintly essence. The realm they entered after severing the 3 corpses was named the Quasi-Saint Realm, inherently possessing a degree of profundity. Thus, as the Eastern Prince and Western Queen became the first among the 3,000 guests to sever their 3 corpses and step into the Quasi-Saint Realm, the expressions of all Great Luo cultivators at the celestial banquet grew increasingly solemn. The appearance of cultivators breaking through the upper limits was, at this moment, undeniable. At this juncture, even the weaker cultivators in the early and mid-stages of the Great Luo realm, as well as some of the more formidable ones who had reached the consummate stage, began to lose their composure. Only those great Luo cultivators who were confident in themselves, believing that they would soon enter the quasi-saint realm, remained unflustered. Of course, it mattered not who they were. All great Luo cultivators present were profoundly shaken by the sight of the Eastern Prince and Western Queen's act of severing the three corpses and attaining the quasi-saint realm. This included the 6 disciples of the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and the guiding saints. However, amidst the many top-tier great Luo who had reached completion, most wore expressions of enlightenment. It was evident that having witnessed the profoundness of severing the 3 corpses, they too might soon succeed in severing one of their own and stepping into the quasi-saint realm. The assembly of immortals was in awe. Only Fuguang remained at ease, savoring delicacies and sipping divine brews, showing little reaction to the Eastern Prince and Western Queen's breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. One reason was that Fuguang had long anticipated this moment. The other was that he was on the path of the primordial golden immortal and had already traversed a significant distance within this realm. Even if the Eastern Prince and Western Queen united as quasi-saints, Fuguang remained unperturbed. Fuguang harbored a profound curiosity regarding the enigmatic realm of the quasi-saint level, particularly the aspect of severing one's 3 corpses, which bore a striking resemblance to his true self, akin to the emergence of another entity. He contemplated silently. Should I forge a partnership with Shi He and Chang Shi, the 3 corpses they would eventually sever would also be genuine cultivators, essentially granting me companions reminiscent of sextuplets. Adding to that the 2 original selves, would it not total 8? Fuguang inhaled sharply, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Meanwhile, the Eastern King and the Western Queen had completed their breakthroughs. After exchanging greetings with their 3 corpses, they withdrew them into their respective Dao flowers. The Eastern King, unable to conceal his joy, casually saluted the assembly of Luo cultivators, exclaiming, "Esteemed friends, please indulge my exuberance." The Luo cultivators present understood the delight radiating from both the Eastern King and the Western Queen and empathized with their jubilant expressions. Had they been in the same position, they would have exhibited a similar demeanor. The pivotal matters of the immortal court had been accomplished, and the festivities resumed with music and dance. The multitude of Tai golden immortals and golden immortals below engaged in animated discourse, their awareness of the immortal court's majesty heightened by witnessing the Eastern King and Western Queen, the sovereigns of the court, lead the way into the profound quasi-saint realm ahead of numerous Luo elites. Many cultivators who had aspired to join the immortal court felt their resolve strengthen, while those who had wavered now made firm decisions to align themselves with it. They sought out their peers who had already become part of the court to express their intentions. The immortal court, naturally, welcomed all who approached. Only a minority remained hesitant regarding joining the immortal court. Not only were the Tai golden immortals and golden immortals below restless, but a considerable number among the Luo cultivators above also felt stirred. Yet, being Luo, they required a semblance of dignity. It was unbecoming to shamelessly pursue affiliation. Thus, those wishing to join subtly conveyed their desires. Subsequently, the Eastern King would send invitations, extending formal requests for their inclusion in the immortal court. Though merely procedural, such formalities could not be overlooked. With the establishment of the immortal court, sanctioned by the heavenly Tao and the 2 sovereigns of the court, it now stood as the sole official institution in the primordial world, necessitating adherence to proper protocols rather than arbitrary acceptance. After the revelry of song and dance, and the indulgence in food and drink, the Western Queen, as the host, spoke. It is a rare occasion for esteemed friends to gather together. Why not engage in a discourse on the Tao? What say you, my friends? Upon hearing the proposal from the Queen Mother of the West, the multitude of great Luo cultivators present did not decline, but rather embraced it with enthusiasm. Even the Sanqing, who initially intended to depart, decided against leaving, recognizing that conversing with 2 quasi-saint powerhouses might prove beneficial for their subsequent endeavors in severing their 3 corpses. This matter pertains to the path of Tao, and thus, it was an opportunity not to be missed. "Allow me to demonstrate first," declared the Queen Mother, as she effortlessly summoned the essence of her primary and auxiliary Tao. In that instant, the celestial court resonated with the sounds of Tao, accompanied by myriad extraordinary phenomena. Observing this, the jovial Dong Wang Gong was likewise inspired. Invoking his own Tao, the other great Luo cultivators followed suit, with the Sanqing emanating ethereal, auspicious clouds of pure qi. Enhua manifested the profound intricacies of creation. Jane and Zhuanti conjured radiant golden forms. Jin Yuanzi exuded a robust and steady Tao rhythm. Shiha and Changxi together orchestrated a chillingly bright full moon. Fugawei conjured an endless sea of flames, alongside visions of mountains of literature and oceans of knowledge, as well as representations of innate changes, swordsmanship, and artifact refinement, all embodying the pinnacle of great Luo Dao. In that fleeting moment, the entire celestial court was aglow with 3,000 manifest Dao, each presenting wondrous phenomena. Golden lotuses blooming and Dao flowers flourishing. It bore a striking resemblance to the grand spectacle witnessed during a sage's teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 32 above. The Deluo cultivators were continuously evolving their own grand Dao, their resonant Dao sounds permeating the air and enveloping the entire celestial court. Below, a group of golden immortals who had been engaged in conversation gradually settled into silence, each one immersing themselves in the profound experience of listening to the Dao. They were still relatively weak. Even the opportunity to hear the Dao sounds of the Deluo cultivators was an immense fortune for them. Seated in his position, Bai Zai's eyes sparkled with clarity. He understood that the Deluo cultivators' performance of Dao sounds at the banquet was, in essence, a rare gift bestowed upon the lower-tier cultivators of the primordial realm, and they would not mind the presence of these lesser figures seeking comprehension. However, while such opportunities were indeed precious, they required careful discernment. It was a rare chance. If one were to listen to the myriad Dao sounds of the Deluo, there would be gains, yet they would not be substantial. As a perfected golden immortal, Bai Zai was acutely aware of this. He resolved to listen only to the Dao that resonated with his own path. The Dao he was most proficient in was the innate divination. Among the Dao sounds emanating from the Deluo cultivators above, two in particular captured Bai Zai's attention, both representing the evolution of innate divination. One sound was from Fuxi, who specialized in innate divination, advancing in the direction of predicting the grand trends of the universe, discerning heavenly mysteries, and navigating the changes of fate. The other sound was from Fuguang. Although innate divination was not his primary focus, his mastery in the perfected realm of innate divination was equally remarkable, rivaling that of Fuxi, who was an expert in the field. Fuguang's innate divination excelled in the interpretation of celestial phenomena and the evolution of the cosmic stars, understanding the transformations of heaven and earth. Though both were rooted in innate divination, their nuances diverged significantly. Regardless of the variation, both held immense benefits for Bai Zai in his current state. Thus, he settled his mind and attentively listened to the two distinct Dao sounds of innate divination, aligning them with his own path and continually refining his understanding. Once he fully mastered his own Dao, he would be able to bloom 3 Dao flowers atop his head and ascend into the Deluo realm. Fuguang, who effortlessly evolved a primary path and several auxiliary paths, naturally noticed Bai Zai, who was engrossed in listening to both his and Fuxi's evolution of innate divination. A hint of surprise flickered across his expression, and he pondered momentarily. With a slight shift in focus, he directed a touch of intent towards the innate divination, enhancing the clarity and brilliance of the Dao sounds he was manifesting, making them easier for Bai Zai to comprehend and grasp. This subtle change went unnoticed by the many Deluo cultivators immersed in their discussions. However, Bai Zai, fully absorbed in the 2 grand paths of innate divination, sensed the shift keenly. In the next moment, he instinctively opened his eyes, his gaze unexpectedly landing upon Fuguang, who wore a smile and nodded slightly in his direction. In an instant, he comprehended that the change in sound was a boon bestowed upon him by the esteemed Fuguang above. After casting a grateful glance, Bai Zai once again immersed himself in the state of listening to the Dao. A millennium passed. Unbeknownst to many, the grand discourse among the numerous Deluo in the celestial court had come to a close. As the discussion concluded, the 3 pure ones could no longer remain seated. They rose to bid farewell to the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother before departing directly. Subsequently, many Deluo cultivators, who had inadvertently joined the celestial court, followed suit and took their leave. With a gentle clink, Fuguang set down his wine cup, feeling satiated from the gathering. He stood up, casually clasping his hands in salute towards the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother. The banquet has concluded, and there have been gains from the discourse, esteemed friends. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your hospitality." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the Eastern Prince and the Western Mother exchanged smiles as they sent him off. "Safe travels, dear friend. We shall not see you far." As Fu Guang announced his departure, the sisters Shiha and Changxi, among the many Deluo female immortals, also stood up. They first called out to Fu Guang, "Please wait a moment. We shall go together." Fu Guang readily acquiesced. After Shiha and Changxi bid farewell to the two rulers of the celestial court, the three departed together. As they left in succession, a group of Deluo golden immortals, who had previously enjoyed a lively conversation with Fu Guang at the gates of the Zixiao Palace, also began to take their leave. Simultaneously, Niuhua beckoned to Fuxi, while Han Yun called out to Xinyuanzi, and the four of them departed once more. With their exit, the once bustling Deluo seats were left sparsely populated, and the number of strong cultivators diminished even further. Observing the large cohort of powerful figures, including Niuhua, Fuxi, Han Yun, and Xinyuanzi, who followed closely behind Fu Guang, the smile on the Eastern Prince's face faded considerably. The Western Mother, however, remained unfazed. She had long anticipated this outcome. Even after breaking through the quasi-saint realm, she still found Fu Guang to be inscrutable, believing he could not be as humble and sunny as he appeared. He likely harbored secrets. It was possible that the Deluo perfection he exhibited was merely a fade to deceive others. One could not dismiss the notion that he might have surpassed the quasi-saint bottleneck long before them. Let us not forget that Fu Guang possessed immense heavenly merit. His previous restraint did not imply he would not utilize it to break through the quasi-saint realm. In any case, the view of the Queen Mother of the West regarding Fu Guang can be succinctly summarized. Do not provoke him lightly. Indeed, below, within the assembly of the Tai Golden Immortals, Bai Zhe observed as Fu Guang departed. Accompanied by several renowned Deluo powerhouses and a cadre of Deluo cultivators who followed suit. He pondered silently. An existence like Senior Fu Guang is truly worthy of allegiance. Bai Zhe discerned clearly that Senior Fu Guang had not established any faction nor gathered followers. The group of Deluo Golden Immortals seemed to follow him out of genuine desire. What kind of character, vision, strength, and capability must one possess to inspire a collection of resolute and accomplished Deluo cultivators to genuinely wish to follow? Bai Zhe found it difficult to fathom. In contrast, the master of the celestial court, despite employing numerous strategies, had been unable to retain many formidable allies, rendering him somewhat inferior. Chapter 33. At this moment, Fu Guang, having taken the lead and departed with the sisters Shi He and Changxi, remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the celestial court after his departure. Had he been aware, he would surely have deemed it inconsequential. One could only remark that the old cadre Dong Wang Gong was quite mad. Initially, everyone was set to leave. However, merely because Fu Guang stepped away first, other Deluo Jin Xian followed suit, leading him to believe they were in his thrall. Absurd. After leaving the celestial court, Fu Guang was not particularly eager to return to the Sun Star. Instead, he reveled in a leisurely journey along the shores of the Eastern Sea. With dwindling resources in his Jinwu Palace, he was keenly attuned to certain fortuitous opportunities in the Eastern Sea, which he would not let slip by. As the saying goes, heaven bestows upon those who do not shy away from its blessings. After meandering for what felt like an eternity, Fu Guang, brimming with bountiful gains, extended an invitation to the equally fortunate Shi He and Changxi. Esteemed friends, I implore you to accompany me to the Sun Star. There exists a grand opportunity for celestial merit that merits our discussion. Should my plan come to fruition, it is not inconceivable that two more quasi-saints shall grace this realm. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Shi He's beautiful eyes flickered with contemplation, while Changxi displayed a look of surprise. A grand opportunity for celestial merit? Moreover, one that could elevate them both to the quasi-saint realm? Fu Guang's unwavering confidence in this opportunity piqued the curiosity of the sisters, who harbored no doubts about his sincerity. In the vast wilderness, such declarations regarding significant opportunities are not made lightly. Failure to realize them could lead to profound karmic repercussions and misfortune. Thus, Shi He and Changxi remained unperturbed. Shi He spoke, "I thank you, dear friend, for your guidance." With smiles exchanged, the trio transformed into a radiant beam of light, hastening towards the Sun Star. The grand opportunity Fu Guang referred to was, in fact, concerning the establishment of the calendar for the primordial era. This opportunity was inescapable for Shi He and Chang Shi as the sovereigns of the Yin star. After all, to delineate the year, month, day, and hour, thereby bringing order to the cyclical dance of day and night, the changing of the seasons, required the collaborative illumination of the sun, basking the primordial realm in daylight, and the Yin presiding over the night. Furthermore, elements such as the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms, all intertwine with the influence of the sun and Yin stars, simply by virtue of their status as the rulers of the Yin star. Shi He and Chang Shi could claim a significant share of the celestial merit associated with the establishment of the primordial calendar. Once this calendar was solidified, the significance of the sun and Yin stars within the primordial cosmos would ascend to unprecedented heights for all beings therein. This signifies that the dominion of the sun star and the moon star in the realm of heaven and earth has become even more formidable. Such merits may well lead to the sun star and moon star illuminating the primordial chaos, bestowing blessings upon all beings, accumulating virtues over time, and ultimately attaining the fruit positions destined for these 2 celestial bodies. The fruit position of the moon goddess has already been seized by the ancient supreme being, Wang Shu. The only gains that Shi He and Chang Shi can aspire to are the merits and the authority over the moon star. Nevertheless, even with this, the dual layers of celestial merits established during the creation of the primordial world, coupled with the accolades from the moon star, are sufficient for the 2 sisters to collectively sever their 3 corpses and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. Hence, Fu Guang has not deceived them. Returning to the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, Fu Guang did not beat around the bush, but rather addressed the matter directly. Dear friends, the reason for my previous absence from the Moon Star was that I was engaged in the intricate calculations and refinement of this grand opportunity. This opportunity is custom-tailored for me, the Lord of the Sun, as well as for the 2 Lords of the Moon. I have named this opportunity the primordial chronology. Before the 2 Lords of the Moon, Fu Guang spoke with candor. Upon hearing the term primordial chronology, Shi He and Chang Shi's minds cleared, their hearts racing. As innate divine beings and perfected Deluo practitioners, their simultaneous reaction attests to the fact that the opportunity Fu Guang spoke of is indeed profoundly intertwined with their destinies. Thus, the 2 sisters, who were already earnest, became even more so. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Fu Guang had meticulously explained how to establish the primordial chronology, thereby obtaining celestial merits and expanding the dominion of the sun star and moon star, elucidating its significance in intricate detail. After taking a sip of laurel brew, Fu Guang continued, "If you, my friends, assist me in formulating the primordial chronology to establish the temporal order of heaven and earth, you may expect to receive a share of 20% of the celestial merits. This act will inevitably enhance the moon star's dominion, yielding further merits in return. The combination of both shall pave the way for the attainment of the quasi-saint status." Though they had yet to embark on this endeavor, upon hearing Fu Guang's assertions, both Shi He and Chang Shi nodded in agreement. They were not foolish. A brief calculation revealed that Fu Guang had not exaggerated. After a moment's pause, Fu Guang elaborated, "The advantages extend far beyond this. Once the authority of the moon star is augmented, it will gradually accumulate celestial blessings and merits, channeling the fortune of heaven and earth back to you too, facilitating your future cultivation." Alas, had the position of the moon goddess not already been claimed by that ancient one, the benefits you could gain would be far more substantial. Shi He and Chang Shi nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of regret, yet embracing a sense of serenity. Acknowledging that fortune and misfortune are intertwined in the grand tapestry of existence. With a perspective that welcomed the inevitable, Shi He remarked, "To be granted the merits of the heavenly path is indeed a stroke of luck. My sister and I do not yearn for more. However, dear friend, it appears that congratulations are in order for you. The moon god's position has been relinquished, yet the sun god's remains intact. Not to mention the monumental merit in establishing the chronology of the primal chaos, the expansion of the dominion over the solar and lunar stars. Coupled with Fu Guang's very essence as the spirit of the solar star, securing the position of sun god seems almost a foregone conclusion." With a hearty laugh, Fu Guang replied with modesty, "It would be prudent to extend congratulations only when all is settled." He then inquired, "My esteemed friends, Is there anything you do not comprehend? If so, I would be more than willing to elucidate. If not, perhaps it would be wise to prepare yourselves." Upon hearing this, He and she exchanged a serious glance and nodded in unison. "In that case, we shall return to the lunar star to make our preparations, awaiting any developments from your side." Without further delay, the two sisters took their leave. Fu Guang, after a brief moment of respite, began his work on refining artifacts. Chapter 34. As Fu Guang, Shihe, and Changshi reveled in the primeval wilderness and deliberated on the establishment of the primordial calendar, the realm itself underwent a gradual transformation. The celestial court could not possibly rely solely on the merits of the heavenly Tao without taking action. A span of 10,000 years had sufficed for the Eastern King to consolidate the rapidly burgeoning power of the celestial court. Meanwhile, the Western Queen, in accordance with their agreement, began to oversee the celestial punishments and manage the affairs of the female immortals, resolutely refraining from interfering in the Eastern King's governance of the celestial court. With an ever-expanding aura of fortune, every scheme devised by the celestial court progressed with remarkable ease. At long last, the internal reorganization of the celestial court concluded, and its insatiable ambition for dominance over the primordial realm could no longer be contained. In the grand expanse of the celestial palace of the Purple Mansion, two exalted thrones were positioned at a lofty height, upon which the quasi-Saint Eastern King and the Western Queen sat regally. Below them, a multitude of long-breathed great Luo golden immortals stood in orderly ranks, with a considerable number of Tai golden immortals arrayed, while golden immortals were relegated to standing outside the palace. Observing his subordinates, the Eastern King wore a beaming smile filled with vigor. He then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I established the celestial court to maintain order, to delineate the yin and yang of the cosmos, and to bestow protection upon all beings. However, the myriad races of the primordial realm are now rampant, engaged in ceaseless conflict, resulting in a landscape marred by slaughter and chaos, with the yin and yang thrown into disarray. This state of affairs fundamentally contradicts the very essence of the celestial court's establishment. Henceforth, it must be reversed." After a brief pause, a thunderous aura emanated from the Eastern King, unleashing the formidable presence of a quasi-saint that rippled throughout the Purple Mansion of Yingzhou. He sat imperiously upon the throne of the celestial sovereign and commanded, "Send forth orders to the various celestial islands of the Eastern Sea and to all races. I shall select exceptional talents from each island and clan to form the celestial army. They must cooperate diligently. Should there be any disobedience, let them face severe punishment." Upon hearing the Eastern King's decree, the multitude of great Luo golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and golden immortals within the celestial court responded in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the Emperor's command." On this day, over 20 great Luo cultivators, hundreds of Tai golden immortals, and nearly 1,000 golden immortals led a vast and formidable celestial army, pouring forth from the Purple Mansion of Yingzhou towards the expansive Eastern Sea. This day heralded boundless upheaval in the Eastern Sea. This day marked the celestial court's emergence in all its ferocity. This day, countless powerful beings and diverse races across the primordial realm recognized the impending chaos. As time flowed inexorably onward, a millennium slipped by. During this epoch, Fu Guang, engrossed in crafting artifacts and preparing diligently for the primordial calendar, remained blissfully unaware of the celestial court's grand maneuvers. Naturally, even if he had taken notice, he would have regarded it with indifference. Such occurrences were inevitable. What merit was there in concern? Within the Golden Crow Palace, within a grand palace, Fu Guang gazed intently at the hourglass before him, exuding the essence of time. A smile graced his face. At last, it was accomplished. After 10 millennia, he had successfully refined all the spiritual treasures necessary for establishing the primordial timeline and its order. Everything related had been meticulously crafted. After all, who among the celestial beings would ever deem the merits of the heavenly Tao insufficient? Even a low-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure, when accumulated, could yield profound effects. After making the necessary adjustments, he prepared for the next phase. Observing the array of spiritual treasures laid out before him, Fu Guang's demeanor turned serious. He then closed his eyes and began to meditate. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Once he had thoroughly attuned his state, Fu Guang rose from his meditation mat. He gathered the sundial, hourglass, and timeline chart he had created, and with a mere gesture, summoned 4 low-grade innate spiritual flowers: orchids, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms. These 4 spiritual roots, acquired during his travels through the primordial realm with Shi-He and Chang-Shi, were meant to represent the 4 seasons. They were of utmost significance in validating the primordial timeline. Equipped with all his belongings, Fu Guang stepped forth, finding himself outside the Sunstar. Adjusting his attire and smoothing his robes, he assumed a solemn expression and offered a respectful salute to the heavens. In a resonant voice, he proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above." His words, amplified by his formidable magical prowess, echoed around the Sunstar. I, Fu Guang of the Sunstar, perceive the chaos within the primordial timeline, where time is unclear and indistinct. If this persists, it shall hinder the flourishing of life within the primordial realm and disrupt the cosmic order. Therefore, I hereby establish the primordial timeline, bringing forth the change of seasons and the continuous flow of the 24 solar terms, establishing the 10 heavenly stems, creating the 12 earthly branches. With a serious countenance, Fu Guang meticulously articulated the details of the primordial timeline he had devised, leaving nothing unspoken. At the moment he uttered the words primordial timeline, the heavens resounded with a thunderous drumbeat, reverberating throughout the primordial universe. Instantly, the immense power of the heavenly Tao manifested Fu Guang's figure in every corner of the primordial realm, allowing all beings to clearly perceive him. In that moment, the actions of all creatures and numerous cultivators came to an abrupt halt, including those engaged in fierce battles. The arrival of the heavenly Tao's might commanded reverence. Who would dare act recklessly? Those who were in seclusion, striving to sever their 3 corpses and break through to the quasi-saint realm, were awakened by this spectacle. As they beheld Fu Guang's figure displayed by the heavenly Tao, their expressions varied widely. Enhua and Fuxi, siblings, both gazed upon the projection of the heavenly Tao. With a slight furrow of her brow, Enhua expressed a hint of envy, remarking, "This fellow has stirred quite a commotion. I fear he is destined to accumulate a considerable amount of merit from the heavenly Tao. He already possesses a significant measure of such merit, and is surely on a path to transcend the likes of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, entering the quasi-saint realm far ahead of them. Upon his return, his strength will likely become even more formidable." The refined Fuxi, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes, smiled and replied, "Indeed, he is none other than my esteemed friend Fu Guang. I have long sensed that Fu Guang is extraordinary and destined for great achievements. It appears my intuition was correct. I had previously contemplated visiting Fu Guang, and perhaps soon I may seize this opportunity to extend my congratulations." At Wuzhuang Temple, the Red Cloud, who had not secluded himself in the Fire Cloud Cave, had been spending some time with Jin Yuanzi. Upon witnessing the projection of the heavenly Tao, a look of envy crossed Hong Yun's face. To receive a response from the heavenly Tao and to have it manifest in such a grand projection, Fu Guang's gains must indeed be immense. Beside him, the honest Jin Yuanzi nodded gently, truly enviable. Though, of course, I can only admire from afar. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones displayed varied expressions. Laozi remained impassive, Yuanshi furrowed his brow, while Tongtian exhibited a hint of curiosity. In the boundless sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld, Mingyi, wore a visage of irritation and displeasure, his piercing gaze fixed upon the projection of Fu Guang in the heavens. Within the celestial court, the Queen Mother of the West, engaged in seclusion within her palace and uninvolved in the celestial conflicts, raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes surveying the projection of the heavenly Tao. Secretly, she mused, "It is this individual again. This commotion surpasses even that of the establishment of the celestial court. Truly, he is not one to be trifled with." At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West became increasingly convinced of one thing. The Taoist Fu Guang should not be regarded as an adversary. Chapter 35 Among the Mighty. Without a doubt, the one who most resents Fu Guang's acquisition of the Tao of Heaven's merits is the Emperor of the Celestial Court, Dong Wang Gong. With a displeased gaze, he observes Fu Guang, who stands before the projection of the Tao of Heaven. In that moment, the previously cheerful Dong Wang Gong, who had been listening to the reports of his Deluo cultivators regarding the Celestial Court's achievements over the past millennium, finds his good mood entirely dissipated upon seeing Fu Guang. As the celestial court grows increasingly powerful, it has undeniably established itself as the sovereign ruler of the East Sea. Consequently, Dong Wanggong's path as a sovereign has become ever more unimpeded, and he himself has grown increasingly domineering. A tyrannical ruler naturally harbors little tolerance for an entity like Fu Guang, who poses a potential threat to his existence. Even though Dong Wanggong has had no direct conflict with Fu Guang, and Fu Guang has never sought to undermine his position, the animosity Dong Wanggong feels toward Fu Guang is entirely unfounded. Regardless, his apprehension toward Fu Guang continues to intensify, and he finds it increasingly intolerable. Witnessing Fu Guang stir up such a commotion in pursuit of great fortune, he cannot help but feel quite displeased. On the Tyne Star, upon catching sight of the Tao of Heaven's projection, Shi He and Chang Shi, who had long been prepared, exchanged a glance and smiled in unison, exclaiming, "It has arrived." Even the usually aloof Chang, she could not suppress her excitement and anticipation, for this matter pertains directly to their paths as sisters. Should they succeed, it would almost guarantee their ability to sever their 3 corpses and step into the realm of quasi-sainthood. Such an opportunity is too enticing for Shi He and Chang Shi to overlook. Outside the Sun Star, Fu Guang spoke with solemnity and seriousness, detailing the intricate chronology of the primordial era while displaying various time-keeping treasures such as sundials, hourglasses, clepsydras, and celestial instruments. He guided the representation of the 4 seasons through the imagery of orchids, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms, establishing the changes of the 24 solar terms. The 10 heavenly stems, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and the 12 earthly branches, Zi, Chou, Yin, and Mao, were also delineated. Above the celestial vault, the merits of the Tao of Heaven began to coalesce, with auspicious signs manifesting and a mist of violet energy enveloping the entire starry sky. With each refinement of the chronology and temporal shifts, the lake formed by the gathering of the Tao of Heaven's merits expanded incrementally. After an extensive demonstration, Fu Guang concluded, "The sun illuminates the day, while the moon brightens the night. The cycle of the sun and moon constitutes a day, with 30 and 31 days comprising a month, and 12 months together forming a year. February is exceptional, with 28 days in a common year, and every 4 common years yielding a leap year with 29 days in February. A year divides into 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each showcasing distinct beauty. The arrival of spring heralds. With the establishment of the 24 solar terms, we mark the advent of spring. The year, season, month, day, and time have been determined. Henceforth, the primordial realm shall possess a chronological system, and the flow of time shall be clear." With a gentle lift of his hand, Fu Guang summoned the authority of his solar star, igniting the entire sun to radiate a brilliance that illuminated the primordial universe as if it were broad daylight. Simultaneously, the lunar star, in harmonious response to the sun, released its celestial glow, equally luminous as the sun's rays. In the next moment, both the solar and lunar stars began to operate according to the rotational principles delineated in the primordial calendar, ushering in a cycle of day and night, the changing of seasons, and the transformation of solar terms. This was a validating process, with the Tao of Heaven assisting in evolution. Through calculations, the testing duration of the primordial calendar lasted a complete leap year cycle. Ultimately, the Tao of Heaven responded to Fu Guang's affirmation of the primordial calendar and the sequencing of time. Boom! Above the firmament, a vast lake of heavenly merit, already formed, instantaneously expanded to twice its size. Subsequently, the immense heavenly merit cascaded down, first settling into various temporal treasures, transforming these treasures, ranging from top-grade postnatal artifacts to inferior ones, into postnatal merit treasures. It was not that Fu Guang was incapable of refining a complete set of top-grade postnatal treasures. Rather, the Tao of Heaven upholds fairness and order, wherein excess can lead to deficiency. Some temporal treasures, if refined to too high a grade, would compromise the opportunity of establishing the calendar and sequencing, resulting in greater losses. Fu Guang meticulously calculated the grades of all treasures, ensuring they were within permissible limits and achieved their utmost potential. After the formation of a batch of temporal merit treasures, various entities associated with the 4 seasons and the 24 solar terms received significant blessings. Among them, the spring orchid, summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, representing the 4 seasons, were particularly favored by heavenly merit. These 4 inferior innate spiritual roots, under the nurturing of heavenly merit, awakened their spiritual intelligence and successfully transformed into 4 uniquely styled female immortals, appearing beside Fu Guang. After bowing respectfully to the Tao of Heaven, the 4 floral immortals turned to Fu Guang and said in unison, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your benevolent creation." Glancing at the 4 floral immortals, who possessed superior innate spiritual roots, Fu Guang nodded casually and said, "You may take your leave for now." Upon hearing this, the newly transformed floral immortals bowed once more and swiftly retreated, gazing at Fu Guang with reverence. After all entities related to the calendar had received their corresponding heavenly merit, the vast lake of heavenly merit had diminished by a significant 30%. Soon after, the lake of heavenly merit further divided, with an additional 20% flowing directly into the bodies of Shi He and Chang Shi, the 2 lunar star masters. At the same time, the lunar star trembled gently, and 2 equal, yet even larger, pillars of merit light surged forth, infusing the 2 lunar goddesses. Each of them received a fraction of celestial merit. A gift from the moon star, and the 2 sisters, Shiha and Changshi, felt their auras elevate rapidly. In a mere few breaths, they transcended the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, stepping into the quasi-saint level. Subsequently, beside each sister, a female immortal figure materialized, summoned by them through exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Thus, the sisters, who had only a modest involvement, effortlessly harnessed the 2 streams of celestial merit to successfully sever their 3 corpses, marking their ascension into the quasi-saint realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Shiha and Changshi opened their eyes and exchanged smiles, then bowed towards the projection of the celestial path, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed friend, for your support." In response to their appreciation, Fu Guang felt a slight resonance. Turning his gaze towards the direction of the moon star, he nodded before fixing his eyes intently on the remaining 50% of celestial merit in the heavens. His joy was undeniable, for all that remained was rightfully his. Chapter 36. Amidst the watchful gaze of the myriad beings in the primordial realm, a tremendous surge of celestial merit, akin to a torrential flood, cascaded down upon Fu Guang. Just as everyone anticipated that Fu Guang would harness this celestial merit to sever the 3 corpses and ascend to the quasi-saint realm, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. A resplendent golden wheel of celestial merit radiated around Fu Guang, who then seamlessly integrated the entirety of the celestial merit into this already dazzling wheel. Moreover, the once tranquil sun star erupted once more, releasing a brilliant solar radiance. A vast torrent of celestial merit surged forth from within the sun star, merging with the descending merit and flooding into Fu Guang's merit wheel. The merit wheel, already shining like a miniature sun, now blazed even more fiercely, its golden light rivaling that of the sun itself. Just when everyone believed the culmination was at hand, the sun star trembled once again, unleashing an immense wave of merit that, entwined with the celestial authority, evolved into an illusory grand sun, diminishing in size as it descended toward Fu Guang. Simultaneously, a magnificent circular treasure, suffused with golden light and exuding the aura of supreme innate spiritual treasures, manifested from the sun star, landing directly before Fu Guang. After a moment, having accepted the solar deity's fruit position and the full authority of the sun star, Fu Guang opened his golden eyes, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. "Excellent, truly splendid," he exclaimed. In the midst of his words, Fu Guang did not forget to pay his respects to the heavens, bowing in acknowledgement of the celestial will that responded to him. To those who harbored resentment toward Fu Guang, his actions might seem ostentatious. Nevertheless, he persisted, adhering to the principle that abundant courtesy invites no reproach from the heavens. He feared not the heavens' indifference to his politeness, but rather the repercussions of their lack of respect. As the majestic power of the celestial order gradually dissipated, Fu Guang's image became fixed in the moment he graciously accepted the supreme innate merit treasure, the solar wheel. Although the celestial projection vanished, the impact of Fu Guang's establishment of the primordial calendar began to resonate profoundly throughout the entire primordial realm, affecting all beings. Of course, the enlightened immortals were also influenced, albeit to a significantly lesser extent. Ultimately, whether through the creation of script or the establishment of the primordial calendar. Fu Guang's influence was primarily directed toward the common populace and myriad beings, rather than the exalted immortals. As for the impact on the masses, many innate deities fell into silence. Astonishingly, they all recognized that Fu Guang was poised to gain a tremendous opportunity, yet they questioned whether this opportunity was truly as monumental as it appeared. Calculating this, it is likely sufficient for a great Luo perfected being to sever all three corpses and attain the merits of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention the celestial fruit position of the sun god, coupled with the authority of the sun star. This constitutes a supreme, innate merit spiritual treasure that does not incur the karmic repercussions of killing. There exists a plethora of postnatal merit spiritual treasures, each associated with the historical timelines of the primordial era. More significantly, how could one without the strength of the quasi-saint realm attain the sun god fruit position? In other words, Fu Guang must have stepped into the quasi-saint realm long ago, a being radiating with the brilliance of the sun, wielding an array of merit spiritual treasures untouched by karmic retribution, must inherently possess at least the initial stage of quasi-saint cultivation, while also bearing the terrifying existence of the fruit position of heaven and earth. Just contemplating it sends shivers down the spine. Fortunately, those in the primordial era who are qualified to engage with Fu Guang hold a general impression of him. Despite his formidable strength, Fu Guang is amiable, of gentle disposition, and delights in reasoned discourse. As long as one does not deliberately provoke him, he is unlikely to seek fault. On Kunlun Mountain, among the three pure ones, Tongtian, the most spirited and youthful, after deducing the historical timelines of the primordial era, broke into a smile. What a Fu Guang! What an astonishing historical timeline of the primordial era! Ha ha ha! Marvelous, marvelous indeed. Hearing his boisterous laughter, the middle-aged figure of Yuan Shi could not help but furrow his brow. Such raucousness! What manner of conduct is this? Scolded by Yuan Shi, Tongtian's expression stiffened momentarily before he composed himself and fell silent. Nearby, Laozi also contemplated the historical timeline, stroking his beard and remarked, "Indeed extraordinary. This Taoist Fu Guang has gained such favor from the heavenly Tao through his own merit. However, we brothers are not to be underestimated. It is high time for you two to enter seclusion and break through." Upon hearing Laozi's words, both Yuan Shi and Tongtian, who felt wronged without an outlet, straightened their expressions. First, the Eastern King and the Western Queen, followed by the Yin stars Shi He and Chang Shi, have all entered the quasi-saint realm. Furthermore, Fu Guang is destined to be the first among them to step into the quasi-saint realm. This signifies that in the current primordial universe, the true apex is no longer the great Luo perfected being. If the three pure ones do not break through soon, would they not become a laughingstock? They would not only be ridiculed by numerous cultivators, but also risk losing their status as direct disciples of the saints, bringing shame to the saints. With the pride of the three pure ones, such a scenario is absolutely intolerable. On Fengqi Mountain, Nuwa's countenance reflected unsurprising colors as she spoke, that Fu Guang has not severed the three corpses, yet has attained the sun god fruit position. Just as I suspected, he has long since entered the quasi-saint realm. He is the first to achieve the quasi-saint realm under the guidance of our teacher. It is indeed absurd that the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen had previously been oblivious to this fact. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi paid little heed. At that moment, he was engrossed in calculating the 10 heavenly stems and the 12 earthly branches, savoring the exquisite subtleties contained within. Merely responding to Nuwa's remarks, he uttered, "Indeed, sister, you are correct." Observing Fushi, lost in his reverie, Nuwa's lips twitched, and a flicker of irritation ignited in her eyes. With a swift motion, she raised her jade hand and delivered a punch, leaving Fushi with a darkened eye as he was sent tumbling back into his abode. He could only emit a cry of despair. Having dealt Fushi a customary blow, Nuwa exhaled with satisfaction. She then stated, "Brother, it would be wise for you to enter seclusion. In these tumultuous times, if we, as siblings, do not transcend our current realms, we shall surely encounter endless troubles ahead." Furrowing her brow, Nuwa cast a glance at the sun and then towards the eastern sea, burdened with a sense of urgency. She turned and made her way to her own dwelling. It was imperative to enter seclusion and endeavor to sever the three corpses for a breakthrough. In this increasingly chaotic primordial world, The cultivation of the Deluo realm was no longer sufficient to attain true freedom. Chapter 37. The purple abode of Ingzhou. The smile on the face of the Eastern King dissipated entirely, his gaze now clouded with a hint of chill. In his eyes, the might of Taoist Fuguang loomed excessively large. If this continued, the myriad beings of the primordial world would likely recognize only the sun god Fuguang. Oblivious to his own status as the ruler of the celestial court, the Eastern King. Meanwhile, the Western Queen Mother, after withdrawing her gaze, resumed her own pursuits. The affairs of Taoist Fuguang were of little concern to her. Should the Eastern King seek out Fuguang, she would not intervene. Simply put, the Western Queen Mother had no desire to become an adversary of Fuguang. In the Palace of the Golden Crows, within the courtyard, a satisfied smile graced Fuguang's face. He had attained the position of Sun God and secured the merits of the heavenly Tao. The fruit of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Path had been plucked. From this moment forth, Fuguang could quietly reside within his palace on the solar star, watching the upheavals of the primordial world and the rise and fall of sentient beings. Given his contributions to the cosmos and the favor bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao, coupled with the merit of the golden wheel that could stand alongside the sun, even the sages of the heavenly Tao would think twice before attempting to scheme against him. As for cultivation, with the heavenly Tao's favor, the luck associated with the solar star and the sun goddess position, along with the auspiciousness brought forth by time and fate, it was not guaranteed that he would attain the fruit of a heavenly Tao saint. However, being assured of achieving the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm and standing as the foremost beneath a sage was entirely within reach. Since his arrival in this realm, the position he had envisioned, one of shared sovereignty with the world, was now in his grasp. Thus, at this moment, Fuguang radiated an aura of tranquility and contentment, and the surrounding realm of the solar star resonated with his joyous spirit as a gentle breeze swept through the expansive universe. After a while, with his mindset restored, Fuguang lifted his gaze to the four flower immortals before him, who displayed utmost reverence. His expression softened. You four have received remarkable fortunes, and your innate talents are commendable. If you diligently cultivate and honor the cycles of the seasons for the beings of the primordial world, a continuous stream of luck and merit will bless you. And the prospect of attaining the great Luo is promising. Upon hearing this, gratitude illuminated the faces of the four flower immortals. In unison, they expressed, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your kind words. We owe our current achievements to your patronage, and this gratitude cannot be repaid. We wish to serve you faithfully, never to waver in our devotion. We humbly beseech you to accept us." As they spoke, the four flower immortals knelt before Fuguang with sincerity etched on their faces, pleading earnestly. Though newly transformed, they were astute enough to understand that, while they had gained merit from the heavenly Tao and achieved transformation, they had only reached the early stage of the golden immortal realm. Yet, amidst the grand and tumultuous expanse of the primordial cosmos, even the golden immortals are but insignificant ants. Should they lack formidable allies, the four of them may well find themselves in dire straits on some future day. There are indeed numerous practitioners in the primordial realm bold enough to slay a golden immortal of merit. Before them stands Fuguang, undoubtedly a powerful patron, coupled with the gratitude of past assistance. It is far more prudent for the four sisters to align themselves with Fuguang now than to endure suffering in the primordial world and later seek the protection of an omnipotent being. Observing the four flower immortals beseeching his permission to follow, Fuguang pondered briefly. He was well aware of their intentions. As for providing protection to the four sisters, Fuguang harbored no concerns about inviting trouble upon himself. After all, it was merely a matter of safeguarding four golden immortals. Moreover, there indeed existed a connection of causality and affinity between Fuguang and the flower immortals. Rather than letting them venture into the primordial realm, which might lead to unforeseen complications, it would be wiser to accept them now and entrust them with the management of his domain. Furthermore, the potential of the four flower immortals was promising. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would undoubtedly attain the fruit of the great Luo Dao. Whether they could reach the quasi-saint realm remained an unknown. However, this was inconsequential, as a great Luo golden immortal would never lose face, and could indeed delegate many tasks to them. You four sisters are indeed fated to be with me. After a moment of contemplation, Fuguang reached a decision. Since you sincerely wish to follow me, then you shall remain. From this day forth, you four shall be my esteemed attendants." Upon hearing this, the four flower immortals beamed with joy and respectfully bowed to Fu Guang, expressing their gratitude for his kindness. With a casual nod, Fu Guang waved his hand, and several treasures of merit related to time, seasons, and cycles were carelessly tossed before the flower immortals. He spoke, "These treasures of merit, connected to the seasons and cycles, I entrust to your stewardship. The path to enlightenment is fraught with peril. As my disciples, remember not to engage in unwarranted killings, to never bully the weak, to refrain from acts of cruelty, to avoid seeking glory through violence, to be cautious in your entanglements of cause and effect, and to never harm your fellow disciples." Fu Guang meticulously articulated the rules of the Jinwu Palace to his four attendants, ensuring they understood each one clearly. Should any of them violate these principles and fall into the entanglements of calamity, Fu Guang would not hesitate to sever ties with lightning speed, refusing to be dragged down by anyone. Let there be no doubt about Fu Guang's determination to evade calamity. The four flower immortals listened intently, committing the Jinwu Palace's regulations to memory without any grievances. After all, it was their own choice to follow Fu Guang, thus they were naturally obliged to adhere to his rules. After articulating the established rules, Fu Guang commenced to elucidate the benefits of the Jinwu Palace to the four flower immortals. By aligning yourselves with me, you shall undoubtedly find no lack of fortune. During my leisure moments, I shall impart teachings to you. I am acquainted with numerous formidable beings, and when they visit to discuss profound matters with me, you shall have the privilege of listening in. In the Jinwu Palace, the spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and other opportunities are abundant. Aside from reserving a portion for brewing wine and crafting pastries, you are welcome to freely take what is beneficial to you. However, it is imperative to remember not to exhaust resources, but rather to pursue a path of sustainable development. Not long after, Fu Guang articulated all the benefits clearly and then inquired, "Is there anything that remains unclear or misunderstood?" With rules comes order, and by offering additional resources and benefits. This is Fu Guang's method of managing the Jinwu Palace. Of course, when Fu Guang was alone, there was no structured management within the Jinwu Palace. However, with the presence of the four immortals, it became necessary to establish certain regulations. Primarily, Fu Guang was concerned that without established rules, the four flower immortals might unwittingly become entangled in the karmic repercussions of calamities, potentially dragging him down as well, which would be quite unfortunate. Upon hearing the benefits, the four flower immortals were exceedingly exhilarated. "We humbly report, esteemed one, that we have understood everything clearly. In truth, the benefits Fu Guang could provide were limited to protection, guidance and cultivation, and a modicum of resources available within the Jinwu Palace. While this may seem meager, the importance of a formidable being's protection for the weaker is self-evident. Moreover, guidance and cultivation is exceedingly rare. A single word from a powerful being could propel them, humble cultivators, to new heights. Not to mention, they would frequently receive teachings and guidance. These benefits are simply extraordinary." Chapter 38, bestowed with divine treasures and established regulations. In the absence of any directives, Fu Guang casually waved his hand, allowing the four celestial attendants to retreat into seclusion to assimilate their recent acquisitions. He and Chang would likely remain in isolation for a while, solidifying their respective realms. Seated beneath the fusang tree, Fu Guang poured himself a drink, his countenance adorned with contemplation. It would be inappropriate at this juncture to seek out companions in the primordial wilderness, as everyone was diligently striving to sever their three corpses. To intrude upon their endeavors would serve only to disrupt their focus. Thus, I shall also enter seclusion. Taking advantage of this relatively tranquil period, it would be prudent to further refine the innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell. As for the exquisite innate merit treasure, the solar wheel, it is akin to the lunar wheel, which has long since vanished from the primordial realm, belonging exclusively to the sun deity. Upon Fu Guang attaining the status of the sun deity, the solar wheel was automatically liberated from its 48 innate divine prohibitions the moment it came into his possession, allowing him to refine it instantaneously. Therefore, no additional time was required for Fu Guang to undertake its assimilation. After spending a millennium in the courtyard, Fu Guang, having exhausted his leisure, rose and entered the Golden Crow Palace to commence his seclusion once more. His existence was a cycle of meditative practice, periodic respite, indulging in small joys of life, and then resuming his cultivation. He remained indifferent to all matters beyond this, including the turmoil and upheaval across the primordial seas and realms, showing no interest in such affairs. Simultaneously, he could surmise the progress of the celestial court. In the absence of the demon race and their celestial court, the Eastern King's campaign in the primordial wilderness would undoubtedly proceed with remarkable ease, perhaps even surpassing the original trajectory in terms of progress. There was little of concern to be had, since Fu Guang established the calendar of the primordial era and set the sequence of time, aside from celestial mountains, blessed lands, and the abodes of enlightened beings. Most common places in the primordial realm have experienced the changing of seasons and the flow of solar terms. Gradually, the method of timekeeping evolved from the commonly used counting of the Great Yuan to the more sophisticated measurement of years, months, days, and hours. The general populace had begun to perceive the rising and setting of the sun as a day, and the cyclical transition of the seasons as a year. Time flowed like drifting clouds, and the stars shifted through the seasons, marking the passage of 100,000 years. On this day, within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, clad in a flowing robe with ink-black hair cascading loosely, held an autumn pen as he inscribed on a sheet of white paper. Beside him stood his eldest sister among the four floral immortals, Chunlan, quietly attending to him, her expression imbued with deep respect. 100,000 years had sufficed for the four floral immortals to become intimately acquainted with all aspects of the Golden Crow Palace. It is quite natural that within the library, which is not forbidden to them, the four floral immortals have also ventured inside to peruse its treasures. The numerous volumes penned by Lord Fu Guang are truly awe-inspiring, revealing to the still youthful four floral immortals knowledge previously unknown to them. Although many of the tomes contain mere tales, the esoteric teachings of martial arts, divine abilities, and mystical spells are countless. Having absorbed only a fraction of this wisdom, they have already reaped substantial benefits. One can only imagine the remarkable prowess and extraordinary talent of Lord Fu Guang, the creator of the profound techniques and divine abilities that can move heaven and earth, evoking both divine lamentation and ghostly weeping. In summary, after a millennium of service, the four floral immortals increasingly regard their initial decision to follow Lord Fu Guang as astute. The friends Shiha and Changshi from the moon of the Dark Een have arrived. As Lord Fu Guang continues to compose his novel, he instructs, "They are esteemed guests of mine. You should go greet them." After a moment's hesitation, he adds, "Never mind. Prepare 6 banquet tables in the main hall and have Xiahe, Xiujuan, and Dongmei welcome them. Besides the 2 esteemed guests from the Dark Een, there are several other notable guests arriving as well. We must not be negligent." Upon hearing this, Chunlan, who had been serving nearby, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. She replied, "Understood." After respectfully withdrawing, Chunlan swiftly conveyed Lord Fu Guang's orders to her 3 sisters and began earnestly preparing the celestial banquet, leaving no detail overlooked. The reason for such diligence is straightforward. These are esteemed guests as proclaimed by Lord Fu Guang himself. The 2 lunar goddesses from the Dark Een are well known to the sisters, being genuine quasi-saint level beings. Only guests of similar stature can join them in such esteem. In other words, the Golden Crow Palace is soon to host 6 quasi-saint powerhouses. How could these 4 minor golden immortals afford to be lax? Outside the Sun Star, at the mere thought of Lord Fu Guang, a pathway of true solar fire materializes. The 3 little golden immortals, Xiahe, Xiujuan, and Dongmei, appear, standing in reverent anticipation at the base of the path. Before long, 2 beams of moonlight descend from the direction of the Dark Een, landing before the 3 sisters. The figures of Shiha and Changshi materialize. Upon witnessing the arrival of these mighty beings, the floral immortals execute the appropriate formalities. Xiahe, Xiujuan, and Dongmei greet the sovereigns of the Dark Een. Their eyes shimmer with astonishment. Shiha, observing the 3 floral immortals, remarks, "Ah, it is you. It seems you have been cultivating under the guidance of Lord Fu Guang." The 4 floral immortals had once dedicated themselves during the establishment of the primordial era, representing the deities of the 4 seasons. Shiha remembers them well. Upon hearing her words, as the second among the 4 flower fairies, Xiahe respectfully spoke, in response to the inquiries of the 2 lords of the Tyne Star. "My sisters and I are grateful that our master does not hold us in disdain. After our transformation, We have served as the attendants of the four fairies, accompanying our master closely. With a knowing nod, Shi paid little heed to these trivial matters. She glanced at the three flower fairies and sensed an epiphany within her heart. She ventured to ask, "Will there be any friends visiting Taoist Fuguang today?" Upon hearing this, Xiaohe bowed and replied, "In answer to the Star Lord's inquiry, our master has indeed mentioned that there are other esteemed guests. However, my sisters and I are unaware of their specific identities." With a gentle nod, Shi looked at Xiaohe and smiled. "It seems we may encounter some old friends today. Please, lead the way." Consequently, Xiaohe guided Shi and Chang Shi along the true fire path of the sun. And in just a few steps, they entered the vast world of the Golden Crow Palace, heading towards the main hall. Meanwhile, Qiuju and Dong Mei remained, patiently awaiting their return on the path. Chapter 39. Within the Grand Hall of the Golden Crow Palace, 7 celestial tables adorned with ethereal fruits, pastries, and divine brews were laid out for the small gathering, serving to appease the palate. Fuguang casually occupied the main seat, pouring himself a drink as he awaited the arrival of Shi and Chang Shi. He did not have to wait long. The enchanting sisters, Shi and Chang Shi, soon entered the hall, approaching Fuguang with cheerful smiles. Upon seeing the arrival of these two exquisite maidens, Fuguang, with a congenial expression, raised his hand in invitation. "Esteemed friends, I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Please, have a seat." He refrained from rising, as such excessive courtesy would appear somewhat affected given their current rapport. Likewise, Shi and Chang Shi were not overly formal, casually taking their seats at one of the celestial tables, expressing their gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Observing the stunning sisters who had recently made significant strides, Fuguang raised his cup in a gesture of celebration. "Congratulations to both of you on advancing further and achieving the rank of quasi-saint." Haraha. At his words, Shi, her beautiful eyes twinkling with joy, replied, "We owe our progress to your kind support. Without it, we might still be in seclusion, unable to break through to our current realm so swiftly." Nodding in acknowledgement, the cool and composed Chang Shi turned to Fuguang and said, "Thank you." It is worth noting that the sisters were no longer the same as they had been 100,000 years ago, when they first acquired the merits of the heavenly Tao and severed their first corpse. During their decade-long retreat, Shi and Chang Shi had not only solidified their quasi-saintly attainments, but had also successfully severed their second corpse. Although they remained at the initial stage of quasi-saint, the distinction between having severed one corpse and 2, or even 3, at this level is profound. At the Zixiao Palace, a saint had elaborated on the intricacies of the quasi-saint realm, notably mentioning that while severing 3 corpses is essential for entering the quasi-saint realm, not all in this realm can claim to have severed 3 corpses. The stage of quasi-saint, be it initial, mid, late, or perfected, does not directly correlate with the number of corpses severed. Thus, the current Shi and Chang Shi, having severed 2 corpses, were at the initial stage of quasi-saint. Returning to the matter at hand, after exchanging a few pleasantries, curiosity danced upon Shi's face. "Might I inquire which 4 esteemed friends are coming to visit?" While many Deluo cultivators were on friendly terms with Fuguang, it seemed few would venture to the Sunstar. In response, Fuguang chuckled, his gaze shifting toward the entrance of the hall. "They have already arrived." As he spoke, Fuguang, who had been sitting casually, stood up, raising a hand in greeting toward the entrance. "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Welcome, esteemed friends, to my humble abode on the solar star. My apologies for the lack of a proper reception. I beg your forgiveness." As his words fell, a hearty laughter resonated from the entrance of the grand hall. "Ha, my dear friend, you are too modest. It is but a visit from Fuxi and my sister Nuwa. I hope you will not take offense." With that, the refined Fuxi and the proud Nuwa entered, followed closely by the cheerful Hongyun in his crimson robe and the stout figure of Zenyuanzi. Hongyun, beaming with joy, remarked, "Fuguang, my friend, Zenyuanzi and I have come uninvited. I trust we have not disturbed you." The honest Zenyuanzi bowed respectfully, saying, "I apologize for the impromptu visit. Please forgive my intrusion." As Fuguang surveyed the 4 newcomers, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, all had ascended to the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. Truly, they embodied the pinnacle of innate divine roots in the primordial world. Were it not for the disparities in fortune, blessings, and opportunities, it could be said that nearly all such exalted beings were destined for sanctity. based purely on their innate qualities. Your presence here is a great honor for me. How could one ever consider it a disturbance? Fu Guang smiled warmly, gesturing for them to take their seats. Once everyone was settled, he too took his place and cheerfully congratulated them, saying, "Congratulations to all of you on your advancements. The path to the great Tao is bright ahead." Upon hearing this, the newly arrived quartet wore expressions of delight. Nothing brings greater joy than the progress in one's cultivation, especially when acknowledged by peers. Even the typically haughty Niuhua showed signs of a smile. After this auspicious beginning, the group engaged in casual conversation around the 7 celestial tables arranged in a circular fashion. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Before long, Fu Guang casually glanced at the 4 who had just arrived and inquired, "It seems quite fortuitous that you 4 have chosen to visit me today. Might there be matters in the vast expanse of the 4 seas and 8 desolations that you wish to avoid witnessing?" He mused that had it merely been Fuxi and Niuhua, or Hongyuan and Xinyuanzi visiting separately, he would have surmised there was nothing of great import. They were simply here for a friendly visit. However, their simultaneous arrival could not be merely coincidental. In the realm of the primordial, who among the great practitioners could not divine the currents of fate, especially Fuxi, renowned as the foremost oracle, even more adept than Fu Guang himself at reading the signs? Would he visit without a significant purpose in mind? Clearly not. Thus, it was evident that something noteworthy had transpired in the primordial realm, prompting the 4 to come together. In truth, it is quite simple for Fu Guang to uncover the past. He merely needs to extract fragments of information from the celestial mysteries to ascertain the events transpiring across the vast land of Hongwan. However, there is little merit in relying on celestial insights. What could ever compare to the grandeur of recounting tales from another's lips? As Fu Guang's inquiry lingered in the air, the 4 individuals who arrived subsequently fell into a moment of silence. With a measured gesture, Fuxi set down his cup, a look of displeasure etched upon his face. "To speak of this matter ignites a fire within my heart. The Eastern King, in his ambition to establish a celestial court and unify all beings of Hongwan, has drawn my ire. We seek only the path of enlightenment and have no desire to engage in disputes or entangle ourselves in such trivial affairs. Yet, the Eastern King has persistently dispatched envoys to invite my sister and me to his celestial court. Despite our repeated refusals, he continues unabated, which is, indeed, quite bothersome. Nonetheless, he is the rightful sovereign of the celestial court, and having observed the proprieties, I am disinclined to respond with harsh words. Thus, I sought refuge with my sister and came to pay a visit to our friends." As Fuxi spoke, Niuhua's expression mirrored his discontent. Her smile faded, her delicate features marred by frost, and a cold, fierce glint flickered in her beautiful eyes. It was evident that she, too, was greatly vexed by the Eastern King's persistent invitations. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hongyun, momentarily taken aback, interjected, "Have both Fuxi and Niuhua been disturbed by this? How audacious of the celestial court! Niuhua is, after all, a disciple of a sage." With a raised brow, Fu Guang held his cup silently, savoring a sip of celestial brew while attentively listening to Fuxi, Hongyun, and the earnest Xinyuanzi as they voiced their grievances regarding the Eastern King's approach. A slight smile graced his lips. This Eastern King has truly gone too far. Is he not aware that he risks offending many formidable beings? Or does he genuinely believe he can subdue numerous quasi-saints and great powers? Chapter 40. In no time, under the straightforward discourse of Fuxi and Hongyun, Fu Guang came to grasp the myriad events that had transpired in the realms since the establishment of the celestial court, which had been nearly a yuanwei. It is undeniable that with the sanctified endorsement of sages and the recognition of the heavenly Tao, the celestial court's advancement has been remarkably swift and effortless. Presently, the 4 seas lie under the dominion of the celestial court. Upon the issuance of its commands, the countless islands of the 4 seas, diverse races, and innumerable beings dare not defy or show disrespect. After unifying the 4 seas, the ambitious Eastern King has used the shores of the Eastern Sea as a springboard and has begun to advance toward the eastern lands with a voracious momentum. The East is rich in talents, boasting numerous mighty beings and Luo cultivators. This represents an exceedingly formidable force, and even the celestial court, despite its current might, refrains from exerting excessive pressure. Consequently, the Eastern King has adopted certain strategies. Some are courted, some suppressed, and others ignored. Fuxi, Nuwa, Hongyun, and Zenyuzi belong to the segment that the Eastern King seeks to cultivate. Those suppressed are naturally the weaker Deluo cultivators who have just broken through and are reluctant to join the Celestial Court. As for those ignored, they include figures like the Three Pure Ones, the ancestor of the Underworld River, and Fuguang, who are unperturbed by the Celestial Court and would never bow or submit to others. Through these maneuvers, the influence of the Celestial Court has expanded to unprecedented levels. Such is the current state of affairs. Hongyun sighed, a displeased expression gracing his features. Once the Eastern King truly unifies the vast wilderness, will we still be able to live our lives in peace? Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Fuxi furrowed his brows in silence. Zenyuzi bore a look of concern, and Nuwa's countenance was marked by a steely resolve. Meanwhile, the serene and aloof Changshi remained unchanged, refraining from interjecting, showing little reaction to the topic. It was Shihi, however, who raised an eyebrow and instinctively turned her gaze toward Fuguang. What insights do you possess regarding this matter, fellow Taoist? Her inquiry drew the attention of all present at the banquet toward Fuguang, eager to hear his thoughts on the affairs of the Celestial Court. Maintaining his composure, Fuguang retained his relaxed demeanor and replied, "There is no need to concern ourselves with him." The room fell momentarily silent at his response, with only Fuxi appearing contemplative. With a slight furrow of her brows, Shihi regarded Fuguang, who seemed unfazed by the Celestial Court's relentless expansion and the potential unrest that could follow. In her heart, she pondered, does Fuguang possess the confidence and assurance to face the might of the Celestial Court? He conceals his depths remarkably well. At this moment, Shihi, who had always sensed that Fuguang harbored grand plans and concealed numerous secrets, felt that her previous assessment of Fuguang had been rather underestimated. "My friend, could you elucidate further?" Hongyun inquired, genuinely perplexed but not one to feign understanding. Thus he directly sought clarification. In response, Fuguang, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, "To unify the vast wilderness and command all beings, such monumental undertakings cannot expect to progress unimpeded. The ascent of the Celestial Court is indeed formidable at present, yet it must inevitably encounter limitations. The path of heaven is impartial. If the Celestial Court aspires to dominate the wilderness and govern all life, it must endure trials and tribulations, a baptism of sorts. Should it successfully navigate all adversities, the Eastern King will prevail, and the Celestial Court will earn its rightful honor. However, if it falters, no matter how resplendent its current glory, it will merely be a fleeting illusion, like flowers reflected in a mirror or the moonlight on water." Upon hearing Fuguang's words, Fuxi, who had been in deep contemplation, suddenly narrowed his gaze, his expression turning grave. "Are you implying that?" Observing Fuxi's serious demeanor, the others wore expressions of confusion, with only Fuguang exhibiting a hint of surprise. He then nodded affirmatively, stating, "As you surmise, should the Celestial Court continue its current trajectory, it will inevitably encounter a formidable opponent, one that it cannot easily, or perhaps at all, vanquish. In that eventuality, the Eastern King will be overwhelmed, leaving no room to attend to you. The Celestial Court, coupled with an adversary formidable enough to challenge it. Do you not grasp the implications?" His words served as a clarion call to those who were oblivious. Initially, they perceived the Celestial Court's overwhelming power as a harbinger of ill for themselves. After all, the Eastern King, as evidenced by his current maneuvers, portrayed himself as an exceedingly tyrannical sovereign. Should he truly unify the wilderness, it was likely that no rogue immortals would be permitted to exist under his rule. However, after Fuguang's revelation, they swiftly recognized the truth. They had focused solely on the adverse changes that would arise from the Celestial Court's domination, neglecting the fact that achieving such unity was far from simple. The path of heaven is just. For the Celestial Court to attain such imperial ambitions, it would inevitably face rigorous trials, and these challenges would be anything but trivial. As Fuguang pointed out, the Celestial Court would undoubtedly confront a tremendously powerful foe, leading to a clash of titans. A fierce conflict would ensue, resulting in bloodshed among the strong and devastation among the masses. After synthesizing these conditions, all present arrived at their own conclusions. "Hiss," Hongyun gasped, his voice trembling. "A calamity." The usually composed Jin Yuanzi was now agitated, and the proud Nuwa wore a solemn expression. Fuxi's eyes blazed like torches, His sisters, Shiha and Changxi, both furrowed their delicate brows, their expressions somber. How terrifying is the impending calamity! Had it not been for the emergence of the innate three clans, the vast wilderness would likely have been overrun by those savage, mindless beasts. During the great tribulation of the three clans, the entire wilderness was engulfed in their fierce rivalry, with battles erupting everywhere. In the previous calamity, marked by the conflict between Tao and Demon, many renowned primordial golden immortals, such as the ancestor of Qian Kuan and the ancestor of Yin Yang, as well as the moon goddess Wangshu, fell, even causing the ancestral veins of the western lands to be obliterated. How much time has truly passed since then? Once again, the calamity is on the verge of commencing. In that moment, a sense of urgency permeated the hearts of all present. Although their current strength has vastly improved, one must still acknowledge that in the face of a calamity, even the power of a quasi-saint is rather limited. Chapter 41, on the Cataclysm of Quantification. The assembly fell into a profound silence. The mention of the cataclysm sent shivers down the spines of the ancient cultivators. This was not a mere platitude. With a wry smile, Fu Guang maintained his composure and casually reassured, there is no need for such trepidation. Although the cataclysm is indeed terrifying, if you focus on your own cultivation and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble, you shall undoubtedly navigate the cataclysm unscathed. Why the long faces? Upon hearing Fu Guang's comforting words, the crowd nodded in agreement. Yet, simultaneously, an odd feeling lingered within them. While Fu Guang's statements were not erroneous, his demeanor suggested an air of detachment, as if he had transcended the tribulations of the cataclysm entirely. What could this mean? Despite the vastness of the cosmos separating the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, to cultivators of their caliber, it was but a trivial matter. Should the celestial court truly seek Fu Guang's involvement, it would hardly pose a challenge. Did they not observe the grave expressions on the faces of Shi He and the aloof Changxi? Fu Guang's demeanor was somewhat unexpected, as if he held dominion over the impending tribulations. Fu Shi, who had delved deeply into the ancient principles of fortune, contemplated Fu Guang's seemingly effortless poise, pondering the source of his confidence. Could it be that Fu Guang's innate understanding of fate surpassed even his own? Fu Shi mused. Had he discerned the greater currents of fate and devised a strategy to successfully transcend the cataclysm? It was certainly possible. Yet, it likely encompassed more than mere survival through the cataclysm. Fu Guang's destiny was of unparalleled grandeur, a natural-born sovereign's fate, suggesting that his ambitions transcended the simplistic goal of merely surviving the cataclysm. They were undoubtedly vast in scope. What those plans entailed remained elusive, but the outcome Fu Guang sought was likely. As Fu Shi engaged in this mental exercise, he calculated the implications of Fu Guang's aspirations. The pursuit of enlightenment was a universal endeavor among ancient cultivators. Who among them did not yearn for transcendence? Fu Shi himself was a seeker of the Tao. His thoughts drifted to the celestial court currently waging war in the ancient realm and to the domineering Dong Wanggong, who sought to encompass all within the Zixiao Palace under his command. A spark ignited in Fu Shi's eyes. Could it be that Fu Guang's grand design was for the throne of the celestial sovereign? Indeed, it must be. Fu Shi was resolute in his conjecture, for it was a remarkably plausible hypothesis. The first point of reason, Fu Guang possessed the revered and exalted 99 supreme fate, born of the fiercely sovereign sun star, and was, in fact, the sun god himself. Such existence, foregoing the pursuit of the supreme throne of heaven and earth, is indeed a lamentable matter. The second point of reason lies in the fact that Taoist Fu Guang first created characters and established a literary path, thereby gaining renown across the vast expanse of the primordial world. Who is unaware of his name? Who is not familiar with his deeds? Subsequently, he established the primordial calendar and defined the sequence of time, further amplifying his reputation. What do these actions signify? They are a means of creating momentum. He is orchestrating his rise to supremacy in the primordial realm. As the saying goes, to initiate a cause, one must first create momentum. To achieve success, one must first attain fame. Taoist Fu Guang has now transcended the phase of generating momentum and fame. Undoubtedly, grand plans lie ahead. The third point of reason is that this conclusion has been derived from Fu Shi's deductions. Could it possibly be false? It cannot be. Taoist Fu Guang is indeed scheming for the position of the supreme being of heaven and earth and must possess considerable confidence. Upon affirming his thoughts about Fu Guang, a mysterious smile graced Fuxi's face. He spoke, "Truly, Taoist Fu Guang, this time, I have learned from you." As he spoke, Fuxi raised his hand in a gesture of respect towards Fu Guang, embodying a posture of humility. The others, including Nuwa, who was well acquainted with her elder brother, were momentarily taken aback. Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, pondering, what did I teach him? However, it mattered little. After all, Fuxi is a person of understanding. Whatever insights he has gleaned can be attributed to my guidance. Thus, Fu Guang nodded slightly, looking at Fuxi. It is sufficient that you comprehend. Indeed, upon hearing Fu Guang's words, a knowing smile appeared on Fuxi's face. Observing the two enigmatic figures, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were puzzled but refrained from inquiring further. Some matters are perhaps better left unexamined. Nuwa furrowed her brow, intending to question her brother upon returning to Phoenix Nest Mountain. Changxi was indifferent. Meanwhile, Shiha's gaze flickered slightly as she cast a glance at Fuxi, harboring vague conjectures in her mind, yet she chose to remain silent. Esteemed friends, Fu Guang nonchalantly shifted the topic away from the celestial court and impending tribulations, a look of anticipation upon his face. It is a rare occasion for us to gather as friends. In my idle years, I crafted some trivial amusements. Now that dear friends have come, shall we partake in them together? As he spoke, Fu Guang casually waved his hand, and a silent surge of spatial power unfurled. In the next moment, before the assembled individuals could register the change, they found themselves transported to the Golden Crow Palace, within the courtyard where Fu Guang often played. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, the group fell into a profound silence, exchanging glances with one another in a state of mutual bewilderment. Simultaneously, as one gazed into the eyes of Fu Guang, a weighty gravity began to manifest. They were 6 formidable quasi-saint beings, not mere Deluo cultivators, nor insignificant golden immortals, but rather, they were akin to golden ants. Yet, what transpired? When Fu Guang made his move to displace them, not a single soul reacted. What does this signify? Fu Guang's prowess far exceeds their comprehension. Although they all recognized that Fu Guang possessed considerable strength, none could have anticipated it to be of such magnitude. To be frank, it was somewhat unsettling. Fu Guang, indeed, is a master of concealment. Fuxi quickly regained his composure and spoke with profound significance. He accepted this reality swiftly. Without such formidable power, how could Fu Guang dare to aspire to the throne of the supreme being of heaven and earth? Rather, it is this level of strength that feels entirely appropriate. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Fu Guang appeared momentarily taken aback. Observing the expressions and gazes of the crowd, he quickly understood that his brief display of skill had likely left them in awe. Thus, he chuckled and remarked, "I must apologize for any embarrassment caused. As the sun god, within this vast world of the sun star, I possess certain minor powers and methods, which should not be deemed extraordinary." His words were delivered with such sincerity that the audience accepted them as truth. Chapter 42. Without delving into trivial matters, Fu Guang waved his hand and beckoned, "Dear friends, this way please." As he spoke, he had already taken strides towards a space adorned with various pastimes such as Go and chess. Yet, beyond these, over the years, Fu Guang had not only contemplated the art of strategy, but had also crafted mahjong, playing cards, and other games associated with this realm, developing numerous methods of play. Previously, he had struggled to find companions for these games, and even when the Four-Flower Fairy joined, it was rather stilted, preventing true enjoyment. Now, however, with a multitude of like-minded individuals gathered, the opportunity for merriment had finally arrived. Before long, under Fu Guang's guidance, the attendees grasped the rules and gameplay of the charming diversions he had prepared. Unsurprisingly, the most captivating among them remained the game of Go. Go epitomizes the essence of strategy, a miniature representation of life's complexities. It is often said that the affairs of the world resemble a game of Go, where the cosmos is unpredictable. The board serves as a microcosm of the universe, with all beings as mere pieces, and the ebb and flow of time and circumstance encapsulated within. Even before the game officially commenced, the gathered crowd could perceive the intricacies of strategy contained within. The proud Nuwa observed the game with keen interest and remarked, "The Go board you have designed is truly profound." Nuwa and Hongyun were quite familiar with the board. Black and white stones and bowls, having witnessed Fu Guang's usage of them during their previous encounters at Buzhou Mountain, where treasures were contested. At that time, however, they were unaware of the myriad subtleties of Go, regarding it merely as Fu Guang's divine artifact. Upon hearing Nua's words, Shiha smiled and suggested, "If you are curious, dear Nua, why not play a game yourself? I would be delighted to engage in a match with you." Nua's eyes sparkled at this invitation. "Very well. Let us have a game." Although she was well versed in the path of creation, she possessed a good measure of skill and strategy and was indeed intrigued by Go, her hands itching to play. Thus, she graciously accepted Shiha's proposal. As Nua and Shiha began their match, the onlookers felt a surge of excitement. After Fu Guang set up the board anew, Han Yun eagerly pulled Jin Yuanzi into the fray, commencing their own game. Meanwhile, Fuxi turned his gaze towards Fu Guang, extending an invitation. "Fu Guang, would you do me the honor of playing?" Seeing Fuxi's eager anticipation and feeling a twinge of excitement himself, Fu Guang smiled gently and took a seat opposite Fuxi. Casually sitting cross-legged, Fu Guo gently inserted his hands into the sleeves at his sides and said, "Friend, please make your move first." After all, it was the first time for my friend to engage in the game of Go. Though he was well versed in its rules and intricacies, it was a creation of mine, and thus, it was only proper to allow him the first turn. Upon hearing this, Fuxi, fully aware of the rules and the significance of the opening move, hesitated momentarily before responding. "Then I must shamelessly accept your generosity." In the midst of his words, Fuxi had already picked up a white stone and placed it on the board. With a soft thud, after Fuxi made his move, Fu Guo also placed his stone down. Initially, both players moved with remarkable speed, hardly pausing at all. However, as time progressed, Fuxi's pace began to slow considerably, and soon after, Fu Guo's pace followed suit. Although he was still somewhat quicker than Fuxi, it was not by much. In the early stages, their moves were executed with great rapidity. Yet as they advanced to the middle game, each move required hundreds or even thousands of years. In the later stages, a single move could take tens of thousands of years, if not more. Fortunately, for beings such as them, the innate divine spirits, time was the least valuable commodity. As nearly 2 epochs passed, in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, only Fu Guo and Fuxi remained engrossed in their match, while the games of Han Yun, Jin Yuanzi, Nua, and Shiha had long since concluded. After making another move, Fu Guo lifted his gaze to Fuxi. Fuxi, staring at the board, pondered for several millennia, his expression shifting numerous times before letting out a sigh. He finally spoke. "With countless mysteries and myriad transformations, it is indeed you who have uncovered the only dead end. In this game, I concede defeat." Bowing respectfully to Fu Guo, Fuxi chose to acknowledge his loss. In truth, he had been on the verge of losing for quite some time. But through sheer computational prowess, he had managed to prolong his defeat, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in the process. Alas, while he succeeded in delaying the inevitable, he could not reverse the outcome. It was merely a desperate struggle against fate for an extended period. "Thank you for your generosity," Fu Guo replied with a beaming smile. "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. Winning and losing are but fleeting moments, and after all, it is merely a game of Go. In fact, had it not been for your novice status, I fear I would not have been your match. When it comes to the art of deduction, you are undoubtedly superior." This statement held truth, for while Fuxi's combat abilities were quite ordinary and his spiritual treasures merely average, his mastery of the innate principles of change was truly exceptional. Few could rival his ability to compute and calculate with such finesse. The reason for Fu Guang's lack of profound engagement with the innate art of numerology is clear, no matter how adept one is at calculation. Facing an overwhelming display of strength renders all schemes futile. The only explanation for a powerful individual to be successfully outmaneuvered is a singular truth: they simply are not strong enough. The game between the two has concluded, and the others show no intention of playing further. Thus, the group began to engage in casual conversation within the courtyard. Consequently, nearly 10,000 years slipped by. In the courtyard, after exchanging a glance with Zhang Yuanzi, Han Yun rose to take his leave first. The ever-kind Han Yun bowed respectfully towards Fu Guang, stating, "We have troubled you for quite some time. We shall not intrude any longer. Thank you for your gracious hospitality." Fellow Taoist. Following suit, the honest Jin Yuanzi also offered a respectful bow, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality, fellow Taoist." He nodded with a smile. Fu Guang replied nonchalantly, "Safe travels, dear friends. There is plenty of time ahead. I shall not see you off." Nevertheless, Fu Guang summoned the four-flower fairy to escort both Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi on their way. In truth, Fu Guang felt a sense of reflection. Had he not traversed through time, it would have been remarkable for Hong Yun to merely visit the Sun Star, let alone escape the fate of falling into the hands of the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi. Indeed, the saying holds true: life is akin to a game of chess, ever-changing and full of surprises. Chapter 43. As Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi departed, Fuxi and Yuhua, having been guests on the Sun Star for an extended period, felt a longing for Fenkishan and decided to take their leave. Before departing, Fuxi extended an invitation to Fuguwei. Friend Fuguwei, when you next visit Fenkishan, my sister and I will certainly welcome you with open arms. Upon hearing this, Fuguwei clasped his hands in farewell. I shall surely come again. Safe travels to both of you. With no further pleasantries exchanged, Fuxi and Yuhua departed directly from the Sun Star, making their way back to their own sanctuary. Within the Golden Crow Palace, only the sisters Shiha and Changxi remained as guests. Noticing Fuguwei sitting leisurely once more, Shiha smiled. This time, the arrival of the four friends to your Golden Crow Palace will undoubtedly reach the ears of that esteemed figure in the celestial court. With that in mind, do you not fear that the Eastern King may become furious and take action against you? In response, Fuguwei shook his head. I am not concerned. The Eastern King is about to be overwhelmed with troubles. How could he possibly have the time or energy to target me? Besides, it is he who has acted irresponsibly, causing discontent among many. Would he dare to take action against me? Observing Fuguwei's unwavering confidence, Shiha pondered briefly before asking again. Are you so certain that the adversaries faced by the Eastern King can restrain the ever-growing might of the celestial court? With a mysterious smile, Fuguwei gazed at Shiha. Time will reveal the truth. After a brief pause, he invited, since we have some leisure, how about we engage in a philosophical discussion? You both have attained the status of quasi-saints. It would be fitting to exchange insights, wouldn't you agree? Curious about the differences between his own path as a primordial golden immortal and the quasi-saint path taken by the beings of the Honghuang realm, Fuguwei seized this opportunity. Upon hearing Fuguwei's invitation to discuss the Tao, Shiha readily agreed. That sounds excellent. I too am eager to discern whether you are in the mid or late stages of quasi-sainthood, and how many of the 3 corpses you have vanquished. After all, your previous display of power left both Changxi and me, who are in the early stage of quasi-sainthood with 2 corpses slain, utterly astonished, which attests to your formidable prowess. As they prepared to engage in their discourse, Fuguwei unleashed his aura, manifesting the great Tao of the sun he had mastered. In an instant, torrents of golden light surged forth as the resplendent sun emerged from behind him, illuminating all and bestowing blessings upon all beings, while simultaneously resonating with the profound sounds of the great Tao, elucidating Fuguwei's understanding of the solar path. This act served as an inquiry directed at the heavens, and towards his companions, Shiha and Changxi, inviting them to join in the exploration of the Tao. Shiha and Changxi, upon sensing the gravity of the situation, simultaneously unleashed their mastery of the great Tao of the moon, which manifested as a full moon and a crescent moon, resonating with the essence of the great Tao. Soon, the entire Golden Crow Palace resonated with the melodies of the Tao, accompanied by an array of extraordinary phenomena. The numerous spiritual roots and plants cultivated within the palace experienced a remarkable transformation, flourishing beyond expectations. Naturally, those who obtained the most fortunate opportunities were the 4 flower immortals, already transformed and possessing the cultivation of golden immortals. During the discourse, Fuguwei, Shiha, and Changxi elaborated on the profound secrets of cultivating within the golden immortal realm, yielding substantial benefits for all. In due time, they anticipated advancing further into the mid-stage of golden immortal cultivation. Meanwhile, Fuxi and Yuhua, having returned to Fengxi Mountain, chose not to retreat into seclusion. In a pavilion, they engaged in leisurely conversation over tea. Yuhua, casting a glance at her elder brother, directly broached the subject, asking, "Brother, what was that riddle you exchanged with Taoist Fuguwei? May I hear it?" At her inquiry, Fuxi paused momentarily, recalling the grand scheme he had surmised from Fuguwei, unable to suppress a smile. In Fuxi's estimation, he understood Taoist Fuguwei well, and conversely, Fuguwei comprehended him equally well. Otherwise, how could he discern Fuguwei's thoughts? And how could Fuguwei know that he had grasped them? Such mutual understanding indicated a profound camaraderie between them. Noticing Fushi's delayed response and his silly grin, Nuwa furrowed her brows slightly, tapping her teacup lightly against the celestial table, producing a subtle sound. This sound jolted Fushi from his reverie of camaraderie. Upon meeting his sister's gaze, he felt a shiver run through him and spoke rapidly. Taoist Fugue is orchestrating an elaborate scheme. Even the Celestial Court and the Eastern King have become mere pawns in his game. Although I am yet unclear about his exact plans, I am certain that his ultimate ambition is to ascend as the supreme being of heaven and earth. My apologies, Taoist Fugue. Your true intentions will inevitably be revealed to the world, but sharing them with my dear sister is certainly permissible, is it not? After all, we are kindred spirits. As Fushi pondered this, he felt reassured that Nuwa, known for her discretion, would not divulge matters with immense karmic implications. He seeks to become a supreme ruler. Upon hearing Fushi's words, an expression of incredulity flickered in Nuwa's enchanting eyes. Upon contemplating Fu Guang, the epitome of a benevolent gentleman, whose demeanor exudes politeness and who appears rather inept in the art of combat, Nuwa found it somewhat astonishing. How could this be? An entity destined for the imperial path could hardly possess the appearance of a humble and straightforward scholar. It seemed implausible. Fushi, with a grave expression, remarked, "Sister, do not underestimate our friend Fu Guang. You are aware of my ability to discern fate and read the nuances of others. In my humble opinion, Fu Guang possesses a fate of supreme excellence, a truly innate regal destiny." A naturally regal destiny? Who? The modest and unassuming immortal Fu Guang? This left Nuwa in disbelief. Yet, just as Fushi had asserted, his skills in assessing the fates of others and reading their countenance were indeed considerable. If her elder brother claimed that Fu Guang's fate was of the utmost nobility, then it must surely be true. Chapter 44. After a brief silence, Nuwa expressed her surprise. To think that the Taoist Fugue harbors such thoughts. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Beside her, Fushi nodded in agreement. Indeed, who could have imagined? After sitting together for a while longer, Nuwa rose, declaring, "Brother, I shall enter seclusion. You should not remain idle either. Go and refine your own strength." Previously, in the Jinwu Palace, Fugue revealed a glimpse of his skill. In a battle, with our current capabilities as siblings, we would surely suffer a crushing defeat. We are still too weak. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi smiled and nodded, saying, "Sister, go into seclusion. Rest assured I understand." With his reassurance, Nuwa nodded and turned to leave, heading towards her cave abode. After sitting alone in the pavilion for a century, Fushi gathered some materials and casually crafted a go board. Delightfully, he began to play against himself, pondering, seclusion? I do not yet feel the urge for a breakthrough, nor do I have the intention to sever a second corpse. Entering seclusion would not be of much benefit. It is better to hone my go skills. After all, with my sister around, we shall surely dominate. There is no need to rush. Time flowed swiftly, and in the myriad of immortal beings unintentionally joining the celestial court, the closed-door cultivation of the great powers and Deluo cultivators, who abstained from the affairs of the primordial chaos, spurred the terrifying growth of the celestial court's influence. At its inception, the celestial court boasted only the Eastern King and the Western Queen, two quasi-saint powers, along with several dozen Deluo cultivators. Now, apart from the Eastern King and the Western Queen, one former Deluo cultivator has severed his corpse and achieved the status of a quasi-saint. While two additional quasi-saints have joined the celestial court after the Eastern King personally extended invitations and promised immense benefits. Suddenly, the celestial court was fortified by 5 great powers. Furthermore, with the subsequent addition of Deluo cultivators and several Tai golden immortals who advanced to Deluo, the number of Deluo cultivators within the celestial court has surged tenfold. As for the Tai golden immortals and golden immortals below that, their numbers have increased even more significantly. As the dominion of the celestial court expanded, so too did the number of races that submitted to its rule. The celestial court now stands robust and formidable. With this expansion, the ambitions of the Eastern King have also begun to swell rapidly. Under the edicts of the celestial court, races without Deluo ancestors are left with only 2 paths, submission or annihilation. Even among the races under the governance of the venerable Deluo, the latitude for negotiation is exceedingly narrow. In the face of the advancing celestial army, the only path left is one of submission. In a fleeting moment, conquest, slaughter, and the annihilation of entire clans unfold across the vast wilderness. The might of the celestial court is simply insurmountable. Concurrently, the ominous aura of calamity gradually intensifies throughout the campaign of the celestial court. Many enlightened cultivators keenly sense the pervasive malevolence in the atmosphere, hastily sealing their mountain gates, fearful of being ensnared in the impending tribulation. Yet, one must acknowledge that without sufficient strength, even the most fortified sanctuary may not guarantee safety. Some Deluo cultivators, despite their closed gates, find themselves visited by the emissaries of the celestial court, who forcibly breach their defenses to deliver an invitation. Confronted with the overwhelming power of the celestial court, acceptance of this invitation becomes a reluctant necessity. On the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the Yunza Taoist sanctuary, Baize gazes solemnly at the invitation he recently received from the celestial court, enveloped in silence. Ultimately, he can only sigh, "Alas, how can the tribulation unfold according to my wishes? I have evaded several Yuan meetings, yet I cannot escape the grasp of the celestial court." From the outset, Baize had no intention of aligning himself with the celestial court. Especially as the court's power burgeoned, his instinct for self-preservation intensified, alerting him to the hidden perils within its ranks. Thus, he consistently declined various invitations from the celestial court, even postponing his acceptance under the pretext of solidifying his Dao fruit after achieving Deluo 3 Yuan meetings ago. This strategy, however, has ultimately exhausted the court's patience. Now, the missive from the celestial emissary, disguised as an invitation, is in fact a final ultimatum. Baize understands that he has run out of opportunities to refuse the celestial court. Entering the court is absolutely untenable. His expression grows grave. Yet, the celestial court is formidable. One must avoid its sharp edges. The only course left is to abandon this nurturing sanctuary and seek refuge with a powerful being. He gazes resolutely towards the sun, contemplating that only the venerable Fu Guang may possess the capacity to offer such protection. Indeed, the vast wilderness is not devoid of beings capable of safeguarding numerous cultivators. Figures such as the 3 Pure Ones, the old ancestor of the underworld river, the united Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yuan, as well as Fuxi and Yuhua, are all renowned for their immense powers, unafraid of the celestial court's might. Regrettably, the 3 Pure Ones remain aloof, indifferent to the plight of the denizens of the wilderness, unconcerned with the affairs between the celestial court and the myriad immortals of the wild. The old ancestor of the underworld river, having forged his path through violence, is unlikely to extend protection to what he perceives as mere Deluo ants. In the realm of Fuxi and Yuhua, one often encounters many illustrious female cultivators of the Great Luo, while Xinyuanzi and Hongyun also present viable options for refuge. However, the mere thought of seeking the protection of a divine being prompts Baize's first inclination to journey to the Sun Star to pay homage to the esteemed senior Fu Guang. The benevolence of Fu Guang is well known. With a grave expression, Baize contemplated, alone, he may not be deemed worthy of attention, yet with a multitude, it is likely that Fu Guang's heart would stir with compassion. Fortuitously, armed with an invitation letter that could not be refused, Baize surmised that his fellow practitioners would possess similar means. Thus, he resolved to extend an invitation to them to accompany him to the Sun Star, seeking Fu Guang's sanctuary. With this determination solidified, Baize wasted no time. After organizing all his possessions within his dwelling, he concealed his whereabouts using the innate principles of destiny and swiftly departed from the shores of the Eastern Sea. Coincidentally, as Baize sought refuge with a mighty being, numerous great Luo cultivators and Tai golden immortals from across the 4 seas and 8 desolates were also vacating their abodes. Laden with their belongings and heading toward the renowned sanctuaries of these powerful entities in search of protection. The thought of joining the celestial court was far from their minds. To this day, those who have refrained from aligning with the celestial court are predominantly those of discernment, who understand that with the impending calamity, the celestial court stands as the eye of the storm. Thus, how could they dare to join the celestial court? They sought to evade it at all costs. Chapter 45. The Solar Star within the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang was meticulously refining pills using innate fire mulberries, combined with various spiritual fruits and celestial herbs. His brow twitched slightly. Another visitor? After murmuring to himself, Fu Guang raised his hand to perform a divination. revealing a look of surprise on his face. What brings this group here? At that moment, Bai Zhe was leading a contingent of Deluo cultivators, including Ji Ming, Ying Zhao, Shang Yang, and Gui Che, toward the solar star. It was evident they had urgent matters to discuss. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang set aside the spiritual medicine he was preparing to cast into the alchemical furnace, deciding it prudent to receive Bai Zhe and his entourage. There was no particular reason. He simply found Bai Zhe agreeable. Furthermore, the Deluo cultivators accompanying him were indeed connected to Fu Guang. Had they chosen the traditional path of establishing a demon clan, this assembly of Deluo cultivators would have constituted the backbone and even the upper echelons of that clan. Although Fu Guang currently had no intention of pursuing that old route or forming a demon clan, he nonetheless shared a significant bond with this group. Without his unifying intervention, they would not have gradually come to know one another, become friends, and journeyed together toward the solar star. Prepare some refreshments for our guests upon their arrival, Fu Guang instructed, exiting the alchemical hall and casting a glance toward Xiao Ju, who was dutifully waiting at the entrance. Understood, Xiao Ju replied with a respectful bow. Swiftly, under Xiao Ju's direction, the four flower fairies arranged a modest reception within the hall. Naturally, the standards were not as elevated as before. After all, their master had specified that this gathering was for guests, not distinguished visitors. The level of hospitality reflected this distinction. Meanwhile, under Bai Zhe's guidance, several Deluo cultivators, including Shang Yang and Ji Ming, who had only recently attained their Deluo Dao fruit, were joined by another 16 or 17 individuals, including Bai Fong and Chong Ming, who were still at the perfection stage of the Tai E Golden Immortal Realm as they approached the solar star. The closer they drew to the solar star, the more palpable the tension became among the group. Among them, the stunning celestial maiden, Shang Yang, visibly anxious, turned to Bai Zhe and asked, "Friend Bai Zhe, are you certain that the esteemed elder will take us in? What if, instead of accepting us, they strike us down with a single blow?" Upon hearing Shang Yang's inquiry, the others cast fearful glances toward Bai Zhe, their apprehension evident. They had all yet to encounter the illustrious elder Fu Guang. Their sole glimpse of his esteemed presence had been at the grand gathering of immortals in the celestial court many years ago. At that time, aside from Bai Zhe, who could be said to have had a tenuous connection with elder Fu Guang, the others were not so fortunate. As the saying goes, a person's name casts a long shadow, and the true nature of the renowned elder Fu Guang remained an enigma to all. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Bai Zhe, despite his own uncertainty, gritted his teeth and declared, "Fear not. Even if elder Fu Guang has no intention of taking us under his wing, he would not resort to slaying us." With this proclamation, the onlookers, observing Bai Zhe's resolute demeanor, ceased their inquiries. Should elder Fu Guang indeed choose not to shelter them, there would still be time to seek refuge with another formidable being. After all, they had come this far. It would be prudent to first visit the Sun Star. Before long, a party of over 20 cultivators, varying in strength, arrived at the outskirts of the Sun Star. Gazing upon the colossal celestial body, Bai Zhe, dressed in formal attire and adjusting his sleeves, prepared to approach elder Fu Guang with solemnity. However, before he could utter a word, the true fire path of the sun extended from within the star. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ju, now a mid-stage golden immortal, appeared before Bai Zhe and the others. With a respectful yet confident bow, Xiao Ju addressed them, "Greetings, esteemed guests. The master is aware of your arrival and has prepared a modest offering of wine in the palace. Please, follow me inside." As she spoke, Xiao Ju gestured invitingly and began to stride along the true fire path toward the heart of the Sun Star. Observing this, Bai Zhe, who had initially been momentarily taken aback, beckoned the others to follow in Xiao Ju's footsteps. Although Xiao Ju did not introduce herself, the four-flower immortal held a certain renown in the primordial world. Many had presumed that she was either secluded in training or had joined the celestial court. Little did they know that she was in the service of elder Fu Guang. This was hardly surprising, as the four-flower immortal had gained her transformation due to elder Fu Guang's influence, making her service to him entirely fitting. In no time, Bai Zhe and his companions were led by Xiao Ju into the grand hall of the Jinwu Palace, where they were seated as per the arrangements of the four-flower immortal. As the guests settled down, none dared to move, their curious eyes surveying the resplendent hall adorned in golden splendor, ultimately converging upon the position of the host. At that moment, Although the main table was laid with celestial brew, spiritual fruits, and pastries, it remained unoccupied. What could this mean? Where was Elder Fuguang? Does he not intend to make an appearance? Of course, he does. Everyone is aware of their humble standing, unworthy of the esteemed Elder Fugong's hospitality. However, the absence of Elder Fugong renders their presence here somewhat awkward. The curious gazes of the crowd shifted towards Bays, who occupied the seat closest to the main position. Meanwhile, Bays remained composed and unperturbed in his seat, merely shaking his head slightly in response to the collective scrutiny, choosing not to elaborate further. With Bays' silence, the others naturally refrained from conversation, each one sitting quietly in their respective places, resembling a group of elementary students awaiting their teacher. Chapter 46. Not long after. Amidst a swirl of golden celestial light, Fu Guang, donned in casual attire befitting a home setting, materialized upon the main seat. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zhe and the others, who had been awaiting his arrival, straightened their expressions and prepared to rise in reverence. However, just as they intended to make a movement, a gentle yet irresistible force restrained their forms. Simultaneously, Fu Guang's voice resonated. "There is no need for formalities. Please be seated." In contrast to the demeanor he would adopt when seeking to engage with Fuxi and others on equal footing, Fu Guang's posture was markedly elevated when addressing Bai Zhe and his companions. This was entirely understandable. One must serve portions commensurate with the size of the vessel. Although Bai Zhe and his associates shared a bond with him, they were ultimately mere Deluo Jinxian, and some had yet to fully realize their Deluo Dao fruit. For Fu Guang, extending the courtesy of fine wines and delectable dishes, even making a personal appearance, was already a sign of proper etiquette. To demand more would risk overstepping bounds, not by Fu Guang, but by Bai Zhe and his peers, who could inadvertently become transgressors of decorum. While the matter of etiquette might be disregarded by the powerful, it is not so easily overlooked by the weaker. The strong possess the privilege of caprice. To return to the matter at hand, Fu Guang's demeanor did not induce discomfort among Bai Zhe and his companions. Rather, it felt entirely appropriate. The assembly took their seats, cupped their fists in salute towards Fu Guang, and proclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to Senior Fu Guang." Nodding slightly, Fu Guang nonchalantly lifted a wine cup, and the attentive Qiujuan respectfully filled it to the brim. After taking a sip, his calm yet imposing golden gaze fell upon them, exuding an undeniable pressure. "Speak plainly. You have braved treacherous journeys from your respective sanctuaries to come to this solar star. What is your purpose?" He preferred a direct approach, eschewing the tendency for circumlocution and conjecture. Though Fu Guang did not tread the path of an emperor, he nonetheless bore the innate aura of a superior, a presence imbued with authority. Among equals, this might not be as palpable, but for those beneath him, every gesture he made carried the weight of his superiority. At this moment, when faced with Fu Guang's inquiry, even if he perceived his request as straightforward and devoid of need for elaboration, to Bai Zhe and his companions, the underlying message was unmistakable. "I am aware of your intentions and desires. Do not waste time with superfluous words. Otherwise, my displeasure may be provoked, and should that occur, you shall find yourselves in grave misfortune." The pressure escalated abruptly. The crowd dared not confront Fu Guang directly, their gazes fixated on Bays, who stood closest to the esteemed figure. Clearly, the responsibility of articulating their intentions had fallen upon Bays, a civilized individual amidst a group of innate beings, nurtured by the earth itself. Otherwise, Bays would have undoubtedly expressed his frustrations vehemently. How could they presume that he, Bays, would remain unperturbed by their trepidation? Did their immense pressure imply that his was insignificant? How infuriating! This group of rascals, during their previous interactions, had displayed an alarming proficiency in shirking responsibility. It was truly disheartening. After a moment of silence, Bays had no choice but to rise, realizing that he was the one who advocated for the collective to seek refuge under Fu Guang's protection on Sunstar. With a serious demeanor, he clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, stating, "We have come to Sunstar to seek asylum with the Jinwu Palace, desiring to serve under your esteemed guidance, in exchange for your protection and a place to call home." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's expression remained inscrutable, his silence only broken by the casual handling of his wine cup, patiently awaiting Bays' continuation. After a brief pause, Bays proceeded. The root of our plight stems from the recent actions of the Immortal Court several Yuan meetings ago, and he recounted in detail the repeated invitations they had received from the Immortal Court, culminating in an ultimatum, conveying all pertinent information to Fu Guang. With sincerity etched on his face, Baze earnestly implored, "We beseech you to take us in." Simultaneously, the others in the grand hall rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Fu Guang, pleading, "We humbly ask for your mercy." Truthfully, Baze's respectful entreaties stirred something within Fu Guang, igniting a flicker of ambition. He almost felt compelled to accept them wholeheartedly. Yet, just as this thought began to take root, Fu Guang extinguished it with resolve. To take them in would imply the establishment of a faction, and given his destiny, such an endeavor could spiral uncontrollably, potentially leading him down the path of conquest. Do not doubt it. Once a great tide begins, it cannot be redirected by individual will. Just like Baze and his companions, they yearned for peace, yet the momentum of the Immortal Court forced them from their sanctuaries, compelling them to abandon their own domains in search of refuge on Sunstar. Thus, some things, when touched even slightly, become ensnared, forming an inescapable vast web. Ultimately, unless one possesses the formidable strength to tear through this web, the outcome is unlikely to be favorable, particularly when one is a formidable fish, not merely a small shrimp that can slip through the mesh. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Guang raised his hand and gently pressed down, causing everyone to feel a force that returned them to their original positions. Amidst the anxious and puzzled gazes of Bai Zhe and others, the elevated Fu Guang spoke with a calm demeanor. "I am merely a free and unencumbered wanderer, singularly devoted to the pursuit of the Tao. You have chosen the wrong target in seeking refuge and protection. The Jinwu Palace does not accept guests or retainers, so you need not waste your efforts here." Fu Guang clearly articulated his stance. He would not accept anyone, nor would he readily offer protection to anyone. As for the Four Flower Fairies, they are merely Fu Guang's attendants. It is preposterous that a dignified sun god, the progenitor of literary Tao, and a formidable primordial golden immortal, should not have a few attendants. The Tao of Heaven has no objections to this. However, the situation is different for Bai Zhe and the others. Accepting a group of great Luo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals would convey a vastly different significance in the eyes of the beings of the primordial chaos. Therefore, this group cannot be accepted. Chapter 47. The sun god reluctantly declines to shelter them. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the expressions of all present, including Bai Zhe, dimmed slightly. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for any outcome upon their arrival, the refusal of their esteemed senior to offer them refuge inevitably left a tinge of regret. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Fu Guang remained unmoved, pondering that accepting them could very well invite his own demise. Thus, the mantra "a dead friend is better than a living foe" resonated within him. Preserving his own life took precedence over theirs. Did they truly believe Fu Guang to be an overly benevolent and simple-hearted individual? Had it not been for his fear of inadvertently stepping into a calamity that threatened his very existence, he would have long since ventured forth in a display of unrestrained ferocity. Why, then, did he confine himself to this realm, never crossing the threshold of the Sunstar? After all, despite Fu Guang's reclusive nature, he was not entirely disinterested in exploring the world beyond. There were still countless opportunities to be sought within the vast wilderness. Instead, he found himself confined to a mere expanse of starlit sky. What utter poverty! With a decisive motion, he set down his wine cup, ignoring the despondence of those around him. He spoke. "Although I shall not provide you refuge, your audacity in journeying to the sun star signifies a certain connection between us. Therefore, I shall not allow you to depart empty-handed." Upon hearing Fu Guang's declaration, the assembly within the grand hall wore expressions of confusion, quickly realizing the implications of his promise. A wave of profound Taoist energy surged through the hall, manifesting various remarkable phenomena. Blossoms of enlightenment flourished, harmonious melodies resonated, and an abundance of splendor enveloped the space. Under Fu Guang's guidance and elucidation, the entire Golden Crow Palace transformed into an exceptional venue for the pursuit of enlightenment and cultivation. Of course, compared to the grand sermons delivered by the saints in the Purple Cloud's Palace, there remained a significant disparity. After all, Fu Guang was merely a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, not a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, Recreating a fragment of the saintly teachings was well within his capabilities. As the audience witnessed this transformation, they collectively settled into a state of focus, beginning to listen attentively to Fu Guang's discourse. Each individual gleaned remarkable insights from the teachings imparted. Thus, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. When the 1,000 years came to a close, the resonant sounds of Tao faded away, and the extraordinary phenomena dissipated. The attendees, including Bai Zhe, emerged from their meditative state, yearning for more. As they regained their composure, the assembly turned to Fu Guang at the main seat, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your enlightening teachings." Fu Guang waved his hand, a hint of weariness etched upon his face. He spoke, "Enough. You have drunk, eaten, and listened to the teachings. It is time for you to take your leave." After a brief pause, he sighed, seemingly reluctant. He continued, "Allow me to illuminate your path. Among the myriad of powerful beings in the primordial chaos, few possess the capacity to protect you. The three at Kunlun Mountain are indifferent, and the esteemed Taoist Yuqing harbors a strong aversion towards those who are born from damp conditions. Kunlun is not a favorable destination. The ancient one of the underworld, who has embraced the path of slaughter, is also an unwise choice. Although the two at the western spiritual mountain welcome you, the path to the mountain is fraught with challenges. The Kunping of the North Sea is selfish and will not offer you refuge." Having briefly disparaged those powerful beings with whom he had no connection, Fu Guang then recommended to Baise and the others, "Currently, you have two viable options. The Taoist Fuxi of Fenkishan is a personable individual. On his behalf, the Taoist Yin would likely harbor no objections to your seeking shelter. As for Wuzhuang Temple, both Taoist Hanyun and Taoist Jinyuan are warm-hearted and possess formidable strength, making it a commendable choice." With that, he concluded, "You may go now." As his words faded into silence, Fu Guang's figure vanished without a trace from the throne, leaving Baise and the others to contemplate the suggestions he had imparted within the grand hall. After a considerable moment, Baise regained his focus and, bidding farewell to the group, departed from the Sun Star under the guidance of the Four-Flower Fairy. Shortly after leaving the Sun Star, Baise turned to those who had accompanied him and inquired, "Senior Fu Guang has pointed out two destinations for us. I intend to seek refuge with Senior Fuxi at Fenkishan. What are your plans?" Upon hearing Baise's question, the group pondered momentarily before one stepped forward, saying, "Taoist Baise, I shall accompany you to Fenkishan. I will join as well." "So will I." In no time, everyone expressed their intention to follow Baise to Fenkishan. The reasoning was straightforward. Although Taoists Hongyun and Jinyuan were powerful and unafraid of the celestial court's might, their status was somewhat lacking. Among the two esteemed figures at Fenkishan, one was a direct disciple of a sage, which clearly rendered Fenkishan a more secure option. Furthermore, it was vital to note that Baise possessed the innate ability to attract fortune and repel misfortune. Following him would not guarantee a smooth journey, but the likelihood of avoiding disaster was certainly heightened. Without needing to inquire about the reasons, Baise instinctively understood that these individuals chose to venture to Fengqi Mountain out of a desire for him to take the lead. They regarded Baise as a harbinger of good fortune. Naturally, this realization left him with a slight sense of dissatisfaction. However, he did not entertain the notion of rejecting their companionship. He felt an undeniable urge to embark on this journey to Fengqi Mountain with them, as if it were a predestined path woven by fate itself. There was a palpable sense that he and this assembly of individuals were meant to stand united in the same cause. Moreover, Baise had an inkling that Senior Fu Guang, despite seemingly indifferent to their fates, still took the effort to impart wisdom to them and even pointed out two potential sanctuaries for their safety. This behavior suggested there was a deeper purpose for their journey. In a way, was this not a form of protection? It was precisely because of Baise's contemplative nature that he often found himself pondering such intricacies. As Senior Fu Guang made his way towards Fengqi Mountain, Baise's heart resonated with a firm conviction. There must be profound significance behind it all. Chapter 48. Baise and his companions arrived at the Sun Star and subsequently departed, all without causing any stir. Indeed, the celestial court remained oblivious to their presence. This was quite understandable, for within the vast wilderness, there existed numerous great Luo cultivators who, unwilling to join the celestial court, yet powerless to resist its might, sought refuge elsewhere. Although Baise's group was not insignificant in number, they paled in comparison to the whole. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang intercepted fragments of past information, examining the pace at which the Eastern King led the Celestial Court in claiming dominion over the vast expanse. Upon observing that the Celestial Court was gradually encroaching upon Mount Buzhou, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. It won't be long now. The Celestial Court shall soon reach Mount Buzhou, where they will inevitably provoke the Wu clan, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Once the Celestial Court engages the Wu clan and diverts their animosity, my concerns shall dissipate. The Wu clan are a band of brutes. They shun the cultivation of their primordial spirits, eschew divination, disrespect the heavenly Tao, and disregard the sages. Save for the great Pangu, they are truly fearless. Once provoked, the Wu clan will relentlessly battle their adversaries. The calamity known as the Wu Yao calamity derives its name from the initial provocations by the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi against the Wu clan, leading to several confrontations. Subsequently, the Yao clan became the target of the Wu clan's ire. More crucially, after the conflict commenced, the Wu clan discovered the delectable nature of the Yao clan's flesh, which greatly aided in their physical cultivation. The Wu clan then began to regard the Yao clan as a source of sustenance. One side sought conquest, while the other treated their foes as provisions. It is evident that a natural enmity exists between the Wu and Yao clans. Currently, Fu Guang has not emerged to establish the Yao clan. Rather, it is the Eastern King who is unifying the myriad races of the wilderness to form the Celestial Court. Does this mean that the Yao clan, now regarded as mere sustenance by the Wu clan, has ceased to exist? Not at all. The Yao clan is but a collective term, formed by Di Jun and Tai Yi after subjugating numerous races of the wilderness to consolidate their fortunes. The races currently unified under the Celestial Court are those once incorporated into the Yao clan by Di Jun and Tai Yi. In other words, should the Wu clan emerge and discover that the flesh of the Celestial Court's diverse army is equally delectable and beneficial, the Celestial Court too will be treated as a source of nourishment. The only change lies in the shift from consuming the remnants of the Yao clan to feasting upon the remnants of the Celestial Court. Once the Celestial Court becomes the focus of the Wu clan's attention. Thus, this impending calamity should transform from the Lich calamity recorded in the annals of Fu Guang's memory into the calamity of the Witch Immortals. Such tribulations are destined to occur. This is an irreversible trend dictated by the heavenly order. The nomenclature of the calamity is of little consequence. The essence of the opposing forces remains fundamentally unchanged. It is merely a matter of a different name or phrasing. This is a minor influence that can be altered. What Fu Guang awaits is precisely this mutable minor influence. One should not underestimate the significance of a mere name change. With a new designation, it signifies that Fu Guang has preliminarily transcended the fate that should have ensnared him. In this calamity, the struggle against the Witch clan has shifted from the original Fu Guang to the sovereigns of the eastern and western palaces, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu. The Celestial Court is now embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the Witch clan. Does Shi Wangmu still wish to remain aloof? Absolutely not. Since she has taken the helm of the Celestial Court, reaping its fortunes and resources, she must also shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Can one simply enjoy the privileges of a celestial sovereign while merely managing the punitive measures of the court? Such an arrangement is far too convenient. For the moment, Fu Guang has decided against retreating into seclusion. Initially, he intended to enter a period of introspection and cultivation, yet now he finds himself in no particular rush. Cultivation can occur at any time. Even the pursuit of enlightenment, for Fu Guang, is as effortless as the act of eating and drinking. However, this moment marks a crucial turning point in his life, destined to unfold into a grand spectacle. The opportunity to witness this event is singular. There is no second chance. Thus, Fu Guang resolves to postpone his seclusion and instead continues to casually concoct various elixirs and spiritual treasures, patiently awaiting the Celestial Court's inevitable clash with the brutish fists of the Witch clan. He summons the four-flowered immortals, instructing them to monitor the pace of the Celestial Court's advancement and to inform him as they approach the vicinity of Mount Buzhou. Returning to his alchemical chamber, Fu Guang retrieves an ample supply of spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs for his crafting. He ignites a strand of true sunfire and embarks on his leisurely alchemical endeavors. The verdant mountains remain ever present as the sun sets in hues of crimson. Across the vast primordial land, the Celestial Court grows increasingly formidable. with each passing interval witnessing the submission of various races and the allegiance of numerous Deluo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals to the court. Throughout these recent gatherings, the sovereign of the celestial court, revered as the Emperor, Dongwang Gong, finds his spirits rising with each passing day. The court's burgeoning strength translates into immense fortune, and leveraging this vast fortune, his cultivation flourishes, propelling him to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood, not to mention the severing of his second corporeal body. Moreover, with the exception of the realms of those possessing great powers, nearly all territories of the eastern continent are now under his dominion. Next, he need only encroach upon the northern and southern continents, and his grand ambition shall be realized. What of the western continent? Since the last calamity, the western continent has been nearly shattered, rendering it a desolate land inhabited by barbaric tribes. Apart from the brothers Jin and Juandi, who would find it of any worth, the once modest celestial court has now burgeoned into a formidable force, and its methods have grown increasingly assertive. When confronting various races, any hint of hesitation is met with devastating repercussions, from crippling their very essence to outright annihilation. At long last, this powerful army of the celestial court is steadily advancing towards Mount Buzhou. At noon, beneath the towering sun, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, a resounding hum fills the air. A vanguard army of over 10,000, led by a Tai Golden Immortal, armed with celestial weapons and clad in heavenly armor, is advancing upon Mount Buzhou, riding upon a canopy of auspicious clouds. The vastness of the primordial world is immense, and the multitude of races and opportunities it harbors is likely known to few, save for the saints themselves. Thus, the presence of the celestial court's vanguard is of utmost necessity. Firstly, it serves to continually scout for the existence of new forces and races. Secondly, it expedites the gathering of resources within the primordial world, thereby strengthening the foundation of the celestial court. Historically, the explorations conducted by the vanguard have been remarkably successful. Given the current might of the celestial court, few dare to oppose it or contend for the opportunities it seeks. However, on this day, the vanguard tasked with exploring Mount Buzhou is destined to encounter misfortune. Chapter 49, Foot of the Buzhou Mountain. The vanguard general of the celestial court, Tai, methodically commanded his troops as they commenced their exploration of Buzhou Mountain. Their movements were deft, their actions swift. Clearly, both the general and his vanguard had become quite accustomed to such exploratory missions. Just as everyone in the celestial court anticipated that this endeavor would proceed as smoothly as previous ones, devoid of any peril, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps reverberated. From the depths of Buzhou Mountain emerged a colossal figure, a giant of imposing stature. This magnificent being radiated an overwhelming and terrifying aura, its very essence entwined with unmatched malevolence, drawing the attention of the vanguard. Upon witnessing the giant, the Tai general's countenance shifted in astonishment. What an astonishing presence! Surely, this is a Deluo cultivator. Despite his surprise, the Tai general was not intimidated by the Deluo cultivator. Such figures were not uncommon within the celestial court. He soared forward with determination, his expression grave yet resolute. The vanguard of the celestial court is conducting an operation here. State your name, if you please. However, the approaching giant did not halt in response to the general's words. A disdainful laugh echoed through the heavens. Celestial court? Huh. Following this mockery, the giant had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with what he deemed mere insects. With a thunderous crash, a massive hand reached out, targeting the Tai general and his entire vanguard. In an instant, the primordial spirit energy of Buzhou Mountain surged violently, and the giant unleashed an unparalleled force, manifesting as a destructive vortex that obliterated the Tai general and his vanguard in a mere heartbeat. Once the vanguard was eradicated, the giant's form gradually dissipated, revealing a fierce female figure clad in unknown beast skins, exuding a wild beauty that starkly contrasted with the celestial beings of the primordial realm. Her enchanting eyes cast a glance towards the direction of the Ingzhou Purple Mansion, and with a disdainful expression, the proud female immortal proclaimed, "Were it not for my kin yet to fully emerge, would a mere celestial court dare to act so recklessly in this world? Soon enough. In this primordial realm, aside from my kind, no one shall wield dominion. Without our acknowledgement, no one shall attain greatness." Not even the saints or the heavenly Tao can bestow such recognition. Her words resonated with grandeur. Unperturbed by the possibility of being overheard by the saints within the chaos purple sky palace or provoking a response from the heavenly Tao. With that, she left her statement hanging in the air. The defiant female cultivator turned and walked back into the depths of Mount Buzhou. As her words lingered in the air, within the chaos purple sky palace, a sage, eyes shut in deep meditation, slightly opened his emotionless gaze towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Subsequently, he cast a silent glance at the celestial court and the sun star before once more closing his eyes in contemplation. Within the Golden Crow Palace, in the alchemical hall, Fu Guang sat in the void, casually tossing various spiritual herbs into the cauldron. Suddenly, the light footfalls of Dong Mei from the four-flower immortals approached. After bowing respectfully, she reported, "My lord, the celestial court has advanced to Mount Buzhou, and a vanguard army has been annihilated by an unknown powerful being." Fu Guang's hand paused momentarily, and his eyes sparkled with interest. Abandoning the herbs he had been refining, he instructed Dong Mei, "Prepare some items in the Fusang courtyard. I shall go to the Tying Star to invite my esteemed friends, Shi He and Chang Shi, to witness the spectacle." Upon hearing this, Dong Mei bowed in acknowledgement. In the next moment, with a surge of spatial power, Fu Guang's figure vanished from the sun star, speeding toward the distant Tying Star. To witness such a pivotal drama in his life alone felt rather unsatisfactory to Fu Guang. Therefore, he decided to invite Shi He and Chang Shi to share in the experience. Among the vast expanse of the primordial world, it was undeniable that Fu Guang had the closest relationship with the inseparable sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi. Although the three had yet to officially declare themselves as partners, Fu Guang had already recognized them as his ideal companions, and Shi He and Chang Shi shared similar sentiments. However, Fu Guang awaited the moment when Nuwa would attain enlightenment and preside over the heavenly marriage, so he refrained from speaking of it. Meanwhile, Shi He and Chang Shi were not so presumptuous as to pursue Fu Guang overtly, resulting in a unique situation of closeness without formal union. For a Hunyuan golden immortal, traversing the starry expanse was not a formidable task. Despite the distance between the Sun Star and the Tying Star, Fu Guang's current strength allowed him to cross the void in mere moments. With adequate preparation, he could even arrive instantaneously. Before long, Fu Guang's figure appeared outside the Tying Star. Casting a glance at the celestial body, he called out in a resonant voice, "Fu Guang has come to pay a visit. I kindly request the presence of my esteemed friends, Shi He and Chang Shi." His voice, though not loud, carried through the cosmos. However, he was directly transported into the depths of the moon star. At this moment, within the vast realm of the moon goddess palace, the radiant Shiha was playing the guqin, while Chang Shi, wielding a primordial sword, danced gracefully to the melody. Suddenly, they heard the voice of Fu Guang. The movements of the two sisters came to an abrupt halt, their beautiful eyes reflecting surprise and delight. Shiha rose, smiling, and said, "What brings this foolish fellow to our abode today? Let us go and see." Their frequent encounters had fostered a swift deepening of their bond, evident even to the most discerning observers, and they were not oblivious to it themselves. Fu Guang harbored intentions, and the divine maidens reciprocated those feelings. Yet, it remained a mystery why Fu Guang refrained from expressing his desire to become their companion on the path. Thus, in private moments, Shiha often affectionately referred to him as the foolish one, bemused by his lack of initiative. Similarly, Chang Shi sheathed her sword without objection. Before long, the two sisters arrived outside the moon star, where they beheld Fu Guang standing amidst the starlit sky. Without waiting for a greeting, Fu Guang's eyes lit up, and he approached the sisters, directly extending an invitation. "Esteemed friends, please come with me at once." As he spoke, Fu Guang raised his hand to weave the fabric of spatial pathways, effortlessly opening a conduit through the cosmos. Beckoning Shiha and Chang Shi to enter, his demeanor tinged with urgency. Chapter 50. Upon witnessing the anxious demeanor of Fu Guang, he did not even attempt to conceal his prowess, directly opening a spatial passage to the Golden Crow Palace. Not only Shi He, but even the typically indifferent Chang Shi displayed a hint of astonishment. Soon, Shi He regained her composure and inquired, "What has transpired?" In response, Fu Guang smiled and said, "I invite both of you, dear friends, to join me in witnessing a splendid performance. Come, let us head to my Golden Crow Palace. The show shall commence shortly." While speaking, Fu Guang gestured invitingly towards Shi He and Chang Shi once more. Despite their curiosity regarding what kind of spectacle Fu Guang wished to showcase, the idol Shi He and Chang Shi had no intention of declining. Together, they followed Fu Guang into the spatial passage. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, Dong Mei had already set a celestial table adorned with an array of pastries, along with spiritual fruits, snacks, and even seeds and peanuts. These items, spiritual fruits, seeds, peanuts, and the like, were all harvested from the spiritual roots that Fu Guang had discovered. For him, they held no significance in enhancing his cultivation. Their sole purpose was to serve as a delightful treat and to elevate the ceremonial ambience of the performance. After all, how could one enjoy a show without seeds and peanuts? As for soda, Fu Guang could certainly procure it, but nothing compared to the delightful experience of laurel brew or fire mulberry celestial wine. Once the three settled down, Shi glanced at the offerings on the celestial table, her curious gaze turning towards Fu Guang as she asked, "Shall we now discuss the nature of this grand performance?" With a slight upward curve of his lips, Fu Guang summoned a high-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure, an astrological chart, and activated it. In a harmonious glow of golden light, the scene from earlier, where the defiant female cultivator annihilated the vanguard of the celestial court at the foot of the Buzhou mountain, was projected vividly, including her final words, recounted verbatim. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shihi's expression turned grave. This fellow cultivator is rather audacious. Even the typically indifferent Chang Shi concurred with Shihi's assessment. This suddenly emerging defiant female cultivator surpassed most male cultivators of the primordial era in arrogance. Such a being had never before graced their ranks of female cultivators. Even the haughty Nuwa had never exhibited such brazen audacity. While vanquishing the vanguard of the celestial court may have been exhilarating in the moment, it was likely that dire consequences awaited her thereafter. Is this truly the splendid performance you wished for us to witness? Shi mused, her gaze reflecting a mixture of curiosity and incredulity as she turned to Fu Guang, shaking her head. Fu Guang smiled and said, "Of course not. The chronological table can recreate certain events from the past that have not been deliberately obscured by powerful beings. And it can also directly display occurrences that are presently unfolding in the primordial land. I invited you here to witness the grand spectacle to come. What you see before you is merely the opening act of this grand performance." With a flicker of thought, Shi pondered, the opening act of the grand performance? What sort of drama could possibly be deemed grand in Fu Guang's eyes? It could only be a calamity of cosmic proportions, for only such monumental events could be considered grand in Fu Guang's perspective. Furthermore, Fu Guang had proclaimed this to be merely the first act before the grand unfolding. In other words, this matter would certainly not conclude with the demise of this defiant female cultivator. Moreover, the audacity to claim that her clan does not acknowledge her, and that even the saints and the heavenly Tao cannot dominate the primordial realm, implies that her strength and lineage possess considerable confidence, at the very least. They are unafraid of the celestial court. This suggests that this suddenly appearing defiant female cultivator, along with her mentioned lineage, would stand as a formidable adversary to the celestial court. The celestial court is one of the principal actors in the unfolding calamity, and any race that could rival it must also play a significant role in this cosmic drama. How enlightening. Shi gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. Indeed, this promises to be a grand and captivating spectacle. After reaching this understanding, Shi smiled, her lips curling upwards as she spoke. Realizing that Shi had comprehended the situation, Fu Guang chuckled, "It's good that you understand, my friend." Haraha. Among the three present, the only one who had yet to fully grasp the situation was Chang Shi. However, her lack of awareness stemmed from her reluctance to dwell too deeply on such matters. After sitting down, she deftly grabbed a handful of seeds, skillfully shelling peanuts to indulge in her snack. After a brief exchange among the three, Fu Guang activated the chronological table, directing their focus to the eastern Xizhou, where the celestial court resided. Yet, given the presence of numerous formidable beings at that location, the chronological table, even as a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, could not penetrate the internal activities of the celestial court. Nevertheless, Fu Guang was not interested in the internal affairs of the celestial court. He merely wished to observe the grand army dispatched to eradicate the witch clan. only to be met with the explosive power of the 12 ancestral witches who had already emerged. Crack, crack, crack. As he leisurely watched the live broadcast of the happenings near the Yingzhou celestial court, Fu Guang even nonchalantly and skillfully cracked sunflower seeds. At this moment, his demeanor exuded an air of ease and anticipation, which he and she both effortlessly sensed. Fu Guang felt an unexpected sense of ease, a sentiment that Shi found difficult to comprehend. With the impending calamity approaching, under the weight of such overwhelming circumstances, how could anyone feel at ease? Yet, Fu Guang remained remarkably untroubled, even brimming with anticipation. What could possibly warrant such anticipation at this juncture? It could only be the genuine commencement of the cataclysm. Fu Guang was not a malevolent individual. On the contrary, he was known for his benevolence, treating friends and fellow cultivators with kindness. This trait was impossible to feign. Such a person could not possibly relish the sight of the strong spilling blood and the devastation of innocent lives. Yet, he eagerly awaited the unfolding of the calamity, looking forward to its true arrival. This situation indicates that Fu Guang has been secretly devising a grand plan that will align with the onset of the calamity. Only for reasons pertaining to his own path and the monumental endeavors he has been orchestrating could a person of his disposition look forward to the impending disaster. Realization dawned upon Shiha, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she instinctively spoke. I understand now. Fu Guang's grand scheme is intricately linked to the calamity. As the cataclysm is about to unveil itself, his plans are also on the verge of being set in motion. Shiha felt a surge of curiosity about how he intended to attain the singular exalted position amidst the heavens and the earth. Chapter 51. Within the Golden Crow Palace. Fu Guang, accompanied by two enchanting confidants, eagerly awaited the grand performance to unfold. Similarly, other formidable powers also silently observed the direction of the celestial court. The annihilation of the celestial court's vanguard by a suddenly appearing powerhouse could hardly remain concealed from those great beings who quietly monitored the shifting tides of the primordial world. Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones convened in the Jade Void Palace, each having ascended to the quasi-saint realm. As for the specifics of their severed corpses and their precise level within the quasi-saint hierarchy, that remained an enigma. Upon reaching such a pinnacle, would a cultivator choose to conceal even the minutest details? The myriad immortals of the primordial realm are not fools. The first force to openly resist the celestial court has emerged. Tong Tian, filled with reflections, uttered a remark. Beside him, the serene Yuan Shi spoke. The trials have commenced. Chaos is about to erupt in earnest. The expressionless Laozi softly intoned two words, calamity of measure. The three brothers fell into silence, each harboring a subtle sense of trepidation. This was not their first encounter with a calamity of measure. However, their current esteemed standing in the primordial realm, coupled with their illustrious reputations, made it uncertain whether this impending calamity would involve them directly. Presently, as the three brothers maintained their amicable relations, they exchanged a glance and simultaneously resolved to seal the mountain gates and withdraw from worldly affairs. With their thoughts aligned, a thick shroud of mist enveloped Kunlun Mountain, obscuring all visibility and preventing entry into its sanctum. Mount Wanshou. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree of the five, Han Yun was engaged in a game of chess with Jin Yuanzi. Beside them, a luminous projection displayed scenes from the Yingzhou celestial court. As Fu Guang once mentioned, the adversaries of the celestial court have manifested, Han Yun remarked, his expression laden with gravity. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi nodded solemnly. Yet, we remain unaware of the nature of these opponents. A great battle is inevitable. Previously, within the primordial realm, many powerful races existed. Both Han Yun and Jin Yuanzi had observed these formidable beings, hoping to discern whether any could rival the celestial court. However, none could rise to the occasion. Upon witnessing the might of the celestial court, these races, lacking the courage even to confront them, could only strive for the benefits of joining the celestial court. Such races, even those with ancient ancestors surviving from primordial times, could never aspire to be the protagonists of a calamity. Without the valor to engage in battle, how could they ever hope to claim such a role? It is nothing short of ludicrous. Indeed, there exists a spirit of resistance among certain races, albeit their power is insufficient. The outcome is all too apparent: extinction. Yet, there are races capable of opposing the celestial court, such as the now low-profile primordial three races. Who knows how many ancient beings still linger within the Dragon Tomb, Phoenix Nest, and Chelan Cave since the times of yore. However, the primordial three races cannot be said to be universally despised by the myriad beings of the wilderness. Nonetheless, no factions are inclined to embrace them. Accepting one or two as mounts might be feasible, but integration is out of the question. Should the primordial three races join, they would inevitably bring along the immense karma borne by their lineage. Who could withstand such a burden? Not even the Celestial Court could. Thus, while the Celestial Court wages war across the seas and conquers the eastern lands, it has never extended an invitation to the primordial three races. If an invitation were to be issued, although the primordial three races might not join outright, they would surely send many promising descendants to participate. The immense fortune of the Celestial Court could suppress the overwhelming karma that these youths carry, allowing their talents to flourish and enabling their growth and strength. In due time, upon completing their service to the Celestial Court and returning to their respective races, they would replenish the fortunes of the three races and stabilize their foundations. Alas, the Celestial Court holds no interest in the primordial three races. Among the myriad races of the wilderness, not even the primordial three races are deemed worthy. Consequently, as the Celestial Court grows in might, there has yet to be a single instance of its vanguard forces being annihilated by others. Thus, at this moment, Han Yun and Xinyuanzi have concluded that the true adversary of the Celestial Court has emerged. What remains now is to observe the court's response and to discern the nature of this new foe. In the North Sea, Kuanping gazes coldly upon the unfolding events, harboring no desire to join the Celestial Court nor any intent to oppose it. He simply wishes to cultivate in peace within his North Sea. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the underworld river, dwelling within the endless blood sea, shares a similar sentiment. In the western spiritual mountain, Jane and Juani have taken notice. Yet they remain unperturbed, continuing their daily endeavors to instruct the beings of the West in their cultivation and to mend the battered lands. At this moment, the location closest to the center of the whirlpool undoubtedly lies near the Phoenix Nest Temple on Mount Buzhou. Of course, although it is the nearest, in reality, even if a cataclysmic battle were to erupt at the foot of Mount Buzhou, as long as it does not produce a colossal disturbance akin to the collapse of the celestial pillar, the Phoenix Nest would remain unscathed. Within the pavilion, Fuxi and Baze were engaged in a game of chess. Despite Baze being merely a novice in the realm of Deluo, both shared a profound dedication to the path of innate numerology, albeit with differing specializations. Their camaraderie was palpable, as if they were long-lost friends. Thus, despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, Fuxi graciously referred to Baze as young friend and frequently played chess with him, occasionally offering guidance on his cultivation. Such privileges were not afforded to other practitioners who sought refuge in Fengqi Mountain. As for Niwa, her demeanor had become noticeably aloof and proud with the influx of practitioners seeking sanctuary at Fengqi Mountain. Finding the situation uncomfortable, she chose to retreat into seclusion. Though her pride rendered her distant, she was not devoid of compassion. Many of these practitioners, particularly the female immortals, had come specifically for her, and most of the male immortals were taken in by their elder brothers, making it difficult for her to dismiss them. To maintain her peace of mind, Niwa resolved to remain in isolation until the third sermon at Zixiao Palace, at which point she would emerge to journey into the chaos. As Fuxi placed his piece on the board, a smile graced his face. Young friend Baze, how many individuals do you believe the Celestial Court will dispatch to address the situation concerning that female immortal and her associated race? After a moment of contemplation, Baze replied, "A few Deluo cultivators?" Upon hearing Baze's assessment, Fuxi smiled enigmatically and continued, "No, it will likely involve a formidable transcendent being and several Deluo cultivators." Chapter 52. Fuxi's words elicited a raised eyebrow from Baze. He inquired, with the current might of the Celestial Court, is it truly necessary to make such a grand display to deal with a mere rebel? Upon hearing Baze's retort, Fuxi smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. Observing this, the inherently astute Baze fell into a moment of contemplation, his mind beginning to unravel the implications. Before long, Baze grasped the underlying reasoning. It was quite evident that the establishment and progression of the Celestial Court had stirred tumultuous waves across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, leading to a surge of malevolent energy in the cosmos. and a calamity had undeniably taken shape. Any discerning individual could perceive this truth. The emperor of the celestial court, provided he was not a fool, must recognize that both he and the vast celestial court had entered a phase of tribulation. Now, those who dared to oppose him were, without doubt, adversaries of this calamity. Any emperor with a modicum of wisdom would never underestimate his opponents. The conflict had already manifested. Whether for the dignity of the celestial court, to comprehend the adversary, or for the sake of his own path, a decisive first battle was imperative. And this initial engagement would not be approached lightly. It would not suffice to merely dispatch a few Luo cultivators. Thus, it was both reasonable and sagacious to lead an army comprised of formidable beings, accompanied by Luo practitioners, to probe the situation. I understand now, Baze remarked with a knowing smile, lifting his gaze to Fushi, who responded with a countenance full of mirth. In the vast wilderness, these two adept practitioners of primordial divination shared an unspoken understanding in this moment. At the gathering place of various factions, the celestial court of Ingzhou convened. At this moment, the true high-ranking officials, the decision-makers, 5 eminent practitioners, assembled together. The Eastern King and the Western Queen sat in equal stature at the head of the table. Below them, a female quasi-saint sat to one side, while 2 male quasi-saints occupied the other. The true decision-maker of the celestial court, the Eastern King, who governed all matters save for punishment, bore a serious expression. He spoke gravely. Everyone is well aware of the events that transpired at the foot of Mount Buzhou. I trust you all comprehend the implications of this. Upon his words, the 5 eminent practitioners exchanged solemn glances, their expressions tinged with gravity. As great beings, they understood all too well the significance of the celestial court's vanguard being entirely annihilated for the first time at the foot of Mount Buzhou. More critically, the audacious words of that defiant female immortal, who disrespected the heavenly principles and showed no reverence for the sages, did not invoke divine retribution or the sage's accountability. This in itself was an extraordinary signal. Regardless of whether one was a chaotic demon god, a primordial deity, or a mere mortal, if you were a being of the wilderness, the implications were clear. The laws of heaven are not to be recklessly debated, and the words of sages should not be taken lightly. This is an ironclad rule that all beings must adhere to. Yet, after the celestial maiden uttered her words, neither heaven nor sage responded, which sufficiently indicates that she and her race harbor no fear. The expression on Dong Wanggong's face turned grave. The adversaries of the celestial court have emerged. It is high time for those who watch the celestial court to witness its true power, regardless of the maiden's identity or abilities. The celestial court is the realm of our great path, and cannot afford any loss. Which fellow Taoist is willing to lead the forces to probe further? Just as Fushi and Baze had anticipated, Dong Wanggong intended to dispatch a powerful practitioner to investigate Mount Buzhou. However, the question of who would go remained. It was evident that neither Dong Wanggong nor Shi Wangmu, the 2 sovereigns of the celestial court, would act at this moment. Thus, only the remaining 3 mighty practitioners were left to consider the task. The 3 powerful practitioners pondered briefly. All information regarding the adversary was shrouded in mystery. Yet the mere audacity of the defiant maiden was sufficient to warrant their seriousness. The unknown signifies danger. While there are many benefits to taking action, the risks are equally substantial. Therefore, careful deliberation is imperative. Before long, one of the quasi-saint maidens among the 3 raised her head, standing from her seat. She bowed to Shi Wangmu and Dong Wanggong, declaring in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, may I take action this time?" Upon hearing this, Shi Wangmu's gaze remained calm, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Without speaking, she turned her attention to Dong Wanggong beside her. "Taoist friend, you may decide on matters concerning the celestial court." Initially surprised that this quasi-saint maiden following Shi Wangmu would take the lead, Dong Wanggong nodded lightly after hearing her suggestion. He spoke, "If that is the case, let it be so. Proceed with caution, and should you encounter insurmountable forces, retreat immediately. This confrontation is not intended to be a true battle, but rather to showcase the strength of the celestial court while probing the adversary. Thus, should anything seem amiss, withdrawal must be swift. After all, the celestial court is a colossal entity facing unknown competitors, and one must exercise utmost caution." With the order given, The quasi-saint maiden's expression turned serious as she accepted the command. She then turned and departed, her celestial gown trailing behind her. Watching her leave, Dong Wanggong lifted his gaze to the void beyond the Yingzhou celestial court and coldly smiled. If you wish to see, then watch closely. At this moment, the gaze of the world converges upon the Yuzhou celestial court, a fact well understood by all. However, the Eastern Emperor is unfazed by the impending calamity and the looming crisis. While the perils are daunting and unpredictable, they also harbor immense opportunities. Where there is danger, there lies potential. This marks the first crisis encountered by the celestial court, and it is equally a moment for the court to truly demonstrate its prowess. The Eastern Emperor is aware that many are merely spectators, eager to witness his downfall, to relish in his misfortune, and to enjoy the unfolding spectacle of the celestial court. Yet, he remains indifferent. For those who wish to observe, they must keep their eyes wide open and pay close attention. In response to the Eastern Emperor's words, the Western Queen Mother and the other two quasi-saints of the celestial court offered no further comment. Despite the hierarchy within the court, their strength is such that they do not bow in subservience to the Eastern Emperor. To compel them into action, negotiation is essential. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one commands both confidence and stature. Suddenly, the sound of war drums resonates throughout the celestial court. Following this, the grand formation enveloping the Yuzhou celestial court is unveiled, and waves of celestial armies pour forth from within. They raise vast clouds that stretch for millions of miles, their banners forming a formidable array, casting shadows across the sky. Celestial beings, minor Xianxian soldiers, golden immortal commanders, Tai celestial generals, and great Luo celestial lords. All these powerful entities emerge in an orderly fashion from the court, arranging themselves in the heavens and creating a vast, terrifying aura that stirs the winds and clouds of the world. Chapter 53. As the celestial forces of the immortal court fully assembled, a resonant cry echoed through the air. A colossal war chariot, drawn by 9 majestic divine birds of the Tai golden immortal rank, emerged grandly from the realm of Yingzhou. Adorned with radiant divine light and imbued with the profound essence of the Tao, the figure of the quasi-saintess, shrouded in ethereal mist, sat regally within. The moment she appeared, a thunderous resonance reverberated, as her formidable quasi-saintly aura stirred the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, intertwining with the terrifying momentum cultivated by the celestial army. Manifesting as an overwhelming force, commenced the expedition, commanded the quasi-saintess, her enchanting eyes gleaming with divine light and her expression grave. As her command was given, the celestial army, under the guidance of this quasi-saintess, along with 20 great Luo immortals and numerous Tai, celestial swords, and golden immortal leaders, formed a battle formation, transforming into a brilliant expanse of celestial light, directly advancing toward the direction of Mount Buzhou. Simultaneously, the various observers fixated on the Yingzhou immortal court shifted their gazes toward Mount Buzhou as well. In the Sun Star, within the palace of the Golden Crow, one leisurely snacked on seeds while watching the live broadcast, occasionally sipping a drink. Fu Guang, exuding an air of tranquility, observed the movements of the celestial army, seemingly unconcerned about the impending grand battle. In contrast, the sisters Shiha and Changxi, upon witnessing the configuration of the celestial forces, were filled with expressions of profound contemplation. Turning to her side, Shiha gazed at the relaxed Fu Guang, a singular master of great powers, accompanied by over 20 great Luo cultivators. The immortal court's endeavor is indeed formidable. What do you anticipate will be the outcome of this expedition? Utterly doomed, Fu Guang internally scoffed at Shiha's inquiry. However, such thoughts were not meant for direct expression. Thus, he replied with a touch of subtlety. Aside from this quasi-saintly companion who may possess a glimmer of hope, the others are destined for demise. 2 pairs of astonished eyes instantly fixated upon Fu Guang. The notion that, apart from the quasi-saintess, the celestial army would face utter annihilation astonished even the typically stoic Changxi. It was well known that this was a formidable force led by a quasi-saint and 20 great Luo cultivators, a power that could not be overlooked in the primordial realm. Could Fu Guang genuinely believe that only the quasi-saintess would survive? Surely, it could not be a jest. Although Shiha and Changxi harbored doubts, upon witnessing Fu Guang's unchanging expression and demeanor, they realized he was not one to speak frivolously. However, what she did not anticipate was the sheer terror embodied by another protagonist of this calamity. After a moment of astonishment, she returned to her state of indifference. Yet, as she watched the live broadcast of the timeline, her demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. Time passed inexorably. Soon, the celestial army had arrived resplendently at the foot of Mount Bujo. Just as they arrived, before they could even form their ranks, a defiant female immortal appeared in the sky, her gaze dismissive and her expression serene, standing resolutely in front of the celestial forces, exuding an aura of invincibility. Among the celestial army, the expression of the quasi-saint female immortal grew grave, for she realized that she could not discern the level of her opponent's cultivation. All she could perceive was the terrifying aura of destruction pulsating within her adversary, alongside the innate and formidable principles of the great Tao etched into her very flesh. This was a powerful being, one whose path of cultivation diverged entirely from the celestial system that the denizens of the current primordial world followed. Although the quasi-saint could not ascertain the realm of her opponent, she distinctly sensed the overwhelming sense of danger and threat emanating from her. In other words, even if her adversary's cultivation did not align with the celestial path, her strength was undeniably formidable. In an instant, the quasi-saint's thoughts coalesced into a singular purpose. Her phoenix chariot surged forward, confronting the defiant female immortal. State your name, roadblock. You have slain my 10,000 celestial vanguard. Provide an explanation. With neither servility nor arrogance. The quasi-saint did not intend to engage in a verbal contest, for a battle was inevitable. Her words were merely a means to demand a rightful acknowledgement and to discern her opponent's identity. In response, the fierce and untamed female immortal scoffed. An explanation? You presume to demand one from this ancestral witch? I owe no one an explanation for my actions. As her words fell, a cataclysmic surge of terrifying vitality erupted from the female ancestral witch. With a single step, the ground trembled as she charged towards the quasi-saint. Witnessing this, the quasi-saint, who had long been on high alert, raised her hand and summoned a primordial spirit sword, unleashing an extraordinarily fearsome beam of sword light to meet the advancing figure of the female ancestral witch. Were it any other cultivator, even one of great prowess, they would surely evade the brilliance of this sword light. The quasi-saint had similar thoughts, for who would be foolish enough to withstand a primordial spirit treasure with their flesh? Such an act would be sheer folly, even if her opponent, who claimed to be an ancestral witch, cultivated in a system entirely different from the common folk. She had at least heard of the might of a primordial spirit treasure. Her adversary would surely not be so reckless. Such thoughts arise solely from the lack of fundamental understanding among the quasi-saintesses and the myriad cultivators of the primordial wilderness regarding the ancestral witches and the witch clan. However, this is inconsequential. Soon, the formidable beings of the primordial wilderness shall witness the true prowess of the witch clan, particularly that of the 12 ancestral witches. As the devastating sword light, imbued with the essence of destruction, hurtled towards her, accompanied by a terrifying innate spiritual sword, the female ancestral, which remained unperturbed, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, she boldly advanced to meet it head-on. In the fleeting moment that the sword light approached, she effortlessly delivered a resounding slap. To the astonishment of all witnesses, this annihilating sword light shattered under her palm, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon her physical form, let alone cause any tangible damage. A thunderous rumble echoed as the heavens trembled slightly, the divine powers were dismantled, and the ensuing shockwave of laws erupted. Before the shock could fully disseminate, the female ancestral which retaliated with a sharp slap against the body of the innate spiritual sword. The sharp, jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated, as the spiritual radiance of the sword dimmed, emitting a sorrowful wail as it hurtled back towards the quasi-saintess. This spectacle left all the grandmasters observing the battle utterly astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the female ancestral, which effortlessly neutralizing the assault of a powerful adversary with just 2 slaps. A singular thought emerged in their minds. How formidable! Chapter 54, The Indomitable Spirit. This assertion bears 2 meanings: the formidable physical cultivation system and the mighty ancestral witch. At this moment, the deities of the primordial world cast sidelong glances at the formidable physical prowess of the female ancestral witch. Simultaneously, their hearts could not help but ponder the daunting nature of the impending battle in the celestial court. The conflict at Mount Bujo had yet to reach its conclusion. After a probing strike, the Ascendant Saintess quickly discerned that the strength of the female ancestral, which before her surpassed her own, in a one-on-one confrontation, she was likely to be vanquished. But what place was this? A battlefield. What was her purpose in coming here today? To assert dominance and to ascertain the true nature of the race behind this female ancestral witch, to gauge her substantial capabilities. She was not here for mere dueling. Thus, the Ascendant Saintess seized the innate spiritual sword that had been sent flying back. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Form the formation." The Celestial Court's army was no mere decoration. Comprising a vast multitude of profound immortals, celestial soldiers, golden immortals leading the charge, Tai celestial generals, and 20 great Luo immortals. All amplified by the celestial formation devised by the Eastern King, the combined might they unleashed was nothing to be trifled with. Furthermore, the one orchestrating the formation was a genuine ascendant sage of extraordinary capabilities. Once the formation took shape, the ensuing augmentation made overcoming a female ancestral, which far from mere rhetoric. Observing the movements of the Celestial Court's army, the female ancestral witch laughed disdainfully. Is it cowardice to overwhelm the few with the many? The so-called orthodox Heavenly Tao and the Ingzhou Celestial Court are nothing remarkable after all. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as the Ascendant Saintess retorted frostily. You rely solely on verbal prowess. In response, the female ancestral witch exuded an overwhelming aura, her blood essence surging. A mere formation? I, Xianin, hold you in utter contempt. With a thunderous roar, her blood essence intertwined with malevolence, painting the heavens in a crimson hue, as a colossal figure with a human face and bird body, adorned with a green serpent and standing atop a two-headed dragon, emerged from the bloodlight. Simultaneously, the dual laws of water and ice, innate to Xianin, surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the realm. Instantly, a torrential downpour of flesh-consuming rain fell from the heavens, accompanied by a terrifying chill capable of freezing the primordial spirit. The convergence of these two laws transformed the entire landscape dramatically. The only entities unaffected were the Celestial Court's army, which had successfully completed their formation. Empowered by the formation, the Ascendant Saintess, wielding her treasured sword, summoned a superior innate defensive spiritual treasure, and subsequently deployed various offensive and defensive innate and acquired treasures. With her gaze fixed on the evolving true form of the ancestral witch, Xianin, she wasted no time in launching a direct assault. Boom! The two formidable beings clashed fiercely at the foot of Mount Bujo. The quasi-saintess summoned various spiritual treasures, unleashing a dazzling array of destructive radiance. Her every gesture embodying the profound essence of her path, while provoking numerous lethal techniques. It was indeed a spectacle that left one awestruck, as the multitude of offensive strategies overwhelmed the senses. In contrast, the manifestation of the ancestral shaman's true form by Xianming appeared far more straightforward. Spiritual treasure assaults, each punch and kick effortlessly neutralized. The evolution of lethal techniques through the grand principles, with an abundance of vitality and malevolent energy. Combined with the innate power of the path held within his grasp, he shattered them outright. He epitomized the concept of overcoming myriad laws through sheer strength. In this moment, the two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. This scene did not take the myriad powerful beings of the primordial world by surprise. Upon reaching the quasi-saint realm, unless the disparity in strength between the two parties was akin to a chasm, it was entirely normal for a duel or battle to last for thousands of years, even tens of thousands, before a victor emerged. According to the perspectives of the great powers in the primordial realm, this battle would at least endure for a millennium. Within the Golden Crow Palace, as Shihi observed the live broadcast of this confrontation, her brow furrowed. Both sides are evenly matched. It seems unlikely that a victor will emerge within a millennium. Hadn't you previously stated that the celestial army would be utterly annihilated, with only one individual having a glimmer of survival? Has your outlook changed now? Shaking her head, Fu Guang casually tossed a peanut into her mouth and remarked, "No change. Of course, there is no change. This is merely the beginning. Everyone likely presumes that Xuanming's race is unique in its strength, but in reality, there are a full 12 ancestral shamans. Even though there may be some disparities among the ancestral shamans, the differences are certainly not so pronounced. In other words, the 12 ancestral shamans today likely possess strength comparable to that of Xianming. That is to say, 12 quasi-saint level body refining quasi-saints. This power need not be fully revealed. Just one more ancestral shaman would ensure the celestial army's defeat, and 2 would spell their absolute destruction. Should they all emerge, including the quasi-saintess of the celestial court, none would survive. It seems you have calculated quite a lot. She cast a meaningful glance at Fu Guang and spoke with intent. She was aware that Fu Guang had also cultivated the path of innate divination, though she was uncertain of his level of mastery. It appeared that his understanding of innate divination was quite remarkable, likely allowing him to discern many unspeakable secrets of fate. In response, Fu Guang smiled calmly, choosing not to engage with Shihe's remark. Unable to connect, I cannot reveal to Shihe that I am aware there are a total of 12 ancestral witches. Can I? Thus, in matters that defy explanation, a mere enigmatic smile suffices. Others will fill in the gaps with their own imaginations. At this moment, Shihe's curiosity has been piqued by Fu Guang. Her gaze scrutinizes the true form of Xianying, who is engaged in battle, filled with wonder about the nature of her race. Beneath the foot of Mount Buzhou, the fierce combat between Xianying and the celestial army continues unabated. The majority of the observing great powers remain composed, recognizing that this is merely the beginning. However, some are unable to contain their impatience. For instance, at the entrance of the Pangu temple stands 11 figures, clad in a savage style, their restlessness palpable as they yearn to join the fray. Among them, a muscular man with fiery red hair exclaims in frustration, "It is unbearable. The celestial court has come to confront our witch clan, yet why should Xianying monopolize this glorious battle? If I were to take the stage, I would incinerate everything in flames and surely bring a swifter conclusion." Upon hearing the words of the red-haired man, a similarly muscular figure with blue hair scoffs derisively. "Huh? Do you truly believe your meager sparks can scorch anyone?" Confronted with this scorn, Zhu Rong's eyes blaze with fury as he fixes his gaze upon the blue-haired warrior, Gong Gong, with whom he has a long-standing rivalry. Unfazed by Zhu Rong's fiery glare, Gong Gong retorts, "What are you staring at?" Chapter 55. The resounding clash. With a fierce clench of his fist, a terrifying surge of bloodlust erupted from within. Zhu Rong stepped forward, a fiery wrath igniting in his eyes. Gong Gong, not one to engage in idle chatter, could hardly tolerate the provocation. He advanced, muscles rippling like a tempest, and delivered a colossal iron fist to Zhu Rong's face, causing his countenance to contort in agony. In that moment, his form transformed into a blazing comet, hurtling towards the grand array of the celestial army. Though Zhu Rong was sent flying by the blow, the wrathful Gong Gong relentlessly pursued him. As he charged forward, an overwhelming tide of blood energy surged forth, the power of the waterway manifesting as a vast ocean between heaven and earth. This force stirred up monstrous waves that cascaded through the skies, sweeping towards the celestial army and the already fallen Zhu Rong. "I shall drown you," Gong Gong roared, channeling his formidable power into a relentless assault. The impact of Zhu Rong's body crashing against the celestial army's formation sent violent ripples through their defenses. To his surprise, the formidable array did not shatter upon his collision, leaving an imprint of a fist on his face, which piqued Zhu Rong's interest. However, before he could make a move to dismantle the formation, the terrifying tide of Gong Gong's power surged towards him, igniting a furious blaze within. True flames blazed fiercely from Zhu Rong, his fiery red hair ablaze like a raging inferno. The already perilous atmosphere, charged by the powers of Xianming and Gong Gong, grew even more terrifying with the addition of Zhu Rong's destructive flames, consuming everything in their path. "I will annihilate you," he shouted, channeling his fierce energy and intertwining it with the true fire, meeting Gong Gong's assault head-on with a defiant punch. Simultaneously, he conjured a colossal hand of true fire, striking down upon the celestial array with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed, the visible shockwave sweeping across millions of miles of terrain, wreaking havoc upon the earth. Cracks began to appear on the protective barrier enveloping the celestial formation, a sight that rendered the celestial army within pale with fear. "How terrifying!" they gasped, realizing that the array's defenses could hardly withstand the onslaught of this seemingly sudden powerhouse. Before the celestial army could regain their composure, Gong Gong's tidal wave of power engulfed their position in an instant. The cracks on the array's protective shield expanded rapidly, leading to an explosive conclusion. The entire celestial formation, under the successive assaults of the two ancestral witches, was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, effortlessly torn asunder. The thunderous clash shattered the formation, unleashing a terrifying explosion of magical energy that instantaneously rebounded upon the entire celestial army. The tumultuous flood conjured by Gong Gong surged downward, causing the luminous treasures in the hands of numerous commanders and celestial soldiers to swiftly dim, ultimately shattering and dissolving. Their corporeal forms and primordial spirits similarly disintegrated in the blink of an eye. In an instant, this formidable celestial army faced near annihilation. With only a handful of golden immortal commanders possessing innate treasures, a few Tai, celestial generals who had coalesced their own Tao laws and wielded superior artifacts, and 20 Deluo celestial lords surviving. However, as they escaped the engulfing flood and the dissolving forces, they were met with the descent of true fire from the heavens. Suspended in the sky, a fearsome true flame coalesced, and the figure of Zhu Rong, resembling a solar deity, mockingly taunted the recently assailed Gong Gong. "Ha, worthless Gong Gong. What can your trivial droplets do to drown anyone? It is the true fire of this ancestral which that truly matters." As he spoke, Zhu Rong unleashed an overwhelming torrent of true fire, encircling the celestial beings who had just managed to escape, continuously refining everything within through his fierce aura and the Tao of fire. In mere moments, the true fire reduced everything to a state of utter desolation, rendering the innate treasures akin to ordinary mundane objects. After refining the 20 Deluo celestial lords, several Tai, celestial generals, and a scant few golden immortal commanders, Zhu Rong did not halt his actions. He raised his gaze toward Gong Gong. Although they had feigned cooperation to engage in battle, it irked Zhu Rong, the illustrious ancestral witch of fire, that Gong Gong, this insignificant fool, had dared to strike him. This grudge would not go unavenged. Simultaneously, Gong Gong's gaze fell upon Zhu Rong, unable to bear the humiliation of being berated as worthless. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous clash erupted. The two ancestral witches, who had just decimated the celestial army, chose to engage in a fierce battle amongst themselves rather than assist the ongoing struggle between Xianming and the celestial female quasi-saint high above. Each strike was brutal and merciless. In an instant, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong fought with the ferocity of life and death. The might displayed in their punches and kicks was utterly terrifying, rivaling that of quasi-saint level powers, even surpassing many common quasi-saint practitioners. High above, without the celestial formation to unify the strength of the celestial beings, the momentum of the celestial female quasi-saint dwindled, and the previously evenly matched confrontation with Xianming swiftly tilted against her. The battle was already lost. In the gaze of the celestial court's female quasi-saint, a flicker of contemplation emerged as she faced the relentless onslaught of the Xianming tempest, retreating continuously. The dreadfulness of the two ancestral witches that had suddenly materialized below was overwhelming. Their casual strikes left her no time for rescue, leading to the utter annihilation of the celestial court's army. Had it not been for the apparent madness of the two ancestral witches, who inexplicably turned upon each other to assail her, she would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries by now. Did she think to escape? The intentions of the celestial court's female quasi-saint were far from concealed. The Xianming, revealing the true form of the ancestral witch, effortlessly discerned her thoughts. With a thunderous roar, the brilliance of the great Tao surged forth, intensifying Xuanming's assault. She coldly declared, bowed down before this ancestral witch. A formidable sweep of dual forces of the great Tao enveloped the heavens, as the fist of the ancestral witch's true form descended majestically upon the celestial court's female quasi-saint. This unmatched power stirred violent upheaval in the celestial realms. The divine flames and fierce gales, which once posed a threat even to the Tai golden immortals, were all obliterated beneath that fist. This strike could be described as earth-shattering. Chapter 56, The Art of Combat. Each ancestral shaman is remarkably proficient. Xianming, as one of the two female incarnations among the 12 ancestral shamans, possesses extraordinary martial skills. In the face of a formidable punch that reverberated through the heavens, the expression of the female quasi-saint of the celestial court shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to cast a series of defensive spells, and a supreme postnatal defensive treasure was hurled into the fray. The ancestral shaman's true form unleashed a punch that effortlessly shattered all the quasi-saint's defenses, ultimately colliding with the treasured artifact. This clash rendered the defensive treasure dim, its essence marred by intricate fissures. Then, with a resounding explosion, the treasure disintegrated. Xuanming's arm was grievously wounded, flesh torn and bleeding profusely, forcing her back 100,000 miles from the blast of the supreme treasure. This marked the onset of a battle, and it was the first time the formidable Xianming had suffered such a severe injury. With Xianming wounded, the situation for the quasi-saint of the celestial court was equally dire. The explosion of the treasure had inflicted mental damage, and a stream of fragrant golden celestial blood fell from her lips. With a glance at the retreating Xianming, the quasi-saint did not hesitate. Enveloped in celestial radiance, she vanished without a trace. Having made a resolute decision, she refrained from casting a backward glance at Xianming, fully aware that the two ancestral shamans embroiled in internal conflict below might unite to strike. Facing three ancestral shamans more powerful than herself, the quasi-saint harbored no doubts. One more glance could lead to her demise. Xianming did not pursue the quasi-saint. Instead, she let out a cold chuckle. Subsequently, she manifested her innate Tao body, transforming back into her original, fierce maiden form. With a sneer, she remarked, "You do run quite swiftly." As she spoke, Xianming flicked her arm, and the wounds from the explosion, skin, flesh, and blood, seemed to reverse time, completely healing in an instant. Having completed this, Xianming, with an unruly demeanor, exuded an aura of vitality. Her enchanting eyes surveyed the surroundings. This ancestral shaman knows many of you are watching. Therefore, I hereby declare that from this day forth, all outsiders are forbidden from entering Mount Buzhou. Those who trespass shall face death. If any of you doubt my words, feel free to test them. After delivering this imperious proclamation, Xianming withdrew her gaze and transformed into a streak of light, descending towards the foot of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong and Gong continued their fervent conflict. The tumult and impact erupted, causing far greater devastation on the battlefield than the previous encounters between Xianming and the female quasi-saint of the immortal court. Having reached the foot of Mount Buzhou, the now vanished Xuanming's voice resounded once more. "If you wish to fight, go and clash in the chaos." Upon hearing Xuanming's words, the fervently battling Zhu Rong and Gong ceased their verbal exchanges, continuing to engage while soaring into the heavens. The battlefield transformed beneath the two ancestral witches. At the base of Mount Buzhou, aside from the remnants of destruction left in the wake of the grand battle, there was no further commotion. However, the events that transpired in such a brief time left all the mighty practitioners observing in profound silence. The adversary of the immortal court had merely revealed the tip of the iceberg, yet had already substantiated their formidable prowess. The forces of the immortal court were annihilated in an instant, with not even the Deluo cultivators managing to escape the clutches of the ancestral witches. The sole survivor, the female quasi-saint of the immortal court, managed to depart with minimal cost only because the two ancestral witches had turned their attention to infighting. Had they not engaged in discord and united with Xianming to eliminate the female quasi-saint, she would not have extricated herself so effortlessly after the retreat of her foes. What was initially anticipated as a grand spectacle lasting millennia unexpectedly concluded with an anticlimactic whimper. Numerous mighty practitioners withdrew their gaze from Mount Buzhou, no longer focusing on its happenings. As for Xuanming's proclamation regarding the prohibition of outsiders entering Mount Buzhou, it garnered little concern. How vast is Mount Buzhou? Though the ancestral witches are indeed powerful, they number only 3. Could they possibly oversee such an immense expanse? It is simply unfeasible. This lack of concern also stemmed from the realization among many mighty practitioners that the calamity was on the verge of unfolding. To avoid entanglement in its repercussions, most chose to remain in seclusion, thus refraining from venturing to Mount Buzhou. Moreover, after the calamity, should the ancestral witches emerge victorious and become even more formidable, the avoidance of Mount Buzhou would be warranted. Conversely, if they were to fall during the tribulation, this so-called prohibition would become mere folly. The multitude of mighty practitioners understood this well. Simultaneously, they They recognized that the intervention of the three ancestral witches had begun to alter the dynamics of the primordial world. At the very least, the previously unassailable position of the immortal court had been irrevocably shattered and would no longer persist. The celestial beings and races that had previously been pressured without respite to join the immortal court could now finally catch their breath. Thus ended the battle, which had begun with great promise but concluded with a whimper. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang did not retract the live broadcast of the temporal calendar. Instead, he adjusted its location to hover above the celestial realm of Yingzhou. Observing his actions, Shiha, who had just regained her composure after the shock of the complete annihilation of the celestial army and the sudden appearance of two ancestral shaman deities, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is this? The great battle has concluded, yet you continue to gaze towards the Yingzhou celestial court? Does this imply that the splendid spectacle you mentioned has not entirely reached its conclusion?" After a moment's contemplation, Shiha felt an increasing likelihood of this notion. Having suffered such a significant setback, the Eastern King would undoubtedly not rest easily. It was plausible that he would soon embark on another campaign against the three ancestral shamans. Before long, Fu Guang affirmed Shiha's conjecture. The Eastern King, walking the path of emperors, is exceedingly tyrannical. How could he remain silent after suffering a loss? Within a span of a few millennia, and perhaps even sooner, he will undoubtedly rally his forces once more, setting his sights directly upon Mount Buzhou. Moreover, it is highly probable that he will lead the charge himself. At this juncture, Fu Guang's lips curled into a slight smile. I eagerly anticipate the sight of the Eastern King being thoroughly pummeled by the ancestral shamans. Simultaneously, I look forward to the complete emergence of the shamanic clan, heralding the onset of a glorious culinary age. Only then will the great calamity truly begin. Currently, with merely 12 ancestral shamans having emerged, most of their kin remain gestating within the Panga Divine Hall. We are far from the culmination of this saga. Soon, the Eastern King shall reap what he has sown. Chapter 57. Will the Eastern King personally lead the expedition? It is inevitable. Although the formidable power displayed by the three ancestral witches is indeed terrifying, relinquishing their ambitions so easily would lead to the collapse of the Eastern King's imperial path, and he would find it impossible to advance further. Moreover, among the great powers of the primordial chaos, few are truly foolish. With an undeniable advantage and an overwhelmingly domineering presence, why would the ancestral witches refrain from surrounding and annihilating the female quasi-saint of the immortal court? Surely, it cannot be out of benevolence. If they were indeed benevolent, they would have no qualms about directly refining the armies of the immortal court. There must be a compelling reason that temporarily restrains the ancestral witches from engaging in a full-scale battle with the immortal court. Simultaneously, they remain tethered to Mount Buzhou, unable to stray far. This is fundamentally why the female quasi-saint of the immortal court was able to retreat smoothly. Once this is understood, the immortal court will undoubtedly be restless, compelled to mobilize their forces once more, seeking to uncover the secrets guarded by the ancestral witches. Therefore, another great battle will surely erupt at Mount Buzhou. Her beautiful eyes turned to Fu Guang. Curiosity flickered across Shihi's face. Do you know the origins of those three ancestral witches? They seem quite extraordinary, along with their associated lineage. Upon hearing Shihi's inquiry, Fu Guang did not respond directly. I do possess some knowledge, though I cannot be certain. However, there is no need to rush. After the next great battle, the true identity of the ancestral witches and their lineage should be unveiled. Upon hearing this, a slight pout formed on Shihi's lips. Your words are as good as saying nothing at all. How could it be unknown that the true identities of the ancestral witches and their lineage will be revealed after the next battle? That is a certainty. From the moment the Xianming ancestral which first emerged from Mount Buzhou, it was destined that the ancestral witches and their lineage could no longer remain hidden. But is it too much to ask to know a bit of information in advance? Shihi was quite certain that Fu Guang, who had been scheming long before and possessed remarkable foresight, undoubtedly held some information regarding the ancestral witches. Unperturbed by Shihi's dissatisfaction, Fu Guang gazed at the live broadcast of the time chart, feeling a mixture of emotions. The 12 ancestral witches have now revealed only 3, Xianming, Zhurong, and Gonggong. Is it that the other 9 have not yet come into being? That is utterly impossible. The 12 ancestral witches either do not emerge at all, or they emerge all at once. The reason only 3 of them have manifested now is likely due to their desire to conceal their true strength. The ancestral witches in the witch clan are indeed prone to emotional outbursts, easily losing themselves and behaving quite recklessly. However, given that the witch clan could become protagonists in the calamity, it is inconceivable that they are entirely composed of brutes. Undoubtedly, there are also sagacious minds among them. While it is true that they do not cultivate the primordial spirit nor comprehend the intricacies of fortune-telling, this does not imply that the ancestral witches would not conceal their true capabilities, especially in a situation where the members of the witch clan have yet to be born. It is entirely normal for certain ancestral witches to shroud their existence. If they were truly so singular-minded, the witch clan would not ascend to be one of the future rulers of the cosmos. The conflict between the ancestral witches and the celestial court will not conclude hastily. This realization dawned upon the various formidable beings shortly after witnessing the retreat of the female quasi-saint from the celestial court. Consequently, these powerful entities, who were monitoring the fluctuations of the cosmic situation, once again directed their gazes towards the celestial court of Yingzhou, anticipating its subsequent reaction. Thus, 3,000 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, within the celestial court of Yingzhou, the firmament was suffused with resplendent celestial light, with vast expanses of auspicious clouds bearing a multitude of celestial generals and soldiers. Celestial vessels, drawn aloft by fierce and formidable exotic beasts, soared into the skies. Rows of battle chariots were arrayed in grand procession, overwhelming in their might. The entire firmament was occupied by the celestial army, with countless banners obscuring the sun, as the winds swept through, stirring an unending wave of flags that rustled in the long sky. Boom! A series of overwhelming auras erupted from within the celestial court. Following this, resplendent figures of the great Luo celestial lords, bathed in celebratory clouds and standing upon auspicious colors, unabashedly emanated their profound paths, illuminating the heavens with myriad glories. Then, a resounding roar erupted, echoing the cries of several flood dragons. Subsequently, 4 imperial carriages, drawn by colossal flood dragons of the great Luo golden immortal realm, emerged majestically from the celestial court, with the East King leading the way, followed closely by the other 3 quasi-saints of the celestial court, excluding the West Queen Mother. The 4 mighty beings simultaneously unleashed their profound paths, instantly transforming the cosmic phenomena. As celestial lights surged, paths mingled, heavenly radiance descended, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. As the East King made his appearance, countless celestial troops and numerous great Luo celestial lords bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Emperor. We pay our respects to the Emperor. We pay our respects to the Emperor." This resounding voice reverberated through the heavens and spread across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. At this moment, seated atop the imperial carriage, surrounded by flowing celestial light and the shimmering reflections of myriad worlds, the East King, akin to the sovereign of heaven and earth, felt an immense joy. This was precisely what he desired. This was his path. Of course, the East King is not a being easily satisfied. The current might is merely a beginning. He yearns for the entirety of the primordial chaos to prostrate beneath his majesty. Even the sage may find himself unable to govern. The sage is indeed powerful. However, should the Eastern Prince also attain the sagehood, surpassing the sage in strength, how then shall the sage contend with this supreme being of heaven and earth? Once the celestial army of the heavenly court roars forth, the Eastern Prince's eyes gleam with resplendent light. The heavenly court aligns with the celestial order, governing all beings and maintaining the balance of yin and yang. Yet, the 3 ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain, in their ignorance of fate and disrespect for the celestial way, act contrary to the heavenly court's laws. Their transgressions are unforgivable and warrant punishment. His resounding declaration reverberated throughout the cosmos, reaching the ears of every member of the celestial army. This proclamation merely elucidated the rationale behind the heavenly court's mobilization, which, though deemed unnecessary and a waste of time by some, holds profound significance. The Eastern Prince's heavenly court, as the rightful inheritor of divine mandate, is recognized as the legitimate steward of the primordial realm. Thus, it is imperative to furnish some justification, even if it lacks rigorous scrutiny. Fortunately, the words once spoken by Xianming, denouncing the celestial way and disdaining the sages, serve as an excellent justification. The labels of ignorance and disrespect for the celestial order were readily affixed. As the heavenly court, acknowledged as the legitimate governing body by the celestial order, it is only natural that they would take military action. Following the proclamation of war rationale, the Eastern Prince did not wish to elaborate further. Gesturing grandly, let the army march forth, upholding heaven's will against rebellion. With a thunderous command, millions of celestial soldiers and generals exuded an aura of terrifying malice, coalescing into a formidable force that cast shadows across the heavens and earth, exerting pressure upon the 4 seas and 8 desolations. A veil of reverence enveloped the hearts of all living beings, with some trembling in fear. Witnessing this scene, numerous deities observing the celestial court from Ingzhou remained unperturbed. The might of the heavenly court has already become an unstoppable force. Chapter 58. The Sun Star Within the Golden Crow Palace. As Shiha gazed at the live broadcast of the Ingzhou celestial court, a sense of emotion flickered in her beautiful eyes. Previously, everyone was aware of the celestial court's formidable power, which already exuded a dominant aura. However, the specifics of this power had yet to be concretely understood. Now, with the Eastern Prince personally leading the charge and mobilizing a significant portion of the celestial court's strength, the display of power had provided all the great transcendents with an exceptionally vivid perception. 5 great transcendents had perished, and despite the loss of 20, there remained over 100 Deluo celestial lords, along with an even larger multitude of Tai celestial generals. Yet, this was merely the strength presently exhibited. Who could ascertain whether there were additional hidden forces within the Ingzhou celestial court? To claim that the Eastern Prince laid all the celestial court's power bare for all to see would be met with disbelief. At the very least, the other sovereign of the celestial court, the Western Queen Mother, remained firmly seated in the Ingzhou celestial court, showing no intention of making an appearance. Turning her gaze to Fu Guang, Shiha once again inquired, "What do you foresee as the outcome of the Eastern Prince's expedition? Surely, you must have calculated it?" Taking a sip of laurel brew, Fu Guang casually replied, "A resounding defeat." Shiha and even the aloof Changshi were momentarily taken aback, looking at Fu Guang in astonishment. How could it be a defeat? From their perspective, given the strength and might the celestial court was currently exhibiting, it seemed unlikely to even achieve a minor victory, let alone a grand one. What could possibly lead to such a dismal conclusion? Understanding Shiha and Changshi's incredulity towards his assessment, Fu Guang chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he wore a mysterious smile as he continued to observe the live broadcast of the celestial army advancing with great momentum towards the foot of Mount Buzhou. Soon, under the scrutiny of various factions, the celestial army, under the leadership of the Eastern Prince, once again arrived at Mount Buzhou. The atmosphere was markedly different from when only the female quasi-saint of the celestial court had previously come. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder resounded mightily. The clarion call for the army's expedition reverberated across the heavens and the earth. The drums of war thundered, invigorating the spirits of the troops. Simultaneously, the resplendent celestial light tore through the dim sky, casting a flicker of illumination upon the already shadowed realm of Mount Buzhou. The Eastern Prince emerged from the imperial carriage amidst a golden radiance, exuding a powerful aura of a great transcendent, unabashedly releasing his presence into the cosmos. Outrageous! Just as the Eastern Prince and the celestial army arrived, a furious roar from Xianyuan echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, a terrifying surge of bloodthirst erupted, soaring into the heavens and sweeping across the expanse of sky and earth. With a resounding thud, the 3 primordial ancestors, Xianming, Zhurong, and Gonggong, manifested their true forms. Emerging directly from the depths of Mount Buzhou, the manifestation of 4 great pathways unleashed in overwhelming and suffocating pressure, rivaling the imposing aura brought forth by Dong Wanggong and the celestial army. As Xianming stepped forth from Mount Buzhou, his countenance darkened. "Since you have all arrived, then none shall depart." How audacious the primordial ancestors were, remaining unfazed in the face of the celestial court's formidable presence. This audacity alone was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Xuanming's proclamation, Dong Wanggong let out a cold laugh. "Ha, arrogance! I had sensed the audacity of your kind before, and now, witnessing it firsthand. It is as I expected. Today, I have come here, Dong Wanggong intended to continue with grandiose declarations, for he was the rightful one, embodying righteousness. And it was customary to utter certain words before the onset of war. Moreover, the more pressing reason was his keen interest in the combat prowess of the primordial ancestors. If they could be subdued and put to his service, what obstacle would remain to his grand ambitions? As for the notion that both parties, as the protagonists of a cataclysm, were destined to be irreconcilable, this was a simple matter. If the primordial ancestors and their kind were to join the celestial court, the conflict would cease to exist. Yet, regrettably, at that moment, Dong Wanggong had not yet grasped the true tyranny of the primordial ancestors. Before he could finish his words, a domineering voice interrupted him. Why waste words with him? Let us simply eliminate him. As the voice echoed, three colossal figures emerged from within Mount Buzhou, their formidable aura and terrifying bloodlust mirroring that of Xianming, Zhurong, and Gonggong. This spectacle caused Dong Wanggong, seated upon his imperial carriage, to feel a jolt of alarm. Simultaneously, the celestial maiden and two male quasi-saints accompanying him were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Even the four great beings of transcendent power were similarly affected, let alone the myriad of celestial lords, Tai celestial generals, and numerous celestial soldiers below. Retreat. Without hesitation or further ado, Dong Wanggong issued the command to withdraw. In a decisive manner, he summoned a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure, opening a shimmering celestial bridge in the midst of the heavens and earth. Those who stepped onto the bridge would be transported directly back to the Yuzhou celestial court, away from the battlefield. 6 formidable entities, invincible in their corporeal forms, capable of withstanding any celestial treasure, represent a terrifying path of transcendence that could lead to the complete burial of this grand army. Should this truly be the case, the celestial court would sustain a grievous blow. It is utterly unimaginable that the ancestral sorcerers, rather than being merely 4 or 5 as envisioned by the Eastern King, actually number 6. This battle cannot even commence, as thoughts of retreat cross their minds. With the Eastern King employing his tactics and the other 3 esteemed sages of the celestial court preparing to withdraw, a chilling and unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated. Following this, a disquieting distortion enveloped the landscape, an ominous spatial fluctuation cascading from the heavens, encompassing all the celestial army and the 6 ancestral sorcerers alike. Even the luminous celestial bridge conjured by the Eastern King was severed in an instant. The celestial army found itself completely ensnared within this realm. Who dares? This scene filled the Eastern King with both astonishment and rage, prompting a thunderous outcry. Such formidable spatial mastery indicated that their adversary was no ordinary foe. Although he possessed the capability to breach the blockade, the 6 ancestral sorcerers, exuding a palpable aura of menace, would undoubtedly deny him any opportunity. Just as the Eastern King's voice faded, a 7th ancestral sorcerer emerged, characterized by 6 legs and 4 wings, formless yet resembling a golden pouch, radiant as crimson flames, exuding an aura identical to that of the 6 predecessors. As this figure shifted between reality and illusion, it materialized from the depths of space. Another ancestral sorcerer. At this moment, the Eastern King and the celestial court were left in utter shock. The mighty transcendents wore expressions of disbelief. The great Luo celestial lord turned pale with trepidation, and the ranks below were marked by sheer despair. At this juncture, aside from the 4 mighty transcendents, the remaining members of the celestial court could see no glimmer of hope for escape. Chapter 59. At this moment, the entire realm was shrouded by the newly emerged ancestral witches, their confinement exceedingly robust. Even the formidable strength of the Eastern Prince could not breach the seal in a short span of time. Moreover, the 7 wrathful ancestral witches would undoubtedly deny him any opportunity to escape the encirclement. Thus, the Eastern Prince found himself ensnared in a predicament with no clear path forward. However, on the battlefield, circumstances shifted with alarming rapidity. The ancestral witches afforded the Eastern Prince no time to devise a strategy. By the time the celestial realm's blockade was fully established, the prepared ancestral witches, led by Xianming, surged forth with overwhelming malevolence, bellowing, "Kill!" Without further ado, the 6 ancestral witches simultaneously unleashed their true forms to assail. At the forefront, Xianming manifested the principles of the way of rain and the way of ice. charging directly towards the Eastern Prince. Following her were Zhu Rong, the Fire Ancestral Witch, and Gong Gong, the Water Ancestral Witch. These two, who had once been mortal enemies 3 millennia prior, now executed their powers in perfect harmony, intertwining the forces of water and fire to engulf the celestial army. Among the 3 subsequent ancestral witches emerged one with a tiger's head and a human body, possessing 4 hooves and long elbows, radiating an aura of terrifying destructive thunder, resembling a thunderous demon. Another bore 8 heads, each adorned with human faces, and a tiger's body with 8 tails, as gale-force winds howled around it, reducing all tangible matter to mere dust under its overwhelming power. The last, a creature with a human face and a beast's body, its ears resembling those of a dog, draped with a green serpent, walked amidst a miasma of poison that permeated the heavens and earth, causing all living and non-living things, including the laws of the universe, to wither away in its toxic wake. As the 6 ancestral witches unleashed their might, the very fabric of the realm trembled. The oppressive malevolence and bloodlust began to erode the morale of the celestial army, causing even some Tai, celestial generals, and golden immortal leaders to falter. Just as chaos threatened to engulf the celestial forces, a colossal aura of terrifying power, emanating from the mid-level quasi-saint, erupted from the Eastern Prince, countering the combined force of the ancestral witches. Having risen from his imperial chariot, the Eastern Prince confronted the advancing Xianming, fellow Taoists. Let us unite our strength to resist the assault of the ancestral witches. The task of dismantling this blockade falls to the Queen Mother. At this moment, the Eastern Prince could no longer afford to be distracted. Yet, he held steadfast in his belief that the Western Queen Mother, who had been observing the situation, would not allow nearly 2/3 of the celestial court's living forces to be buried here without intervening. Now, their sole focus must be to withstand the onslaught of the 7 ancestral witches. Without further words from the Eastern Prince, the 3 quasi-saints of the celestial court summoned their numerous spiritual treasures and began to evolve their own paths, rallying the might of heaven and earth to confront the onrushing ancestral witches. Simultaneously, numerous celestial beings, including the great Luo Immortal and the Tai Immortal generals, were acutely aware that they could not intervene in the upper echelons of combat. Thus, they formed a protective formation to safeguard themselves, lest they perish before the arrival of the Queen Mother of the West. The clash was imminent. The Eastern King was indeed immensely powerful, possessing a mid-stage quasi-saint level of prowess, far surpassing the 3 quasi-saints of the celestial court in strength. As he confronted Xianming, he invoked divine powers and summoned innate spiritual treasures, subsequently including the ancestral witches Zhurong and Gonggong, who followed Xianming within the scope of his adversaries. Remarkably, he did not succumb in an instant. Rather, relying on his formidable strength and an array of spiritual treasures, he found himself merely at a disadvantage, under pressure, yet entirely unharmed. Meanwhile, 2 male quasi-saints from the celestial court faced the 3 ancestral witches emerging from behind. However, within moments of engagement, they were overwhelmed and brutally beaten, left with only the strength to resist but no ability to counterattack. The female quasi-saint who had previously battled Xianming and gained little advantage now took action. At this moment, a cloud scarf radiating celestial light adorned her head, emanating the aura of a supreme innate defensive treasure. After shielding herself, she grasped a treasured sword, her beautiful eyes fixated on the ancestral, which who confined the heavens and the earth. Although she had yet to strike, she did not dare to be negligent. Her previous encounter with Xianming had made her acutely aware of the ancestral witch's might. Despite receiving the celestial court's augmented compensation in the form of the exquisite innate defensive treasure, the 8 treasures cloud scarf, she had not refined many innate divine prohibitions, thus unable to unleash its full power. It was possible that she still could not match the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch, disdainfully laughing upon being targeted by the quasi-saint, refrained from making a move. He did not strike women. If the enemy does not act, neither do I. The quasi-saint also refrained from recklessly exposing herself to harm, but remained cautious. Indeed, she had locked onto her opponent, yet the adversary directly constrained her as well. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, the 3 pure ones furrowed their brows upon witnessing the emergence of the 7 ancestral witches. Uncertain of the reason, They sensed an inexplicable threat emanating from these 7 beings. However, the 3 pure ones clearly had no vested interests entangled with the ancestral witches. After some discussion, they reached no conclusion. At Fengqi Mountain, in the pavilion, the recently emerged Nuwa sat upon a stone bench, observing the battle. Her delicate features bore a serious expression as her beautiful eyes regarded the 7 towering ancestral witches, feeling an intense sense of threat. Confronting the ancestral witch. Even someone as proud as Enwa cannot claim absolute certainty of victory. Similarly, Fuxi, standing nearby with a furrowed brow, shared this sentiment, as did Baze, who was also present. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fuxi expressed his confusion, saying, "I sense a feeling akin to that of a nemesis emanating from the ancestral witch." Upon hearing this, Enwa appeared taken aback, her brow furrowing as she inquired, "Brother, a nemesis? Why do I not share this sensation? Logically, as siblings, we should advance and retreat together. If you can perceive a sense of rivalry from the ancestral witch, then I too should feel it." Before Fuxi could respond, Baze, the diminutive figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal, hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "Esteemed seniors, I must confess, I too sense an adversarial feeling akin to fate emanating from those ancestral witches." Upon hearing this, both Enwa and Fuxi turned their gazes towards Baze. Fuxi, slightly astonished, remarked, "Young friend Baze, you too have sensed this? This matter may be more complex than anticipated. Given his current level of cultivation, such an unmistakable sense of rivalry is undoubtedly credible, leaving no room for misinterpretation. Moreover, the fact that Baze shares this perception only reinforces its validity. In other words, it suggests that the ancestral witch and both he and Baze are likely to be at odds with one another. Yet, at this moment, witnessing the formidable strength of the ancestral witch, Fuxi harbored doubts about his own ability to contend with her. Chapter 60. Within the Golden Crow Palace. Upon witnessing the appearance of 7 ancestral witches, Shiha's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her expression reflecting a hint of astonishment. 7 ancestral witches? Hiss. Changshi's face also exhibited a trace of shock, her enchanting eyes flickering continuously. In contrast, Fuguang, who was already aware of the ancestral witch's true nature and the formidable strength of the witch clan, displayed little emotional fluctuation. Instead, his gaze took on an odd expression. These ancestral witches are still hiding? Despite the Eastern King commanding 2/3 of the Celestial Court's forces and personally leading an expedition to Mount Buzhou, they have not been able to compel all 12 ancestral witches to reveal themselves. The adversaries are still concealing their strength. Goodness! Even such reckless beings as the 12 ancestral witches have begun to employ cunning tactics. One can only imagine how many hidden forces lurk in this vast primordial world. At this moment, Fuguang felt immensely fortunate not to have been lured by the allure of the supreme throne of heaven. Otherwise, he would now find himself contending with this group of cunning ancestral witches instead of the Eastern King. After this battle, observing the live broadcast of the timeline with calmness, Fuguang remarked, "The ancestral witches and the races behind them will undoubtedly emerge as the new dominators of the primordial realm. Moreover, judging by the domineering conduct of these ancestral witches, once their race fully manifests, there will be little hope for tranquility among the beings of heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, Shiha, who had little interest in the inevitable outcome of the battle, turned her gaze towards Fuguang. The ancestral witches are indeed exceedingly domineering. But as it stands, as long as we do not provoke them, we should still be able to coexist peacefully, should we not? Given Xuanming's direct warning to the beings of the primordial world against intruding upon Mount Buzhou, it is evident that the ancestral witches are indeed tyrannical. However, to assert that the primordial realm will be thrown into turmoil based solely on this seems a bit premature, does it not? In response, Fuguang smiled. Coexist peacefully? When calamity descends, can there truly be peace? After the Celestial Court and the ancestral witches engage in a conflict resulting in mutual defeat, the Eastern King will certainly recognize the Celestial Court's shortcomings. Subsequently, he will seek to further enhance the Celestial Court's strength, inevitably recruiting more quasi-saint mighty practitioners and Aluo cultivators to join its ranks. Thus, following this battle, the Celestial Court's power will once again enter a phase of ascension. With this, Fuguang's gaze shifted towards Shiha and Changshi. Perhaps the Eastern King will even extend an invitation to your 2 sisters from the Western Queen Mother. If that were to happen, how would you 2 respond? Shaking her head, Shiha's expression remained unchanged. I am not swayed by the celestial court. As for Changxi, she remained silent. Given her disposition, even with Shiha's inclusion in the celestial court, it was improbable that Changxi would join. She had little inclination towards aligning with any faction. Upon hearing Shiha's words, Fu Guang smiled slightly, contemplatively pondering the implications. She was not swayed by the allure of the celestial court. Conversely, should a compelling force arise, she would not hesitate to engage. This revelation piqued Fu Guang's interest. Suddenly, the Queen Mother of the West made her move, while Fu Guang and Shiha conversed. A calm yet resonant voice emerged from Changxi. Consequently, the gazes of Fu Guang and Shiha shifted once more towards the battlefield. A hum resonated. The Queen Mother's figure materialized amidst a radiant celestial light, beyond the realm sealed by the ancestral witch's overwhelming power. Behind her floated a mirror imbued with the essence of time, while in her jade hand, she wielded a misty flag, emanating an awe-inspiring aura that signified her ascent to the mid-stage of quasi-saint power, releasing an overwhelming presence that illuminated the heavens with myriad rays and evoked clouds of celebration. By nature, the Queen Mother of the West had no desire to engage in battle. However, as the sovereign matriarch of the celestial court, she could not stand idly by while two-thirds of her living forces faced annihilation. After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to intervene. Observing the sealed realm, her expression grew grave as she activated her spiritual treasure. With a thunderous roar, the exquisite innate treasure, the Kunlun mirror, pulsated with the power of time. As profound mystical patterns ignited, casting forth celestial light that illuminated all existence, the formidable spiritual energy converged, tearing through the heavens, and forcefully struck the barrier sealing the realm. In an instant, the heavens trembled, and the earth quaked as violent ripples surged across the spatial barrier. Gradually, under the relentless assault of the Kunlun mirror, a fissure began to tear open in the barrier. With her jade hand, she formed seals, her incantations shifting continuously. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound resonating through the cosmos, the entirety of the sealed realm was utterly shattered by the Queen Mother's will. Despite breaking the ancestral witch's confinement, the Queen Mother's expression remained serious. The plain-colored cloud banner in her grasp radiated with ethereal phenomena, cascading countless celestial lights, enveloping the celestial court's forces in a protective embrace. Subsequently, the Queen Mother issued a solemn command, "Withdraw." As her words echoed, she lifted her beautiful gaze, transforming a golden hairpin in her hand into a divine blade, striking it against the space before her. With a clang, a colossal iron fist erupted from the void, colliding fiercely with the divine blade in the Queen Mother's grasp. The earth trembled violently as the clash resounded throughout the heavens. The terrifying aura of vitality, along with the formidable offensive power of the divine treasures, swept across the vast skies, soaring into the heavens. The ancestral witch, who had sealed the cosmos, engaged in a dance of illusion and reality within the fabric of space, preparing to strike at the Queen Mother of the West once more. Such audacity! The celestial court's quasi-saintess, who had been fixated on him, erupted in a furious roar, her cloud veil billowing above her head, wielding a primordial sword, and charged directly at him, positioning herself protectively behind the Queen Mother of the West. Unfazed by the actions of the quasi-saintess, the ancestral witch exhibited no change in expression, opting instead for an overwhelmingly aggressive assault against her, unleashing a tempest of fury. The gaze of the Queen Mother of the West turned toward the Eastern Prince, offering assistance to him, who found himself in an utterly disadvantageous position. With the pressure of battle alleviated thanks to the Queen Mother, the Eastern Prince withdrew his hand and summoned forth a shuttle-shaped divine treasure once more. With a hum, the luminous celestial bridge connecting the battlefield to the Y-as-U celestial court re-emerged within the realm. This time, the celestial army, without any hindrances, swiftly traversed the luminous bridge, completing their retreat in mere moments. As the army withdrew, the Eastern Prince and several other formidable beings from the celestial court unleashed their full power, driving back the besieging ancestral witches before utilizing their escape techniques, resolutely distancing themselves from Mount Buzhou. As they departed, the arriving Queen Mother of the West cast a grave glance at the 7 ancestral witches. Her Kunlun mirror then tore open a rift in space-time, and she leaped into it, retreating alongside them. Chapter 61. The departure of the Queen Mother of the West. The second expedition launched by the Celestial Court against the ancestral witches of Mount Bujo concluded in failure. This time, the 7 ancestral witches did not pursue their advantage. Manifesting their innate forms, Xianming gazed upon the heavens and earth, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "From this day forth, Mount Bujo is the territory of the true witch clan, descendants of Pangu. Those who trespass shall face death. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you." Xianming and the other ancestral witches expressed their lineage without reservation, entirely unconcerned about the potential upheaval their declaration might provoke across the realms. After casting forth this momentous statement, Xianming and the 7 ancestral witches retreated back into Mount Bujo. Following the Celestial Court's 2 dire defeats, Mount Bujo would undoubtedly become a forbidden zone for all beings. This impact is neither trivial nor monumental. However, the significance and ramifications of the phrase true descendants of Pangu are evidently far greater than the mere inability to enter Mount Bujo. Within the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, Fu Guang had returned the celestial calendar to his spiritual platform. Stretching languidly, he wore a relaxed expression. The battle has concluded. Yet the calamity has only just begun. The days ahead shall not be dull. Of course, Fu Guang's ease stemmed from another consideration. The reaction of the Eastern King within the Celestial Court upon learning the true origins of the witch clan remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Fu Guang was convinced that the ancestral witches would not simply let this pass. To be invaded twice without retaliation would undermine their very essence as ancestral witches, and the witch clan would cease to be the witch clan. Despite the fact that they had not suffered losses in these 2 confrontations, the nature of being attacked was different. The absence of an immediate counterattack was solely because most of the witch clan's members were still gestating within the Pangu shrine. With only the 12 ancestral witches having manifested, the descendant of Pangu, Xia, bore a look of faint realization. I did not expect the ancestral witches to be descendants of Pangu. No wonder that when the ancestral witch Xianming spoke those words, neither the heavenly Tao nor that individual reacted. Indeed, if they were the descendants of the great Pangu, they had the right to utter such statements. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang chuckled. True descendants of Pangu. Ha ha, some individuals might find this rather unsettling. At Fu Guang's words, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Xia's eyes. It was evident that she had already deduced who the person Fu Guang referred to would be. In the sacred realm of Kunlun Mountain, within the illustrious Yusu Palace, the visages of the 3 pure ones were marred by displeasure, their gazes ignited with indignation. The most haughty among them, Yuan Shi, cast a frigid stare towards the direction of the Mount Bujo, intoning coldly, "The true descendants of Pangu." Tong Tian, furrowing his brow, felt a similar discontent rise within him. The words of the ancestral witch, Xianming, particularly the term true, seemed to mock their own lineage, as if insinuating that the 3 pure ones were not the genuine article. Their witch clan could indeed claim the legacy of Pangu. Thus, the 3 brothers were equally entitled to do so. Tong Tian spoke, his tone heavy. Moreover, during our sojourn through the primordial wilderness, we have always regarded ourselves as the true descendants of Pangu. The ancestral witches and their kin are mere newcomers, and thus, we need not be overly concerned. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi surprisingly acknowledged Tong Tian's words with a nod. As the leader of the 3 pure ones, Laozi, though silent, wore a furrowed countenance that betrayed his deep dissatisfaction. Even if Tong Tian's assertions held some merit, the brothers understood that the emergence of the ancestral witches and their clan had irrevocably altered the circumstances. At the very least, they were no longer the sole bearers of the title true descendants of Pangu traversing the primordial expanse. Time slipped away like clouds in the sky, morphing from white robes to the shadows of gray hounds. In the blink of an eye, the second expedition of the Celestial Court against the ancestral witches had resulted in a calamitous defeat, a matter that transpired over the span of more than a Yuan meeting. Within this Yuan meeting, Mount Bujo had decisively transformed into a forbidden zone for all beings of the primordial realm. With no celestial daring to venture there in search of fortune, fearing encounters with the formidable ancestral witches and the yet-to-be-revealed witch clan. Following 2 dismal defeats, the Celestial Court sidestepped Mount Bujo in its ventures and advancements. Simultaneously, having witnessed the might of the ancestral witches, Dong Wanggong relinquished the treasures of the Yingzhou Celestial Court, embarking on a substantial initiative to cultivate high-level combat prowess. The campaign against the various tribes of the primordial realm, aimed at bolstering their own strength, also commenced with increased frequency. Moreover, under the immense pressure exerted by the ancestral witches and their clan, the celestial court appeared to have lost patience in its recruitment of mighty beings and Aluo cultivators from the primordial realm. Undeterred by the defeats, Dong Wang Gong advanced further in his cultivation, seizing the moment to slay his second corpse. Subsequently, he personally visited numerous powerful beings, either promising great rewards or employing forceful persuasion, gradually attracting several formidable entities to join the celestial court. This significantly augmented the foundation and fortune of the celestial court. Of course, certain figures whom he deemed impossible to recruit, such as Fu Guang, the Three Pure Ones, Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi, Fuxi, Nuo, and the ancestors of the Blood Sea and the underworld, were not approached by Dong Wang Gong. He had no interest in wasting breath on them. Such visits would yield no fruit. As the power of the celestial court expands once more beneath Mount Buzhou, within the Panga Temple, a terrifying and extreme aura of malevolence converges upon the boundless sea of blood. On this day, the 12 ancestral witches, including Xianming, stationed beside the blood sea of the Pangu Temple, gaze with eager anticipation at the surging waters. Leading them is the robust figure, Dijiang, the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches, who previously engaged in battle with the celestial court, sealing the space of heaven and earth. With his gaze fixed upon the blood sea, he proclaims, "The day of birth for our witch clan's progeny is upon us." Dijiang's declaration earns the approval of the other ancestral witches, who enthusiastically respond, "At last, it is about to conclude. I have long been unable to contain my impatience. Once our witch clan's progeny emerges, I shall announce our arrival to the world through the destruction of the celestial court." As the 12 ancestral witches converse, a thunderous roar resonates through the Pangu Temple, where the blood sea continues to churn, and the grayish, ominous aura enveloping the temple rapidly flows into the depths of the blood sea. Subsequently, with a cacophony of sounds, various beings of differing sizes and shapes, some even bizarre in form, begin to manifest and emerge from the blood sea. The witch clan has finally come into existence. Chapter 62. A steady stream of shamanic tribes emerged from the Panga Temple. Soon, under the guidance of the 12 ancestor shamans, the myriad shamans born from the blood pool within the temple, infused with malevolent energies, were divided into 12 distinct shamanic tribes. From the Panga Temple, they expanded in all directions, evolving and flourishing. As years passed, the burgeoning shamans gradually came into contact with the primitive races near the non-circular mountains and some solitary practitioners, who witnessed the formidable nature of the shamans. These beings possessed immense physical strength, lacked souls, and did not cultivate magical arts. They solely absorbed malevolent energies to fortify their corporeal forms, making them an exceptionally fearsome race. However, it was not merely their existence that set the shamans apart. Aside from a select few powerful figures such as the ancestor shamans and great shamans, who could absorb the malevolent, blood, and spiritual energies of the world to nourish themselves, the majority of ordinary shamans had to rely on consuming food daily to sustain themselves. This necessity compelled them to gather edible resources as well as hunt for meat to satisfy their hunger. One fateful day, a hunting party from the shamanic tribe inadvertently killed a cultivator from another race. Upon discovering the innate form of the fallen, which transformed into a colossal beast of mountain-like proportions after death, they found its flesh to be not only abundant in weight, but also exquisitely delectable, brimming with immense energy. Consuming it could rapidly enhance the strength of their shamanic bodies, and thus, the situation spiraled out of control. In a remarkably short span of time, the shamanic diet became increasingly diverse, encompassing spiritual fruits, wild beasts, ancient ferocious creatures, and an array of races from the primordial wilderness. With the introduction of ample sources of meat, the overall strength and reproductive rate of the shamans surged dramatically, quickly reaching a truly formidable number. Meanwhile, despite the sluggish reactions of the myriad races in the wilderness, they eventually realized the irreconcilable conflict between themselves and the tyrannical, powerful shamans who feasted upon them. The shamanic diet included all races of the primordial wilderness. This revelation was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the myriad races, inciting fury among some. While it was normal for one or two races to view each other as prey, The audacity of the shamans to consider all races as sustenance was utterly reckless. In no time, the tensions between the myriad races and the shamans intensified at an alarming rate, leading to frequent clashes between various races and the shamans. Regrettably, akin to a scattered multitude, the various clans stand little chance against the witch clan in solitary combat. Even those few who have united will merely face annihilation. In such circumstances, countless millennia have passed. Within the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, donned in a leisurely attire, reclines against the sacred Fusang tree, his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Since confirming that the celestial court had engaged with the witch clan, a heavy burden has been lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling remarkably unencumbered. This stretch of time has been nothing short of blissful tranquility. Suddenly, while in his reverie, Fu Guang's brow furrows slightly. Distinguished guests are arriving. He instructs, "Go greet them and escort these esteemed visitors here." As his command resonates, Chunlan, now a perfected golden immortal with a hint of Tai golden immortal aura, bows in acknowledgement. Understood. Chunlan departs, and in a mere quarter of an hour, she walks ahead, leading Fushi and Baze into the courtyard. Observing their arrival, Fu Guang rises and clasps his fists in salute towards Fushi. "Fushi, my friend, it has been a long time. How have you been?" In response to Fu Guang's greeting, Fushi reciprocates with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Fu Guang, my friend, I am well. I apologize for the intrusion." Accompanying Fushi, Baze also bows respectfully towards Fu Guang, exclaiming, Baze, pay my respects to the esteemed Fu Guang." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang glances at Baze and nods approvingly. "Indeed, in such a short time, you have ascended to the late stage of Deluo. You, my young friend, have a promising future ahead, and it is possible that soon you shall be among us as an equal." Baze smiles at Fu Guang's praise, but remains humble, attributing his progress to Fushi's guidance. "It is but a small feat, thanks to the wisdom of my senior, Fushi." Nodding, Fu Guang chooses not to linger on this topic and invites both Fushi and Baze to take a seat. He retrieves a delicate tea set and, with movements as fluid as flowing water, begins to brew tea upon the celestial table. His actions, though elaborate, are visually pleasing, leaving both Fushi and Baze intrigued and curious. In the primordial realm, tea brewing is typically a matter of mere thought. Rarely does one witness such intricate and seemingly superfluous yet delightful rituals. Thus, both Fushi and Baze find Fu Guang's tea preparation to be rather fascinating. Soon, the atmosphere is rich with anticipation. Fu Guang poured a cup of tea for both Fushi and Baze, saying, "Gentlemen, please enjoy the tea." At this, both Fushi and Baze gazed solemnly at the cups before them. After all, Fu Guang, as a powerful figure, had gone through a rather elaborate ritual to present them with these 2 cups of tea. Even if the taste and effect were identical, the significance was undeniably different. It would be remiss of them not to approach this with the seriousness it deserved. Given Fu Guang's display of prowess, observing the serious and cautious expressions on Fushi and Baze's faces, Fu Guang couldn't help but chuckle. "There is no need for such formality, my friends. It is merely a cup of ordinary tea." He continued, "The previous display was merely a small ritual for my own amusement." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, both Fushi and Baze paused in surprise before relaxing into smiles. After enjoying a cup of tea, Fu Guang picked up a piece of pastry and leaned back comfortably in his chair, directing his gaze towards the 2 renowned figures of the primordial world. "In these turbulent times, I find it curious that you 2 are not residing peacefully on Fengqi Mountain, but have instead ventured into my Jinwu Palace. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Fu Guang was not one to indulge in circumlocution. Thus, when he could not deduce the reason for Fushi and Baze's presence, he opted for a direct approach, as subtlety was not in his nature. Chapter 63. The direct inquiry of Fu Guang did not take Fushi and Baze by surprise. They possessed a certain understanding of Fu Guang to some extent. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi furrowed his brow and spoke. "What is your perspective on the ancestor witches and the witch clan? Since the emergence of the witch clan, chaos and conflict have prevailed across the vast lands, marked by relentless bloodshed. The witch clan is exceedingly peculiar, seemingly born to be at odds with all other races of the primordial world. Some races have been entirely consumed by the witch clan, vanishing completely from existence. If this continues, it is feared that apart from the witch clan, no other races will survive in this realm." hearing Fuxi's anxious words. A smile that bordered on mockery appeared on Fu Guang's face. He replied, "I never expected you, Fuxi, to possess such a compassionate heart." After a moment of jest, Fu Guang continued, "As for my thoughts on the ancestor witches and their unique clan, I hold no particular opinion. The harm inflicted by the witch clan's predatory nature upon the myriad races of the primordial world is of little concern to me. With the Eastern King and the Celestial Court present, the witch clan's reign of terror shall not endure for long. The Celestial Court will undoubtedly restrain the witch clan's expansion, and their existence will impede the Celestial Court's quest for dominion over the primordial world." In the midst of this discourse, Fu Guang maintained a relaxed demeanor. "We are but mere wandering cultivators. Whether it be grand schemes or tribulations, as long as we remain untainted by their consequences, it is of no concern to us." In Fu Guang's view, if Fuxi was genuinely troubled by the future of the myriad races, it was simply an exercise in unnecessary worry. It is not Fuxi's place to bear such burdens. Firstly, the rightful ruler of the vast lands is the Celestial Court. As long as it stands, there is no need for Fuxi to fret. Secondly, even in the absence of the Celestial Court, another power would inevitably rise to confront the witch clan, making Fuxi's concerns irrelevant. Thirdly, even in the direst of circumstances, is there not a sage to safeguard the balance? Would a sage allow the witch clan, which disrespects the heavenly laws and disregards the divine order, to grow unchecked and dominate the primordial world? Such a scenario is utterly inconceivable. After a brief period of reflection, Fuxi spoke candidly. "To be honest, since the ancestor witches have begun to reveal themselves and the witch clan has emerged, both Bai Zhe and I have sensed an aura akin to that of sworn enemies emanating from them. This sentiment is not ours alone. Many younger generations currently guests at Fengqi Mountain share this same feeling. However, my younger sister, for some inexplicable reason, did not experience any resonance. This was rather unexpected, as the intricacies of the matter eluded both my understanding and hers." At this juncture, Fuxi turned his gaze toward Fu Gong, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Your methods of divination are no less than mine. Might you discern anything?" Upon hearing this, Fu Gong refrained from providing a direct response to Fuxi's inquiry, nor did he feign an elaborate deduction. Instead, he carefully organized his thoughts. "I do harbor certain speculations, yet I cannot divulge this information to you. It is a celestial secret that must not be revealed. Why is it that Fuxi Beis and the multitude seeking refuge on Fengqi Mountain feel a profound enmity towards the ancestral shaman and the shaman clan?" Fu Gong understood this all too well. Should he embark on the path of supremacy, those who resonate with him would become the very pillars of his opposition against the shaman clan. Moreover, Fuxi was destined to perish at the hands of the ancestral shaman during the calamity of fate, only to later rise as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of humanity. The web of causality and the entanglement of fate in this scenario were immensely profound. Thus, it was entirely natural for Fuxi and others to instinctively sense a hostile aura emanating from the shaman clan upon their awareness of the ancestral shaman's existence. Indeed, it would be far more peculiar if they did not sense it at all. While he was cognizant of the truth, Fu Gong could not possibly share this knowledge with Fuxi and Beis. To disclose such celestial secrets would incur grave consequences, and it might even drag him back into the whirlpool of destiny from which he had painstakingly extricated himself. This was something Fu Gong was most unwilling to entertain. Upon hearing Fu Gong's words, both Fuxi and Beis expressed their understanding. After all, they too were adept at calculations and recognized the tremendous cost of revealing certain secrets that ought to remain concealed. "Very well," Fu Gong declared, bringing this topic to a close with a smile. "As it is rare for guests to visit my Golden Crow Palace, how about we engage in a game of chess?" Upon hearing Fu Gong's suggestion, both Fuxi and Beis' eyes sparkled with delight. "If you wish to invite us, we would be more than willing." Both were quite fond of Go, with Fuxi having composed numerous game records. Over the course of recent years, his prowess had significantly improved, and he was eager to see if he could secure a victory against Fu Gong this time, as the memory of his previous defeat lingered vividly in his mind. Before long, in the courtyard, Fuxi and Beis took turns playing against Fu Gong. Time gradually slipped away in this delightful pursuit. In the blink of an eye, time slips away. Under the existential pressures imposed by the Wu clan, the myriad races of the primordial world incessantly seek allies and powerful beings capable of safeguarding their existence. After careful deliberation, the increasingly formidable and welcoming celestial court has become the choice of many primordial races. Thus, as the Wu clan emerges, demonstrating formidable combat prowess and presenting irreconcilable conflicts with the myriad races, the celestial court not only withstands the losses from 2 defeats without suffering a decline in strength or prestige, but paradoxically gains from these trials, becoming even more powerful. Of course, the changes within the celestial court and the transformations of the myriad races bear little relevance to Fuguwei, who resides high above on the Sun Star. He remains indifferent to such matters, as long as neither the celestial court nor the Wu clan provokes him or drags him into calamities. He is unbothered by the chaos unfolding across the vast realms. At this moment, Fuguwei is contemplating a significant aspect of his life, marriage. Having already ventured one leg into the whirlpool of tribulation, it is indeed time to earnestly consider this lifelong commitment. After all, one of his deepest aspirations is to marry a partner with whom he can share life's joys and sorrows and remain together for eternity. Naturally, a wife serves as the steadfast flag of the household. Whether there may be additional banners fluttering outside is a matter of fate. Presently, Fuguwei is pondering an important question. As a mere solitary cultivator and an ordinary solar deity, can he still ascend to heavenly marriage and attain one of the 3 great merits of heaven, earth, and humanity? The issue of whether he possesses the qualifications for such a celestial union is indeed of considerable significance. Chapter 64. The Celestial Marriage. It is not solely Fu Guang who possesses this qualification. The merits of the celestial marriage among heaven, earth, and humanity are indeed scarce, with few beings meeting the requisite conditions. However, they do exist. In the original trajectory, Di Jun was able to successfully attain the celestial marriage and acquire the merits of the heavenly Tao because he was the lord of the demon clan and the sovereign of heaven. His status and rank were sufficient, thus it was only natural for him to have a demon empress, making the celestial marriage a logical outcome. Currently, Fu Guang lacks the identity of the lord of the demon clan and the sovereign of heaven. He has not even stepped into the realm of calamity. Whether he can successfully attain the celestial marriage remains uncertain. Nevertheless, shaking his head to dismiss such thoughts, Fu Guang's gaze grew resolute. After all, everything would proceed according to the standards of the celestial marriage. Achieving it would be splendid, and if not, it would merely be a celebration. In the midst of his musings, Fu Guang, clad in his ceremonial attire, turned to his 4 flower attendants and instructed, "After I visit the moon star, I shall accompany 2 fellow Taoists to the chaos to listen to the Tao. During my absence, you 4 should diligently cultivate in the Golden Crow Palace and strive to attain the Tai Tao fruit at the earliest opportunity." Upon hearing his words, the 4 flower attendants bowed in respect, replying, "We shall faithfully adhere to your commands." Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang ceased further conversation. A golden cloud, resembling a blazing sun, formed beneath his feet, carrying him away from the sun star and leisurely soaring towards the moon star across the starry expanse. "Farewell, master." The 4 flower attendants reverently bowed as Fu Guang departed. Once he was gone, they took care of all matters within the Golden Crow Palace before retreating to cultivate. To this day, the attainment of the 4 flower attendants was but a hair's breadth away from fully entering the Tai realm. A Tai golden immortal could, to some extent, assume certain responsibilities on Fu Guang's behalf. Thus, Fu Guang held great anticipation for their growth. As he journeyed towards the moon star, Fu Guang paused at various celestial bodies along the way to gather opportunities that resonated with him, reaping considerable rewards during his passage from the sun star to the moon star. Upon arriving once more at the moon star, Fu Guang's expression turned serious as he announced, "Fu Guang from the sun star has come to visit my 2 esteemed Taoist friends. May I inquire if they are available?" Although he had visited before, that time he sought companions to witness a spectacle, and thus it was not as formal. This visit, however, was a proper courtesy call to the sisters Shi He and Chang Shi, necessitating appropriate etiquette. It was not long before the 2 sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, descended gracefully amidst the moonlight, approaching Fu Guang with smiles adorning their faces. Exuding an air of nobility, Shiha gazed at Fu Guang and inquired, "Have you come today to invite us sisters to witness yet another splendid performance at the Golden Crow Palace?" After a brief pause, Fu Guang, slightly embarrassed, replied, "This time, I have come to formally pay my respects to both of you, dear friends." With a gentle nod and a smile, Shiha gracefully moved aside and gestured, "Please, do come in." She was well aware that Fugong was indeed here as a guest. Her earlier remark had merely been a playful jest. Before long, beneath the laurel tree of the moon goddess palace, Fugong and the others took their seats, where an array of spiritual fruits and pastries were presented. Just as he settled in and was about to pour himself a cup of delicious laurel wine, a fragrant osmanthus cake was placed before him by Changshi. In her rarely expressive eyes, there glimmered a hint of anticipation. Changshi looked at Fugong and said, "This osmanthus cake is made by me. Do give it a try." Upon hearing this, Fugong set aside his wine cup and graciously accepted the piece of cake with a gentle smile, responding, "Thank you." Earlier, Changshi had invited him to visit the Tying Star, promising to make pastries for him to taste. This was a detail Fugong had forgotten, as it was merely a casual remark, yet he was pleasantly surprised that Changshi had remembered. To be honest, Changshi's thoughtful gesture truly touched the softest corners of Fugong's heart. After he savored the osmanthus cake, a satisfied Changshi returned to her usual serene and unassuming demeanor, quietly sitting in her place, embodying a state of indifference to worldly affairs. Meanwhile, Shiha's smile never faded as she spoke. "My dear sister has long anticipated your arrival." Upon hearing this, Fugong raised an eyebrow and instinctively asked, "What about you?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he sensed an unsettling implication. Did he inadvertently present himself as a fickle suitor seeking to charm both sisters? However, Shiha and Changshi seemed unfazed by such trivialities. Acknowledging Fugong's retort with poise, Shiha candidly admitted, "Indeed, I have been looking forward to it as well." This was rather too direct for Fugong, who felt as if, after being touched by Changshi's kindness, he was now being playfully teased by Shiha. After silently reciting a calming mantra to steady his slightly tumultuous emotions, Fugong came to realize that in the primordial world of romance, there was no need for convoluted demonstrations of affection. One simply needed to express their true feelings plainly. As they were all innate deities striving towards enlightenment, there was little time to squander on entangled sentiments. This simplicity was quite agreeable to Fugong, as he too preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After indulging in a few cups of wine, Fugong spoke plainly, "Dear friends, I wish to propose a union with your sister." The gaze of two enchanting eyes immediately fell upon Fugong, shimmering with anticipation. Undeterred by the attention of these divine beings, Fugong continued, "However, I have devised a plan regarding this matter. If successful, not only shall we become a couple admired by others, but we may also gain celestial merit." It was precisely because of this strategy and potential benefit that I had refrained from discussing it with you until now. Regaining her composure, Shihi's eyes sparkled. "So, your proposal now suggests that you have already formulated a plan?" Nodding in affirmation, Fugong did not deny it. "Indeed, I have conceived some ideas in my mind. Yet, the path to success is fraught with uncertainties, and I cannot guarantee the outcome." Pausing slightly, Fugong's expression turned earnest. "This is not mere modesty. I genuinely lack confidence." Upon hearing this, both Shihi and Changshi nodded gently, signaling their understanding. Fugong then raised his hand and conjured a radiant essence, encapsulating various essential considerations pertaining to the celestial marriage, which he presented to Shihi and Changshi. "My plans are contained within this. Please take a look and provide me with your response." After exchanging glances, Shihi and Changshi chose to accept the ethereal light before them. Chapter 65. Just a moment. Shihi and Changshi exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and incredulity. Instinctively, Shihi, with a perplexed expression, remarked, "Is it truly possible to achieve this? Is the merit of the heavenly Tao so easily attained? If it were that simple, why would there be so few virtuous cultivators in the realm?" However, if this scheme were indeed proposed by Fugong, despite its eccentricity, it could still hold considerable merit. The reason is simple. If one were to identify the foremost virtuous cultivator in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly be Fugong. Once, he created written language, thereby establishing the path of literature and garnering immense merit from the heavenly Tao, along with a plethora of meritorious treasures. On another occasion, he established the timeline of the primordial world, receiving yet again vast accolades of merit from the heavenly Tao, while also acquiring the singular position of the sun god and a supreme innate meritorious treasure, along with numerous treasures of temporal merit. Both of these endeavors unequivocally validate Fu Guang's capability in orchestrating merit. Therefore, what Fu Guang had just divulged to the sisters regarding the merit from the heavenly marriage might indeed be within their grasp. Of course, to secure this merit with absolute certainty, several conditions must be met: the identities of both parties involved and the identity of the officiant. With Fu Guang as the unique sun god of the heavens, and Shi He and Chang Shi as the lunar star masters, they should suffice to evoke a response from the heavenly Tao. The pressing issue lies in ensuring that the officiant possesses adequate qualifications. From Shi He and Chang Shi's perspective, no one in the primordial world currently meets this criterion, unless it involves the sage from the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet, the thought of that sage stepping out to officiate their marriage does not seem entirely implausible. With this contemplation, Shi He turned her enchanting gaze toward Fu Guang and inquired, "When do you intend to commence the arrangements for this matter?" Having learned of the heavenly marriage, Shi He no longer regarded Fu Guang as a fool, lacking in romantic understanding. Instead, she felt a sense of urgency. Conversely, she found herself growing more composed. The innate divine beings possess boundless lifespans, and as long as they do not fall victim to the calamities of fate, they can afford to wait. Thus, Shi He was not averse to Fu Guang taking his time to meticulously plan this undertaking. Calmly savoring the laurel wine and indulging in osmanthus cake, Fu Guang replied, "To realize this scheme, we must await a special opportunity. It is not feasible at present. The reason I chose to inform you of this matter is to prevent any misunderstandings regarding my previous demeanor. I am not eloquent, and thus I could only convey the truth." Shi He gently nodded, expressing that both she and her sister understood his intentions. Now that his stance was clear, he could rest assured regarding future actions. If assistance or collaboration was required, he need only speak up. With a nod, Fu Guang refrained from delving deeply into the matter of the celestial marriage. Firstly, Niwa was still merely a novice in the quasi-saint realm, and the red embroidery ball had not yet come into her possession. Thus, as the officiant, she was not yet in place, rendering the celestial marriage a mere jest. Secondly, to secure the merits of the celestial marriage, he needed to elevate his own status within the vast cosmos of Hongwang, as well as the standing of Shi He and Chang Shi. This, however, posed no significant challenge. After all, the reputation of the sun god and the two lunar goddesses echoed resoundingly throughout the realms of Hongwang. The essence of the celestial marriage among heaven, earth, and humanity is quite simple. It is to instill a sense of moral ethics and proper conduct among the beings of Hongwang, preventing any aberrations such as those between father and daughter, mother and son, sister and brother, or any other violations of ethical norms. This clarity is beneficial for establishing order between yin and yang and for the growth and development of future generations. Hence, officiating a marriage can indeed yield celestial merits. The pressing question arises: how can the process of marriage officiation be ingrained in the collective memory of the beings of Hongwang? The answer is straightforward. Both parties to the marriage, the guests attending the ceremony, and the officiant must be prominent figures. In layman's terms, leveraging the effect of celebrity suffices. Di Jun need not exert himself to elevate his status or fame. As the demon emperor and the ruler of the heavenly court, his very identity is that of a celebrity, his status inherently established. The principle of top-down influence applies here. If the demon emperor and the ruler of the heavenly court conduct their marriages with decorum, who among their subordinates would dare to act recklessly? Naturally, they would follow suit, thus gradually establishing the ethical framework for marriage. However, Fu Guang's situation was different. He had only 4 flower fairies in his retinue, and was neither a sovereign nor a clan leader. Consequently, the only method he could conceive to enhance the likelihood of officiating a marriage was to amplify the celebrity aura surrounding himself, Shi He and Chang Shi, utilizing their renown to inspire the beings of heaven and earth to emulate them, thereby increasing his chances of successfully officiating a marriage. Returning to lighter discourse, the three engaged in casual conversation, sharing tales of the myriad events transpiring across the vast expanse. They reflected upon their insights gained during their exploration of the great Tao and exchanged thoughts on the current state of the cosmos. Thus, time gradually passed. On this day, within the tranquil confines of the lunar divine palace, the sound of a bell suddenly echoed. Ding, ding, ding. Upon hearing the resonant chimes, Fu Guang, Shi He, who were previously harmonizing their musical talents, and Chang Shi, engrossed in composing a new novel titled Lunar Goddess Wang Shu, all ceased their activities. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in their eyes as they exchanged knowing glances. The time for the third lecture had arrived. Casually stowing away the ancient zither, an artifact of virtue and spiritual treasure, Fu Guang rose to his feet and turned to Shi He and Chang Shi. "Shall we proceed together?" With a smile and a nod, Shi He readily accepted. "That is indeed my wish." As for Chang Shi, there would be no objections from her. Before long, the trio transformed into a radiant golden rainbow and moonlight, departing from the lunar star and heading towards the chaos beyond. In contrast to the relaxed demeanor of Shi He and Chang Shi, Fu Guang bore an expression tinged with gravity and earnestness. The events anticipated in this third lecture were overwhelmingly significant, instilling within Fu Guang a sense of urgency. After all, this third lecture was destined to shape the future of the saints. Truth be told, Fu Guang harbored a deep desire to attain enlightenment and become a saint. However, prior to this, he faced an imminent life and death crisis that required immediate resolution. Having now partially extricated himself from this peril, he found himself with a bit of leeway to momentarily contemplate the splendid vistas of enlightenment. Chapter 66. Arriving at the chaotic Purple Sky Palace unimpeded after exchanging formalities, Fu Guang and his companions found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, quietly awaiting the opening of the Purple Sky Palace, indifferent to other matters. It was as if they were accompanied by numerous supreme beings, including the esteemed Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu, both of whom were formidable figures among the great Luo golden immortals. At this moment, the influence of these celestial leaders had reached its zenith, standing unparalleled in the realm. Indeed, they had every reason to be arrogant. In the present day, as the celestial and earthly circumstances shifted, the relationships among the 3,000 guests within the Purple Sky Palace were also undergoing subtle transformations. The harmonious rapport of their initial gatherings had dissipated. The underlying reason for this change lay in the rise of the celestial court, which had offended many powerful beings. Some of these adept practitioners had even engaged in conflict with the celestial court. Consequently, the number of attendees for this third gathering had slightly diminished. Some had succumbed to the wrath of the resurgent witch clan, while others had perished, refusing to heed the celestial court's summons or join its ranks. Overall, amidst the tumult of cosmic changes, everything was in a state of upheaval. Not long after Fu Guang and his companions arrived, Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, a pair of intimate partners, along with the siblings Fushi and Yuhua, also made their entrance. Upon their arrival, they too sensed the altered atmosphere among the 3,000 guests. After exchanging brief greetings with Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi, the four fell silent, patiently awaiting the palace's opening. As time swiftly passed, the 3,000 guests gradually assembled, and then, clang, the grand doors of the Purple Sky Palace swung open. The youthful Hao Yin emerged, announcing, "The time for the 10 Yuan meetings has arrived. The master is about to commence his teachings. Please enter." Upon hearing Hao Yin's announcement, the assembled guests awakened from their states of reverie and quietly proceeded into the palace, settling into their designated places as they awaited the sage's appearance to expound on the profound truths. Once all 3,000 guests were seated, the figure of the sage materialized on the high podium without warning. A resonant hum filled the air as the essence of the Tao circulated around him, his voice proclaiming resounding truths, transforming the entire Purple Sky Palace into an ocean of boundless principles and myriad visions. The attendees, captivated by the sage's presence, instantaneously entered a meditative state, beginning to comprehend the profound teachings. The content of this third lecture was rather eclectic. The sage appeared to lack a definitive theme for his discourse. At times, he elaborated on the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, while at other moments, he delved into the practices of divine skills and the path of sagehood. His teachings flowed spontaneously, meandering wherever inspiration led him. This truly left the 3,000 guests in a state of bewilderment, as if they were adrift in a sea of clouds and mist, caught in a haze of uncertainty. Before long, the least capable and qualified among the 3,000 guests began to frown, their faces contorted with anguish, and were compelled to withdraw from the state of listening to the teachings. Upon exiting this state, they initially felt a sense of bewilderment, followed by a silent determination to cultivate their own Tao blossoms. They endeavored to memorize the subtle and profound doctrines expounded by the sage, intending to contemplate them further once their strength had increased. Of course, despite their efforts to commit these teachings to memory, they could retain only a meager portion. As time passed, a millennium later, only those with superior foundational qualities among the 3,000 guests could keep pace with the teachings. 2 millennia later, those still immersed in the listening state were solely the elite innate sages. 2,500 years later, nearly all the top-tier innate sages had successively exited the state of enlightenment, initiating their own Tao blossoms and committing to memory the teachings of the sage. 3,000 years elapsed. The sage, having spoken freely and joyfully, finally paused, albeit with an insatiable longing to continue. The Tao rhythms and miraculous phenomena within the Zixiao Palace dissipated, and the guests emerged from their arduous memorization of the sage's teachings. Upon the sunlit lotus seat, Fu Guang withdrew from the state of enlightenment, his eyes reflecting a lingering sense of unfulfilled desire. This session of teachings had been particularly invigorating, and he had absorbed the wisdom with remarkable clarity, despite nearly losing his way at a few junctures. However, given his extraordinary foundational qualities and the blessings of the Sun God and the ancestral heritage of literary Tao, he was granted the fortune to follow the sage's discourse closely. Thus, among the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace, he alone had comprehended the entirety of this third lecture. Naturally, Fu Guang was aware of this, as was the sage atop the podium, yet the others remained oblivious. After all, each guest in the Zixiao Palace was engrossed in their pursuit of enlightenment and would not divert their focus to others during such a momentous occasion. As the 3,000 guests regained their composure, following the precedent of the previous sessions, the sage first addressed the doubts of the 3 purities. Subsequently, with a tranquil gaze and an unperturbed demeanor, he spoke. I have attained the sagehood in accordance with the celestial mandate, delivering the teachings to all beings thrice. My merits are now complete. I shall merge with the Tao to replenish the heavenly principles. You who listen must understand. Without becoming a sage, one is but an ant, destined to perish in the boundless cycles of calamity and turn to dust. Remember this well and act accordingly. As these words fell, the assembly had yet to recover from the profound revelation that Hongjun was to merge with the Tao and replenish the heavenly principles when they were further struck by his subsequent declaration. Without becoming a sage, one is but an ant. Ultimately, one cannot escape the calamity of immeasurable tribulations. Death and the dissolution of the path are inevitable. How can this be acceptable? No soul yearns for demise. The adage to hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening presupposes that one has indeed grasped the Tao. Presently, among the 3,000 seekers, none have genuinely comprehended the Tao. Who among them would willingly embrace death? Consequently, the 3,000 seekers, filled with trepidation, fervently beseech their master, imploring for guidance. Even Fu Guang, who has anticipated this predicament, expertly feigns a look of panic and sincerity as he seeks enlightenment from the sage. In truth, Fu Guang understands that rather than offering guidance, it would be more likely for the sage to directly elevate a few of his disciples to the status of saints. Within the Zixiao Palace, apart from the 6 preordained disciples of the sage, the remaining seekers harbor no hope of ascension. Does Fu Guang harbor a sense of regret? Certainly. Who does not aspire to attain the Tao and become a saint? Although numerous narratives suggest that upon achieving sainthood, one must bear the weight of Hongjun and submit to the governance of the heavenly Tao, making transcendence exceedingly arduous, the reality is that without attaining sainthood, one will face not only the heavenly Tao above, but also the oversight of the 6 saints as custodians. In such a scenario, forget about transcendence. Merely surviving becomes a formidable challenge. Hence, to claim that becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao subjects one to the constraints of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao is an irony, as so many strive desperately to enter that very realm of limitation, yet opportunities remain scarce. Chapter 67 for the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Becoming a sage of the heavenly path does not merely signify entry into a restricted circle, it represents a true entrance into the final arena. Without attaining the status of a sage, even observing the celestial chess game from the sidelines poses a perilous threat, let alone making a move within the game itself. If one cannot comprehend this fundamental truth, then the pursuit of the way is nothing but a futile endeavor. Fu Guang is acutely aware of this reality. However, the difficulty of his aspiration to attain sagehood is exceedingly formidable. Thus, he has chosen to set his sights a little lower, aspiring to coexist with the sovereigns of the world. Does this title not resonate harmoniously with his identity as the sun god, Fu Guang? Though he may still fall amidst the boundless tribulations, each additional moment of existence grants him a precious opportunity. Every day lived is a day gained. Maintaining a tranquil mindset, he perceives the vastness of the cosmos. At this moment, despite displaying a facade of earnestness and sorrow, Fu Guang's heart remains unperturbed. He is merely cooperating with the sages, completing the subsequent scenes of the third lecture. Although he currently occupies the role of a mere supporting actor, he upholds a professional demeanor, ensuring that the sages remain at ease. This performance, Fu Guang intends to see through to its conclusion. Upon the high platform, the sage, confronted by the earnest pleas of the 3,000 guests, remains inscrutable in expression. He proclaims with a resonant voice, "Beneath the heavenly path, there shall be 9 revered sages. Aside from myself, there exist 8 other sage positions." As the sage's words echo, the countenance of the 3,000 guests turns grave. The vast multitude of beings vying for 8 sage positions? The pressure of competition is beyond immense. It is practically explosive. Without granting the 3,000 guests further opportunity to plead or speak, the sage's gaze shifts directly to his 6 disciples before him. This glance sends a jolt through the hearts of the 3,000 guests, while simultaneously filling the 6 disciples seated upon the heavenly path's lotus seat with overwhelming joy and surprise. Without prolonging the suspense, the sage speaks directly. "I establish the mystical gate, nurturing all beings. Beneath my tutelage, there shall be sage inheritances." Laozi of Taiji, transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, is the foremost of the 3 purities, endowed with the merits of creation. "In the future, you shall attain sagehood. I bestow upon you the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, alongside the foundational primordial purple chi for your ascension. I hope you achieve enlightenment soon and bear the weight of the mystical gate's legacy." As his words conclude, a resounding hum resonates as the sage raises his hand, directly sending forth an ethereal, vibrant purple chi, accompanied by the aura of the treasured Taiji diagram, which gracefully descends before Laozi. Such an opportunity, even for the typically composed Laozi, evokes a visage of profound excitement. After solemnly expressing his gratitude for the sage's bestowal, he accepts the primordial purple chi and the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Witnessing the fortune bestowed upon Laozi, none among the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace can suppress their envy. The foundation for sagehood, the innate treasure, each individual item, when considered in isolation, is enough to drive 3,000 guests into a frenzy. Particularly, the primordial purple energy, the foundation of sanctification, incites unparalleled madness. Who does not yearn for sanctification? Who does not aspire to attain enlightenment? Everyone desires it. Yet, the 3,000 guests can only harbor such thoughts. As the foremost disciple of the sage, Laozi is entrusted with the profound legacy of the Xianmen. Naturally, he cannot allow his possessions to be seized by others. Thus, who would dare to act against him while he has yet to achieve sanctification? It is no mere matter of whether one could vanquish the 3 pure ones. Even if victorious, one would face the sage's wrath. No one dares to act. Following Laozi, the sage once again bestowed upon him the primordial treasure, the Panga banner, and the foundational purple energy of sanctification, as well as the complete set of the Slaying Immortals sword array and the same primordial purple energy for the Supreme Pure One. Furthermore, after bestowing the 4 Slaying Immortals swords and the sword array, he specifically cautioned Tongtian, "This array is perilous. It must be used with utmost caution." Although Tongtian responded with great sincerity, whether he truly heeded these words remains uncertain. All 3 of the sage's direct disciples have received spiritual treasures. The sage then turned his gaze to his close disciple, Nuwa. "Nuwa, you shall soon encounter a grand opportunity, and you too may ascend to sagehood. I bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, the red stitch ball, and the foundational primordial purple energy of sanctification, in hopes that you will attain enlightenment soon." In comparison to what the direct disciples have received, Nuwa's gifts are considerably lesser. This is not to say that the map of mountains and rivers and the red stitch ball are inferior. Rather, when juxtaposed with 2 innate supreme treasures and the formidable Slaying Immortals sword array, which is said to be impervious to all but the four saints, they indeed fall short. Fortunately, Nuwa understands that as a close disciple, she cannot be compared to the true disciples and does not mind the disparity in treasures. With a beaming face, she graciously accepted the sage's gifts. I humbly thank you for your benevolence, Master. The quality of the treasures is of little import. What truly matters is the foundation for sanctification. This is pivotal to her future path. While magical artifacts are undoubtedly significant, one's own path is paramount. To excessively pursue the quality of artifacts while neglecting one's own path is to forsake the essence in pursuit of the trivial. After bestowing Nuwa with treasures and primordial purple energy, the sage's gaze shifted to Jiejing and Zhuanti. Before the two could lament further, he similarly granted them a spiritual treasure and a portion of primordial purple energy. Thus, all 6 disciples of the sage have received blessings and are destined to achieve enlightenment. In other words, among the 9 revered sage positions within the Great Desolation's heavenly path, 7 have already been claimed, including that of the sage himself. Only 2 sage positions remain. If there had previously been 8 positions, the pressure felt by all beings amidst this competition would have been immense. At this very moment, many among the 3,000 guests have succumbed to despair. 2 esteemed positions of sanctity remain, while a plethora of formidable primordial beings, such as the Eastern King, the Western Queen, the Taoist Fu Guang, and the Taoist Fu Shi, cast covetous glances upon these remaining sanctified ranks. Those of middling qualifications among the 3,000 guests ponder their prospects with trepidation. Some maintain a serene composure, upholding their dignity and positive mindset. Others, however, are consumed by bitterness, their eyes aflame with jealousy. A few wear expressions of deep resignation, feeling that the attainment of sanctity is beyond their grasp. Among them, 2 individuals exhibit the most extreme reactions. The first is the Eastern King, the foremost among male immortals. With aspirations of grand strategies and a fervent desire to ascend to the realm of saints, he is acutely aware of his destined path. No one yearns for the enlightenment of sainthood more than he does. The second is Kuanpeng, who, having been displaced due to the intervention of Han Yun, finds himself ensnared by the combined efforts of the Buddhas of enlightenment and Zhuanti, resulting in his relegation from the celestial platform that was rightfully his. At this moment, Kuanpeng feels as if he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. His gaze fixated nervously upon the celestial seat occupied by Zhuanti, an honor that should have belonged to him, the identity of a saint's disciple, along with the future opportunities for sanctity, were all destined for him. Yet, due to the folly of that imbecile Han Yun, he has not only lost his chance for ascension, but has inadvertently dragged Kuanpeng down as well. The very thought ignites a fierce resolve within Kuanpeng, as his piercing gaze turns toward the remorseful Han Yun. While he dares not provoke the disciple of a saint, he certainly feels emboldened to confront and eliminate the insufferable Han Yun. Chapter 68. After distributing the sacred positions belonging to his disciples, the sage did not pause in his actions. Instead, he raised his hand to extract a strand of primordial purple energy, which he entrusted to find its own master. Anyone fated to receive it could do so. As his words echoed, the sage released his hold on the primordial purple energy, allowing it to soar freely, like a mischievous child darting about the purple cloud palace, weaving through the throng of 3,000 guests in search of a worthy recipient. At this moment, as they beheld the primordial purple energy, the hearts of the 3,000 guests brimmed with desire, some with eyes wide and inflamed. Yet, there were those with a more composed demeanor, who refrained from exhibiting any avaricious displays. Soon enough, the primordial purple energy had traversed among the 3,000 guests. Then, with an agile turn, it rushed toward the red cloud, who sat upon his mat, harboring little longing for the energy. It seamlessly merged with his spiritual altar. The foundation for sanctification has chosen me? The unexpected delight left the red cloud momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of joy. However, before he could bask in his elation for long, an array of envious, fiery gazes fell upon him. Envy, extreme desire, and palpable murderous intent. The 3,000 guests in the purple cloud palace were not fools. When the sage released the primordial purple energy, he had clearly stated that anyone with fate could claim it. Whether one was fated or not was inconsequential. The phrase anyone may claim spoke volumes. This primordial purple energy was indeed a prize to be contested. as long as one possessed sufficient strength to seize and safeguard this foundation for sanctification. Then the primordial purple energy would belong to them, their fate realized. Although the red cloud had now acquired the primordial purple energy, whether he could maintain his hold on it remained an open question. Startled by the intense glares of the other 3,000 guests, the joy that had just washed over Red Cloud vanished in an instant, replaced by a grave and solemn demeanor. Others understood the implications. As a distinguished practitioner among the mighty, Red Cloud, too, could discern the truth. This primordial purple energy was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity, yet it also bore the grave peril of potential annihilation. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for Red Cloud to relinquish the foundation for sanctification so easily. All were formidable practitioners. All were innate sanctified beings, and each possessed unwavering resolve regarding their own path. To abandon such a significant opportunity merely due to the hostility of the 3,000 guests would mean forsaking his own journey. He paid no heed to the minor stirrings among the 3,000 guests. Once again, the sage at the high platform spoke. Cultivation is arduous, and calamities are unpredictable. As you are indeed fated individuals within my purple cloud palace, listen to my teachings and transmit the profound methods of my sect. Naturally, I shall not let you leave empty-handed. Upon hearing the sage's words, the originally envious 3,000 guests turned their heads in surprise to gaze at him, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed teacher. This form of address was entirely appropriate, for the sage was the one imparting wisdom to the 3,000 guests. Within the confines of the Purple Cloud Palace, addressing him as teacher posed no issue. However, beyond the palace's gates, aside from the 6 disciples of the sage, the remaining guests were required to respectfully refer to him as sage or Tao ancestor. After summoning the young attendant Haoyin, the sage addressed the 3,000 guests within the Purple Cloud Palace. At the Treasure Division Cliff, there lie spiritual treasures I acquired during my travels through the primordial wilderness. You may approach and claim them according to your fated destiny. As the sage's words echoed, Haoyin stepped forward, bowing to the guests. Please follow me. In response, the throng of 3,000 guests eagerly rushed to accompany Haoyin toward the Treasure Division Cliff of the Purple Cloud Palace, save for one, Fuguang. What was the final opportunity within the Purple Cloud Palace? It was undoubtedly the chance to claim treasures from the Treasure Division Cliff. Since halting his enlightenment, Fuguang had been ever prepared to seize treasures from the cliff, aspiring to expand his repository of magical artifacts. However, a question arose. Why, with such aspirations, did Fuguang remain motionless on the meditation cushion while others hurriedly advanced toward the division of treasures? The answer was simple. He had been retained by the sage. Just as Fuguang intended to act, a gentle yet irresistible force held him firmly upon the cushion, preventing him from rising. Within mere moments, the grand hall of the Purple Cloud Palace was left with only Fuguang and the sage upon the high platform. Although anxiety stirred within him upon realizing that the sage intended to keep him, Fuguang chose not to resist. There was no necessity for it. The sage's intent regarding a mere small golden crow like himself was likely a trivial matter. Since resistance was futile, it was far better to remain quietly in place. Fuguang trusted that the sage would not act in a manner so lacking in decorum as to directly impose upon him. Surely, there was a matter that required a private discourse. With this thought, Fuguang's heart grew increasingly tranquil, devoid of any panic. He did, however, feel a twinge of regret. The Treasure Division Cliff was likely home to numerous treasures attuned to his fate. If he did not seize the opportunity, that fellow Yuqing Yuanshi, who would take everything from the cliff, would undoubtedly carry away the spiritual treasures that rightfully belonged to him. The mere contemplation of this loss was indeed lamentable. As the thoughts of Fuguang began to diverge slightly, the sage on the high platform cast a gaze upon him, one that bore the subtle currents of contemplation. Upon witnessing this, Fuguang swiftly quelled the myriad distractions within his mind, adopting a demeanor of utmost reverence as he awaited the sage's words. Without any preamble, the sage, possessing a character of remarkable directness, waved his hand, and with a resonant hum, streams of radiant light descended before Fuguang, revealing various innate spiritual treasures of differing grades, each resonating with his essence. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, esteemed sage, Fuguang exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy as he beheld the emergence of these celestial treasures. After expressing his gratitude, he delightfully accepted them. The sage inclined his head slightly and then spoke in a resonant voice. The witch clan has emerged, and the malevolent forces in the world have surged, bringing forth a cataclysmic era. Yet, even with the powers of the celestial court, governance remains insufficient. The realms still lack a true sovereign capable of commanding all races and ruling over the heavens and earth. Listening to the sage's pronouncement, Fu Guang remained silent, a frown creasing his brow as he displayed a contemplative expression tinged with compassion for the suffering of all beings. However, despite his reaction, he refrained from engaging with the sage's discourse. How could he respond? To agree with the sage's assertions or to extol his insights would be akin to an insipid flattery, which was not befitting of Fu Guang's character. Moreover, the most critical concern was the potential consequence of engaging in dialogue. The sage might smile and declare him to be the sole, true sovereign of the heavens and earth, urging him to strive forth, while watching over his efforts from the Zhixiao Palace. What then? To venture forth would be to court certain demise, yet to decline could provoke the sage's wrath. Thus, he maintained an expression of helplessness, a perfect portrayal of his predicament, responding to the ever-changing circumstances with unwavering composure. Chapter 69, the topic brought up by Fu Guang. The sage was not taken aback. He possessed a certain understanding of Fu Guang, recognizing his cautious and composed nature, one that only seizes opportunities he is confident in and fulfills his obligations diligently. Such a disposition could hardly be swayed by mere words. Fu Guang was no fool. Most formidable beings comprehended that the supreme throne after unifying the realms was a position of a sage's fruition, a truth Fu Guang was well aware of. However, the challenges entailed were immense. Destiny, strength, fate, cunning, and assistance. Each condition was stringent and indispensable. Moreover, he had to confront the 12 ancestors of sorcery and the formidable, warlike Wu clan, which preyed upon the myriad beings of the primordial world. Subsequently, he would also face other heavenly sages who might have achieved enlightenment even before him. If these numerous conditions were unmet, and if various tribulations could not be overcome, then that sage's fruition would remain unattainable for the schemer. When dealing with the astute, cunning plots and persuasive words hold little efficacy. Furthermore, a sage would disdain employing such sordid tactics. The sage then raised his hand, and several treasures emanating a vast aura appeared before Fu Guang. The first, the most potent in essence, was a measuring ruler, radiating with the brilliance of grand virtues and infused with the primordial energy of the universe, embodying supreme lethal force. This was the postnatal treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. The sage regarded the primordial measuring ruler and stated, though this treasure possesses formidable offensive power and can also suppress fate, its greater function lies in delineating the order and rules of heaven and earth. If one can comprehend the heavenly regulations and earthly laws within, immense merit can be attained. Upon hearing the sage's words, Fu Guang's breath momentarily faltered. The great merit spoken of by the sage could not possibly be a trivial sum. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. The second treasure was a small cauldron, exuding a mysterious aura of creation, pulsating with the vibrations of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, shimmering with radiance and boundless creativity. This was the creation treasure, the Qian Kuan cauldron, which possessed the ability to reverse the innate. The sage continued, the Qian Kuan cauldron has the power to counter the innate. If one can acquire a set of postnatal spiritual treasures from their origin, it can be transformed into an innate spiritual treasure, aiding cultivators in severing their 3 corpses. There are indeed numerous innate spiritual treasures throughout the world. However, they are ultimately finite. Yet, once the teachings of the mystical gate spread, the path of celestial cultivation will become accessible, and the number of cultivators in the world will undoubtedly multiply. In such a scenario, the innate treasures necessary for severing corpses will surely be insufficient. Thus, possessing the Qian Kuan cauldron equates to grasping a vital lifeline for many cultivators lacking severing treasures. Although one can reach the quasi-saint realm without severing corpses, a quasi-saint who has severed their corpses is far more aligned with their own great path, their strength exponentially greater than that of one who has not. Moreover, having already embarked upon the path of the saint, it is inevitable that one's thoughts would gravitate toward the swift means of severing the corporeal form to draw nearer to the great Tao. How could one not consider the act of severance? Furthermore, The creation of humanity by Nuwa also necessitated the use of the primordial cauldron. This essentially bestows upon one the key to intervene in Nuwa's sanctification opportunity. Thus, the significance of mastering the primordial cauldron is self-evident. Even Fu Guang, with his typically composed demeanor, found his breath becoming labored at this moment. Thirdly, there exists a slightly damaged yet still emanating a fierce and ominous aura capable of shattering the primordial essence of malevolent beings, a pitch-black, fearsome long spear. This is the god-slaying spear, a congenital treasure belonging to the ancient calamity as protagonist, the demon ancestor Luhu. Although the self-detonation of the demon ancestor Luhu has marred the spear's essence, causing it to descend from its original status as a congenital treasure to that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, it remains formidable nonetheless. The saint is indifferent to Fu Guang's thoughts. He continues to elaborate. The god-slaying spear was damaged in the previous epoch, with a primordial divine prohibition shattered, leading to its fall from the ranks of congenital treasures. However, its foundation endures. The immortal severing gourd and the chaos gourd you possess are both extraordinary creations. By refining these two spiritual treasures into the god-slaying spear, you can mend its essence and restore that primordial divine prohibition, allowing the spear to regain its status as a congenital treasure. As his words came to a close, before Fu Guang could respond further, a resonant hum filled the air. The saint raised his hand once more, manifesting a vibrant stream of primordial purple energy within his grasp. Upon release, this essence soared towards Fu Guang, encircling him affectionately, awaiting his acceptance into his being. The saint continued, "The position of the supreme being of heaven and earth represents the fruit of sainthood. And among the practitioners of the cosmos, few are worthy of such a match. You are one of them, and indeed, the closest." With that said, the saint closed his eyes and fell silent. The grand hall of the Purple Sky Palace fell into a tranquil hush. Observing the three magnificent spiritual treasures exuding warmth toward him, along with the primordial purple energy eager to nestle within his embrace, Fu Guang found himself enveloped in silence. Truth be told, his resolve was unwavering, steadfast in the path he had chosen. Yet the magnitude of what the saint offered was overwhelming. Moreover, the saint had not insisted that he must vie for the position of the supreme being of heaven and earth. He merely bestowed these treasures upon him, while also granting him a foundation for sainthood. Subsequently, he made it abundantly clear that while there were others capable of occupying that exalted position, Fu Guang stood as the closest contender. What does this signify? It is an overt scheme, blatantly transparent. The offerings have been made, and the opportunity lies before you. It is now up to Fu Guang to make his choice, to strive for that position. In order to assist Guang, one must enter the tumult of the celestial tribulation to undergo trials, refraining from contention. Guang should remain on the Sun Star, diligently cultivating the foundation for sanctification. As for the question of whether bestowing these spiritual treasures incurs loss, for a sage on the brink of enlightenment, unless the treasures pertain to critical aspects of the tribulation, they hold little significance. Thus, the notion of loss becomes irrelevant. Otherwise, the sage would not directly initiate the division of treasures. After a brief silence, Guang raised his hand and gently waved, promptly collecting the primordial measuring ruler, the Qinquan cauldron, and the god-slaying spear into his spiritual abode. Simultaneously, he accepted the intimate embrace of the primordial purple qi. He then bowed respectfully to the sage, expressing gratitude for the bestowed gifts. Though he had not yet resolved his decision, the treasures granted by the sage were undeniably irretrievable. Therefore, Guang did not decline. As for whether to contest for the position of supreme being, he would take the time to deliberate on that matter. The tribulation's affairs were not urgent. At present, the Eastern King was in a state of inflated pride, and despite any shortcomings, he had managed to exchange blows with the Celestial Court and the Witch Clan on several occasions, enduring a few harsh blows. Having accepted the items and feeling his heart racing, Guang could not help but marvel at the sage's prowess. Truly, the sage was unparalleled, exhibiting extraordinary skill. The scheme to draw one into the tribulation was rather rudimentary. He first offered a taste of early rewards, then clearly indicated that entering the fray would yield even greater benefits, allowing one to choose whether to partake in this game, regardless of one's decision. An expression of thanks was obligatory. Such mastery was incomprehensibly high. Chapter 70. The silence within the grand hall did not last long. The 3,000 guests who had ventured to the treasure cliff began to return one after another. Each individual's harvest varied significantly. Those who reaped abundant rewards, such as the disciples of the three purities and Nuwa, were naturally all smiles. Conversely, those with meager gains, like Jane, Zhuanti, and the renowned yet impoverished Kunping, wore expressions devoid of joy. Nonetheless, as the sages proclaimed, each person had acquired some spiritual treasures and opportunities. The distinction lay in the satisfaction of some and the discontent of others. Why did you not go to the treasure cliff? Upon returning to her mat, she had noticed that Fu Guang had not participated in the treasure gathering and inquired with unexpected curiosity. In response, Fu Guang shook his head in silence. He could not disclose that he had been retained by the sage. Thus, he refrained from answering Shiha's question. Fortunately, Shiha was not one to pry excessively. Seeing Fu Guang's reticence, she chose not to press further. Opportunities have been bestowed. You may all depart. Upon their return, the sage upon the high platform spoke without sorrow or joy. The great tide of the wilderness remains unchanged. Hongjun does not emerge. As these words resonated, the sage's figure vanished from the high platform. The throng of 3,000 guests bowed and took their leave. Once all had exited the Zhixiao Palace, the sage's voice echoed through the chaos and the realms of the wilderness. The Tao comprises 50. The heavenly cycle is 49. One must retreat from it. I, Hongjun, have attained the ultimate Tao and must adhere to the heavenly mandate, uniting with the Tao to complete the heavenly path. Henceforth, Hongjun embodies the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao does not serve Hongjun. The heavenly Tao unite. With the finality of this declaration, a tremendous rumble reverberated through chaos and the wilderness, and all great beings could distinctly perceive an ineffable transformation occurring within the cosmos. The heavenly Tao was completed, and all sentient beings now resided beneath its domain. Sensing this subtle shift, Fu Guang mused, a complete heavenly Tao is also a flawed one. The path to transcendence is fraught with challenges. With this thought, Fu Guang swiftly retracted his contemplations. What was he thinking? He was still a distance from achieving the path of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, had yet to attain the Tao, and had not even approached the fruit of sagehood. Yet here he was contemplating transcendence? Such lofty aspirations were indeed misplaced. Clearing his mind of distractions, Fu Guang turned to Shiha and Changshi, who were by his side. He declared, "Let us return to the wilderness. The sage has united with the Tao. This desolate and empty Zhixiao Palace is soon to vanish into chaos and will not reappear easily. Remaining here offers no advantage beyond the peril of the chaotic aura." As Fu Guang, Shihi, and Changshi were preparing to depart together, a group comprised of the solemn Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi, and several esteemed quasi-saint practitioners, who shared a close rapport with Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, approached them. Fu Guang, Shihi, Changshi, Hong Yun greeted them with a respectful bow, then proceeded to articulate his intent. "I fear that my journey back may encounter certain tribulations, and I earnestly beseech the three of you to lend me your support. Should we succeed, I shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely." As soon as he finished speaking, the honest and straightforward Jin Yuanzi also chimed in. "Dear friends, I implore your assistance as well, and I too shall ensure a generous recompense." In truth, when Hong Yun obtained the primordial purple energy, Fu Guang was already aware of his desire to return to his sanctuary unscathed, a task that would not be without its challenges. He pondered whether Hong Yun would trust in his integrity enough to seek his aid, as that was indeed the foundation of sanctification. To be candid, given Hong Yun's extensive network, the only individuals willing to assist him at this juncture were Jin Yuanzi and a handful of powerful practitioners, underscoring the immense allure of the path to sanctification amidst the throngs of seekers. As for the great Luo cultivators among the 3,000 guests, they had long since forfeited their eligibility to partake in such matters. With a hint of a smile, Fu Guang addressed Hong Yun. "I had thought you might doubt my character and refrain from seeking my assistance." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun displayed a tinge of embarrassment, bowing once more. "It was indeed my folly to underestimate your noble character. This misjudgment is my own failing, and I shall surely offer an apology gift after this matter is resolved." Waving his hand dismissively, Fu Guang maintained his smile. "There is no need for that. After this affair, Jin Yuanzi will host a banquet, and you may simply pour 3 cups for yourself as penance." At this, Hong Yun's expression reflected deeper feelings of guilt. "Your magnanimity is commendable, and I am in awe." Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang glanced at Zheng Yuanzi and the four practitioners who, unaffected by the temptation of the path to sanctification, had come forth to assist. He contemplated the journey ahead and the various powerful beings who might join them. He then spoke, "The number of our party is somewhat lacking. However, if it is merely to escort you back to Wuzhuangguan, it shall not pose a difficulty. Let us proceed." Having pledged to provide protection, Fu Guang would not go back on his word, even if their numbers were fewer than ideal. Given his cautious disposition, he could have easily refrained from involving himself in this matter. Yet, regardless of his participation, Hong Yun would ultimately return safely to Wuzhuangguan, for his fate was not destined to unfold within this span of time. Thus, while this endeavor may harbor certain risks, the potential rewards are not insignificant. Firstly, the compensation owed by Hong Yun and Xinyuanzai aside, both will find themselves indebted to Fu Guang, thereby establishing a bond of causality. In the future, this favor may prove advantageous. Secondly, Fu Guang's consistent discretion may eventually lead the formidable beings of the primordial realm to perceive him as weak and easily manipulated. To maintain stability, he must occasionally reveal his principles, making it clear that he is not to be trifled with. Thirdly, in the previous celestial marriage plan, Fu Guang contemplated enhancing the success rate by elevating the renown of himself. Shihe and Changshi. In a realm where notoriety is scarce, nothing could be more impactful or expedient than directly confronting a multitude of formidable beings. Of course, one cannot overlook the substantial risks involved, particularly the deep-seated apprehension of Dongwang Gong and the potential entanglement with the karmic repercussions of those powerful entities. There exists a tangible possibility of being ensnared by the calamities they invoke. Nevertheless, after experiencing the machinations of the saints, Fu Guang found his heart stirred with unrest and a yearning to dispel his inner turmoil. Engaging in battle with the incoming adversaries seemed a most favorable choice. Furthermore, the world is aware of his amicable ties with Hong Yun, and this intervention would further enhance his image of righteousness. When the day of Hong Yun's demise inevitably approaches, should others seek to deliver a fatal blow, they would also have to contend with him. At that juncture, Fu Guang could withdraw from the impending doom facing Hong Yun. It would be unwise to label his actions as insidious scheming. Although Fu Guang is not devoid of compassion, his foremost priority remains the safeguarding of his own interests and well-being. Therefore, after weighing the various factors and considerations, Fu Guang resolved to extend his assistance to Hong Yun. Chapter 71. Fu Guang takes the lead. Since their first encounter, Shi and Chang have been inseparably shadowing Fu Guang during every public appearance, silently trailing behind him. Following them were the solemn and serious figures of Hong Yun and Zheng Yuanzi, among others. Their journey from the Zixiao Palace back to the primordial universe transpired without incident. The uncertainties of battle within the chaos were far too many. Thus, those seeking to seize the Hongmeng Purple Qi would not be so foolish as to launch a direct assault on Hong Yun amidst the chaos. Upon entering the primordial universe, Fu Guang continued to lead the way toward the Wuzhuang Temple. As for Hong Yun's Fire Cloud Cave, that was out of the question. Though it was indeed a premier dojo, its safety paled in comparison to the Wuzhuang Temple, which possessed the Earth Book and could summon the unparalleled defensive formation of Mount Wanshou and the ginseng fruit tree. Moreover, given the profound bond between Hong Yun and Zheng Yuanzi, it was inevitable that Zheng Yuanzi would invite Hong Yun to accompany him to Wuzhuang, a proposition Hong Yun would undoubtedly accept. The group followed Fu Guang in silence. Although they were ostensibly there to assist Hong Yun, he was meant to be the leader. Yet, for reasons unknown, everyone willingly adhered to Fu Guang's guidance, following his lead without question. Beside Fu Guang, Shi maintained a tranquil demeanor, her beautiful eyes shimmering with subtle light as she occasionally glanced at Fu Guang, who remained silent and deep in thought. She felt no trepidation regarding the impending conflict. Rather, her curiosity was piqued by the weighty matters occupying Fu Guang's mind. Typically, he was quite loquacious during their interactions, but now he was uncharacteristically reticent and disengaged. As someone who had grown familiar with Fu Guang, Shi understood that he was undoubtedly grappling with something of immense importance. So much so that he was oblivious to everything else. Was Fu Guang afraid of battle? Shi dismissed this notion outright. A true powerhouse like Fu Guang, who possessed profound strategies and depths of thought, could hardly be cowed by fear. There was no doubt in her mind about this. No one understood the enigmatic sun god Fu Guang better than she did. Just as Fu Guang contemplated, and the group proceeded in silence toward Wu Zhuang, Fu Guang, who had been absorbed in refining the 3 treasures he had acquired, suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Raising an eyebrow, he halted, his sharp golden eyes scanning the surroundings before casually directing his attention to the grave-faced Hong Yun. "Friend Hong Yun, someone approaches." Hong Yun nodded in understanding, sensing the atmosphere around him, albeit not as swiftly as Fu Guang. The others shared the same sentiment. Without hesitation, Hong Yun stepped forward and surveyed the vast, empty sky. "Esteemed friends, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" As soon as he spoke, a surge of celestial light emerged, and the imposing Kunpun, exuding an aura of lethal intent and at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, materialized from the void. With eyes brimming with malice, he fixated on Hong Yun. "Hong Yun, you wretch! You have caused me to lose my sacred position. This enmity shall not be resolved until one of us lies dead." Before Hong Yun could respond, another figure emerged from the space, a blood-clad entity, crowned by a lotus platform and wielding 2 fearsome swords. The alluring yet sinister blood Si Ming, he also made his appearance. His intentions were crystal clear. "Hong Yun, surrender the primordial purple qi, and I shall spare your life." With the emergence of Ancestor Ming He, a succession of formidable beings materialized from the void. Among them, the most striking was Dong Wang Gong, adorned in imperial robes and accompanied by several powerful figures. "Hong Yun, relinquish the primordial purple qi, and I shall grant you a position beneath 1 and above 10,000 in the celestial court." These were merely the openly manifested mighty beings vying for the primordial purple qi. Concealed in the shadows were numerous others, biding their time. These lurking powerhouses would remain passive until a favorable opportunity arose, and one could only wonder how many would choose to strike when the moment arrived. Hence, these hidden figures warranted caution as well. Once no further hidden entities emerged, Hong Yun spoke. "Since you all have come, I trust you will not withdraw easily. I, too, have no desire to relinquish my hard-won foundation for sanctification. Thus, whether you can seize this primordial purple qi from my grasp hinges upon your own capabilities." Hong Yun had initially intended to exchange pleasantries, but reconsidered the futility of such niceties, knowing that many present were intent on claiming the primordial purple qi. Superfluous words would serve no purpose. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. Upon hearing Hong Yun's declaration, the expressions of the assembled powerhouses turned cold. "Stubborn fool. The primordial purple qi is destined for the worthy. You are fated to be without it. Hong Yun, you seek death." The crowd shouted in unison, yet none were quick to act. The reason was simple. The combat power supporting Hong Yun was formidable, particularly Jin Yuanzi, a notable expert among the mighty beings. The 2 lunar goddesses represent the earliest achievements in the realm of quasi-sainthood, their cultivation having long ascended to the mid-stage of this illustrious rank. The 4 companions of the illustrious figure, known for their formidable powers, may not possess overwhelming reputations, yet attaining quasi-sainthood undoubtedly signifies that they are far from ordinary. Of paramount importance is the presence of the esteemed Fu Guang Taoist, whose strength is widely recognized among many great practitioners, despite having seldom revealed it. Furthermore, Fu Guang Taoist is endowed with a substantial celestial merit golden wheel, making any confrontation with such a being potentially disastrous. A defeat would be catastrophic, while a victory would yield little reward. In essence, no one is eager to confront Fu Guang Taoist, a veritable hot potato. As long as Fu Guang Taoist is present, the likelihood of a conflict unfolding remains exceedingly low. After all, who would dare to challenge Fu Guang Taoist should a battle commence? Upon realizing this, the powerful practitioners leading the charge turned their gazes towards Fu Guang Taoist, who stood calmly beside Hong Yun, his demeanor unwavering. For a fleeting moment, the Taoist's eyes flickered. The proud ancestor of the Nether River, renowned for his invincibility and the legend of the unyielding blood sea, was among those who feared not the revered Fu Guang Taoist. Yet, he too was reluctant to engage with such a formidable presence, wary of the immense karma that might ensue. Just as the ancestor of the Nether River, wielding the dual swords of Abijna, intended to approach Fu Guang Taoist to inquire about his stance, hoping to dissuade any aggression, someone reacted even more swiftly. "Fu Guang Taoist, do you wish to involve yourself in this matter, to protect this fellow Hong Yun?" This proclamation resonated throughout the cosmos, momentarily stunning all present, who instinctively sought the speaker. Who could possess such audacity? Chapter 72. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. It was the Eastern King. At this moment, clad in imperial robes and adorned with a crown, the Eastern King stood surrounded by several formidable beings, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. With a calm yet imposing expression, he addressed the Taoist of Light, saying, "Taoist of Light, your acquaintance with Hong Yuan is merely superficial. I advise you not to wade into these murky waters. Live peacefully on your sun star and fulfill your duties as the sun god. Do not mislead yourself." These words resonated through the heavens and earth, instantly silencing the area enveloped by the formidable presences. No one spoke, no one reacted. Even the powerful beings lurking in the shadows held their breath. It was evident that these two, seemingly fated to be adversaries, were on the verge of their inaugural confrontation. Years ago, in the Zixiao Palace, when the sage designated the foremost male immortal, he first glanced at the Taoist of Light before confirming the Eastern King. This had initially been a trivial matter. However, as the Eastern King's influence expanded and his tyrannical path grew ever more pronounced, even small matters that he once disregarded began to magnify. It seemed that if he could not reclaim a sense of superiority over the Taoist of Light, he would find it hard to let go. Similarly, while the Taoist of Light was known for his benevolence and gentle nature, an inherent pride resided within him. Though he appeared uninterested in contesting with the Eastern King, he seemingly never regarded the multiple identities that the Eastern King bore, such as the foremost male immortal and the Lord of the Celestial Court, as significant. The two appeared to be destined rivals, their fates intertwined in opposition. This palpable tension was felt by the 3,000 guests and the powerful beings within the Zixiao Palace, leading them to anticipate the unfolding scene. However, one thing took them by surprise. None had expected the Eastern King to be so audacious in his confrontation. His direct, questioning, and threatening demeanor would have been unbearable for any formidable being, let alone the illustrious Taoist of Light, who harbored an innate pride. The atmosphere had turned hostile. The Eastern King's actions were indeed a blatant declaration of enmity. At that moment, the ancestor of the underworld river, who had raised his foot to approach the Taoist of Light, silently retracted it. Feeling uneasy even after stepping back, he retreated another step. If someone was daring enough to confront the difficult Taoist of Light, then he, the ancestor of the underworld river, would wisely position himself behind them. After all, while he was reclusive and eccentric, he was not a fool. Could he truly rush forth to attract the attention of a formidable transcendent on behalf of another? Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing the threatening words from the Eastern King, Fu Guang, who had been casually standing without any intention of overshadowing Hong Yuan, fell into a contemplative silence. The perpetual ease and smile upon his face gradually faded. His golden gaze turned towards the Eastern King, and with a nonchalant salute, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. However, we cultivators must discern our actions. Hong Yuan is a dear friend of mine, and since he has sought my assistance, I shall not turn a blind eye. I also advise all fellow Taoists present that I am here to ensure Hong Yuan's safe passage into Wuzhuang Temple. To preserve harmony among us, it would be best to retreat amicably. Advancing further would lead to unpredictable outcomes." He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping across the myriad of revealed and concealed transcendent beings before settling on the Eastern King's countenance, a hint of inscrutable amusement dancing in his eyes. "Let it not be said that you were not forewarned." As this final statement echoed, a momentary stillness enveloped the assembly, followed by an array of peculiar expressions directed at the Eastern King. It was reminiscent of the time when the Eastern King, after personally leading an expedition, was forced to retreat in disarray, a warning once issued by the ancestral witch to the beings of the primordial chaos. Now, as Fu Guang invoked it once more, it inevitably rekindled memories of the Eastern King's comical misadventure at Mount Buzhou. A chuckle escaped someone, only to be stifled upon realizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Fu Guang remained undaunted by the Eastern King's formidable presence, though a measure of respect was still warranted. Of course, once the first laughter broke free, the remaining attendees, even if they restrained their mirth, could not conceal the amusement etched upon their faces. In response to the collective mirth and Fu Guang's mockery, the Eastern King's expression remained unchanged. After all, he was the leader of a top-tier power, capable of maintaining a facade. Today, stepping forward, the Eastern King proclaimed with clarity, Hong Yun must leave a foundation for his sanctification. You, Fu Guang, cannot protect him, as I say. With his words, a rumble resonated. The Eastern King exuded a terrifying aura of mid-stage quasi-saint level, his various paths and myriad laws suddenly erupting into a manifestation of the great Tao, blooming like flowers and bearing the fruits of law, imbued with formidable lethality. Concurrently, treasures of spiritual essence emerged from the blossoming Tao and the fruits of law, their brilliance dazzling and resplendent. From the very outset, the Eastern King showcased impressive prowess, reflecting a depth of experience far surpassing that of ordinary transcendent beings. One cannot help but marvel at the majesty of the Lord of the Celestial Court, a true sovereign among the myriad realms. Even Fu Guang gazes with admiration. It must be said that, as a prominent figure within the primordial trajectory, he has stirred considerable waves amidst the cataclysms, proving himself capable of contending with one of the protagonists from the demon clan for a time. Reflecting on this, Fu Guang spoke once more. Esteemed friends, it appears we must engage in a contest. Since you have chosen to disregard our counsel, we shall have no choice but to showcase our prowess. As the words resonated, Fu Guang ceased to conceal the multitude of spiritual treasures already known to the world. The 10,000-character scripture transformed into a robe of virtue that enveloped him. The black jade and ink sea shielded his surroundings. The autumn hairbrush was effortlessly grasped. The treasures of merit manifested before all. The immortal slaying gourd floated nonchalantly by his side. At last, with a resounding chime, the supreme innate treasure of merit, the sun wheel, emerged, evolving into a radiant orb that exuded the essence of unyielding sunlight and an intensely fierce aura of slaughter, hovering behind Fu Guang, awaiting but a thought from him. This peerless treasure of merit, embodying the utmost in strength and righteousness, would fly forth to claim the lives of his adversaries. Though the innate treasures summoned by Fu Guang may not be numerous, every single one, save for the immortal slaying gourd, is unequivocally a treasure of merit. This spectacle caused all present, both hidden and visible, to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Following the division of the gourd vine treasures from the unyielding mountain, they had heard of Fu Guang's numerous treasures of merit, yet they could scarcely fathom the sheer abundance he possessed. Before their twitching lips could settle, a sudden, dazzling golden light of auspiciousness flooded their vision, illuminating the very heavens and earth, casting a golden sheen upon all that existed. Chapter 73, Dazzling Light. Who has activated the Wheel of Merit? After adapting, everyone turned their gaze towards the figure enveloped in the auspicious golden light of the Wheel of Merit, resembling a small sun, obscuring the true appearance of Taoist Fu Guang. Oh, it turns out that it was Taoist Fu Guang who activated the Wheel of Merit. Well, that settles it. After directly employing his well-known techniques, Fu Guang radiated an aura of merit. He looked towards Dong Wanggong and the others. Which fellow Taoist wishes to spar with me for a round or two? As soon as Fu Guang's words fell, the crowd twitched their mouths in unison. Who in their right mind would engage with a small golden figure of heavenly Tao merit? Losing would be painful, and winning would yield no rewards. In the arena, the once formidable assembly of powerful individuals exchanged glances, redirecting their focus onto Dong Wanggong, who had just stepped forward, threatening Fu Guang with sharp words, as if they were destined to be adversaries. Silently, all the mighty figures, including the likes of Mingyi and Kuanpun, retreated a certain distance, revealing Dong Wanggong and the other powerful beings of the Celestial Court. This scene darkened Dong Wanggong's expression. What nonsense! What do these fellows mean? Do they expect me to face Taoist Fu Guang alone, carrying the burden of karma and heavenly punishment for acting against a great merit holder? Truly shameless. However, despite his boiling anger, Dong Wanggong found himself at a point of no return. Suppressing his wrath, he fixed his gaze on Fu Guang. I am the leader of all immortals, the master of the Celestial Court. Others may fear you, Taoist Fu Guang, but I do not. Everyone, let us take them down. With that proclamation, Dong Wanggong steeled himself and boldly launched an attack against Fu Guang. Boom! The might of the quasi-saint technique was unleashed. Instantly, divine light pierced through heaven and earth, dissolving everything in its path. Various Tao laws, myriad divine abilities, and radiant spiritual treasures erupted with terrifying power, all directed at Fu Guang. who exuded an aura of innate sanctity. Simultaneously, several powerful figures who had already joined the celestial court followed Dong Wanggong's lead, their combined might shaking the very skies. Yet, in the face of Dong Wanggong and his allies' fierce assault, Fu Guang remained composed and at ease. With a sigh, he remarked, "Ah, dear friends, you are merely misguiding yourselves." While saying this, he too acted without delay. With a swift stroke of his brush, the myriad flowers of literary Tao blossomed forth, conjuring ethereal mountains of books and vast ink seas that appeared from thin air, effortlessly countering the onslaught of Dong Wanggong and the other mighty beings of the celestial court. The mountains of books formed an insurmountable chasm that they would need to traverse. The realm of ink and wash is a chasm they must traverse. The extent of their mastery over the great path will determine the speed at which they can break through the means of assistance. However, as long as their grasp of the literary way is insufficient, no matter how many methods they employ to break through, the forces of assistance will manifest with greater power, establishing even more formidable barriers for them to overcome. Indeed, powerful spiritual treasures can dismantle these methods. Yet, the efficacy of such treasures is contingent upon the strength of their master. If the master is lacking, even an abundance of high-quality treasures will prove futile. This was evident when the numerous spiritual treasures summoned by the Eastern King were effortlessly suppressed by the delicate strokes of the autumn pen wielded by the forces of assistance, relegating them to the depths of the sea of knowledge. Only a select few remained in the hands of their wielders. Observing the Eastern King and his companions ensnared in their own mire of attacks, the forces of assistance did not relent. The radiant brilliance of the literary treasures erupted forth, unleashing unparalleled power from the assembled treasures of virtue. One book, one world. I invite all fellow Taoists to immerse yourselves within my tome. With a hum, the treasures of literary virtue illuminated the heavens and earth. Subsequently, a vast world emerged from the interplay of these treasures and the forces of assistance, transforming between reality and illusion, manifesting directly from the celestial dome to the terrestrial realm. In the blink of an eye, the formidable beings of the celestial court, including the Eastern King, were drawn into this expansive world. With a mere gesture, the forces of assistance confined the powerful figures of the celestial court within the confines of the great tome. Such prowess instilled a sense of trepidation among the many observers who were secretly watching. While they recognized the strength of the Taoist of assistance, this seemed overwhelmingly powerful. It felt as though the two sides were no longer of the same order of existence. Were they truly both part of the celestial path? And what of the Eastern King, the foremost among male immortals and ruler of the celestial court? Was he truly so feeble? As the observers experienced a mix of confusion and shock, the great battle erupted in earnest. As the river of the underworld surged towards the red cloud, it was firmly intercepted by the hand of Zhun Yuanzi wielding the earth book. The Kuanping, filled with murderous intent and deep resentment, recklessly charged at the red cloud, engaging in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the others, under the combined efforts of the sisters Shiha and Changxi, along with the other friends of Red Cloud, made no significant progress. This battle can be deemed the first chaotic clash among quasi-saint level powers in the annals of the primordial era. However, many had already sensed the futility of their endeavor upon witnessing the assistance rendered by the forces of assistance, Shiha and Changxi to Red Cloud. Among the myriad formidable beings engaged in the great battle, apart from the fiercely wrathful Kuanping, who, driven by an all-consuming rage, fought with abandon against Han Yun, the rest, including the venerable ancestor of the Nether River, refrained from unleashing their full power. Yet, departing from the fray was not an option. They could only await the resolution of the clash between Kuanping and Han Yun, for the conflict could not possibly conclude without a decisive victor. Fu Guang refrained from further involvement, maintaining the vast cosmos within the tome, skillfully suppressing the myriad powerful entities such as the Eastern King of the Celestial Court. He remained vigilant, his piercing golden gaze surveying the battlefields, scanning the hidden positions of various mighty beings. Observing this, those who had initially concealed themselves and harbored certain thoughts shook their heads, suppressing their inner musings, and retreated. This is not the time. It is better to withdraw. This opportunity is fated to elude me. Today is not auspicious. Yet Fu Guang cannot perpetually shield Han Yun. There will be another chance. One by one, the numerous powerful figures concealed in the shadows began to depart, Soon nearly all had left. This did not escape the notice of others. Upon sensing the departure of those hidden, the ancestor of the Nether River, engaged in combat with Xinyuanzi, furrowed his brow. He glanced at Kuanping, who had yet to subdue Han Yun, and at Xinyuanzi, who could easily hold his ground against him, as well as the two effortlessly suppressing the other formidable entities, the sisters of the lunar goddess. With a silent sigh, he came to realize that this hastily formed alliance and assault lacked the necessary strength. Without Fu Guang and the two lunar goddesses' intervention, success might have been within reach. However, it was now evident that further efforts were futile. With this thought, a sense of retreat began to rise within the ancestor of the Nether River. He then summoned the full might of his abyssal dual swords, forcing Xinyuanzi back, and proclaimed loudly, "I shall cease my efforts. I take my leave." No sooner had his words fallen than he transformed into a streak of crimson light, departing without hesitation. Xinyuanzi, taken aback, was left momentarily stunned, wondering, is he leaving just like that? No further exchanges? Realizing the futility of the situation, he withdrew without hesitation. Truly, the ancestor of the Nether River was a being who valued his life above all. Chapter 74. The departure of the ancestor of the Dark River. As the formidable ancestor of the Dark River departed, the remaining powerful beings on the battlefield began to disengage from their opponents one after another, retreating far away. Before long, only the menacing Kuanping remained. Yet, at this moment, Kuanping also sensed the shift in the battlefield and realized that he could not vanquish Han Yun today. How infuriating! Kuanping let out a roar, his face twisted with rage. He glared at Han Yun, exclaiming, "You are fortunate today, Han Yun. I shall spare you for now." As his words echoed, Kuanping unleashed the power of yin and yang with a mere gesture, manifesting an overwhelming attack that clashed fiercely against the defensive spiritual treasure summoned by Han Yun, forcing Han Yun himself backward. Having repelled Han Yun, Kuanping transformed into his true avian form, flapping his mighty wings and swiftly traversing billions of miles. With another powerful flap, he was already an unfathomable distance away. Yet, as he departed, he left behind a chilling proclamation, "I shall return. The Taoist of light cannot protect you at all times." Upon hearing Kuanping's harsh words, Han Yun remained momentarily silent before responding, "I shall await your return, my friend, for further enlightenment." The conclusion of the battle between Han Yun and Kuanping signified the resolution of the crisis Han Yun had faced. Upon returning to the vast expanse of the primordial universe from the Zhixiao Palace, Han Yun, who had been anxious throughout, finally sighed in relief. He collected his summoned spiritual treasures and various Taoist techniques, turning to express his profound gratitude to those who had assisted him. "Thank you, esteemed friends, for your invaluable support." Hearing Han Yun's words of thanks, the onlookers, who had ceased their hostilities, nodded in agreement with smiles. At this moment, Xinyuanzi stepped forward to extend an invitation. "Esteemed friends, please join me at my Wuzhuang temple, where I, along with Han Yun, would be honored to entertain you." In response to his words, several powerful beings nodded in assent. "Excellent. Just what I desire. The ginseng fruit from Taoist Xinyuanzi has tantalized my taste buds for quite some time." After exchanging glances, the sisters Shiha and Changshi turned their gaze towards Fu Guang, who had just retracted his numerous treasures of virtue, awaiting his decision. With his methods now withdrawn, the vast world depicted within the book was rapidly being dismantled from the inside out, disintegrating before their eyes. After a glance, Fu Guang averted his gaze and addressed Han Yun and Xinyuanzi. "This is not a place for idle chatter. Perhaps we should take our leave? What say you, esteemed friends?" Upon hearing his words, the group exchanged looks at the crumbling book world, their faces betraying subtle expressions. Subsequently, all present nodded in agreement to Fu Guang's proposal, and the group swiftly departed from that realm, each employing their unique abilities. Not long after their departure, a beam of pure yang celestial light emanated from the vast world within the tome, and in but a fleeting moment, it restored the area devoid of the spiritual treasure's blessings. Without Fu Guang presiding over the vast world within the tome, it was thoroughly shattered. The expression of the Eastern Prince turned ashen, and the celestial beings of the heavenly court, their faces tinged with a hint of trepidation, reappeared in the cosmos. The strength displayed was astonishing. Before the confrontation, no one could have anticipated that a mid-stage quasi-saint and several early-stage quasi-saints would be effortlessly subdued by Fu Guang without him even shifting his stance. This level of power surpassed their comprehension entirely. When an opponent exceeds one's capabilities slightly, most might muster the courage to pursue. When the opponent is significantly stronger, many still might bravely chase after them. However, when one's adversary is so far beyond reach that they become an unapproachable figure, the remaining sentiment is often one of sheer panic. The defeat in this battle was evident. Upon their arrival, the Eastern Prince and his companions were acutely aware, without witnessing the clash among the myriad immortals, that their situation was dire. "Let us depart," he commanded through gritted teeth, his countenance grim, turning away without hesitation. What purpose remained in lingering here? To become a subject of ridicule? He, the Eastern Prince, was the foremost among male immortals, the sovereign of the heavenly court. To have faced defeat at the hands of a host of ancestral witches during a personal expedition, if not for the timely intervention of the Western Queen Mother, the heavenly court would have suffered a devastating blow, weakening their power significantly. Once again, in this attempt to seize the primordial purple energy, they were met with undeniable suppression. The Eastern Prince felt not merely a loss of face, but as though someone were brutally scraping his skin with a knife. It was utterly humiliating. Should word of today's events spread, he would surely become the subject of jest among the myriad beings of the wilderness, and the dignity of the heavenly court would be severely undermined, jeopardizing many of his plans. The phrase of failure to catch the chicken resulting in the loss of rice aptly described the Eastern Prince's predicament at this moment. With a face darkened in wrath, he silently vowed, "This matter is far from over. Once he cultivates the heavenly court to greatness, unifying all beings of the wilderness, except for the witch race. Under his dominion, the immense fortune accumulated would surely facilitate his effortless ascension to the late quasi-saint stage. At that time, he would return to claim the primordial purple energy from Hong Yun, deciphering its mysteries and achieving enlightenment in one fell swoop. When that day arrives, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold to Fu Guang. Although it was he who had instigated the ambush against Hong Yun, and he who had provoked Fu Guang, he was nonetheless the Saint's designated foremost male immortal, the sovereign of the heavenly court recognized by the heavenly Tao. Who would dare show him disrespect? Who would dare show him disdain? The Taoist Fu Guang is merely an insignificant loose cultivator. How dare he disregard his own dignity? Such a course is tantamount to courting death. Within the Five Zhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Fu Guang and his companions found themselves graciously entertained by Xinyuanzi and Hong Yun. Seated in a courtyard adorned with spiritual fruits, celestial brews, and delicacies, Xinyuanzi had even instructed his attendant to procure the exquisite ginseng fruit, a treasure that could be consumed directly or utilized in alchemy, ranking among the finest spiritual fruits in existence. In terms of value, the worth of the ginseng fruit surpasses that of the fiery mulberries produced by the accompanying spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree. The reason for this lies in the uniqueness of the spiritual root. The ginseng fruit tree is singular and irreplaceable, incapable of yielding new trees. In contrast, the Fusang divine tree can indeed propagate. Within the Golden Crow Palace, various qualities of the preeminent fiery mulberry forest have already been cultivated. As everyone settled in, cups were raised and laughter echoed amidst the lively conversations. After a round of feasting, Hong Yun stood, raising his glass. This successful return to the Five Zhuang Temple is owed to the assistance of all my esteemed friends. I am profoundly grateful, unable to find words to express my appreciation. All my thanks are contained within this drink. Allow me to offer a toast. With that, Hong Yun downed his drink in one go, and the others, out of respect, indicated that no further thanks were necessary. Following this, the forthright Hong Yun did not shy away from acknowledging his other friends, turning to Fu Guang with a solemn bow. This occasion especially relies on the aid of my friend Fu Guang. Your kindness is etched in my heart, and henceforth, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, the others nodded in agreement, not taking offense. Had it not been for Fu Guang and the two Taiyin goddesses present, the situation would have been far more perilous, and their return to the Five Zhuang Temple would have been fraught with danger. The involvement of the two Taiyin goddesses was solely due to Fu Guang's presence. Thus, Hong Yun's earnest gratitude towards Fu Guang was well understood by all. Chapter 75. Heartfelt gratitude and solemn commitment to Hong Yun. With a beaming smile, Fu Guang remarked, "It is but a trifling matter. My friend need not be so formal." The fact that you have emerged unscathed is a testament to our collective efforts. And it is by no means the merit of Fuguei alone. Everyone raised their glasses and drank heartily. Following this exchange, the smiles on their faces broadened, and their spirits lifted considerably. In good spirits, they all raised their glasses in camaraderie, indulging in joyous conversation as the banquet progressed. Soon, the attendees engaged in the essential activity of the grand assembly of the celestial beings, the discourse on the Tao. Although they had recently attended a lecture at Zishao Palace, the third discussion had only touched upon a minuscule portion of the quasi-saint realm. Most of the discussion revolved around the cultivation of the saintly path. Despite their comprehension, they found themselves temporarily incapable of assimilating such profound insights as their own. Conversely, the dialogues among peers proved to be immensely beneficial, particularly with Fuguei, a pinnacle among the 3,000 guests present. The discussions took on an even greater significance. Following the previous battle, even though Fuguei had yet to engage the widely acknowledged strongest among the celestial beings, Pangu and the three pure ones, he already exuded an aura befitting the foremost beneath the saints. Thus, engaging in discourse with Fuguei was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Before long, the entire Wuzhuang temple was enveloped in a harmonious resonance of Tao, with various extraordinary phenomena manifesting as auspicious signs gathered here. The discussions among the mighty conjured a natural resonance with the great Tao. The scenic beauty of Mount Wanshou remained unchanged, while the seasons flowed outside, 1,000 years slipping by in the blink of an eye. As the extraordinary manifestations of the discourse within Wuzhuang temple gradually dissipated, the guests began to take their leave. Fuguei, Shiha, and Changxi were the last to depart. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi accompanied them to the outskirts of Wuzhuang temple, clasping their hands in a gesture of farewell, saying, "Safe travels, esteemed friends." After returning the gesture with a respectful bow, Fuguei turned to Hongyun and advised, "As you traverse the vast wilderness, do exercise caution." It was merely a gentle reminder. Fuguei understood that Hongyun could not remain quietly at Wuzhuang temple indefinitely. However, as Kuanping had articulated, he could not oversee Hongyun at every moment. Thus, it fell upon Hongyun to remain vigilant. Of course, following the setback a millennium ago, even if the celestial beings wished to act against Hongyun, they would proceed with meticulous planning. Otherwise, they would not dare to act lightly. Fuguei could even ascertain that before the return of the celestial saints, Hongyun might face some challenges, but none of them would be insurmountable. The greatest tribulation for Hongyun would not stem from the celestial beings, nor from the primordial purple energy. Rather, it is the two esteemed saints from the West, Jane and Zhuanti, who are bound by the overwhelming karmic debt owed to the formidable presence of Hongyun. The unyielding essence of Hongyun endures eternally. In the realm of minor karmic exchanges, Jane and Zhuanti each owe Hongyun a singular sanctified essence, and when considered on a grander scale, that translates to two revered positions. Who could possibly repay such a debt? Even selling these two brothers would not suffice. Furthermore, their ascension to sainthood was predicated upon the fulfillment of 48 grand vows, borrowing immense merit from the celestial order to attain such a status. With their own obligations to the heavenly realm still lingering, how could they bear the additional burden of two sacred karmic debts? Thus, eliminating Hongyun emerges as the most prudent choice for the two saints of the West. With his demise, the karmic ties would dissipate. Even if Hongyun were to return in spirit, the monumental karmic burdens associated with the two sanctified positions would vanish. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Fugong's reminder and warning, Hongyun assumed a serious demeanor. "Thank you for your counsel, my friend. I comprehend." He nodded appreciatively. Fugong ceased further discourse, summoning a cloud beneath his feet that lifted himself, Shiha, and Changxi into the air. After bidding farewell to Xinyuzi and Hongyun below, they transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the celestial expanse. Observing their departure, Hongyun felt a pang of reflection. Fugong and his companions are indeed inseparable, as if bound by an unbreakable bond. Have they perhaps formed a partnership in the way of the Tao? Hearing Hongyun's inquiry, Xinyuzi tightened his grip on his beard, inadvertently tugging at it, casting a bemused glance at Hongyun. "Your curiosity is palpable. Why not directly inquire with the three?" Shaking his head, Hongyun replied, "I shall not. I fear retribution. Although I share a cordial rapport with Fugong, to intrude upon their private matters would be folly." Hong Yun was not so naive. The two continued their jovial exchange as they made their way into the Wuzhuang temple. When do you suppose I shall fully comprehend this primordial purple aura? I do not know. Why the indifference? I see now. You are envious of my fortune. Not at all. Rest assured. Once I unravel the foundations of my sanctification, I shall certainly shield you. At that time, you may traverse the realms with ease. My gratitude to you. They laughed heartily. On the returning cloud, Fugong wore a faint smile, feeling considerably lighter, unlike the burdensome demeanor he bore a millennium ago. Beside him, Shiha noticed Fugong's uplifted spirit and smiled gently. Have you come to terms with the matters that troubled you before? Fugong paused, a grin spreading across his face as he turned to Shiha. Did you perceive that? He nodded in affirmation. Shihi did not deny it. It's not just me who has noticed. Anyone familiar with you should be able to perceive it, right, sister? On the other side, Changshi nodded in agreement with Shihi's words and replied, Indeed, I have sensed it too. To this, Fu Guang remained indifferent. I have indeed come to understand certain matters and made some decisions. However, I cannot disclose the specifics. I hope you can understand. She nodded gently. With a smile, Shihi said, Do we sisters strike you as lacking in discretion? You need not worry. After a brief pause, Shihi continued, By the way, what are your thoughts on the promises made to you by Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang responded, It is a good thing. Previously, Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi were unable to provide the rewards I needed, so they could only make promises. In the future, should I have any requests, they will undoubtedly comply. The commitment of two powerful deities, even if utilized separately, is a considerable reward. Although, given the current circumstances, it seems inevitable that Hong Yun will meet his demise. Nevertheless, for me, utilizing this promise before his death, or having Jin Yuanzi fulfill it afterward, poses no issue. Considering the relationship between Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, it is likely that Jin Yuanzi will not renege on his word. Observing the calm expression on Fu Guang's face, Shihi pondered. With a simple act, one can earn the gratitude of both Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, along with their promise. Additionally, following the battle a millennium ago, Fu Guang's reputation has certainly spread throughout the vast wilderness, further enhanced by the renown he has garnered for his righteousness. Given the current situation, should he call upon others, it is uncertain how many will respond. His decision to act this time is indeed remarkable. This strategy is astute, yielding abundant benefits. She did not make these assumptions lightly. Rather, from her perspective, she could easily discern the myriad tangible and intangible gains Fu Guang has accrued, prompting her to reflect with admiration. Chapter 76. Before long, the three of them arrived at the starry sky. Fu Guang turned to Shiha and Changshi, the two sisters, and inquired, Shall we visit the Jinwu Palace, or would you prefer to return to the Moon God Palace for seclusion? Given their current close relationship, there was no need for pretense. A direct question sufficed. After a moment of contemplation, Shiha made her decision. Let us return and enter seclusion. I have gained some insights from discussing the Tao at Wuzhuang Temple, and I have similarly grasped some understandings from the chaos of listening to the Tao. It is the perfect time for me to retreat and reflect. She paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes meeting Fu Guang's, and continued, Your strength is unfathomable. If we do not strive diligently, I fear we shall lag behind you. Taken aback by her words, Fu Guang looked at the earnest Shiha and the silent Changshi, surprised that his prowess had placed such immense pressure on these two sisters. This revelation was indeed unexpected. Nevertheless, Fu Guang would not dampen the mood with reassurances such as You need not toil, I will shield you. Although both parties understood each other's sentiments, for the great practitioners of the primordial realm, the pursuit of cultivation remained their fundamental aspiration. Regarding Shiha and Changshi's thoughts, Fu Guang nodded gently. I wish you both a fruitful retreat. May you successfully overcome your barriers and achieve another severance. Currently, both sisters were at the stage of severing the second corpse. Should they succeed in severing one more, they would ascend to the realm of the third corpse. Even if their realms did not advance, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass their current selves. Thank you for your kind words, Shiha smiled, expressing her gratitude to Fu Guang. The two sisters transformed into beams of moonlight and soared towards the Tian star. After a brief pause, Fu Guang stepped forward, and a spatial passage appeared before him, allowing him to effortlessly enter. Moments later, he found himself back within the Jinwu Palace. In the courtyard of Fusong, Fu Guang had scarcely settled down when Chunlan, one of the 4 flower fairies in attendance, approached him with utmost reverence. "My lord, you have returned," she greeted. Raising his gaze, Fu Guang noticed Chunlan had successfully cultivated her Tai Golden Immortal Dao fruit. He nodded in satisfaction. "You have harvested the Tai Golden Immortal Dao fruit. Quite commendable. Take your time, accumulate steadily. I eagerly await the day you attain the Deluo Dao fruit." Upon hearing this, Chunlan's face lit up with joy. "I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord." Waving his hand, Fu Guang dismissed Chunlan. "You may withdraw for now. I shall rest for a moment before entering seclusion myself." In the palace, matters proceeded as usual. Upon receiving the command, Chunlan bowed respectfully before gracefully withdrawing. With a casual wave of his hand, Fu Guang arranged a plate of sunflower seeds, a dish of peanuts, and a cup of celestial brew upon the ethereal table before him. As he savored these delicacies, Fu Guang meticulously organized his forthcoming plans and arrangements in his mind. The affairs of the witch clan, the matters of the vast world, the concerns of the celestial court, and so forth. These could all be set aside for the time being. At this moment, the utmost priority was to attain the consummation of his Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Currently, Fu Guang's Hunyuan Golden Immortal Dao fruit was nearing perfection, equivalent to the state of a perfected quasi-saint. This extraordinary strength, surpassing the 3,000 guests and placing him firmly in the foremost echelon beneath the saints, provided Fu Guang with the audacity to take even the slightest risk. Were it not for such prowess, he would exercise even greater caution than he currently did. Just a step away from achieving a complete Hunyuan Golden Immortal Dao fruit, Fu Guang was confident in his ability to accomplish this during his forthcoming seclusion. As for the path to be taken after the perfection of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Dao fruit, he had yet to fully comprehend. In the vast expanse of Hongwang, throughout the ages, countless formidable beings, excluding the elusive Yangmei ancestor, who had long vanished into chaos, had no clearer understanding of the path following the perfection of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, including the saints themselves. After all, while the saints had attained the Dao fruit of Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal, they treaded the unique path they had forged. The path of severing the 3 corpses toward quasi-sainthood, not the path of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Thus, the route to cultivate after achieving perfection in Hunyuan Golden Immortal would have to be discerned and summarized by Fu Guang himself. Moreover, after taking a sip of the laurel brew, Fu Guang raised his hand and retrieved 3 newly acquired treasures. These artifacts needed to be refined swiftly, particularly the god-slaying spear. Once refined, it could be employed in future confrontations against a couple of individuals who greatly vexed him. Subsequently, using the Celestial Exterminating Gourd and the Chaos Gourd to restore it back to the status of a primordial supreme treasure before engaging in battle would allow him to surprise his opponents. Cough, 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 showing his fellow Taoists what true astonishment entailed. Just imagine, when his adversaries believed that the god-slaying spear in Fu Guang's possession was merely a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, and when he revealed it once more, it had transformed back into a primordial supreme treasure. Such a surprise would indeed be immensely gratifying. Of course, until he encountered a worthy opponent, Fu Guang would refrain from using the god-slaying spear. At the very least, among those currently harboring grievances against him, none warranted the summoning of the spear. Buzz. Amidst a hazy purple light, Fu Guang extracted the primordial purple energy he had acquired from within his own being. Releasing the constraints of the primordial purple chi is akin to an adhesive. Once liberated, it instinctively gravitates towards him. Fu Guang harbored no doubt that if he were to cast this strand of primordial purple chi out into the solar sphere, it would inevitably return to his side. The refinement of the primordial purple chi need not be rushed. His fingers incessantly prodded at the ethereal essence. While Fu Guang mused, should I attain the Dao fruit of the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian, the primordial purple chi would be effortlessly refined in an instant, allowing me to ascend to the status of a sage. Conversely, if I am ultimately to rely on merits to validate my path, the infusion of heavenly Dao merits into my being would simultaneously facilitate the refinement of the primordial purple chi. Thus, focusing my thoughts on comprehending and refining this essence would be a diversion from the fundamental pursuit. Unlike the likes of the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, and the Buddhas of the Western paradise, who, upon acquiring the primordial purple chi, are solely preoccupied with refinement. Fu Guang had no intention of dedicating himself to the arduous task of refining the primordial purple qi. The reason is simple. Once he achieves enlightenment, he can refine it directly, rendering any current expenditure of time and energy on its refinement unnecessary. If he fails to attain enlightenment, the refinement would serve no purpose, thus making it equally futile to squander time on the primordial purple qi. Furthermore, Fu Guang had another pressing task to accomplish: refining the chaos bell. At present, the foremost powers of the Hongwang, after the fortuitous encounter at the Treasure Division Cliff, possess at least one formidable spiritual treasure in their possession. Save for a few unfortunate souls, Fu Guang, who initially managed with his barely adequate spiritual treasures, now found them insufficient. Therefore, it was imperative to expedite the complete refinement of the Chaos Bell to ensure a solid foundation. Only a fully refined supreme treasure offers the utmost peace of mind. Chapter 77. Idly sitting for years with a soft clink, Fu Guang set down his wine cup and leisurely rose to his feet. Unhurriedly, he made his way towards the grand hall of the Jinwu Palace, where he often retreated for meditation. With a resounding thud, the heavy door of the meditation hall closed behind him, and once again, the Jinwu Palace returned to its serene and undisturbed tranquility. As the Jinwu Palace settled into silence, the tumult of the battle from a millennium ago began to circulate among the myriad powerful beings of the primordial world. Many formidable entities who had not witnessed the conflict exchanged glances, intrigued. In the west, the sacred mountain stood as the ancestral root, home to the two eminent practitioners, Jane and Juanti. It was a revered sanctuary, long yearned for by the beings of the west. However, the doors of Jane and Juanti remained tightly shut, and they had yet to establish a formal teaching, resulting in few Western souls being able to enter the sacred mountain for cultivation. Nonetheless, some capable practitioners could still be found on the peripheries of the mountain. Though the West was barren, it was said that even among the lesser candidates, there were a few who stood out. At that moment, Jane and Juanti were together, having recently learned of the outcome of the battle from a millennium past. They exchanged a glance, and Juanti furrowed his brow, expressing concern. With Fu Guang protecting him, I fear that the karmic ties with Han Yun may be difficult to sever. Indeed, from the very beginning, Jane and Juanti had no intention of repaying the karmic debt to Han Yun. Rather, they sought to let this overwhelming karma dissipate with Han Yun's demise. Yet, Jane remained calm, urging, "Brother, you are being too fixated. Our most pressing task is not to dissolve karmic ties or meddle in the affairs of the world, but to swiftly refine and comprehend the primordial purple energy, so that we may attain the path to sanctity. Our master has said, without becoming a saint, one remains but an ant. Once we achieve sanctification, all karma can be resolved and dissolved." Upon hearing these words, Juanti's understanding was illuminated, and he nodded in agreement. "You are right, brother. I was indeed too fixated. As long as we can attain sanctity, even with Fu Guang's protection, the karmic ties between Han Yun and us will surely dissolve." Achieving sanctity was the greatest assurance for both Jane and Juanti. For once they both attained the saintly path, few in the heavens and earth could withstand their combined might. Thus, there was no need to rush these matters. With this thought, Juanti's heart settled, and he continued to discuss the Tao with Jane, while diligently refining the primordial purple energy. Kunlun Mountain, within the confines of the Jade Void Palace. The three pure ones, who have begun to assume the mantle of the Pangu Orthodox sect, remained indifferent upon receiving the news. Each brother secluded himself within his own palace, engrossed in myriad pursuits, refining treasured artifacts and spiritual treasures, contemplating the mysteries of the primordial purple aura, and assimilating the teachings acquired from the Zixiao Palace. Their minds were not preoccupied with the actions of others. The current turmoil seemed trivial to them. The only enduring aspiration of the Pangu Three Pure Ones was to attain the state of sainthood. Upon returning from Zixiao Palace, Nuwa immediately entered seclusion. Having acquired the foundation for sanctification, her resolve to seek the Tao was unwavering, and she was eager to unravel the profound mysteries within the primordial purple aura. As for Fuxi, although he found the insights from Zixiao Palace difficult to fully comprehend at present, he did not possess a strong desire for seclusion and thus allowed events to unfold naturally. At this moment, having learned of the events from a millennium ago, Fuxi furrowed his brow. In silence, fellow Taoist Fu Guang has indeed surpassed us all. It is truly remarkable. Yet, given his composed nature, he would not easily confront the lord of the orthodox celestial court, Dong Wanggong, even while assisting fellow Taoist Han Yun. Unless, of course, fellow Taoist Fu Guang has devised some plans of his own. This interpretation stemmed entirely from Fuxi's earlier deductions regarding Fu Guang's exalted and illustrious 9-9 supreme fate. As one who has mastered the innate principles of the Tao, Fuxi stands unparalleled in the primordial universe for his ability to discern fate and causality, placing immense importance on such matters. Thus, he has never harbored a shred of doubt regarding Fu Guang's destined greatness. While Fuxi's thoughts wandered, Baize approached him. Esteemed Fuxi. Coming back to his senses, Fuxi turned his gaze toward Baize and graciously congratulated him. Your attainment of the great Tao has reached perfection. With one further step, you shall enter the realm of quasi-sainthood and become one among the Taoist brethren. Congratulations, young friend. At this moment, Baize radiated the fullness of the great Tao. His aura harmonious, clearly indicating he had achieved the consummate state of a great Luo golden immortal. Hearing Fuxi's words, Baize's face lit up with joy as he once again bowed. Thank you, esteemed Fuxi, for your guidance and instruction over the years. Without your support, I fear I would have squandered more time before reaching my current state. Motioning for Baize to take a seat, Fuxi did not deny his assistance, though he regarded these matters as trivial. Yet, at this moment, Fuxi's concern lay elsewhere. Young friend Baize, was your initial journey to Fengqi Mountain prompted by the guidance of fellow Taoist Fu Guang on the Sun Star? This question left Baize momentarily taken aback. Yet, he nodded in response to Fuxi's inquiry. Indeed, after Senior Fu Guang imparted his teachings to us, he pointed us towards Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain. We unanimously chose to come to Fengqi Mountain in search of the protection of the two seniors. Upon hearing this, Fuxi nodded in understanding. I see. Perhaps I can surmise why fellow Taoist Fu Guang would guide you. A hint of curiosity graced his features. Baize then spoke. We humbly request your guidance, senior. Shaking his head, Fuxi refrained from providing a direct answer and instead began to recount the many events that transpired following the teachings at the chaotic Zixiao Palace, including the fierce battle a millennium ago where numerous formidable beings besieged Han Yun. Throughout Fuxi's narration, Baize's focus naturally gravitated towards the esteemed Senior Fu Guang. After the tale concluded, a pensive expression adorned his face. Since Senior Fuxi had articulated it thus, there must indeed be profound significance in Senior Fu Guang's invitation to Fengqi Mountain. Regrettably, his cultivation was shallow, lacking the profound insights of Senior Fuxi. Nevertheless, Baize held no discontent regarding Senior Fu Guang's arrangements. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Senior Fuxi, to speak candidly, when I first encountered Senior Fu Guang, I sensed he is a natural-born emperor destined to achieve great deeds. In comparison, the current sovereign of the celestial court, that self-proclaimed leader of the male immortals, appears rather unworthy. The clash of destinies between Senior Fu Guang and the Eastern King may not be mere coincidence. Pausing briefly, Baize turned to Fuxi, his gaze imbued with meaning. I believe Senior Fu Guang embodies true destiny. What are your thoughts, Senior? In response, Fuxi smiled. In the past, I calculated fellow Taoist Fu Guang's fate as one of the supreme and noble positions of the 9-9 heavenly mandate. Enlightened by Fuxi's words, Baize immediately grasped the implication. Though not explicitly stated, it was undoubtedly a message to convey. Great minds think alike. Recognizing this, Baize and Fuxi exchanged knowing smiles, for in the presence of the astute, much remains unspoken. Chapter 78. The Green Mountains Remain. The setting sun shines thrice. As time swiftly passes, another Yuan festival has come and gone. At this moment, within the Fusang courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang leisurely peruses the historical annals, observing the turbulence and upheaval across the vast realms. In the aftermath of a period of seclusion, Fu Guang now indulges in the delightful pastime of utilizing the auspicious calendar to witness the live unfolding of events across the primordial expanse. The battles are indeed fierce. Watching the unrestricted rise of the Witch clan and the myriad wars afflicting the other races, Fu Guang cannot help but smile and reflect. To him, the fate of the myriad races is of little concern. It is merely a matter of survival of the fittest, a natural selection at work. The Witch clan preys upon the myriad races, while the latter retaliate, seeking blood and treasures from the former. The discord between the two factions is fundamentally irreconcilable. However, in contrast, despite their bellicose nature and smaller numbers, the Witch Clan, united within, possesses formidable individual combat prowess and consistently maintains the upper hand in this irreconcilable conflict. One might even assert that they hold an absolute advantage. Though the myriad races sound impressive, they are essentially a disorganized mass. Their occasional alliances are shrouded in mutual suspicion, with formidable external foes and internal strife. The fact that the myriad races have yet to be completely annihilated by the Witch Clan can be attributed to the latter's population not having reached its peak. Each hunt for the myriad races merely necessitates a certain quota of tribal members. Once the Witch Clan's population reaches a critical threshold and enters a period of explosive growth, the myriad races will undoubtedly face even greater peril. At present, while the situation is perilous, it has not yet escalated to a life-or-death crisis. This can be inferred from the fact that the great witches of the various clans are still selecting delectable and energy-rich races for their hunts. When food becomes scarce, the members of the Witch Clan will have little room for picky eating. The old fellow, Dong Wang Gong, has quietly made significant progress. After observing the dynamics between the Witch Clan and the myriad races, Fu Guang shifted his gaze toward the direction of the primordial celestial court. Now, empowered by his perfected Hunyuan golden immortal strength and aided by the fully functional innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, Fu Guang is able to catch glimpses of the fortune of sentient beings. Among the realms, the fortune column of the Witch Clan shines particularly brightly, and the celestial court naturally commands great attention. During this period, it seems Dong Wang Gong has been spurred into action, abandoning his previous flamboyance. The celestial court has silently begun to develop, diligently nurturing the potential cultivators within its ranks, gathering various races, recruiting Deluo cultivators, and extending earnest invitations to great practitioners. Furthermore, no longer fixated on the gains and losses of territorial jurisdiction as at the outset, there is now a greater emphasis on the accumulation of one's own profound essence. In response, Fu Guang expressed his delight. It appears that after experiencing successive setbacks at the hands of the ancestral shaman and myself, the Eastern King has come to understand the virtues of cultivating obscurity and bearing humiliation. However, I am left pondering the extent of the Eastern King's contribution to the flourishing changes within the Celestial Court, and to what degree the seasoned strategist, the Western Queen Mother, has exerted her influence. While others may view this as the Eastern King's resurgence following multiple defeats, Fu Guang holds a differing perspective. He suspects that a substantial portion of the Celestial Court's transformation, perhaps 6 parts out of 10, could be directly or indirectly attributed to the Western Queen Mother. Given the Eastern King's temperament, it is indeed normal for him to undergo some changes, yet such a complete transformation would not come so easily. A strategy must be devised to deepen the bond between the Western Queen Mother and the Celestial Court. With a contemplative expression, Fu Guang stroked his chin. The combination of the Western Queen Mother, the Eastern King, and the numerous formidable beings who have successively joined the Celestial Court should, with some effort, be able to withstand the shamanic tribe. Perhaps there still exists a shortfall. Would it not be prudent to draw the Kunpeng into the Celestial Court? With the nature of the 12 ancestral shamans, they would undoubtedly engage in battle with the Celestial Court. As for why they have yet to take action, firstly, it is likely because they do not regard the Celestial Court as a significant threat. Secondly, the shamanic tribe is currently undergoing rapid development. Compared to the destruction of a mere Celestial Court, the 12 ancestral shamans are evidently more focused on the advancement of their own kin. A minor Celestial Court could be confronted at any time, but the nurturing of their own kind, who are continually growing, necessitates careful protection against external oppression. Faced with the evidently strategic shamanic tribe, even with the full support of the Western Queen Mother, the Celestial Court may still find it challenging. However, should the Kunpeng join their ranks, they might possess the strength to contend. Yet, persuading the Kunpeng to become part of the Celestial Court presents a formidable challenge. Can one subdue him? The Eastern King lacks the strength for such a task. Promises of great rewards must suffice. There is no immediate rush. This matter can be contemplated in the long term. Fu Guang raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. His desire to assist the Celestial Court stems from a singular reason. He finds himself somewhat tempted by the bait cast by the sage. There is no denying that he is an outsider. Yet he is also a seeker who has traversed the endless ages of the primordial world in pursuit of enlightenment. The opportunity to attain the Tao lies before him, while his identity as an outsider renders Fu Guang cautious. His nature as a seeker makes it difficult for him to forsake such temptation. Until he can devise a path with a 98% chance of success and solidify his resolve, the Eastern King and the Celestial Court must be afforded some support to shield him from the tempestuous trials that lie ahead. To his utter astonishment, Fu Guang found himself in a position where he had to worry about the inadequacy of his adversary's strength. With a swift motion, he set down his wine cup, rose to his feet, and accepted the Honghuang calendar with a casual gesture. I shall take a stroll. You all attend to the matters of the palace and focus on your cultivation. He turned to the attentive Qiujuan and issued his command. Upon hearing this, Qiujuan bowed respectfully. Yes. Without further ado, Fu Guang stepped out, leaving the Jinwu Palace to venture into the vastness of the Honghuang starry sky. Once Fu Guang departed, Qiujuan performed a respectful bow, tidied up the remnants of the wine cup he had left behind, and retreated to the Sigid Hall within the Jinwu Palace to enter seclusion. The Honghuang realm had endured numerous calamities, starting with the primordial beast tribulation at the dawn of creation. The innate three clans distinguished themselves during this beast tribulation, amassing merits and fortunes, which allowed them to flourish and gradually embark on the path of supremacy, leading to the tribulations of the three clans. Alongside the tribulation of the three clans, there erupted another calamity instigated by the ancient demon ancestor Lu, wherein many formidable beings of chaotic origins vied for supremacy. Although the primary battlegrounds of these calamities were on the land of Honghuang, it would be implausible to claim that the starry sky remained unscathed. As the divine entity of the sun star and the recipient of the sun god's fruit position, Fu Guang could be considered the sole sovereign of the current Honghuang starry sky. Even the sisters Shihe and Changxi, in terms of status, could not rival him. After all, the true celestial fruits birthed in the Honghuang starry sky were limited to two deities, the sun god and the moon god. The genuine moon god, Wangshu, had long perished in the previous calamity. Thus, Shihe and Changxi, at best occupying the rank of the moon star as sovereign, were indeed not as legitimate in their authority over the Honghuang starry sky as Fu Guang. At this moment, as Fu Guang traversed the starry expanse, he drew upon the essence of the celestial bodies and gathered materials from the myriad stars, simultaneously wielding the authority of the stars along with his formidable magical prowess. He was in the process of mending the damaged areas of the Honghuang starry sky, restoring the chaotic alignments of the celestial phenomena. Before a particular star, a gentle golden celestial radiance emanated from Fu Guang, infused with the serene power of the sun's great Tao. As he continuously adjusted the celestial configurations within and around the starry realm, before Fu Guang could complete his task, two beams of lunar radiance descended from the direction of the moon star, enveloping him. The figures of the sisters Shihe and Changxi emerged from the moonlight. Observing Fu Guang's actions, Shihe, with a look of surprise on her face, inquired, "Are you repairing the starry sky? How leisurely you seem." As the sovereigns of the moon star, Shihe and Changxi were naturally aware that many regions of the Honghuang starry sky had been affected by the calamities. However, given their formidable abilities, mending the primordial starry expanse proves to be an exceptionally arduous task. Moreover, within the primordial realm, numerous powerful beings possess means to manipulate the celestial forces, which inevitably affects the celestial dynamics. Their efficiency in repairing the cosmos is woefully inadequate. It is quite possible that their pace of restoration is outstripped by the rate of destruction, which is why the sisters have refrained from undertaking such a thankless endeavor. Logically, Fu Guang should be in a similar predicament. Thus, when Shihe witnessed Fu Guang's actions, she found herself taken aback. Chapter 79. Upon hearing Shihe's inquiry, Fu Guang smiled silently, merely gazing at the two sisters. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. Let us not waste time on trivialities." Addressing Shihe and Changxi, whom he had summoned specifically, Fu Guang directly articulated his request. "I have a matter I wish to entrust to you both, though not overly burdensome." This task bore significant implications, and he hoped the sisters would contemplate it earnestly. As he spoke, a serious and solemn expression adorned Fu Guang's face, momentarily startling Shihe and Changxi. This was the first instance they had witnessed Fu Guang's demeanor so grave. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shihe's countenance also turned serious. She understood that Fu Guang had long been scheming regarding the supreme position within the celestial realm, with even the Eastern King and the currently reclusive celestial court under his calculations. Thus, upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Shihe realized that this enigmatic man had been awaiting the opportune moment, which was evidently approaching. By confiding in them, he was unequivocally treating them as his own, intending to involve them in his grand endeavors. However, Shihe had already contemplated her involvement in Fu Guang's grand design, merely awaiting his invitation. Should he speak, she would be willing to offer herself entirely. Yet, she harbored concerns for her sister, Changxi. It was well known that Changxi possessed an exceedingly innocent disposition, almost naive to the ways of the world. In matters that did not capture her interest, she could be as blank as a fresh canvas. Without caution, stepping into Fu Guang's intricate schemes might expose her to unforeseen dangers. The mid-stage quasi-saint realm indeed endowed her with formidable power, yet Fu Guang's ambitions entailed cosmic tribulations. Within such celestial upheavals, even saints could find themselves embroiled in peril, let alone those of the quasi-saint caliber. With this thought in mind, she took a deep breath and spoke, "I have no objections." Subsequently, her expression earnest, she turned to Changxi, advising in a grave tone, "Sister, this matter is of great consequence. Please consider it carefully. The depths of this situation are profound. Your nature may not allow you to navigate it well." In response, Changxi's tranquil countenance grew slightly serious before returning to her usual aloof demeanor. She then looked towards Fu Guang and stated, "I am willing." Understanding her unwavering resolve, Shihe nodded, refraining from further persuasion, and turned her attention back to Fu Guang. With a serious expression, Shihe inquired, "What task do you require us sisters to assist you with?" Internally, Shihe had already prepared herself for any eventuality. Even if Fu Guang intended to lead them into battle against the celestial court, she would not hesitate. To achieve great ambitions, one must not fear conflict. Observing the solemn demeanor of Shihe and Changxi, who appeared ready to embark on a grand battle, Fu Guang was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that the sisters might have misconstrued his request as one fraught with difficulty, hence their grave demeanor. Nevertheless, the sisters did not refuse to aid him. To be honest, Fu Guang, a solitary noble, felt both appreciative and touched by their willingness to help. However, it would be best to dispel this misunderstanding. Thus, with a smile, Fu Guang clarified, "There is no need for you to be apprehensive. The task I wish to entrust you with is not particularly arduous, merely time-consuming." His seriousness made him feel somewhat embarrassed to speak further. Upon hearing this, Shihe smiled. "Even if the task were exceedingly difficult, we sisters would not decline once we have pledged our assistance. Please, just state your request directly." Nodding, Fu Guang refrained from further pleasantries. "I require both of you, as the sovereigns of the dark moon, to assist me in gathering the primordial essence of the celestial bodies and procuring the gold of the stars. The main celestial bodies I can handle, but the remaining secondary stars are far too numerous for me to manage alone. Thus, I must rely on your aid. Gathering the primordial essence of the celestial bodies and acquiring the gold of the stars." This task was not inherently difficult, yet the scale of the undertaking was indeed vast. The time required would undoubtedly commence in increments of epochs. Though unaware of Fu Guang's reasons for collecting the primordial essence and the starlit gold, Shihe, who typically refrained from excessive inquiry, nodded in agreement. "This task is simple, requiring merely a span of time. At most, within 10 epochs. My sister and I shall complete it. I hope this will not hinder your plans." Shaking his head, Fu Guang casually replied, "It will not cause any delays." Receiving this affirmation, Shihe nodded, "That is reassuring." Then, exchanging a glance with Changxi, she declared, "There is no time to lose. My sister and I shall set forth to procure these items for you." Hearing this, Fu Guang smiled, "I appreciate your efforts." With no further ado, Shihe and Changxi bid farewell and transformed into two beams of moonlight, vanishing into the vastness of the starry sky. After their departure, Fu Guang continued his arduous task of restoring the celestial mechanics of the primary star. A subtle smile graced his lips as he mused, "Has my plan been delayed? It seems that Shihe has discerned my intentions to mend the night sky. Truly, the renowned primordial deities, those extraordinary beings, are not easily fooled." High above in the celestial dome, untouched by worldly affairs, The myriad beings and their fortunes on the vast earth remain unaffected by the constellations that adorn the heavens. The undertaking of restoring the celestial mechanics of the primary star is indeed a monumental endeavor. Even with Fu Guang's current prowess, it demands an extensive period to accomplish. Moreover, sheer strength alone proves insufficient. Were it not for Fu Guang's divine status as the sun god, a genuine sovereign of the stars, the time required to achieve this feat would multiply exponentially, naturally increasing the difficulty. On this particular day, beside a primary star emanating a soft, shimmering light, Fu Guang sat cross-legged atop a sphere of solar flames, multitasking. He diligently repaired the celestial mechanics, while simultaneously utilizing the solar flames, along with the Qiankuan Ding, to forge a spiritual treasure corresponding to the primary star, employing the essence of stars and the gold of the celestial bodies he had gathered as materials. The creation of the starry spiritual treasure constitutes Fu Guang's principal endeavor, whether it involves collecting the essence of stars or the gold of the celestial bodies, or mending the celestial mechanics among various primary stars. All efforts converge towards the crafting of this celestial treasure. The existence of the starry spiritual treasure serves a purpose. It is integral to the grand array of celestial constellations he has begun to comprehend and devise. Chapter 80. A millennium has elapsed. The air thrums with celestial light emanating from the Qiankuan cauldron. Soon after, a small flag imbued with the power of the stars, radiating the essence of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, soared forth from the cauldron and landed directly in Fu Guang's palm, who deftly tucked it away into his spiritual platform. Indeed, this task is both tedious and time-consuming. After stretching languidly, Fu Guang expressed his sentiments. Given his rather reclusive nature, he found the endeavor of mending the stars and restoring celestial calculations to be monotonous and wearisome, not to mention exceedingly time-consuming. It is hardly surprising that under the previous celestial mandates, figures like Dijuan and Tai chose to forego such undertakings. Repairing the starry expanse. Surely, engaging in battles against the myriad races of the primordial realm and ascending to supremacy would yield far swifter advancements. However, after a brief respite, Fu Guang resumed his treasure-refining efforts. It is precisely because this endeavor is so dull, labor-intensive, and fraught with difficulty that the rewards, upon successful completion, are exceedingly great. The Tao of heaven is impartial. The greater the investment and the higher the challenge, the more substantial the rewards. Fu Guang's aspirations naturally extend beyond merely crafting a functional Zhou-Tian star formation. He desires much more, including, but not limited to, the acquisition of heavenly merits, the authority over the Zhou-Tian constellations, the boon of stellar fortune, and an upgraded version of the Zhou-Tian star formation that he can activate single-handedly. If his sole aim were to refine the Zhou-Tian star formation, why then would he toil so diligently to repair the starry vault and restore celestial calculations? Just as Fu Guang resumed his work, approximately a century passed. Suddenly, two beams of celestial light approached from afar. When they were but billions of miles from Fu Guang's location, two figures emerged from the radiant glow. These were none other than Taoist Fuxi from Fengqi Mountain and Baizhe, who was currently seeking refuge at Fengqi Mountain. From a distance, Fuxi clasped his hands in greeting. "Fu Guang, my friend, do you have a moment to converse?" Baizhe bowed respectfully without uttering a word. As Fuxi's words hung in the air, mere moments later, a surge of spatial power enveloped both Fuxi and Baizhe's position, and in an instant, they found themselves standing not far behind Fu Guang. Unperturbed, he continued to craft the star's spiritual treasure within the Qiankuan cauldron, simultaneously utilizing his formidable powers to restore the celestial calculations. Without turning to acknowledge them, Fu Guang remarked, "As I find myself amidst the stars, I am currently rather occupied, and thus, I apologize for my lack of proper etiquette. I humbly beseech you, Taoist Fuxi, and I ask for forgiveness from my young friend Baize." Upon hearing these words, Fuxi's gaze flickered slightly. Once again, he encountered such spatial techniques. In years past, having witnessed them within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuxi could not help but feel a sense of astonishment and irony. Was it not said that this was merely a privilege within the confines of the solar star? How could Taoist Fu Gui, in this vast expanse of the cosmos far removed from the solar star, instantaneously transport himself across billions of miles, leaving even a mid-stage quasi-saint like himself utterly unprepared? Thus, When the technique was initially described as a mere manifestation of solar authority, it was indeed a ruse. Was it not? Thoughts whirled through his mind, yet he quickly gathered himself. With a smile, Fushi replied, "Not at all. It is I who have intruded upon Taoist Fuguwei uninvited. How could I dare to blame you?" Beside him, Baze continued to display his customary respect, bowing deeply. "I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed senior." Without turning around, Fuguwei casually replied, "No matter. You need not stand on ceremony. I wonder what brings you both to seek me today?" Upon hearing Fuguwei's inquiry, Fushi glanced at the solitary figure seated against the backdrop of the cosmos. His back turned to them. He took in the sight of the Qian Kuan Ding, the changes in the stars, and the celestial phenomena before him, leaving no detail hidden from his keen perception. In particular, upon recognizing the Qian Kuan Ding, Fushi's pupils constricted slightly, and a profound shock welled within him. The Qian Kuan Ding, a treasure renowned even in the primordial realms, capable of reversing the innate order of creation, was actually in the possession of Taoist Fuguwei. Prior to this, he had received no inkling of such information, especially since, due to Nuwa's dedicated pursuit of the path of creation, he and his sister had previously joined forces to seek this very treasure. Little did they expect that it would have found its way into the hands of Taoist Fuguwei. One cannot help but commend Taoist Fuguwei for his remarkable ability to conceal such treasures. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter with Baze, it is uncertain how long it would have taken for him to learn of it. However, Fushi harbored no ulterior motives. Firstly, as a master of innate numerology, he held a profound belief in fate. The fact that the Qian Kuan Ding had come into Fuguwei's possession indicated that both he and his sister Nuwa were fated to be apart from this spiritual treasure. Secondly, Fushi was not the kind of person who coveted the possessions of his friends. Thirdly, any who dared to harbor designs on the treasures held by Fuguwei would likely find themselves courting disaster. Fushi harbored no doubt that should he reveal such thoughts, a moment ago a friend and addressing each other as fellow Taoists, he would soon find himself facing a fierce confrontation from Fuguang. Coveting another's treasures in the primordial universe undoubtedly breeds an unending enmity. Furthermore, Fushi felt a twinge of trepidation at the notion of opposing Fuguang, as it seemed akin to an act of rebellion, a transgression against the natural order. Thus, he held no intentions regarding the Qian Kuan cauldron in his heart. After surmising what Fuguang might be engaged in at present, Fushi's expression turned serious and earnest. He began to respond to Fuguang's inquiry. "I have come this time with matters to discuss with you, esteemed Taoist, yet the timing seems less than opportune. Instead, I shall convey a few messages to you." After a brief pause, Fushi glanced at the side of Baizhe and continued, "In years past, you guided Baizhe and several other younger disciples to seek refuge with me and my sister at Fengqi Mountain. Today, Baizhe has attained the consummate Dao fruit of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and several of the other younger ones have similarly achieved the same, while the rest have also attained the great Luo Dao fruit. Moreover, among the many younger disciples seeking shelter with my sister and me at Fengqi Mountain, numerous individuals have also attained the great Luo Dao fruit. They are indeed a promising group of future talents." Upon hearing this, Fuguang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Baizhe and the others had achieved the great Luo Dao fruit. It seemed that Fengqi Mountain, beyond Baizhe and his companions, housed several other great Luo Golden Immortals as well. This place was indeed remarkable. Reflexively, Fuguang remarked, "Indeed." Upon hearing Fuguang's response, a smile crept upon Fushi's lips, while Baizhe's face illuminated with joy. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding resonating between them. Chapter 81. The Subtle Interactions Between Fushi and Baze. With a mere gesture, Fuguang cast a substantial amount of starlit gold into the Qian Kuan Ding once more, then inquired, "Might there be any other news you wish to share?" Upon hearing this, Fushi instinctively responded, "There are indeed several matters of import. A yuan ago, the Wu clan of Buzhou Mountain was fragmented, resulting in 6 formidable tribes led by ancestral shamans, who migrated outward from the heart of the Wu clan territory surrounding Buzhou Mountain. 80,000 years prior, the Eastern Wang Gong ascended to the late Quasi-Saint realm, bearing great gifts to the North Sea, where he offered the position of Emperor of the Celestial Court to the Kunping Taoist, inviting him to join the ranks of the Celestial Court. 50,000 years ago, 3 additional powerful beings also joined the Celestial Court. As of now, the number of powerful entities within the Celestial Court has exceeded 10. A mere 10,000 years ago, the Celestial Court clashed once more with the Wu clan, which had completed its migration and begun to expand beyond Buzhou Mountain. In one breath, Fuxi relayed to Fuguang all the significant breakthroughs that had transpired across the 4 seas and 8 desolations since the last Yuanhui. With a face adorned with anticipation, he tentatively asked, "What are your thoughts on the drastic changes that have occurred during this Yuanhui, my friend?" As Fuxi posed his inquiry, Bei's expression mirrored a concealed eagerness. He and the venerable Fuxi had long reached a consensus, believing that only Fuguang possessed the potential to unify the primordial world and ascend to the supreme throne as the sovereign of all beings. The ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, they indulge in consuming sentient beings and are unworthy of the supreme seat. The Eastern Wang Gong of the Celestial Court, lacking strength and filled with arrogance, he is but a pretender, unworthy of regard. Only Fuguang, with destiny bestowed upon him, holds a status of unparalleled nobility and is recognized as the foremost being beneath the saints. He has pioneered the creation of written language, established the path of culture, determined the calendar, and set the order of time, garnering the most heavenly merits, truly a favored child of the heavenly Tao. It is he, the venerable Fuguang, who is destined to occupy the throne of the sovereign of heaven and earth. This is the figure worthy of Bei's allegiance, the partner with whom Fuxi seeks to collaborate on grand endeavors. Indeed, prior to this visit, Fuxi and Bei had already reached an understanding. They must demonstrate their worth to seek inclusion in the grand plans of the venerable Fuguang. Why this pursuit? It lies within their path. The path of innate divination lies in the interpretation of celestial secrets, seizing the tides of the future. The heights one can achieve depend on the practitioner's ability to perceive with clarity amidst the vicissitudes of fortune and misfortune, to calculate with precision, and to seek insight with depth. In this instance, should the two individuals seize the opportunity to collaborate with the venerable Fuguang in grand endeavors, they would simultaneously enter into the unfolding tribulations of this era. As two primordial figures traversing the same path, yet in divergent directions, they are bound to glean greater understanding of their own profound truths amidst the fluctuations of fate during the tribulation. Once Fuguang's plans are realized and he ascends to the supreme throne of heaven and earth, it is certain that their paths will also reach a state of perfected quasi-sainthood. At that juncture, one might anticipate the splendor of attaining the Tao fruit of the mixed-origin great Luo golden immortal. However, a question arises. Why must they choose to ally with Fuguang instead of the currently formidable Dong Wanggong? The answer is quite simple. Bei and Fuxi merely wish to strategize amidst the tribulation, navigating its ups and downs while immersing themselves in the study of innate divination rather than courting death. As for the ancestral witches, Bei and Fuxi would likely find themselves as mere fodder if they ventured into that realm, especially Bei. Although the taste of his true form remains unknown, the ancestral witches would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to sample it. Returning to the main topic, after Fuxi spoke, both Bei and he awaited Fuguang's response in silence, refraining from any actions or utterances to avoid disturbing Fuguang's contemplation. At this moment, Fuguang too was somewhat taken aback by the news brought forth by Fuxi. The witch clan had commenced their migration, though only 6 major tribes had relocated. It signified that the population of the witch clan had reached a critical threshold. In other words, the tribulation would soon erupt once more with a small climax. This news is neither wholly good nor wholly bad. As for Dong Wanggong achieving late quasi-saint status, that was within expectations. Under the vast auspices of the Celestial Court, no matter how inept he may be, it was high time for him to break through to late quasi-saint status. It can be said that while Dong Wanggong may not be remarkable, one cannot deny that his foundational qualities rank among the elite in the realm of innate divinity. The news of the Kunping and several other powerful beings joining the Celestial Court took Fuguang by surprise. As for the price Dong Wanggong offered that would entice Kunping to willingly join the Celestial Court, Fuguang could surmise a few possibilities. Firstly, it could be spiritual treasures. Who in the primordial realm does not know that Kunping is a destitute being among the powerful, possessing little in the way of suitable spiritual artifacts? Even during the distribution of treasures in the Zixiao Palace, he managed to acquire only a meager haul. Secondly, it might pertain to the Crimson Cloud. The ambition of Kunpeng to eliminate Han Yun is akin to his desire to obtain the primordial purple qi. Should the Eastern King agree to assist him in vanquishing Han Yun, Kunpeng would be even more enticed. However, the notion of acquiring the primordial purple qi as a promise is utterly implausible. The Eastern King is neither so generous nor so confident that Kunpeng would be unable to comprehend the primordial purple qi. After all, Kunpeng has once occupied a position of sanctity. Better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. Although Kunpeng has integrated into the celestial court, it is likely that his allegiance does not fully lie with them. Fu Guang, with a focused mind, meticulously analyzed Kunpeng's situation within the celestial court. Once Han Yun meets his demise, and the primordial purple qi is within reach, Kunpeng would undoubtedly turn against the Eastern King in a fierce struggle for it. Yet, the likelihood of witnessing such a scene seems rather slim. The final tidings brought by Fushi indicate that friction has begun anew between the Celestial Court and the Witch Clan. The Celestial Court currently enjoys a flourishing destiny, teeming with talents. Their own strength has also ascended significantly. Furthermore, within the Celestial Court, there are 10 formidable beings, including the likes of Kunpeng among these powerful entities. How long can the Eastern King restrain his impulses, yearning to avenge past humiliations? It is inevitable that he will soon succumb to his desires. The tale he recently lowered is likely to rise again in no time. Once the Eastern King, fueled by fervor, seeks to avenge his past grievances against the ancestral witches and the Witch Clan, he will be met with the formidable iron fists of the ancestral witches and a retaliatory wave from the Witch Clan. The recently empowered Celestial Court will face a devastating blow. The anticipated outcome for the Celestial Court is certain defeat, a calamitous rout, a river of blood, leaving them utterly incapacitated. The once arrogant Eastern King, who has flourished for countless ages, may be on the verge of his own demise. Chapter 82. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang reined in his increasingly wandering thoughts. He then spoke with a light tone. The calamity has commenced. As the two titans clash, the mountains and rivers shall surely be shattered, and throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations, the suffering of living beings will inevitably ensue. Alas! However, the grand design of the heavenly Tao resembles a relentless tide, impervious to human intervention. After a brief pause, Fu Guang continued, "You inquire about my perspective on these changes, yet I hold no particular opinion. Whether it be the Witch Clan or the myriad races, what of the Celestial Court? In the grand scheme of things, we are but mere pawns in this overwhelming tide. Let us observe further. I believe that more tumultuous shifts shall soon unfold." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, both Fushi and Bei's fell into a moment of contemplation. However, within the span of just a few sentences, they could not arrive at a clear understanding. Yet, Fu Guang, preoccupied with his own matters, had no intention of entertaining guests at this moment. Thus, he politely offered his farewells. "Do you two have any other business? If not, it would be inconvenient for me to host you at this time. I shall certainly extend an invitation for you both to visit when I find the opportunity. What are your thoughts on this?" At this, Fushi and Bei, still lost in thought, regained their senses and comprehended Fu Guang's subtle hint to leave. They felt no discontent. After all, their visit had already disrupted Fu Guang. To have been received at all was a considerable courtesy. Furthermore, Fu Guang had merely asked them to leave politely. Had they encountered someone of ill temperament, they might have been cast into the vast void of the primordial cosmos with a mere flick of a wrist. Fushi and Bei understood that Fu Guang had shown remarkable benevolence. Truth be told, had they been in the midst of important affairs and been disturbed, they would have certainly refrained from any audience, let alone treated the intruder with kindness. Should the interruption have been egregious, a confrontation could have ensued. Fu Guang had already demonstrated great forbearance. To nitpick would only serve to offend him and reveal their own lack of awareness regarding the appropriateness of the situation. "My apologies for the disturbance," Fushi said, his expression solemn as he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Fu Guang. "Myself and my young friend Bei shall take our leave now." Beside him, Bei also bowed respectfully. "I, Bei, bid farewell." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang nodded. "Travel safely. I shall not see you off." After exchanging another round of apologies, Fushi and Bei hastily departed. Once the two had left, with a casual wave of his hand, Fu Guang summoned his dedicated broadcasting divine artifact, the Honghuang time chart, which instantly materialized beside him. The ethereal light emanating from it reflected everything surrounding the Honghuang Ingzhou celestial court before his eyes. With the time chart in his possession, he could easily discern any significant movements or dramatic upheavals within the celestial court. Glancing at the tranquil energies of the Ingzhou celestial court, Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and resumed his actions. Yet his mind lingered on a pressing thought. The imminent onset of the minor calamity would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic defeat for the Eastern King and the celestial court. This mirrored the trajectory of the heavenly Tao from my memories, reminiscent of the first great battle between the Wu and the Yao, where the demon race faced near annihilation. It was only through the intervention of the saints, who brokered a ceasefire agreement, that the demon race was granted a respite and a chance to grow stronger. Today, with my disassociation from the demon race, their existence has been effectively nullified. Conversely, the Eastern King South Celestial Court, with its ostentatious display, rivaled the strength of the demon race during the initial conflict. Pausing momentarily, Fu Guang's gaze lifted to the chaotic expanse beyond the heavens, then returned. Tinged with curiosity, would the saints intervene once more? This query was of paramount importance. The Eastern King had been leveraging the saints' endorsement to recruit numerous powerful beings into the celestial court. Even those who refrained from joining would hesitate to provoke the celestial court too harshly, due to the prestige associated with the saints' backing. Should the impending conflict between the Wu and the celestial court unfold without the saints' intervention, the Eastern King's fate would undoubtedly be dire, with the possibility of ultimate demise looming large. Furthermore, the celestial court would lose the immense protective advantage granted by the saints' endorsement, leading to a potential exodus of support from those who had previously been reluctant to oppose them due to the saints' influence. You claim to be favored by the saints? Call out to them and see if they respond. Conversely, if the saints did intercede, the endorsement would transform into a genuine shield of protection for the celestial court. It is likely that, apart from the Wu, no one would dare defy the celestial court's commands. Even the disciples of several saints would have to show deference to the celestial court, at least outwardly, as their esteemed teachers stood in support of it. Could a mere disciple dare to oppose their own master? Thus, this would inevitably render the celestial court an unassailable force, with the saints acting as a formidable backdrop, exuding an aura of unparalleled power. Should a certain harmonious saint indeed step forth in the impending clash between the Wu and the celestial court, Fu Guang resolutely extinguished the burgeoning thoughts within himself. He chose to remain discreetly hidden within the sun star, vowing to refrain from any notions or intentions that might entangle him in the impending calamity. After attaining the sacred path, he had already pledged his allegiance to the Eastern Prince, casting doubt on whether it was indeed the heavenly Tao that selected the celestial court and favored the Eastern Prince. Given this, why would he, Fu Guang, venture into the treacherous pursuit of wealth and glory? It would be far wiser to embrace the stability of his role as the sun god, indulging in a life of ease and tranquility. As for the primordial purple energy that was within reach and the path to his future enlightenment, he would tackle these challenges with perseverance. His attainment of the Hunyuan golden immortal Tao fruit was complete, and he had begun to discern the path ahead after achieving such fulfillment. He harbored no fear of his journey being irrevocably severed. The primordial purple energy could be gradually refined through his own merits, fortune, and strength. However, whether he could fully refine this primordial energy before the arrival of the immeasurable calamity remained an enigma. Simultaneously, if this calamity did not lead to enlightenment, then once the 6 saints of the heavens returned to their positions, both Fu Guang and the myriad powerful beings within the chaotic wilderness would need to act with caution and humility. It would not be unusual for his cultivation and Tao fruit to be matched by the disciples of the saints, placing him on equal footing with his younger contemporaries. The notion of hierarchy would be irrelevant. Strength is the true measure of authority. Who would willingly bow their head and act subserviently if they had the choice? Fu Guang maintained a composed demeanor, retracting his myriad thoughts to focus on the unfolding decisions of the saints. During his time in the Purple Cloud Palace, the saints had bestowed numerous gifts upon him, allowing him to make his own choices. However, choices have always been reciprocal. Now, it seemed that Fu Guang was presenting the saints with a choice in return: to protect the established dominance of the male celestial, the Eastern Prince, or to support him, the sun god Fu Guang, who had yet to achieve anything significant. It remained to be seen whether the saints would intervene in the forthcoming conflict between the witch clan and the celestial court. Chapter 83. Above the Auspicious Clouds. Recently, after bidding farewell to Fu Guang, Fuxi and Bai Zhe journeyed back to Fengqi Mountain from the vast expanse of the starry sky. At this moment, Bai Zhe, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze toward Fuxi and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed Fuxi, may I ask whether you have discerned Fu Guang's perspective regarding the Wu clan and the celestial court?" Upon hearing this, the elegant middle-aged figure of Fuxi stroked his deliberately maintained goatee, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. After a prolonged pause, Fuxi responded, "Given the rapport and mutual understanding I share with my friend Fu Guang, I have indeed grasped some of his thoughts. It is not particularly difficult. Should you engage more with Fu Guang, your own intellect would surely enable you to discern his intentions." Upon hearing Fuxi's words, a flicker of admiration shone in Bai Zhe's eyes. He looked at Fuxi and said, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed elder." Nodding with a confident smile, Fuxi began to elucidate. In essence, it can be summarized as not worth fearing. Bai Zhe's eyes brightened at this revelation. After a brief pause, Fuxi continued with a detailed explanation. Did not Fu Guang say, whether it be the Wu clan or the myriad races, what of the celestial court? In the grand scheme of things, they are merely pawns. We have long understood that Fu Guang harbors profound strategies and has been contemplating something significant, meticulously plotting for the supreme position of the heavens and earth. Now that the calamity has commenced, Fu Guang's ability to assert that the active factions are merely pawns speaks volumes about his plans remaining unshaken. The Wu clan, the myriad races, and the celestial court cannot disrupt his grand ambitions in the slightest. At this moment, Fuxi, with an air of calmness, stroked his beard, radiating certainty. Thus, this upheaval is but a ripple for Fu Guang, not worth fearing. Surely, all of this is within Fu Guang's design. As he spoke, a look of admiration and reflection graced Fuxi's face. Truly, he is an embodiment of the supreme destiny of the 9-9, having even accounted for the calamity. Such vision, such strategy, such demeanor is indeed worthy of admiration. After absorbing Fuxi's profound and extensive analysis, Bai Zhe nodded in agreement and exclaimed, "Indeed, Fu Guang is remarkable. Everything has unfolded as he anticipated, as part of his plan. It is no wonder that the esteemed Fuxi, after conveying the numerous unsettling tidings that left beings across the vast realms in trepidation, could maintain an air of tranquility, sitting serenely beneath the starry sky. It seems that the words of his companion, 'You and I are but pawns in the grand scheme of things,' might indeed be an expression of modesty. Powerful yet humble, noble yet gentle, truly a supreme being." As the conversation drew to a close, Fuxi and Baze exchanged knowing smiles, followed by a moment of reflection. After a considerable pause, Fuxi, regaining his composure, remarked with a smile, "This time, we have acted rather rashly. With your exceptional abilities, dear friend, how could we possibly evade your calculations regarding the events unfolding across the realms? Our visit has not only disturbed your peace, but has also yielded no benefit. In the future, we must refrain from such impulsiveness." Baze nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Fuxi's words. In truth, after careful contemplation, Baze felt a tinge of embarrassment. What were they thinking? To assume that a being who orchestrated grand schemes amidst the cosmic calamities would be unaware of the shifting tides in the realms? This visit to deliver news left Baze feeling rather foolish. Coincidentally, Fuxi shared a similar sentiment, though he chose not to reveal it. Instead, he spoke earnestly upon our return. "Let us encourage everyone to diligently cultivate their skills. If we wish to partake in your grand endeavors, our current abilities are rather insufficient." In response, Baze nodded solemnly. "Your words ring true, esteemed elder." As they spoke, the two of them deliberated on their future plans while swiftly making their way back to Fengqi Mountain. Upon their return, they promptly sealed the mountain gates, awaiting the imminent upheaval among the witch clan, the celestial court, and the myriad races. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, an entire Yuanhui had passed. During this period, the ominous aura of calamity within the primordial world intensified, affecting every aspect of existence. The majority of cultivators struggled to attain tranquility due to the overwhelming influence of this malevolent energy, hindering their paths to enlightenment. As a result, beings began to grow increasingly agitated, influenced by the chaos. The secrets of the world became convoluted and obscured, with even the opportunities within the cosmos growing uncertain. The pervasive spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed tainted by this malign influence. In this time of calamity, only those cultivators who possessed immense fortune or were sheltered by the merits of the Tao could remain unaffected, continuing to advance their cultivation without hindrance. Thus, among the solitary cultivators who can continue their practice during the calamity, aside from a few exceptional individuals such as Fu Guang and a handful of disciples of the saints, there are no others. Conversely, the practitioners within the great powers, shielded by the auspicious fortune of their factions, have remained largely unaffected. The more formidable the force, the lesser the impact. Dominant entities like the Celestial Court and the Witch Clan not only evaded adverse effects, but, due to the convergence of fortune, have amassed vast resources, leading to an acceleration in the growth of their cultivators, surpassing their usual pace. With enhanced strength and burgeoning factions, an insatiable ambition inevitably follows. Every member of a faction, having tasted the fruits of success, yearns for more. Yet, to attain more, one must compete. Letting go is a profound wisdom that many comprehend, yet few can execute. Take, for instance, the great powers within the Celestial Court, such as the Grand Immortals and the esteemed Deyo Immortal Lords, who, upon joining, were acutely aware that they had entered the realm of calamity. They recognized their role as key players in this grand narrative and sought to leverage their destinies to orchestrate greater plans, using the blessings of their fated status to broaden their paths and horizons. Coupled with the subtle, pervasive influence of the calamity's ominous energy, the possibility of them retreating to a quiet existence is non-existent, especially since the foremost advocate of such ambitions is none other than the Emperor Dong Wanggong, the male sovereign of the Celestial Court. Naturally, this sets a precedent for others to follow. During this period, the prevailing sentiment of war within the Celestial Court has surged to an almost uncontrollable degree. Chapter 84. The Celestial Court of Yingzhou. Here, ethereal clouds and vibrant mist intertwine, creating an atmosphere far more grand and majestic than when the Celestial Court of Yingzhou was first established, now resplendent in gold and jade, dazzling to behold. The expansive aura of the immortals rises gracefully, with the celestial generals and soldiers standing in orderly formation. Exquisite celestial maidens come and go, while the celestial palace, adorned with glazed tiles reflecting the heavenly light, exudes a profound grandeur. Everything within sight rightfully embodies the esteemed reputation of the sovereigns of the celestial realm. At this moment, within the main hall of the Celestial Court, the divine Shaojiang Hall stands tall, its cloud stairs spiraling upwards. 10 exalted beings of immense power occupy their thrones, exuding a quasi-saintly aura that resonates with the myriad paths, their true essence swirling in a breathtaking display. The great Luo Immortal Lords stand upon the lotus platforms below, each revealing the profound elegance of the great Luo Dao, their unique charisma shining forth. Even the ruling emperors cannot entirely overshadow their brilliance. Further down, the Tai Golden Immortals serve as celestial generals, while the Golden Immortals lead the celestial soldiers. The soldiers and lower-ranked celestial troops do not possess the qualification to enter the main hall of the Celestial Court. Even if they were to arrive, the celestial generals and their commanders would not be permitted to participate in discussions. Their presence is solely to relay the commands of the higher-ups. At the pinnacle of the Celestial Court, seated upon the throne draped in imperial robes and crowned with a diadem, stands the Eastern King, unabashedly emanating the aura of a late-stage quasi-saint, towering above the assembly of immortals. Beside him, the dignified and graceful Western Queen maintains a serene demeanor, her aura equally restrained. Despite radiating the presence of a powerful being, it remains unclear what level she currently occupies. Her influence appears less formidable than that of the Eastern King, akin to a green leaf that humbly complements the grandeur of the Eastern King. In truth, many practitioners within the Celestial Court do not overly regard the Western Queen, who shares the title of sovereign. Were it not for her authority over the court's punitive matters and her management of numerous celestial maidens, her presence would be diminished to a significant degree. After all, in comparison, the brilliance of the Eastern King, as the sovereign of the Celestial Court, is undeniably radiant, overshadowing the light of the Western Queen. Of course, This very situation may well be what the Western Queen desires for all to perceive. Those truly discerning within the celestial court harbor a respect for her that even surpasses that for the dazzling Emperor Eastern King. This is no mere whim. The singular display of her power during the epic confrontation with the 7 grand ancestors on Mount Bujo serves as a testament to her formidable strength. Underestimating such a powerful being who knows how to conceal her presence would indeed invite calamity. Returning to the main topic. At this moment, the celestial court was filled with a gathering of celestial beings, all eyes fixated upon the supreme lord of the celestial court, the Emperor Dong Wanggong. Without unnecessary preamble, the aura of imperial authority emanated from him, exuding an overwhelming majesty. His eyes, opening and closing, sparkled with divine light. He spoke with a resonant voice. I have received the decree of the sage, and the heavenly way acknowledges it. Since the establishment of the celestial court, I have diligently managed the vastness of the primordial universe and the order of all beings. Wherever my command reaches, few dare to disobey. Yet, despite the grandeur of our celestial court, we have suffered the disgrace of 2 consecutive defeats. As he began, Emperor Dong Wanggong recounted the humiliating defeats at the hands of the ancestral shaman, rendering the faces of the assembled celestial beings somber. Although they were acutely aware that the emperor had summoned them to discuss the impending attack on the shamanic tribe and the eradication of the ancestral shaman, the very mention of it stirred a sense of tension within their hearts. The might of the ancestral shamans and the ferocity of the shamanic tribe were undeniable, and it was the celestial beings of the celestial court who felt this most acutely. The 2 defeats suffered by the celestial court had severely diminished its heavenly might, causing morale to wane and hindering our grand ambitions. With a cold tone and a gaze flashing with intensity, Dong Wanggong declared, Thus, during this period, I have resolved to transform shame into courage, striving diligently to cultivate capable generals and elite soldiers, fortifying the foundation and strength of our celestial court. Today, our celestial court boasts the presence of numerous emperors, hundreds of great Luo immortals, tens of thousands of Tai immortal generals, and countless golden immortal commanders, along with billions of elite celestial soldiers. Our momentum is indeed formidable, whether faced with the ancestral shamans and their tribe, or the rebellious myriad races who refuse to submit to governance. They are no longer a cause for concern. Upon hearing these words from Emperor Dong Wanggong, the great powers seated upon their thrones nodded in approval, smiles gracing their faces. The great Luo immortals appeared proud, while the vast number of Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders stood invigorated, their heads held high. Subsequently, the celestial beings bowed in reverence to the exalted emperor, chanting praises. The emperor is wise. The emperor is wise. The emperor is wise. Once the resounding cheers of the celestial beings subsided, a rumble echoed as the imperial Tao of Dong Wanggong surged forth, enveloping the entire celestial court with an overwhelming, domineering aura. His voice rose once more. The ancestral shaman must be eradicated, and the shamanic tribe must be vanquished. Furthermore, from this day forth, I decree that all beings of the primordial realm shall respect the commands of the celestial court. Those who dare to disobey shall face military retribution, without mercy. With a sweeping gesture, Dong Wanggong issued his command. Prepare the troops for battle. There is no need for any pretense. Boldly announce to all beings of the primordial chaos, explicitly convey to those who do not submit to my celestial court. To follow me is to align with the heavens. Thus you shall live. To oppose me is to defy the heavens, and you shall surely perish. As the words of the Eastern King resounded, the expressions of all the great Luo immortals, Tai celestial generals, and golden immortal leaders below were filled with fervor. One after another, they proclaimed loudly, To follow is to live, to oppose is to perish. To follow is to live, to oppose is to perish. To follow is to live, to oppose is to perish. This unified chorus was not hindered by the great formation of the Yingzhou celestial court. It reverberated outward, echoing through the heavens. The sound reached far and wide. Soon, gazes filled with astonishment, disbelief, and curiosity turned toward the direction of the Yingzhou celestial court. Simultaneously, the owners of these gazes clearly heard the proclamation. The unambiguous declaration was not difficult to comprehend, and it rendered the faces of many powerful beings rather grim. It also cast a pall over numerous races. The powerful beings were somewhat indifferent, as the words did not strike them as particularly pointed. However, for the myriad races yet to join the celestial court, discomfort and dissatisfaction brewed. To follow is to live, to oppose is to perish. The intent was painfully obvious. The most vehement reaction came from the witch tribe, currently teetering on the brink of resurgence. The great witches from various clans cursed vehemently, swiftly relaying the news of the celestial court's impending actions to the ancestral land of the witch tribe at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where it reached the ears of the ancestral witches practicing within the Panga Temple. Chapter 85. This individual is utterly devious. At this moment, beneath the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the Panga Temple, a tremendous surge of malevolent energy erupted, reverberating throughout the ancestral lands of the witch clan. Subsequently, all the members of the witch clan who remained in their ancestral territory, yet to migrate, were met with the furious roar of the ancestral witch, Zhu Rong. The sound was deafening, filled with arrogance. Upon hearing Zhu Rong's wrathful cry, the clansmen were filled with fervor, turning their gazes toward the Panga Temple. Experience told them that the ancestral witch was incensed. It either indicated an impending clash between the ancestral witches, promising a spectacle, or an insubordinate prey was rebelling, providing them with an opportunity for combat. However, as per tradition, such an immense display of fury from the ancestral, which was more likely to signal an impending battle among the ancestral witches themselves. As for outsiders, they were merely insignificant beings, mere dishes on the dining table of the witch clan. How could they truly provoke the ancestral witch to such an extent? Many of the great witches exchanged excited remarks. It is indeed Zhu Rong. He is enraged once more. I wonder which ancestral witch he will engage in battle with this time. It must be Gong Gong. I believe it will be Xianming. Gong Gong. Xianming. Oh, are you itching for a fight, you little rascal? Huh, your tongue has slipped. I'll deal with you. As the great witches speculated on the reason for Zhu Rong's fury and whom he might confront, none could convince the others, and soon they resorted to blows. Before long, a chaotic brawl erupted among these formidable great witches, far more fearsome than ordinary high-level practitioners. Many who initially refrained from joining soon found themselves drawn into the fray. The witch clan was accustomed to this spectacle, for their daily lives revolved around hunting, training, procreation, and seeking out conflicts. The minor disturbances within the clan's territory did not affect the 12 ancestral witches within the Panga Temple. At this moment, flames of the great Tao blazed around Zhu Rong, reflecting the fury within his heart. He bellowed, "That insignificant celestial court, that insect like Dong Wang Gong, dares to be so audacious? This ancestral, which shall claim his head." As he spoke, Zhu Rong rose angrily from his position, ready to charge out of the Pangu Temple toward the celestial court of Yingzhou. However, just as he made a move, the eldest among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, known as one of the 7 ancestral witches recognized by the myriad beings of the primordial world, fixed his sharp gaze upon Zhu Rong. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Sit properly, esteemed ancestor shaman, and retract the flames that envelop you. Whom are you displaying such theatrics for? Is it for us, your siblings?" Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Zhu Rong's expression stiffened, and he instinctively prepared to retort against Di Jiang. Yet, upon glancing up, he was met with the disapproving gazes of the other ancestor shamans. Instantly, his lips twitched, and with a suppressed sigh, he complied, "Fine, I shall retract them. But why shout so loudly?" In the midst of their exchange, Zhu Rong had already resumed his seat, refraining from any further unruly behavior. Though he had a fiery temper and was not one to easily submit, he held great respect for Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestor shamans. Moreover, he was not a fool. The unfriendly looks from the other ancestor shamans made it clear that further defiance would likely result in a collective reprimand. Even if he was not one to back down, there was no need to invite a beating upon himself. Once Zhu Rong settled back down, Gong Gong, seated opposite him, flashed a mocking smile, inciting a furious reaction from Zhu Rong, who felt his brow twitch uncontrollably. Ultimately, he opted to close his eyes, choosing to ignore the provocation. What a celestial court this was! Among the 12 ancestor shamans, one stood out with a rugged appearance yet possessed the unique wisdom of the 6th ancestor shaman. He coldly remarked, "What a spectacle we have here." At his words, the gaze of the other ancestor shamans turned towards him. This particular ancestor shaman was none other than Zhu Jiuyin, the wise one among them. He had orchestrated and arranged all the actions of the shaman clan throughout the ages. Despite the shaman clan's lack of cultivation in primordial spirits or understanding of celestial patterns. As the ancestor shaman of time, Zhu Jiuyin could vaguely sense fortunes and misfortunes, as well as glimpse fragments of the future. Based on his judgments and glimpses of what was to come, he made reasonable arrangements for the affairs and development of the shaman clan. Dizhang's gaze fixed upon Zhu Jiuyin as he inquired about his plans. The celestial court approaches with great force. How shall we respond? Shall we take action ourselves? After a brief contemplation, Zhu Jiuyin responded directly. Let us send forth 2 more. Upon hearing his words, several ancestor shamans who had yet to make their presence known in the vast wilderness, their identities still shrouded in secrecy, brightened with anticipation. Their eager and fiery gazes turned towards Zhu Jiuyin. They too longed for the opportunity to engage in action, all for the sake of their clan. In response to the emergence of the 12 ancestral witches shortly after their birth, Zhu Jiuyin witnessed the ripples of time revealing their true adversaries. They were compelled to comply with Zhu Jiuyin's directives. Each time he observed his siblings, Xianming, Zhu Rong, Di Jiang, and the other 7, confidently walking in the open, displaying their divine powers and exerting their influence over the vast wilderness. The 4 ancestral witches, confined within the Pangu temple alongside Zhu Jiuyin, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They yearned for the opportunity to roam the wilderness freely, to reveal their divine might before others and engage in combat with those arrogant and powerful beings. Their anticipation was palpable. Disregarding the eager gazes of the other 4 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin continued. It has come to my attention that the master of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong, has attained the late stage of quasi-sainthood, and his power should not be underestimated. Over the years, while we have grown stronger, so too have the members of our witch clan, yet the forces of the celestial court have also become increasingly formidable. The Kuanping Taoist from the North Sea has joined their ranks, in addition to other powerful beings within the celestial court. And we must remain cautious of the enigmatic figure of the Western Queen Mother. There may be other hidden powerhouses within the celestial court as well. I fear that the strength of you 7 brothers may fall short. To ensure our safety, let us enlist 2 more from among our siblings. The remaining 3 must still conceal their presence for the time being, lest we become targets for treachery while engaged in conflict with the celestial court, risking the safety of our brethren and countless clansmen. After a brief pause, Zhu Jiuyin, with a serious demeanor, reminded the ancestral witches, let us not forget. Our true adversary, the enemy of our siblings and the witch clan, has yet to reveal themselves. This foe is exceedingly patient and undoubtedly possesses cunning strategies, proving to be incredibly insidious and treacherous. We must remain ever vigilant. Chapter 86. The Prelude to the Great War. Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's analysis, the assembly of ancestral witches nodded in agreement. However, whether they truly comprehended his words remained a mystery known only to themselves. Their thoughts were rather straightforward. Understanding or not was of little consequence. Yet, at that moment, failing to nod would render one seemingly lacking in intellect, appearing rather foolish. Zhu Jiuyin paid little heed to whether the ancestral witches grasped his insights. He had long given up hope regarding their analytical capabilities. All he desired was their compliance with the plan. Thus, the matter was settled. As the elder brother, Di Jiang was still capable of understanding Zhu Jiuyin's words. Although his strategic prowess was limited, it was not non-existent. He spoke up. The celestial court approaches with great force. Let them come. The 6 major tribes that have already migrated shall gather their kin to confront them. After this battle, the 2 who take action shall lead a portion of their people away from the clan grounds, spreading out from the center of Mount Buzhou to establish new lives. At this point, Di Jiang's gaze shifted to the 5 ancestral witches who had yet to make their move. Zhu Meng, Zhu Jiuyin, Ru Shou, Ho Tu, and Shi Zi. With the exception of Zhu Jiuyin, the other 4 were eager to engage. Clearly, they were unwilling to remain cooped up in the Pangu temple, merely watching as their peers showcased their prowess to the world. The choice of 2 from 5 was indeed a challenging decision, and Di Jiang faced the dilemma of being fair to all. Yet, as the elder among the ancestral witches, he was not without his cunning methods for selection. Let the 5 of you engage in a contest. The loser shall remain within the Pangu temple, while the victor may venture forth into the wilderness. In the realm of the witch tribe, There was little that could not be resolved through combat. The principle was simple. The victor reaps all, while the vanquished are left with nothing. I shall refrain, Zhu Jiuyin interjected, raising his hand. Since it was my suggestion to conceal our strengths, I must lead by example. This opportunity to venture forth shall be granted to you. Upon hearing these words, Di Jiang nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. After all, he merely needed to await the determination of the victor to issue commands. However, while Di Jiang had no objections, the other 4 ancestral witches were quite displeased by Zhu Jiuyin's statement. To grant it to us? What does that imply? We are well aware of your indifference regarding participation. If you choose not to fight, then simply concede. What is there to negotiate? I, the embodiment of the elements, do not require the inferior Zhurong to yield to me. It is nothing short of a jest. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the Panga temple, unleashing a formidable surge of battle energy. The 4 ancestral witches, Ru Shou, Shizi, Ho Tu, joined forces, launching into combat. However, the 4 ancestral witches exhibited an unspoken understanding. In the very first moment of their assault, they each directed a punch towards Zhurong, leaving him battered and bewildered. Once the initial shock wore off, Zhurong erupted with fury, his vitality surging violently. He bellowed, "This is utterly excessive. You have gone too far. I have already relinquished this opportunity to traverse the primordial realm to you. Yet you dare to strike at me? This is beyond tolerable." Upon hearing Zhurong's words, the 4 ancestral witches momentarily paused in their chaotic skirmish, their anger igniting anew. They turned their attention back to Zhurong, launching a collective assault. Simultaneously, they hurled insults. "Yield to me? What nonsense! I possess unparalleled strength. Do I need your concession? Come at me. Fool, I shall bring you down. Let me see what strength you Zhurong possess to speak of yielding. All of you bowed down before me." As Zhurong faced this onslaught, the other ancestral witches could no longer stand idly by. They eagerly joined the fray, exclaiming, "You have gone too far. Count me in." "Oh, Zhurong, you cowardly ambusher. You cannot handle this, you pathetic wretch. Huh, I will make you rue the day you mocked me. Let us see if I do not put you in your place." Fortunately, the Panga temple, a manifestation of Panga's essence, had transformed into a nearly indestructible core. Its fortitude was such that even if the primordial heavens were to shatter, the temple would remain unscathed. Otherwise, the sheer force of the 12 ancestral witches' brawl would have long since obliterated it. Time is of little value. In the blink of an eye, millennia have passed. With the heavenly court making no secret of its military mobilization, the entire primordial realm has descended into an eerie calm. Apart from the Witch Clan, everyone is aware that the primary target of the heavenly court is the Witch Clan, which has suffered defeats at the hands of the Eastern King. Though the 12 ancestral witches were embroiled in conflict, they remained mindful of their overarching purpose. Thus, the massive Witch Clan, now teetering on the brink of a significant confrontation, has also begun to prepare vigorously for the impending battle. The presence of these colossal entities, poised for an imminent showdown, has instilled a profound trepidation among the myriad races of the primordial realm, who dare not stir up trouble at this moment. Each race has sealed its territory, anxiously observing the unfolding events with a mix of dread and anticipation. In a similar vein, the assembly of innate sanctities likewise finds itself in a predicament. To this day, numerous Deluo practitioners, who have yet to transcend into the quasi-saint realm, have vacated their sanctuaries in quest of refuge from the mighty adept beings they once listened to in the Purple Cloud Palace. Even some of the formidable adept beings, lacking absolute confidence in their own prowess, have sought solace among friends, opting to band together. This is largely due to the overwhelming might of the celestial court. Under the direct oversight of adept beings holding the title of emperor, various Deluo celestial lords manage significant affairs, while the Tai celestial generals lead the golden immortals in executing specific tasks with remarkable efficiency and imposing deterrence. Their actions are marked by an audacious boldness that instills fear in all. As for the Witch Clan, the prowess of the ancestral witches requires no elaboration. The bravery and combat skills of the Witch Clan members are already well known. Even more dreadfully, they exhibit a level of tyranny and recklessness that surpasses that of the celestial court. Encountering the Witch Clan on the vast primordial lands necessitates either a hasty retreat or preparation for relentless conflict. Countless innate beings have fallen victim to the Witch Clan's malevolence. Indeed, those fortunate enough to escape their clutches and find clandestine refuge tremble at the mere mention of the witch clan. They have endured harrowing experiences. Whether ambushed on the road or confronted within their own sanctuaries by one or more members of the witch clan. After a cursory examination, the adversary might suddenly grin and say, "Brother, you smell delightful." The terror evoked by such encounters is ineffable. Thus, the territories inhabited by the witch clan are regarded as no-go zones for the denizens of the primordial world. When the witch clan stirs into action, these innate beings, along with their races and even the corporeal incarnations of innate sanctities, strive to distance themselves, fearing for their safety. Who would dare to remain foolishly ensconced in their sanctuaries? They flee with urgency. When one cannot confront such threats, evasion becomes the only option. After all, the witch clan lacks foresight. As long as one finds a distant refuge from their reach, a life free from constant trepidation is attainable. Chapter 87. The Ascendance of the Eastern King at this moment. The confluence of winds and clouds envelopes the immortal court of Ingzhou and the territory of the witch clan. The gaze of many powerful figures has remained steadfast on these two locations. Undoubtedly, a greater number of eyes are fixated on the immortal court of Ingzhou. This is not without reason. When compared to the witch clan, which regards them merely as delectable prey, the immortal court, despite its somewhat tyrannical demeanor, at least engages in reasoned discourse. One might attempt to reason with the witch clan, yet they would swiftly dispatch you with a brutal strike, devouring flesh when available and discarding the lifeless remnants without a second thought. Ultimately, they would impart to your terrified spirit a singular truth. In the realm of the witch clan, their reasoning is the only reasoning that matters. Within the starry expanse, Fu Guang is not engaged in the crafting of celestial treasures, nor is he mending the celestial constellations or deciphering the complexities of astrological portents. Instead, he has procured sunflower seeds, peanuts, and divine brew, leisurely observing the impending culmination of preparations for battle within the immortal court of Ingzhou. Sipping a mouthful of laurel brew, Fu Guang indulges in a handful of sunflower seeds, his gaze brimming with anticipation, given their confidence to engage in war. It is evident that the Eastern King possesses considerable assurance in confronting the 7 ancestor witches. Moreover, having suffered setbacks in prior encounters, even the most foolish would have been roused to safeguard their hidden cards. It appears this battle is poised to compel the immortal court and the Eastern King to unveil the lurking strength of the other ancestor witches. As for whether the Eastern King will triumph, absolutely not. With the current might of the immortal court, should all 12 ancestor witches emerge, they could obliterate the court in an instant, provided the saints do not intervene. After this battle, the immortal court is destined for annihilation at the hands of the 12 ancestor witches. Such a significant turning point in the cosmic calamity. Even amidst the crucial tasks of crafting celestial treasures and contemplating the grand celestial formation, Fu Guang is willing to pause and witness the unfolding spectacle. Simultaneously, he aims to scrutinize the formidable prowess of the ancestor witches. Fu Guang is well aware of the ancestor witches' might. Their terrifying true forms possess the capacity to contend with treasure-level power in a fleeting moment. Yet knowing is one thing. Without witnessing their ultimate combat prowess firsthand, Fu Guang lacks a concrete understanding of their strength. This battle serves as a prime opportunity for Fu Guang to gauge the specific combat capabilities of the 12 ancestor witches. He fervently hopes that the Eastern King, alongside the immortal court he has diligently nurtured and expanded, will prove formidable enough to unearth more hidden cards of the 12 ancestor witches. Ideally, he wishes to compel the emergence of the 12 divine generals of the celestial array, even summoning their true trump card, the Pangu incarnation. In such a scenario, he would gain an intuitive grasp of the magnitude of the Pangu incarnation's power, establishing a solid foundation in his understanding. After all, Fu Guang is destined to enter calamity and assume the position of the supreme being of heaven and earth, facing the trials of the 12 ancestor witches and the embodiment of Pangu. Currently, he has yet to discover a method of evasion. Thus, in the face of this inevitability, it is prudent to familiarize himself in advance, allowing for a clearer understanding of the situation at hand. One must not naively underestimate the opponent's strength, only to be left battered and broken by a formidable Pangu incarnation. Returning to the matter at hand, after Fu Guang had leisurely sat for several centuries, a thunderous roar erupted. In the live broadcast of the primordial time calendar, within the celestial court of Ingzhou, an immense aura suddenly surged, reaching towards the heavens. Following this, a series of resounding bell tolls echoed throughout the cosmos, reverberating 9 times. Subsequently, the protective grand formation enveloping the celestial court of Ingzhou abruptly opened. One after another, the golden immortals led the celestial army from the celestial court, employing their ability to ride the clouds and gathering a colossal mass of auspicious clouds above the East Sea. Countless celestial soldiers and warriors swiftly assembled into formation, their presence exuding an aura born from the countless battles they had endured. The very sky seemed to darken under the weight of their overwhelming ferocity. Flags of innumerable colors fluttered in the wind, creating a cacophony that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. Whereas previous deployments of the celestial army could be described in the millions, the scale of this mobilization could only be characterized as boundless, obscuring the sun and sky. Then, mighty Tai celestial generals mounted their dragon steeds and emerged from the celestial court, aligning themselves at the forefront of the celestial army, unabashedly radiating their Tai golden immortal aura. Following suit, hundreds of grand Luo immortals, their bodies aglow with the brilliance of the Tao, manifested before the celestial forces, standing upon lotus platforms. But the spectacle did not end there. Leading the assembly was the Kuanping Taoist, accompanied by 8 esteemed celestial sovereigns seated upon their thrones above the heavens. The vast aura of quasi-saints stirred the Tao, causing a symphony of profound Taoist sounds to resonate across the skies of the East Sea, showcasing the might and extraordinary nature of these great powers. As the 8 supreme beings revealed themselves, the multitude of grand Luo immortals, Tai celestial generals, golden immortal leaders, and the countless celestial warriors filling the sky bowed deeply, uniting their voices in reverence. We humbly welcome the Emperor. We humbly welcome the Emperor. We humbly welcome the Emperor. With a roar, the dragons surged forth. 9 dragons of the grand Luo golden immortal caliber drew a magnificent and resplendent imperial carriage, emerging from the celestial court of Ingzhou. Upon the imperial carriage, clad in a majestic purple and gold imperial robe, adorned with a regal crown, surrounded by the resplendent aura of supreme authority, the emperor sits with an air of dignity and grandeur, embodying the ethereal presence of his divine manifestation. At this moment, the assembly of celestial beings bows in reverence, their voices rising like a roaring tide, honoring and inviting him with utmost respect. It is a scene that epitomizes overwhelming power and unparalleled majesty. This is the moment of triumph for the esteemed Dong Wang, the sovereign of the celestial court and the foremost among male immortals. Basking in the pinnacle of glory since his emergence into the world, celestial light dances around him. And though the true visage of Dong Wang is obscured from the eyes of the gathered immortals, an involuntary expression of satisfaction and joy graces his features. Behold, this is the might of Dong Wang. This is the imposing presence of Dong Wang. This is the authority wielded by Dong Wang. With a multitude of warriors and a plethora of formidable beings at his command, he possesses such power that he need not worry about the realization of his grand aspirations. The myriad races? Merely a disarray of rabble. The witch clan and the ancestral witches? A handful of formidable foes, easily vanquished with but a fraction of his earnest effort. The mighty of the primordial era? A collection of indecisive cowards, unworthy of standing against Dong Wang. What of the foremost among mortals? The Taoist Fu Guang of the Sun Star? Merely a decayed relic, akin to a grasshopper in autumn. The disciples of saints? Once he achieves his monumental quest and ascends to the supreme position of the heavens and the earth, he shall undoubtedly attain enlightenment. At that juncture, even saints will be unable to intervene in his ambitions, let alone their disciples. In this moment, Dong Wang envisions a future where he unifies the cosmos, commanding the primordial realm, with none daring to defy or disrespect him. His heart swells with an exhilarating tide of emotion. Chapter 88. Fu Guang. Has he now become so arrogant in his endeavors? Sitting majestically in the imperial carriage, the Eastern prince radiated an overwhelming presence, surveying the vast world as if assessing the empire that rightfully belonged to him. It was as though he sought to proclaim to all the mighty beings currently observing the celestial court of Ingzhou that in this primordial realm, he alone was the unequivocal center of power, unfazed by the potential offense his actions might cause to countless formidable practitioners and influential factions. He withdrew his gaze from the heavens and, in a solemn tone, declared, "The army shall commence its march, heading straight for Buzhou. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish." His command resonated like thunder throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, the air was filled with the sound of drums echoing like distant thunder as a fierce wind swept through, causing countless banners to flutter wildly. The overwhelming force of the Celestial Court's army, shrouded in a colossal cloud above the eastern sea, surged forth with unwavering determination, directly targeting Buzhou Mountain and the territories of the witch clans. Marching straight ahead, they disregarded any obstacles, be it the sanctuaries of mighty practitioners or the lands of powerful tribes, resolutely advancing toward Buzhou Mountain and the various clans of the witch lineage. Such audacity was truly remarkable. In the starry sky, Fu Guang observed the unrestrained and haughty actions of the Celestial Court's army, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. His hand, which had been snacking on seeds, momentarily paused. After a brief moment of contemplation, he instinctively murmured, "Has the Eastern Prince and the Celestial Court become so brazen in their dealings?" This reckless disregard for the sanctuaries of numerous mighty practitioners and the territories of countless tribes is akin to a slap in the face to these formidable beings. Even if the Eastern Prince were to survive the impending war, the Celestial Court would surely face dire consequences for offending so many powerful entities within the primordial realm. As he pondered this, Fu Guang found himself increasingly intrigued. Observing the Eastern Prince, who had seemingly reached the pinnacle of his career, he mused, "This old fellow must be concealing a wealth of secrets. Indeed, this battle is something I eagerly anticipate." As he spoke, Fu Guang savored a sip of laurel brew, further looking forward to the moment when the Eastern Prince would compel the 12 ancestral witches and their hidden weapon, the 12 heavenly divine array, to reveal themselves. Should he succeed, the Eastern Prince would undoubtedly be regarded as an exceptional figure. "Dongzi," Fu Guang said earnestly, "do not let me down." In the vast expanse of the universe, it seemed that Fu Guang alone harbored profound hopes for the Eastern Prince. The speed of a vast army, naturally, is considerably slower than that of a singular formidable individual. However, this is merely a relative observation. The celestial forces, under the leadership of numerous great Luo immortals, Tai celestial generals, and golden immortals, surged towards the unyielding mountain like a cascade of radiant light. Before long, under the guidance of the Eastern Prince, the celestial army effortlessly penetrated the territory of the tribes that had been vacated by the witch clan. Historically, upon entering the domain of the witch clan, the celestial army would have been met with fierce resistance. Yet this time, as they advanced into the witch clan's territory, they encountered no opposition whatsoever. Not a single witch, powerful or otherwise, was to be found. Observing this unusual situation, a formidable sage furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were more complex than they appeared. Given the inherent nature of the witch clan, it was inconceivable that they would retreat without resistance upon learning of the celestial army's approach. These savages were known for their unyielding spirit. Such behavior was unexpected. In that moment, the sage cast his gaze towards the Eastern Prince atop the imperial carriage and spoke aloud, "Your Majesty, there seems to be something amiss with the witch clan situation. Should we not investigate further?" Upon hearing this, the Eastern Prince initially frowned, also sensing the strangeness of the situation. However, in the next moment, he shifted his thoughts. "There is no need for concern. My army has set forth. Any ancestral witch or member of the witch clan with even a modicum of intelligence should comprehend the might of the Celestial Court. Their retreat out of fear is wholly understandable. Furthermore, this campaign aims to unmistakably convey to the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness that the power of the Celestial Court is insurmountable and its dignity inviolable. To hesitate here, cowering in fear, would only tarnish my reputation and that of the Celestial Court." After a brief pause, the Eastern Prince continued, "Do not concern yourselves with the movements of the witch clan. As my forces advance, the trivial machinations of these barbarous creatures will dissipate like mist before the might of the celestial army." Upon hearing this, the sage who had voiced his concerns instinctively felt that the Eastern Prince's rash decision was somewhat imprudent. Yet, upon further reflection, he was reassured by the formidable composition of the celestial army, which boasted 9 great sages, hundreds of great Luo immortals, nearly 10,000 Tai, celestial generals, and a vast contingent of battle-hardened elite troops. More importantly, the witch clan focused solely on physical prowess, lacking understanding of celestial patterns and the art of divination. They are merely a group of brutish beings, consumed by the pursuit of physical strength and indulgence in feasting and brawling. What cunning strategies could they possibly devise? Consequently, this formidable practitioner ceased to caution the Eastern Prince to exercise greater vigilance. Yet, within his heart, a lingering doubt remained. Would the witch clan truly feel fear? Soon, the overwhelming forces of the Celestial Court fully penetrated the heartland of the witch clan, positioned neither too far nor too near to the Mount of Incompleteness. The journey continued with an eerily calm demeanor. In this moment, not only the great practitioners, but even the esteemed lords of the Tao perceived a faint sense of the bizarre and extraordinary. The Eastern Prince, seated upon his imperial chariot, furrowed his brow. Upon sensing a shift in the cosmic energies that hinted at ominous changes, his gaze narrowed. Halt. Obey my command. The Celestial Court's army immediately ceased its advance. The Eastern Prince scanned the expanse of the heavens and earth, seeking anomalies in the surroundings. However, just as he began to act, a colossal surge of terrifying spatial power erupted, distorting the very firmament. Instantly, from all directions surrounding the Celestial Court's forces, waves of fearsome bloodlust violently surged forth. One after another, towering embodiments of the ancestor witches manifested around the army, including the already familiar figures of Xianming and the other 5 ancestor witches. Not only did Xianming and the 5 ancestor witches materialize, but beside them, numerous mighty witches and clan members emerged, their life force surging, revealing a myriad of forms, both large and small, and bizarre shapes that represented the witch clan. This gathering coalesced into a terrifyingly immense circle of bloodlust, effectively encircling the Celestial Court's forces. Simultaneously, the vast and boundless spatial power enveloped the heavens, resembling a great canopy descending, sealing this expanse. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the moment when the Eastern Prince was first defeated at the hands of the ancestor witches, surrounded and ensnared by similar cosmic sealing techniques. However, unlike that previous encounter, this time, the Eastern Prince was imbued with unwavering confidence. Chapter 89. The Magnificent Kunpeng with an unchanging expression. The Eastern King gazed coldly at the vast, sealed space before him. His eyes drifted to a certain point in the sky. Once again, you resort to such beneath-the-surface tactics. Is this all you have in your repertoire? The primordial witch, Emperor Jiang, emerged with the imposing stature of a towering figure, his innate Taoist form manifested. Without uttering a word, he did not engage in the Eastern King's taunts. In the eyes of the ancestor witches, the position of the Eastern King, who had never relied on the sanctification of sages for his rise, was one of disdain. Emperor Jiang looked down upon the celestial army. His voice icy. Is this all you can muster? It seems adequate enough. He paused slightly. An ominous aura radiated from him, the terrifying bloodlust swirling violently. With a gesture, he pointed at the celestial host. Annihilate them. At his command, all the great witches and tribesmen of the witch clan, filled with fervor and gleaming eyes, charged towards the encircled celestial army, roaring, "Kill! Slaughter them! My grandfather has spotted the plump, ancient serpent. The broth will be delectable. All of it mine." The witches, each bellowing with excitement, hungrily eyed the celestial leaders, the Tai immortals, and even the great Luo immortals among the celestial army. To the witches, the celestial army was not an adversary, but rather a bountiful feast, a sumptuous banquet delivered right to their doorstep. Unyielding, faced with Emperor Jiang's indifference, the Eastern King's countenance darkened. He bellowed, "You ancestor witches, ignorant of destiny, shall be eradicated. You witch clan, defiant against enlightenment, shall be enslaved." With a sweeping motion of his hand, the Eastern King issued the command for war. Exterminate the ancestor witches, suppress the witch clan. Kill. As his words echoed, the Eastern King raised his hand, summoning his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, radiating with the overwhelming power of the imperial Tao and the pure Yang Great Way, manifesting the form of a quasi-saint. He charged directly at the sealed Emperor Jiang. "Emperor Jiang, come forth to battle." The Eastern King's thunderous voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. Yet, Emperor Jiang, dismissive of the challenge, did not even spare him a glance. With a surge of potent and fearsome bloodlust, he met the Eastern King's spiritual treasure with a single, powerful fist. In the exchange of blows, he effortlessly neutralized all of the Eastern King's attacks. Subsequently, he closed the distance, combining fists and feet in a fierce, unyielding onslaught. The luminous radiance of the Eastern King swiftly dimmed, shattering the formidable imperial Dao power and pure yang energy that he wielded at the quasi-saint late stage. The overwhelming force crushed him without the slightest doubt. In this moment, the once mighty Eastern King, who had dared to challenge Emperor Jiang, found his grandeur diminished, his imposing presence waning. Despite commanding a plethora of spiritual treasures and employing various quasi-saint late-stage techniques, he was relentlessly driven to flee by the might of Emperor Jiang's fists. To even think of retaliating was beyond his capacity. Merely defending himself proved to be a daunting task. This spectacle left all the observing great powers of the primordial world utterly bewildered. What was happening? The Eastern King, when confronting the ancestral which Emperor Jiang alone, was utterly outmatched, suffering such a dismal defeat. This individual was the foremost male immortal, bestowed with the title by the saints. How could he be so feeble? Fortunately, despite the Eastern King being outclassed, as a powerful entity at the quasi-saint late stage, he could not be so easily vanquished. At most, he would sustain injuries and appear disheveled, a mere shadow of his former self. The fierce battle between the Eastern King and Emperor Jiang raged on. Concurrently, the clash between the Celestial Army and the Witch Clan erupted in earnest. The thunderous waves of battle surged, shaking the very heavens and earth. At this moment, blood flowed like a river, and the living suffered greatly. Both the Celestial Army and the Witch Clan faced devastating losses. However, in contrast, the casualties among the Witch Clan were significantly lower than those of the Celestial Army. This disparity arose from the Celestial Army's numbers, which far exceeded those of the Witch Clan. Moreover, the combat prowess of the Witch Giants was extraordinarily formidable. Often, a single manifested giant could contend against 3 or even 4 celestial soldiers, a mighty which could overpower more than 3 great Luo Xianjun with ease. Though not without sustaining injuries, even the great Luo Xianjun found it challenging to gain the upper hand against the true form of a great witch. At this moment, the widely circulated tales of the Witch Clan's valor and combat prowess materialized before the eyes of all who watched this battle. Indeed, one great witch could simultaneously face off against more than 3 great Luo cultivators, and ordinary members of the Witch Clan could withstand foes that vastly outnumbered them. If this does not epitomize bravery and valor, then what does? However, the focus of the great powers was not on the low-tier battleground, where the most lives were lost, but rather on the confrontation between the celestial great powers and the 6 ancestral witches. The outcome among these apex beings would ultimately determine the victor of this grand conflict. At this moment, as the 3rd strongest in the celestial court, Kunping approached the ancestral witch Xianming with a grave expression. Above his head, a primordial cauldron descended, emanating protective celestial light to shield him, while in his hands, he wielded 2 interdependent innate dual-sided swords, reaching the pinnacle of their grade. The 2 mystical swords embodying the dual forces of yin and yang resonate harmoniously with Kunping, making them exceedingly suitable for his wielding. Simultaneously, a radiant aura of powerful spiritual treasures envelopes Kunping, undulating around him. Upon entering the celestial court, Kunping, despite being one of the most impoverished among the formidable beings of the primordial age, has begun to relish the advantages afforded by these numerous innate spiritual treasures. While these treasures are indeed remarkable, a rather awkward predicament arises when confronted with the terrifying physical prowess of the ancestral witch Xianming. The innate spiritual treasures recently acquired by Kunping prove to be of limited efficacy. They are utterly incapable of penetrating the formidable defenses of Xuanming's true form. Even if he manages to inflict some damage upon Xianming, such injuries are trivial and have negligible impact on her combat capabilities. Consequently, despite the newfound abundance of innate spiritual treasures, Kunping finds himself compelled to rely on his most familiar means of combat, his own physical strength, when facing Xianming. Nevertheless, even so, Kunping stands out as a remarkable force in this fierce battle, bravely contending against an ancestral witch with sheer determination and strength. The contrast is stark when one considers the plight of Dong Wang Gong, who was thoroughly bested by Emperor Jiang. Observing Kunpeng, who is evenly matched with Xianming and even incites her wrathful roars while momentarily thwarting her, one cannot help but find Kunpeng's presence far more striking. In the meantime, the other 7 adept beings of the celestial court engage 5 other ancestral witches, yet despite their numerical advantage, they fail to achieve significant success. Although they do not face immediate defeat, they are clearly outmatched, and a loss seems inevitable. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous collisions resonate as Dong Wang Gong is repeatedly forced back into the heavens, the glow of his protective spiritual treasures dimming, his garments in disarray, and his very essence in turmoil. Even his quasi-saint manifestation appears subdued. He endures a dismal beating at the hands of Emperor Jiang. Undoubtedly, the protective treasures are beneficial. Yet against Emperor Jiang's relentless assaults, a portion of the force invariably penetrates their defenses, striking him directly. As a result, Dong Wang Gong finds himself wounded and dazed, his rage boiling over as he bellows in disbelief. How can this be? I am the Emperor of the Celestial Court, a late-stage quasi-saint capable of severing the 2 corpses. How can I possibly be bested by a mere barbarian? How can this be? Chapter 90. Di Jiang. No rush, let us toy with him. At this moment, the fury of the Eastern King was beyond expression. This was entirely different from the overwhelming strength he had envisioned. Indeed, he had been crushed. But the one being crushed was none other than the Eastern King himself. Under the relentless assault of Di Jiang, the Eastern King found himself reduced to mere defense. Consumed by rage and howling in despair, his wrath was palpable, resonating with the ancient powerhouses who could perceive it clearly. Yet, amidst their awareness, the assembled mighty beings could only sneer, watching the pitiable figure of the Eastern King, wounded and frantic. This is what you get for being arrogant, they thought. Now that you've tasted defeat, do you feel the pain? Do you realize the folly of your arrogance? As they observed the Eastern King being mercilessly beaten, cold smiles adorned their faces. At that moment, he resembled a drenched dog, utterly humiliated. Were it not for the fear of being entangled in the calamity and its subsequent consequences, many among these powerful beings would have relished the opportunity to kick a dog when it's down. In their mockery of the Eastern King, however, all the mighty beings turned their serious gazes towards the 7 ancestral witches. For the first time, the myriad powerhouses of the primordial world gained a profoundly intuitive understanding of the true combat prowess of the witch clan and the ancestral witches. They were formidable. In the absence of saints, the strength of the ancestral witches stood as a pinnacle among the multitude of powerful entities. Within the entire primordial universe, only beings of the same caliber as Kunpeng Daoist could hope to confront a single ancestral witch directly. Yet, even among those of Kunpeng Daoist's level, the number within the vast primordial realm was scarcely more than a handful. Moreover, even among the ancestral witches, there existed disparities in strength. Undoubtedly, the most powerful among them at this moment was Di Jiang, who was currently pummeling the Eastern King. Although the Eastern King appeared as a wretched clown, it must be acknowledged that his own power also firmly placed him among the upper echelons of the primordial powerhouses, with few rivals to speak of. On the battlefield, the clash resounded once more as the Eastern King's dragon-headed staff collided with Di Jiang's iron fist. In an instant, a wave of destruction emanated, radiating towards the heavens and the earth, shattering the firmament and rending the ground asunder. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes, vanishing in an instant. Buzzing amidst the golden pure yang celestial light, the disheveled Eastern King leaned upon his dragon-headed staff, golden celestial blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, his eyes burned with fury, and a terrifying malevolence surged around him. With reddened eyes, he roared, formed the formation. As his voice fell, the figure of Dong Wanggong swiftly retreated, in the blink of an eye ascending above the mighty forces of the celestial court. Simultaneously, the formidable beings of the celestial court, including Kunpeng and other celestial powerhouses, unleashed an overwhelming surge of strength, momentarily freeing themselves from the grasp of the 6 primordial witches, retreating to stand behind Dong Wanggong. Concurrently, the Deluo Xianjun and Tai Yi Xianjiang rapidly took their positions. With a resounding roar, the Deluo Xianjun and Tai Yi Xianjiang established themselves firmly in their designated spots, an astonishingly potent quasi-saint energy cascading downwards, enveloping all the celestial powerhouses, Deluo Xianjun and Tai Yi Xianjiang. The combined might of the celestial beings converged into a singular force. A terrifying aura emanated from the formation, exceeding the later stages of quasi-sainthood, ultimately achieving a level that approached the pinnacle of quasi-saint perfection, perhaps even surpassing it in a subtle manner. However, within the current expanse of the primordial universe, no being had yet attained such a perfected quasi-saint status, leaving the celestial powerhouses hesitant to assert the formation's strength as truly exceeding that of a perfected quasi-saint. The sole entity bold enough to affirm the formation's extraordinary power beyond the perfected quasi-saint level was Fuguang, who quietly observed from the vastness of the primordial cosmos. Having already begun his journey beyond the completion of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, empowered by the collective strength of the celestial beings, Dong Wanggong felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. With a mere wave of his hand, a boundless force descended upon the battlefield, drawing all the celestial soldiers of the celestial court into the formation. With the addition of countless elite troops from the celestial court, the gathered celestial strength grew even more formidable, intensifying the power of the formation. Intrigued, Emperor Jiang, who had remained passive, crossed his arms and regarded the unfolding spectacle with a slight smile. At last, he turned his gaze towards Dong Wanggong. This seemingly insignificant adversary, you possess a modicum of skill, but that is all. Not only Emperor Jiang, but also the other 6 primordial witches, offered their assessments of the formation constituted by the celestial court. Its power is commendable, albeit marginally adequate. What is this? I could shatter it with a single punch. Talk is cheap. If you have the ability, step forward and prove it. Let us see. As flames enveloped him, the beast-headed, human-bodied Zhurong, adorned with crimson scales, appeared eager to test the might of the formation created by the celestial court. Yet, in the next instant, his movement was curtailed by Emperor Jiang. Patience, he instructed. His gaze fixed on the formation of the celestial court. Let's toy with him. With these words, Emperor Jiang's attention shifted directly towards the direction of the Yingzhou celestial court. A look of disdain crossed his face. Let my sons be a bit more astute. He still possesses a hidden card, kept in his homeland. Upon hearing Dijiang's words, the assembly of ancestral witches exhibited a flicker of confusion. However, they soon cast aside such cerebral concerns, their gazes fixated with predatory intent upon the celestial formation that was steadily brewing and gathering strength. Since their elder brother declared his intent to toy with the celestial court, they resolved to indulge him. As for the method of play, they were uncertain. They would simply heed their elder brother's directives. Observing Dijiang and the 7 ancestral witches, they watched as he constructed the formation, consolidating the power of myriad immortals, coalescing the might of the grand array. Meanwhile, Dong Wanggong, feeling belittled once more, wore a grim countenance but felt a sense of relief. Fools! Knowing that I still possess a hidden card, they dare to be so audacious. Oblivious to their impending doom, they continue to watch, completely disregarding my presence. As he spoke, Dong Wanggong lifted his gaze towards the spatial dome that sealed the heavens and the earth, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Suddenly, a resounding force of imperial Tao, an unparalleled celestial light forged from pure yang energy, surged towards the heavens, violently crashing against the spatial dome arranged by Dijiang with the power of spatial Tao. Boom! The canopy trembled, and the entire celestial vault appeared as if a colossal meteor had struck a tranquil water surface, unleashing tumultuous waves. Crack! Bang! Following this, Dijiang's means of sealing the heavens and the earth was shattered. Upon witnessing this, Dong Wanggong's face brightened with triumph. Subsequently, his reddened eyes turned towards Dijiang and the other ancestral witches. Just as everyone anticipated that Dong Wanggong would make his move, he directed his gaze towards the direction of Yingzhou celestial court. The witch clan runs rampant. O Queen Mother, lend me your strength. Chapter 91. The Queen Mother of the West. A fool not worthy of strategy. As the Eastern King spoke, all the powerful beings present were momentarily taken aback, subsequently directing their gazes towards the direction of the immortal court of Yingzhou. Meanwhile, within the immortal court, after the Eastern King led the majority of their forces into battle, the Queen Mother of the West, who remained behind to oversee the court, observed the well-prepared grand formation and the Eastern King's plea for assistance. She let out a deep sigh, lamenting, alas, he is more prone to failure than to success. This Eastern King is truly inept. Having already established the grand formation, why does he not directly engage the ancestral witch? With his own strength, supplemented by the power of the formation, while he may not necessarily defeat all 7 ancestral witches, he could certainly hold them at bay for a time. During that interval, I, the Queen Mother of the West, could seize a splendid opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the ancestral witches, thereby securing victory. Furthermore, I could ascertain whether the 7 ancestral witches possess any hidden powers, preventing any irrevocable calamities in which the immortal court would be without recourse. This is indeed an opportunity that offers manifold benefits. Yet, what has transpired? The moment the Eastern King spoke, he drew the attention of all formidable beings in the realm, including the 7 ancestral witches. After this, even if I refrained from intervening, seeking an opportunity in the aftermath would be utterly impossible. The combat prowess of the 7 ancestral witches is formidable, and they are certainly not fools. Aware of the potent trump cards I possess, how could they fail to take precautions against me? It is simply foolishness. With a slightly sullen expression, the Queen Mother of the West rose from her throne and proclaimed solemnly, to arrogantly claim a celestial mandate, yet be a fool unworthy of strategy. She perceived clearly that the Eastern King was not incapable of such scheming. Rather, he had been so thoroughly intimidated that his courage to confront formidable foes had been shattered. Having previously suffered a defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches, the Eastern King had faced multiple adversaries, and though he emerged from the encounter disgracefully, one could still argue that he fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. However, this time, he stood alone against the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who simply overwhelmed him with ease. Despite his desperate attempts to employ every tactic at his disposal, he was utterly crushed by Di Jiang, who had not even unleashed their most potent form. This starkly illustrates the disparity between their strengths. Thus, it is evident that the Eastern King has been thoroughly intimidated. Given that he has been designated as the foremost male immortal by the saints, it is only natural that he would be daunted after being thoroughly defeated in his limited encounters with renowned warriors of the primordial realm. Do not be deceived by the ostensible strength exhibited by the Eastern King at this moment. Those with discerning eyes can perceive the underlying anxiety and trepidation within him. This individual is destined to falter in his grand ambitions. Regardless of the circumstances, with a flicker of resolve in her gaze, the Western Queen has firmly decided to take action. The Celestial Court must not succumb to the ancestral witches, nor allow the witch clan to prevail again. One failure may be tolerated, perhaps even 2, but a 3rd defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches and the witch clan would spell disaster. The immense fortune and power currently amassed by the Celestial Court, along with the celestial mandate shared between her and the Eastern King, would collapse in an instant. Without the celestial mandate and the vast fortune of the Celestial Court, their titles as the foremost male and female immortals would become mere echoes of their former glory. Furthermore, the opportunity to delve into the path of enlightenment would be irrevocably lost. Given the gravity of the matter, even the Western Queen, who is typically cautious and deliberate, is unwilling to relinquish her hold, fully aware that she has ventured too deeply into the calamity. Moreover, she possesses a semblance of assurance in the form of the saint, even if their endeavors were to fail. The one who designated her and the Eastern King as the foremost male and female immortals in the palace of Zi Shao would not allow their downfall to go unchecked. As long as that saint exists, even at a considerable cost, both she and the Eastern King still have a chance to extricate themselves from peril. Thus, even the composed and prudent Western Queen dares to strive for her own path. With this thought, she stepped forth, her figure appearing above the celestial court of Yingzhou. A resonating hum emanated as the exquisite celestial light of Shihua flowed forth, accompanied by the force of divine retribution, manifesting the pure Yin energy across the heavens. The blossoms of the great Tao flourished brilliantly, and the clouds of law converged into a singular spectacle. The realm of the quasi-saint, ultimately bearing the mark of a saint. Her manifestation was naturally accompanied by profound mysteries. Behind her hovered the Kunlun mirror, one hand holding the plain-colored cloud realm banner, while the other wielded a singular innate sword. With clouds swirling around her, she exuded an unparalleled elegance, noble and unattainable. Upon revealing herself above the celestial court of Yingzhou, she proclaimed with authority, "Form the formation." As her voice resonated, a symphony of myriad paths surged forth in the realm where the celestial court resides. 5 early-stage quasi-saint mighty beings emerged in succession from various corners of the celestial court. Additionally, a contingent of Deluo immortals and Tai celestial generals made their appearance. Although their numbers paled in comparison to the forces the Eastern King had taken to the Buzhou Mountain. This newly revealed strength of the celestial court still caused the eyes of many powerful beings in the primordial wilderness to widen in astonishment. Another 5 mighty beings. The celestial court harbors a staggering total of 15 such formidable entities. What a terrifying depth of power this reveals. Furthermore, the celestial court has concealed its strength far too deeply. The 5 formidable beings that emerged later had not been whispered of prior to this moment. In other words, had it not been for the defeat of the Eastern King in battle, the Western Queen Mother and these 5 powerful entities would have remained concealed within the celestial court, awaiting a true crisis of annihilation. At such a time, their sudden appearance would have posed a dire threat to any adversary daring to oppose the celestial court. In this instant, the gazes of all powerful beings shifted towards the Western Queen Mother, their perceptions altered. Given the ostentatious and domineering nature of the Eastern King, it was inconceivable that he would orchestrate such a scheme to hide 5 mighty beings from view. It could only have been the work of the Western Queen Mother, who, despite her subtle presence within the celestial realm, had maintained a low profile even amidst the vastness of the primordial world, seldom revealing her prowess. No one anticipated that the gentle, humble figure, often seen as the supportive counterpart to the Eastern King, could possess such depths of cunning. She was truly a master of strategy. At this moment, many powerful beings from the primordial realm, along with numerous great practitioners, began to reflect quietly on whether they had inadvertently offended the Western Queen Mother at some point. If so, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to rectify such grievances. After all, it is not the power of the Western Queen Mother that instills fear, but the combination of her strength and her capacity for concealment. A sudden strike from her could easily overwhelm even the mightiest of beings, who might find themselves ensnared by her intricate machinations. Simultaneously, those who had always believed in her profound secrecy nodded in silent agreement, basking in their own cleverness. Indeed, someone like the Western Queen Mother, who commands a third of the celestial court's fortune and resources while remaining firmly seated upon one of its 2 principal thrones, could hardly be regarded as a mere supporting figure. There is surely much more that she has hidden away. What has been revealed thus far may only be the tip of an extensive iceberg. Chapter 92. Striving for recognition at this moment. The Queen Mother of the West positioned herself as the heart of the formation, with 5 deities standing at the cardinal points, accompanied by numerous great Luo immortals and Tai immortal generals arranged in intricate order. Ultimately, the entire Yingzhou celestial court served as the foundation of this grand array. Commenced the formation. As the celestial beings took their places, the immense force of the Tao emanating from the Queen Mother of the West coalesced, resonating with the other immortals within the array, forming a unified strength that invoked the harmony of the Tao. A resonant hum reverberated, akin to celestial might, striking a chord as if the divine had descended. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth from the Yingzhou celestial court, enveloping the entirety of the Eastern Sea. Boom! An overwhelming radiance shot up into the heavens, echoing with the array being formed on the battlefield by the Eastern Prince. The 2 great formations intertwined. The pure yin and pure yang, the emperor and the heavenly punishment. Upon their fusion and enhancement, the previously exhibited aura of the Queen Mother of the West, at the late stage of quasi-saint, ascended to the complete realm of quasi-saint, responding to the Eastern Prince, who had similarly attained the full quasi-saint level. Their combined presence reached new heights. At this moment, the entire expanse of heaven and earth was suffused with a magnificent dual-colored celestial light, as the formidable auras of the 2 celestial sovereigns spanned the cosmos, drawing the attention of all powerful beings. This formation is truly remarkable. In the starry sky, the composed Fu Guang observed the spectacle of the Eastern Prince and the Queen Mother of the West joining forces to unleash their 2 grand arrays. His eyes sparkled with golden light, with Yang at 9 and Yin at 6, combined with the power of the celestial beings from the court. Alongside the complementary pure Yang and pure Yin paths of the 2, the might of this formation was indeed impressive. Upon witnessing the Eastern Prince's formation, Fu Guang initially speculated that the array he would reveal might be the legendary 10,000 Immortals array, attributed to either the Master of Heaven or the protective array of the Eastern Prince South Celestial Court, given its reference value. Even if the Eastern Prince were to present the 10,000 Immortals array, Fu Guang would not have been surprised. However, it now appeared that the protective array of the Yingzhou Celestial Court was an intricate formation uniquely crafted by the combined efforts of the Eastern Prince and the Queen Mother of the West. Each array, remarkable in its own right, when intertwined, enhanced their formidable power to an even more terrifying degree. Fu Guang pondered deeply. Had I not established the demon race and founded the heavenly court of the demons to contend with the Eastern Prince South Celestial Court? The strength of the Celestial Court indeed surpasses what I had recalled. 15 quasi-saints. Such power befits the Celestial Court's divine mandate, though still insufficient before the 12 ancestral witches. Under the augmentation of the formations, they would not be easily manageable, even for Emperor Jiang and the other 7 ancestral witches. The other ancestral witches shall undoubtedly make their appearance in this battle. At that moment, the myriad beings of the primordial world, particularly the myriad races, shall comprehend the sheer terror embodied by the witch clan. They will be thoroughly disabused of the notions that they too can prevail, that they can unite against the witch clan, and that the witches might be incapable of annihilating them before exhausting their strength. Subsequently, when the opportune moment arrives, the banner of Fu Guang shall be raised, and the call shall be issued, undoubtedly attracting numerous factions to fervently seek refuge and protection. When that time comes, there will be no need to establish the demon race, for Fu Guang shall effortlessly acquire a formidable foundational force. Following this, further strategies shall be devised to cultivate and expand this power. Thus, the position of the Supreme Being of heaven and earth shall become a gradual pursuit. At this moment, the plans within Fu Guang's heart are gradually taking shape, and they appear exceedingly promising. As long as the Celestial Court provides support, and the Eastern Prince is sufficiently powerful, enabling the beings of the primordial world to witness the unparalleled strength of the witch clan, everything shall proceed smoothly. In Kunlun Mountain, the 3 Pure Ones are also observing this battle. They remain indifferent to the outcome, though if given a choice, they would prefer the Celestial Court to emerge victorious. After all, the 3 Pure Ones harbor a disdain for the witch clan, finding their barbaric style intolerable and deriding their ignorance of the celestial order and the grand trends. While they observe, Laozi and Yuanshi focus on the 7 ancestral witches, whereas Tongtian's gaze shifts between the grand formation established by the Eastern Prince and the Western Queen, which is both divisible and combinable. The formation, which amalgamates the power of the myriad immortals, holds great intrigue for Tongtian. He muses, if he could create such a formation, perhaps his elder brothers would regard him with newfound respect and admiration. Currently, the 3 Pure Ones remain united, their relations harmonious, akin to sharing the same pair of trousers. However, in the presence of Laozi and Yuanshi, Tongtian is merely a younger brother. Not only does he lack significant influence, but his opinions hold little weight, and due to his temperament, he has often faced reprimand from Yuanshi. As the elder brother, Laozi pays little heed to such matters, let alone intervene to prevent Yuanshi from reprimanding Tongtian. Thus, Tongtian, who is still enduring this treatment, harbors but a singular desire to earn the respect of his 2 elder brothers. For now, no further aspirations occupy his thoughts. Subtly, Tongtian begins to devise the formation composed of the celestial immortals, preparing to unveil it in the future, hoping to impress Laozi and Yuanshi, earning their praises. In Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi's countenance bore an expression of grave seriousness as he beheld the emergence of 15 formidable beings from the Celestial Court. Despite the fact that many among these powerful entities were merely at the initial stages of quasi-sainthood, their sheer number was indeed quite daunting. Although the teachings imparted by the Saint of the Purple Cloud Palace had diminished the status of the great Luo Golden Immortals from the apex of the power hierarchy, the catastrophic tribulations had confined Fuxi to Fengqi Mountain, where he seldom roamed the vast wilderness. He had not anticipated that the proliferation of such extraordinary individuals would parallel that of great Luo cultivators, sprouting forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Soon, Fuxi regained his composure and began to engage in self-reflection. One must not underestimate the myriad beings of heaven and earth. Though the number of these powerful entities is limited, they are by no means rare in this era. To belittle the multitude of existence is to invite calamity. Subsequently, Fuxi adopted a calm mindset and continued to observe the unfolding battle, feeling no sense of urgency. Among these extraordinary beings, disparities existed. Some were of such magnitude that they could be likened to chasms between heaven and earth. More importantly, Fuxi steadfastly believed that the one who shared a similar destiny among the stars would undoubtedly perceive all that transpires. After all, that was none other than his unparalleled companion, the friend of light, whose calculations never falter. The reactions of the many powerful figures varied greatly. At this moment, the two factions, situated at the very heart of the cosmos, were too engrossed to concern themselves with anything else. With the formation of the grand array complete, the Queen Mother of the West stood atop the celestial dome of Ingzhou's South Heavenly Court, channeling the array's power to support the Eastern Prince. In a voice as cold as ice, she reminded the Eastern Prince, who was immersed in the accumulation of great power, "Your Majesty, the array is complete. If we do not engage in battle now, when shall we?" Chapter 93. The Uniqueness of the Witch Clan. Tontian, I shall achieve greatness. On the battlefield, as the words of the Western Queen Mother reverberated, the Eastern King, positioned at the heart of the grand formation and imbued with an unprecedented might, revealed a confident and triumphant smile once more. He laughed heartily, "Ha! With such formidable power at my disposal, I shall unify the primordial chaos and attain the path to sanctity. Who else but I?" As he spoke, a resounding boom echoed through the air. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he unleashed the full force of the celestial realm's protective array. The overwhelming pure yang celestial light surged forth, dispersing the ominous aura emanating from the 7 ancestral witches and the multitude of witch clan members, restoring a semblance of clarity to the heavens and earth. Concurrently, the oppressive might of the perfected quasi-saint descended upon the 7 ancestral witches like a shroud. The pure yang celestial light illuminated the skies, and the quasi-saint manifestation of the Eastern King appeared as a sovereign surveying the realms, casting a discerning gaze upon the 7 ancestral witches. The Eastern King proclaimed loudly, "Emperor Jiang, I grant you 7 ancestral witches and your witch clan one final opportunity. Submit or face annihilation." Upon hearing the Eastern King's declaration, the 7 ancestral witches fell into a profound silence. The assembled deities, watching the unfolding events, were left speechless. The Western Queen Mother, maintaining the formation and assisting the Eastern King in preparation for battle against the ancestral witches, felt her lips twitch in frustration, nearly unable to suppress an expletive. "Fool! Arrogant buffoon! What a ridiculous imbecile! With the formation activated and such power at hand, why waste words on a band of barbarians? Just engage in battle." Did maintaining the formation not require resources? Was the power of the celestial beings inexhaustible? How long could everyone sustain such might? In the midst of a cataclysmic conflict, even a fleeting moment could usher in countless unforeseen changes. Yet here you are, squandering time on persuasion? If there is to be any persuasion, it should come after decisively defeating the opponent. Just recently, the Eastern King was treated like a dog by the ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang. Do you truly believe he could successfully negotiate for surrender now? The Western Queen Mother's expression darkened. Fortunately, the 7 ancestral witches were merely brutes, unable to tolerate the Eastern King's audacity. Thus, the instant the Eastern King's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The true flames of Zhu Rong surged wildly, and the imposing presence of the ancestral witch swelled dramatically. He bellowed, "You dare to be so arrogant? This ancestral witch shall confront you." With that declaration, Zhu Rong's colossal ancestral witch form surged forth, wielding the calamity of the heavens and earth, merging his terrifying vitality with the power of the fire path, and charged relentlessly towards the Eastern King. Meanwhile, the once silent ancestral deity of water, Gong Gong, stirred from his stillness, invoking his profound powers to summon an endless ocean of true water, charging forth alongside Zhu Rong. Gong Gong roared in fury, "I shall bring you down." As Zhu Rong and Gong Gong unleashed their might, the other ancestral deities could no longer remain passive. One after another, they joined the fray, converging upon the Eastern King and the assembled celestial army of the Immortal Court. A cold smile crept across Di Zhang's face as he cast a glance towards the direction of the Ingzhou Immortal Court. At that moment, Di Zhang was certain of one thing. The Immortal Court had laid bare nearly all of its hidden trump cards. even if some remained. They were insufficient to instill in him excessive wariness. With a crack, he shifted his joints, and the fervor of battle ignited in his eyes, his vital essence surging forth. After enduring for so long, this ancestral deity was eager to stretch his limbs. As he spoke, Dijiang stepped forward with a thunderous crash. An overwhelming aura of ferocity erupted from him, soaring into the heavens and causing the very firmament to tremble. The terrifying form of the ancestral deity manifested. With a roar, Dijiang charged towards the Eastern King, declaring, "Kill." In that fierce outburst, he, alongside Xian Ming, Zhu Rong, and the other 6 ancestral deities, encircled the Eastern King and the celestial forces, wielding their profound powers to relentlessly extinguish all of the Eastern King's current tactics. On the periphery of the battlefield, all the great shamans of the Witch clan, unable to partake in the grand conflict, unleashed their formidable presence, their immense vital essence surging forth, drawing in a tremendous amount of malevolent energy from the heavens and the earth. All the Witch clan members roared in unison, rallying for the 7 great ancestral deities, Witch, accompanied by the fervent cries of the Witch clan and the terrifying blood energy that seemed to coalesce around them. An inexplicable momentum began to rise within the heavens and the earth. This extraordinary force felt as though the very universe was responding to the Witch clan's howls and roars. As the battlefield became increasingly infused with malevolent energy, all the powerful beings observing the battle could distinctly sense that, alongside the gathering of this ominous force, the might of the 7 great ancestral deities grew ever more formidable and fearsome, their combat prowess escalating dramatically. This spectacle left all the powerful beings in awe. They were astonished by the Witch clan's unique ability to invoke an echo from the heavens and the earth through mere collective cries of support. Is this the true worth of the descendants of Pangu? Given that the primordial world was birthed by the great deity Pangu, it is only natural for the universe to respond to his genuine descendants. Truly, they are worthy of being called the true lineage of Pangu. Anyone witnessing this scene could not help but exclaim such sentiments, filled with admiration. Numerous formidable and powerful practitioners cast their mocking gazes towards the direction of Kunlun Mountain, observing the Wu clan. Merely through their united and resounding encouragement, they can evoke a response from the heavens and the earth. And what of you, the Pangu 3 Pure Ones? Although you claim to be the authentic Pangu, has there ever been an instance where you have manifested phenomena akin to those of the Wu clan that elicit a response from the cosmos? No, absolutely not. While it is widely acknowledged that the Pangu 3 Pure Ones indeed stem from the divine essence of Pangu, divided into 3, and transformed from the primordial purity that heralded the creation of the world, to refer to them as the true Pangu is not without merit. However, comparisons are often unwelcome. With the Wu clan, who can invoke the heavens, standing before you, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. The Pangu 3 Pure Ones are undoubtedly connected to Pangu. Yet when it comes to authenticity, the Wu clan holds a more legitimate claim. At this moment, within the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the serene Laozi furrows his brow, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, fixed upon the 7 ancestral shaman, observing the members of the Wu clan. Though he remains silent, it is apparent to all that he harbors profound dissatisfaction towards the Wu clan. Meanwhile, Yuan Shi, who has always placed great emphasis on face, bears a slightly grim expression, his eyes glinting with cold light. Even without uttering a word, it is clear that Yuan Shi is contemplating the Wu clan's significance. Ultimately, Tong Tian notices the stirrings of the Wu clan, but chooses to disregard them. In his view, the 3 Pure Ones are Pangu, and Pangu is not merely the 3 Pure Ones. Thus, there is no need to quibble over trivial matters. Can it be that the existence of the Wu clan would diminish the essence of the Pangu 3 Pure Ones? Absolutely not. What rightfully belongs to them cannot possibly be diminished. Rather than concern himself with the Wu clan, Tong Tian is currently engrossed in observing and devising the grand protective formation of the celestial court. On the day of his success, he shall undoubtedly earn the admiration of his 2 elder brothers and receive their commendations, ensuring that he is not relegated to the role of the lesser brother, whose opinions are overlooked by his esteemed siblings. Tong Tian shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Chapter 94. Do these brutes still have a backup plan? Celestial light surged, and divine powers alongside spiritual treasures were unleashed. the terrifying aura of vitality and malevolence intertwined. At this moment, the 7 ancestral witches joined forces to launch a relentless assault, each subtly occupying a unique position. The overwhelming vitality emanating from the 7 seemed poised to merge under a special energy, amplifying their combat prowess exponentially. Soon, their strength reached an unprecedented zenith. Facing the 7 ancestral witches, Dong Wanggong initially relied on the power of 2 grand formations to fend off their attacks. However, as time progressed, he found himself once again in a passive position, succumbing to the onslaught. This turn of events left all observing powerhouses in a state of shock and rendered Dong Wanggong utterly bewildered. As the master of the celestial court, the foremost male celestial, and the chosen one, he was humiliated for the 3rd time, forcefully pressed to the ground by the ancestral witches and their kin. Shame, anger, resentment, and disbelief surged within him, causing his eyes to redden as reason slipped away, replaced by a burgeoning madness. He roared defiantly, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Even if you ancestral witches are the true descendants of Pangu, the gap between us cannot be so vast." He refused to accept the notion that, despite exhausting all his trump cards against the united assault of the 7 ancestral witches, he would be so effortlessly crushed. He yearned to retaliate, to launch a counterattack. Yet he found himself only capable of defense. Most critically, with each defensive maneuver, the combined strength of the 7 ancestral witches would be equally distributed among all the celestial beings forming the grand array. At this moment, the lower ranks of the celestial court soldiers could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure, resulting in numerous explosions of flesh, leading to their immediate demise. A thick mist of blood enveloped the heavens and earth, staining both sky and ground crimson. Simultaneously, a far more terrifying calamity brewed within the vast wilderness. Above the Yuzhou celestial court, although not confronting the 7 ancestral witches directly, Zhuangmu, who was operating the grand formation to assist Dong Wanggong, also bore the brunt of their assault. The celestial army on the battlefield suffered catastrophic losses. Likewise, the Yuzhou celestial court was not faring much better. Blood rained down, swiftly turning the East Sea red, while ominous energies swirled ominously above the resplendent celestial court, casting a shadow over the realm where the Yuzhou celestial court resided. If this continues, the Eastern King is undoubtedly destined for defeat. The Western Queen, adorned with the transcendent light of the Western mystique, furrowed her brow in grave contemplation. It is imperative that I take action. Should the Eastern King falter yet again, the celestial court shall be in peril. With this thought resonating within her, a profound energy enveloped her. Buzz, the inherent spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, emanated an enigmatic celestial radiance as the Western Queen harnessed its power. She sought to unveil a rift in time and space to hasten to the battlefield from the celestial court of Yingzhou. However, just as she took her first step, a thunderous roar erupted. An overwhelming surge of ominous bloodlust shattered the heavens above the Yingzhou celestial court as the power of the spatial avenues erupted violently, distorting the firmament. From the depths of space emerged a colossal figure. This titan, possessing a human form with a serpentine tail, boasted 7 arms extending from its back, with 2 hands clutching 2 ferocious, menacing serpents. The terrifying aura of blood, the towering presence of the giant, and the dreadful malevolence akin to the legendary ancestor witches unmistakably revealed the identity of the newcomer, an ancestor witch. In the vast realm of primordial cultivators, who but an ancestor which could embody such terrifying bloodlust, radiating an unceasing wave of formidable malice? At the moment this ancestor witch materialized, an overwhelming surge of vitality coursed through its being, enveloped in the weighty and formidable force of the Earth's path. A fist, as mighty as the stars and as formidable as a great mountain, was ruthlessly aimed at the Western Queen, who was poised to assist the Eastern King. This abrupt turn of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The numerous powerful onlookers had scarcely shifted their gaze from the clash between the Eastern King and the 7 ancestor witches when a terrifying wave of battle erupted above the Yingzhou celestial court. Boom! Multiple avenues of power clashed, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. The sheer ferocity of the confrontation caused countless celestial beings under the aegis of the Western Queen to perish, transforming into a crimson rain that fell upon the resplendent grounds of the Yingzhou celestial court. Simultaneously, the calamity surrounding the Ingzhou celestial court intensified with renewed ferocity. At this moment, the numerous powerful observers turned their astonished gazes toward the Ingzhou celestial court. Goodness! The brash members of the witch clan still possess a hidden card? Has the rear of the celestial court also come under attack? What a thrilling spectacle this is! It is indeed a tale filled with twists and turns. The powerful spectators watched intently, their expressions turning grave. This is the calamity, a true manifestation of ever-changing fate. In the Ingzhou celestial court, a resplendent pure light illuminated the heavens, as the power of divine retribution manifested in a tempest of celestial thunder. At this moment, the expression of the West Mother was exceedingly grim, her surroundings illuminated by the radiant and ethereal cloud banner, an impenetrable shield of celestial light enveloping her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the manifested ancestral shaman. In a deep voice, she uttered, "Another ancestral shaman. How well hidden your tribe is. To possess 8 ancestral shamans. No, that cannot be right." As she spoke, a realization dawned upon the West Mother, and with unwavering conviction, she declared, "Under the vast heavens, 9 is the pinnacle. If my estimations hold true, your tribe harbors not 7, nor 8, but a full 9 ancestral shamans." As her words resonated, the Kunlun mirror behind her suddenly radiated with divine brilliance, its surface turning to sweep across the entirety of the realm. In the end, the celestial light of the Kunlun mirror came to rest on a specific spatial orientation. The West Mother's beautiful gaze turned towards it, since the 9th ancestral shaman has arrived. Why conceal yourself? Step forth. As her voice faded, yet another formidable ancestral shaman, brimming with vitality and fierce energy, emerged from the abyss of space. Upon witnessing this ancestral shaman's arrival, the West Mother felt a weight in her breath, her countenance visibly tightening with gravity. 9 ancestral shamans. The tribe possessed as many as 9 ancestral shamans. One ancestral shaman could easily overpower 2 or more formidable beings. What then of 9? The cursed tribe. The West Mother could not help but silently curse, her anger igniting within her. They even concealed 2 more ancestral shamans. This miscalculation of information is utterly catastrophic. Moreover, she had previously never considered the emergence of such a possibility. This was simply unacceptable. It now appeared that, if all went as anticipated, she had delved too deeply into the calamity, unwittingly influenced by the malevolent aura of the tribulation, leading her to lose some of her usual caution in her strategic considerations. Yet, it was fortunate. Although the revelation of 9 ancestral shamans within the tribe was indeed exhilarating and shocking, the West Mother was not without her own contingencies. Chapter 95. 2 fists shatter the dream of the heavenly emperor in the face of the menacing presence of 2 ancestral witches. The countenance of the Western Queen Mother grew grave. She resolved that as long as the Eastern King could endure, she would be able to repel these 2 ancestral witches and subsequently rush to his aid. In the worst-case scenario, they could achieve a stalemate, preventing total defeat. Victory? That was no longer feasible. She could only strive to ensure that her side would not falter. With this thought, the Western Queen Mother severed her connection with the grand formation supporting the Eastern King, reclaiming the power of her own formation. In that moment, a resonant hum emanated as the pure and mystical light of Een enveloped her, revealing the fully realized aura of a quasi-saint. She did not augment the formation's strength. Rather, she unveiled her true cultivation level, no longer concealing her formidable prowess. With her majestic aura surging, the full might of a quasi-saint exerted pressure upon the heavens and earth. She then transmitted her voice to the Eastern King amidst the battlefield of the witch clan. "Emperor, hold steadfast. Once I force back these 2 ancestral witches, I shall come to your assistance." Her words reverberated throughout the cosmos. In the next moment, the Western Queen Mother summoned her vast magical power, and the ethereal cloud realm flag in her hand radiated resplendent light, shrouding the sky and shielding her with divine light, rendering her impervious to all attacks. Simultaneously, the power of the time Tao from the Kunlun mirror intensified, and as its light illuminated the world, the flow of time within that region descended into chaos, ensnaring all within as if caught in a mire, rendering them incapable of free movement. With 2 supreme artifacts and half the strength of the protective grand formation, the combat prowess of the Western Queen Mother surged to an unprecedented height. one that even the most formidable beings of the primordial realm would find difficult to attain. Prepared and resolute, the Western Queen Mother was poised to strike decisively at the two ancestral witches standing resolutely before the Yujo celestial court. Her intention was clear: to prevent them from offering even the slightest assistance to the Eastern King. She understood that if she did not drive these two ancestral witches back first, the moment the Eastern King could no longer withstand the onslaught, she would face the assault of 9 ancestral witches in an instant. At that juncture, there would be no hope of reversal. However, just as the Western Queen Mother prepared to act, a cry of anguish and fury pierced the air. "Ah, Western Queen Mother, you have betrayed me." In the battlefield of the Witch Clan, the developments in the Yujo celestial court unfolded with startling swiftness. So rapid was the change that when the Western Queen Mother resolved to temporarily assist the Eastern King by withdrawing half of the protective formation's power to confront the two ancestral witches, the Eastern King, who was still under siege, had yet to fully comprehend the situation. Then, as the adversary of the Eastern Sovereign, Di Jiang seized the opportunity with remarkable precision. His vitality surged like a demonic spirit, roaring, "Jumong and my sister have already made their move. The concerns from behind have been dispelled. Assist your elder brother in slaying the Eastern Sovereign." Upon hearing this, Xin Ming, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestral witches responded in unison, "Excellent." With that proclamation, a thunderous resonance echoed as the 6 ancestral witches, stepping with profound strides, channeled their terrifying, malevolent energy towards the central figure of Di Jiang. In an instant, a primal and horrifying aura radiated from Di Jiang, far surpassing the diminished presence of the Eastern Sovereign, whose powers had waned to the pinnacle of a quasi-saint after losing the support of the Grand Formation. Di Jiang roared, absorbing the overwhelming malevolence of the heavens and earth, converging it into his own assault, with the force of spatial pathways, immense vitality, and boundless malice. He obliterated the quasi-saint's manifestation of the Eastern Sovereign. Simultaneously, the numerous innate spiritual treasures summoned by the Eastern Sovereign were consumed by the calamity's aura, dimming to the state of mere refuse as they fell back into his being. Even the supreme innate treasure, the dragon-headed staff, could not withstand Di Jiang's onslaught. With a thunderous impact, the Eastern Sovereign exerted all his might to defend, yet ultimately, he managed to withstand the blow, albeit at a tremendous cost. One single strike resulted in the loss of nearly 80% of the countless celestial troops of the Yingzhou celestial court, who were overwhelmed by pressures exceeding their limits. Even the golden immortal leaders and Tai celestial generals suffered significant casualties. This singular punch effectively annihilated over half of the Yingzhou celestial court's forces. The surviving celestial beings were all gravely wounded, including the 8 formidable beings, such as Kunping, who encountered no exceptions in their plight. Concurrently, one of the originally steadfast defensive formations of the celestial court was shattered. With the formation's collapse, the celestial beings who arranged it suffered another onslaught, each one's vitality waning. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sovereign, as the heart of the formation, bore the brunt of the injuries, his essence faltering as he cried out in despair. "Why withdraw the power of the formation? Ah, Queen Mother of the West, you have betrayed me." As the Eastern Sovereign's anguished cries faded, Di Jiang, with an aura like a radiant rainbow, advanced, each movement causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. He raised his fist once more, declaring, "To unify the primordial world." "Do you think yourself worthy, Di?" With these words, a fist imbued with even greater destructive intent than the last descended upon the Eastern Sovereign, who, weakened and unstable, experienced the chilling proximity of death. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his demeanor was frantic. He bellowed, "I am the ordained by the saints. The venerable Taoist patriarch has conferred upon me the title of the foremost male immortal, blessed by the mandate of heaven. Di Jiang, do you dare to slay me? Can you truly kill me?" In response, Di Jiang offered no reply. Far from being deterred by the East King's self-proclaimed backing, he intensified his assault, his strikes becoming swifter and more ferocious. In an instant, Di Jiang's iron fist of slaughter shattered all the East King's desperate attempts at resistance, landing with a resounding blow upon him. Boom! This single punch obliterated the East King's corporeal form, the immense power of the Tao and the catastrophic aura extinguishing his nascent saintly essence and spiritual consciousness. Simultaneously, it shattered the East King's aspirations for enlightenment, supremacy, and the imperial dream, leaving only a fragment of his true spirit to return to the Tao. Whether this remnant could ever return amidst the boundless calamities remained an uncertainty. Boom, boom, boom. The fall of a quasi-saintly master resonated with the Tao, causing a symphony of sorrowful thunder to echo through the heavens and earth. Blood rain cascaded from above, enveloping countless beings in a shroud of grief, their tears flowing freely as they lamented. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all the mighty practitioners who were observing this battle, leaving them frozen in disbelief. Has he truly perished? The East King has fallen just like that? This marked the first time a quasi-saintly master had been vanquished within the primordial realm. After truly becoming earnest, the ancestral shaman Di Jiang delivered 2 crushing blows that shattered not only the East King, a formidable figure among quasi-saints, but also his grand aspirations and dreams. The ancestral shamans are indeed formidable. The shamanic tribe is truly powerful. Simultaneously, many mighty practitioners began to realize that even the quasi-saint realm could no longer guarantee one's survival. The yearning for enlightenment grew increasingly urgent in the hearts of these formidable beings. Chapter 96. How infuriating! The fallen hero, the Lord of the Celestial Court. The foremost male immortal, the esteemed Dong Wang Gong, has perished. At this moment, the tragic celestial phenomenon evoked by the demise of a quasi-saint sent shivers down the spines of all mighty practitioners. A calamity has befallen us. In this era where sages have united with the Tao, how could a quasi-saint, positioned at the pinnacle of the cosmic hierarchy, still fall victim to death? Remarkably, it was a late-stage quasi-saint, fortified by a formidable protective array, whose combat prowess reached full quasi-saint perfection, or even surpassed that of the most elite practitioners. Yet, they were vanquished by a coalition of ancestral witches. If even Dong Wang Gong could succumb before the ancestral witches, what fate awaits those practitioners who are of lesser stature? It is feared that a direct confrontation with the ancestral witches would lead to inevitable demise. The mere thought of this filled all mighty practitioners with a palpable sense of existential dread. Many faces turned grave in response. At Fengxi Mountain, Fuxi wore an expression of grave seriousness, his eyes glinting with foresight. Upon witnessing the fall of Dong Wang Gong, an alarm rang within his spirit, elevating his wariness and trepidation towards the ancestral witches to an unprecedented zenith. This height could only be described as a death calamity. Could it be that I too may fall to the hands of the ancestral witches? Stroking his beard, Fuxi narrowed his gaze. Could it be that my impending involvement in the grand enterprise of my friend Fu Guang will inevitably pit me against the witch clan, thus attracting the calamity of demise upon myself? The instant this thought crossed his mind, Fuxi's heart was filled with a profound certainty. In other words, should he persist with his prior plans, he might very well meet his end at the hands of these formidable and merciless ancestral witches in the unfolding cosmic tide. After a moment of contemplation, a faint smile graced Fuxi's face as he spoke. My Tao resides within this chaos. How can I retreat now? If I can transcend this death calamity, then my path shall be established. Conversely, should I fall, my Tao shall still be realized. As a quasi-saint practitioner, how could Fuxi not take the risk and willingly retreat? Furthermore, he held great confidence in his innate mastery of the art of change, convinced that he could manipulate the winds of fate in the future and seek a glimmer of survival amidst this death calamity. With the fall of Dong Wang Gong, stroking his beard once more, Fuxi was currently employing his methods and celestial calculations, thus rendering the battle of the celestial court a failure. Even with the West Queen Mother at full quasi-saint perfection, the destiny of the celestial court could not be salvaged. In the present realm of the celestial court, the foremost concern of the myriad immortals is not the destiny of unifying the primordial chaos, but rather how to survive under the looming shadow of the ancestral shaman and the shaman clan. Pausing momentarily, Fuxi gazed toward the direction of the sun star in the starry sky, smiling silently. The Eastern sovereign had lost his destined fate and perished. What had become of the destiny he had shared with the celestial court? The answer was self-evident. Was this part of your calculations? Fuxi sighed. Truly remarkable, my friend Fu Guang. Without even stepping forth from the sun star, you have clearly discerned everything above the 4 seas and 8 desolations, calculating it with utmost precision. Fuxi did not believe that the fall of the Eastern sovereign was beyond Fu Guang's foresight. In fact, he even suspected that Fu Guang may have subtly influenced the demise of the Eastern sovereign. After all, the primordial chaos could scarcely accommodate two sovereigns. The existence of the Eastern sovereign undeniably obstructed Fu Guang's ascent to the supreme throne of heaven and earth. Even if he did not personally orchestrate the downfall of the Eastern sovereign, it would not be out of the question to subtly steer events towards that outcome. A being who commands both authority over all living creatures and benevolence towards friends, while being ruthless towards foes, indeed deserves to be the sovereign of heaven and earth. In Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the reactions of Pangu and the three purities to the fall of the Eastern sovereign were grave and solemn. However, their thoughts diverged. Laozi harbored concerns that the formidable shaman clan, alongside the ancestral shaman, might provoke conflict with the three purities under the banner of Pangu's true lineage. Should such conflict arise, although the three purities would not fear the 9 ancestral shamans, they would undoubtedly become an exceedingly troublesome adversary. Yuan Shi was particularly incensed. His anger was not directed at the ancestral shamans' ferocity or their formidable strength, but rather at their blatant disregard for the celestial order. How dare they, after the Eastern sovereign proclaimed the words sanctioned by the sage, brazenly act against the heavenly decree by ruthlessly slaying the Eastern sovereign, an act of profound disrespect? Tong Tian was also somewhat angered, though his ire stemmed from the 9 ancestral shamans' utter lack of regard for his esteemed teacher. This particularly displeased Tong Tian, who valued deep connections. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the immense strength of the 9 ancestral shamans. In a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely not stand a chance against them. In the starry sky, Fu Guang stood in bewilderment, observing the scene of the Eastern sovereign's demise, forgetting to bring the sunflower seeds in his hand to his mouth. Dead. Truly dead? In his daze, Fu Guang muttered, "Is he really slain just like that? We were promised a grand battle lasting 1,000 years, compelling all ancestral shamans to intervene. Where is the promised unleashing of the ancestral deity's ultimate prowess? Where is the assurance that all ancestral spirits would be under immense pressure, compelled to reveal their hidden trump cards? Is this it? Just this?" With a thunderous roar, Fu Guang's aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure, surpassing even the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, enveloped the boundless cosmos, stirring the very fabric of the universe with its overwhelming might. Simultaneously, the distant sun star seemed to sense the wrath of the solar deity, its brilliance intensifying dramatically. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that formidable aura dissipated like an illusion, and the sun star's tumultuous state swiftly calmed, returning to its original tranquility. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a resounding thud echoed as Fu Guang, having reigned in his aura, kicked over the celestial table before him. He vented his fury. "Useless. Fool. Grandson. Buffoon. Incompetent. Wretched scoundrel. You wretched spawn. I curse your very existence." He unleashed a torrent of invective, utterly disregarding his own dignity. "With such lack of strength, can't you just evolve? What are you trying to prove? I had thought you possessed some remarkable courage and capability, flaunting yourself so audaciously. A 15 against 9. And yet you allow them to breach your defenses and strike with deadly intent. You lack even the strength to hold out until the Queen Mother of the West comes to your rescue. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant?" As one of the staunchest supporters of the Eastern sovereign, Fu Guang abruptly realized that his expectations of that old man were nothing short of foolishness. All the plans he had meticulously devised after countless iterations now lay in ruins due to the Eastern sovereign's incompetence, forcing him to start anew. Had he not retained his composure at that moment, he might have exploded in frustration. Chapter 97. The price of death. After venting his frustrations, Fu Guang waved his hand, restoring the overturned celestial table to its original state, and resumed his seat. With his emotions now calmed, complex feelings swirled within his golden eyes. The Eastern king had fallen, yet the sage had remained passive throughout. This indicated that the sage had made a choice. Consequently, it was now Fu Guang's turn to immerse himself in this cosmic game of calamity. Although the sage had neither coerced nor forced Fu Guang into a decision, the myriad benefits presented by the sage had illuminated a path to transcendence that Fu Guang had previously deemed unattainable. Thus, despite the inherent dangers of entering the calamity, where failure could lead to demise, Fu Guang found himself irresistibly drawn to the prospect. Indeed, he was an outsider. His mind was filled with knowledge of impending trends and futures. Yet, Fu Guang had been diligently cultivating since the dawn of creation, striving to break free from his fate. He was, at his core, a seeker of the Tao, albeit a prudent one. Prudence did not equate to passivity. It did not imply being a timid turtle. One must not act without certainty, nor leap into decisions rashly. When one chooses to act, it must be with unwavering commitment. This understanding of prudence was not only Fu Guang's philosophy, but also one of his guiding principles. Otherwise, given his innate talent, status, and position within this calamity, he would not even dare to seize the opportunity to learn from the Zixiao Palace. After all, many have warned that the sage's teachings are often laden with ulterior motives. Now, with the hope of attaining transcendence laid bare before him, Fu Guang felt an undeniable urge to act. The potency of hope was indeed formidable. "How high you rise," he remarked, infused with a hint of admiration, uttering words that only he and the sage could comprehend. Subsequently, with his mind now entirely at peace, Fu Guang shifted his gaze back to the battlefield, while his thoughts continued to spiral outward. He needed to reevaluate his strategies moving forward. Meanwhile, at the battlefield near Mount Buzhou, the remaining celestial beings of the heavenly court were shattered by the Eastern King's demise. Even Kunping, witnessing the 7 formidable ancestral witches brimming with malevolent energy, felt a jolt of fear. Without the slightest hesitation, Kunping instinctively acted, sweeping his massive hand forward. After the fall of the East King, all the innate spiritual treasures he left behind, now dimmed to the utmost, fell directly into the hands of the Kunping. With a hum, Kunping unleashed his innate divine abilities, transforming into a streak of radiant light and swiftly fleeing. The speed was astonishing, and the decisiveness of his actions caught even the formidable 7 ancestors of the witch race off guard. At this moment, even the immensely powerful Emperor Jiang, bolstered by the strength of 6 ancestors, was momentarily stunned. By the time he reacted and attempted to intercept, Kunping had already vanished into the distance. Once Kunping fled, the celestial beings present in the celestial court quickly came to their senses. "Flee!" a powerful adept shouted in terror. In the next moment, the heavily injured celestial beings disregarded their own wounds and activated their life-saving techniques, unleashing beams of celestial light as they prepared to escape. However, just as they employed these methods, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth as the spatial dome descended, enveloping and sealing off the realm. The 7 ancestors of the witch race, infused with malevolent energy, directly locked onto the celestial beings. Emperor Zhang's cold laughter resounded. "One has escaped while I was momentarily inattentive, but if I allow you all to flee, how can I face the primordial world? How can I still call myself the progenitor of the divine?" With that declaration, a cataclysmic force erupted within the sealed realm, and the 7 ancestors, along with numerous great witches, launched their assault on the celestial beings. In an instant, the cries of battle filled the sealed realm as celestial beings continued to fall. Soon, ominous signs of grief and despair manifested in the heavens, signaling the demise of powerful adepts. Everyone knew the fate awaiting the great adepts of the celestial court, such as the great Luo Xianjun and Tai Xianjiang. The slain adepts were not without allies, yet the image of the East King being forcefully slain by Emperor Jiang was still fresh in everyone's minds. In such a dire situation, who would dare to intervene and offer salvation? They were all seekers of the Tao, practitioners who understood the terrors of calamity. Thus, having chosen to join the celestial court and participate in the calamity, they must bear the consequences of their choices. Moreover, the great adepts who joined the celestial court were already looked upon unfavorably by their former allies, making it even less likely for anyone to intervene now. Therefore, it came down to the grim truth: better the death of a friend than the death of a poor Taoist. Meanwhile, the battlefield in the depths of the witch race's territory near the unmoving mountain had already drawn its curtain. At this moment, the gaze of all formidable beings shifted away from the battlefield of the witch clan, where survival was an impossibility save for the Kunping, who fled first. Instead, their attention turned to the Izhou celestial court, leaving them all profoundly curious about its impending fate. The Queen Mother of the West harbored many secrets. However, with the loss of the heavenly mandate, the absence of the sage's support, and the already established victory of the witch clan, Neither her revealed complete saintly prowess nor the remaining strength of the Ejo celestial court could avert its destined annihilation. Standing beneath the heavens, the Queen Mother of the West, unscathed and at the peak of her combat prowess, found herself devoid of fighting spirit. At this moment, she felt an icy chill enveloping her limbs. The Eastern King had perished, struck down by the ancestral, which Emperor Jiang immediately after proclaiming the sage's decree. Throughout this ordeal, her greatest source of confidence, the sage, remained conspicuously absent, uttering not a single word, while the heavenly path showed no signs of disturbance. In other words, although the sage had designated the Eastern King as the foremost male immortal and herself as the foremost female immortal, there was never any intention to support them. The Queen Mother of the West and the Eastern King, who had once believed the sage would serve as their backing, were merely indulging in wishful thinking. In fact, having leveraged the sage's authority to accomplish numerous deeds, they could not reproach the sage for failing to support them. Rather, they ought to express gratitude that she did not chastise them for their audacity. Even in death, the Eastern King would still need to seek forgiveness from the sage, imploring her generosity regarding his previous actions. With this thought, the Queen Mother of the West, who had once believed in the possibility of great achievements and the prospect of the Tao, saw her hopes vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, a profound chill enveloped her entire being. Having delved too deeply into calamity, lacking a robust backing and inadequate strength, she realized that her fate was likely sealed. Chapter 98. The Self-Rescue Measures of the Queen Mother of the West. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West was exceptionally clear-minded. What great enterprise! What heavenly mandate! What celestial court! Since her defeat was inevitable, it became evident that her path should not be confined within the celestial realm. Thus, there was but one course of action for her to undertake: self-rescue. Without a trace of hesitation, she disregarded the presence of two formidable ancestral foes in the vicinity. The Queen Mother of the West, with an expression of utmost gravity and respect, performed a grand gesture of reverence, kneeling towards the chaotic expanse beyond the heavens. With sincerity, she proclaimed aloud, "I, the Queen Mother of the West, bearing the title of the foremost female immortal, have, inappropriately and without authorization, invoked the name of the sage, committing numerous outrageous acts in the primordial universe that have tarnished the sage's prestige. Today, I am struck by a sudden realization. However, the grave errors have already been committed. I earnestly beseech the Tao ancestor to consider my unintentional transgressions, my years of diligent service to the celestial court, and my unrecognized contributions, and to pardon my mistakes. I implore the sage for mercy." As she spoke, the Queen Mother of the West, maintaining her profound respect, repeatedly bowed 3 times towards the chaotic realms beyond. Afterward, she rose, not remaining kneeling, for she dared not linger in such a position, by voluntarily admitting her misuse of the sage's name. Even if she inadvertently alleviated the unfavorable impression the sage might have harbored regarding the Eastern Prince, she sought to protect the sage's reputation. She did not expect to garner favor from the sage or to be granted a reprieve from her life. Rather, she aimed to avoid inciting the sage's disdain, which could lead to punishment for her previous misdeeds. The punishment from the sage, one as proud as the Queen Mother of the West, was not something she could easily bear. In reaching this point, the Queen Mother had achieved the best possible outcome. To go further, such as remaining on her knees indefinitely, would imply a moral coercion upon the sage, compelling him to speak on her behalf and save her life. Whether the sage would intervene remained uncertain. Even if he did save her at that moment, what of the aftermath? She would inevitably face doom. Thus, the Queen Mother of the West struck an impeccable balance. This decisive action also caught the attention of numerous powerful beings observing the battle. Before the multitude of primordial beings, she publicly acknowledged her faults, encompassing all blunders, whether real or imagined, and placed the blame solely upon herself and the Eastern Prince, completely extricating the sage from all negative implications. It must be said, the Queen Mother of the West was indeed remarkably astute. Moreover, she was a resolute being, possessing exceptional execution in her endeavors. After all, upon introspection, many formidable beings perceive themselves in the current predicament faced by the Queen Mother of the West. Perhaps a greater number would opt to fight valiantly to the death, allowing their true essence to return to the sea of the Tao, awaiting a chance for resurgence. rather than humbly kneeling before the myriad beings of the primordial era to beseech the sage's forgiveness. Such behavior is deemed disgraceful and contemptible by numerous powerful practitioners, even those of the great Luo stage. Conversely, there exists a faction that chooses to feign ignorance, believing that each individual possesses their own path and choices, and thus the actions of the Queen Mother are entirely justifiable, as they are her personal decisions. Another group, harboring a modicum of admiration, contends that those capable of setting aside their pride to pursue their objectives undoubtedly possess great wisdom and fortitude. Indeed, the Queen Mother of the West exemplifies a pinnacle of power, having attained the perfection of quasi-sainthood. She remains unperturbed by the thoughts of the many formidable beings and the populace of the primordial era. Her actions are merely aimed at garnering the sage's understanding and a modicum of goodwill. Having completed her endeavors, the Queen Mother rose and regarded the two ancestral witches who were eyeing her with predatory intent, inquiring, "Might I ask the esteemed titles of the two ancestral witches?" No longer daring to underestimate them. Upon learning that the witch clan boasted 9 ancestral witches, all her previous underestimations vanished. Indeed, they are the protagonists of the calamity, and their strength is nothing short of terrifying. She realized that unifying the vast expanse of the primordial world would not be as simple as the Eastern Prince had envisaged. With the strength of a perfected quasi-saint, combined with the late-stage strength of the Eastern Prince, along with 13 quasi-saints, hundreds of great Luo celestial monarchs, and nearly 10,000 Tai celestial generals, it was still far from sufficient. She had not anticipated so much before. It now seemed she had been subtly influenced by the ominous energy of the calamity, leading her to overlook these factors, focusing solely on the formidable aspects while neglecting vulnerabilities. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing the inquiry from the Queen Mother, the two ancestral witches, standing resolutely over the Eastern Sea, did not respond to her question. In their eyes, this Queen Mother was as good as doomed. Why would they waste words on one who is destined to perish? They were awaiting reinforcements. And what was the Queen Mother waiting for? Merely death. After her question was disregarded, the Queen Mother remained unperturbed. The arrogance of the ancestral witches and the defiance of the witch clan are well known to all beings of the primordial era. The ancestral witches, who have never faced defeat, hold the sage and the heavenly path in disdain, let alone a mere figure like the kneeling Queen Mother. Unfazed, the Queen Mother's expression turned solemn, esteemed friends observing, "I shall open the treasury of the celestial court, wherein treasures and resources await your selection. Those who have acquired treasures from the celestial treasure vault, it is imperative that you take action to safeguard the retreat of the celestial beings from the Ingzhou celestial court. The only requirement is to ensure the safe exodus of the celestial beings from Ingzhou. This pact shall be witnessed by the heavenly Tao. Should there be any breach of contract, the punishment shall be shared by mortals and immortals alike." As the words of the Queen Mother of the West resonated, a resounding thunderclap echoed throughout the heavens. This divine thunderbolt signified the acceptance of the agreement established by the Queen Mother of the West by the heavenly Tao. At that instant, a relieved smile graced her countenance. She remained the recognized Queen Mother of the celestial court, the foremost among female immortals. And this vow to the heavenly Tao was indeed capable of eliciting a response from it. After her moment of joy, the Queen Mother turned her gaze towards the celestial beings, her expression a mix of gravity and sorrow. "This is the final path I have devised for you all. Your fates now hinge upon your individual fortunes." With a wave of her jade hand, a magnificent celestial light emanated forth. The Ingzhou celestial court, previously shrouded by a great formation, revealed itself for the first and last time before the multitude of formidable beings in the primordial world. Behold, countless beams of treasure light surged into the sky, illuminating the heavens with resplendent colors. The celestial treasure vault contained enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures to fill vast realms. An array of various postnatal spiritual treasures and numerous innate spiritual artifacts collected over time. All were laid bare before the powerful entities of the primordial world. As the vault opened, the Queen Mother's demeanor turned grave. "Flee." Upon hearing her command, the celestial beings quickly regained their senses and activated their abilities to escape. Simultaneously, the ethereal cloud world banner in the Queen Mother's grasp exploded with radiant light, and the power of time from the Kunlun mirror began to tear open a rift in space and time, allowing her to slip into it. However, in the next moment, a similar force of spatial Tao surged forth, and the figure of the ancestral shaman, Emperor Jiang, crossed through the fabric of space. With overwhelming might, he charged toward the Queen Mother, declaring, "Your celestial court is destined for annihilation. No one can protect you, I assure you." Chapter 99. A startling encounter with the ancestral witch. The formidable Di Jiang has made his move. Although this time he acted without the combined force of the other 6 ancestral witches, his power remains terrifyingly potent. Concurrently, the ancestral witches Ho Tu and Zhu Meng, stationed here, have also taken action. However, their targets are not Di Jiang, but rather the other mighty beings of the celestial court. The Queen Mother of the West has her elder brother in her sights, and these 2 proud ancestral witches are not inclined to vie for glory against him. As Di Jiang charged towards her, the Queen Mother of the West stood unflinching, shielded by the Susei Yunjie banner and opening a space-time rift with the Kunlun mirror. Unlike the blinded Dong Wang Gong, she harbored no ambitions for power, focusing instead on expanding the celestial court's strength, recruiting more formidable beings, and conquering the primordial wilderness. With the resources and fortuity of the celestial court at her disposal, she has attained the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood for several millennia. Coupled with the Susei Yunjie banner and the Kunlun mirror, both of which rank among the finest innate spiritual treasures, her might is more than sufficient to confront the ancestral witch Di Jiang. The Kunlun mirror shimmered with the power of time, its light cascading through the realms and crashing down upon Di Jiang, shattering the very fabric of time in his vicinity. Then, with a graceful lift of her jade hand, the Queen Mother unleashed an overwhelming force of purine, obliterating the laws of the universe and striking at Di Jiang. Boom! Their attacks collided, unleashing a cataclysmic force that engulfed both combatants. The Susei Yunjie banner radiated celestial light, enveloping the Queen Mother in an ethereal mist, shielding her from harm, though it did force her back several billion miles. Nonetheless, she remained unscathed. Di Jiang, shaking off the impact with a fierce punch, stabilized himself amidst the chaotic currents of time. Just as he was about to advance and engage the Queen Mother once more, a far more formidable manifestation of time power appeared before him, far surpassing the energy unleashed by the Queen Mother through the Kunlun mirror. A magnificent river of time surged forth, sweeping towards Di Jiang. This unexpected turn of events ignited both surprise and fury within him as he prepared to confront the Queen Mother anew. Who dares? Amidst his rising anger, he sensed a profound threat emanating from this river of time. Boom! With no time to hold back, he summoned the fierce essence of his blood and spirit, drawing in the surging malevolence of the heavens. At the same time, Di Jiang activated his own space-time power, manifesting an infinite expanse around him, attempting to thwart the advancing river of time. However, at the moment when Di Jiang reacted, a celestial river of time swiftly rotated, engulfing the realm he occupied entirely within its currents. With formidable force, it severed the present moment of that realm, casting it into the rift of time. Di Jiang was carried away by the celestial river. The occurrence of this event transpired with such rapidity that Ho Tu and Zhu Meng, standing nearby, had yet to comprehend the situation when they witnessed the manifestation of the ancestral, which Di Jiang being swept away by the river of time. Brother! The 2 siblings were taken aback and furious. While on high alert, they bellowed, "Who dares to meddle in the affairs of our witch clan?" Yet, as Ho Tu and Zhu Meng issued their stern warnings, another force of the great path of time descended into the treasure repository of the celestial court, dragging away a portion of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, innate spiritual artifacts, and postnatal spiritual treasures into the rift of time. Soon after, there was no longer any fluctuation of the great path of time between heaven and earth. Observing this scene from millions of miles away, the Queen Mother of the West immediately understood that a powerful entity was covertly assisting her in escaping the battlefield above the Eastern Sea. Without any hesitation, she activated the Kunlun mirror, tearing open a rift in time and retreating without looking back. Just as she departed, a thunderous eruption of malevolent blood energy surged forth. Di Jiang, who had just been taken by the celestial river of time, burst from the rift and reappeared in the skies above the Eastern Sea, roaring in fury. "Who dares come forth before this ancestral witch?" The roar echoed through the heavens, exerting pressure upon the earth. The terrifying might shook the hearts of all present. Yet there was no response. As the saying goes, the beginning is often the hardest. Before anyone intervened to aid the Queen Mother of the West and the remnants of the celestial court, none of the numerous powerful beings observing dared to take the first step. At this moment, emboldened by the first to take a risk, a host of formidable practitioners, who prided themselves on their fearlessness towards the ancestral witches and the witch clan, could no longer remain passive. In the next instant, resplendent beams of diverse celestial light manifested across the heavens and earth, as many powerful beings displayed their abilities, seizing a portion of the heavenly materials and treasures from the celestial court's repository, while simultaneously whisking away a group of the remaining celestial beings of the court. This scene greatly provoked the three ancestral witches, who, though indifferent to the resources within the celestial court's repository or the fate of its remaining celestial beings, recognized that the actions of the myriad powerful practitioners were not merely slapping their faces. It was akin to carving flesh from their very countenances. With a thunderous roar, the three ancestral witches united, unleashing an utterly terrifying assault to counter the measures of the powerful practitioners. However, these formidable beings were entirely disinterested in engaging with the three ancestral witches. They swiftly invoked their powers to obstruct momentarily, then instantaneously absconded with treasures, retreating alongside the remaining celestial beings of the heavenly court, never revealing themselves nor confronting the three ancestral witches. Of course, Di Jiang, Ho Tu, and Zhu Meng did manage to intercept some, successfully thwarting the methods of several mighty practitioners, who consequently suffered losses without gaining anything. Yet, there were also numerous who succeeded. The sheer number of these adept beings was so overwhelming that, within mere moments, the grand expanse of the Yingzhou heavenly court was reduced to an empty shell, its great formations left wide open. The three ancestral witches stood over the eastern sea, each radiating an aura of formidable menace. Di Jiang, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Since our emergence as ancestral witches, we have never experienced such a significant setback. You scheming and furtive miscreants had better refrain from appearing in the primordial realm for the endless ages to come. Otherwise, death shall be your fate. After unleashing a thunderous roar, Di Jiang, in a fit of wrath, struck fiercely at the Yingzhou heavenly court. With a resounding boom, the heavens and earth trembled. The eastern sea surged with towering waves, and the once mighty Yingzhou heavenly court, which had dominated the primordial realm for eons, was reduced to ashes, no longer existing. In the starry sky, witnessing the complete obliteration of the Yingzhou heavenly court due to Di Jiang's fury, Fu Guang displayed no surprise. At this moment, his eyes shimmered with golden celestial light. The soft chime of the chaos bell reverberated between Fu Guang's spiritual platform. Before him, hazy pillars of fate, representing the myriad beings of heaven and earth, manifested. The two grand pillars of fate, which had signified the heavenly court and the witch clan, were now shattered and dissipated. The vast essence of fate returned to the numerous races and practitioners who had joined the heavenly court. Simultaneously, a portion of it, along with the resources from the heavenly court's treasury, fell into the hands of many mighty practitioners. After a while, Fu Guang withdrew his gaze and looked once more at the primordial realm. Upon witnessing the increasingly turbulent calamity energy spreading across the cosmos, his expression grew graver. The heavenly court was no more. Stroking his chin, Fu Guang pondered deeply. Barely capable of resisting the peak forces of the witch clan, it has vanished. The great calamity for the myriad races of the primordial realm is about to surge forth. Fu Guang had long awaited this moment. Chapter 100. How can all beings comprehend the greatness of the Enlightened One? With a casual gesture, he retracted the ancient chronicle. Stretching languidly, he strolled leisurely toward a distant star. The grand spectacle of the celestial court, a mere makeshift performance, had drawn to a close. It was time to return to the rigors of work. As for the notion of intervening to rectify the myriad clans across the realms or consolidating the remnants of the celestial court, it was neither necessary nor timely. If the self-important myriad clans and the prideful celestial beings were not made aware of the formidable power of the ancestral shaman, how could they fathom the strength, majesty, and benevolence of the Enlightened One who could save them? Without enduring hardship, how could they appreciate the value of the path to salvation? Thus, whether it be the myriad clans of the primordial world or the remnants of the celestial court. It was this very moment that captivated the attention of the first to seize the opportunity, leading to the irresistible allure of the celestial treasury, drawing in numerous formidable beings. These entities would need to be thoroughly subdued by the shaman clan. In simpler terms, they had not perished in sufficient numbers to instill fear and panic within their ranks. Furthermore, the fact that the 12 ancestors were still concealing their true strength was utterly insidious. It was essential to provoke the 12 ancestors into attracting more troublesome adversaries, forcing them to reveal all their hidden cards. Only then would the beings come to realize their need for a true sovereign. Meanwhile, at the ancestral grounds of the shaman clan at the foot of Mount Bujo, the 9 great ancestors, who had recently vanquished the celestial court, had returned to the Panga temple. The 12 ancestors gathered here, each bearing a grave expression. Despite the resounding victory of the ancestral shamans and the complete annihilation of their primary foe, the celestial court, this battle was not without its imperfections. The formidable beings who had intervened to protect the remnants of the celestial court included the fleeing quasi-saint level beings, the foremost female celestial, the Queen Mother of the West, and 5 other celestial powers whose whereabouts remained unknown. More critically, the initial assailant, who wielded the power of the path of time to manifest the river of time, had effortlessly exiled Emperor Jiang and his realm into the chaotic currents of time, even if it was only for a fleeting moment. It was crucial to remember that this opponent had acted from the shadows. This was sufficient to indicate that this mysterious being possessed strength surpassing that of Emperor Jiang, and their mastery of the path of time was far more terrifying than that of the ancestral shaman, Zhu Jiuyin. At the very least, Zhu Jiuyin could not summon the power to banish Di Jiang into the rift of time from a distance. Casually seated in his place, Di Jiang turned to Zhu Jiuyin and inquired, "Old Nine, what is your perspective?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes shimmered with the essence of the Tao of time, yet he remained silent. Observing this, the other ancestral witches refrained from interrupting him, fully aware that he was peering into a fragment of the future. After a considerable pause, the divine light in Zhu Jiuyin's eyes faded. He shook his head and said, "I still cannot discern who the opponent is. Even their methods and treasures are shrouded in a veil of obscurity. It is impossible to penetrate this mystery, to glean even a glimpse. However, it is precisely this uncertainty that has solidified one conclusion for me." Upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words, the other ancestral witches displayed no surprise, for they knew that long ago he had sought to unveil the true great enemy of the witch clan through glimpses of the future, and that formidable foe resembled this very enigma. Di Jiang appeared somewhat impatient and urged, "Old Nine, stop being so cryptic. What have you determined? We must quickly establish a course of action for our brothers and sisters, and how our sons should develop." The other ancestral witches regarded Zhu Jiuyin with a hint of annoyance, their gazes tinged with discontent. In comparison to the other ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin's demeanor was excessively pedantic, leading to frequent exasperation among them regarding his penchant for ambiguity. Was there not a straightforwardness among the ancestral witches and the sons of the witch clan? Why was Zhu Jiuyin such an anomaly? Was this perhaps the other side of the divine bloodline of the Father God manifesting in him? Clearing his throat lightly, Zhu Jiuyin's expression grew solemn as he spoke. "The one who intervened against our elder brother is undoubtedly our true adversary. To conceal one's existence within the river of time, one must either be a being who has attained sanctity or possess an understanding of the Tao of time that surpasses my own. The powerful entity that intercepted our elder brother must possess a mastery of the Tao of time greater than mine. This individual is surely the great enemy of our clan." After a brief pause, Zhu Jiuyin continued, "Henceforth, we must adhere to our established plan and once again divide into 2 major tribes, expanding towards the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Following this battle, our clan's renown will be known to all, and no race shall dare oppose us. It is indeed a propitious moment for our development. Throughout this process, we shall nurture our kin while simultaneously seeking out this formidable foe. Additionally, we must strive to eradicate the remaining celestial beings of the celestial court." His speech was rapid, and he swiftly laid bare the arrangements he had prepared. There was no room for delay. Any slower, and the impatient brethren would undoubtedly resort to violence against him. Upon hearing the plans proposed by Zhu Jiuyin, Zhang pondered for a moment before decisively declaring, "Very well, let us proceed, as Old Nine suggests." Subsequently, the focus shifted to the vigorous development of our clan, nurturing our offspring while continuing to eradicate the remnants of the celestial court and those races that had once allied with it. How dare those who ought to serve as sustenance for our Wu clan resist? They shall be met with death, death that instills terror in those races, compelling all beings of the primordial to submit. Zhang's strategy garnered unanimous agreement from the other ancestral witches, including Zhu Jiuyin, whose temperament, though serene, was merely a contrast to the other ancestral witches. In truth, as one of the 12 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin was equally prone to explosive fury. A formidable presence indeed. I pose a question. The only other female ancestral witch among the 12, Ho-Tu, infused with a fierce aura, interjected. How shall we confront those formidable beings who acted against us in the celestial court of Yingzhou? Must this ancestral witch swallow her indignation? At her words, Zhu Meng, standing nearby, felt a surge of cold light in his eyes, equally displeased. It is crucial to note that the battle at Yingzhou's celestial court was meant to mark the grand debut of both Zhu Meng and his younger sister, Ho-Tu. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, it was intended to exert dominance over the celestial court and effortlessly eliminate its remaining celestial beings. Yet, what transpired? With the assistance of those clandestine transcendent beings, a significant number of the celestial court's remnants managed to escape. This debacle utterly marred the inaugural display of Zhu Meng and Ho Tuesday, reflecting on the overwhelming successes of ancestral witches like Xianming and Zhu Rong. The disparity was stark, leaving Zhu Meng and Ho Tu seething with frustration. Their attempt to showcase their might had failed spectacularly, igniting a fierce rage within them. Chapter 101, Chaos Reigns. The return of Shiha and Changxi. The words of Hutu resonated with the sentiments of Jumong, and likewise, the other ancestral shaman deities felt the same. The 12 ancestral shamans, along with all the scions of the shaman clan, were entities that struck hard both internally and externally. The embarrassment was palpable for both Hutu and Jumong, yet the sense of shame extended to all the 12 ancestral shamans. Humph! Xianming snorted coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. These great powers presumed to take advantage of our shaman clan's lack of cultivation of the primordial spirit and skill in divination, believing that by concealing their identities, they can act without consequence. They fail to consider that we, their brothers and sisters, along with the countless offspring of the shaman clan, are not the type to suffer losses without seeking retribution. After a brief pause, a flicker of deadly resolve shone in Xuanming's eyes. We shall excavate even 3 feet into the earth to unearth those great powers who have dared to act. They shall either be exterminated or enslaved. Let those self-important celestial beings of the primordial chaos understand that meddling in the affairs of our ancestral shamans and our shaman clan entails a consequence they cannot bear. Upon hearing Xuanming's words, Hutu, filled with a similar ferocity, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be so. Jumong followed suit, declaring, I concur. These cowardly individuals, who have only stepped into this realm through the guidance of those so-called sages, are unaware of their own insignificance and dare to look down upon us. They deserve death. As the voices of the 3 ancestral shamans echoed, they quickly garnered the approval and support of the other shamans, who chimed in enthusiastically. Let us take action. One of us alone is sufficient. How absurd. Do you think one person can monopolize such a grand endeavor? Foolish. For the 12 ancestral shamans, whether fueled by anger or embarrassment, nothing was more important than engaging in combat. Upon hearing the call to confront those great powers, they unanimously agreed, their excitement palpable as they clamored to take immediate action. There were even some who pounded their chests in frustration. Ancestral shamans Rushi and Shizi, having previously failed to secure a chance to traverse the primordial chaos, found themselves excluded from this grand conflict. Zhu Jiuyin, however, remained indifferent, as he prided himself on being the strategist of the shaman clan, an irreplaceable core existence among the ancestral shamans, embodying the refined spirit of their lineage. Even if he felt restless within, he would not let it show. In the midst of the clamor among the 12 ancestral shamans, the future development plans of the shaman clan and the scheme for revenge against the myriad great powers of the primordial chaos were crudely, yet decisively established. With the fall of the celestial court, The once formidable forces capable of resisting the shaman clan's encroachment upon the primordial chaos had vanished. As the formidable forces of the witch clan confronted the increasingly powerful tribes of the primordial era, they resembled a disjointed assembly, unable to withstand the onslaught. Even amidst conflicts with the witch clan, these tribes, often resorting to treachery and sabotage, could not unite against the common foe. Each faction, driven by its own schemes and ambitions, was hardly capable of cooperating harmoniously in the face of the witch clan, which, under the leadership of the 9 ancestral witches, boasted numerous formidable great witches, some of whom could rival lesser deities. Following the emergence of 2 tribes from Mount Buzhou, the mighty witch clan commenced its campaign of conquest across the vast expanse of the world. However, it was not truly a conquest in the conventional sense, for the witch clan had never sought to accept the submission of any foreign tribes into their ranks. To the witch clan, all tribes of the primordial era were viewed as mere sustenance, with the only distinction being that some were delectable, rich in essence and energy, quickly consumed to the brink of extinction, while others, lacking in flavor and vitality, were dismissed with disdain. Interestingly, these less desirable tribes encountered minimal calamity, managing to thrive within the territories of the witch clan, provided they did not provoke them. This predicament encapsulated the fate of the tribes of the primordial era following the fall of the celestial court. Meanwhile, the 9 ancestral witches led their respective tribes from Mount Buzhou, and wherever they roamed, nearly all sanctums of the powerful were besieged by these domineering figures. The weaker practitioners, those who barely reached the initial stages of quasi-sainthood, invariably met their demise at the hands of the vengeful ancestral witches. Those fortunate enough to escape the clutches of a single ancestral, which were considered to possess commendable strength, as few could withstand even one. However, battles involving the ancestral witches were seldom solitary affairs. If one could fend off a single ancestral witch, they could not withstand 2. If they could withstand 2, they would falter against 3, 4, and so on, as more ancestral witches joined the fray. Consequently, many powerful practitioners began to forsake their sanctums and retreat into obscurity, unable to confront the witch clan, yet capable of evading their relentless pursuit. The witch clan's lack of foresight in their search allowed even some exalted practitioners to elude detection if they were determined to hide. Amidst this turmoil, the atmosphere of the primordial world grew increasingly laden with the ominous energies of calamity, while the celestial phenomena heralding the fall of powerful practitioners sporadically erupted across diverse regions. Gradually, the myriad races of the primordial world began to comprehend that, in the face of the formidable ancestral shaman and the shamanic clan, solitary sovereign beings and powerful clans led by ancient ancestors would prove insurmountable adversaries. There existed absolutely no possibility for coexistence. The path chosen by the shamanic clan was one that involved feeding on the lives of the sentient beings of the primordial realm to sustain their own kind. How could the myriad races, unwilling to dwell beneath others, ever consent to nourish the growth of the shamanic clan at the expense of their own existence? To become mere livestock for the shamanic clan was an utter impossibility. Thus, the outcome between the 2 factions could only be one of 2 extremes. Either the shamanic clan would face complete decline or extinction, or the myriad races of the primordial world would be reduced to mere prey, leading to the obliteration of noble lineages. In the midst of this chaotic primordial realm, thickening with the ominous energies of calamity, nearly 9 cycles of the yuan had swiftly elapsed. On this day, within the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, Fu Guang was graciously entertaining the 2 sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, who had returned after gathering countless star dust from the vast expanse of the cosmos. He personally served them tea and prepared a sumptuous array of celestial delicacies. Fu Guang expressed his gratitude to the 2 lunar goddesses. "Thank you for your efforts." In response, a smile graced Shi He's face. "It is nothing. Given our relationship, expressing thanks feels somewhat formal." Beside her, Chang Shi, typically reserved and devoid of expression or movement, nodded in agreement with Shi He. Fu Guang, not one to indulge in pretense, remarked, "The essence of the myriad stars and the gold of the stars are now in my possession. I have meticulously sorted through the 365 primary celestial bodies, and the celestial divination has been restored. My grand scheme is already more than halfway devised." Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in Shi He's eyes. Is this plan related to the Zhoutian stars? If it's inconvenient, feel free to disregard my inquiry. Shaking his head, Fu Guang replied with a smile, "There is nothing inconvenient. It would be of no harm to share with you, and indeed, I will require your assistance in this endeavor. I aspire to fully command this boundless starry expanse." Chapter 102. The Connections of Fugong and the Absolute Mastery of the Primordial Starry Sky. This scheme of Fugong's is merely the arrangement of the celestial star formation, which does not satiate his ambitions. Now that he has resolved to enter the grand game of calamity, it is imperative that he prepares extensively. If the plan were to merely simulate and successfully establish the celestial star formation, it would be no different from the foundational maneuvers orchestrated by Dijuan and Tai in his memories. Having observed that the ancestral shaman Daijang can amalgamate the powers of the other 6 ancestral shamans into himself, while also absorbing the ominous energy of the calamity to enhance his combat prowess, Fugong meticulously recalled certain descriptions and details about the 12 capital heavenly god formation. This formation necessitates the united efforts of all 12 ancestral shamans. Only when they are assembled in full can the formation unleash its utmost might. The absence of even one ancestral shaman precludes the full manifestation of its power. It is crucial to note, joint activation leads to maximum potency, and the collective strength is paramount. A modest reflection reveals that the activation conditions of the 12 capital heavenly god formation do not require the presence of all ancestral shamans. Rather, the involvement of 2 or more ancestral shamans suffices for initiation. However, without the complete assembly of the 12, the formation's effectiveness is diminished. A solitary ancestral shaman may find their combat strength limited, yet the emergence of 2 ancestral shamans amplifies their fighting capability exponentially. With more ancestral shamans joining forces, the terror escalates. When all 12 ancestral shamans converge and activate the formation, the mightiest avatar of the primordial universe, the true form of Pangu, will emerge. Moreover, the ancestral shamans, born from the amalgamation of Pangu's divine essence and the chaotic energies of the heavens and earth, draw strength from the malevolent energies present in the calamity. While these energies may incite madness among the ancestral shamans and their kin, they similarly serve as a potent stimulant, enhancing their explosive combat strength. These insights are not mere conjecture on Fugong's part. They are derived from the observable phenomena exhibited by the 9 ancestral shamans during the cataclysmic battle that led to the downfall of the celestial court. Fugong is adept at drawing conclusions. After all, understanding oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in every encounter. Gaining further insight into the ancestral shamans and the conditions of the shamanic tribe is invariably beneficial. With this accumulation of knowledge, Fugong approaches the ancestral shamans and the shamanic tribe with an even more cautious and prudent disposition. The shamanic tribe is not only formidable, but also possesses the 3 critical elements of timing, geography, and harmony. Were it not for the inability of the shamanic tribe to coexist with the myriad races of the primordial realm and all sentient beings, their dominance over the heavens and earth would already be assured. Thus, merely preparing a celestial formation of the cosmos is far from sufficient. Fu Guang not only needs to secure the celestial formation, but must also devise a plan for merit and ultimately aspire to become the sovereign of the vast primordial starry skies. The position of the sun god holds significant prestige. However, to be the sovereign of all stars, the sole master of the starry expanse, such an identity and status would provide a greater sense of security. To return to the main point, upon hearing Fu Guang's intention to command the boundless starry sky, both Shihi and Changshi were momentarily taken aback. Soon, Changshi resumed her indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with Fu Guang's ambition, as her small hands and mouth busily savored the divine delicacies crafted by Fu Guang. Meanwhile, Shihi, perceptive and contemplative, entertained a multitude of thoughts. Fu Guang's aspiration to become the master of all stars prompted Shihi to ponder, with his identity as the sun god. If he could refine the essence of the stars and communicate with the celestial bodies through great magical prowess, perhaps he could indeed attain such an ambition. Should this scheme succeed, the vast starry skies would transform into Fu Guang's stronghold. So, is this boundless starry sky the chosen stronghold for Fu Guang's grand enterprise? Initially, upon witnessing the fall of the celestial court, Shihi anticipated Fu Guang would take decisive action, intervening in the struggles above the primordial realms, seizing the remnants of the celestial court and various races aligned with it, swiftly amassing a formidable force. Even contending with the mighty witch clan would become a possibility. Are the 9 ancestral witches truly powerful? Is Fu Guang feeble by comparison? Without delving further, it is noteworthy that Fu Guang had effortlessly subdued the fallen deities of the celestial court, such as the Eastern King. If he were to exert his full strength, who could fathom the extent of his power? The title of the foremost being beneath the saints is widely acknowledged. The witch clan's influence is immense. But does Fu Guang lack capable allies? To speak of a few, she and her sister Chang, she will undoubtedly follow Fu Guang. Additionally, there are Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, 2 top-tier beings with deep bonds to Fu Guang, who owe significant debts of karma. The relationship between Fu Shi of Fengqi Mountain and Fu Guang is also quite amicable. Offering benefits and promising significant rewards could entice him to join as well. Furthermore, Nuwa shares a good rapport with them and might also be swayed to their side. Lastly, the remaining celestial beings from the celestial court, with the fully realized pre-saint, the Western Queen Mother, represent formidable combat power and are certain to join. Having long been ensnared in the cycle of tribulation, she cannot extricate herself from the entanglements of karma. As long as the ancestral witches endure, the witch clan shall not perish. She will forever remain like a rat, scurrying and hiding. What a profound humiliation this is for a being of great power. Furthermore, the figure known as Kunpeng Taoist, since the day he silently absconded with the treasures of the fallen Dong Wang Dong, has shown questionable character. However, his prowess is beyond doubt, and thus, enlisting him into this endeavor poses little challenge. The lingering animosity between him and Hong Yun, though, remains a significant concern. Yet, Shiha firmly believes that Fu Guang possesses the capability to resolve this issue. As for the foundational powers of the Daluo cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals, such entities are abundant within the myriad races of the primordial. Should circumstances demand, vast resources can be employed to forge countless legions. In summary, Shiha contends that if Fu Guang truly intends to intervene in the disputes upon the primordial land, there is little cause for anxiety regarding the ancestral witches and the witch clan. However, Shiha acknowledges that her vision pales in comparison to Fu Guang's. Instead of scouring the primordial land for a witch clan's stronghold ripe for conquest, it would be far wiser to transform the vast, almost unclaimed, yet Fu Guang's domain of the boundless starry sky into their stronghold. This step is indeed remarkably astute. Understanding this, Shiha turned her beautiful gaze towards Fu Guang, her expression earnest. She directly inquired, "What are your next steps, and how may my sister and I assist you? You need only direct us, and we shall wholeheartedly support your endeavor." The boundless starry sky as their stronghold, enveloping the primordial realm, would undoubtedly be a crucial move in Fu Guang's grand design. Shiha is determined not to allow her and her sister, Changxi, to jeopardize Fu Guang's plans. "Excellent." Observing Shiha's earnestness, Fu Guang responded with a serious demeanor, "I will elaborate further. Moreover, this scheme is of paramount importance to me, and failure is not an option." Hearing this, Shiha nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, I comprehend fully. Paramount importance, no room for error? Just as I suspected." Chapter 103. Shihi, a sense of clarity enveloped me as I poured myself another cup of tea. Fu Guang's expression turned grave. "I have deciphered a formidable grand formation, named the Celestial Guardian Formation. Although it utilizes the power of the celestial bodies, Fu Guang does not intend to refer to this meticulously crafted formation as merely the Celestial Formation. The reasoning is straightforward. The Celestial Formation is a fearsome array that epitomizes the lethal force of the celestial bodies to its utmost potential. In contrast, the Celestial Guardian Formation, which Fu Guang is still refining and perfecting, possesses an equally formidable, if not superior, capacity for destruction. However, of paramount importance is its ability to transmute the chaotic energies filtered through the boundless cosmos into spiritual essence that nourishes all beings within the primordial realm. Moreover, within Fu Guang's conception, the Celestial Guardian Formation must also embody the capacity to safeguard the primordial starry expanse, continuously rejuvenate and nourish the stars, and facilitate the interpretation of celestial omens. Only then can it be deemed a success. The ultimate destructive power is merely one facet of the Celestial Guardian formation's capabilities. Of course, this formation need not be explicitly called the Celestial Guardian formation. The addition of the term Guardian is merely a strategic decision by Fu Guang, reflecting a desire to temper the perceptions of the practitioners within the primordial realm. After all, a formation designated as Guardian may instinctively diminish the vigilance of those within the primordial realm, leading them to question how formidable a Guardian formation could truly be. If it is termed a Guardian, then its emphasis should ostensibly lie in protection rather than annihilation. Whether this ruse would deceive the myriad of powerful beings in the primordial realm is of little consequence. What truly matters is if the 12 ancestors and the shamanic clan can be persuaded. That would be most fortuitous. Yet, knowing that among the 12 ancestors there exists one adept at concealment, Fu Guang harbored doubts about the efficacy of such a minor stratagem. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of casting a wide net, he resolved to incorporate the term Guardian nonetheless. Returning to the matter at hand, Fu Guang continued, using the sun and the moon as the focal points, combined with the 365 primary stars of the Great Celestial Cycle and 14,800 secondary stars of the Lesser Celestial Cycle as the main veins of the formation, and harmonizing it with billions of stars to connect with the celestial power, we shall forge a grand formation capable of refining chaotic energies, safeguarding the stars, elucidating celestial omens, benefiting the primordial realm, and offering immense advantages in the protection of the infinite cosmos. He paused momentarily, anticipation etched across his countenance. Upon opening her mouth, she declared, "Once this grand formation is complete, as the sun deity, I, alongside you, the moon sovereign, shall undoubtedly receive the heavenly accolades. The merit is indispensable. Furthermore, I should attain the genuine recognition of the celestial bodies, thereby mastering this unclaimed starry expanse and becoming the sovereign of the stars. At that juncture, pursuing other endeavors will become significantly easier." Upon hearing this, Shiha earnestly contemplated the success probability of Fu Guang's plan and concluded that the likelihood of success was remarkably high. If it were to succeed, heavenly rewards and the accumulation of merit would be inevitable. Additionally, the chances of receiving the true acknowledgement of the celestial bodies stood at no less than 90%. The gains from this scheme were indeed substantial. Moreover, this undertaking could only be executed by Fu Guang. Even the sisters could merely assist her to a limited extent. This was owing to Fu Guang's status as the sun deity, one of the two primordial celestial fruits, alongside the moon deity's fruit, which underscores the significance of these celestial bodies in the cosmos. Although Shiha and Changshi currently held the title of Moon Sovereign, the moon deity's fruit belonged to the ancient goddess Wangshu, not to them. Hence, no one was more qualified than Fu Guang to seize this grand opportunity. Understanding Fu Guang's intentions behind this grand scheme, Shiha smiled gently, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Fu Guang, who was orchestrating the plans. "Before you execute this scheme, is there anything that we, your sisters, can assist you with? Additionally, are there other matters that require our attention?" As these words were spoken, Changshi, who had been savoring her delicacies, set down her pastry and lifted her gaze toward Fu Guang with an expression devoid of emotion. Though she was not one for eloquence or expression, she would never decline to assist Fu Guang should the need arise. "I have completed a significant portion of the formation's calculations," Fu Guang affirmed with a nod. "You sisters only need to activate the moon star in conjunction with my actions. However, while I am in seclusion perfecting the grand formation, there are certain matters I need you to oversee." After a brief moment of contemplation, Fu Guang's demeanor grew slightly serious. "I kindly ask that you keep a vigilant watch over the movements of Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain during this period. Should the ancestral shaman of the Witch clan come into conflict with several of our allies, intervene to provide assistance." Shiha nodded in agreement. "No problem." She then shifted her tone. "Is it just Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain that require our attention? What of the others?" Upon hearing Shiha's inquiry, after a brief moment of contemplation, Fu Guang casually responded, "As for the rest, I have no significant involvement. Fengqi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain are connected to me through the friendships I share with my esteemed companions, Fuxi, Hongyun, and Xinyuanzi. I cannot stand by and watch them face tribulations. As for others, should you sisters wish to take action, you may do so without concern. I can still bear the repercussions regarding the ancestral witches and the Witch clan." Upon hearing Fu Guang's reply, she had gently nodded, feeling reassured. Countless thoughts danced in her beautiful eyes, yet she chose not to inquire further. Many matters had begun to unfold, with Fu Guang revealing snippets of his grand schemes. Those who had always been aware of Fu Guang's ambitions needed no further elaboration. His words, "There is no need to worry about the ancestral witches and the witch clan," clearly conveyed his stance. While the ancestral witches were indeed formidable, they were not insurmountable. With such reassurance, Shiha understood precisely what her next steps should be. Moreover, there was no need to fear disrupting Fu Guang's plans and arrangements. After conversing for quite some time, Shiha and her sister Changxi took their leave after nearly a millennium spent in Fu Guang's company. Had it not been for their long-awaited reunion and the awareness of Fu Guang's pressing matters, they would have departed much earlier. Having stayed for almost 1,000 years, they felt utterly content. Time is becoming increasingly urgent. Fu Guang sighed after bidding farewell to the two lunar goddesses, his expression now serious. Summoning the 4 flower fairies in attendance, he issued a series of commands before stepping into the Golden Crow Palace, sealing the Grand Hall to enter seclusion. He resolved not to emerge until he had perfected the great formation of the celestial bodies and crafted the vast array of star spirit treasures. As for the matters concerning the 12 ancestral witches and the witch clan, for the time being, there was no need for Fu Guang to be concerned. Even if the myriad beings of the primordial chaos were diminished, those with great powers, no matter how weak, could still rise to resist and stall the ancestral witches and the witch clan for some time. Chapter 104, Emergence. The transformation of the primordial world. Time flows swiftly, and the years pass in a blur. Amidst the chaos of the myriad realms, where countless beings find themselves in turmoil and distress, the boundless starry sky remains tranquil. Within the Golden Crow Palace, a serene atmosphere prevails, untouched by the external chaos. On this day, Chunlan, the eldest among the 4 flower fairies who serve, has achieved full mastery of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. She is but a step away from comprehending her own Tao, after which she will be able to condense the supreme Tao flower atop her head, thereby attaining the great Luo Tao fruit. She stands quietly at the entrance of the Grand Hall where her master is in seclusion. The 4 flower fairies were transformed through the opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Their roots and qualifications not particularly extraordinary. However, due to the merits conferred by the heavenly Tao and their diligent observance of the seasonal changes, a continuous accumulation of fortune has allowed them to grow, their potential not insubstantial. The reason for their gradual progress lies in the requirements set by Fu Guang. They were all granted the gift of becoming golden immortals by the heavenly Tao in one fell swoop. If they do not solidify their foundational skills, relying solely on the merits of the heavenly Tao and the fortune they possess, while they may advance rapidly at the onset, their future potential remains locked at the pinnacle of the great Luo Tao fruit. To glimpse the realm of the quasi-saint would be nearly impossible. Thus, under Fu Guang's guidance, the 4 flower fairies have not rushed to break through their realms or seek higher Tao fruits. Instead, they have diligently fortified their foundations. Now, having firmly attained the full mastery of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, they may yet condense a Tao flower of the 7th grade or higher. Should they succeed in condensing such a flower, reaching the quasi-saint level may not be out of reach. For the 4 flower fairies embody the 4 seasons within the flow of time, and the fortune accumulated over the long term is indeed considerable. At this moment, as Chunlan stands like a statue guarding the Grand Hall's entrance, a resounding clang reverberates from the long unopened doors. Subsequently, the Grand Hall's doors slowly creak open. Startled back to reality, Chunlan quickly bows and greets, "Welcome back from seclusion, my lord." As her words fade, the sound of footsteps echoes. Fu Guang, casually draped in a long robe with her black hair cascading freely, steps out from the Grand Hall. She glances at Chunlan and nods, saying, "No need for formalities. With the completion of the Tai Tao fruit and a solid foundation established, I have grasped a glimpse of my own Tao. The great Luo is within reach." Quite commendable. Hearing this, Chunlan's face brightens with joy. "All thanks to your nurturing and guidance, my lord. We 4 sisters only wish to live up to your expectations." Fu Guang smiles in response and walks towards the Fusa courtyard, instructing, "Please fetch some celestial brew and pastries. I have been in seclusion for quite some time and require a moment of rest." Spring Orchid promptly complied with the command and soon returned with an array of delectable offerings. a pot of laurel wine, primordial fire mulberries, osmanthus cakes, and other tempting treats, all laid out before Fu Guang, who sat beneath the sacred fusang tree. As he sipped lightly, Fu Guang began to glean insights into the changes that had transpired in the vast wilderness during his period of seclusion. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Despite the formidable strength of the ancestral witches and the might of the witch clan, the myriad beings of the wilderness, realizing their inability to coexist with the witches and having paid a grievous price, began to muster their resistance. Although still no match for the witches, they could at least engage in minor skirmishes. Most importantly, the wilderness beings, adept at evading the witches' might in circumstances where the latter lacked skills and divination, found themselves capable of dodging their advances. It was not that the witches could not locate them, but the wilderness beings now had a means to contend with the witches. The situation had transformed from one of unilateral slaughter to a more balanced exchange. Simultaneously, the consequences of the 9 ancestral witches continually targeting powerful beings began to emerge. With an increasing number of formidable beings banding together for support, the ancestral witches no longer exhibited the same overwhelming dominance that had characterized their initial onslaught, where they could effortlessly cause the fall of a powerful being at intervals. Even those powerful beings who began to hide were now capable of retaliating against the dominant witch clan. If they could not confront the ancestral witches, could they not contend with the individuals within the witch tribes? Nonetheless, the larger witch clans were potent as well, and their combined strength could certainly counter powerful beings. Once ensnared by the might of a great witch, escape would be difficult, leading to an inevitable confrontation with the ruthless ancestral witches. Consequently, these covertly operating powerful beings, having suffered losses, began to target smaller groups of witches or lesser witch clans, striking swiftly and retreating. When the enraged witches found themselves at a loss for their quarry, they would wait a while before launching another strike. Through this cycle, the influence of the witch clan, after a period of rapid expansion, was gradually curtailed. Additionally, they began to develop in the form of large clans, no longer fragmenting. The hunting parties of witches were now always led by a great witch. Such arrangements compelled the powerful beings operating in the shadows to exercise greater caution. Overall, the 9 ancestral witches remained immensely powerful across the wilderness, and the witch clan continued to thrive, albeit without the previously unstoppable momentum following their destruction of the celestial court. Moreover, due to the influence of the calamity and its ominous energy, more intricate details could not be discerned. It was sufficient to have slowed down the momentum. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the prevailing trends within the primordial chaos, Fu Guang's face broke into a satisfied smile. This development afforded him the luxury of delaying his formal confrontation with the Wu clan. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that the Wu clan had not emerged unscathed during this period of growth. At this juncture, the 3 concealed ancestral witches still showed no intention of revealing themselves. This indicates that these 3 old schemers are indeed exceptionally adept at hiding. The 3 ancestral witches have yet to make their appearance, and Fu Guang's eyes flickered with a serious glint. The reason is not difficult to surmise. The 12 ancestral witches must have come to understand that their adversaries, as protagonists of the calamity, are neither the Eastern King Gong, whom they vanquished, nor the remnants of the celestial court, nor the Western Queen Mother, who is undoubtedly hiding somewhere. Instead, there exists another opponent altogether. It appears that while the 12 ancestral witches may possess a brutish demeanor, there are indeed some astute individuals among them. Sipping on laurel brew, Fu Guang reclined lazily against the fusang divine tree, his expression turning serene. I wonder if this clever individual among the 12 ancestral witches will deduce that I am their formidable foe. To speak frankly, Fu Guang's reputation resonates powerfully throughout the primordial realm. The establishment of written language and the formulation of temporal sequences have ensured that his name will not fade into obscurity within the vast cosmos. Of course, Fu Guang harbored no regrets regarding this. Every gain inevitably entails a loss. In comparison to the risks that accompany such notoriety, he found far greater comfort in the security bestowed by the merits of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, when he initially undertook these 2 ventures, his singular intent was to accrue the virtues of the heavenly Tao and seek the grand tranquility of coexisting with the world as its sovereign. Now, having perceived the opportunity to attain enlightenment and ascend further, his aspirations have naturally evolved. Consequently, he must fully embrace the ramifications of his past actions. Chapter 105. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Beneath the sacred Fusang tree, Fuguang gradually opened his golden eyes. As he emerged from his secluded meditation, the weariness that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. He had returned to his peak state. While murmuring to himself, Fuguang rose from his meditation mat, stretching his limbs in a grand yawn. It was time. 1,000 years prior, he had invested a considerable amount of time, spanning several yuan meetings, to meticulously devise and refine the protective formation of the celestial stars. Simultaneously, he had successfully forged the essence of the stars and their golden attributes into the celestial star's spiritual treasure. In other words, he had transformed the vast expanse of the primordial starry sky into his own sanctuary, and the grand scheme of his stronghold was finally approaching its culmination. Now, having adjusted himself to an optimal state, Fuguang was unwilling to delay any further. Time was slipping away from him. The sooner he completed the protective formation of the celestial stars, the sooner he could embark on the next phase of his grand design. With this thought in mind, Fuguang took a step forward and, in the next instant, appeared outside the sun star. He did not rush to validate his actions with the heavenly Tao, but instead raised his hand. Boom! The sun star, which had only stirred a few times since ancient times, suddenly quivered slightly, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the boundless starry sky and the myriad rivers and mountains of the world. This spectacle caused all beings on the primordial land to pause in astonishment. They all raised their gazes toward the direction of the sun star. Though the light emitted was dazzling, it was not blinding, and it did not unleash the terrifying heat akin to burning mountains and boiling seas. Among those captivated by this phenomenon were the powerful beings of the primordial realm, including Fenkishan. Fuxi and his sister Nuwa, who had just emerged from her own seclusion, were gathered in a small pavilion. Upon witnessing the sun star suddenly erupting with a light that could pierce the heavens, both siblings turned their attention toward the celestial body. Fuxi stroked his beard, a contemplative expression gracing his face. It seems Fuguang has another significant undertaking underway. Truly, he is remarkable. Beside him, upon hearing her brother's admiration for Fuguang, Nuwa couldn't help but twitch her lips. Brother, you have truly become enchanted by Fuguang. At that moment, Nuwa felt a hint of helplessness, for during her period of seclusion, she had been unaware of when or why her brother had developed such admiration for Fuguang, whom they had scarcely encountered. As time passed, whenever Nuwa occasionally emerged from her retreat to meet with Fuxi, even if she was disinclined to listen, she would invariably glean information about the Taoist Fuguang from Fuxi. Her elder brother often remarked on Fuguang's grand ambitions. However, Nuwa had yet to witness any evidence of this. In her eyes, Fuguang was merely an entity who had amassed considerable merit from the heavenly Tao on 2 occasions, yet remained aloof on the solar star, indifferent to worldly affairs. How could such a reclusive being harbor ambitions of greatness, strategizing and plotting over the entirety of the primordial chaos? This notion perplexed Nuwa greatly. Little sister, you fail to comprehend the aspirations of Taoist Fuguang, Fuxi retorted, unfazed by Nuwa's critique, instead responding with a mysterious smile. In due time, you shall understand. Must you resort to that again? Nuwa's expression darkened slightly, choosing to ignore Fuxi, who had transformed into the most ardent supporter of Fuguang. She gazed at the solar star, recalling that previous disturbances there had coincided with Fuguang's acquisition of merit. A flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Could it be that he was about to gain heavenly Tao merit once more? If such merit were so easily attained, would not Fuguang be able to achieve enlightenment through it? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. In response to his younger sister's musings, Fuxi pondered briefly before stating, Little sister, it is entirely possible. While I cannot ascertain whether Taoist Fuguang can attain enlightenment through merit, this commotion from the solar star might indeed signify that he is on the verge of acquiring heavenly Tao merit. Upon hearing this, Nuwa cast a penetrating glance at her elder brother. Did he not notice her envy and admiration? Rather than comforting her, he chose to extol another's virtues? Perhaps a good thrashing was in order. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones paused in their discourse, their contemplative gazes shifting toward the solar star. Tontian expressed his thoughts with a hint of nostalgia. It seems that Taoist Fuguang is destined to acquire heavenly Tao merit once more, truly blessed indeed. In agreement, Laozi and Yuanshi nodded in acknowledgement. The three pure ones maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of jealousy or envy. At Wanshou Mountain, within the five, Han Yun was immersed in a deep meditation on the primordial purple energy, while Xinyuanzi languidly sat beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Noticing the commotion of the solar star, he curiously glanced in its direction. In the boundless sea of blood, at the western spirit mountain, the gazes of numerous powerful beings converged upon the solar star. Meanwhile, on the moon star, the two sisters, Shiha and Changxi, paused their actions and exchanged a glance, nodding in agreement before stepping out of the moon star. The sisters simultaneously invoked the authority they possessed over the moon star, causing it to radiate with brilliant light. An endless stream of moonlight was released from the moon star. Although not as domineering as the sun's rays, it nevertheless illuminated the heavens and spread across the earth, intertwining with the majestic radiance of the sun, creating a harmonious interplay of light that rendered the entire primordial realm clear and resplendent. Excellent. Noticing the commotion emanating from the moon star, Fu Guang's face broke into a satisfied smile. He then meticulously adjusted his appearance, adopting a serious demeanor. At that moment, with a hum, Fu Guang released a portion of the light from his own Taoist merit golden wheel, respectfully bowing with cupped hands. Heavenly Tao, above. As he spoke, Fu Guang addressed the heavenly Tao. This act momentarily stunned all the powerful beings observing the sun star. One by one, they experienced a mix of admiration, jealousy, and profound emotions. Fu Guang was about to acquire Taoist merit once more, and judging by the commotion, it was likely to be more than just a trivial amount. It was truly perplexing how Fu Guang, as a fellow innate divine being, possessed such abundant blessings from the Tao. He seemed to be favored by the heavenly Tao. As Fu Guang's voice faded, a deep rumble resounded, a sound of heavenly Tao divine thunder. Simultaneously, the immense will of the heavenly Tao descended upon the celestial expanse where the sun star resided, focusing on the reverent Fu Guang. Having safely attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao by releasing his own merits, Fu Guang's expression and mindset remained composed. He proclaimed loudly, "I, the sun god Fu Guang, traverse the starry skies and have sensed the encroachment of chaos and the devastation wrought by calamities. Under the strain of countless beings, the stars of the Zhou Tian have suffered varying degrees of damage, and the celestial phenomena have been altered accordingly. If this continues, the celestial expanse obstructing the chaos shall face great calamity, and the stars of the Zhou Tian will be unable to bear the burden. Therefore, I shall harness the essence of the myriad stars, amalgamate it with the gold of the stars, and refine treasures of the celestial bodies. This will perfect and safeguard the primordial celestial realm, transforming the chaotic forces into the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, allowing for the self-repair of the stars and the meticulous arrangement of the Zhou Tian's protective formation. With this formation, I shall fortify the primordial celestial expanse and benefit all beings within it. I beseech the heavenly Tao to witness this." Chapter 106. The Way of Heaven. Let us see who dares to move. As Fu Guang's words fell, the numerous formidable beings gazing towards the sun star were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, one by one, they rose to their feet, their disbelief evident as they beheld a figure standing outside the sun star, impeccably attired and exhibiting utmost decorum. The astonishment in their eyes was utterly uncontainable. Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi had risen from his previously composed stance, taking a few steps to step outside the pavilion. He laughed heartily towards the direction of the sun star, exclaiming, "Ha! Guarding the celestial expanse, refining the chaos, protecting the universe, and bestowing blessings upon all beings. What unparalleled audacity! What extraordinary achievements! What immense virtue!" Fuxi's face brimmed with excitement as he gazed at his younger sister, who had also stood up and emerged from the pavilion, her expression one of bewilderment. Pride radiated from his countenance as he continued, "Well, little sister, did I not say that Fu Guang would undoubtedly accomplish great things? In this moment, can you not catch a glimpse of Fu Guang's formidable ambition?" Upon hearing this, Enhua, stepping out of the pavilion, bore a complex expression that ultimately transformed into a sigh of admiration. She spoke, "I have never encountered anyone with the audacity that Fu Guang possesses. To create a grand formation for the protection of all beings in the primordial realm, such gallantry is truly unparalleled. Fu Guang is indeed the first to exhibit such resolve." Hearing Enhua's acknowledgement, Fuxi responded with pride. Today, dear sister, you have witnessed it. His words reignited Anhua's previously subdued feelings of discontent. Casting a glance at Fuxi, who was completely absorbed in his admiration for Fu Guang, she clenched her delicate hands slightly beneath her sleeves. In this moment, as Fu Guang endeavored to benefit the beings of the primordial realm and invoked the will of heaven to descend, she dared not act hastily. A moment's patience was required. Once Fu Guang had proven the efficacy of that grand formation to heaven, she would devise a means to deliver a sound reprimand to her elder brother, using his earlier act of stepping out of the pavilion with his left foot as justification. Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones of Pangu could no longer remain seated. They all exited the Jade Void Palace, their expressions grave and serious. Tontian spoke. If this formation succeeds, then Fu Guang shall be a figure for whom all the cultivators of the primordial realm will be eternally grateful. Beside him, Laozi, with a contemplative gaze, stroked his beard in agreement with Tontian's words, yet chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's expression was marked by a hint of complexity. To be candid, at this moment, even with his proud and composed demeanor, a tinge of jealousy inevitably arose within him towards the Taoist Fu Guang. The magnitude of this achievement is truly remarkable. In the western spiritual mountain, the figures of Jane and Junti were filled with envy, their eyes reddened and breaths heavy, as they gazed intently at the silhouette of Fu Guang beyond the sun star. At Mount Wanshou, Xinyuanzi, with an expression of astonishment, had already risen to his feet, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, the Taoist Fu Guang is exceptional. I am utterly envious of such fortune and opportunity. Within the boundless sea of blood." The strikingly ethereal figure of the ancient ancestor of the underworld stood within his domain, observing Fu Guang with a contemplative expression upon his face. At this moment, Fu Guang was acutely aware that his actions would draw the attention of numerous powerful beings across the realms. Yet, he had no time to concern himself with how the many cultivators perceived him. The heavenly Tao was present. What other thoughts could Fu Guang entertain? Moments later, a rumble echoed as the heavenly Tao thundered gently resounded. Following this, Fu Guang's figure, under the endowment of the heavenly Tao's mighty power, materialized across every corner of the primal world, allowing all beings to behold his stalwart, dignified, and unyielding presence. Once the heavenly Tao's power manifested his form, Fu Guang clasped his hands in reverence towards the heavenly Tao and the myriad beings of the primal realm. Subsequently, an overwhelming golden celestial radiance emanated from his imposing figure, with boundless magical energy erupting forth. Simultaneously, the sun star beside Fu Guang trembled violently, as the terrifying might of the supreme celestial body surged through the infinite starry expanse. Witnessing this, on the other side, the sisters Shiha and Changshi united their efforts to channel the celestial power of the moon star, harmonizing it with the might of the sun star, both forces resonating across the cosmos. In an instant, the 365 primary stars and 14,800 auxiliary stars were activated and illuminated. Though their brilliance did not rival that of the sun star or the moon star, they shone with an endless glow that could not be obscured. Beyond the sun star, Fu Guang's expression turned serious and solemn. "Treasures of the heavenly stars, arise." As his words fell, he raised a hand, and treasures of light surged forth like a meteor shower from his palm, cascading like rain, reminiscent of a river of stars. Many powerful beings focused their gaze, astonished to find that these treasures of light were all exquisite celestial artifacts imbued with the powers of various stars, ranging from supreme to inferior grades of the heavenly star treasures. This scene left many formidable beings of the primordial chaos utterly astounded. How could the Taoist Fu Guang be so extraordinarily affluent? The multitude of spiritual treasures surrounding him resembled a resplendent river of stars. In that fleeting moment, even the Pangu Three Purities, who had once amassed an immense collection of spiritual artifacts atop the treasure divide, could hardly maintain their composure. Compared to the vast array of treasures displayed by Fu Guang, they, once the wealthiest among the primordial beings, suddenly felt like beggars. For the many powerful entities of the primordial chaos, particularly those who possessed few worthy spiritual treasures, this spectacle was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Were it not for the imminent presence of the heavenly Tao's will and the trepidation inspired by Fu Guang's immense power, one might fear that some of these mighty practitioners would be unable to resist the temptation to seize the celestial treasures from his grasp. The significance of the celestial star guardian formation was indeed considerable. However, its impact on these mighty practitioners was rather limited. Conversely, if they could obtain the treasures that formed this stellar river, it would genuinely augment their own strength. Yet, as greed flickered in their hearts, a suffocating warning from the spiritual realm jolted the few covetous practitioners back to their senses. They quickly recognized that this was undoubtedly a warning from the heavenly Tao. In an instant, despite their envy, no one dared to act rashly. Fu Guang, however, remained unfazed by his ostentatious display of wealth. He had yet to refine even a single one of these celestial treasures. The reason was simple, although plentiful and of commendable quality. These treasures solely served the purpose of connecting with the celestial stars. Moreover, they were intended for the establishment of the celestial star guardian formation. Once he demonstrated the formation's efficacy to the heavenly Tao, they would inevitably be anchored within the corresponding stars, fortified and managed by the will of the heavenly Tao. In essence, these celestial treasures could never be possessed by any individual, even if one were to insist on a master. That title could only belong to the heavenly Tao itself. Would you dare to meddle with the essence of the heavenly Tao? Truly, one would perish in the attempt. Chapter 107. Unleashing all heavenly treasures of the constellations. In the depths of Fu Guang's heart, a thought stirred, go. As the incantation danced through his fingers, he gestured with nonchalance, sending forth the celestial treasures of the constellations that coalesced into a starry river, rushing towards the 365 primary stars and the 14,800 auxiliary stars. Following this, the myriad celestial treasures whirled and traced the intricate pathways delineated by the celestial principles, flowing like a great river towards each corresponding star, transforming into streams of light. As each star treasure entered its designated star, a celestial body ignited, 1, 10,000, hundreds of millions. With the illumination of countless stars, the heavens above sparkled with infinite starlight, coalescing into vast seas of constellations. Time flowed steadily. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years elapsed within the harmonious glow of the sun and moon and the brilliance of the stars. As more and more celestial bodies were ignited, the protective grand formation created by Fu Guang gradually awakened, beginning its intricate operations. At this moment, within the boundless primordial starry sky, the protective grand formation commenced its slow rotation, drawing forth the ceaseless chaotic energies from the outer void and refining them into pure and ethereal spiritual essence. This essence surged into the primordial realm, nourishing all beings of the world. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura generated by the cataclysmic forces of heaven and earth was subtly diluted by 2 to 3 degrees. At this juncture, the constellations had yet to be fully incorporated into the grand formation. Thus, the efficiency of the formation's transformation of chaotic power continued to enhance. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essential point was that after a millennium of persistent experimentation, both the myriad formidable beings of the primordial realm and the ever-watchful will of the heavenly Tao had verified the veracity of Fu Guang's claims regarding the grand formation made 1,000 years prior. Every assertion proved to be truthful. In fact, some functionalities exceeded even the expectations of the powerful entities of the primordial realm. Observing the celestial phenomena that persisted for a millennium, and the figure of Fu Guang, illuminated by the power of the heavenly Tao, casting its reflection across the world for 2,000 years, all the mighty practitioners were filled with admiration. Even the celestial phenomena accompanying the sage's enlightenment paled in comparison to the enduring manifestations wrought by Fu Guang. Truly, it was only fitting for Fu Guang to be so favored and cherished by the heavenly Tao. Such remarkable talent and fortuitous blessings were beyond the reach of those self-proclaimed exalted beings among the innate divine entities. It is indeed the Pangu Sanqing who, before the Taoist Fu Guang, must lower themselves in status, their brilliance dimmed, until they have attained the sanctity of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, another millennium has elapsed. At this moment, within the primordial starry sky, the constellations of the universe have been completely illuminated, with the sun and moon shining harmoniously, and the starry expanse resembling a boundless ocean. A continuous transformation of chaotic energy has coalesced into a supreme formation of celestial essence. nourishing the primordial world and bestowing blessings upon all sentient beings, now fully manifested. In this boundless starry expanse, a vast and profound force ebbs and flows, imparting an overwhelming sense of infinity and grandeur. Simultaneously, it instills within all beings of heaven and earth a deep-seated feeling of protection and security. The formation of the celestial guardian array is undeniably legitimate. Beside the sun star, at the moment the final celestial treasure fell into its corresponding constellation, a relieved smile graced Fu Guang's face. Subsequently, he raised his hands, his gestures shifting seamlessly. Celestial Guardian Array, activate. As his voice resonated, the intricate hand seals he performed solidified within the starry void, his boundless and terrifying magical power surging forth mightily. In the next instant, the sun, moon, and myriad stars radiated brilliantly, the power of the celestial constellations manifesting tangibly, surging endlessly through the heavens. Moments later, the myriad phenomena within the boundless sky gradually drew their curtains. The radiance of the sun star and the moon star began to wane, and the infinite starlight slowly dissipated. The cycle of day and night in the primordial realm resumed its natural rhythm, restoring the passage of time that had halted for 3,000 years to its normal state. Not long after, the anomalies within the cosmos were illuminated solely by the profound might of the heavenly Tao, revealing the figure of Fu Guang amidst the celestial splendor. After ensuring that the celestial guardian array was operating autonomously and in optimal condition, Fu Guang finally withdrew his magical power, the overwhelming aura around him dissipating. Adjusting his robes, he respectfully bowed. Thus, the celestial guardian array is complete. I call upon the heavenly Tao and all beings to witness this. As soon as Fu Guang's words fell, a resounding echo reverberated, dong, dong, dong. The heavenly Tao promptly responded, its profound bell tolling 9 times, resonating throughout the primordial expanse. Following this, a tumultuous cascade of myriad pathways showered golden lotuses of spiritual essence, while the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses blossomed with countless ethereal golden lotuses. The true meanings of the great Tao and myriad laws shimmered in radiant brilliance. In every corner of the universe, at this very moment, all beings within the vast wilderness of creation, whether they are quasi-saints endowed with divine powers or postnatal creatures yet to awaken their intelligence, regardless of being the spirits of flora and fauna or the malevolent entities dwelling in treacherous places, have all received varying degrees of benefit. Some have gleaned insights from the profound truths of the grand Tao and the luminous treasures of the laws. Others have been blessed by the scattered golden flowers of the Tao and the ethereal golden lotuses. In summary, at this moment, all beings have reaped blessings and advantages. The celestial chime of the great Tao resonated 9 times. Subsequently, a resounding thunder echoed, as if boundless merits of the heavenly way were converging within the infinite cosmos, growing larger and more magnificent. This immense celestial merit was enough to make many mighty practitioners in the wilderness gaze longingly, filled with envy and jealousy, yearning for what they could not attain. Some among them, consumed by intense jealousy, even lamented, wishing they could usurp the position of the radiant Taoist. Beyond the moonstar, having exerted considerable effort and foreseen the descent of abundant heavenly merits, Shiha, too, felt the weight of anticipation. Even the usually aloof and serene Changshi wore an expression filled with expectation. Her sister Shiha, with fervent eyes, instinctively remarked, "Our third corpse must surely be severed this time. Perhaps you and I shall achieve the perfect fruition of our quasi-saintly path." Upon hearing this, Changshi's heart trembled slightly. Though she did not respond verbally, she nodded solemnly, affirming Shiha's deduction. Such immense celestial merit, even if only a fraction were to bestow upon them, would be sufficient for them to sever their third corpse and elevate their quasi-saintly path to perfection. The realm of quasi-saintly perfection achieved by severing 3 corpses may very well be attainable solely by them, apart from Fu Guang. With this thought, Shiha and Changshi exchanged tender glances, their affections deepening as they gazed upon Fu Guang, who illuminated both the world and the boundless starry sky. All of this was a gift bestowed upon them by Fu Guang. To have such a beloved in their lives was truly a fortune and a stroke of good luck for the sisters. Chapter 108. Boundless Merits. The robe of sun, moon, and stars, the celestial map of the cosmos. Beside the sun star, even Fu Guang, known for his typically reserved demeanor, could not conceal his satisfaction upon witnessing the ocean of merits descending from the heavenly Tao. Were it not for the concern of appearing overly exuberant, he would have burst into laughter at this moment. Before long, an expansive ocean of heavenly Tao merits converged within the boundless starry sky. Subsequently, the rewards from the heavenly Tao began to descend one after another. With a resonant hum, the ocean of merits trembled, and countless streams of merit flowed directly towards the celestial bodies of the cosmos, infusing the myriad stars with radiant golden light of auspicious merit. Among these, the sun star, the moon star, along with the 365 principal stars and 14,800 auxiliary stars, shone the brightest. After the celestial bodies and their corresponding treasures received the blessings of heavenly Tao merits, another two streams of merit cascaded from the ocean, heading towards Shi and Changxi, the sisters of the moon star. In comparison to the vast ocean of heavenly Tao merits, these two streams, though seemingly insignificant, were immense in their own right when considering the overall magnitude of the ocean. With a thunderous roar, the two streams of heavenly Tao merit surged into the bodies of Shi and Changxi, immediately bestowing upon them an overwhelming aura of transcendent power. Simultaneously, beside the sisters, ethereal figures resembling them appeared, manifesting as their third bodies. As the third bodies took form, they were promptly enshrined by the innate spiritual treasures summoned by the sisters, allowing them to cultivate within the blossoms of their Tao above. Meanwhile, the unabsorbed heavenly Tao merits were utilized by the sisters to elevate their own Tao fruits. In mere moments, a magnificent lunar phenomenon unfolded behind Shi and Changxi, evolving into a celestial spectacle of a crescent moon, representing their perfected quasi-saint Tao fruits. This extraordinary manifestation captivated the attention of numerous powerful beings observing the changes in the starry sky. Countless hearts were filled with envy at that moment. The two moon goddesses, having benefited from Fu Guang's blessings on two occasions, had now undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of the realm just below that of the saints. Though all were great practitioners, they paled in comparison to the two moon goddesses, who could effortlessly subdue them in combat. The disparity among great practitioners was far greater than the masses could fathom. Soon, having manifested their third bodies and perfected their quasi-saint Tao fruits, Shi and Changxi reigned in their celestial phenomena and auras. Two pairs of enchanting eyes gazed towards the direction of the sun star. They were merely the embellishments of this grand event. Soon, the true protagonists would make their entrance. The celestial bodies of the cosmos, the treasures of the great formation, along with the efforts of Shiha and Changxi, had already been rewarded by the heavenly Tao. The only one left to receive the heavenly accolade was the greatest contributor of this occasion, Taoist Fu Guang, as he beheld the vast ocean of heavenly merit that remained. Even after numerous rewards, which still amounted to over 60%, a sense of unease gripped the hearts of all powerful beings observing the primordial starry sky. The sheer volume of heavenly merit left was astounding. Could it be that Taoist Fu Guang would leverage this immense heavenly merit to attain enlightenment in one swift motion? If this were true, the primordial realm would welcome its first supreme being, a Hunyuan Daojixian, who achieved enlightenment through heavenly merit, not merely a saint. After all, in the eyes of many powerful practitioners, Fu Guang was not a disciple of the Tao ancestor and had not been granted the primordial purple energy. While the primordial purple energy that Hong Yun possessed could be seized, it was widely known that Fu Guang was a close friend of Hong Yun. He had even risked enmity with numerous formidable beings to ensure Hong Yun's safe passage to the Wuzhuang Temple. Such integrity, combined with his remarkable abilities and esteemed reputation, made it implausible for Fu Guang to covet his friend's primordial purple energy after attaining enlightenment. Rather, it seemed more likely that Fu Guang would protect Hong Yun's path to becoming a saint. This hypothesis appeared far more credible to many of the great practitioners. Just as everyone believed that Fu Guang would utilize the vast heavenly merit to attain enlightenment and become the first Hunyuan Daojixian, a thunderous roar erupted. The ocean of heavenly merit surged forth, crashing towards Fu Guang. As he witnessed the magnificent heavenly merit descending upon him, Fu Guang erupted into laughter. Simultaneously, he manifested the heavenly merit golden wheel he had previously condensed. With a wave of his hand, he integrated this immense heavenly merit, sufficient to allow him to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. directly into his golden wheel of heavenly merit. Accompanied by this vast golden wheel of heavenly merit, the wheel behind Fuguang grew larger and brighter, until at last, the harmonious golden light of heavenly merit, akin to sunlight, pierced the heavens, illuminating the 4 seas and 8 desolations, radiating warmth to all sentient beings. This move left many great practitioners of the primordial realm in a state of bewilderment. Taoist Fuguang had no intention of using heavenly merit to attain enlightenment. This implied that he intended to follow the path of the 3 corpses merging into one. Such audacity, truly befitting of Fuguang, the preeminent figure beneath the saints. At this moment, none are aware that Fuguang has not traversed the path of severing the 3 corpses, but rather has embarked upon the ancient and illustrious journey of the primordial golden immortal, which many great beings have once walked. Once all the merits of the heavenly Tao were absorbed into the golden wheel of heavenly virtue, with a mere thought, Fuguang caused the previously radiant wheel that illuminated all beings to vanish into obscurity. Everyone believed that the grand event orchestrated by Fuguang was nearing its conclusion. Yet, standing beside the solar star, Fuguang did not bow in gratitude to the heavenly Tao and depart. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards the myriad stars scattered across the cosmos. Could he possibly have further schemes in mind? The multitude of powerful beings, who had just recovered from their astonishment at Fuguang's deviation from the path of merit, found their breaths momentarily caught once more. Was this enigmatic Taoist Fuguang relentless in his endeavors today? Their attention was not only captivated, but their minds also struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. The accolades of the heavenly Tao had already been bestowed, yet the conclusion seemed distant. The might of Fuguang was indeed formidable. As the multitude of divine practitioners stood in stunned silence, the once quiet expanse of the starry sky erupted into a magnificent display of boundless starlight, with the celestial bodies once again radiating brilliance. Even the solar star and the lunar star released their solar essence and lunar radiance, merging and evolving with the endless starlight. Ultimately, the authority of the celestial bodies, combined with their luminescence, coalesced into a robe adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, which draped over Fuguang, replacing his formerly unadorned Taoist attire. Simultaneously, the ethereal figures of the sun, moon, and stars manifested behind Fuguang, gradually converging into a grand tapestry of the celestial spheres, which gently descended into the form of Fuguang clad in the robe of the primordial sun, moon, and stars. Wearing this celestial garment and having acquired the grand depiction of the cosmos, Fuguang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Afterward, he reined in his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he bowed respectfully to all beings in heaven and earth. This was his customary closing ceremony upon receiving the merits of the heavenly Tao. Fuguang adhered to the age-old adage, more courtesy, less transgression against heaven. Especially now, as the heavenly Tao had been united with the sage, it was imperative to uphold decorum. Chapter 109. The Might of One after the reverent salutation of Fuguang. The celestial will that had shrouded the sun star for 3 millennia dissipated. The figure of Fuguang, which had illuminated the primordial cosmos for an entire 3,000 years, also faded into oblivion. Witnessing this scene, all the formidable beings collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Fuguang made any further moves, they feared that their minds would remain unsettled for a considerable duration. The celestial bodies of the cosmos returned to their habitual tranquility. The vast expanse of the starry sky resumed its desolate stillness. However, it was evident to all that from this moment forth, the once boundless cosmos, accessible to those with sufficient strength, had irrevocably changed. Any intrusion into the starry realm, especially one that might cause damage to the celestial bodies or disrupt the cosmic order, would likely incur overwhelming karmic retribution. The celestial will would undoubtedly impose divine punishment. The infinite cosmos had transformed into a veritable forbidden zone, if not entirely so, for the cultivators. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, within the former headquarters of the Celestial Court, there lay a colossal island shrouded by a vast array, its secrets concealed by the heavens, nestled in a certain maritime expanse. Upon this celestial isle, clusters of heavenly palaces interconnected, guarded by soldiers clad in celestial armor and wielding divine artifacts, alongside numerous celestial maidens traversing the grounds. A mere glance would reveal that the armaments and garments of these soldiers and maidens bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-lost standardized spiritual artifacts of the celestial court from epochs past. Moreover, any formidable outsider who happened to glance upon this island would easily discern that the bloodlines of races that had once sworn allegiance to the celestial court, only to be annihilated by the witch clan, continued to persist on this celestial isle. Additionally, certain races that had never aligned with the celestial court, yet were renowned for their delectable flesh and abundant energy, had also managed to sustain their bloodlines on this island, despite facing extinction at the hands of the witch clan. Within the grand celestial palace at the heart of the island, the illustrious and noble Queen Mother of the West sat upon her throne. Below her, the 5 venerable, formidable beings of the former celestial court were assembled. Clearly, after the cataclysmic war that led to the downfall of the celestial court, Queen Mother of the West and the remaining celestial beings had not chosen to scatter and hide away. Rather, they had silently gathered once more. Furthermore, they had clandestinely preserved many bloodlines that should have been eradicated by the witch clan. At this moment, the 6 formidable beings redirected their gaze from the Sunstar. One of the mid-stage quasi-saints could not help but exclaim, "The Fuguang Taoist of the Sunstar is truly remarkable. With his singular might, he likely surpasses our once formidable strength from years past, sufficient to instill fear in the primordial chaos." This assertion elicited nods of agreement from the other great beings present. The influence of the Taoist Fuguang had compelled these divine entities, who were not only evasive but also constantly anxious about the remnants of the heavenly court facing the looming threat of the witch clan. They gazed upwards in awe. Seated at the head of the assembly, the Western Queen Mother exhibited no change in her countenance. Instead, she turned to her female quasi-saint seated beside her and inquired, "Have we located our friend Kunpeng?" Upon hearing the Western Queen Mother's question, the female quasi-saint promptly replied, "Your Majesty, we have indeed found our friend Kunpeng." However, her words trailed off, a hesitation evident as she pondered whether to disclose the full situation. Noticing the quasi-saint's reluctance, a glint of cold light flashed in the Western Queen Mother's beautiful eyes, which soon returned to calm. She spoke, "No matter. Simply express Kunpeng's stance." Nodding, the quasi-saint gathered her thoughts before articulating. Kunpeng's sentiment is that his prior allegiance to the heavenly court was rooted in the emperor's promise to avenge the grievance of the late ancestor Han Yun, which cost him his sacred position. Now that the emperor has passed, we find ourselves in a precarious position, evading the 9 great ancestor witches and the witch clan, and we are unable to uphold the vow made to him. Thus, the ties between Kunpeng and the heavenly court have been severed. There are no obligations remaining, and he shall not return to the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the great beings present furrowed their brows, their expressions darkening. Although the quasi-saint's delivery was diplomatic, one could surmise that Kunpeng's attitude and tone were far from amicable. Yet, none dared to voice dissent. They deemed Kunpeng's decision entirely justified. Had it not been for their deep entanglements with the heavenly court, not a single one among them would have chosen to remain. Even the Western Queen Mother was not exempt. Caught in the calamity, she was burdened by the ties of fate with the 9 great ancestors and the witch clan. They were all trapped, which explained their decision to band together. Otherwise, they might have already scattered like birds. Thus, let him go for now. The Western Queen Mother remained impassive, unperturbed by Kunpeng's departure. Throughout the ages, had Kunpeng possessed the desire to return to the heavenly court, he would have done so long ago. Her dispatching of subordinates to locate the similarly evasive Kunpeng was merely to ascertain his stance. It would be disingenuous to claim that there isn't a shred of discontent within. However, this remaining faction of the celestial court finds itself powerless against the Taoist Kunpeng. They can only suppress their grievances for now, awaiting a future opportunity to seek retribution after extricating themselves from this calamity. "My lady," one of the powerful practitioners below said. A hint of frustration etched on his face as he inquired of the Queen Mother of the West, "What shall we do moving forward? Are we destined to live in perpetual hiding, burdened by anxiety? If that is the case, what purpose does our formidable cultivation serve?" His words resonated with several other powerful beings, who nodded in agreement. None wished to lead a life akin to that of a rat scurrying in the shadows. Moreover, each of them possessed immense power as transcendent beings. "What is it that you propose?" the Queen Mother of the West retorted, her gaze calm as she regarded her fellow practitioners. "Shall we venture forth to engage the ancestral shamans, and the witch clan in a desperate battle? If any of you harbor such intentions, I shall not hinder you. Yet, you must contemplate the gravity of the situation. The celestial and terrestrial realms are on the brink of significant change. The true adversary of our celestial court, the ancestral shamans and the witch clan, may soon make their grand appearance. Few among the transcendent beings were fools. Following the swift demise of the Eastern King and the obliteration of the celestial court, the ominous aura of this calamity had only intensified. The awakened Queen Mother of the West and her companions quickly realized that both the Eastern King and she were merely pawns in the grand scheme orchestrated by the true protagonists of this calamity. The celestial court was merely a precursor, a test for the ancestral shamans and the witch clan. Anger? Yes. Frustration? Naturally. Yet, more importantly, the remnants of the celestial court hoped for the swift emergence of the true protagonist of this calamity to resist the ancestral shamans and the witch clan. Should that occur, the 9 ancestral shamans and their vast clan would inevitably redirect their focus towards this formidable foe. At that juncture, the remnants of the celestial court would find respite, no longer needing to scurry and live in fear. Chapter 110, The Queen Mother of the West, Because He is Benevolent. Within the Grand Hall, the Queen Mother of the West gazed with her enchanting eyes, shimmering with a hint of anticipation. She spoke once more. As long as the true protagonist of this calamity emerges, the opportunity for us to traverse the primordial realms shall be within reach. Upon hearing her words, several deities nodded in agreement, yet their hearts bore no lightness. Despite the affirmation, the precise moment when the true protagonist would arise remained an enigma, as did the question of whether he could rival the 9 ancestral witches, the legitimate descendants of Pangu. Naturally, if they could endure, they would not recklessly pursue death. However, in the absence of hope, compounded by the ominous aura of the calamity and the lingering karma from the celestial court of old, which the remnants of the celestial beings could barely suppress, they found themselves in a state of agitation. Thus, impulsive thoughts often crossed their minds. Now, upon hearing the Queen Mother's words once more, the deities felt a swell of curiosity regarding the true protagonist of the calamity. Soon, the female quasi-saint, closest to the Queen Mother, raised her eyes to her and respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, might you enlighten us as to the identity of this yet-to-emerge true protagonist, so that we might find some assurance in our hearts?" In response, the Queen Mother shook her head, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, her serene and beautiful eyes lifted towards the boundless starry sky, focusing on the position of the sun star. The answer to this question lay within her unspoken gesture. Noticing the Queen Mother's demeanor, the deities present were struck with astonishment. The female quasi-saint, her face alight with surprise, remarked, "Does Your Majesty imply that the true protagonist of the calamity is none other than the elusive Taoist of radiance, who seldom traverses the realms and resides in the vast starry expanse, dwelling upon the sun star?" This revelation seemed implausible to the gathered assembly. The reasoning was straightforward. It was well known that while the Taoist of radiance possessed formidable strength and a renowned reputation, he was, in fact, a reclusive and virtuous cultivator. His appearances in the myriad realms were exceedingly rare. How could such a composed and virtuous ascetic possibly be the protagonist in this calamity, contending with the 9 ancestral witches for dominion over the heavens and the earth? Such a hypothesis seemed utterly irrational. No matter how they pondered, it was difficult to envision the gentle, affable, and sunny Taoist of radiance rallying a legion of powerful beings, commanding a vast army. Even more unfathomable was the thought of this cultured progenitor of the literary way engaging in battle with a group of coarse and savage ancestral witches. The disparity in artistic style was indeed striking. Observing the incredulous expressions of several individuals, the Queen Mother of the West withdrew her gaze and spoke. "Initially, I believed that the Pangu 3 Pure Ones of Kunlun Mountain would be the formidable adversaries of the 9 great ancestral witches and the witch clan, the other principal character in this calamity. After all, they both claim to be the true Pangu, and a conflict over the authentic Pangu would surely ensue between them. However, it appears that this is not the case." After a brief pause, the Queen Mother elaborated. "Although the Pangu 3 Pure Ones are disciples of the sages and assert their identity as the true Pangu, they regard the 9 great ancestral witches with indifference. Their attitude towards the calamities inflicted upon sentient beings by the witch clan is similarly detached. Such a disposition, despite their future status as sages, renders them incapable of participating in this calamity as the principal character. In stark contrast, the Taoist of light, who resides high in the sun star and seldom ventures out, is fundamentally different from the Pangu three pure ones. Hearing this, a nearby female quasi-saint instinctively inquired, "Your Majesty, what distinguishes the Taoist of light from the Pangu three pure ones?" After a moment of contemplation, the Queen Mother allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she replied, "Because the Taoist of light embodies goodness." Upon hearing this, the assembly of mighty beings was momentarily taken aback before expressions of contemplation began to surface on their faces. Reflecting on the many actions of the Taoist of light, fighting against numerous powerful adversaries to ensure the safety of his friends, establishing a timeline for all sentient beings, creating the primordial script for the postnatal being's inheritance, and opening the path of culture for cultivation. The recent radiance of the merit wheel that illuminated the vastness of the primordial realm was undeniable evidence of his benevolence. Such a paragon of virtue, who cannot bear to see the suffering of the primordial beings at the hands of the witch clan, may indeed rise to resist them for the sake of the people. In that instant, the doubts within the hearts of several mighty beings dissipated, and they could not help but affirm the Queen Mother's judgment. The Taoist of light, recognized by the heavenly Tao as a great benevolent saint, would truly be the one capable of opposing the ancestral witches and the witch clan, thus saving the sentient beings of the primordial world during this calamity. With the Queen Mother's insights, the remaining mighty beings of the celestial court found solace in their hearts. As long as the Taoist of light emerges, peace across the 4 seas and 8 desolations shall be restored. They merely needed to quell their inner restlessness and patiently await the day when the Taoist of light could no longer stand idly by and would take action. That day, they hoped, would not be far off. As the sun rises and sets and the seasons change, countless years have passed since the Taoist of light established the great protective formation of the celestial bodies. In the Golden Crow Palace of the Sun Star, in the courtyard of the Fusang tree, the robe adorned with the essence of the cosmos has transformed into a simple, dark-hued Taoist garment with golden edges. Fu Guang reclines leisurely against the divine Fusang tree, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. Before him stand Shi He and Changxi, who have just solidified their Tao fruit and realm, now visiting from the Sun Star. Changxi, with a piece of osmanthus cake in her left hand and Fu Guang's fine brush in her right, diligently records a minor lunar divine technique on a piece of paper. Elegantly seated and exuding an air of nobility is Shi He, who takes a delicate sip of spiritual tea. Her beautiful eyes, imbued with tenderness, gaze upon the languid Fu Guang and inquire, "What plans do you have next?" Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's expression turns contemplative as he replies, "The timing for certain schemes has yet to mature, thus I have not yet scheduled them." After a brief pause, his golden gaze shifts to Shi He and Changxi, and he smiles, adding, "However, the matter we previously discussed may perhaps be brought to the forefront." At these words, Shi He's beautiful eyes sparkle with anticipation as she looks at Fu Guang. "Are you suggesting?" Nodding, Fu Guang responds with a smile, "Indeed. I wish to wed both of you sisters, to forge an inseparable bond as husband and wives, and to jointly present our union before the heavens." The very matter indeed. A deeper smile blooms on Shi He's face, her gaze filled with even more warmth. Meanwhile, Changxi, who had been writing, pauses and lifts her head to directly ask Fu Guang, "When will the wedding ceremony take place?" After a moment of silent calculation, Fu Guang replies, "It requires some arrangements and the assistance of a few fellow Taoists. It should happen within the next 1 or 2 yuan meetings. How do you both feel about this?" Upon hearing this, Shi He gently nods in agreement, showing her approval. Changxi, on the other hand, bows her head to continue documenting the techniques of the minor divine art. Her silence indicates her consent as well. Observing that both sisters have acquiesced, Fu Guang feels a sense of nostalgia. The moment for their heavenly union is finally approaching. Once successful, his second aspiration of marrying will come to fruition. His heart inevitably swells with emotions of reflection. Chapter 111, A Gift. Bays. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous bestowal. Time has elapsed for millennia. The sisters Shiha and Changxi did not return to the Moon Star, but instead chose to remain in the Jinwu Palace, relishing each other's company alongside Fuguang. When the three were together, they found no tedium in their shared pursuits, playing chess, creating art, strumming the guqin, and enchanting the air with the xiao. Their conversations meandered through various topics, and the philosophical discussions flowed seamlessly. The myriad activities at their disposal were indeed plentiful. On this particular day, Fuguang was playing the guqin, while Shiha plucked the se, and Changxi performed a sword dance. In the courtyard of Fusong, their collaboration was flawless, and they reveled in the moment. Soon, as the final notes of the piece faded, Changxi concluded her sword dance. Fuguang paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A guest has arrived. Upon hearing this, Shia's face registered surprise, her expression contemplative, though she refrained from inquiring about the identity of the visitor. After all, the answer would soon be revealed. As for Changxi, she showed no concern regarding the guest's identity, her gaze directed towards the flower fairy Chunlan, who was attending to matters outside the courtyard. Fuguang commanded, "Prepare a banquet, then go greet my esteemed guests." Upon receiving the instruction, Chunlan bowed and replied, "Yes." As she departed with haste, she also conveyed the message to the other three sisters, who were in seclusion and not on duty, that their master spoke of a multitude of esteemed guests. This indicated that those soon to visit the Jinwu Palace were likely to be powerful beings. Naturally, the four flower fairies must present themselves to avoid any breach of etiquette, lest they tarnish their master's reputation. Who among them was unaware of their master's emphasis on propriety? After issuing her command to Chunlan, Fuguang turned her attention to Shiha and Changxi, smiling as she remarked, "Among today's guests, there are many familiar faces, along with a few unexpected ones. Important figures related to our wedding ceremony are among them. Furthermore, the free labor to assist us in preparing for the wedding festivities might very well be these individuals. Thus, I propose that you sisters and I greet them at the entrance of the Jinwu Palace. What do you say?" In response, Shiha nodded gently. That would be perfectly agreeable. Changxi remained her usual self, and both Fuguang and Shiha were well accustomed to her character and reactions, finding nothing amiss. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall of the Jinwu Palace. Moments later, Chunlan approached, leading three figures toward the hall. From a distance, the foremost figure, a middle-aged gentleman with an air of elegance, raised his hand in greeting and called out, "Fellow Taoist Fuguang, esteemed Star Lords. It has been a long time since our last encounter, and you all remain as splendid as ever. I beg your pardon for the intrusion, and I hope that fellow Taoist Fuglite and the two Star Lords will forgive me." As I spoke, Fuxi and his companions had already approached. Simultaneously, Nuwa, who stood behind Fuxi, greeted Fuglite, Shiha, and Changxi. "Greetings, esteemed friends." Among the trio, the last individual, clad in a white robe and presenting a refined, youthful appearance, was Baze, who respectfully bowed to Fuglite and proclaimed, "Baze pays his respects to Senior Fuglite." After offering his salutations to Fuglite, Baze then turned to Shiha and Changxi, bowing once more, "Greetings to the two Star Lords." Observing Baze's distinctive manner of greeting, Fuglite raised an eyebrow and smiled. Beside him, Shiha appeared slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation, which quickly transformed into understanding. She nodded in acknowledgement towards Baze. Fuglite, with a smile gracing his face, could not help but nod in approval. "Having attained the Tao fruit of a quasi-saint, you are indeed impressive. I can see that your thoughts of good and evil are quite stirred. However, you have yet to sever the good corpse. It seems you lack a suitable treasure for corpse slaying." In the course of time, Baze had indeed stepped into the quasi-saint realm. However, despite having obtained the quasi-saint Tao fruit, he had not yet performed the act of corpse slaying. It was not that he had not touched upon the mysteries of corpse slaying. Rather, it appeared that he lacked the appropriate treasure capable of severing the three corpses and was unwilling to compromise, resulting in his current unique condition. Upon hearing Fuglite's words, admiration filled Baze's expression as he replied, "To be honest, Senior Fuglite, you are correct. I have yet to find a suitable treasure for corpse slaying. Thus, despite having obtained the quasi-saint Tao fruit and gained insights, I have still been unable to sever the good and evil corpses." Nodding slightly, Fuglite pondered for a moment before raising his hand with a flourish. Buzz! 3 beams of flowing light descended before Baze, transforming into 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures radiating primordial light, a set of ghost stones, a compass, and a mirror. With these three supreme, innate spiritual treasures crafted from the Qian Kuan Ding, Fuglite spoke with an air of nonchalance. These treasures resonate with you. They will aid you in successfully severing the corpses. Accept them. Witnessing this scene, Fuxi was initially taken aback before a knowing smile spread across his face. He had anticipated that Fuglite, having guided Beis and others in the past to seek refuge at Fengqi Mountain or Wanshou Mountain, was not rejecting their company, but rather biding his time in concealment. Now, as the cosmic situation was poised to shift once more, it appeared that Fuglite was beginning to devise further plans. Thus, Fuxi felt no surprise at the bestowal of suitable treasures for severing the three corpses to Beis. He regarded this as perfectly natural, for Fu Guang had intended from the outset to employ Bai Zhe and others in the future. This was merely the initial step in that direction and hardly worthy of mention. Nuwa, too, wore a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated Fu Guang's generosity in bestowing three exquisite innate treasures at once. But where did he acquire such a plethora of treasures? Furthermore, during the arrangement of the Zhou Tian starry array, Fu Guang had effortlessly scattered a multitude of innate treasures of various ranks, akin to a sky filled with stars. Something felt amiss. Turning her gaze, Nuwa observed her brother's expression, which conveyed an air of expectation. It dawned on her that Fu Guang was concealing much more than she was aware of, knowledge that her brother already possessed. This was intriguing. Her brother was beginning to harbor secrets. It seemed that their encounters had been too infrequent. At that moment, the one most exhilarated was none other than Bai Zhe himself. As he beheld the three treasures that had landed before him, his eyes widened slightly, his breath quickened, and his heart raced. Just as Fu Guang had stated, these three treasures were remarkably aligned with the path of innate divination he had chosen. To call them bespoke treasures for slaying corpses would not be an exaggeration. Without hesitation, Bai Zhe solemnly accepted the three treasures and respectfully bowed to Fu Guang, exclaiming, "Bai Zhe thanks the esteemed senior for this bestowal." It was indeed a bestowal, not merely a gift. The distinction between the two words clearly expressed the disparity in their standings. Fu Guang above, Bai Zhe below. Although Bai Zhe did not overtly position himself as a subordinate, in that moment, he undoubtedly regarded himself as Fu Guang's subordinate in his heart. His position was appropriately aligned, and his demeanor was commendable. The astute individuals present, including several powerful beings, discerned the implications of Bai Zhe's actions and words. Instinctively, with the exception of Chang Shi, who remained indifferent, the gazes of the others turned towards Fu Guang. Even Fuxi and Shihe, who had always believed Fu Guang harbored grand ambitions, were no exception. Fu Guang's subsequent reaction would serve to indicate the general direction of his plans for the foreseeable future, whether he would continue to bide his time or unveil his strategic intentions. Chapter 112. A Deluge of Visitors. The arrival of the Queen Mother of the West. Faced with the probing gazes of several astute individuals, Fu Guang merely smiled faintly. Offering no response, he withdrew his gaze from Bai Zhe and turned to the scene before him. Subsequently, Fu Xi and Nu Hua gestured invitingly, saying, "Esteemed friends, please enter." Noticing this, a knowing smile appeared on Fu Xi's face. Although Fu Guang remained silent, sometimes a lack of response is the most eloquent reply. At this moment, whether it was Fu Xi, Shihe, or Nu Hua and Bai Zhe, they all understood Fu Guang's stance. Yet, since he did not articulate it, they could not openly acknowledge the unspoken truth, nor overstep their bounds. Shihe, who had been standing beside Fu Guang, naturally stepped forward to usher Fu Xi, Nu Hua, and Bai Zhe into the grand hall. Observing Fu Guang and Chang Shi still lingering at the entrance, Fu Xi expressed a hint of surprise. "My friend, are there more guests expected?" In response, Shihe gently nodded. "I am unaware of who else might be arriving. However, it seems there are indeed some fellow practitioners who will be joining us shortly." Upon hearing Shihe's reply, Fu Xi appeared to understand. Dismissing the matter as he settled into a designated seat, Bai Zhe and Nu Hua followed suit, also taking their places. Like one returning home, Fu Xi poured himself a drink, feeling a wave of joy and relaxation wash over him. Beside him, Nu Hua appeared somewhat distracted. She had come to believe her brother's words regarding Fu Guang's remarkable talents and grand ambitions. Yet, for Nu Hua, these matters held little significance. After all, she had no desire to contend for supremacy in the primordial realm. Her sole aspiration was to wholeheartedly pursue her own path. to swiftly comprehend the essence of the primordial purple energy and attain enlightenment. What Fu Guang sought to accomplish and his ambitions were of no concern to her. Had it not been for her prolonged seclusion and the ensuing restlessness, she might have chosen to remain in Fengqi Mountain, contemplating the primordial purple energy. However, she could not fathom why, upon arriving at Jinwu Palace, she felt an unexpected tranquility and lightness. Could this be the unique quality of a virtuous practitioner's sanctuary? Nuwa pondered this question, sensing that the answer was not so straightforward. Meanwhile, Baizhe remained profoundly excited. He had never anticipated that merely accompanying his brother Fu Shi and his friend Nuwa to Jinwu Palace to pay respects to the elder Fu Guang would result in receiving the treasured spiritual artifact for severing the 3 corpses. It appears that these 3 spiritual treasures have been specially prepared for him. Thus, it can be inferred that the words of Brother Fushi before departure were indeed accurate. After establishing the grand protective formation of the celestial stars, Senior Fu Guang is likely to take action soon. This is also the principal reason why Baze, having gained favor without merit, is determined to follow Senior Fu Guang and contribute to his grand ambitions. He cannot afford to be weak in strength. Having witnessed the formidable power of the ancestral witches and the combat prowess of the great shamans of the witch clan, Baze understands well that, lacking the sanctified fruit of the 3 corpse severance, he can only contend with the great shamans. To challenge the ancestral witches, he is still unworthy. Therefore, he requires the spiritual treasures of the 3 corpse severance, not for himself, but for the grand undertakings of Senior Fu Guang. Shortly after the arrival of Fushi and his companions, the weary Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, having been graciously received by the 4 flower immortals, reached the entrance of the grand hall. After exchanging greetings, Fu Guang turned to Hongyun and remarked with a smile, "Friend, you are quite bold. Knowing that so many covet your primordial purple energy, you still dare to leave Wuzhuang Temple?" In response, Hongyun offered a wry smile. "This matter is rather lengthy. I have come precisely for the primordial purple energy." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang appeared contemplative and nodded. "Please. 2 friends, enter. Fellow Fushi and Lady Nuwa, as well as our young friend Baze, have already arrived. However, I have a few more guests on the way. You may take your seats and wait a moment." Listening to Fu Guang's words, both Hongyun and Xinyuanzi nodded in acquiescence, harboring no objections to the arrangement. Meanwhile, the aloof and expressionless Changshi stepped forward, gracefully gesturing, "Please." As a future half-mistress of the Golden Crow Palace, Changshi was merely reserved in her speech and expression, but her manners were impeccable. Soon, Hongyun and the taciturn Xinyuanzi were ushered in by Changshi, and amidst the jovial greetings and laughter of Fushi and the others, they settled into their designated seats. Concurrently, outside the Sun Star, on the path transformed by the true fire of the sun, Xiaomei and Dongmei, among the 4 flower immortals, continued to await their arrival. It was not long before a profound and ethereal light from the western summit manifested silently beyond the Sun Star. Subsequently, this exquisite celestial light opened a rift in the fabric of time and space. Immediately following, the regal and resplendent Queen Mother of the West, adorned in imperial attire, emerged gracefully from the rift in time and space, accompanied by her trusted confidant, the female quasi-saint. Upon witnessing the presence of these formidable beings, Dongmei's expression grew solemn, and with a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance, she respectfully greeted the Queen Mother and the Xiannu. "I, Dongmei, humbly pay my respects to your Majesty and to the esteemed elder Xiannu." Observing the little handmaiden, whose merits and fortunes were abundant, and whose blessings were profound, the Queen Mother of the West felt a twinge of emotion. This young attendant's accumulation of virtue, luck, and favor far surpassed that of the vast majority of practitioners from the primordial chaos. If she were not to meet an untimely demise, she could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The accomplishments of the Taoist Fu Guang were indeed remarkable. Not only had he reaped extraordinary benefits for himself, but even those who served at his side were graced with such remarkable fates. Upon reflection, the Queen Mother could not help but contrast this with her previous admiration for the once respected Emperor Dong Wang of the Celestial Court. Realizing how vastly inferior he was in comparison, the two were not even in the same league. "Young friend, there is no need for excessive formalities," the Queen Mother of the West said, her demeanor devoid of arrogance, exuding warmth and kindness, with a gentle smile gracing her features. I, along with Xian Nu, have come to humbly intrude upon Taoist Fuguang. May we request an introduction? Meanwhile, witnessing the Queen Mother, a quasi-saint of consummate power, lowering herself in such a manner, Xian Nu could not help but sigh inwardly. Times have changed. Now, their former glory has faded, and they find themselves ensnared in a calamity beyond their control. In facing the attendant of Taoist Fuguang, they must adopt a respectful attitude and treat her with due courtesy. The contrast from their past to the present was indeed striking, leaving Xian Nu somewhat dazed within her own thoughts. Chapter 113, The Apex of All. The heart of power, neither the Queen Mother of the West nor the Xian Nu assumed an air of superiority. However, Dong Mei dared not overestimate her own importance. The deference shown to her by these two formidable beings was merely a reflection of their respect for her master. Should she take it to heart, it would only serve to embarrass her lord. The four flower fairies who accompanied her were acutely aware that their favorable treatment by these renowned powers stemmed solely from their master's formidable strength, not from any merit of their own. To put it frankly, as mere attendants who had only reached the perfected state of Tai, they had yet to even touch the threshold to meet such illustrious figures. Who would dare to wield the authority of a tiger? With a respectful demeanor, Dong Mei approached the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu, bowing gracefully. Esteemed Queen Mother, revered Xian Nu, she began, her tone filled with respect. My master is hosting a banquet for friends and family in the palace today and is aware of your esteemed arrival. I have been tasked with awaiting you here. Please, allow me to escort you inside. As she spoke, Dong Mei stepped aside and gestured invitingly. Esteemed Queen Mother, revered Xian Nu, this way, please. Observing her understanding of hierarchy and etiquette, as well as her poised demeanor, both the Queen Mother of the West and the Xian Nu felt considerably more at ease. Were it not for the circumstances that compelled them, they would not have wished to bow so low. Fortunately, this little maidservant, as a disciple of the Grand Master of Literary Tao, indeed instilled a sense of comfort within them. Please lead the way, the Queen Mother thought to herself, her thoughts swiftly gathering like a cloud, her expression remaining gentle. Before long, under Dong Mei's guidance, the Queen Mother and the Xian Nu entered the Solar Star, arriving at the grand entrance of the Golden Crow Palace. Upon their arrival, they found Fu Guang standing at the entrance, awaiting their presence. Instantly, both the Queen Mother and the Xian Nu felt the weight of Fu Guang's regard for them, lifting their spirits considerably. Before Fu Guang could utter a greeting, the Queen Mother, from a distance, saluted him, saying, I am the Queen Mother of the Western Court, visiting uninvited. I humbly seek your pardon for my audacity. Upon hearing her words, Fu Guang's golden eyes flickered slightly before a smile graced his face. He raised his hand in return, saying, Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? You honor me with your words. Following the Queen Mother, the Xian Nu also bowed respectfully to Fu Guang, proclaiming, I am the Xian Nu of the Western Court. Greetings to you, Fu Guang. Casting a glance at the Xian Nu, Fu Guang observed that before him, all her secrets were laid bare. She had already reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level, approaching the later stage, though she likely had few opportunities left for further advancement. The burden of karmic destiny that Xian Nu carries is exceedingly profound. If she is unable to cleanse it through the virtues of the heavenly Tao, her cultivation will be severely hindered by the weight of this karma, with a considerable possibility of perishing during this cataclysmic event. Of course, Xian Nu's predicament is not solely hers. It also reflects the challenges faced by the remaining deities of the celestial court. Even the esteemed Queen Mother of the West, despite her immense cultivation, finds it increasingly difficult to endure. Moreover, she has delved too deeply into the tribulations and under the entanglement of cause and effect. The great Tao has stagnated. The path ahead has nearly been sealed off. Upon glancing over, Fu Guang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, then gestured with his hand. Esteemed friends, you are the final guests of my humble gathering. Please, enter. In response, the Queen Mother of the West gently inclined her head. As the host wishes, please. Lead the way. Fu Guang, not one to be overly modest or deferential, stepped forward confidently, engaging in lively conversation with the Queen Mother and Xian Nu as they entered the grand hall. Inside the banquet hall, several celestial tables were arranged in a circular formation, devoid of hierarchy or distinction, save for a relatively prominent seat left vacant between the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi. Previously, Fu Shi Nuwa, and others such as Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi had already convened, fostering a pleasant rapport among themselves. Thus, even in the absence of Fu Guang, the atmosphere remained congenial. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. Everyone turned to the entrance, and upon seeing Fu Guang accompanied by the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, they were momentarily taken aback. They were aware that Fu Guang had more guests to arrive, yet they could hardly fathom that it would be these two formidable figures from the celestial court of Yur. After the initial shock and surprise, they quickly regained their composure, rising from their seats. Except for Shi He and Chang Shi, who had already assumed a role akin to that of co-hosts, the others bowed respectfully to Fu Guang, their faces adorned with smiles. After returning their greetings, Fu Guang raised a hand to signal for everyone to take their seats. "Esteemed friends, you are too kind. There is no need for such formalities. Please, be seated." As he spoke, Fu Guang made his way to the space between the two sisters, occupying the seat designated for him. Once Fu Guang settled in, the rest of the attendees resumed their places at the table. Following their arrival, an exchange of pleasantries. The Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu also took their seats. However, as they settled in, the Queen Mother discreetly surveyed the expressions and attitudes of those present. Although subtle, it was unmistakable that, including Nu Hua, everyone was instinctively regarding Fu Guang as the central figure, not merely because he is the master of the Sun Star Golden Crow Palace. Instead, Fu Guang is regarded as the focal point of the gathering, subtly embodying a leadership role. Among those who exemplify this notion, the most conspicuous is undoubtedly Fu Shi, alongside the unfamiliar visage of a divine figure seated at a table nearby. Upon realizing this, the Queen Mother of the West felt a profound sense of reassurance. Indeed, just as she had anticipated, despite Fu Guang's physical absence from the solar star, his heart harbored grand ambitions of dominance over the primordial realm. Years ago, within the Zixiao Palace, the sage's initial gaze upon Fu Guang was far from arbitrary. It is likely that the sage's decision to bypass Fu Guang as the foremost male immortal in favor of the Eastern King was, in itself, a strategic maneuver. The intention was to position the Eastern King as a pawn, guiding the true protagonist of the calamity, Fu Guang, and serving as his vanguard. Reflecting on this, she lamented that she should never have entered the vast whirlpool of the celestial court, allowing the Eastern King to drag her into the depths, thereby becoming a stepping stone for Fu Guang in his quest. In that moment, resentment bubbled within the Queen Mother, directed at all involved. Yet, she was no fool and refrained from exhibiting her discontent. On the surface, she maintained a demeanor of cordiality, engaging in conversation, sharing toasts, and exchanging light-hearted tales. Naturally, with both the Queen Mother and Xian Nu present, none dared to broach the currently sensitive topics of the ancestral witches and the witch clan, nor the increasingly urgent circumstances across the 4 seas and 8 desolates. Soon, after 3 rounds of wine, Fu Guang, seated in the esteemed position, directly addressed the assembly. "Today is indeed a splendid day, and I am truly honored that all of you, my esteemed friends, have converged upon my humble abode, the Golden Crow Palace." After a brief pause, before anyone could offer their compliments, Fu Guang shifted the conversation. "However, my dear friends, I trust you did not come merely for my modest offerings of pastries, spiritual fruits, and celestial brews. If there is a matter at hand, please do not hesitate to speak. Should I be able to assist in any way, I shall certainly not decline. First, let us engage in courtesy, and once I have aided you with a small favor, you may then assist me with the matter of my heavenly marriage, traversing the realms on my behalf without hesitation." Chapter 114, Nuwa, after achieving sanctity, reclaiming everything. Hong Yun, I have offered my assistance. Once a word is spoken, it is as if the door has been opened to the truth. Following the conclusion of Fu Guang's declaration, his golden eyes shifted directly towards Fu Shi and Bei's. Under the gaze of Fu Guang, both Fu Shi and Bei's straightened their expressions. For no apparent reason, Fu Shi felt a flicker of tension arise within him, and he spoke earnestly. "Without concealing anything from my esteemed friend, I have come to disturb your peace for 2 reasons. Firstly, to extend my congratulations to you on the successful establishment of the protective array. Your path to the Great Way is now within reach." "Congratulations." The others, aside from Shiha and Changshi, also chimed in with their congratulations to Fu Guang. Although they were unaware of the vastness of the heavenly merits required to attain enlightenment, They recognized that with the immense heavenly merits Fu Guang had garnered, even if he could not succeed in his enlightenment, he would still ascend to a height that all beings would look up to. "You are all too kind," Fu Guang replied with a serene smile. His response, while appreciative of Fu Shi's congratulations, also subtly inquired about the possibility of his own enlightenment. Without providing a definitive affirmation or denial, Fu Shi, who had not expected a clear answer, remained unfazed. He continued, "Secondly, I seek a new sanctuary, or perhaps a temporary dwelling." Upon hearing this, Nuwa, who typically spoke little, furrowed her brows, her expression marred by evident displeasure. Noticing her subtle reaction, Fu Guang speculated but chose not to interrupt Fu Shi. The warmth on his face gradually faded. Fu Shi, harboring a flicker of anger, continued, "To be candid, in recent times, the Witch clan, which originated from Mount Buzhou, has been growing increasingly powerful, with a burgeoning population. The smaller tribes within the larger clans are continuously fracturing, and they are encroaching upon the territory of Mount Buzhou at an alarming rate. Now, they are drawing ever closer to the vicinity of my sister and my sanctuary, and their hunting grounds are perilously near to Fengqi Mountain. I fear that it won't be long before Fengqi Mountain knows no peace." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. The sanctuary of Fu Shi and Nuwa was part of the endless mountain range extending from Mount Buzhou, not far from the Witch clan's stronghold. Given the Witch clan's rapid expansion and increasing population, their need for territory was entirely natural. "I see," Fu Guang remarked with a hint of amusement. "But do you two siblings intend to simply abandon your sanctuary and retreat from Fengqi Mountain without a fight against that ancestral witch and the Witch clan?" Fu Guang's gaze shifted towards the somewhat pallid Nuwa, and he remarked meaningfully, "As a disciple of the saint, dear friend Nuwa, you should harbor no fear of the ancestral witches and the Witch tribe." Suddenly, he pointed at her, causing Nuwa to pause in surprise. Her delicate brows knitted slightly as she replied, "Though that may be true, the ancestral witches and their tribe are indeed among the principal actors in this impending calamity. I would be no match for the combined forces of the ancestral witches, not to mention my elder brother and Baizhe, as well as Shangyang. The outcome would be the same. My master, embodying the heavenly Tao, would likely not intervene for such trivial matters. Thus, rather than remaining on Phoenix Nest Mountain and entangling myself in the karma of these Calamity's main players, it would be wiser to seek a tranquil place. Once I thoroughly comprehend and refine the primordial purple energy, achieving the status of a saint, I shall reclaim today as humiliation." In her captivating eyes, a flicker of fire and determination shone forth. Clearly, being compelled to forsake the sacred ground she had possessed since gaining sentience ignited a profound frustration within her. After attaining sainthood, she was resolute in reclaiming her dignity from the ancestral witches and the Witch tribe. "Is that so?" Fu Guang nodded slightly, tinged with regret, and said with a smile, "I wish you, dear Nuwa, a swift path to sainthood. It is a pity, had you chosen to confront them head-on, you might have brought down the harmonious saints and shaken those barbaric ancestral witches and their tribe. Yet, since Nuwa chose not to confront them directly, Fu Guang refrained from further comment. Changing the subject, a contemplative expression crossed Fu Guang's face. As for the friends who wish to find a safe haven for the beings of Phoenix Nest Mountain, it may not be as simple as it seems. We shall discuss this matter further in due time. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Fu Shi nodded, "Very well. Aside from that, there is nothing else for this visit to you, dear Fu Guang." In response, Fu Guang nodded and then shifted his gaze towards the duo of Hong Yun and the honest man, Zhen Yuanzi. Upon meeting Fu Guang's gaze, the honest man, Zhen Yuanzi, clasped his hands and said, "I have come to congratulate you, my friend, and to accompany Brother Hong Yun." Understanding his intent, Fu Guang realized that Zhen Yuanzi's purpose was to safeguard his partner, Hong Yun, to prevent him from being besieged without any assistance. After taking a sip of the fire mulberry immortal brew, Hong Yun spoke with a hint of helplessness. "I must confess, my journey here is driven by a pressing turmoil stemming from my closed-door meditation at Wuzhuang Temple, where I have become increasingly restless and unable to achieve a state of tranquility. I have come to seek a release." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Seeking release? Could it be that Hong Yun was asking for Fu Guang to eliminate him? This thought flickered through their minds, but was swiftly dismissed. Surely, what Hong Yun referred to as release pertained to something else entirely. Before anyone could inquire further, Hong Yun, seemingly resigned to his fate, began to lament. Dear friends, I must be candid. Ever since I acquired the primordial purple energy, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to refining this foundation for sanctification. However, after the passage of such a long time, not only have I failed to refine even the slightest essence, but my understanding remains utterly elusive, and my path to enlightenment has stagnated, leaving me unable to advance even a single step forward. He continued, his tone filled with emotion. I find myself reflecting on the past, when I relinquished my position in the Zixiao Palace. Perhaps it was because I was never destined for the fruit of a sage. Thus, even when later blessed by the sage's compassion with this foundation for sanctification, I remain unable to refine it in the slightest. As he spoke, Hong Yun raised his hand and retrieved the primordial purple energy, the foundation for sanctification he had obtained years ago from his spiritual platform. He declared, if it is truly the case that I am fated to be disconnected from the sage's fruit, then keeping this foundation in my possession only serves to increase my troubles. It would be far better to bestow this foundation upon someone who truly needs it. As his words lingered in the air, the crowd gradually began to comprehend Hong Yun's intentions and the nature of his desired release. With astonished gazes, they watched as Hong Yun generously pushed the primordial purple energy towards Fu Guang, who occupied the principal seat. With a hum, the primordial purple energy was presented before Fu Guang. Hong Yun spoke again. My dear friend, your merits are boundless, and your great benevolence is evident. Having established the protective formation, your path to enlightenment is surely just around the corner. Therefore, this primordial purple energy rightfully belongs to you. Indeed, he truly offered it. At that moment, all present were left in a state of profound astonishment, gazing at the sincere and magnanimous Hong Yun, who was renowned among many cultivators as a paragon of kindness. What a worthy friend he was. He had genuinely given away the foundation for sanctification. Chapter 115. The Path of Enlightenment for the Humble Priest. Though Fu Guang had a general inkling that Hong Yun sought a particular form of liberation from him, he was momentarily taken aback when Hong Yun generously presented the primordial purple energy meant for him. Such magnanimity was indeed astonishing. One must understand that given Fu Guang's prudent disposition, even he would have chosen to take a daring risk and traverse the tribulations upon acquiring such primordial energy. Yet, here was Hong Yun, who could so readily relinquish this precious energy and even offer it to him. It must be said that this kind-hearted, perhaps overly benevolent, Hong Yun is truly an admirable choice for a friend. However, the matter of this primordial purple energy entailed immense karmic ramifications. According to some unreliable fragments of memory, there were claims that this very energy would be utilized by Hong Yun to assist the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in achieving enlightenment during the forthcoming era of human prosperity following the tribulations. Others suggested that it was a karmic consequence imposed by the sages to punish Hong Yun for relinquishing his position. In short, this primordial purple energy was akin to a hot potato. Not only did Fu Guang already possess it, but even if he did not, he would still refuse it. All eyes turned to Fu Guang. Aside from the generous Hong Yun and the knowledgeable Zhen Yuanzi, who understood his intentions, the breaths of the others grew slightly heavier. Each of them regarded Fu Guang with the conviction that he could not possibly decline this primordial purple energy. With the addition of the vast merits he had previously amassed, it was conceivable that Fu Guang might attain sainthood today. If that were to happen, the heavens of the wild would surely undergo a transformation once more. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, Fu Guang raised a hand and gently pushed the primordial purple energy back towards Hong Yun. This action left everyone in attendance momentarily stunned. Was he truly rejecting such an offer? The mere act of Hong Yun generously extending the primordial purple energy had already rendered the onlookers incredulous, and Fu Guang's refusal only deepened their astonishment, leaving them at a loss for words. Disregarding the reactions of those around him, Fu Guang calmly took a sip of wine and said, "Thank you, my friend, for your kind gesture. However, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Therefore, I kindly ask you to reclaim this primordial purple energy. As we are dear friends, how could I accept the foundation of your enlightenment?" Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, and their gazes towards Fu Guang were filled with disbelief, yet tinged with understanding. At that moment, they perceived that the esteemed Taoist Fu Guang radiated an aura of integrity, righteousness, and profound virtue. Indeed, he exemplified the celestial merits that could not be concealed. Such character and disposition naturally attracted continuous fortuitous encounters and substantial accolades of celestial virtue. It was truly his rightful due. Seated beside Fu Guang, Shihe, though silent, gazed upon him with eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. Faced with the temptation of attaining sainthood, Fu Guang remained steadfast in his convictions, upholding his noble character. Such a companion is indeed a worthy match. Even the usually unperturbed Changxi felt a sense of honor in his presence. Bai Zhe, resolute in his decision to support Fu Guang in his grand ambitions, clearly displayed his respect without reservation. A person of such lofty integrity truly deserves to be a noble leader. Upon witnessing Fu Guang's refusal of the Hongmeng purple qi he had offered, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of confusion. Ah. If you were to receive this Hongmeng purple qi, one might expect you to attain sainthood within a couple of epochs. Are you truly certain you do not want it? With a smile, Fu Guang shook his head, a confident glow illuminating his visage. Without your Hongmeng purple qi, I can still attain the Tao. His tone was resolute, his demeanor composed, as if the attainment of the Tao were a mere matter of casual effort. Indeed, Taoist Fu Guang exuded remarkable confidence. Nearby Nuwa, who also possessed a fragment of the Hongmeng purple qi, watched Fu Guang speak of his aspirations with a subtle tightening of her lips, contemplating a rebuttal. If achieving sainthood were so simple, why, as a disciple of the illustrious saint, had she faced such prolonged challenges without a glimmer of progress? Yet, reflecting upon Fu Guang's continuous accumulation of celestial merits, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Who knows? Perhaps he might indeed achieve the Tao sooner than expected. Taoist, you possess great audacity, Hong Yun remarked with a sigh, subsequently retracting the Hongmeng purple qi back into his spiritual abode. He was willing to bestow it upon his dear friend Fu Guang, as well as his companion Xinyuanzi, having once contended with numerous formidable foes. However, for others, even those with whom he shared amiable conversations, like Taoist Fuxi, he was less inclined to offer. As Hong Yun reclaimed the Hongmeng purple qi, the onlookers expressed their disappointment, having anticipated that he might generously offer it once more. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Their bond with Hong Yun was not profound enough for such generosity to be expected. Fu Guang, after all, was a unique case. Fu Guang began. The affairs of the world are merely a balance of choices. Since you have already realized that contemplating in isolation and refining the primordial purple energy yields nothing, it would be wise to temporarily set aside your pursuit of this energy and focus on cultivating your own path. Who knows? One day you might attain enlightenment and effortlessly ascend to a sacred position. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. After a brief pause, Fu Guang continued with a smile. If you truly wish to part with this primordial purple energy, consider withdrawing it in a fitting setting, allowing the foundation for sanctity to be re-evaluated. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun gently nodded. Your words hold merit. However, since I have chosen to relinquish the primordial purple energy, I have already severed my ties with it and released it from my heart. In due time, I shall invite numerous fellow practitioners to allow this primordial purple energy to seek a new master. At Hong Yun's thoughts, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. There is no need for such complications. Soon, I shall be marrying Shihe and Changxi, and I will host a grand banquet for the myriad immortals of the Hong Huang. This presents an excellent opportunity. What do you think? Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the gathered crowd exchanged surprised glances towards Fu Guang, Shihe, and Changxi. While they were taken aback, it also seemed quite natural. After all, who could deny the close bond between the radiant sun god Fu Guang and the moon goddesses Shihe and Changxi? Their union as partners was a well-known truth among the many practitioners of the Hong Huang. Fu Guang's previous acquisitions of heavenly virtues, accompanied by Shihe and Changxi, had already hinted at this. Now, it was merely an official announcement to all. Chapter 116. Oh, the way of heaven. In the face of the astonished gazes of those around her, Shihe wore a graceful and dignified smile, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Beside her, Changxi remained unchanged, devoid of any emotional response, as usual. Upon witnessing the reactions of the two lunar goddesses, it became clear to the onlookers that the three of them had likely conspired long before this moment. Seated at the head of the table, Fu Guang spoke once more. Now that we have reached this point in our discussion, I must earnestly request the assistance of my esteemed companions." With the mention of the celestial marriage, Fu Guang smoothly continued down this path. Upon hearing Fu Guang's request, both Fuxi and Bai Zhe, as well as Hong Yun and Zhun Yuanzi, straightened their expressions and bowed in unison. "We are eager to know what assistance you require from us. Please, do elucidate, and we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly to your cause." Among these four, two sought to join Fu Guang in grand endeavors, while the other two felt indebted to him, and their relationships were indeed well established. Thus, they were resolute in their commitment to fulfill Fu Guang's request. Meanwhile, the West Queen Mother and Xian Nu, who had little opportunity to interject, regarded Fu Guang with curious eyes. The only one reluctant to offer her aid was Nu Hua, who wished to find a temporary sanctuary sooner rather than later to enter seclusion, refining and comprehending the primordial purple energy, aspiring to attain enlightenment and reclaim her rightful place from the ancestral shaman and the shamanic clan. However, at this moment, she certainly would not tarnish Fu Guang's reputation. "The matter I wish to entrust to all of you is not overly complicated, yet it is exceedingly intricate," Fu Guang remarked casually after savoring a sip of divine brew. "However, should it be successfully accomplished, every participant will be rewarded with some measure of celestial merit." With a flourish, he added, "Though it may not be substantial. I trust that none of you will disdain celestial merit, will you?" Upon hearing these words, even Nu Hua, who had initially been indifferent, as well as the West Queen Mother and Xian Nu, who had no intention of engaging, suddenly adopted serious expressions, their gazes intensely fixed upon Fu Guang. Especially for the West Queen Mother and Xian Nu, they would never turn down an opportunity to acquire celestial merit. Burdened by the karmic ties accumulated from the former celestial court, the residual celestial beings were shackled as if by the very laws of the cosmos. Their cultivation and path were stymied, often leaving them restless and unable to find tranquility. Thus, even a modicum of celestial merit could alleviate their burdens. At this moment, the two individuals no longer wished to evade the arrangements made by Fu Guang. Instead, they sought to actively participate. As for Fuxi and Hong Yun, they were momentarily taken aback, but did not dwell on it too much. After all, without the merits of the heavenly Tao, they were still committed to assisting Fu Guang with utmost diligence. I proceeded to outline the advantages of our endeavor to galvanize everyone's enthusiasm. Fu Guang smiled and addressed Fuxi and his young companion, Bai Zhe, stating, "You two, being adept in the profound art of innate divination, I kindly request that you calculate a propitious date for me. In the course of our planning, we require an auspicious time for both the betrothal and the wedding. As one of the principal figures, it is not prudent for me to intervene directly, thus I must entrust this task to you. Moreover, I need you to journey to the primordial chaos to procure for me vital items for this undertaking, such as the spirit root and the Lianli branch, as well as the spirit beast, the bi-winged bird." Soon, Fu Guang detailed all the necessary items for the celestial marriage and the tasks he required Fuxi and Bai Zhe to undertake. After committing these arrangements to memory, Fuxi and Bai Zhe exchanged a glance and both rose to their feet, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect towards Fu Guang, saying, "Understood." This display momentarily stunned Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzai, as well as Zhuangmu and Zuan, who were observing. Was such formal reverence truly necessary? This did not resemble the customary etiquette of peers soliciting favors from one another. It felt more akin to a command from a superior to their subordinates, with the latter acquiescing. Witnessing this, Nu Hua's lips twitched slightly as she turned away, unable to bear the sight of her elder brother's submission. Although she had been aware of this dynamic, it remained difficult for her to accept. Simultaneously, Zhuangmu and Zuan exchanged discreet glances, each perceiving a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes. They had anticipated that Fu Guang, as the central figure of this calamity, would be surrounded by formidable allies. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sight of the illustrious Fuxi, the elder brother of Nu Hua, a disciple of the saints, adopting such a stance of fealty toward Fu Guang. This revelation was indeed quite shocking. It is worth noting that during the zenith of the celestial court, the late celestial sovereign, Dong Wanggong, had made numerous attempts to entice Fuxi from seclusion to join the celestial court, yet to no avail. Yet now, Fuxi willingly demonstrated the deference of a subordinate to Fu Guang, bowing his head in acceptance of his orders. The disparity between their statuses was indeed considerable. On the other side, Hong Yun and Xinyuanzai exchanged glances, questioning the necessity of such solemnity. It seemed that matters were far more complex than they appeared. The question remained, given Fuxi and Baizei's demeanor, should they, too, adopt a similar attitude in accepting Fu Guang's arrangements? In that fleeting moment, both Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu pondered extensively, yet they could not arrive at a conclusion. Upon witnessing the actions of Fuxi and Baize, Fu Guang felt a tinge of surprise, though it did not overly astonish him. He did not decline the respectful gesture presented by Fuxi. Having resolved to embark on a journey through the calamity, he was naturally at ease with Fuxi's actions. Casually raising his hand, he gestured towards the two, expressing his gratitude. "You have worked hard. Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Fuxi and Baize offered their respects once more before resuming their seats. Turning his gaze, Fu Guang addressed Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu, saying, "Esteemed friends, I beseech you to undertake a journey to the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans on my behalf. On the day of my great joy, I wish to have the 9 dragons bear my sedan, accompanied by a multitude of phoenixes, with the Qilin presenting auspicious signs. Moreover, I request Hong Yun to utilize his divine powers to conjure a path of joyous clouds, extending from the Sun Star to the Yin Star. You may inform the 3 primordial clans that should this endeavor succeed, they too shall reap the merits of the heavenly Tao, and perhaps an endless stream of fortuitous connections shall descend upon them." Upon hearing the task assigned to them, Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu, who had initially hesitated about rising to honor Fu Guang as Fuxi and Baize had done, found themselves instinctively and simultaneously standing from their seats. Adopting the same solemnity as Fuxi and Baize, they bowed deeply to Fu Guang, accepting their commission, "As you wish." In that moment, not only the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, but also the quietly seated Nuwa widened their eyes, directing their attention towards Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu. Nuwa was perplexed, wondering when Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu had allied themselves with Fu Guang. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, witnessing 2 renowned masters bowing in deference, were profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, their eyes discreetly turned towards Nuwa, questioning whether Fu Guang was indeed a follower of hers. Oh, the wonders of the heavenly Tao! Is this truly the caliber of the protagonists amidst the calamity? It is utterly terrifying. Chapter 117. Behold the sun wheel as one would gaze upon a sage. Observing the actions of Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu, Fu Guang felt a sense of surprise. Yet, just as he calmly accepted the homage from Fuxi and acknowledged his own commission, he equally embraced the respectful gestures from Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu. With a gentle smile and a nod, Fu Guang gestured for the two to take their seats, saying, "Thank you for your efforts. Please, have a seat." Both Hong Yun and Xinyuanzu, momentarily taken aback by their own actions, expressed their gratitude to Fu Guang before sitting down. They were astonished by their own instinctive behavior of standing and bowing deeply to Fu Guang, feeling no displeasure, but rather a sense of approval in their actions. How peculiar indeed. Jin Tong cast a glance at Hong Yun. Fu Guang pondered for a brief moment, then with a casual wave of his hand, the exquisite innate merit treasure, the sun wheel, symbolizing his status as a solar deity, appeared in his palm. He casually presented it before Hong Yun. When Hong Yun turned his puzzled gaze towards him, Fu Guang smiled and said, "Since you are assisting me, it is only natural that I ensure your safety as you traverse the vast realms. For the duration of your service, you may borrow the sun wheel for protection. Should you encounter any obstructions or threats, you may invoke the sun wheel, and I shall bear the consequences on your behalf. To see the sun wheel is to see me." At the same time, Fu Guang glanced at Fuxi and Baizei, addressing all 4 of them. "This joyous occasion is of utmost significance to me, as well as to Shiha and Chanxi. Should you encounter any unreasonable obstacles, do not feel compelled to endure. Simply take note and inform me upon your return to the Jinwu Palace. I shall personally confront these individuals, and I am confident that, under my reasoning, you shall receive the necessary accommodations." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Fuxi, Baizei, Hong Yun, and Xinyuanzu all wore smiles, expressing their agreement. Subsequently, Hong Yun bowed once more to Fu Guang, saying, "Thank you for your generous provision of protection." Without hesitation, he accepted the sun wheel that Fu Guang temporarily lent him. This old fellow was acutely aware of his diminished strength compared to the grand practitioners of his past, and recognized the precariousness of his current situation. Thus, to refuse such an offer would be a neglect of his own well-being. After arranging matters with Fuxi and the others, Fu Guang's gaze shifted to Zhuangmu and Zuan. After a brief contemplation, he continued. He spoke candidly, stating, Taoist Queen Mother of the West, esteemed as the sovereign of the celestial court and the foremost among female immortals, and Taoist Xiannu, who is the emperor of the celestial court, I find it inappropriate to trouble you both with my personal matters at this juncture. Once everything is settled, I shall send someone to personally deliver an invitation to the celestial beings, and I hope you will honor us with your presence then. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, both the Queen Mother and Xiannu were momentarily taken aback. Were they to be entirely excluded from this matter of merit? Realizing this, disappointment flooded their hearts. They had initially intended to partake in Fu Guang's scheme, hoping to accrue some celestial merit to alleviate their own karmic burdens. To their utter astonishment, Fu Guang had not included them in his plans, and the rationale he provided was indeed irrefutable for both the Queen Mother and Xiannu. Thus, despite their profound regret, they were compelled to maintain gracious smiles, acknowledging Fu Guang's arrangements. They responded in unison, We shall certainly attend. Xiannu echoed, We will definitely come to congratulate you. Fu Guang was acutely aware of the regret harbored by the Queen Mother and Xiannu, yet he had no intention of altering his plans. These two women had failed to recognize their own positions from the outset. The Queen Mother of the West? Xiannu of the Celestial Court? The former bastion of the Celestial Court had been obliterated by the ancestral, which Emperor Jiang, in a single blow. Now, it merely survived on borrowed time. Without his intervention, the Queen Mother and her cohorts would inevitably meet their demise. When he had invited them as guests, Fu Guang had anticipated that the Queen Mother would exhibit wisdom and insight upon her arrival. Thus, he even stood at the grand entrance of the Jinwu Palace to greet them. However, she immediately positioned herself in the role of the sovereign of the Celestial Court, suggesting a desire to persuade him to support the Celestial Court's resurgence. Such presumption was foolish. She could not even comprehend the current state of affairs or her own standing. In light of this, Fu Guang had lost all interest in the objectives behind the Queen Mother's visit. Allowing them to enter as guests was already a testament to his generosity. To seek benefits from him was beyond the qualification of the Queen Mother and Xiannu, especially as they still identified themselves with the Celestial Court. Fu Guang paid no heed to the regret and thoughts lingering in their hearts. At last, Fu Guang's gaze turned toward Nuwa, stating, In this scheme, dear Nuwa, your involvement is of paramount importance. Thus, I earnestly extend an invitation for you to partake in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Nuwa, who had been patiently awaiting, revealed a gentle smile and responded to Fu Guang. Since it is you who has made the request, I shall certainly not decline. Pray, enlighten me on what is required of me, and I assure you I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the task. Indeed, she would give her utmost. For who would refuse the opportunity to acquire the merits of the heavenly Tao? Fu Guang, unfazed by Nuwa's transition from indifference to fervent enthusiasm, recognized the shift. Ever since she became a disciple of the sage and attained the foundation for sanctity, the awareness of her destined ascension to sainthood had led both the three pure ones and Nuwa herself, as well as the named disciples of the sages, Jane and Zhuanti, to experience varying degrees of inflation in their egos. This was entirely natural, a common human sentiment. To become a saint of the heavenly Tao is to stand above all beings. In other words, although many formidable entities may currently refer to the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jane, and Zhuanti as fellow Taoists, once they attain sainthood, none shall address one another as such, save for their own kind, who would not honor them with the title of Saint Master. Thus, it is only fitting that they embrace a sense of pride. To be otherwise would seem rather peculiar. At this moment, there is no need to concern oneself with Nuwa's demeanor. Once she achieves enlightenment and faces the relentless schemes of the heavenly saints, even Jane and Zhuanti, her fellow named disciples, pressuring her and addressing her as junior sister, she will inevitably become more compliant. Chapter 118. The torn Nuwa gazing upon Nuwa. Fu Guang wasted no time in getting to the point. Dear friend Nuwa, in your possession lies the sacred marriage treasure, the red embroidery ball, bestowed by the sages. In the realm of marital affairs, there exists a triad of unions, heaven, earth, and humanity. Those who witness this triad, including the principal officiant holding the red embroidery ball, and those who contribute to the union, shall be rewarded with the merits of the celestial order. My plan revolves around this heavenly marriage." Upon hearing Fugue's elucidation, the gathered crowd was momentarily taken aback, only to soon display expressions of enlightened understanding, especially Nuwa. In that instant, the red embroidery ball within her resonated softly, revealing the intricate details of the triadic unions, aligning perfectly with Fugue's words. Realizing this, a look of delight and surprise spread across Nuwa's visage. She then clasped her hands in gratitude towards Fugue, exclaiming, "Thank you for illuminating my path." Although the celestial merits of witnessing the triadic unions may not yet rival the substantial legacy Fugue has established through time, it certainly would not be less than the benefits derived from his creation of written language. More significantly, upon achieving the triadic union, Nuwa would inevitably master the path of marital destiny, gathering a wealth of auspicious fortune. This fortune would not be fleeting. In the future, every sentient being, including cultivators, who unite in love would contribute to the path of marital destiny, incrementally enhancing the collective fortune. Nuwa envisioned a considerable accumulation of such fortune ahead. With this realization, her excitement was palpable, and she couldn't help but glance at the gentle smile of Fugue. Indeed, it is a blessing to forge a friendship with Fugue. Should he possess merits, opportunities, or benefits, he will surely share them and uplift those around him. Moreover, the affairs surrounding the celestial marriage were beyond the influence of her brothers, Beis, Hongyun, and Xinyuanzi. Given Fugue's own capabilities, preparing for the celestial marriage would not require excessive time. Consequently, the celestial merits he could accrue would only multiply, making it implausible for him to share them with others. Yet, Fugue still chose to involve everyone in this endeavor. What does this signify? It is the sharing of celestial merits during the preparatory phase. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, who would resent the abundance of celestial merits they could attain? Who would be so generous as to bestow celestial merits upon others? After much contemplation, there was only one answer. The noble-hearted and magnanimous Fugue, a true friend of unwavering loyalty. He is indeed exceptionally kind. To return to the main topic, Fuguang graciously accepted Nuwa's gratitude. Simultaneously, he reminded her, "I have already meticulously considered all the details regarding the matter of the 3 weddings. However, there remains one issue." At this moment, Nuwa, aware that this matter was intrinsically linked to her own fortune, became serious. Hearing Fuguang's words, she hastily inquired, "What is the issue? Is it beyond your ability to resolve?" Shaking his head, Fuguang's gaze turned towards Nuwa. "This issue does not lie with me, nor with my esteemed companions, nor within the arranged details. It rests with you, Nuwa." Taken aback by his words, Nuwa's face displayed a look of confusion. "With me? Why do you say so? I implore you to enlighten me." With a sigh, Fuguang wore a trace of melancholy. He spoke, "Nuwa, as well as all who are involved in the 3 weddings, particularly this heavenly union, there are certain requirements regarding the strength and status of both parties involved. Therefore, it is reasonable to expect similar standards for the principal officiant." With that statement, Fuguang did not elaborate further, allowing Nuwa to save face. However, the astute individuals present understood his implication clearly. As the officiants, Fuguang and the sisters Shiha and Changshi possessed adequate strength and status, while Nuwa, who held the red embroidered ball and bore the responsibility of the principal officiant, fell somewhat short in comparison. Currently, Nuwa could still be considered a formidable deity, a quasi-saint in the late stage of slaying 2 corpses. To be candid, she was considerably stronger than the likes of Hongyun, who also possessed the primordial purple energy, placing her among the elite tier of powerful beings in the prehistoric realm. Yet, it all depended on the comparison. Not to mention Fuguang, who bore the title of the foremost beneath the saints, even Shiha, Changshi, and the fully realized Queen Mother of the West, who had also slain 2 corpses, surpassed Nuwa in strength at present. Thus, within the ranks of the top innate deities, Nuwa's current power was indeed lacking. Upon grasping Fuguang's meaning, a silence enveloped the crowd. No one was oblivious to the implications and turned their gaze towards Nuwa. The strength of a saint's disciple appeared somewhat insignificant in the presence of Fuguang. This was undoubtedly a matter of great embarrassment. However, as friends, they chose not to let Nuwa suffer unduly, so they remained silent. Nuwa's expression, too, was somewhat grim. As a proud innate deity, especially after becoming the disciple of a saint and acquiring the foundation for sanctification, Her pride had only intensified with the knowledge of her destined ascent to sainthood. In the present moment, Fu Guang directly pointed out that her abilities were lacking, somewhat shattering Nuwa's long-standing facade of pride. This compelled her to confront the stark reality of her significant shortcomings. After a period of silence, Nuwa swiftly composed herself, regaining her usual demeanor, and spoke, "I understand. However, does this not risk delaying the fortunate endeavors of my three companions?" While speaking, she cast a contemplative glance at Fu Guang, her beautiful eyes reflecting a shade of introspection. Upon hearing this eloquent retort, Fu Guang smiled, exhibiting a contrast between low and high emotional intelligence. "Though my strength is insufficient, I have no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. You must devise a solution." With poise, Fu Guang continued, "Since I have raised this issue, I naturally possess a means to resolve it." At these words, a knowing expression adorned Nuwa's face. Indeed, since he had brought up the matter, he must surely have a plan to address it. After all, he was the one who followed her elder brother, aiming to achieve great ambitions, and it was inconceivable that he would act without careful consideration. Curious to learn more, Nuwa's face brightened with anticipation as her gaze fixated on Fu Guang. In that moment, having had her inflated pride punctured, she began to view Fu Guang with a more balanced perspective. She suddenly comprehended why her brother and others seemed enchanted by Fu Guang, holding him in such high regard and admiration. There was indeed an undeniable allure surrounding Fu Guang that captivated her attention. Chapter 119. Nuwa, Fu Guang. I implore you to assist me in my cultivation. After taking a sip of wine, Fu Guang wore a smile on his face and spoke, "To speak candidly, in my leisure, I have been utilizing a treasured artifact to contemplate the profound Tao of creation. While my understanding may not be exceptionally high, I believe that discussing the Tao with you, my esteemed friend Nuwa, could facilitate your cultivation quite effectively, as long as your path can advance further. I can assure you that the matter of the celestial wedding will be almost certain to succeed. Though the most prudent approach would be for you to attain sanctification before undertaking this endeavor, the question remains, will Fu Guang aid Nuwa in achieving such a state? It is improbable, for the consequence is too great. Even if Fu Guang could bear it, he would be reluctant to do so. Thus, he only intends to assist Nuwa in reaching the perfection of the quasi-saint realm. As the officiant, a perfected quasi-saint, Shiha and Changshi are also perfected quasi-saints. Fu Guang need not elaborate further. Even if he falls slightly short, he believes that, given his identity as the favored child of the heavenly Tao, the Lord of the Stars, and the Sun God, he should still attain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, a perfected quasi-saint Nuwa would suffice. If she falls short, Fu Guang will lend his support. The issue is not insurmountable. At this moment, upon hearing Fu Guang's words, everyone was taken aback, and Nuwa furrowed her brow. Advancing her cultivation further? Does that not imply that she must reach the perfected quasi-saint realm? This is no trivial matter. After all, Nuwa is well aware of her own circumstances. She feels no sense of breakthrough at all. Under normal cultivation, it would take at least a dozen yuan hui to perfect her quasi-saint fruition. Is Fu Guang truly so confident that he can assist her in achieving this? Such arrogance may be unwarranted. Or is he merely jesting at her expense? Upon considering this, Nuwa felt a flicker of displeasure. "My friend, you jest." She remained unconvinced. If Fu Guang truly possessed such abilities, would he not have attained enlightenment by now? Why would he still be at the level of a mere great practitioner? Ha. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fu Guang was not angered. After a hearty laugh, he turned his gaze to the assembly within the grand hall and spoke. "The matter of the celestial wedding can be discussed later. Today, as it is rare for all of you esteemed friends to gather, let us engage in a discourse on the Tao and mutually validate our insights." With his words resonating, Fu Guang did not engage in further banter with Nuwa. Instead, he directly unleashed the insights he had gleaned over the years through the use of the treasured artifact. The Qian Kuan Ding, along with the vast array of celestial treasures he had refined, and his profound understanding of the Tao of creation, which had led him to the pinnacle of the perfected Hunyuan golden immortal realm. The Tao flowers blossomed above him. Unfathomable and profound, the essence of creation was unleashed. Simultaneously, Fu Guang directly resonated with the great path of creation, causing blossoms of golden flowers to bloom within the Golden Crow Palace. A myriad of extraordinary phenomena from the myriad beings manifested throughout the palace. This spectacle left all present in the grand hall utterly astonished. Furthermore, the innate Tao fruit of the quasi-saint within themselves was irresistibly drawn forth, as a crimson cloud of auspiciousness unfurled behind Hong Yun, radiating a light of propitiousness and containing the infinite mysteries of causality. Beside Hong Yun, the Tao flowers atop Jin Yuanzi's head circulated with profound essence, depicting endless mountains and the veins of the earth. Fuxi manifested the might of heaven and earth and the rivers, as the winds surged and clouds billowed, encapsulating the grand shift of the universe within a single thought. The aura of fortune and misfortune continually rose around Bai Zhe, whose every action influenced the fate of all beings. Surrounding the West Queen Mother, the exquisite and pure Yin Tao flowed, simultaneously accompanied by the surging force of heavenly punishment, both sacred and dignified, commanding respect. The aura of warfare and slaughter manifested behind Xian Nu, rising with overwhelming ferocity. Shi He and Chang Shi together conjured the imagery of the full moon and the crescent moon Yin Tao. Among the myriad powerful beings present, the only one rendered speechless was Nuwa. This was not without reason. The spectacle of the great path of creation she exhibited was entirely overshadowed by the true essence of creation invoked by Fu Guang, whose boundless and enigmatic manifestations thoroughly overwhelmed her. It felt akin to a somewhat promising young girl encountering a sophisticated and affluent gentleman of the highest caliber. Before the great path of creation embodied by Fu Guang, Nuwa's own was completely eclipsed. In that moment, the layers of her pride were ruthlessly stripped away by Fu Guang. After a long silence, Nuwa finally confronted the reality. She was inferior to Fu Guang, whether in terms of strength, current status, or mastery of the great path of creation. She was utterly crushed. The pride she had long held was dismantled in an instant, compelling her to confront her own vulnerability. Thus, she began to perceive her essence with greater clarity and seriousness. Had she, Nuwa, truly been discarded by the times, reduced to such a feeble state, without considering Fu Guang, or even the fully realized quasi-saint Tao fruits of Shi He, Chang Shi, and the West Queen Mother, once her closest friends, she found even Jin Yuanzi, the honest and unassuming one, surpassed her in strength. Even Bai Zhe, a junior, might soon overtake her in prowess, especially with the divine treasures bestowed upon him by Fu Guang. In truth, even her own brother had become more powerful than she. With a deep sigh, Nuwa finally adopted a serious demeanor. It was my pride and arrogance that led me astray. I shall never allow myself to fall into such folly again. In her past, Nuwa was among the most formidable cultivators, truly deserving of her pride due to her exceptional abilities. Yet now, her fixation on the primal purple energy had caused her to neglect her own Tao fruit and strength. Clad in the guise of a disciple of a saint, destined to become a heavenly Tao saint, what remains for Nuwa to take pride in? She has yet to attain sainthood. As long as she remains unsanctified, her pride lacks foundation, akin to a rootless floating weed, easily shattered like a fleeting dream. Just as now, with but a few words and gestures, the Taoist Fu Guang laid bare her vulnerabilities. Such a realization was truly humbling. Upon grasping this truth, Nuwa rose from her seat with earnest intent, bowing deeply to Fu Guang and imploring, "I beseech you, fellow Taoist, assist me in my cultivation." Sensing the turbulence in Nuwa's heart and the dissipating arrogance, enlightenment dawned upon her. A satisfied smile graced Fu Guang's face as he nodded. To recognize one's shame and strive forward is a noble virtue. Congratulations, dear friend, for rediscovering your. The path ahead shall surely be smooth sailing. It is but the consummation of a quasi-saint, he added. Please, take a seat. I shall assist you. Hearing Fu Guang's words, Nuwa bowed once more in gratitude. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Once she was seated, Fu Guang wasted no time. A thought flickered in his mind, and with a hum, myriad profound pathways of perfection began to manifest around him. In an instant, the Golden Crow Palace bloomed with an array of Tao flowers, an endless flow of the essence of myriad truths swirling within. Every individual present could glean insights, resonating with the lunar pathways of sisters Shiha and Changxi, as well as the primordial numerology that echoed with Fuxi and Bei's. Fu Guang encompassed the battle formations of Xian Nu, the celestial punishments of the Queen Mother of the West, the karmic ties of Hong Yun, and the vast landscapes of Jin Yuanzi. Nuwa's own path of creation was also within his grasp. Moreover, even the four seasonal, meteorological, and temporal manifestations of the 4 flower fairies attending in the Golden Crow Palace were under his dominion. The overwhelming essence of these myriad perfect pathways left the assembled great beings in a state of astonishment. After a considerable pause, their eyes, filled with incredulous shock, turned towards Fu Guang, whose gentle smile suggested he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Is this the mere tip of the iceberg of the power possessed by the foremost being beneath the saints? People have not forgotten one crucial fact. The fundamental path of the enlightened one encompasses not only the solar path, but also several other profound paths. What is currently being exhibited is merely a manifestation of his supplementary path. The sheer magnitude and terrifying nature of these supplementary paths is already astounding. What then, one wonders, is the caliber of his primary path, his fundamental way? It is beyond the realm of imagination. Truly, one cannot even dare to contemplate it. Chapter 120. The unheeded West Queen Mother within the Grand Hall. The assembly quickly regained their composure, silently reflecting on the profound depths of Taoist Fu Guang. Subsequently, all present focused their minds, embarking on the evolution and explication of their own paths, while simultaneously seeking enlightenment from one another. However, the primary objective remained to draw nourishment from the grand principles demonstrated by Fu Guang, which resonated with their individual paths, thereby fortifying their own foundations. On the periphery, the 4 flower fairies, who were in attendance, naturally lacked the qualifications to partake in such elevated discussions. Nevertheless, this did not hinder them from seizing the opportunity presented by their master, as he elucidated the myriad grand principles associated with seasons, time, and various matters integral to their existence. They earnestly began to comprehend and cultivate their understanding. Soon, the Golden Crow Palace transformed into a domain suffused with the essence of the Tao, descending into tranquility. Thus, a millennium swiftly elapsed. A millennium later, the discourse among the myriad great practitioners concluded. Fuxi and Beis, tasked with significant responsibilities by Fu Guang, found themselves pressed for time, and thus chose to take their leave first. Rising from their seats, they both bowed respectfully to Fu Guang. Fuxi spoke, Taoist Fu Guang. The joyous matters concerning you and the 2 Tien Dao friends are of utmost importance. My companion Beis and I shall depart forthwith to attend to these affairs. Furthermore, I trust that you will require ample assistance for this endeavor. The young friend Shang Yang from Fengqi Mountain, along with many others who have sought refuge in the past, stand ready to serve you. We shall first return to Fengqi Mountain and summon them to the Golden Crow Palace to await your command. What are your thoughts, esteemed Taoist? As he spoke, Fuxi's countenance bore an expression of inquiry as he regarded Fu Guang. After a brief contemplation, Fu Guang nodded slightly. Indeed, some assistance is necessary. Let them await at the Golden Crow Palace for the time being. Upon hearing Fu Guang's acquiescence, Fuxi and Beiz's eyes brightened, accepting the decision. The esteemed Taoist Fu Guang had indeed agreed. Joyful in their hearts, they once again performed a respectful bow, affirming their understanding. Without further ado, after articulating the matter, Fuxi and Beiz bid farewell to the others and promptly departed the Golden Crow Palace. Not long after their exit, Han Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, 2 close friends, exchanged glances and simultaneously rose, offering their respects to Fu Guang with a gesture of reverence, echoing Fuxi's earlier sentiments. The momentous occasion concerning my esteemed friend demands my immediate attention. I, along with my fellow Taoist, Zhen Yuanzi, shall embark on a visit to the primordial 3 clans. Additionally, I must inform a few close acquaintances to widely announce the matter of selecting a new master for the foundation of saintliness. Thus, we shall take our leave for now. As Hong Yun's words fell, the earnest Jin Yuanzi spoke up. Upon my return to Wuzhuangguan, I shall consult with the esteemed guests residing there. If any of the young friends wish to come and await your summons, I shall gladly invite them. May I proceed with this? Upon hearing their words, Fu Guang could not help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Is it not a delight to have friends come from afar? Naturally, I welcome all friends to visit and assist in enlivening my Golden Crow Palace. However, my palace is governed by numerous rules, and as one revered in the ways of literature and Tao, it is well known that I place great importance on etiquette. Thus, when you make your announcement, please specify that only those who can abide by the rules and exercise patience should come. If one cannot comply, there is no need for them to make the journey in vain. As for the forces of Fengqi Mountain, I have accepted them. Why should I not do the same with those from Wuzhuangguan? Yet, unlike the previous batch from Fengqi Mountain, who would be my subordinates and capable assistants in the grand scheme of the primordial chaos, the forces of Wuzhuangguan were not originally part of my plans. Therefore, it is indeed necessary to give prior notice. Those who heed the call may come. Those who do not should depart. For those who wish to come yet refuse to listen, they must be made to understand the consequences. This is only natural. Jin Yuanzi bowed in acknowledgement of Fu Guang's admonition. Before long, Hong Yuan and Jin Yuanzi departed. In the grand hall, only Fu Guang, the master of the Golden Crow Palace, remained, alongside the future mistresses, Shi He and Chang Shi, who sought Fu Guang's assistance for their cultivation in preparation for the heavenly marriage. Additionally, there were the somewhat awkward figures of the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, who had come with intentions unfulfilled. Seated upon the main throne, Fu Guang turned his golden eyes towards the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, speaking with calmness. Esteemed friends, during your visit to my Golden Crow Palace for discussion, have I failed to extend proper hospitality in any way? Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the Queen Mother of the West gently shook her head and replied with a smile, Your generous hospitality, dear friend, has undoubtedly left nothing to be desired. This time, it was I and my companion who have caused quite a disturbance. Beside us, Xian Nu nodded with a smile, expressing her agreement with Shi Wangmu's words. Upon hearing Shi Wangmu's remarks, Fu Guang replied with a grin, As long as I haven't been remiss in my hospitality, that is all that matters. Otherwise, I would have committed a grave offense. Engaging in a light conversation, Fu Guang began to chat awkwardly with Shi Wangmu. However, whenever Shi Wangmu attempted to broach the purpose of her visit, Fu Guang deftly redirected the conversation, effortlessly deflecting her inquiries. After several attempts, it became apparent to those present, save for Chang Shi, who remained blissfully unaware of the subtleties at play, that Nuwa and Shiha could sense Fu Guang's nuanced attitude towards Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu. Yet, Shiha prioritized Fu Guang, while Nuwa had her own motives for seeking Fu Guang's favor, and neither would assist Shi Wangmu in creating an opportunity to speak. After a brief exchange, Shi Wangmu, having made several attempts, understood that Fu Guang was not inclined to discuss serious matters today. Thus, she took her leave, saying, I apologize for the prolonged intrusion, dear friends. I have gained insights from our discourse and must retreat for a period of seclusion. I bid you farewell. As she spoke, Shi Wangmu rose to her feet and bowed to Fu Guang and the others. Similarly, Xian Nu, as Shi Wangmu's confidant, also stood to take her leave. Observing this, Fu Guang rose and returned the bow, stating, In that case, I shall not detain you any further. I wish both of you a fruitful retreat. As he spoke, Fu Guang turned to the waiting attendants, the 4 flower fairies, and instructed, Please escort our esteemed guests. Do not be remiss in your duties. The 4 flower fairies stepped forward in response. Moments later, under their escort, Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu departed from the solar star, filled with a sense of regret. Once Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu had left, Shiha, seated beside Fu Guang, inquired, You interrupted Shi Wangmu on several occasions. Do you already know what she intended to say? In response, Fu Guang smiled and remarked, She arrived in her capacity as the ruler of the celestial court. Upon hearing this, Shiha raised her finely arched brows, her expression shifting to one of understanding. Now I see. How foolish, how naive, and utterly out of touch with the moment. Chapter 121, The Slaying of the Corpse by Bai Zhe. The Attack on Fengqi Mountain. Within the Sun Palace, Fu Guang and his companions paid no heed to the Western Queen Mother and the 2 celestial maidens. After the passage of several years, Shi He and Chang Shi bid farewell to Fu Guang, escorting their future spouses to the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace. A gentle smile adorned Fu Guang's face as he spoke. You both are well acquainted with the process of the heavenly marriage. I shall not elaborate further. As you depart, simply await the joyous day on the Tying Star. Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, a slight smile graced Shi He's lips. Very well. My sister and I shall remain on the Tying Star. You need not rush the preparations for the heavenly marriage. Take your time. Beside them, Chang Shi spoke straightforwardly. I will await you with great anticipation. At her words, a smile blossomed on Fu Guang's face as he nodded. Excellent. There was no scene of reluctance. Having settled these matters, the 2 sisters transformed into a stream of cool moonlight and departed for the Tying Star. After watching the sisters leave, Fu Fu Guang turned and walked back into the Golden Crow Palace, making his way to the Fusang courtyard. At that moment, Nuwa was seated at a celestial table beneath the Fusang courtyard, indulging in her own drink, exuding an aura of tranquility and purity. Noticing Fu Guang's return, the serene Nuwa spoke warmly. "Have you seen off your friends, Shihi and Changshi?" With a casual nod, Fu Guang settled into his own seat. Jin Tong gazed at Nuwa. "With no pressing matters at hand, shall we engage in a discussion of the Tao, so that you may soon attain the consummate fruit of a quasi-saint?" At these words, Nuwa's beautiful eyes turned towards Fu Guang, who was subtly radiating the golden light of virtue, and she marveled once more at his remarkable prowess. Then, with a serious expression, Nuwa said, "I entrust this to you, Fu Guang." With a smile, Fu Guang poured himself a cup of laurel brew, his face adorned with an unconcerned grin. "There is no need for formality." As his words fell, a hum resonated as Fu Guang released the Tao flower atop his head, manifesting the transformative path he had cultivated. Instantly, the Fusang courtyard was filled with the clear and melodious sounds of creation, captivating all. Blossoms of the Tao's golden flowers and golden lotuses flourished. The profound essence of creation permeated the air. For great practitioners, the discourse of the Tao is not merely a matter of words. It is the evolution and demonstration of one's understanding of the cultivated path. Simultaneously, one perceives the profound truths expressed through the resonant sounds of the Tao, seeking the subtle harmony that complements one's own path, fostering mutual validation and growth. As the saying goes, the Tao is ineffable. The true path of the great Tao cannot simply be articulated or easily validated through mere words. How formidable! As Nuwa experienced the evolution of Fu Guang, revealing the profound essence of creation, she felt a surge of awe within her heart. Throughout the millennia of discourse, Fu Guang had not only showcased the path of creation but also illuminated various supplementary paths, causing the depth of the creation Tao to remain somewhat understated. At this moment, as Fu Guang focused solely on the evolution of the creation Tao without the interference of other supplementary paths, Nuwa could more clearly perceive the vastness, profundity, and specialization of Fu Guang's creation Tao. A millennium ago, she had already been struck by a glimpse of Fu Guang's mastery in this realm. 1,000 years later, witnessing Fu Guang's evolution of the creation Tao felt as if she had stepped into an entirely different dimension of grandeur. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a gentle flow of emotions. Sitting cross-legged, Nuwa released her quasi-saintly late-stage Tao fruit, striving to share her own Tao with Fu Guang, while simultaneously inquiring and seeking understanding. Upon sensing the evolution of the creation Tao that Nuwa manifested, Fu Guang's direction of evolution and demonstration subtly shifted. The sound of the great Tao resonated, harmonious and melodious, as it guided Nuwa, illuminating her path in the creation Tao and leading her towards gradual progress. Within the Fusa courtyard, the scenery and atmosphere were tranquil and harmonious, invoking a sense of serene passage of time. In such a state, time slipped away once more, and in the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had elapsed. At Fengqi Mountain, after returning from the Sun Star, Fuxi meticulously calculated the locations of various spiritual roots, spiritual birds, and spiritual treasures required for the celestial marriage orchestrated by Fu Guang. Simultaneously, he was also determining the auspicious day requested by Fu Guang. Meanwhile, Bays hastened to enter seclusion. Not wasting a moment, inside the pavilion, Fuxi, with a serious demeanor, contemplated the best day for the celestial marriage. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Following closely was Bays, embodying an elegant yet youthful scholar's visage, his face alight with uncontainable joy as he approached Fuxi. From afar, he greeted, "Brother Fuxi, I have successfully emerged from seclusion." Ceasing his calculations, Fuxi rose, a smile of expectation gracing his features as he responded, "Congratulations, my friend, on vanquishing 2 corpses and successfully advancing to the late stage of quasi-saint." As they conversed, Bays had already entered the pavilion and comfortably seated himself in front of Fuxi. After settling down, Bays, with a tone of reverence, expressed his sentiments. "I initially thought that refining the spiritual treasure and defeating 2 corpses would not be overly smooth. However, the spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by Senior Fu Guang truly resonates with my essence. Regardless of the refinement or the process of severing corpses, everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Even at the moment of decapitating the second corpse, I experienced a flicker of enlightenment, leading to a sudden and profound awakening that propelled me into the later stage of quasi-sainthood. This is not only a manifestation of the grace bestowed by Senior Fuguang, but also a stroke of fortune for me. Over the span of 20,000 years, Bei successfully refined 3 spiritual treasures seemingly tailored for him, and he directly severed the good and evil corpses that he could have cut long ago. By a twist of fate, he also achieved a sudden enlightenment, effortlessly overcoming the bottleneck of the mid-quasi-saint stage and advancing his Tao fruit to the later stage. Looking at Bei's, Fuxi smiled and said, "With the abilities of our esteemed friend Fuguang, it is likely that you, along with your companions such as Shangyang, Jiuying, and Jimeng, have already prepared the realms and spiritual treasures needed. What remains uncertain is when the others will earn the recognition of our esteemed friend Fuguang and be granted the treasures." As they spoke, Fuxi raised a teapot and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Bei's, who graciously accepted the gesture. Having shared a long companionship, both Fuxi and Bei's regarded each other as intimate friends and fellow travelers on the path, thereby diminishing any initial sense of superiority. "There's no rush," Bei's replied with a calm demeanor. "Since Senior Fuguang has accepted the companionship of everyone, it is only a matter of time before they can establish their merits and earn the recognition of Senior Fuguang to receive the treasures." Upon hearing this, Fuxi nodded with a smile. Indeed, that is the essence of the matter. After chatting for a while longer, Bei's expression grew serious as he inquired, "I wonder if the arrangements for the relocation have been fully prepared?" Nodding, Fuxi replied with a smile, "Everything is in order. Now that you have emerged from seclusion, we shall proceed as planned. You will lead everyone, carrying the treasures of Fengqi Mountain to the Sun Star. Meanwhile, I shall depart to seek the spiritual roots and treasures needed for the heavenly marriage. Once you return from the Sun Star, we will directly search for the spiritual birds and beasts. I have already calculated the auspicious date for the betrothal and for the grand day, which is indeed crucial. We can ascertain the date together afterward. What do you say?" To such a well-planned arrangement, Bei's had no objections. "That sounds splendid." After confirming their forthcoming plans, the two of them sat for a brief moment before rising to prepare for their respective tasks. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed as the innate great formation enveloping Fengqi Mountain shook violently, activating the protective celestial light in response to an intense and malevolent attack. Chapter 122, Baize, The Will of Destiny. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. Not long ago, outside Fengqi Mountain, several esteemed shamans from the Wu clan's Gonggong tribe gathered, accompanied by a multitude of warriors who had ventured out for hunting. As they beheld the ethereal mists swirling around Fengqi Mountain, where auspicious signs of the celestial realm rose and spirit beasts frolicked while divine birds soared, the leading shaman, Xiang Lu, swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Oh my! I never anticipated that such a bounty of wild delicacies would lie within Fengqi Mountain. I hereby declare that for the foreseeable future, my lads shall hunt in this abundant realm. This mountain is vast enough to sustain us for quite some time." Ha ha! Upon hearing Xiang Lu's proclamation, the other shamans nearby erupted into hearty laughter, their eager eyes fixed on the multitude of spirit beasts and birds within the mountain. Indeed, these were culinary delights. However, one shaman raised a note of caution. "I have heard that Fengqi Mountain is the sacred ground of the legendary cultivators Fuxi and Enhua. Moreover, the Lady Enhua is said to be a disciple of a celestial sage. Can we truly contend with them?" In response to this concern, the authoritative Xiang Lu scoffed, "And so what? Legendary cultivators? Mere trifles. I've slain so-called legendary figures before. Fear not, the odds are in our favor." As he spoke, Xiang Lu turned to address the multitude of Wu warriors behind him, exclaiming with exuberance, "With so many of us, can we not handle just 2 legendary figures? United, we shall surely prevail. Do not worry, the advantage lies with us." At this juncture, Xiang Lu, with one hand digging into his nostril, cast a scornful glance at the shaman who had expressed concern, tauntingly asking, "Are you afraid?" While the earlier comments might have seemed inconsequential, Xiang Lu's final derisive gaze and the insinuation of cowardice inflicted a psychological wound on the shaman akin to a fierce verbal duel. As soon as the words left his lips, the previously cautious shaman's eyes blazed with fury. With a thunderous roar, his formidable aura erupted, his hair standing on end, exuding an ominous presence. "What? Who does not know that I am unmatched in valor, merciless in battle? Xiang Lu, your words have wounded my pride. Just wait. Once we conquer Fengqi Mountain, I shall make you regret ever crossing me. A low hum resonated as the formidable figure of the great shaman radiated an overwhelming aura, soaring into the heavens amidst the cheers of numerous warrior clans. Beholding the manifestation of the shaman's true form, Xiang Lu remained unfazed by the earlier threats. Even daring to provoke, is it merely you? I fear that before I even exert my strength, you shall already succumb. The great shaman did not engage in further banter with Xiang Lu. With fiery eyes, he gazed towards the direction of Fengqi Mountain. With a thunderous roar, the great shaman summoned the malevolent energy of the heavens and earth, drawing it into himself. With a decisive step forward, he unleashed a terrifying attack of unparalleled ferocity. He bellowed, I shall lead the charge. I am no coward. Follow me into battle. As he shouted, the fearsome assault surged forth at an astonishing speed towards Fengqi Mountain. In the instant it approached the mountain's summit, it triggered the innate protective array of Fengqi Mountain, resulting in a cataclysmic clash. The earth trembled and rumbled, as the powerful protective formation of the mountain swayed before stabilizing once more. At that moment, Fuxi and Bei's, who had been preparing to assist their companion Fuguang, felt their expressions shift slightly. They turned their gazes toward the exterior of Fengqi Mountain. Upon witnessing the towering form of the great shaman and the throng of roaring warriors behind him, Fuxi's countenance darkened noticeably. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, the Wu clan has indeed arrived. Beside Fuxi, Bei's furrowed his brow and remarked, 6 great shamans, along with a multitude of warriors. It appears they are a vast expedition for hunting. Their arrival at Fengqi Mountain seems to be fate's design. After a brief pause, Bei's turned to Fuxi, inquiring, how shall we respond, my friend? Fuxi, stroking his beard thoughtfully, replied, after today, we must continue our quest for treasures alongside Fuguang across the vast seas and wilderness. It would be unwise to directly confront these barbarians, for there may be valuable artifacts within their territory. Bei's nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Fuxi's words. He then suggested, shall we first avoid their wrath? To this, Fuxi readily assented, indeed. You lead the others in retreat, while I take charge of the array to hold these great shamans at bay for a time. As soon as the fellow cultivators have evacuated all resources from Fengqi Mountain, I shall release the grand formation and venture into the primordial wilderness to attend to my affairs. Upon hearing Fuxi's arrangements, Bei's nodded with a smile. Excellent. After the two established their plan, they promptly set it into motion. With a wave of his hand, Fuxi summoned vast magical energies, swiftly taking control of the innate protective formation of the mountain, which had been refined by both him and Yuhua. With the principal figure now in command, the previously passive innate formation erupted into radiant celestial light that illuminated the heavens. Waves of ethereal mist rose from various parts of Fengqi Mountain, obscuring the vision of the great shamans and the warriors of the witch clan who gazed inward. Seeing this transformation, the leading shamans were filled with excitement. They manifested their true forms, exclaiming joyously, ha! The formation has changed. The Taoist Fuxi and the Taoist Yuhua must be about to emerge. It is said they can contend with the ancestral witches? Nonsense. Our ancestral witches are supreme. These mighty beings are merely trifles. Once they appear, we shall stand united. Sons, rally forth. In the next moment, behind the shamans, the fierce and fearsome warriors of the witch clan also revealed their bizarre forms, each one striking their chests in unison and roaring. Witch, witch, witch. Thunder rumbled as the skies churned, the sunlight gradually dimming under the weighty, oppressive dark clouds, which, along with an increasingly terrifying aura of malevolence, enveloped the realm surrounding Fengqi Mountain. Simultaneously, waves of murky energy surged from the earth, converging towards the great shamans and witch warriors. In an instant, Fengqi Mountain appeared to be on the brink of a tumultuous apocalypse. Witnessing this scene, Fuxi, now in control of the innate formation, was filled with a sense of reflection. He remarked, the witch clan is truly favored by the heavens. His cultivation concerned the calculations of the celestial tides, allowing him to perceive that the witch clan still enjoyed the favor of the primordial world. They could effortlessly summon the forces of nature to enhance their own power. This was a feat achievable even by the ordinary warriors of the witch clan, let alone the mightier shamans and the ancestral witches above them. The difficulty of conquering or overcoming such a clan is beyond imagination. However, it is precisely for this reason that Fuxi and Beis would unhesitatingly choose to engage. As long as they can assist Fuguang in truly challenging the witch clan, overcoming them, and conquering them, their respective paths will undoubtedly advance significantly. Chapter 123. Xiang Lu. I have a plan. The assembly of the great which had been prepared for an extensive period. However, they had yet to witness the appearance of Fuxi or Niuhua. This absence sparked a sense of confusion among them. What could be the reason? Why did Fuxi and Niuhua refrain from showing themselves? Could it be that they were intimidated by us, opting to remain within their grand formation, too fearful to emerge? This seemed highly plausible. If they sought to evade confrontation, what should be done? They would have no choice in the matter. The 6 great witches, brimming with arrogance, noticed the absence of Fuxi and Niuhua. Without further ado, they united their forces, determined to forcibly breach this innate great formation and claim Fengqi Mountain as territory belonging to the witch clan. As for the courtesy of precedence, what nonsense! As long as the witch clan arrived, everything within the primordial realm was deemed a legacy bestowed upon them by the father god Pangu to inherit. Now, Fengqi Mountain, coveted by the witch clan, constituted an inseparable part of their domain since the dawn of creation. Thus, it was not the witch clan that encroached upon territory, but rather Fuxi and Niuhua, who had unilaterally designated this place as their own without the consent of the ancestral witches and their kin. The 6 great witches, alongside hundreds of thousands of witch clan warriors, gathered their might, coalescing malevolent energy, releasing and gradually merging their collective vitality, forming a terrifying force that was truly formidable. Boom! The very heavens and earth surrounding Fengqi Mountain were engulfed by the dreadful aura of the witch clan, infused with the rising malevolence, shrouding the landscape in a thick miasma. The extreme ferocity of this energy caused Fuxi, who presided over the formation, to raise an eyebrow. This power was not to be underestimated. It rivaled that of an ordinary quasi-saint adept. Had it not been for the limited duration of the great witches' combined formation after merging their energies, one might speculate that they could contend directly with a formidable adept or even bring about their downfall. Indeed, they were powerful. Observing the actions of the 6 great witches and the multitude of witch clan warriors, Fuxi calmly stroked his beard. Yet, to shatter the formation, their efforts remained insufficient. No sooner had his words fallen than, seemingly to validate Fuxi's assertion, a thunderous roar erupted. The combined assault of the great witches struck the innate great formation of Fengqi Mountain. The might of this strike could easily rival that of certain adept practitioners. Unfortunately, upon colliding with the innate formation overseen by Fuxi, it failed to even stir a ripple in the celestial light of the formation, let alone breach it. One failed strike led to another, boom, boom, boom. After countless attempts, the innate great array remained steadfast and unmoving. Meanwhile, the great shamans, including Xiang Lu, who had initiated the assault on the array, found themselves somewhat fatigued. Reluctantly, Xiang Lu and the other great shamans, along with the warriors of the shaman clan behind them, abandoned their united offensive, gritting their teeth as they gazed at the great array that enveloped and sheltered Fengqi Mountain. This array was indeed remarkable. After a brief respite, Xiang Lu, still observing the immovable innate great array, spoke. To forcibly breach the array, we may need to summon our ancestral shaman. Upon hearing Xiang Lu's words, a nearby great shaman expressed his displeasure. For such a trivial matter, you wish to call upon the ancestral shaman from the Panga Temple? It seems you, Xiang Lu, are eager for a lesson from the ancestral shaman. At this remark, memories flooded Xiang Lu's mind, recalling the time he had displeased the ancestral shaman Gongong, only to be dealt a resounding slap that sent him deep into the earth, unable to rise for ages. In an instant, the thought of summoning the ancestral shaman was cast aside. He had no desire to be struck down again, which would require an arduous recuperation of several tens of thousands of years. Though the matter of healing was secondary, during that time, he would be vulnerable to the other great shamans. If provoked, he would find himself merely receiving blows in battle. At this moment, with reason still intact, Xiang Lu made a wise decision: no summoning of the ancestral shaman. With a decisive wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "This great shaman has another plan." His declaration astonished all the great shamans and numerous shaman warriors present, who turned their astonished gazes towards Xiang Lu. Your lineage as a great shaman may not be entirely pure. Aside from our revered ancestral shamans, are we not all mere brutes without wit? Yet you claim to have a plan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What scheme do you propose? One great shaman extended Xiang Lu some courtesy by engaging with his statement, albeit with slightly inappropriate wording. Nevertheless, neither Xiang Lu nor the other great shamans nor the shaman warriors perceived anything amiss. In the shaman clan, schemes were often referred to as treacherous plots. Xiang Lu wore an enigmatic smile as he continued. Based on my observations, the more powerful and esteemed the cultivator, the more they value their reputation. The name of the Taoist Fuxi resonates throughout the primordial realm. His sister, the Taoist Nuwa, is a celebrated disciple of the heavenly Tao. They are undoubtedly very concerned about their face. If we collectively berate Taoist Fuxi and Taoist Nuwa, ceaselessly scolding them, certainly, this will undoubtedly provoke their fury, compelling them to emerge from their great formation and confront us in battle. Upon hearing Xiang Lu's scheme, the assembly of great shamans and warriors from the witch tribe displayed a glimmer of excitement in their eyes, their faces alight with exhilaration. Each of them raised their thumbs in admiration towards Xiang Lu, exclaiming, "What a cunning stratagem! How wicked! Yet I, the great shaman, revel in it. It is simply insidious to the utmost degree. Let the insults commence, speak the harshest words imaginable, and draw out both the Taoist Fuxi and the goddess Nuwa. I shall lead the charge." One of the great shamans stepped forward, gazing at the innate formation on Fengqi Mountain, and bellowed, "Old Fuxi, cowardly cur, come forth and face me in battle." The other great shamans and numerous witch warriors followed suit, unleashing a torrent of invective at Fengqi Mountain. "Fuxi, you wretched child, crawl out and meet your demise. Fuxi, my son, come forth to see your father. Nuwa, you old hag, if you possess any courage, show yourself. Are you too ashamed to emerge due to your unseemly appearance? Nuwa, you wretched girl." In an instant, the cacophony of curses from several great shamans and a multitude of witch warriors resonated like rolling thunder, each wave louder than the last, echoing throughout the realm surrounding Fengqi Mountain. Their tirade did not last long. Suddenly, within Fengqi Mountain, an overwhelming aura of late-stage quasi-saint energy erupted, shaking the heavens and dispersing much of the malevolent and sanguine energy gathered in the atmosphere. Clearly, Xiang Lu's plan of provocation had indeed borne fruit. Sensing the powerful quasi-saint aura, the great shamans and witch warriors, invigorated by their successful taunting, became even more fervent. "We are not afraid of your response. It is your silence that unnerves us. Angered, are you? That is splendid news." At this moment, a triumphant smile adorned Xiang Lu's face. "Ha ha ha. The wretched Fuxi and the insipid Nuwa are enraged. My scheme has succeeded. It appears I too possess the potential to become a grand strategist for my clan." Xiang Lu, in this moment, was filled with a sense of grandiosity. Chapter 124. The allies of Fengqi Mountain emerge. Within Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi, who presided over the grand formation, bore an unmistakable expression of fury. While the insults hurled at him by the great shamans and warriors of the Wu clan hardly bothered him, the disparagement directed towards his sister was undeniably excessive. To call his beloved sister ugly? Absurd. In this vast universe, who does not recognize her as pure, elegant, and possessing unparalleled celestial grace, surpassing all female immortals of the primordial era? With a surge of imposing aura, the flames of wrath and glimmers of cold light flickered in Fuxi's eyes. Initially, he intended to dismantle the innate formation and depart once Baze and the others had left. However, now, he resolved to teach a lesson to the great shamans and warriors of the Wu clan outside Fengqi Mountain. Meanwhile, after tidying up the belongings of Fengqi Mountain, Baze overheard the insults from the great shamans outside. His brows furrowed slightly. Insolent fools. As he spoke, Baze turned to his companions, Shangyang, Jimeng, Qinyuan, and others. Those who had followed him from the Sun Star to Fengqi Mountain had ascended to the quasi-saint realm over the long years, albeit without severing their corpses yet. Collectively, their combat prowess was formidable. Addressing them, Baze declared, "In the past, we sought guidance from our esteemed senior, Fuguang, to come to Fengqi Mountain and ally with brother Fuxi and sister Nuwa for protection. Such kindness must never be forgotten." The slanderous words of those Wu clan members, insulting brother Fuxi and sister Nuwa, are intolerable. Whoever remembers the grace of their protection, Follow me to confront these Wu clan members." With that, Baze wasted no time and transformed into a beam of celestial light, heading directly towards Fushi's location. Witnessing Baze's decisive action, Xiangyang, Qinyuan, and the others exchanged glances, silently acknowledging one another. Then, the breathtakingly beautiful fairy Qinyuan, adorned in resplendent celestial garments, gracefully stepped forward, saying, "Let us proceed together to meet the great shamans of the Wu clan. We owe a debt of gratitude to the esteemed seniors, Fushi and Nuwa. This journey to the Sun Star, under the command of Senior Fuguang, will inevitably bring us into dealings with the Wu clan. Today, without the ancestral shamans present, it is a perfect opportunity to gauge the prowess of the Wu clan's great shamans." Pausing for a moment, Qinyuan turned to the group and added, "Do not forget the words often spoken by our friend Baze." With that, she too began her journey towards the location of Baze and Fushi. The figures of Xiangyang, Jimin, and others stood momentarily stunned. They then recalled the frequent admonitions of Baze. In this era of calamity, the shaman clan is merciless and brutal, preying upon sentient beings. They are ignorant of heavenly decrees and neglect their virtuous practices. Even as descendants of Pangu, blessed with the fortunes of heaven and earth, they cannot escape decline and ultimately extinction. Yet, to stand against the ancestral shamans and restore clarity to the world, one must possess immense virtue, exceptional strength, lofty aspirations, and the recognition of the masses. Only a great transcendent can shoulder such a responsibility. Among all, only Senior Fuguang is capable of this monumental task. Only he can be deemed a wise leader. Reflecting on Baze's profound words, the group reminisced about the illustrious deeds of Senior Fuguang. His boundless merit, formidable prowess, and exalted status filled their hearts with admiration and reverence. To embark on a significant endeavor in the world, to avoid timidity and fear. The only figure they could genuinely follow appeared to be Senior Fuguang of the Sun Star. Moreover, they had intended to accompany Baze to pay homage to Senior Fuguang in the Golden Crow Palace, to receive his guidance. More importantly, Senior Fuguang's generosity was evident. Baze had received 3 exquisite treasures crafted specifically for him after only a few visits to the Sun Star. Now, Baze was already in a position to associate with esteemed figures like Fushi and Nuwa. By customary standards, it was only proper for them to address Baze as senior. This evoked a sense of envy and admiration among them. With this thought in mind, Xiangyang and the others resolutely followed Baze and Qinyuan. Was it merely a battle against the shaman clan? Their adversaries were not the invincible ancestral shamans. What was there to fear? As they maintained the grand formation, Fushi, upon seeing Baze approach, along with Qinyuan, Xiangyang, Jimin, and others sequentially arrive, instantly grasped their intentions. His earlier discontent regarding his sister being insulted by a horde of unsightly shaman brutes began to ease. Without further ado, Fushi smiled and said, "I am grateful for your assistance, my friends, and the young companions." In response, Baze bore a smile. "We owe our growth to the protection of you and the esteemed Nuwa. If today we were to witness you and Nuwa being insulted and yet depart, would we not be ungrateful? Such an act would surely displease Senior Fuguang as well. They are merely a host of great shamans and a few shaman warriors. Together, we need not fear them." As Baze's words resonated, Qinyuan, Xiangyang, and over a dozen other quasi-saints echoed, "Indeed. Please, esteemed elder, open the formation. We shall engage in battle and test the mettle of these witch tribes. Our provisions within Fengqi Mountain have been thoroughly organized. After this confrontation, we shall proceed directly to the Sun Star. The witch tribe has long been rampant. It is time they receive a lesson." Indeed, the collective spirit of the crowd was high, each face lit with excitement, their gazes ablaze with fervor. As the saying goes, with formidable weapons in hand, the desire to kill naturally arises. Figures such as Ji Meng, Goei Che, and Zhou Ying were no ordinary adversaries. Upon stepping into the quasi-saint realm, even if they had not yet achieved the ability to slay corpses, who among them did not possess pride? They had long yearned for a grand battle to unleash their ferocity. This moment was a prime opportunity. After surveying the crowd, Fushi did not refuse. Nodding, he cautioned, "Impart some lessons and inflict heavy damage, but do not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. We are amidst calamities. Committing acts of great slaughter will bring forth troubles." Upon hearing Fushi's agreement, everyone solemnly responded, "Rest assured, esteemed elder. Without further ado, the fire of anger rekindled in Fushi's eyes as he turned to face the tumultuous throng of great witches and witch warriors outside the innate formation, who were vociferously cursing. With a swift change of hand gestures, the innate formation shimmered with celestial light, pulsating before gradually opening. As the tortoise-shell-like innate formation parted, the excited glances of the great witches, including Xiang Lu, brightened. They shouted in exhilaration, "Fushi, my son, the ugly Nuwa has emerged. Let us unite and vanquish them." With a thunderous roar, 6 great witches unleashed their power, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of witch warriors. Already in a state of readiness, they surged forth, a tempest of ferocity and bloodlust sweeping across the heavens and earth. The malevolent and turbid energies intertwined within them, collectively erupting into a devastatingly fierce attack directed at Fengqi Mountain. However, as the combined strike of the great witches and hundreds of thousands of witch warriors was unleashed, an array of resplendent celestial lights surged forth from within Fengqi Mountain, manifesting various formidable divine abilities to counter this onslaught of malevolence. Chapter 125. Fuguang is prepared. A multitude of divine powers collided with ferocious assaults. The reverberations echoed as the divine energies were extinguished by the malevolent attacks, while the ferocity of these assaults was nullified by the divine might. Amidst the obliteration of boundless celestial light and endless bloodlust, the two forces gradually dissipated one another. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Lu and the assembly of mighty shamans were momentarily taken aback, evidently not anticipating that their formidable combined strike could be so effortlessly thwarted. There was something remarkable at play. Instinctively, Xiang Lu was about to voice his thoughts, but before he could utter a word, and without waiting for the other shamans and warriors of the witch clan to resume their clamoring, a resounding hum filled the air. The magnificent figure of Fushi, radiating an overwhelming aura of wrath and the potent energy of a late-stage quasi-saint, emerged beyond Fengqi Mountain. Following closely were Baizhe, whose immense power surged with the flow of the great Tao, along with Qinyuan, Shangyang, Jimong, and more than a dozen other formidable beings. Nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, thousands of Tai golden immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortals soared forth from Fengqi Mountain. Celestial light flooded the heavens, ceaselessly circulating and dispelling the malevolent aura and bloodlust amassed by the shamans and warriors. This scene instantly rendered the 6 leading shamans of the witch clan's hunting expedition grave and solemn. Before they could react, Fushi wasted no words and launched a bold assault. With such foul language, allow me to teach you the meaning of respect and etiquette. With his power surging, and the energies of the great Tao swirling around him, Fushi's hand gestures shifted, directly influencing the grand momentum of this realm. He gathered the immense celestial forces, transforming the mountains and rivers, and directed them towards Xiang Lu and the other shamans. Simultaneously, Baizhe, Qinyuan, Shangyang, and the other formidable beings, along with the celestial denizens of Fengqi Mountain, unleashed their own strikes. In the face of this onslaught, the 6 shamans, with only their kin present, were undoubtedly outmatched. Yet, what of being outmatched? The witch clan had never feared anyone since their emergence. Only the fallen witches knew retreat. None had ever withdrawn. At this moment, witnessing Fushi not only refuse to cede Fengqi Mountain, but also daringly lead an offensive against their warriors ignited a surge of fury among Xiang Lu and his fellow shamans, as well as the ordinary witch warriors. Their eyes ablaze, they manifested their true witch forms. Did they dare to act? Such audacity! Annihilate them! Kill! 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 Under the leadership of Xiang Lu and the other shamans, all the witch warriors howled in unison, charging directly into a fierce battle with the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain. However, in the past, a formidable army led by 6 great sorcerers, entwined with hundreds of thousands of witch warriors, was virtually invincible. Yet today, they encountered a formidable opponent. Fushi and Baze, 2 eminent figures at the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, unleashed their might simultaneously, wielding their spiritual treasures and divine abilities to ensnare the 6 great sorcerers. With the absence of the sorcerers as adversaries, the other powerful beings, such as Qinyuan, began to engage the numerous witch warriors head-on. Although the witch warriors were renowned for their formidable physical prowess, they found themselves at a disadvantage when confronted by a multitude of divine practitioners. including over a dozen eminent beings, numerous great Luo golden immortals, Tai golden immortals, and golden immortal cultivators. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of which warriors fell, suffering severe injuries, though none perished. After all, with Fushi's warning and the current favor of heaven and earth upon the witch race, excessive slaying would inevitably incur a karmic retribution of no trivial measure. At this moment, the overwhelming plight of the witch race led both Baze and Fushi, who had successfully contained the 6 great sorcerers, to exchange silent nods. The situation was promising, despite the numerous divine practitioners pitted against the tens of thousands of witch warriors. It could be seen as a case of the strong preying upon the weak. Yet, there was no dishonor in such tactics, especially when targeting the witch race. It was well known that when the witch race ventured into the primordial chaos, they excelled at overpowering the few with their numbers. Now, it was merely a fitting return of their own strategy. Meanwhile, within the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, in the garden of Fusong, Fuguang, with a leisurely expression and a hint of a smile, observed the live broadcast of the battle beyond Fengqi Mountain. What constitutes a delightful surprise? The formidable force summoned forth by Fushi and Baze was indeed that very surprise. Over a dozen eminent beings, nearly 100 great Luo golden immortals, thousands of Tai golden immortals, and tens of thousands of golden immortal cultivators. This overwhelming power was truly beyond Fu Guang's expectations. Initially, he had anticipated that the strength emerging from Fengqi Mountain would be at least 50% less than this. However, he never imagined it would be so substantial. This marked his first significant gain in his pursuit of becoming the supreme being of heaven and earth. Just as Fu Guang reveled in his satisfaction, a voice filled with fury and gritted teeth exclaimed nearby, "Excellent! Marvelous! This group of barbaric sorcerers ought to be taught a severe lesson." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang turned his gaze toward Niuhua, who was visibly agitated, taking deep breaths as the mountains around her undulated, captivating the eye. Earlier, Niuhua had abruptly emerged from her meditation, stating that the innate formation of Fengqi Mountain had been activated due to an attack. Fu Guang consulted the ancient calendar of the primordial era to assess the situation at Fengqi Mountain. Alongside him, Niuhua witnessed the scene where the great shaman, Shangliu, and others were hurling insults at Fushi, as well as at herself. This spectacle incited Niuhua, who was initially calm and composed, to become utterly enraged. If not for Fu Guang's intervention, and had Fushi not been engaged in battle, Niuhua would undoubtedly have charged straight to Fengqi Mountain. There, she would have first dealt with the vile and grotesque shamans who insulted her, and then confronted her own brother, who stood idly by, unresponsive to the slander. Fu Guang comprehended Niuhua's seething fury and Fushi's wrathful response. After all, among the great powers of the primordial world, with few exceptions, who does not value their dignity? Yet, he felt somewhat indifferent. To him, the repetitive taunts from these shamans were akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face. Observing the live broadcast, where clusters of shaman warriors were being severely wounded and unable to rise, Fu Guang's expression gradually turned serious. With a decisive clink, he set down his wine cup and stretched languidly. A great trouble is about to arrive. Having adjusted his focus, as Fushi and the others emerged from Fengqi Mountain, Fu Guang was already prepared to take action. In today's primordial realm, amidst various powerful beings, practitioners, and tribes, while many acknowledge the shaman's formidable and unruly combat prowess, the truth is that their understanding of the shamans remained woefully inadequate. No one knew better than Fu Guang how frenzied the shamans could become when angered and driven to extremes. Chapter 126. Niuhua, Riddle Man, Depart from the Primordial World. Within the courtyard of Fusong, although Fu Guang maintained a relaxed demeanor, his expression grew serious as he spoke. Beside him, Niuhua cast a puzzled glance, inquiring, "A significant trouble? What kind of trouble?" At that moment, her brows furrowed, and while her face still bore traces of anger, her heart had grown earnest. The troubles that could be articulated by Fu Guang would undoubtedly be considerable. Without clarity, Niuhua felt a sense of unease, especially since her brother was currently seeking retribution on her behalf. Upon hearing Niuhua's question, Fu Guang merely smiled in silence, his golden eyes fixed upon the scenes unfolding within the timeline of the primordial era. Observing this, Niuhua's lips twitched. This fellow spoke only halfway and seemed unafraid of retribution. Well, indeed, he showed no fear. However, Nuwa could only suppress her doubts and concerns, continuing to watch intently. She had come to realize that her brother had already pledged allegiance to Fu Guang. Thus, this individual would undoubtedly ensure her brother's safety. At worst, Fu Shi might sustain a minor injury. With that in mind, she resolved not to worry further. Outside Fengqi Mountain, numerous warriors of the witch clan lay heavily injured upon the ground, unable to rise again. Nevertheless, even in their battered state, their eyes burned with fury as they fixated on the celestial beings emerging from Fengqi Mountain, yearning to rise once more and engage in battle. Meanwhile, the 6 great witches, ensnared by the combined might of Bai Zhe and Fu Shi, found themselves trapped within the formidable celestial formation laid by these 2 powerful entities. The entwined forces of heaven and earth rendering them as if mired in quicksand, unable to break free. Xiang Lu bellowed in rage. Fu Shi, my son, is this all the strength you possess? Resorting to such underhanded tactics, what skill is that? If you have the courage, confront me directly. The other great witches, even more disheartened than Xiang Lu, were nonetheless sharp-tongued, relentlessly hurling insults. They shouted furiously, Fu Shi, you dog, and you pretty boy, come here and let me strike you. The great witches, ablaze with fury, focused their ire on Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, fervently provoking the limits of the duo's patience. Unsurprisingly, Fu Shi, already brimming with anger, became even more incensed. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe, stung by the insults, could no longer contain his wrath and retaliated. A resonant hum echoed as the power of the great Tao evolved into an expanse of resplendent, pure white, celestial light. Bai Zhe summoned forth one of his spiritual treasures, embodying a terrifying aura of lethal intent, and forcefully directed it towards the struggling Xiang Lu and the other great witches. Upon the descent of this formidable strike, instead of succumbing to fear, Xiang Lu and the 6 great witches erupted with an overwhelming malevolence, boldly countering the assault. In the next moment, a thunderous collision ensued as their attacks clashed, dissipating Bai Zhe's furious strike, causing his spiritual treasure to rebound and land before him. Simultaneously, the towering forms of the 6 great witches were compelled to retreat, their potent blood, imbued with a rich, sinister essence, spilling upon the ground. Despite Bai Zhe not exerting his full strength, this furious strike, emanating from a late-stage quasi-saint, was withstood by Xiang Lu and the 6 great witches, who remarkably retained their combat capabilities, illustrating the formidable resilience of the witch clan's physical forms. Observing the plight of the 6 great witches and the dire state of the witch warriors who had been directly subdued, Bai Zhe exhaled a deep breath laden with frustration. He then turned to Fu Shi and remarked, my friend, this intensity should suffice, no? In response, Fu Shi, gazing upon the calamity that befell the witch clan, also released a sigh, his expression regaining composure. It is indeed sufficient. We must take our leave. The commotion here is considerable, and the ancestral grounds of the witch clan lie not far away. Should the ancestral witch arrive, we would face grave troubles. After expressing his thoughts, Fu Shi, unlike the brutish members of the witch clan, understood the necessity of restraint. Had he not cautioned everyone against employing lethal force, merely intending to inflict significant damage? Now, as his ally Fu Guang was poised to embark on a grand endeavor, they could not afford any extraneous complications that might jeopardize his plans. Such consequences would surely be burdensome for Fu Shi to bear. The discomfort of being undermined by one's superior was undeniably unpleasant. As they spoke, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe prepared to summon the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain to depart. At that moment, a great witch, wounded by Bai Zhe, appeared deranged, eyes aflame with madness, and with a palpable aura of fury, bellowed, "You have injured me and my kin. You think you can simply depart? Not a chance." As he roared, a terrifying aura of destruction erupted from within him, his formidable malevolent blood surging uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, he charged forth like a madman towards Bai Zhe and Fu Shi. Witnessing this, the expressions of Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain darkened significantly. Instinctively, Fu Shi acted. He intends to self-destruct. Everyone, retreat behind me. Fu Shi raised his hand and summoned a postnatal supreme-grade tortoise-shell spiritual treasure, which, when activated, manifested a protective celestial light of formidable defensive power, sheltering both himself and the multitude of immortals from Phoenix Nest Mountain. In the next moment, a great shaman, poised for self-destruction, roared as he charged toward Fushi's spiritual treasure, exclaiming, "Die, all of you." In an instant, a terrifying shockwave erupted, sweeping through the heavens and earth. Though the sound of the great Tao resonated, the destructive energy contained within obliterated everything, reducing it to mere fragments and void. Yet, this was not the end. The shockwave from the great shaman's explosion had not fully dissipated when the severely injured shaman warriors began to unleash waves of destruction, bloodlight surging forth. Then came the thunderous roars of successive explosions erupting outside Phoenix Nest Mountain. The self-detonation of one or two shaman warriors was but child's play. However, when hundreds of thousands of shaman warriors detonated simultaneously, coupled with the resurgence of several great shamans radiating bloodlight, the resultant devastation was staggering. At that moment, the clouds high above were instantaneously shattered, as if the heavens themselves had been torn asunder. The earth was overturned by the explosive shockwaves, spiritual veins fractured and shattered. And everything, including the esteemed sanctum of Phoenix Nest Mountain, was utterly annihilated in the relentless tide of shamanic self-explosions. Within the epicenter of this cataclysm, Fushi's tortoise-shell spiritual treasure lay in ruins. He had long since summoned one spiritual treasure after another. Meanwhile, Baizé and the others did not remain idle, for no one was foolish enough to wait for Fushi to rescue them. They employed various means, exerting their utmost efforts to protect themselves amid the shamanic self-destruction. Die, all of you. Having sustained the heaviest injuries from Baizé's earlier assault, the shaman warriors, now devoid of reason, charged forward like a single monstrous entity. Their eyes ablaze with fury, braving the relentless waves of explosions, bloodlight enveloping them, as they surged toward the immortals of Phoenix Nest Mountain, who were already on the brink of their defensive limits. Just a slight increase in the intensity of the explosive shock would shatter the frail protective celestial light, delivering a grievous blow to the immortals of Phoenix Nest Mountain. In such dire circumstances, only a scant few among the immortals could hope to survive. Just as the shaman warrior was on the verge of complete madness and imminent self-destruction, an overwhelming force of spatial energy surged around him. In the next moment, a colossal hand, as grand as 10,000 feet, lifted the great shaman's true form as effortlessly as one might pick up a chick. Simultaneously, the terrifying and fearsome malevolent energy surged violently into Shangliu's body, abruptly halting his self-detonation. While Fushi and the others were still reeling from this unexpected turn of events, a colossal hand, stretching thousands of feet, emerged from the void, its dreadful power effortlessly dispersing the explosive force unleashed by numerous great shamans and Wu clan warriors. This ferocious assault advanced mercilessly towards Fushi and the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain. Witnessing this onslaught, many among Fengqi Mountain's deities turned pale. Such a massive true form, such formidable physical strength, such overwhelming mastery of spatial principles. There was no one left to rival it, save for the revered ancestor of the Wu clan, Emperor Jiang. My life is forfeit. In the hearts of many celestial beings at Fengqi Mountain, this thought arose, even as Fushi and Bei's stood with ashen faces. They understood the immense power of the ancestral shaman, yet it was only upon confronting him directly that they realized he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. This punch would not necessarily spell their end, but it would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries. Should they be gravely wounded, the ensuing situation would be perilously precarious. Just as Fushi and Bei's were about to devise a countermeasure, a chilling surge of spatial power manifested. In an instant, the very space occupied by Fushi and the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain was snatched away, as if plucking leaves from a tree. With a resounding crash, the entire space they inhabited was extracted, leaving the colossal hand of the ancestral shaman to fall into the void, its might unleashed, wreaking havoc upon the primordial world. Who? Emperor Jiang, revealing his true form as the ancestral shaman, stepped forth from the void, roaring in fury. At that moment, a potent force of spatial principles sought to replicate its earlier feat, sealing heaven and earth. However, this time, before Emperor Jiang's methods could fully take effect, an equally formidable force of spatial principles emerged to nullify his efforts, rendering his signature move ineffective. Buzz, golden celestial light illuminated the fractured world, as auspicious energy naturally coalesced, dissipating much of the malevolent aura in existence. Draped in a robe of primordial sun, moon, and stars, Radiating boundless spatial power, he floated amidst the vast, formless expanse. Emerging from a beam of golden celestial light, he met Emperor Jiang's gaze with a serene smile. With a respectful gesture, he said, "Emperor Jiang, ancestral shaman, I humbly bow to you." Chapter 127, Meeting the Palace Master. The once majestic Fengqi Mountain now lay in ruins. In the realm between heaven and earth, the true form of the ancestral witch, Daijing, confronted the radiant presence of Fugong, who emanated an aura of virtuous golden light. Upon recognizing the identity of his adversary, the once fierce and bloodthirsty Daijing instantly regained his composure. His voice, akin to thunder, reverberated, "Sun God, Fugong Daoist, caution is warranted." The weightiness and gravity in his tone were palpable to all, starkly contrasting his usual arrogance as the leader of the witch clan. Upon hearing Daijing's words, a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze graced Fugong's visage. I never imagined my humble name would reach the ears of Daijing, the ancestral witch. I am utterly flattered. As Fugong conversed with Daijing, behind him, Fuxi, Baize, Qin Yuan, and other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain stood serenely upon the clouds. At this moment, they emerged from their stupor, regaining their senses. Upon seeing Fugong's back facing them, without a hint of hesitation, Fuxi and Baize executed a gesture of submission. Fuxi, Baize, pays respects to the palace master. Their mutual understanding was evident as they both addressed Fugong as palace master. They knew well that since the palace master had actively intervened to rescue them from peril, it was clear he accepted their allegiance. In this moment, under the watchful eyes of many, continuing to refer to the palace master as Daoist or senior was evidently inappropriate. The title of palace master was fitting, underscoring his authoritative position over them without revealing undue ambition. After all, who in the primordial realm was unaware of the palace master's residence, the Golden Crow Palace, upon the Sun Star? Nearby, after Fuxi and Baize had paid their respects, Qin Yuan, Shangyang, Jimeng, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain followed suit. Bowing deeply, we pay our respects to the palace master. At that moment, the hearts of the celestial beings were filled with a profound sense of relief mixed with an inexplicable shock. The sheer destructive power of the earlier cataclysm, where hundreds of thousands of witches and great witches self-destructed, was terrifying enough. More importantly, the overwhelming malevolent energy unleashed by the witches' detonation had ignited the calamity chi of the cosmos, triggering a chain reaction that disrupted the spiritual veins of the realm surrounding Fengqi Mountain, compounded by the eruption of Earth's foul energies. The magnitude of the resulting chaos left them trembling with unease. However, what no one anticipated was that, despite facing such a terrifying onslaught, the ancestor Wu Emperor Jiang could still rescue Xiang Lu from the chaos and disregard him entirely, launching a direct assault on the crowd. Even more astonishing was that the esteemed palace master had yet to reveal themselves, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, effortlessly saved them all from the clutches of ancestor Wu Emperor Jiang, effortlessly countering all of his methods. Such prowess was beyond the wildest imaginings of the great transcendent beings like Qin Yuan, Ji Ming, and Shangyang, let alone the less formidable immortals of Fengqi Mountain. In that fleeting moment, the hearts of Qin Yuan and the other great transcendent beings, as well as the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, brimmed with reverence for the palace master. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing the titles and salutations from Fuxi, Baize, and the immortals of Fengqi Mountain, Fu Guang merely nodded in acknowledgement, uttering a simple, you may withdraw." With that, Fu Guang paid no further attention to Fuxi, Baize, and the others. He raised his gaze to Emperor Jiang and spoke with a smile. "The name of Ancestor Wu resonates like thunder across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Even though this humble Taoist remains secluded on the Sun Star, I have still heard of your renown. To finally witness you in person, indeed, is a truth far surpassing mere hearsay. In my humble opinion, the grandeur of Ancestor Jiang far exceeds the legendary tales." With a gentle smile, Fu Guang began to lavish praise upon Emperor Jiang, leaving the once tense and guarded ancestor Jiang momentarily speechless. A silence enveloped Emperor Jiang as he felt a swirl of confusion. Yet a flicker of joy inevitably rose within him. Did you see that? He, Emperor Jiang, was quite renowned and impressive. Even a formidable figure like Fu Guang treated him with such courtesy. Truly, he was formidable. Yet, despite the joy, Emperor Jiang did not allow even a sliver of vigilance to wane in his heart. He regarded Fu Guang and remarked, "Fu Guang, you too are renowned throughout the heavens and earth. However, today you dare to meddle in the affairs of my clan. If you do not provide this ancestor Wu with an explanation, then today's matter shall certainly not conclude here." Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's words, Fu Guang's expression remained unchanged. From the moment he decided to intervene, it was already fated that he would be entangled with the ancestor Wu and the Wu clan indefinitely. Such a threat felt as gentle as a spring breeze. Fu Guang maintained his calm demeanor. Regarding this matter, this humble Taoist has prepared two methods of explanation. The first method involves my modest understanding of the art of heavenly calculations. I can discern the preceding and ensuing events of this matter, making the truth and falsehood crystal clear. This approach preserves goodwill and offers benefits to all. The second method is to engage in debate using the reasoning skills that the ancestral shamans excel in. As he spoke, Fu Guang's golden gaze swept across the myriad directions of the world. It was uncertain which approach the ancestral shaman Di Jiang and his peers would choose. No sooner had he spoken than a resonant hum filled the air, a silent circulation of the power of the spatial Tao, causing fragments of space to shatter under Fu Guang's scrutiny. Almost immediately, the remaining 8 ancestral shamans emerged from the void, their presence magnifying the already substantial malevolent aura in the realm. The ominous energy surged skyward, blood-red light engulfing the heavens. 9 colossal figures stood defiantly between heaven and earth, imposing an overwhelming sense of oppression upon all who beheld them. Witnessing the bloodlight and malevolence saturating the world, transforming its very color, Fu Guang instinctively recoiled from such a sinister spectacle. With a thought, the once obscured firmament above, now illuminated by myriad gentle rays of sunlight, pierced through the blood and malice, casting its glow upon the ravaged earth. In mere moments, the warm sunlight dissipated half of the bloodlight and malevolence, as if cleaving the world in twain, illuminating one half with its brilliance. At that moment, the realm exhibited a stark dichotomy. On one side, malevolent energy pervaded, bloodlight filling the sky as if to corrupt all within its grasp. The 9 giants stood amidst this chaos, their might palpable. On the opposing side, the warm sunlight dispelled the sinister aura, rendering the skies clear and revitalizing the land with life-giving energy. The Taoist, radiating an aura of auspicious light, stood beneath the sun, exuding warmth and gentleness. Such a scene could likely be achieved by more than just Fu Guang, yet the arrival of others would not evoke the same sense of inevitability. In that instant, those who had retreated a distance, including Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, upon casting a glance at Fu Guang, instinctively lowered their heads, their gazes shifting downward, unwilling to meet the sight of one so radiating with virtuous light. At this moment, the palace master appeared overwhelmingly majestic. Chapter 128. The Scheme of the Ancestral Witches. A stroke to open the vast world. A tumultuous tide of malevolence clashed with gentle radiance, cleaving the heavens and the earth asunder. Fu Guang, with an air of composure, cast a glance at the other 8 ancestral witches he had summoned from the void. He raised his hand in a courteous salute, addressing them, "Greetings, esteemed ancestral witches." In response to Fu Guang's polite greeting, the faces of Xian Ming, Zhu Rong, and the other ancestral witches reflected a palpable displeasure. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, and a tempest of malice surged around them. Unperturbed by the rudeness exhibited by the 8 ancestral witches, Fu Guang mused that had they possessed an inkling of decorum, the vast Wu clan would not have descended into such a state of brazen tyranny and unchecked arrogance. Among the 9 ancestral witches, the water ancestral witch, Gong Gong, stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. With a fierce glare directed at Fu Guang, he proclaimed, "Sun God Fu Guang, I, as an ancestral witch, acknowledge your arduous cultivation and the merits you hold in relation to the legacy of our Father God. I am willing to grant you an opportunity to depart henceforth, and in return, I shall not pursue you any further." Raising an eyebrow, Fu Guang regarded the advancing Gong Gong, his golden eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. Such audacity! Yet, it was hardly surprising, for both Gong Gong and Zhu Rong were renowned for their fiery tempers among the 12 ancestral witches. Otherwise, how could Gong Gong have unleashed his wrath, obliterating the earthly spiritual veins surrounding Mount Buzhou, thus causing the Great Pillar to lose its prestigious title. In a direct confrontation, even if Gong Gong were to hurl his corporeal form against Mount Buzhou, he would be rendered incapable of toppling it. Disregarding Gong Gong's brazen rhetoric, Fu Guang found himself somewhat taken aback by the underlying intent conveyed by the ancestral witches. Their message seemed to imply a desire for him to withdraw peacefully, wishing to avoid conflict. Yet, this could not be so straightforward. While others may misunderstand the temperaments of the 12 ancestral witches, Fu Guang possessed a keen understanding of their nature. Therefore, Gong Gong's proposition was not born from fear. Rather, it likely concealed a deeper stratagem. As his thoughts raced, Fu Guang swiftly discerned the underlying motives of the 12 ancestral witches. A knowing glint flickered in his golden gaze. It appeared they had concluded that he was indeed their adversary in this cataclysmic tribulation. Such a conclusion was hardly surprising. Given the circumstances laid bare before them, any further speculation would be futile. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Fu Guang cast a meaningful glance at the 9 ancestral witches, silently contemplating. Thus, Gong Gong's words were seemingly aimed at luring me away, stabilizing the situation, and subsequently eliminating Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain. In doing so, they would sever my left and right arms, obliterating the very foundation of my endeavors. Should this scheme reach the ears of others, it would likely instill a chilling reluctance in future followers to pledge their allegiance to me. Even if I find myself in a state of utter isolation, the formidable threat posed by the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan would be significantly diminished. After all, if today one can forsake Fuxi and the multitude of immortals from Fengqi Mountain, then tomorrow one could just as easily abandon others. In such a manner, who would still rally behind Fu Guwei to undertake grand endeavors? With this thought, Fu Guwei's heart became as clear as a mirror. Simultaneously, he could not help but admire the cunning of the ancestor witches, especially the old schemer among them. Given the intellect of the 12 ancestor witches, their stratagem was indeed quite commendable. Alas, Fu Guwei was also well versed in the script, and although many details of that narrative were flimsy, its essence remained largely unerring. Upon comprehending the designs of the 12 ancestor witches, Fu Guwei turned his gaze towards Gong Gong and spoke with a smile. This enmity, after all, stemmed from the faults of the witch clan. Fuxi and his companions merely acted to chastise, without intending to bring about fatal harm. Regardless, it cannot be blamed on them. Yet, the demise of the 5 great witches and hundreds of thousands of warriors from the witch clan is an undeniable truth. While the fault does not lie with Fuxi and his ilk, I, on behalf of Jinnu Palace, extend my sincere condolences and concern towards those who perished in self-detonation. I implore you, esteemed ancestors, to find solace in this tragedy. After a brief pause, Fu Guwei's expression grew solemn. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Since the fault does not rest with Fuxi and his companions, the consequences should not fall upon them. Let us conclude this matter here, and I ask the esteemed ancestors to grant me this favor. Upon hearing these words, all present ancestor witches were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Fu Guwei's intent. Although they did not fully comprehend all he said, one thing was clear. He had pledged to protect Fuxi, Baize, and the other immortals from Fengqi Mountain. Realizing that Fu Guwei would not be easily deceived, Gong Gong erupted in fury. A tumultuous surge of malevolent energy coalesced, and the power of the great Tao morphed into an endless ocean. Gong Gong struck with ferocity, roaring, "Grant you a favor? You think you have the audacity to speak to me so? Bow down before me." As Gong Gong took action, the other ancestor witches followed suit with equal ferocity. A thunderous roar erupted as Zhu Rong ignited a sea of flames. "Sun God, allow me to witness your fire." The 2 formidable female ancestor witches, Xianin and Hutu, swiftly joined in, their powerful physiques generating fierce malevolent energy, resonating with the innate power of the great Tao they possessed. The terrifying malice emanating from these 2 female ancestor witches was palpable. Compared to other ancestral shamans, there is no sign of yielding. Their overwhelming momentum surges like a tempest. "You have slain several of our esteemed shamans and countless warriors. Do you, a mere creature, dare to hope to protect them? You do not regard us at all. Kill." The 9 ancestral shamans launched their assault simultaneously, their might striking terror as the atmosphere trembled with cataclysmic energy. Despite the rapid onset of their attack, which ignited without warning, Fu Guang remained unflustered in the face of the 9 ancestral shamans advancing to eradicate him. Their lethal strikes suggested that, with their schemes thwarted, they intended to unleash their full force to vanquish the true adversary of their lineage, Fu Guang. As they spoke, the power of the great Tao surged around Fu Guang. He declared in a resonant voice, "Why act so rashly? Such behavior lacks grace." Upon his words, a resplendent golden celestial light illuminated the heavens, casting brilliance upon the vast expanse, as the boundless power of the Tao evolved into formidable techniques. Facing the first to charge, Gong Gong, Fu Guang raised his hand, conjuring an infinite blaze of solar flames. As the flames surged, they transformed, morphing into an ocean that effectively obstructed Gong Gong's might, causing him to drown amidst the waves, subjected to the searing and boiling assault of the true water birth from the solar fire. With a lift of his gaze, Fu Guang turned toward the fire ancestral shaman, Zhu Rong. The sea of flames he summoned appeared to Fu Guang like mere fireflies. With a casual gesture, he commanded the endless solar flames to consume Zhu Rong's inferno entirely. With a demeanor both serious and relaxed, Fu Guang faced the onslaught of the ancestral shamans, effortlessly countering the Yin Dao against Xian Ming, the Earth and Metal Dao against Ho Tu, and the Creation Dao in a direct clash with Zhu Meng, while the Space Dao stood equal to Dijiang. Facing the 9 ancestral shamans, who lacked coordinated effort, Fu Guang revealed a fraction of his true prowess. Yet, despite a round of attacks, no tangible results materialized. Dijiang's expression grew grave as he finally comprehended why their 9th brother had repeatedly cautioned them to be wary of Fu Guang. For the disparity in power was akin to that between ancestral shamans and great shamans. Fu Guang was, in comparison to other formidable beings, of an entirely different caliber. Realizing this, Dijiang promptly issued an order. "Enough of this play. Form a formation and unite to vanquish this creature." Upon hearing Dijiang's furious command, the other ancestral shamans, now acutely aware of the pressing situation, felt their spirits surge once more, absorbing the immense malevolent energy of the heavens and earth to counter Fu Guang's methods. As they moved in concert, the auras of the 9 ancestral shamans intertwined, channeling the overwhelming malevolent energy towards them with fervor. Simultaneously, the earth surged with a vast, murky essence, which flowed into the bodies of the 9 ancestral witches. A primal aura gradually emanated from between them. At this moment, the power of the 9 ancestral witches experienced an unprecedented surge. Are we beginning in earnest? Observing the actions of the 9 ancestral witches and feeling the subtle yet mighty aura they emitted, Fu Guang's expression turned serious. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of spiritual treasures such as the Wangzi scripture, the Qiuhao brush, and the Zhou Tian chessboard manifested behind him. Fu Guang's immense magical energy surged forth, propelling these treasures into action. Suddenly, the very fabric of this realm trembled, as an extraordinarily vast illusion of the Dacian world enveloped everything. Fu Guang raised the Qiuhao brush, addressing the 9 ancestral witches. "Esteemed ones, please enter the Dacian world of this humble Taoist." As his words faded, he swept the brush through the sky. A powerful force, intertwining the essences of time, space, literary paths, the 5 elements, and countless other grand principles, descended and instantly formed a solid Dacian world, encompassing both the 9 ancestral witches and Fu Guang himself. Simultaneously, a river of time began to unfold outside this newly manifested Dacian world, preparing to pull it into the temporal rift. However, before it could be drawn into the rift, an enormous hand emerged from another temporal rupture, infused with the formidable power of the temporal path. This hand extinguished the river of time, preventing the Dacian world from plummeting into the rift. Then, the silhouette of a giant, with a human head and dragon body, radiant in crimson, exuding an overwhelming presence, emerged. With great effort, the giant lifted the Dacian world, pushing it away from the temporal fissure. The appearance of this titan left Fuxi, Baze, and the others, who remained behind, in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. As they regained their senses, Fuxi involuntarily exclaimed, "Another ancestral witch? The witch clan possesses 10 ancestral witches." Just as he spoke, a calm and composed voice interjected nearby. "Incorrect. There are not 10 ancestral witches, but 12. Upon hearing this voice, Fuxi and the others were momentarily taken aback and turned to see Fu Guang, serene and composed, standing atop a cloud. Chapter 129, Terrifying Strength. At this moment, upon suddenly hearing the profound secret spoken by their esteemed lord, Fuxi, Baise, and the others all froze, their expressions tightening in astonishment. 12 ancestor witches? My lord, is this truly the case? However, the lord did not respond to their bewilderment. Instead, he gazed at the vast world he had manifested. A colossal form pushed back from the rift in time. A slight smile graced his lips. So, you have finally ceased to conceal yourselves? I had thought that the esteemed ancestor witches would remain in seclusion until the end of time. His enormous eyes turned toward Fuguang, who was perched upon the auspicious clouds. As he prepared to break through the grand world to release the 9 ancestor witches, Zhu Jiuyin paused momentarily. His eyes narrowed. Fuguang, why do you linger here? In response, Fuguang smiled and retorted, Why, ancestor witch, I have remained here all along. If not here, then where should I be? You ought to be within the grand world under the control of our ancestor witches. Zhu Jiuyin pondered this statement. Just moments before, Fuguang had summoned an overwhelming number of virtuous treasures to directly manifest the grand world he now supported, enveloping figures such as Di Jiang and Xian Ming within it. Clearly, he himself had also entered that realm. This fact was unmistakable to Zhu Jiuyin. He could not have been mistaken. After all, this was part of their plan. Once his elder brothers, the 9 of them, restrained Fuguang, the 3 they had concealed would strike together, eliminating Fuxi, Baise, and the other celestial beings of Phoenix Nest Mountain. Thus, they would sever Fuguang, the true adversary amidst the calamity, from his crucial strength and allies. Yet, they never anticipated that Fuguang, who had evidently been restrained by his elder brothers and had entered the grand world alongside them, would still be present. How could this be possible? Unless Fuguang possessed an unknown divine ability that allowed him to exist simultaneously in both the primordial realm and the grand world. Nevertheless, this concern was not paramount. What truly mattered was that Fuguang had confidently asserted the existence of 12 ancestor witches rather than the widely acknowledged 9 or 10. What did this imply? It indicated that Fuguang had long been privy to the information regarding their 12 ancestor witches. As the strategist among the 12 ancestor witches, Zhu Jiuyin's thoughts raced. He quickly recognized the undeniable truth. Fuguang was intimately familiar with their 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan. A miscalculation had occurred. Zhu Jiuyin's expression grew grave as he solemnly remarked, I should have anticipated this. You, Fuguang, are indeed our 12 ancestor witches' true opponent in this calamity. The one who once intervened to rescue the Queen Mother of the West. Merely relying on the passage of time will not grant one a glimpse into the future. It is likely that you, the esteemed Taoist Fuguang, have long been aware of the existence of our 12 ancestral sorcerers, and perhaps even foresaw the current situation. If that is indeed the case, then the arrival of Xiang Lu and others at Fengqi Mountain, along with the interventions of Fuxi, Baise, and my elder brother. The more I ponder, the more convoluted my thoughts become. Zhu Jiuyin's countenance grew increasingly grave, his mind in disarray. Finally, he lifted his gaze in astonishment towards Fuguang, exclaiming, Could it be that today's events, this battle, were all part of your design? Taoist Fuguang. Zhu Jiuyin's repeated inquiries left Fuxi, Baise, and the other celestial beings present at Fengqi Mountain utterly bewildered. After a moment, Fuxi regained his composure, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at the unflappable demeanor of his lord, who retained a gentle smile. With a tone of reverence, he remarked, Truly, our lord is remarkable. Beside him, Baise echoed Fuxi's sentiments, his expression one of realization. Indeed, our lord is extraordinary. As time passed, Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, Ji Meng, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain wore similar expressions of confusion. Zhu Jiuyin's words had been forthright and his analysis clear. In essence, everything occurring here was part of the strategy devised by the Lord they had just followed. Though they struggled to grasp the full implications, they were profoundly shaken. What an extraordinary level of foresight. What a masterful scheme. How formidable. Their Lord was truly unparalleled. Subconsciously, they cast furtive glances at their sovereign. In that moment, he stood relaxed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of ease. The slight upward curve of his lips hinted at an alarming strength. At that instant, the awe and reverence the celestial beings felt for their lord deepened significantly. Who has plotted against me? Whom have I ensnared? externally composed. Taoist Fu Guang felt a flicker of confusion upon hearing Zhu Jiuyin's words. Yet, in the next moment, he dispelled that sense of bewilderment. His golden eyes calmly fixed on Zhu Jiuyin. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth. Merely conjecture, after all. Oftentimes, the more clever one is, the more flaws one reveals. He smiled and invited. I kindly request the other two ancestral sorcerers to reveal themselves as well. As he spoke, Fu Guang's golden eyes mirrored the manner in which he had previously summoned the 8 ancestral sorcerers, Xianming and Zhu Rong, from the depths of space. Amidst the surging force of the great path of time, 2 towering ancestral deities emerged from the rifts of time, summoned forth by the illustrious Fu Guang. Upon witnessing his 2 brothers forcibly extracted from the temporal fissure, Zhu Jiuyin fell into a contemplative silence. He realized that he had long overestimated the prowess of Fu Guang, who, in truth, surpassed his expectations. Given the current strength of the 3 brothers, even united, they would undoubtedly fall short against Fu Guang's formidable might. Thus, the paramount objective was to breach the vast cosmos and liberate their brethren. Only with the assembly of the 12 ancestral witches could they hope to contend with Fu Guang. After a moment of silence, Zhu Jiuyin's gaze shifted, subtly communicating with the other 2 ancestral deities. In an instant, a surge of ferocious vitality erupted from his being, channeling the terrifying force of the great path of time, which surged forth towards the cosmos he bore. Simultaneously, Zhu Jiuyin bellowed, "Attack!" The other 2 ancestral deities acted in near-perfect synchrony, unleashing a cataclysmic assault alongside Zhu Jiuyin towards the vast cosmos, indifferent to the potential repercussions it might have on Emperor Jiang and others within. The resilience of the ancestral witches was such that not even the explosion of an incomplete cosmos would pose a concern. They could withstand the impact of a complete cosmos without issue. However, there was no time for hesitation. Breaking through the vast cosmos was of utmost importance. Yet, just as the 3 deities commenced their assault, Fu Guang too unleashed his power. The movements of the 3 colossal figures, no matter how minute, were amplified 1,000-fold. Zhu Jiuyin believed his actions to be discreet, yet unbeknownst to him, his immense form rendered even the slightest motion easily perceivable to Fu Guang, Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, and their companions. It was evident to all who were not blind. Upon witnessing the attack of Zhu Jiuyin and his brethren, Fu Guang summoned the flow of the great path around him. With a roar, a river of time encircled the vast cosmos, and an unstoppable force of spatial power engulfed the world Zhu Jiuyin bore. Simultaneously, time and space inverted, redirecting the trio's assault back upon themselves. The sound of thundering impacts echoed as the 3 ancestral witches endured the brunt of their own attacks, their bodies reeling backward. Meanwhile, the cosmos once held by Zhu Jiuyin was swiftly consumed by the river of time and the vortex of space, vanishing into the suddenly torn rift of time and space. Chapter 130. Observe and Learn. The vast world that imprisoned his own siblings has been seized, carelessly cast into the rift of time and space. This scene greatly provoked Zhu Jiuyin. He abruptly steadied himself, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared. What audacity! With the thunderous roar echoing, Zhu Jiuyin's thoughts surged. He activated his innate mastery of the great path of time with all his might. In an instant, the fabric of time and space came to a standstill, poised to reverse. However, before Zhu Jiuyin could successfully reverse time, a subtle hum resonated through the cosmos, and the silent force of time swiftly took control of the chaotic temporal sequence he had disrupted. In the next moment, time, which had been halted, began to flow once more, yet at an astonishingly rapid pace. Within the blink of an eye, countless epochs had elapsed. Moreover, as the force of the great path of time surged, the power of the great path of space reverberated throughout the universe. Everything within this realm was being cleaved by the force of space. This power, akin to an ocean, stirred waves that birthed an array of ephemeral worlds, each with its own distinct layers of existence. At this moment, under the influence of the great paths of time and space, all became inverted, ethereal, and elusive. In this tumultuous realm, only the one wielding such terrifying abilities, Fu Guang, and those he had directly anchored within a stable segment of spacetime, such as Fuxi, Bai Zhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, remained unaffected by the chaotic temporal disturbances. Even Zhu and his two brothers had succumbed to the tumult of chaotic time and space. Yet, such minor tactics posed no challenge in ensnaring the three ancestral witches. However, to inflict harm upon them remained an insurmountable task. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic turbulence of time and space evolved into infinite realms, entire expanses of existence transforming before them. This display of power left Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain in a state of profound astonishment, akin to statues frozen in disbelief. Disregarding the collective shock of the onlookers, Fu Guang's golden gaze swept across the three dimensions of the chaotic space. He then turned to Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, proclaiming, "Watch closely. Observe how the ancestral witches engage in battle, how the witch clan fights. I shall only impart this lesson once. How much you learn depends on your own capabilities." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain trembled in response, quickly bowing in deference. Yes. With a casual nod, Fu Guang concentrated his thoughts, and the supreme treasure of creation, the Qian Kuan Ding, flew forth, enveloped in radiant celestial light, safeguarding him from all sides. Upon witnessing their esteemed leader summoned the Qian Kuan Cauldron, the expression of the assembled celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain, apart from the already informed Fuxi and Baize, was one of astonishment. The Qian Kuan Cauldron, a treasure of unparalleled creation, capable of defying the innate order. This divine vessel was now in the hands of their leader. As over a dozen quasi-saints absorbed the shock, they gradually came to understand, their gazes turning knowingly towards Baize. It was no wonder that after his expedition to the Sun Star, Baize had returned with three treasures of remarkable affinity, capable of severing corpses, with their leader wielding the Qian Kuan Cauldron. It was not beyond the realm of possibility for Baize to be bestowed a set of treasures designed to counteract the innate order and effectively sever corpses. With this thought in mind, the quasi-saints of Fengqi Mountain, who lacked suitable treasures for corpse severing, felt their hearts ignite with fervor. If Baize could acquire a complementary set of treasures, then surely they too had a chance. It must be understood that the chasm between those who possess the great ability to sever corpses and those who do not is akin to a vast abyss. To illustrate simply, both being great practitioners of the same realm, the pre-severing Baize would refer to Fuxi and Enhua as seniors, while the post-severing Baize could address Fuxi as a brother and Enhua as a companion. This delineates the stark contrast between pre-severing and post-severing states. As the Qian Kuan Cauldron was unveiled, Fu Gong remained unperturbed by the prospect of such a precious artifact being exposed to the public eye, fearing covetous glances. Such apprehension was indeed unfounded. To speak candidly, after this battle, he could casually abandon the Qian Kuan Cauldron upon the vast expanse of the wilderness. And aside from the witch clan, few would dare to covet it. With the Qian Kuan Cauldron as his protection, Fu Gong felt it insufficient. The vast timeline of the wilderness unfolded around him like a scroll of artistry, with the celestial map of the stars manifesting, enveloping him in a cosmic embrace. An innate spiritual sail materialized alongside a rotating shield encircling him. After ensuring his safety with utmost diligence, Fu Gong raised his hand, and with a resonant hum, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, radiating an aura of harmonious merit and swirling with profound yellow celestial light, appeared in his grasp. Upon seeing the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in Fu Gong's hand, Fuxi, Baize, and the others were once again taken aback. The aura of merit, the profound yellow celestial light, and the unmistakable form of this artifact could not be mistaken. It was undoubtedly the legendary treasure known throughout the wilderness, rumored but never seen, now almost a myth in itself. The postnatal treasure of merit, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. To my utter astonishment, this extraordinary treasure is not merely a legend. Even more surprising is the fact that it lies within the grasp of our esteemed palace master. What a remarkable possession this master of treasures holds. The surprises bestowed upon us by our palace master are truly boundless, each more exhilarating than the last. With such a master, how could one ever doubt the success of great endeavors? Ignoring the astonishment of those around, Fu Guang, fully armed, stepped forth, plunging directly into the chaotic and tumultuous expanse of endless time and space. Simultaneously, within the anchored timeline, Fuxi, Baize, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain beheld the three ancestral witches, steadfast, and imposing amidst the chaotic boundlessness of time and space. Their formidable malevolent energy saturating the very fabric of existence. Their immense power was unabated, obliterating the ever-evolving realms of time and space with terrifying ferocity. At that moment, the three ancestral witches were also consumed by an extraordinary rage, their voices echoing in furious cries. Fuguang Taoist, come forth. You wretched creature, akin to a mere insect. What skill is there in employing such vile tactics? Have the courage to confront this ancestral witch directly. The fury of the three ancestral witches was beyond expression. However, as Zhu Jiuyin continued to vent his wrath, a celestial river, intertwining time and space, surged down upon him. Observing this unexpected turn of events, Zhu Jiuyin's face lit up with delight. This is excellent. In an instant, the blood energy that had permeated the endless time and space retreated, flooding into Zhu Jiuyin's being, causing his ancestral witch form to shimmer with a crimson glow. Harnessing the terrifying force of his malevolent energy and the power of the great Tao of time, Zhu Jiuyin unleashed a cataclysmic assault. This strike was formidable, shattering the layers of time and space that had encircled him. Subsequently, as Zhu Jiuyin confronted the river of time and space head-on, he was thoroughly engulfed by its formidable tide. Chapter 131, Fu Guang, a precious treasure. With a thunderous roar, the true form of the ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, was engulfed by the surging river of time and space. The immense impact shattered vast segments of the fabric of time itself. Simultaneously, the inexorable power of the endless continuum of time relentlessly eroded his will, while the boundless force of spatial essence cruelly ground against Zhu Jiuyin's corporeal form. Were it not for his mastery over the path of time and the formidable nature of his physical vessel, he would have already shed a layer of skin by now. Nevertheless, even without being rendered a fool by the river of time, Zhu Jiuyin found himself in a perilous predicament. Zhu Jiuyin roared in fury, his temper erupting. Despite his formidable strength and ferocity, capable of easily demolishing numerous powerful beings, he now found himself in a situation where the roles of attacker and defender had irrevocably shifted. He had become the one susceptible to being overwhelmed. Yet, he had not been vanquished nor utterly defeated. The insidious Fu Guang, with his multitude of devious and despicable tactics, had ensnared him without breaching the defenses of his ancestral form. Such underhanded methods were unbecoming of a true champion. Fu Guang was merely a figure of hollow renown. The contemptible and treacherous Fu Guang should dare to emerge and contest the physical prowess of the ancestral witch. In a fit of rage, Zhu Jiuyin vehemently denounced, "What merit do such vile tactics hold in the eyes of a hero?" This sentiment held no fault in the logic of the ancestral witches. After all, while they were inherently endowed with a path of their own, they favored the refinement and tempering of their physical forms. Although they wielded their respective paths to unparalleled heights, they had yet to reach a state of complete mastery over them. The ancestral witches and their kin preferred the raw, visceral nature of combat. Thus, Zhu Jiuyin's words resonated with the other ancestral witches and the witch clan, as they too cherished the art of close-quarters conflict. However, when this discourse reached the ears of Fuxi, Baizhe, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, it elicited bewilderment. It is universally acknowledged that the physical form of the witch clan is unparalleled, and the bodies of the ancestral witches are indeed comparable to the finest innate treasures. Who would employ their own weaknesses to exploit another's strengths? To rely upon one's own most adept techniques and have them deemed despicable by the ancestral witches? How absurd! In the boundless expanse of time and space, the ancestral witch chuckled. Fu Guang's voice resonated forth. It is well known that the witch clan possesses an invincible physique, and the bodies of the ancestral witches rival even the most exquisite innate treasures. I am but a humble practitioner of the celestial path. What qualifications do I possess to compare my physical form with the ancestral deities? As I spoke, in the boundless expanse of time and space, myriad blossoms of the great Tao emerged, the golden lotuses of the laws unfurling with grace, and the immense power of the Tao surged relentlessly toward Zhu Jiuyin. There was no flamboyant display of skill. It was merely the humble invocation of the most fundamental forces of the Tao, meticulously grinding, scraping, and slicing at the true form of the ancestral deity. Ironically, such simplicity was profoundly terrifying. If one could withstand it, all would be well. However, if one faltered, the fundamental power of the Tao would obliterate them in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. Zhu Jiuyin's fury intensified, becoming more violent, his roars echoing through the void. Yet, faced with the unending onslaught of various Tao forces, he found himself utterly powerless. Strength was not absolute. There was always a greater strength. If other ancestral deities were present, united with their brethren, their fierce bloodlust could easily shatter the vile techniques of Fu Guang Daoren. But now, Zhu Jiuyin stood alone. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Ancestral deity, please pay heed. The voice of Fu Guang Daoren reverberated through the endless time and space. I shall make my move. As the words fell, a terrifying aura of yellow and black pierced through the infinite void, suffused with an aura of ultimate slaughter, hurtling directly toward the beleaguered Zhu Jiuyin. At the moment he beheld this menacing ray, the previously furious Zhu Jiuyin felt his scalp tingle. Danger! 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 This yellow-black radiance, capable of annihilating all, instilled within him an acute sense of peril, as if it could pierce through his very essence as an ancestral deity. Without hesitation, trusting his instincts, Zhu Jiuyin summoned forth his formidable life force and charged toward the inevitable yellow-black ray, declaring, "Halt! Ancestral deity demands it." In the next instant, the yellow-black radiance struck Zhu Jiuyin. Boom! The force collided against his fierce life essence momentarily, unleashing a terrifying surge of impact. However, Zhu Jiuyin's defense lasted only that fleeting moment. With a tearing sound, the ancestral deity's true form, never before forcefully breached, was, at that moment, forcibly torn asunder by Fu Guang Daoren. Humph! A low grunt escaped Zhu Jiuyin as a massive wound was inflicted upon his true form. Blood, reminiscent of rainflowers, cascaded through the endless void, staining vast expanses of time and space crimson, before shattering into fragments. Simultaneously, Zhu Jiuyin's colossal essence was swept away by the currents of time. He fell into an even more chaotic realm of time and space. Accompanying Zhu Jiuyin were two other ancestral witches, each bearing similarly terrifying wounds, their blood staining the vast expanse of this endless cosmos. As they traversed the infinite dimensions, Fu Guang chose to disregard the severely injured Zhu Jiuyin and his brothers. Inflicting further harm was already beyond his limits. It was impossible to slay them at this moment. The witch race remained favored by the heavens, blessed by the remnants of Pangu. Even the common witch would bear immense karmic retribution for taking too many lives. How much more so for the 12 ancestral witches? Even the saints could not directly annihilate the witch clan, let alone Fu Guang, who had yet to attain enlightenment. Killing was certainly out of the question. A thorough beating, however, posed no significant issue. With a hum, he raised his hand, effortlessly breaching the defensive barriers of the three ancestral witches, severely wounding them. The essence of their profound yellow aura fell into Fu Guang's grasp, transforming into the unadorned form of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. A marvelous treasure. Fu Guang gazed at the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in his hands, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The power of attack it possessed needed no further elaboration. More importantly, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler held a portion of the merit for creation and an inexhaustible essence of profound yellow energy, allowing its use without entanglement in karmic retribution, thus sparing Fu Guang from any disastrous repercussions. It was truly the finest artifact for dealing with the ancestral witches. It surpassed even the Chaos Bell in terms of usability. After all, while the Chaos Bell was indeed more powerful, it would also attract karmic consequences and calamities. This was precisely why Fu Guang chose to wield the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in this battle rather than the Chaos Bell. Naturally, if the situation became dire, he would resort to the Chaos Bell if necessary. After casting a glance at the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, Fu Guang's golden eyes shifted. Subsequently, he casually tossed both the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and the Qian Kuan Ding into the rift of time and space opened by a mere thought. Chapter 132. Fushi, no more jesting. At this moment, within the boundless turbulence of time and space, an array of virtuous treasures and the intrinsic Tao of Fu Guang converged, casting forth into the fissures of the great myriad worlds. Boom! Grasping the autumn pen, adorned in the myriad scriptures, surrounded by numerous sacred treasures, Fu Guang's countenance bore a serious expression, yet his demeanor remained casual. With every gesture, myriad manifestations of the Tao emerged, rising and falling in a mesmerizing display. He faced off against the 9 ancestral witches, their combined blood and essence far surpassing the consummate realm of the primordial golden immortal's might. Within the great myriad worlds, the heavens and earth continually crumbled, the process of evolution unfolding as various powers of the Tao circulated, intertwining principles and laws in constant metamorphosis. This relentless struggle countered the joint onslaught of the 9 ancestral witches. Fu Guang maintained his composure, deftly navigating the chaos. In contrast, the 9 ancestral witches, confronted with Fu Guang's ceaseless array of Taoist techniques, found themselves unable to mount any effective counterattacks despite their relentless efforts. The more they persisted, the more their frustration mounted, plunging them into an unbearable discomfort. Soon, they erupted into furious roars, hurling insults at Fu Guang. "You wretched creature, I am your father. Dare to face me in a single blow. Fu Guang, you cowardly wretch, are you too afraid to even spar with me? Pathetic. Sun God Fu Guang. Nonsense. You are only worthy of licking the soles of my feet." Listening to the ancestral witches' tirades of abuse and foul language, Fu Guang's expression remained unchanged, his emotions scarcely stirred. "Is this it? Have your ancestral witches not received any proper etiquette training? Such gentle insults." Unperturbed, Fu Guang summoned his sacred treasures, intensifying the evolution of his perfected Tao, his strikes growing increasingly weighty. The standoff lingered, the battle stretching on in this infinite temporal maelstrom, the duration unknown. Until one fateful day, a rumble echoed as a perfected power of the Tao emerged, extinguishing yet another joint assault from the ancestral witches. Fu Guang raised an eyebrow slightly, followed by a satisfied smile gracing his features. Has it arrived? As his words faded, 2 streaks of light traversed the turbulent currents of time and space, descending into the myriad worlds, arriving before Fu Guang. They were the primordial measuring ruler and the Qian Kuan cauldron. Raising his hand to summon the primordial measuring ruler and the Qian Kuan cauldron, a warm smile illuminated Fu Guang's face as he regarded the 9 ancestral witches, who, exhausted from their tirades, now fervently surrounded him. With a gentle tone, he addressed them. "Esteemed ancestral witches, do take heed." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the 9 ancestral witches, who had fought tirelessly through the ages yet remained invigorated and in fine form, were momentarily taken aback. Of course, the assault in hand remains unrelenting. Who is being intimidated by this feigned formation? With bloodshot eyes, Emperor Jiang, resembling a madman, fixed his gaze upon Fu Guang and roared in fury. No reply was given. Fu Guang merely wore a smile. Buzz. A myriad of perfected paths surged around him. An endless torrent of magical power flooding into the Hongmeng measuring ruler and the Qian Kuan cauldron, along with the many merit treasures he had previously summoned. Instantly, these treasures emitted an unparalleled radiance that illuminated the vast cosmos, even casting light upon the chaotic currents of time and space beyond the great thousand world. This eruption of brilliance compelled Emperor Jiang and the other 8 ancestral witches to instinctively raise their hands to shield themselves. In that very moment, clang, the Hongmeng measuring ruler transformed once more into an ultimate blade of Xian Huang, wielding the might and swiftness to cleave through time and space, charging directly towards the 9 ancestral witches. Simultaneously, the myriad scriptures unfurled, manifesting wondrous phenomena of the literary path. With a stroke of the autumn hairbrush, the great thousand world instantaneously bifurcated. Numerous merit treasures also evolved various perfected powers, launching assaults upon the 9 ancestral witches, effectively restraining them all. With a rip, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, a colossal wound appeared on the true form of the foremost ancestral witch, Emperor Jiang, as his blood, infused with a sinister aura, gushed forth. In that instant, his immense form staggered backward, a foot slipping into the endless currents of chaotic time and space. This sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the other 8 ancestral witches. They looked towards the spot where Emperor Jiang had fallen into the chaotic time, but there was no trace of him to be found. The 8 ancestral witches gasped in horror. "Brother! Elder brother! Oh no! Big brother!" Before they could act to search for Emperor Jiang, clang, the Xian Huang blade of the Hongmeng measuring ruler traversed through time and space, an unstoppable force, relentlessly striking at the ancestral witches. In but a fleeting moment, Gong Gong was nearly bisected. Zhu Rong suffered a grievous head wound. Xian Ming had his thigh pierced through. Ho Tu bore a gaping wound that exposed bone. Within mere breaths, one after another, the ancestral witches bled across the Great Thousand, gravely wounded and falling into the chaotic currents of time and space. Buzz. After severely injuring the 9 ancestral witches and casting them into the currents, the Hongming measuring ruler, Qian Kuan cauldron, myriad scriptures, and numerous treasures unleashed a resplendent celestial radiance, all vanishing into the chaotic currents. Simultaneously, this realm, bereft of the treasure's support and the power of the great paths, began to crumble. Within the Great Thousand world, Fu Guang's ethereal form transformed into a golden celestial light, vanishing alongside the Great Thousand world into the chaotic currents of time and space. The Fengqi Mountain, now fragmented by the endless time and space. A golden celestial light swept through the tumultuous, endless expanse of time and space, gently smoothing the wrinkles of this realm. Much like a tender hand straightening a garment, this soft, golden radiance bestowed boundless vitality and creation, gradually restoring the essence of the resplendent earth, which had suffered greatly from the self-detonations of countless witch clans and the emergence of ancestral witches. Witnessing this battle, the unscathed Fuxi, Beis, and the myriad celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain were left in a state of tranquil astonishment, observing the profound stillness that followed. This scene, in comparison to the fierce conflict they had just witnessed, seemed but a mere whisper of significance. As they remained momentarily stunned, a figure emerged from the fabric of time and space. Upon seeing Fu Guang appear, Fuxi, Beis, and the other celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain regained their composure. Bowing respectfully in unison, we pay our respects to the esteemed lord of the palace. With a glance at the gathered crowd, Fu Guang inclined his head slightly, stating, "This matter has reached a temporary conclusion. You may now pursue your previous intentions. Go forth as you please." With that brief announcement, Fu Guang transformed into a stream of golden light, vanishing before the eyes of Fuxi, Beis, and their celestial companions. Once Fu Guang departed, the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain breathed a collective sigh of relief, including Fuxi and Beis. The reason for their relief was clear. After experiencing such a battle, facing their lord again would undoubtedly bring immense pressure upon anyone, especially for Fuxi, who finally grasped the vast chasm that lay between their strengths. Having never witnessed his lord's true might in battle, he had previously dared to jovially refer to Fu Guang as his peer. Yet now, even if granted the courage, he would no longer dare to do so, nor would he wear a smile. Chapter 133, Transmutation of 3000. Once he regained his composure, Fuxi turned his gaze towards the desolate expanse of Fengqi Mountain, now utterly ravaged, with even the earth's spiritual veins obliterated. Were it not for the timely intervention of their esteemed leader, who had infused this realm with vitality and creation, Fengqi Mountain would have been irrevocably transformed into a perilous wasteland, devastated by malevolent forces. The thought that the home he and his younger sister cherished had been annihilated by the witch clan ignited a fierce anger within him, intensifying the throbbing in his head. Initially, he had contemplated relocating with his sister to another sanctuary, awaiting the resolution of this calamity, but he had never entertained the idea of forsaking their ancestral home. Now, with the witch clan's incursion, his home lay in ruins. Such barbarity was utterly intolerable. Fuxi was seething with rage. Stepping forward, Baizhe regarded Fuxi with a comforting expression. "There is no need for anger, my friend. The consequences of this encounter will surely be addressed in due time. With our victory over the witch clan, a bond of fate has already been forged. Once our esteemed leader dispatches the 12 ancestors of witchcraft into the chaotic currents of time and space, another confrontation will undoubtedly ensue. The 12 ancestors, true to their nature, will not bear this grievance silently, nor are they known for their cautious demeanor. Upon their return, they will likely bide their time only until their wounds have healed. Thus, our leader's remarks about this matter being temporarily concluded were deliberate. It was not the time to disclose everything, as a grand battle looms ahead. When that moment arrives, we shall reclaim today's repercussions." Baizhe spoke earnestly. "For now, let us focus on the joyous occasion concerning our leader. Delaying this matter could lead to dire consequences for both of us. We cannot afford to jeopardize the first assignment entrusted to us by our leader." The mere thought of the potential punishment for such negligence sent shivers down Baizhe's spine. despite their leader's seemingly amiable demeanor. One does not attain greatness by being merely benevolent. Upon hearing this, Fuxi nodded gravely. You are right. The image of their leader effortlessly pummeling the three ancestors of witchcraft like mere sandbags in the boundless expanse of time sent a shudder through him. His expression hardened. Bai Zhe, esteemed friends, you shall journey to the Sun Star to pay your respects to our leader. I will promptly attend to the task assigned by our leader. Bai Zhe, with a serious countenance, nodded affirmatively, excellent. Subsequently, Fuxi transformed into a beam of celestial light, departing without a backward glance. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were formidable, having witnessed the formidable prowess of their sovereign. Even Fuxi felt a tinge of trepidation. I bid you farewell, Taoist brother. Bai Zhe extended his hands in a gesture of respect as he observed Fuxi's departure. Behind him, the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, including Qin Yuan and Shang Yang, echoed in unison. Farewell, esteemed elder. After bidding farewell to Fuxi, Bai Zhe turned to the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, his demeanor slightly anxious. Esteemed friends, young companions, please accompany this humble Taoist to the Sun Star to pay our respects to the sovereign. Any matters requiring attention will be elucidated during our journey. As he spoke, Bai Zhe waved his sleeve, summoning a cloud, and led the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain directly towards the Sun Star. Along the way, he elaborated on the current situation within the Golden Crow Palace and spoke of the friendships of their sovereign. More importantly, Bai Zhe aimed to instill a sense of awareness among the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain. Previously, when they resided at Fengqi Mountain, the Taoist Niuhua had shown little inclination to intervene, and Fuxi, being a free-spirited individual, similarly imposed no constraints upon them. Furthermore, although the celestial beings had gathered, they had not formed a unified organization, resulting in a rather lax management of their conduct. However, the circumstances had now changed. By entering the Golden Crow Palace and serving under their sovereign, they had officially become part of an organization. The previous laxity would no longer be tolerated. After imparting these reminders, Bai Zhe looked earnestly at the celestial beings. Remember this well. The sovereign is the progenitor of the literary Tao, valuing decorum and virtue. Henceforth, do not engage in reckless behavior. The consequences of offending the sovereign are not something this humble Taoist needs to forewarn you about, I trust. Once the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain had committed Bai Zhe's cautionary words to heart, they donned expressions of solemnity and seriousness. Understood. Observing their understanding, Bai Zhe felt a measure of relief, his expression turning grave as he quickened their pace towards the Sun Star. On the Sun Star, within the Fusa courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Niuhua sat beside the celestial table, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the serene Fuguang, the primordial measuring ruler, and the Qianquan cauldron. How is it that these two spiritual treasures have found their way into your possession? Dear Taoist Fuguang, no wonder, despite our extensive searches in years past, my elder brother and I yielded no results. After a brief pause, she cast an envious glance at Fuguang. Niuhua expressed her sentiments once more, exclaiming, Dear friend, you are indeed fortunate. Upon hearing her words, Fuguang merely smiled, refraining from offering a response. Fortunate? Niuhua, you are utterly unaware of the significance of the Hongmeng Liantian, the Qianquan Ding, the God-slaying spear, and the Hongmeng purple qi. When he acquired these treasures from the sages, they felt almost scalding in his grasp. Were these marvels simply bestowed? In truth, they were obtained from the hands of the sages, and Fuguang chose not to elaborate, allowing the topic to fade with a smile. Niuhua, too, refrained from delving deeply into matters concerning the spiritual treasures. A brief mention and a moment of reflection sufficed. To speak further might suggest a covetousness for another's treasures. And given her increasingly amicable relationship with Fuguang, any additional inquiries could appear presumptuous. Rather than pursue the topic of spiritual treasures, Niuhua's curiosity was piqued by the methods Fuguang employed during his recent battle. After all, Fuguang had remained within the Fusan courtyard without departing. Yet, astonishingly, on the battlefield of Fengqi Mountain, he had first manifested to confront the 9 ancestors, drawing them into the vast world, only to later find himself ensnared in the turbulent flow of time and space. Subsequently, he reappeared on the Fengqi Mountain battlefield, confronting 3 other newly emerged ancestors. Niuhua was certain that these were not mere manifestations of Fuguang's 3 corpses, Although the three corpses shared the same lineage as the original, their essence, artifacts, and divine abilities could never be identical. Within the Fusan courtyard, in the vast world, and on the Fengqi battlefield, the simultaneous appearance of three instances of Fugong, all sharing the same essence, artifacts, and divine abilities, led to a profound query. Were they all manifestations of the original, or perhaps none were? What kind of technique was this? Nuwa was deeply intrigued. Thus, she boldly inquired about her curiosity. Fugong, dear friend, might you share the nature of the divine ability you employed to counter the 9 ancestors and protect your brothers? Since he had already utilized it, he should not fear revealing it to others. Hence, Nuwa's question, while somewhat audacious, was understandable. As Nuwa surmised, having revealed the technique, Fugong had no intention of concealing it further. He began to elucidate for Nuwa's understanding. The technique is known as one Qi transforming into 3,000. It is a rather impressive divine ability, though I hope it does not amuse you too much. Chapter 134. Nuwa and Fugong's entangled relationship. Upon hearing Fugong's enlightening words, Nuwa chose to overlook his modest remarks. Her beautiful eyes glimmered slightly as she pondered, transforming 1 into 3,000? What a remarkable divine ability. The capacity to manifest true forms that are indistinguishable from the original, in terms of cultivation, divine powers, and other techniques, brings forth a terrifying enhancement of strength. One need only observe how effortlessly Fugong, with his prowess, dismantled the 12 ancestor witches using merely 2 incarnations. It is noteworthy that he annihilated the immortal court with ease, vanquishing the likes of Dong Wang Gong and numerous other formidable beings of the immortal court. The strength of such ancestor witches is indisputable, yet they fell before Fugong's 2 avatars. This divine ability is indeed formidable, and Fugong himself is equally awe-inspiring. After a brief pause, Fugong raised an eyebrow and remarked, Bai Zhe and the others have arrived. Would you, my friend, care to accompany me to meet the assembly of immortals at Fengqi Mountain? After all, they have previously been under the protection of you and your brother, Fushi. At his words, Nuwa, still contemplating Fugong's impressive feat of transforming 1 into 3,000, snapped back to reality. She then shook her head gently and replied, I think not. I prefer tranquility, and I am not fond of such gatherings. Moreover, the immortals have come to pay their respects to you, and it is a significant matter for you. My presence may cause some inconvenience. As she spoke, Nuwa's enchanting gaze lingered on Fugong, her heart filled with reflection. Today, Bai Zhe's visit with the assembly of immortals symbolized Fugong's ascendance to a position of authority. The Golden Crow Palace would no longer remain desolate as it had been, with this first batch of followers, and with Xinyuanzi and Han Yun set to bring the immortals from Wanshou Mountain as his second cohort, along with her brother and other quasi-saint powerhouses. The level of combat prowess would surpass even the zenith of the immortal court's former glory. Nuwa could scarcely imagine the immense power and influence Fugong would wield within the universe, driven by lofty ambitions and grand visions. Her brother was right. Fugong was indeed a destined being, born to achieve greatness. An inconvenience? Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fugong smiled slightly. You worry too much. What inconvenience could there possibly be? You, Nuwa, will likely reside in the Golden Crow Palace from now on, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Once word spreads, do you think other cultivators will not regard you as part of Fugong's retinue? They certainly will. This point, Fugong believes, is something Nuwa also comprehends. However, in all matters, one must gain something while inevitably losing something else. Currently, Nuwa is singularly focused on enhancing her own cultivation and strength, and the only individual capable of aiding her in swiftly attaining perfection in her path is Fugong. Does she have a choice? She simply does not. Thus, it is inevitable that Nuwa will remain in the Golden Crow Palace until the celestial marriage concludes. The longer she lingers in the palace, the deeper the entanglement between the two will become. Furthermore, as Nuwa seeks Fugong's assistance to advance further, she has already incurred a karmic debt. Her brother, the younger Fushi, has now pledged himself to Fugong's mountain as well. With such intricate karmic connections, Nuwa is already deeply intertwined with Fugong. Her current attitude is merely a form of self-deception. To return to the matter at hand, upon hearing Fugong's words, Nuwa pursed her lips and shook her head. She spoke. The humble Taoist was awakened and has emerged from seclusion. Now that this matter has reached a temporary conclusion, it is time for me to return to my retreat. With that, she bid farewell to her companion, rising gracefully to pay her respects. Fu Guang, too, did not linger on the matter, simply extending his well wishes. I wish you, my friend, a swift path to perfection. With a gentle nod, Nuwa gracefully departed, heading straight back to her seclusion. After Nuwa's departure, Fu Guang turned to the side of the courtyard where his attendant, the four-flower fairy Xiaohe, was waiting. Please guide Bai Zhe and the others into the Golden Crow Great Hall. Additionally, organize the treasures, spiritual roots, and other resources within the palace and store them in the inner treasury. Henceforth, all resources collected by the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace should be kept in a separate location to avoid confusion. Upon hearing Fu Guang's orders, Xiaohe bowed and acknowledged, understood. She then proceeded to carry out his commands. Fu Guang was both generous and frugal. In the past, the Golden Crow Palace had only been inhabited by him and the four flower fairies. Thus, there was no need for a meticulous division of property. Now, as the Golden Crow Palace transformed into a formidable power, clarity in public and private matters became essential. The items within the inner treasury were for Fu Guang's kin, and none others could touch them. However, the treasures in the Golden Crow Palace would belong to Fu Guang, yet could also be shared among everyone. This distinction must be made abundantly clear. Before long, under Xiaohe's guidance, the assembly of immortals led by Bai Zhe entered the Golden Crow Palace. Their hearts filled with reverence and trepidation as they stepped into the magnificent hall, resplendent and grand. The hall effortlessly accommodated the multitude of immortals from Fengqi Mountain. Even more spacious, the Golden Crow Palace, despite its name, is essentially an expansive and complete world birthed by the Sun Star. In comparison to the once renowned immortal court of Yingzhou, it is equally magnificent. Not only can it accommodate the myriad immortals of Phoenix Nest Mountain, but it could also easily host the countless tribes of the primordial chaos. After guiding Bai Zhe and the other immortals of Phoenix Nest Mountain into the Grand Hall, Xiaohe respectfully bowed to them, saying, Esteemed seniors, I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment. Our master will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe and the others exchanged amiable smiles with Xiaohe, expressing their gratitude. Given their considerable strength and their newly acquired status after pledging allegiance to the mountain, they were not required to extend such courtesy to a mere attendant of the four floral immortals. However, it is well known that their master values propriety, and none wish to offend him. Furthermore, the four floral immortals have served their master loyally for many years, making it imperative for Bai Zhe and his companions to show respect. Naturally, they maintained a balance, refraining from excessive warmth. Xiaohe stepped aside to stand beside the main seat of the Grand Hall, quietly awaiting their master's arrival. The immortals of Phoenix Nest Mountain also exhibited admirable patience and composure as they awaited. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe was surveying the hall, which now appeared different from when they had first entered. A raised platform had emerged, upon which a magnificent throne was placed. The presence of this elevated throne signified that, after today's audience, they would officially become subordinates of their esteemed master. Chapter 135. Bai Zhe. Oh, I'm about to conclude. The celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain waited for a moment. A gentle golden light of immortality blossomed from the main seat. Immediately, a figure adorned in the celestial robe of the primordial sun, moon, and stars emerged, with long black hair cascading behind him. A heavenly royal pattern manifested at his brow. His visage strikingly handsome and masculine, exuding a warm and noble aura. Surrounding him was the radiant golden light of auspicious merit, making his presence felt atop the main seat. Upon witnessing their esteemed palace master's appearance, the celestial beings in the grand hall wore solemn expressions, filled with seriousness and reverence, quickly adjusting their postures. They silently retreated behind Bai Zhe, their eyes fixated upon him, fearing that any lapse in etiquette might offend their esteemed leader. Thus, they could only push forward Bai Zhe, who had shared numerous encounters with their palace master and had even received rewards, hoping that emulating him would yield no missteps. Not again, my friends, Bai Zhe thought. Observing the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain take a step back, all intent on mirroring his every action. Despite his usually amiable and easygoing nature, he found himself on the verge of exasperation. The others were tolerable, but Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, and Ji Meng, those troublesome fellows had pulled this stunt back when they first arrived at Jinwu Palace, and now they were at it again? How shameless. It was utterly disgraceful. Initially, Bai Zai felt no anxiety, having previously arranged matters with his palace master. Bringing others along was merely a formality. However, the synchronized retreat of the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain reignited his nervousness. The pressure within him began to mount significantly. He could not help but curse internally. Feeling the weight of the moment, Bai Zai dared not hesitate. He promptly bowed with utmost respect towards Fu Guang, clasping his hands in salute, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Bai Zai, pay my respects to the palace master." Witnessing Bai Zai's actions, the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain, including Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, and Ji Ming, followed suit. Bowing with utmost reverence towards Fu Guang on the platform. "We pay our respects to the palace master," they declared, seated on the main throne. Fu Guang regarded the bowing celestial beings below with a gentle, approachable smile, casually stating, "No need for such formalities. Henceforth, you need not perform such grand gestures. I am generally quite easygoing." Upon hearing this, the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain glanced back at Bai Zai, mimicking his earlier gesture with utmost respect. "Thank you, Palace Master." Seeing this, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow, a warm smile gracing his face. The golden-eyed figure casually cast a glance at Bai Zai, chuckling, "Ha! It seems you are quite favored among the celestial beings." Bai Zai, who had just completed his bow, was momentarily taken aback by his master's words. After a brief pause, his astute mind swiftly began to unravel the profound implications behind his master's statement. Suddenly, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Beads of cold sweat beginning to form all over him. Oh no, it was over. He felt as though his demise was imminent. Where was this place? The Golden Crow Palace. What was their purpose here? To pay homage to their master, to serve him, and to heed his commands. But what had just transpired? The likes of Qin Yuan, Shan Yang, Jimong, and other formidable beings from Phoenix Nest Mountain, all the great Luo cultivators, Tai Golden Immortals, all had directed their gazes towards him, mirroring his every move. What did this scene signify in the eyes of his master? The celestial beings from Phoenix Nest Mountain were all loyal to Bai Zai. In other words, their allegiance lay with him, rather than with their master. And what had become of their master's status? A mere puppet ruler, almost a jest. Realizing this, Bai Zai's face turned ashen, filled with trepidation as he hastily prepared to bow and plead for forgiveness. Trembling, he stammered, "Master, I." In the next moment, as he was about to prostrate himself in apology, he felt an irresistible force halting his actions. Simultaneously, a gentle yet slightly amused voice emerged. "Why are you so anxious? I merely spoke casually. There is no deeper meaning behind my words, so you need not be so flustered." As he spoke, Fu Guang retracted his power, his golden eyes still warm as they regarded Bai Zai, who had straightened up but remained somewhat apprehensive. With kindness, he remarked, "I understand your intentions and consider you my right-hand man. It is indeed a commendable thing that you have gained the trust of the celestial beings. Thus, I can confidently entrust certain matters to your management." Fu Guang candidly expressed his thoughts, his gaze encouraging as he looked at Bai Zai. "If you truly possess the capability, I grant you the authority to oversee all matters beneath me and above the myriad immortals. Do not disappoint me." Did Fu Guang mind Bai Zai's elevated reputation and power? Not at all. It was merely a jest. Where's this place? In this primordial realm, under the influence of various factors such as strength, status, and destiny, Fu Guang need not concern himself with the notion of betrayal. On the contrary, he is more apprehensive about his subordinates, who are all mediocre and lack any remarkable abilities. Such inadequacy would inevitably divert his attention from managing his subordinates, overseeing the affairs of the Golden Crow Palace, and, in the future, governing the heavenly court. This would detract from his cultivation and force him into a monotonous existence akin to that of a laborer, a fate Fu Guang vehemently abhors. He aspires to be a grand master, a hands-off proprietor, rather than to bear the burdens of sustaining a vast force single-handedly. The fear of having his authority diluted is a notion far too narrow-minded and foolish. Once he achieves his aspirations and becomes the singular supreme being, as long as he exists, all power will be at his command with but a mere thought. At that point, Fu Guang would eagerly seek to alleviate his burdens, forsaking the tediousness of centralized power. Should he ultimately fail, everything would be but a fleeting illusion, and his very existence within the cosmos would hang in the balance. What use is centralization then? Merely a bridal garment for another. Thus, as Fu Guang has stated, he truly does not mind Bai Zhe winning the hearts of the people, nor does he concern himself with the magnitude of his prestige. If Bai Zhe possesses sufficient capability, Fu Guang would gladly lighten his own load and allow Bai Zhe to shoulder more responsibilities. And then there is the fellow, Fu Shi, who always wears a cheerful smile. Though his combat prowess may be lacking, his ability to manage various affairs is undoubtedly above par. He too must be entrusted with additional responsibilities. Fu Shi, Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, Bai Zhe, and other formidable beings who are willing to follow Fu Guang are indeed exceptional allies, or rather, close friends and brothers. How could Fu Guang possibly begrudge them a modicum of authority? He shall bestow it upon them, placing his unwavering trust in their capabilities, while urging them to strive diligently to advance and progress. Chapter 136. Bai Zhe. I have not perished. In fact, I have received a promotion. After calming the anxious Bai Zhe, Fu Guang's gaze shifted towards Qin Yuan, Shang Yang, Ji Ming, and the other 10 or so formidable beings, also sweeping his eyes over the multitude of younger immortals from Fengqi Mountain. The cultivation and virtue of each individual were laid bare before Fu Guang's discerning eyes. After a brief observation, Fu Guang nodded in satisfaction. You all are commendable. Although some bear the weight of karma, fortunately, it remains at a manageable level. None among you are deeply entangled in sin or malevolent deeds. After all, you are the disciples emerging from the sacred grounds of Fuxi and Yuhua. While not every one of you can be deemed virtuous, your character certainly meets the standards. Once he had finished his assessment, Fu Guang's gaze returned to Bai Zhe. Since you have brought them here, it is your responsibility to organize them. My only directive for you at this moment is to prepare for the celestial marriage. Fu Guang's tone was serious, his expression grave, devoid of any jest. This was one of his long-held convictions throughout his extensive years, and he would not allow even the slightest error. Upon hearing the repeated admonitions and commands from the esteemed palace master, the once timid Bai Zhe immediately bowed and accepted the task. I shall faithfully adhere to the palace master's decree. Please rest assured, your subordinate and others shall not disappoint you. Hearing this, Fu Guang nodded in satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Bai Zhe. I have always honored my word. From this day forth, I appoint Bai Zhe as the Grand Overseer of Jinwu Palace. All cultivators within Jinwu Palace are to follow the Grand Overseer's arrangements without dissent. Who is in favor, and who is against? As he spoke, Fu Guang's golden eyes swept over the crowd of immortals from Fengqi Mountain. Although he did not exude any oppressive force, his gaze, filled with inquiry, caused a tremor among the assembly. Without hesitation, they all bowed in unison, declaring, "We, the subordinates, are in favor." Upon hearing their response, Fu Guang nodded in satisfaction, his face radiating warmth and anticipation as he looked at Bai Zhe. The authority has been bestowed upon you. The extent of your accomplishments now rests upon your own capabilities. Likewise, if anyone among you feels discontent with Bai Zhe's appointment or believes they can perform better, I invite you to voice your opinions. I am willing to grant each of you an opportunity. Upon hearing this pledge, the immortals of Fengqi Mountain were visibly invigorated, especially the likes of Qin Yuan and Shang Yang, who were particularly enthused. With greater power comes greater responsibility, and consequently, greater merit. As their merits accumulate, the likelihood of securing a bespoke spirit treasure capable of severing corpses increases correspondingly. Such opportunities are coveted by all. Naturally, no one is foolish enough to self-recommend at this juncture. One must first demonstrate some accomplishments before broaching the notion of shouldering greater responsibilities. Observing the subtle thoughts of the crowd, Fu Guang remained outwardly unperturbed, yet inwardly satisfied. This is precisely how it should be. Each individual must strive and contribute a portion of their efforts, thus lightening his own burden. Simultaneously, the weight on the celestial beings of the Jinwu Palace would also become less oppressive. A harmonious division of labor is indeed a commendable beginning. Fu Guang's golden gaze shifted to the waiting Xiaohe. The celestial beings have just arrived at the Jinwu Palace and are still unfamiliar with the surroundings. Have the four flower celestials guide them in becoming acquainted. Upon hearing his lord's command, Xiaohe stepped forward, bowed, and replied, I shall obey your esteemed wishes. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang chose not to elaborate further. With a hum, As the golden celestial light swirled, Fu Guang's figure vanished from the main seat of the Grand Hall. The remaining celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain, including Bai Zhe, instinctively exhaled in relief after his departure. Having witnessed the previous confrontation between their palace lord and the 12 ancestors of sorcery, it was only natural for anyone seeking an audience within this grand hall to feel a sense of trepidation. The pressure was immense. Bai Zhe, still pale from the intimidation inflicted by his superior, took a deep breath. Turning to address the celestial beings of Fengqi Mountain behind him, he began, "You all." Before Bai Zhe could unleash his ire, the celestial beings, including Xiaohe, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand Supervisor." This collective gesture and declaration stifled the words of reprimand that were poised to escape Bai Zhe's lips. Gritting his teeth, he could only respond, "You all are truly a fine group of companions. Just wait. If I don't give you rascals a taste of hardship, I would not be worthy of my current position as the Grand Supervisor of the Jinwu Palace." Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Zhe realized that the immediate priority was to familiarize himself with the Jinwu Palace, coordinate the celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain, and organize all affairs within the palace. Additionally, he needed to inform Brother Fuxi. Originally, he had intended merely to bring everyone to pay their respects to their lord before proceeding to the primordial realm to collaborate with Fuxi. However, he never anticipated that he would so magnificently transform into the Grand Supervisor of the Jinwu Palace, instantly bearing a weightier burden. Thus, for the time being, he is unable to leave the Golden Crow Palace and can only dispatch others to assist Brother Fuxi. With this thought in mind, Baze turned to the nearby Xiaohe and said, "Dear Xiaohe, I kindly request you to guide us in understanding the Golden Crow Palace, and to enlighten us on the matters we must heed while within its confines." Upon hearing Baze's words, Xiaohe naturally did not refuse. It was, after all, a command from her esteemed master. Given the reasonable requests from Baze and the multitude of celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain, including numerous adept practitioners and great Luo golden immortals, Xiaohe could not decline. Soon, under the leadership of Xiaohe and the arrival of the 3 Flowers Immortals, Baze and the other celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain swiftly began to comprehend everything within the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, within the palace where Fu Guang was in seclusion, boundless Tao rhythm flowed, and ethereal blossoms of the great Tao flickered in and out of sight, with various extraordinary phenomena rising and falling. In the Grand Hall, Fu Guang sat cross-legged on the extraordinary sun lotus he had brought back after the 3rd sermon in the Purple Sky Palace. Before him lay the Qinquan cauldron, suffused with a shimmering aura, containing 12 seemingly small spheres of blood. However, once the restrictions were lifted, these spheres could expand to the size of vast oceans, continuously releasing an aura of terrifying malevolence. These 12 blood spheres were, in fact, the greatest spoils from the previous battle, the essence of the 12 ancestor witches. He had revealed the primordial measure of heaven and displayed the ability to transform one into 3,000, alongside some hidden techniques, to severely injure the 12 ancestor witches. This led them to shed blood amidst the endless expanse of time and space, in the chaotic currents of the cosmos. It was clear that this was not merely to showcase his own might. Fu Guang had always believed that no action should be taken without gain. If he were to act, it would undoubtedly be with a purpose. Chapter 137. Fu Guang, I shall boldly replicate your patent. Gazing at the Qinquan Ding, Fu Guang raised his hand, summoning the primordial fire of the sun, which he effortlessly cast into the depths of the Qinquan Ding. Simultaneously, a surge of spatial power stirred, causing a multitude of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required by Fu Guang to cascade from the void above. Let the endeavor commence. With eyes shimmering with indescribable excitement, Fu Guang waved his hand. By the time you return from the turbulent currents of time and space, the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation shall no longer be the exclusive domain of your 12 ancestral witches. In the battle at Fengqi Mountain, Fu Guang had several compelling reasons to take action. Firstly, having resolved to engage, he no longer wished to conceal his identity. Secondly, he aimed to rescue Fuxi and others. Most importantly, he sought to seize the essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches to forge the 12 heavenly god-slaying flags. In due course, employing the 12 heavenly god-slaying flags to initiate the formation, Fu Guang was confident in his ability to activate the 12 heavenly god-slaying formation. summoning the true form of Pangu for battle. While this might not match the might of the formation composed of the 12 ancestral witches, Fu Guang himself was formidable enough. At that moment, he was not without his contingencies. Returning to the matter at hand, after gathering a copious amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, Fu Guang commenced the forging of the 12 heavenly god-slaying flags. Within the Golden Crow Palace, as Fu Guang crafted the spiritual treasures, Niwa was in seclusion, diligently cultivating, while Bai Zhe managed all affairs, ensuring everything was meticulously arranged. Meanwhile, the events of the battle at Fengqi Mountain gradually spread throughout the vast wilderness. The revelation of the existence of 12 ancestral witches sent shockwaves through all surviving races and numerous powerful beings. Even more astonishing was the fact that upon their first collective appearance in the world, they suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of the sun god, Fu Guang, who resided in the solar star, indifferent to worldly matters and the realms beyond. With his singular might, he severely wounded them and cast them into the boundless currents of time and space, leaving their return uncertain. At the same time, some powerful beings and races within the wilderness noted that Fuxi, who had originally resided at Fengqi Mountain, was now traversing the realms in search of certain treasures for the sun god. The multitude of celestial beings once protected by Fuxi and Niwa at Fengqi Mountain had all pledged their allegiance to the Golden Crow Palace, frequently seen entering and exiting the solar star, including the likes of Qinyuan, Shanyang, and Jimong, among other formidable entities. Despite the absence of the Taoist Enhua, whispers of her temporary residence on the sun star surfaced inadvertently during casual conversations among fellow Taoists encountered by Fuxi while traversing the vast realms. This revelation left the knowledgeable adept practitioners in a state of bewilderment. Subsequently, they began to comprehend the implications, their contemplative gazes shifting towards the sun star. It appeared that both Fuxi and Enhua had seemingly joined the Jinwu Palace. The ripples caused by this news had yet to subside across the myriad realms. In another startling development, all cultivators across the vast expanses were once again shaken. The venerable Han Yun, who had previously acquired the foundational essence of sanctification, the primordial purple qi, within the Zixiao Palace, emerged from the Wuzhuang Temple. He called upon his friends to announce to the multitude of cultivators in the wilderness that soon he would relinquish his claim to the foundational essence, allowing the primordial purple qi to seek a new master. Interested parties were invited to await his summons. The mere mention of the foundational essence stirred restlessness among all cultivators in the wilderness. Those powerful beings who had once missed the opportunity to acquire the primordial purple qi were now eager to seize the chance. Latecomers, who had not benefited from the teachings in Zixiao Palace, but had since elevated their cultivation and were confident in their abilities, longed for the opportunity. Previously, few dared to forcibly take it, for everyone knew that Han Yun was a close friend of the Stellar Sovereign, the Master of the Stars. Who would dare to seize it by force? Even if one succeeded, escaping the profound karmic consequences from the Stellar Sovereign remained a formidable uncertainty. The revered figure recognized as the foremost among all who were not saints was certainly not undeserving of his reputation. Had not the likes of the three pure ones, Enhua, and the disciples of the saints, not to mention formidable beings such as the old ancestor of the underworld river, remained silent in the face of his prowess? Furthermore, the memory of the Stellar Sovereign effortlessly subduing the foremost male celestial, Dong Wanggong, along with a host of fallen celestial adept practitioners, remained vividly etched in everyone's minds. To oppose the Stellar Sovereign was indeed to court death. Meanwhile, hidden within the celestial court of the overseas islands, upon receiving news of a singular defeat of the 12 ancestors of the witch by the Stellar Sovereign, the West Queen Mother fell into a deep silence. After a long while, seated beneath the primeval innate spiritual root of the Ren water peach tree, she sighed heavily, lamenting, alas. It seems that the grand celestial court established by Dong Wanggong and myself is but a trifling, self-important jester in this great calamity. Beside her, the Xiannu, who had brought the tidings, opened her mouth to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss for what to say. Since learning of the existence of the 12 ancestors of the witch, the celestial court, once resplendent, has now become a mere jest, as evidenced by the mere 9 ancestral witches who obliterated it. How can one offer solace to the Queen Mother of the West in light of this farce? After gathering her thoughts and restoring her composure, The Queen Mother's gaze grew fierce. Other matters may be set aside for the moment. The recent confrontation between the Lord of Stars and the 12 ancestral witches signifies that the Lord has indeed entered a tribulation. Regardless of his intentions, extricating oneself from such a predicament is no simple feat. This revelation is, for us, fortuitous. The Lord of Stars' entanglement and tribulation will inevitably divert the attention of the ancestral witches and the witch clan away from us. Consequently, the remaining celestial beings, including the Queen Mother, may find a moment of respite, no longer burdened by the incessant dread of an impending visit from the ancestral witches and the witch clan. The Queen Mother's perspective resonates with Xian Nu, who nodded in agreement before inquiring, "Your Majesty, what shall be our course of action henceforth?" After a brief contemplation, the Queen Mother's eyes shimmered with resolve. The first step is to dissolve the celestial court. Since it has become a mere joke, there is no need to bear this title, which only serves to invite further ridicule. Previously, during our visit to the Golden Crow Palace, the Lord of Stars' demeanor towards us shifted unexpectedly. I could never fathom why the warm welcome turned into a lukewarm reception, depriving me of the opportunity to discuss serious matters. The Queen Mother gazed towards the Sun Star, her expression tinged with resignation. It appears that the Lord of Stars is dissatisfied with our celestial court identity, which has rendered him indifferent to the matters we wish to address. Upon hearing this, Xian Nu was taken aback. Is it truly so? She had never considered this before. Now, enlightened by the Queen Mother's insight, Xian Nu suddenly realized that the once esteemed identity of the celestial court had, unbeknownst to her, transformed into a significant constraint. Chapter 138. The ancient ancestor of the underworld river excels in empathy and dissolves the celestial court. Upon hearing the decision of the Queen Mother of the West, Xian Nu felt a wave of emotion coupled with a tinge of apprehension. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. "Your Majesty, after the dissolution of the celestial court, the karmic retribution and causality accumulated during the tribulations we have faced will lose the suppression of fortune. Consequently, the outburst of karma may prove unbearable for us. This matter is of utmost significance. At present, the remaining immortals of the celestial court rely on its residual fortune to barely contain the karma they bear. Even so, they often find themselves plagued by irritability and turmoil of the Tao heart. Should the celestial court be dissolved, and thus lose the fortuitous suppression of that dreadful karma, it is feared that it would not be long before calamities befall them, leading to untimely demise." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West smiled and replied, "I am well aware of this. The dissolution of the celestial court is imperative. Otherwise, the Sovereign of the Stars would not accept our allegiance. However, we shall not dissolve it immediately. We must first attain the protection of the Sovereign of the Stars before proceeding." Xian Nu was deeply concerned that without the shield of fortune, the eruption of karma would lead to her own tragic fate. Similarly, the Queen Mother harbored her own worries. As the leader of the celestial court, she bore the heaviest burden of karma. The numerous transgressions committed by Dong Wang Gong would inevitably fall upon the celestial court upon his demise. Consequently, a substantial portion of that burden would rest upon her shoulders as the surviving leader. Thus, the Queen Mother actively sought a means of survival, pursuing the protection of the Sovereign of the Stars. Without such protection, the immense karmic backlash could equally subject her to dire misfortune. Soon, the Queen Mother and Xian Nu engaged in a series of discussions, gradually solidifying the future plans for the celestial court. Beneath the depths of the North Sea, within a grand underwater dojo, there lay a colossal palace. Inside the palace, Kunpeng wore a grim expression, his face marred by anger. Hongyun, recently, a powerful being, with whom Kunpeng had some rapport, visited the North Sea to inform him of Hongyun's impending relinquishment of the foundation for becoming a saint, allowing that primordial purple chi to choose its own master. This news did not bring joy to Kunpeng. Instead, it filled him with rage and resentment. In Kunpeng's view, the primordial purple chi acquired by Hongyun rightfully belonged to him. Had Hongyun not ceded his position to the two from the west during the contest for the sacred positions at the Zhixiao Palace, Kunpeng would not have been targeted and subsequently robbed of his saintly status. That primordial purple chi should have been his own, for the foundation for becoming a saint was a debt owed to him by the young Hongyun, daring to traverse the primordial wilderness alone. The somber-faced Kunpeng felt a surge of murderous intent within. Xinyuanzi is absent, and the Taoist Fu Guang is nowhere to be found. Your time of demise has arrived, young Hong Yun. As his words echoed, the palace was instantly enveloped by the essence of the primordial principles. To seize the opportunity to eliminate Hong Yun, Kunpeng had devoted himself to the arduous study of the primordial principles over the years, becoming exceptionally skilled in locating individuals and objects. The messenger Taoist had informed Kunpeng that Hong Yun was wandering through the vast seas and wilderness alone, without any companions. Such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. He even intended to act without summoning others. Given Hong Yun's prowess, even when he possessed few spiritual treasures, he could easily overpower adversaries. Now, with 2 supreme primordial treasures and numerous other treasures of various ranks at his disposal, dispatching Hong Yun would pose no challenge. In the depths of the boundless blood sea, the enigmatic figure of the ancestor of the underworld river was diligently attempting to devise a grand formation. The scene from years past, when the Lord of the Stars completed the great guardian formation of the celestial bodies, had inspired him. If he could formulate a supreme array capable of absorbing, refining, and transforming the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, and establish it at the convergence of malevolent energy in the boundless blood sea, would he not also attain immense celestial merit? The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. The ancestor of the underworld river had labored for a considerable time on this endeavor. Would Hong Yun truly relinquish the primordial purple energy? A hint of skepticism graced the ancestor's face. Would he really part with it? Applying his own perspective to others, the ancestor felt that if he were to acquire the primordial purple energy, he would certainly be reluctant to part with it. Nonetheless, this news invigorated his spirit. His gaze flickered. If I were to obtain this primordial purple energy and subsequently accrue additional merit, it might just lead me to sanctification. Moreover, if Hong Yun were to relinquish his foundation for becoming a saint, should I acquire it, I would not have to confront the Lord of the Stars. Though reluctant to admit it, the ancestor of the underworld river had to concede. He dared not face the brilliance of the Lord of the Stars directly and would prefer to avoid confrontation altogether. Otherwise, he might find himself confined to the boundless blood sea for eternity. Under the celestial bodies, there is no escape. The ancestor of the underworld river, adept at applying his own reasoning to others, boldly speculated that the great guardian formation of the celestial bodies was not solely designed to convert chaotic energy into the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. To protect the infinite starry sky and safeguard the beings of the primordial realm, it undoubtedly possessed other functionalities as well. For instance, the unparalleled force of slaughter. The ancestor of the underworld river, in his desire to devise a grand formation to purify the malevolent energies of the world, sought a balance of offense and defense. It was a formation capable of both refining murderous intent and transforming it into an unparalleled might of slaughter. Although the ancestor of the underworld river had little rapport with the Lord of the Stars and had never engaged in proper discourse with him, he sensed a kinship in the latter. This connection was not rooted in lineage, but rather in their personalities. The Lord of the Stars, gentle and benevolent, evoked a refreshing warmth akin to a spring breeze. He might not harbor sinister intentions, yet he certainly was not as straightforward as the multitudes believed. Await the news from the Red Cloud. After a moment of contemplation, the ancestor of the underworld river dedicated his entire focus to the grand formation he was orchestrating. While matters concerning the primordial purple chi had yet to take shape, he could already foresee the day of success for his formation. Time swiftly passed, the years weaving by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a celestial gathering had elapsed. On this day, a cloud of auspiciousness floated leisurely through the skies. Upon this cloud, clad in crimson robes, the red cloud bore a relaxed expression. Ever since acquiring the primordial purple chi, he had spent a considerable time in the Wuzhuang Temple and had never before felt such unrestrained joy while traversing the primordial world. Assisting the palace master in the preparations for the heavenly marriage, the red cloud sat serenely atop the auspicious cloud. Reflecting on the delightful task at hand, it truly was a splendid assignment. Operating under the title of the Lord of the Stars, he encountered nothing but smooth sailing. Thus far, he had yet to meet a cultivator who, upon hearing his esteemed title, failed to extend a helping hand. Just as the red cloud relaxed and let down his guard for a fleeting moment, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. A boundless aura of murderous intent enveloped the heavens and the earth, and ominous black clouds swiftly surrounded the red cloud. Chapter 139. The euphoria of Red Cloud. The sensation of having a formidable backing is truly exhilarating. A thunderous roar reverberates as an endless aura of lethal intent envelopes the heavens and the earth, with oppressive, pitch-black, divine thunder surging forth. A sinister killing formation has effectively sealed off this entire realm and its temporal fabric. Above the auspicious clouds, Red Cloud, who had previously worn a relaxed expression, now bears a countenance of gravity. Although he can no longer keep pace with the supreme practitioners at the apex of power, he is nonetheless a formidable being, capable of perceiving the overwhelming might of this deadly formation. It is immensely powerful. At this moment, having unwittingly fallen into the heart of the array, he realizes that a moment's carelessness could lead to his untimely demise. However, Red Cloud is unperturbed. He may embody the spirit of a benevolent soul, yet he is by no means a coward. With a solemn expression, he raises his hand and bows respectfully towards the depths of the formation. Addressing his unseen adversary, "Might I inquire which esteemed fellow Taoist has graciously set such a grand gift for this humble practitioner? I request your presence to reveal yourself." As his words resonate, a thunderous rumble echoes. The lethal intent within the formation manifests as the array's power, laden with inexorable murderous force, descends upon Red Cloud. Confronted by this terrifying onslaught, Red Cloud's demeanor turns serious. With a decisive gesture, he channels the power of the Tao, conjuring a terrifying sea of crimson flames that billow like clouds, incinerating all in their path. With immeasurable divine prowess, he exerts every ounce of his strength to counter the array's lethal assault. Boom! Although Red Cloud successfully wards off the array's murderous force in the next instant, amidst the roiling black clouds and divine thunder, a seemingly inconspicuous glimmer of spiritual light darts toward him like a swimming fish. Noticing this flicker of spiritual light, Red Cloud's thoughts shift. His innate spiritual treasure, the 99 dispersing soul red gourd, hovers above his head. As the gourd's mouth opens, an infinite cascade of red sand spills forth, capable of disorienting one's consciousness and eroding a cultivator's primordial spirit, rushing to meet the unassuming glimmer of light. Boom! The powers of the two spiritual treasures collide, evenly matched. Red Cloud gazes intently at the flicker of light, recognizing it as a supreme innate sword. His eyes narrow. "Dear Kunpeng, since you have arrived, why the need for concealment?" This exquisite innate sword is one of the benefits Kunpeng acquired after joining the Celestial Court years ago. Though many innate swords exist, only a few reach the pinnacle of excellence. While Kunpeng may no longer be impoverished, his arsenal of handy treasures remains limited. It is only natural that Red Cloud recognizes him at a glance. Nevertheless, despite being exposed by Red Cloud, Kunpeng, concealed within the formation, remains silent, choosing not to respond. Boom! The power of the array is fully unleashed. Simultaneously, several other spiritual treasures surge from various directions, converging upon Red Cloud: a dragon-headed scepter, an innate blade, a primordial water spirit pearl, accompanied by a magnificent palace. After the multitude of magical treasures were summoned, despite Hong Yun's efforts to counter with numerous spiritual artifacts, he found himself at a disadvantage within a mere few centuries. Sighing deeply, having come to the realization that he was no match for the current Kunpeng, Hong Yun felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Then, with a thunderous resonance, the power of the great Tao surged around him, forcefully repelling all aggressive advances. With a solemn expression, Hong Yun clasped his hands and bowed reverently towards the direction of the solar star. "Hong Yun is in dire straits. I humbly request the palace master." As his voice faded, a brilliant sun emerged behind him, radiating golden celestial light that dissipated all murderous intent within the formation. Simultaneously, with a gentle yet irresistible force, it directly repelled all magical treasures, including swords, staffs, and palaces. In the process of this transformation, the magnificent sun manifested a supreme and exalted Dharma form. Appearing between heaven and earth, the Dharma form's golden eyes flickered, effortlessly piercing through the great formation to gaze beyond the realm of Deqian. The individual maintaining this lethal array had already fled, leaving only the silhouette of a soaring rock in its wake. Noticing that the principal architect of the array had departed, the Dharma form refrained from pursuing. Instead, It simply raised a hand to obliterate the deadly formation. After completing this task, the Dharma form dissipated, and the radiant sun returned to reside within Hong Yun, falling silent once more. A sigh of relief escaped Hong Yun as the life-threatening crisis dissipated into nothingness. He then bowed respectfully towards the solar star high above. Hong Yun expresses his gratitude for the palace master's timely assistance. After the formalities, Hong Yun took a moment to gather his scattered aura before resuming his original path and departing. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Since I have pledged to relinquish the primordial purple energy, why must my friend Kunpeng rush? See, he has suffered a loss. How could I be unaware of my own circumstances? My ability to wander freely across the vast seas and desolate lands surely stems from a fearless foundation." With these thoughts in mind, Hong Yun departed leisurely, suddenly feeling an unexpected joy at having a powerful backing. Meanwhile, in the bustling Golden Crow Palace of the Solar Star, within the hall where Fu Guang was in seclusion, he sat cross-legged upon the solar mat, working on the 12 terrifyingly fierce Dong divine banners. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he turned to glance towards the direction of the vast seas and desolate lands. That old rascal Kunpeng certainly harbors a profound intent to harm Hong Yun. This is quite normal, for in the eyes of Kunpeng, Hong Yun is indirectly responsible for the loss of his identity as a disciple of the sage and the forfeiture of his sacred status. What grudge is this? A grudge of obstructing his path. An unceasing enmity is the norm. However, Fu Guang does not intend to allow Hong Yun to fall so easily and simply. He does not aim to protect Hong Yun at all costs. Hong Yun may undergo reincarnation, but certainly not at this stage. Presently, Hong Yun is not merely his friend. He has also joined his Jinwu palace and become his subordinate. Hong Yun's existence is far more valuable alive than dead. Thus, Kunpeng must endure some grievances. Of course, Fu Guang does not contemplate directly eliminating Kunpeng. The fellow possesses considerable fortune and is quite formidable, intertwined with the fate of the witch clan. Keeping him around may inadvertently yield unforeseen advantages during the struggle against the witch clan. Retracting his gaze and shifting his focus away from Hong Yun, Fu Guang's face bore an expression of anticipation as he regarded the Qingquan cauldron. Once the Daishan Xinsha banner successfully reverses the innate, the 12 Daishan Xinsha array will inevitably be established. This is a means that can be revealed, capable of countering the witch clan. Consequently, other matters can be concealed for a while longer. As he strives for the title of Supreme of Heaven and Earth, the pressures he will encounter, when calculated meticulously, must also encompass the future heavenly path saints. Nuwa is relatively manageable. His relationship with her has been strengthening. Moreover, after her ascension to sainthood, Nuwa seldom engages in the affairs of the Hong Huang unless she establishes a sect. Even if she is not confronted, she alone is easier to handle. The primary concern lies with the saints of the major sects who have established grand teachings. These saints are not content with merely the power to educate. They will inevitably vie for greater shares of the heavenly authority in pursuit of more human fortune. Having resolved to tread the path of the Supreme of Heaven and Earth, how could Fu Guang permit such occurrences? Although he has yet to completely navigate the current calamity, he is already confident in his ability to adhere to his predetermined plan for passage. Thus, his calculations have gradually begun to extend toward the myriad future calamities. One who does not plan for the ages is unfit to strategize for the moment. One who does not consider the whole is unfit to plan for a domain. Fu Guang has begun to cast his gaze further into the distance. Chapter 140. Nuwa. Remarkable, he dares to laugh. 50,000 years later. A profound and mystical essence of creation, boundless and eternal, emanated from a secluded palace within the Golden Crow Palace, enveloping the entirety of the vast world surrounding it. Numerous golden blossoms of the great Tao and golden lotuses of creation flourished abundantly. The inhabitants of the Golden Crow Palace were momentarily taken aback, their gazes instinctively drawn towards the direction of the closed-off palace. At this moment, the celestial beings within the Golden Crow Palace were adorned with expressions of sheer delight. The Lady Nuwa's path of creation had reached its pinnacle. Congratulations to the lady. Heartfelt wishes for her success. This is splendid news. With this, our Golden Crow Palace is blessed with another fully realized master of great power. The celestial beings within the Golden Crow Palace, brimming with joy and elation, understood that achieving success on the path of immortality was no simple feat presently. The Golden Crow Palace stood as a formidable force, its strength burgeoning, having ascended to become one of the few dominators of the cosmos within a mere span of several epochs. Now, amidst a period of calamity, as the sole, boundless cosmic force, one of the mightiest sovereigns within the universe, the Golden Crow Palace was destined to encounter tribulations. Particularly given the past conflict between the Sovereign of Stars and the 12 Ancestor Witches, a karmic bond had been established. Thus, the celestial beings within the Golden Crow Palace were acutely aware that they had unwittingly entered a phase of calamity. At this juncture, the renowned disciple of the sage, the illustrious Lady Nuwa, achieving the pinnacle of her Tao was undoubtedly monumental news. After all, the stronger the foundation of the Golden Crow Palace, the greater the assurance of their safety. What? You claim that the Lady Nuwa has yet to announce her allegiance to the Golden Crow Palace? Nonsense. Would such a proud and haughty disciple of the sage remain in the Golden Crow Palace without joining? Furthermore, the Lady Nuwa's elder brother, the esteemed Fushi, has already allied himself with the Golden Crow Palace. Given the bond between the siblings and the close relationship between the Lady Nuwa and their palace lord, it is utterly inconceivable that she would refrain from joining. Following their expressions of joy, the celestial beings returned to their respective endeavors. The Golden Crow Palace was indeed powerful, providing a secure and pleasant existence for its inhabitants. Yet, the regulations of the palace were numerous, and the penalties for transgressing these rules were exceedingly severe. Thus, no celestial being wished to contravene the palace's laws. Within the Fusang courtyard, sensing the aura of the Lady Nuwa achieving the culmination of her Tao, the amiable Fuguang, enjoying a few cups, wore a satisfied smile. The timing is impeccable. Previously, Fushi had calculated the auspicious date for the betrothal. The day of marriage was soon to arrive. In 3,000 years, it would be the day of the betrothal. At this moment, Nuwa took a significant step forward. The timing was impeccable. After a span of 90,000 years, the day of her auspicious union had finally arrived. In other words, within the brief interval of a single yuan wei, Fuguang was poised to wed. Stretching languidly, he reclined against the sacred Fusang tree, a picture of tranquility, and remarked, "At last, I am to take a wife. And not just one, but two." With a hearty laugh, he continued, "Should you truly attain spiritual transformation and manifest, I shall also find you a spouse." As Fuguang's words echoed, the Fusang tree, which he leaned against, quivered slightly, conveying an air of resistance. Upon sensing this, Fuguang chuckled softly and refrained from further comment. In the earlier act of inscribing characters, the Fusang tree had sacrificed a portion of its main trunk, gaining a measure of heavenly virtue and an infusion of literary fortune. Gradually, within the once unenlightened Fusang tree, a nascent spiritual entity began to take form, already possessing the potential for transformation. Yet, the journey towards the tree's eventual manifestation still stretched over a vast expanse of time. Of course, Fuguang held steadfast in his belief that he would witness the day his longtime companion, who had accompanied him since his arrival in this primordial realm, would emerge in physical form. Closing his eyes, the leisurely Fuguang settled against the Fusang tree and drifted into slumber. Time swiftly passed. 30,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, within the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace, additional tiers had been added beneath Fuguang's exclusive throne. On the first step below him sat the Grand Elder Fushi, the Second Elder Xinyuanzi, and the Third Elder Hanyun, all positioned upon the throne. Lower still, led by Baze, the Grand Steward of the Golden Crow Palace, over 20 mighty practitioners sat cross-legged in midair. Further down, hundreds of immortals who had attained the Deluo Dao fruit occupied the forefront, followed by nearly 10,000 Tai golden immortals, with tens of thousands of golden immortals bringing up the rear. As for those beneath the golden immortal rank, they lacked the qualifications to appear in this grand hall. These constituted the entirety of the formidable forces within the Golden Crow Palace, standing as its backbone. Among this esteemed assembly, none possessed a presence as unique as that of Lady Nuwa. She occupied a position on the same level as the palace master as throne, albeit to one side, which was indicative of her elevated status within the Golden Crow Palace. No one among the assembled immortals perceived anything amiss in this arrangement. After all, Nuwa possesses immense power and a unique status, qualifying her to sit beside the palace master. Sighing upon the throne, Nuwa slightly furrowed her brows, a look of helplessness crossing her face. I have become embroiled in this affair. Today marks the day of the betrothal to the Moon Star, a significant event since the Golden Crow Palace ascended to supremacy. For this reason, the celestial beings who have joined the Golden Crow Palace have gathered in this grand hall. When Nuwa arrived, her elder brother, Fushi, the esteemed elder of the Golden Crow Palace, welcomed her with a smile and guided her to this position. She had initially been reluctant to ascend and did not wish to interfere in the palace master's grand ambitions. However, she was acutely aware that residing in the Golden Crow Palace, under the master's tutelage, and having previously incurred the karma of a promised 3 marriages, alongside the strengthening of their mutual relationship, made her somewhat amenable to this involvement. Of course, Nuwa harbored feelings of annoyance and dissatisfaction, not towards her integration into the Golden Crow Palace or the palace's grand schemes, but rather towards her elder brother. This brother, amidst conversations with numerous friends, had inadvertently revealed her connection to the Golden Crow Palace. Subsequently, he treated her as one of their own, disregarding the palace's significant arrangements. Now, on this very day, he had brought her directly to this throne. Feeling disgruntled, Nuwa narrowed her beautiful eyes, casting a fierce glance at her smiling brother below. How marvelous! After ensnaring his sister into this affair, he still dares to grin? Quite spirited indeed. Nuwa resolved that once the palace master's grand undertaking was accomplished, she would seize an opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Meanwhile, observing the vast power of the Golden Crow Palace, Fushi, filled with joy as the elder, suddenly shivered, sensing a chilling foreboding of impending disaster. Startled, he thought, "Is someone plotting against me? Such audacity! Do they not know that I am the elder of the Golden Crow Palace?" Chapter 141. The dowry prepared by Shiha. Without waiting for Fushi to calculate, a moment later, a radiant and warm golden, celestial light blossomed within the grand hall. As always, the figure of Fuguang appeared upon the throne of the palace master. Upon witnessing the appearance of their esteemed master, the celestial beings of the Jingu Palace, including Nuwa, all rose from their seats or bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the palace master." Seated upon the throne, Fuguang nodded casually, his expression nonchalant, no need for formalities. As his words echoed, the assembly once again bowed in unison. "Thank you, palace master." Once everyone had settled, and those standing had assumed their positions, Fuguang's gaze shifted to the side where Nuwa stood. "Ha ha ha, it seems you have finally made up your mind." At this remark, Nuwa's lips twitched slightly, and she cast a discreet glare at Fushi below, who was raising his hand to calculate the heavenly secrets. With a tone tinged with mild exasperation, she replied to Fuguang, "You have aided my cultivation, guided me towards the opportunity for my 3rd marriage, and treated my brother and the celestial beings from Fengqi Mountain with sincere kindness. If I were to remain indecisive, it would make me a most ungrateful wretch." As she spoke, a hint of a smile graced Nuwa's face. Subsequently, she solemnly bowed to Fuguang. Nuwa pays her respects to the palace master. With a casual wave of his hand, a gentle magical force lifted Nuwa, who was in the midst of her bow. With a beaming smile, Fuguang proclaimed, "Excellent. Your joining the Jingu Palace is a blessing for all the celestial beings and a stroke of fortune for me." As he spoke, Fuguang's golden eyes turned serious as he addressed the assembly of celestial beings below, declaring in a clear voice, "From this day forth, Nuwa, my friend, shall serve as the vice master of the Jingu Palace. All celestial beings must treat her with the courtesy befitting the palace master. Any transgressions or offenses shall be met with severe punishment." Upon hearing Fuguang's decree, the celestial beings of the Jingu Palace were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, they all bowed to Nuwa, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the vice master." In response, embracing her newfound destiny and the title conferred upon her by Fuguang, Nuwa raised her jade-like hand and said, "The celestial beings are exempt from formalities." After the assembly had finished their bows, Nuwa raised an eyebrow. With Fuguang's appointment and her own acknowledgement of her role as vice master, she felt a profound clarity descend upon her mind. With insights into the path of creation surging forth, were it not for the important matters awaiting her attention, she would have already succumbed to the urge to enter seclusion for cultivation. This is the essence of experiencing one's own transformation. Nuwa, after a brief contemplation, swiftly comprehended the reason behind it. She turned her gaze towards Fuguang, inquiring about the merits of being endowed with great fortune. Previously, She had never felt such a sensation. However, the moment she ascended to the position of Vice Master of the Golden Crow Palace, she tangibly experienced its benefits. This circumstance, beyond the blessings conferred by the Golden Crow Palace's fortune, had no other justification. Upon hearing Nua's inquiry, Fu Guang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my Golden Crow Palace, though it shelters not many celestial beings, has still managed to accumulate a considerable amount of fortune over time. Given your strength and status, attaining the position of Vice Master naturally grants you a substantial endowment of fortune. Your future cultivation will undoubtedly progress smoothly, leading to significant enhancement of your power. And these are merely the most fundamental advantages. Nua, upon hearing these words, appeared enlightened. Although Fu Guang did not mention other benefits, they were not difficult to infer, such as the availability of cultivation resources. When the celestial court fell, the treasures it housed brimmed with resources from myriad worlds, leaving one in awe. Of course, at Nua's current level of cultivation, she no longer valued ordinary resources. Instead, the most essential benefit of being endowed with fortune, ensuring smooth cultivation, was what mattered most to her. After all, she still needed to refine and comprehend the primordial purple energy to attain sanctity. With the great fortune of the Golden Crow Palace now supporting her, her path should become even more seamless. With this thought, any lingering discontent or discomfort Nua felt about joining the Golden Crow Palace dissipated entirely. Looking at her elder brother, he appeared far more agreeable than before. Perhaps she would refrain from quarreling with him in the future. A smile graced Nua's lips as she entertained these pleasant thoughts. Meanwhile, Fushi, who was below and calculating who might wish to harm him, felt the chill dissipate and suddenly realized that the crisis that had enveloped him moments ago had quietly vanished. At this moment, Fushi, well versed in the principles of innate divination, found himself perplexed. Who could this be? One moment they seem to plot against me, and the next, they do not. My abilities are insufficient to discern this, but I have the esteemed palace master. With this thought in mind, Fushi did not hesitate. He raised his head to seek the gaze of his esteemed master on the high platform. He hoped for guidance, for while he could not perceive the threat, his master undoubtedly could. However, as Fushi lifted his gaze, he met the approving eyes of his younger sister, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. It could not be mistaken. The source of the crisis he had sensed moments ago must surely be his little sister. Because only his little sister could be so capricious, sometimes yearning to strike him, and at other times finding him quite agreeable as an elder brother. With a retracted gaze, Fushi promptly dismissed the earlier incident from his mind. Upon the throne, he appointed Nua as the deputy palace master. Fu Guang's gaze then fell upon the assembly of celestial beings within the palace. It is likely that all present are well aware of the heavenly marriage to come. Today marks the most auspicious day for the presentation of betrothal gifts, as calculated by the Grand Elder. Are the gifts prepared? Upon hearing Fu Guang's inquiry, the chief steward, Bai Zhe, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. In response to the palace master's question, all betrothal gifts have been prepared according to the specifications previously set forth by the palace master. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fu Guang did not delve into the specifics of the gifts, entrusting the matter to Bai Zhe, whose competence he greatly trusted. Despite the presence of numerous formidable figures within the Jinwu Palace, including the honest and steadfast Xianjun Yuanzi, who had been drawn into the palace by Han Yuan, Fu Guang held a particular fondness for Bai Zhe. His intelligence and capability made him a reliable subordinate, indeed worthy of bearing great responsibilities. With the betrothal gifts ready and all preparations complete, Fu Guang continued, "Then I shall trouble Deputy Palace Master, esteemed elders, and diligent celestial beings with the matters of the betrothal. Once the heavenly marriage is accomplished, I shall impart teachings to all for a millennium as a reward. Therefore, I entrust this to you all." As his words fell, Nua, Fushi, Bai Zhe, and the rest of the celestial beings bowed respectfully and proclaimed in unison, "We shall faithfully adhere to the palace master's decree. You may rest assured." Nodding once more, Fu Guang refrained from further admonitions and allowed Nua, the appointed matchmaker, along with Bai Zhe and the other celestial beings of Jinwu Palace, to depart in grand procession from the Sun Star, heading towards the Moon Star. This movement did not go unnoticed. Upon exiting the Sun Star, Bai Zhe and the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace unleashed their formidable powers, conjuring radiant celestial light and auspicious clouds, drawing forth the golden flowers of the Tao. creating a celebratory spectacle that illuminated the vastness of the starry sky, capturing the attention of many powerful beings. Numerous formidable entities gazed upon the boundless firmament, witnessing the unabashed actions of Enhua, Baizhe, and the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace. In the endless sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld river, still engaged in the intricate calculations of his grand formation, observed the celestial commotion with a thoughtful expression. The master of the stars seems to be devising yet another scheme to acquire the merits of the heavenly Tao. I wonder if this plan will offer me some insights to draw upon. With anticipation swelling within him, the ancestor of the underworld river intensified his efforts in the calculations, nearing completion. In the North Sea, the Kuanping, residing in the ocean depths, gazed at the sun star with a face full of frustration. On the Isle of East Sea, the Queen Mother of the West and the mysterious maiden were aware that the celestial marriage plot between the Lord of Stars and the lunar goddess had already commenced. At this moment, within the realm of the moon star, the auspicious date for the betrothal had been communicated, and the sisters Shiha and Changxi, having made ample preparations, exchanged knowing glances upon witnessing the festive procession arriving from the solar star. Shiha's enchanting gaze turned towards the grand hall of the moon god palace, where more than 10 semi-saint female immortals and over 100 great Luo female immortals resided. These celestial maidens had, in the days of yore when the celestial court still flourished, either willingly responded to invitations from the court or were rescued in secret by Shiha and Changxi in the face of threats from the witch clan. Aside from these celestial maidens, the hall also hosted numerous clan leaders from races long thought extinct, whose very existence had faded into obscurity across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. These races were the remnants saved by Shiha, Changxi, and other celestial beings seeking refuge within the moon god palace. As the betrothal procession approached, Shiha spoke with a melodious tone, addressing her companions. Dear friends, we kindly ask for your assistance in welcoming our guests. Changxi, rarely speaking, added, we would greatly appreciate your help. Upon hearing the words of the 2 sisters, the celestial beings of the moon god palace responded in unison. Rest assured, esteemed star lords, we have been thoroughly prepared. Congratulations to both of you for finally uniting. The moon god palace buzzed with rare excitement. Shortly after the celestial beings made their arrangements, the betrothal party from the solar star arrived in grand fashion, completing the necessary formalities and entering the palace. Following a well-structured and smooth betrothal ceremony, a banquet was laid out within the moon god palace. Seated at her designated place, Nuwa glanced at the over 10 esteemed guests from the 3,000 realms, along with many younger generations and the numerous clan leaders accompanying them. A knowing smile graced her lips as she turned to Shia. My friend, your moonstar certainly possesses a remarkable ability to conceal treasures. With so many formidable beings and the remnants of extinct races, the dowry of the 2 sisters cannot possibly be gathered in just a few cycles. It seems that long ago, the 2 lunar star masters began their preparations. It appears that both the palace master and the 2 esteemed ladies are indeed a match made in heaven, adept at hiding their treasures. Chapter 142. Shiha within the grand palace of the moon goddess. Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Changxi offered no response. Shiha, however, smiled gently, remarking, these tasks are merely assignments bestowed upon my sister by the Taoist. Nuwa's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. The tasks from the palace master? So it seems you, like my elder brother, are well aware of the palace master's grand schemes? Shiha nodded affirmatively, a smile gracing his features. Indeed, although my sister and I have only recently become involved in his plans, we have always understood his noble aspirations. He has never concealed anything from us. At this juncture, Shiha's face radiated uncontainable joy, imbued with deep affection and admiration, resembling a love-struck maiden. Changxi, who had remained silent until now, allowed a fleeting smile to escape her lips, only to swiftly revert to her usual icy demeanor. Observing Shiha's heartfelt devotion to their palace master, and sensing the unspoken sentiments within Changxi, Nuwa couldn't help but feel a twinge of contemplation. How should one express this? Personally, she held little regard for the notion of a partner. Yet, witnessing the undeniable bond between the 2 lunar deities, who were evidently destined for each other, even Nuwa found herself curious about the nature of love. If fate were to present her with a companion of admirable charm and delightful character, perhaps it would be worth exploring. Yet, as such thoughts drifted through her mind, the image of her palace master naturally emerged. In terms of relationships, even among the three pure ones, disciples of the saints, none shared the intimacy she experienced with her palace master. Considering allure, her palace master, adorned with numerous titles such as the foremost under the saints, the great virtuous cultivator, the master of stars, and the sun god, undoubtedly stood as the most captivating male immortal within the vast expanse of primordial realms. As for her own admiration, he appeared to be the only male immortal worthy of her esteem in this boundless universe. Even the three pure ones, her three senior brothers, failed to pique her interest. As for the palace master, Nuwa pondered briefly, then resolutely dismissed the burgeoning thoughts within her heart. Such matters could be addressed at a later time. For now, the paramount task remained to facilitate the celestial marriage of her palace master. During her previous emergence, Fuguang had shared teachings with Nuwa, accompanied by casual conversation. It was once revealed that if the heavenly marriage were to succeed, the resulting merit from the celestial way would be sufficient for Nuwa to sever her third self. Should this endeavor come to fruition, Nuwa would stand among the few deities in the primordial realm who have achieved the formidable feat of severing three selves, thus attaining the consummation of the saintly path. At that moment, she would likely surpass her several esteemed brothers of the three pure ones, once lagging significantly behind her contemporaries. Nuwa would soon catch up to their realms of cultivation, reclaiming her peak. With this thought in mind, after 3 cups of wine, Nuwa, in her role as matchmaker, officially began to seek the hand of the lunar goddesses Shiha and Changshi for her palace lord. Upon concluding discussions, they promptly set a date for the wedding. Once all arrangements were finalized, the celestial beings from the Sun Star returned home to their celestial abode. As Nuwa and the others departed, Shiha gazed affectionately towards the Sun Star, whispering, "In 90,000 years, I shall be wed." Turning to her sister Changshi, she inquired, "Sister, are you prepared?" In response, Changshi silently nodded. Simultaneously, she raised her hand, causing a multitude of books to hover before her. In a rare moment of openness, she said, "Sister, you must thoroughly study these books. Otherwise, you may struggle to keep pace on the night of the grand wedding." This statement momentarily startled Xia. Her gaze fell upon the books Changshi presented, noting the familiar handwriting of Fuguang. The titles read clearly, Yin and Yang Harmonization, the 36 Techniques of the Celestial Maidens, the 72 Lotus Seat Techniques, and other titles both serious and whimsical, causing Shiha to involuntarily purse her lips. She then nodded earnestly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I must dedicate myself to study." Upon hearing Shiha's agreement, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Changshi's eyes. "Sister, just accept them. It is worth the effort I expended selecting these fine tomes from the hidden archives of the Golden Crow Palace." In the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, around a round table, Nuwa, Baizhe, and the 3 remaining in the palace, Fushi, Xinyuanzi, and Hongyun, along with Fuguang, gathered, totaling 7. The betrothal gifts had been presented, and with a wine cup in hand, Fuguang wore a satisfied expression. "Next, we shall prepare for the wedding feast and extend invitations to our esteemed friends. Have all matters been adequately arranged?" Upon hearing Fuguang's inquiry, the Grand Chancellor Baizhe nodded repeatedly and responded, "To report back to the palace master, in accordance with your instructions. The invitations and accompanying gifts for the esteemed practitioners and great clans of the primordial world have been meticulously prepared. The personnel from the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan who have come to assist with the celestial wedding are all presently awaiting orders within the palace. Furthermore, the 3 clans have graciously presented a considerable number of spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and heavenly materials." After a brief pause, Baizhe glanced at Hongyun before continuing. "Considering that Elder Hongyun will, after your grand wedding, be selecting a new master for the primordial purple chi, it is likely that a multitude of guests will arrive. Therefore, I did not decline the generous offerings from the 3 innate clans." Upon hearing Baizhe's words, Hongyun smiled awkwardly, yet chose to refrain from further comment. Remaining composed, Fuguang paid little heed to Baizhe's acceptance of the gifts from the innate clans. The celestial wedding involving the 3 innate clans was an opportunity he granted them, and their reciprocation in resources was entirely reasonable. Similarly, with the commencement of the celestial wedding, subsequent earthly and human weddings would likely see the continued participation of the innate clans. The merits and fortunes involved were not insignificant. Not only would the current offerings of resources be beneficial, but should Fu Guang find them insufficient, he could easily request additional contributions from the innate clans, who would readily comply with smiles. No one covets the merits and fortunes of the heavenly Tao more than the innate clans. Fu Guang occasionally turned his attention to the fortunes at stake. The fortune pillars of the innate clans were perilously close to becoming black pillars. Any opportunity to alleviate their racial karma and sins would be eagerly pursued. There was no need to worry about the consequences for the innate clans. With a calm demeanor, Fu Guang stated, "Should the resources within the palace prove inadequate for the celestial wedding, we may request another batch from the innate clans. They would not only be pleased to provide gifts, but would also express their gratitude to us." Chapter 143. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, I am ever present. After a detailed discussion regarding the upcoming wedding and various related matters, Fu Guang wore a smile as he addressed the assembly. "I entrust this matter to all of you. During the preparations for the wedding banquet and the process of sending invitations, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call upon me. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, no matter where you find yourselves, I shall come to your aid." Upon hearing their lord's words, those present were momentarily taken aback. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, he shall come to our aid? If uttered by anyone else, such a declaration would have been met with skepticism. However, since these words came from their sovereign, the Lord of Stars, their authenticity was beyond doubt. Regaining their composure, the assembly bowed respectfully to Fu Guang, affirming, "We shall adhere to the Lord's decree." Before long, the four, Fu Shi, Bai Zhe, Hong Yun, and Zhen Yuanzi, who had their own tasks, departed. In the courtyard of Fusong, only Fu Guang and Nuwa remained. "I shall also enter seclusion," Nuwa stated after a brief pause. "With the enhancement of my fortune, I have gained some insights that might solidify my current realm." Listening attentively, Fu Guang responded, "Your Dao fruit is already perfected. The merits gained from the heavenly marriage will likely assist you in severing the last corporeal form. Therefore, you must be eager to refine and comprehend the primordial purple energy. Am I correct?" This prompted Nuwa, who had intended to retreat, to halt her movements. Gazing at Fu Guang with her enchanting eyes, she conceded, "Indeed. Is there anything amiss with this endeavor?" After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang stroked his chin. "Not at all. I merely believe that your path of creation still has room for refinement. Perhaps it is unnecessary to devote all your thoughts solely to the refinement of primordial purple energy. Advancing your own Tao may yield unexpected rewards." Nuwa pondered this for a moment, a thoughtful expression gracing her features. "You make a valid point." After some deliberation, she rose, declaring, "Then I shall enter seclusion." After offering her a reminder, Fu Guang smiled and nodded, "Wishing you further progress." With a gentle inclination of her head, Nuwa departed with a lightness in her step, heading towards the grand hall where she resided in the Jinwu Palace. Once Nuwa had left, Fu Guang, seated beneath the Fusong tree, transformed into a stream of golden celestial light and vanished from sight. The celestial beings of Jinwu Palace were quite busy. In preparation for the grand celestial wedding, a plethora of exquisite elixirs and spiritual fruits must be meticulously arranged in advance. Simultaneously, invitations accompanied by thoughtfully selected gifts are to be extended to all practitioners of the Tai Golden Immortal rank and above, as well as renowned members of the myriad races. The magnitude of this undertaking is indeed formidable. 90,000 years, neither an insignificant span nor overly generous. The time allocated for the meticulous preparation of the celestial wedding is hardly excessive. Amidst the bustling activities in the Golden Crow Palace, 80,000 years have elapsed. In the final decade, numerous formidable beings emerged from the Golden Crow Palace, bearing the highest caliber invitations and accompanying gifts, setting forth towards the abodes of the many powerful entities within the primordial realm. In the boundless sea of blood, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, having completed the intricate calculations for the grand formation and now preparing the necessary spiritual treasures, paused in contemplation. In hand, he held the invitation delivered by the steward of the Golden Crow Palace, Jiuying, along with a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure. His countenance was one of deep reflection. A celestial wedding? Is this the grand design of the Lord of the Stars? The primary objective is to unite with the two lunar goddesses as partners? Can this truly be deemed a scheme? It seems hardly so. Even if the Lord of the Stars is a virtuous and esteemed practitioner, favored by the heavens, it is implausible that he could marry two partners and simultaneously acquire heavenly merits. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Initially, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river entertained the thought of emulating this grand event. However, upon witnessing the extravagant arrangements made by the Lord of the Stars solely for the purpose of marrying his partners, he lost interest. Although he appreciated the beauty of celestial maidens, he harbored no aspirations of seeking a partner for himself. With his heart set on attaining enlightenment, the ancient ancestor of the underworld river possessed no desires in this realm. Glancing once more at the invitation and the generous gift from the Golden Crow Palace, he found it exceedingly lavish. A sense of vexation washed over him. It was evident that failing to prepare a substantial gift would be unacceptable. Moreover, the invitation explicitly stated that following the wedding, the third elder of the Golden Crow Palace would present the primordial purple chi, allowing for the selection of a new master for this path to sanctification. Such proprieties demand not only the sending of gifts, but also present opportunities. Even if the ancient ancestor of the underworld river were to be frugal, he must prepare an appropriate congratulatory gift. In the depths of the North Sea, within his submerged palace, Kunpeng gazed at the invitation and the top-tier spiritual treasure that had been delivered to him, a slight pallor crossing his features. He was not particularly affluent, and now, with the Golden Crow Palace displaying such generosity, he feared that attending the banquet with a meager offering would tarnish his reputation before the myriad beings of the primordial realm. Yet, he found himself unable to decline. Whether for the sake of the Lord of the Stars' esteem or the opportunity presented by the primordial purple chi, Kunpeng felt compelled to accept. In the Kunlun Mountains, the three pure ones within the Jade Void Palace observed the invitations and gifts in their hands. Laozi maintained an impassive demeanor, showing no signs of disturbance. Tong Tian appeared indifferent, offering little attention to the matter. In contrast, Yuan Shi, who valued etiquette and social standing, wore a satisfied smile. This was due to the fact that the esteemed elder from the Golden Crow Palace, Jin Yuanzi, had come to present the invitations and gifts, thereby bestowing significant honor upon the three pure ones in terms of both strength and status. In the Western Spirit Mountain, the jovial expressions of Jin and Juanti faded immediately after bidding farewell to the red clouds that had delivered invitations and gifts. The two brothers, already somewhat impoverished, feared they would soon suffer a considerable financial setback. At that moment, on the hidden Eastern Sea Immortal Island, the Queen Mother of the West graciously welcomed Fushi, who had come to deliver invitations and gifts, with utmost courtesy. "Fushi, my friend," she said, her face adorned with kindness as she sat opposite him. "You have traveled far and endured much. If my hospitality falls short, please do not take offense." In response, the affable Fushi, with a warm smile, replied, "How could your hospitality be lacking? To receive the personal welcome from the sovereign of the celestial court is indeed a delightful surprise for me." Upon hearing Fushi's words, the Queen Mother of the West paused, then shook her head with a wry smile. "What do you mean by the sovereign of the celestial court?" Ever since the emergence of the 12 ancestor witches, both the former celestial court and the remnants like myself have become mere jokes. There is no need for flattery, dear friend Fushi. Fushi's smile remained unchanged, and he chose not to elaborate further. Having served under his own palace lord for some time now, he understood certain truths. For instance, he was well aware that his palace lord did not hold the sovereign of the celestial court in high regard, and thus, Fushi felt the same way. Chapter 144. Fushi, I truly cannot discern, Fushi lamented, his confusion palpable. After a brief exchange, the Western Queen Mother, seated cross-legged, gazed into the depths of her thoughts, her beautiful eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment, she turned to Fushi and inquired, "Fushi, my dear friend, I have some questions that may inadvertently offend the Lord of the Golden Crow. Might you grant me the opportunity to alleviate my perplexities?" With a raised brow, Fushi maintained a cheerful demeanor, setting his teacup aside. He gestured towards the Western Queen Mother, encouraging her to speak freely. "Please, do not hesitate. I shall speak candidly if I can provide answers. Should I be unable, I beg your forgiveness." Nodding gently, the Western Queen Mother gathered her thoughts and, with a soft parting of her lips, asked, "Might I inquire whether the Lord of the Golden Crow harbors ambitions of supremacy over the vastness of the primordial world?" From the outset, she posed a weighty question, direct and unambiguous. eschewing any roundabout approach. She understood that in the presence of a formidable being such as the Master of Stars and an astute individual like Fushi, subtlety bore little significance. Openness conveyed sincerity far better. Fushi's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied with a smile, "The only answer I can offer you, dear friend, is that I do not know." This response caused the Western Queen Mother to frown. She pressed on, "As the esteemed elder of the Golden Crow Palace, do you not comprehend the desires of the Lord of the Golden Crow?" Chuckling softly, Fushi spoke with a tone of admiration. "Do you believe that my master is akin to the ancient celestial emperor, his intentions clear and known to all? It appears there is a misunderstanding regarding my master." After a brief pause, Fushi expressed with a hint of wistfulness, "The heart of an emperor is as profound as the abyss. Not to mention that I am merely a senior elder. Even if my position were elevated, how much more could I truly fathom the emperor's heart?" This was Fushi's candid truth. Despite becoming the Grand Elder of the Golden Crow Palace, he remained unable to glean any insights into his master's grand designs. He may have attained mastery over the innate principles of divination, yet the plans of his master seemed so unfathomable that he could grasp not even the faintest hint. He was left to carry out his master's commands without understanding the overarching strategy. Fushi had attempted to analyze the situation. However, he discovered that every scheme orchestrated by his master bore no trace of its workings. The only plan in which he had a clear role was the celestial wedding they were currently preparing for. The more he contemplated the grand design, Fushi found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to discern the machinations of his own sovereign, which seemed to elude him at every turn, present yet intangible, graspable yet elusive. The more he pondered, the more he chose to relinquish his efforts, for he truly could not distinguish the truth. His inner turmoil remained unknown to the Queen Mother of the West. At that moment, she furrowed her brow slightly. If the Lord of the Golden Crow harbored no ambition for supremacy, how could he possibly emerge as one of the main protagonists? If he lacked such aspirations, why then would he establish the Golden Crow Palace, a force of paramount authority? Fushi's ignorance of his intentions implied that they were hidden far too deeply. It baffled her why the Lord of the Stars would continue to conceal himself even after being recognized as one of the central figures of the calamity. Nevertheless, the Queen Mother of the West, convinced that the Lord of the Stars must have grand schemes, chose not to delve further into that matter. Instead, she posed a question that weighed heavily on her mind. "Do you believe that the Lord of the Golden Crow would be willing to shelter the remaining celestial beings of our court?" Upon hearing this, Fushi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the remnants of the celestial court were seeking the protection of his sovereign. This was fortuitous, for the emergence of this topic would allow him to effortlessly fulfill his purpose for this journey. A smile returned to his face as he looked at the Queen Mother of the West, countering her question, "Which cultivators do you refer to?" This query momentarily caught the Queen Mother off guard. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she grasped the underlying implication of Fushi's words. What had been on the tip of her tongue swiftly transformed. The celestial beings suffering under the tyranny of the witch clan, now uncertain of their path forward, as well as the remnants of numerous races annihilated by them. She nodded knowingly. Fushi continued, "If there truly exists such a group of scattered cultivators and remnants of races, perhaps I could offer a suggestion to my sovereign. Whether it materializes depends on the resolve of these scattered cultivators and the disposition of my lord." Upon comprehending Fushi's response, the Queen Mother of the West gently nodded. "I understand now. Thank you for your clarification." Their exchange concluded, and they shifted from serious matters to light-hearted conversation. Centuries passed, and Fushi took his leave from the Eastern Sea's Celestial Isle, returning to the Golden Crow Palace. After his departure, the Queen Mother remained alone in the Grand Hall, contemplating. Scattered cultivators, was it? Reflecting on Fushi's words from centuries prior, a trace of worry crept into her beautiful eyes. She had initially intended to disband the Celestial Court only after securing the protection of the Golden Crow Palace. However, it is evident from Fushi's response that as long as the Celestial Court exists, they shall never receive the protection of the Golden Crow Palace. More importantly, the Queen Mother of the West, astutely noting from Fushi's words and demeanor, became acutely aware of a pressing concern. Regardless of the intentions of the Lord of the Stars, could the Golden Crow Palace, one of the protagonists of the impending calamity, truly permit this group of remnants from the Celestial Court to continue existing under its name? It is essential to remember that the establishment of the celestial court was met with a response from the heavenly Tao. In other words, as long as the celestial court endures, even if its power wanes to the utmost, it will retain a semblance of legitimacy. If the Lord of the Stars indeed seeks to dominate the vast wilderness, would they allow them to maintain this claim to legitimacy? Even a cursory consideration would reveal to the Queen Mother of the West that such a scenario is utterly implausible. Fushi's visit to deliver a message, coupled with his subtle conveyance of attitude during their conversation, suffices to elucidate the situation. After a deep sigh, the Queen Mother's gaze solidified with determination. The dissolution of the celestial court is now an urgent matter. Fushi's visit has served as a wake-up call for her. She fears that if she continues to hold onto the legitimacy of the celestial court, once the Golden Crow Palace concludes its grand celestial wedding, it might descend with divine wrath, extinguishing her and the remaining celestial beings without mercy. Faced with the formidable might of the Lord of the Stars and the terrifying Golden Crow Palace, there would be no hope for survival for anyone, including herself. In no time, Fushi returned to the Golden Crow Palace. Upon his arrival, Bai Zhe, his closest companion, sought him out immediately. "Fushi, my friend, how did your visit to the celestial court unfold?" A confident smile adorned his face. Fushi replied with a chuckle. The Queen Mother of the West is indeed an astute individual. Moreover, she has long desired to seek the protection of the palace master for the celestial beings of the court. I merely offered a slight nudge, and she comprehended precisely what needed to be done. Now, we must simply await the news of the celestial court's dissolution. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe nodded in understanding. This is for the best. For the palace master to ascend to the throne of earthly supremacy, there must be a singular legitimacy. The celestial court, which occupies a claim to this legitimacy, must inevitably vanish. As he spoke, an air of authority emanated from Bai Zhe. Having served as the Grand Chancellor for such an extended period, he had developed a certain gravitas befitting a leader. Stroking his beard, Fushi nodded in agreement. What you say is indeed true. Though we may not perceive the full extent of the grand strategy set forth by the palace master, we cannot remain passive, awaiting the master's directives before taking action. In such circumstances, what face do I possess to follow the sovereign in achieving great endeavors? Should the Western Queen fail to comprehend the prevailing situation, once the sovereign's grand occasion reaches its conclusion, we shall assist her in understanding. In fact, they need not lift a finger themselves. They merely need to subtly inform the members of the witch tribe of the hidden locations of the remaining immortals of the celestial court, and they can then watch the complete annihilation of the celestial court unfold before their eyes. Can the witch tribe, devoid of the 12 ancestors, not extinguish the remnants of the celestial court? The 12 ancestors were merely exiled by their own sovereign, not entirely eradicated. They shall inevitably return, and their return shall not be delayed for long. Having discussed matters pertaining to the celestial court, Fushi and Baze exchanged knowing smiles, their understanding unspoken. They then proceeded side by side towards the adjacent grand hall. The arrangements for the sovereign's wedding were meticulously organized, granting them a rare moment of leisure to brew tea and engage in conversation. Nearly 10 millennia have swiftly passed. The day of jubilation for the Lord of Stars has finally arrived. On this day, amidst the boundless starry expanse, the celestial bodies gleamed brilliantly, and the pure, surging spiritual energy flowed vibrantly among the stars. The sun star and the moon star resonated with each other, shining exceptionally bright. Streams of celestial light surged from the vast primordial lands, racing towards the sun star, where they were warmly received by the immortals of the Golden Crow Palace. Continuously entering its sacred halls, the sounds of ceremonial chants resonated. The dragon tribe's Four Seas Dragon King has arrived, presenting a supreme innate spiritual treasure. A top-grade innate spiritual root, pure water coral, and a mid-grade innate spiritual mushroom. The Phoenix tribe's chieftain has arrived, offering a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Chilan chieftain. Numerous renowned tribal leaders from the primordial realm arrived, each bearing lavish gifts. Among them, the offerings from the 3 innate tribes were the most abundant and precious, leaving all guests astounded by their generosity. Even the immortals within the Golden Crow Palace regarded the 3 innate tribes' lavishness with admiration. Though aware that their sovereign's wedding meant a significant opportunity for them, they had not anticipated such profound gratitude from the 3 innate tribes. Upon regaining their composure, All within the Golden Crow Palace could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the sovereign deserves such renown. This level of prestige is overwhelmingly admirable and awe-inspiring." Following the arrival of representatives from various tribes, numerous great Luo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortal practitioners graced the occasion. Finally, the time came for the attendance of numerous great powers, personally welcomed by the chief steward Baze himself. In matters of etiquette, the Golden Crow Palace has never failed to impress. Chapter 145. Who is more beautiful? At the grand entrance of the Golden Crow Palace, Baze wore a warm smile, graciously welcoming the steadily arriving formidable beings, making a considerable impression. Among these great practitioners, there existed a disparity in strength. The first to arrive were undoubtedly those who had ascended in rank but lacked the means to wield spiritual treasures capable of slaying corpses, or perhaps some who had only managed to sever a single corpse, being early to mid-stage quasi-saints. As time progressed, the prowess and status of the arriving practitioners escalated. The friend from the North Sea, Kuanpung, arrived, presenting a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, a superior postnatal spiritual root, and extending heartfelt congratulations to the Lord of the Stars on their joyous union. The ancestor of the endless blood sea and the underworld appeared, offering a superior innate spiritual treasure, 3 ninth-grade blood sea red lotuses, a superior postnatal spiritual root, and congratulating the Lord of the Stars on their newfound companion. The friends from the Western Spirit Mountain, Jane and Juni, arrived, bestowing 2 ninth-grade merit golden lotuses and a piece of innate gung metal, congratulating the Lord of the Stars on their harmonious partnership. The friend from Kunlun Mountain, Taiji, arrived, presenting a vial of 9-turn golden elixirs, a superior innate spiritual treasure, and a mid-grade postnatal spiritual root, extending congratulations to the Lord of the Stars on their matrimonial bliss. The friend from Kunlun Mountain, Yuqing, arrived, offering an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a top-notch postnatal spiritual treasure, and a superior postnatal spiritual root, congratulating the Lord of the Stars on their marital joy. The friend from Kunlun Mountain, Shangqing, arrived, presenting an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, and a mid-grade postnatal spiritual root, congratulating the Lord of the Stars on their nuptial happiness. A succession of powerful beings continued to arrive. As the host, Baze's smile grew increasingly radiant. This grand wedding of the palace master had nearly summoned every race and practitioner across the vast wilderness. Despite the considerable effort expended by the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace in preparation, the overwhelming rewards were exponentially greater than anticipated. In times past, Baze, Shangyang, Qinyuan, and others struggled to acquire innate spiritual treasures. Now, they had amassed an astonishing number, including those of the highest quality. In a moment, even Baze, who had long prepared himself, felt a sense of disbelief at the sheer abundance before him. While graciously hosting, Baze reflected inwardly, the palace master's influence is truly immense. After a while, 2 female immortals, under the guidance of the little immortals of the Golden Crow Palace, arrived at the grand entrance of the palace. Upon seeing the newcomers, a glint of brilliance flickered in Baze's eyes, and he welcomed them with a beaming smile. "I greet you, esteemed friends, Queen Mother West and Xian Nu." The newly arrived Queen Mother West and Xian Nu, both smiling warmly, returned the greeting with a respectful gesture. Queen Mother West smiled gently. "Greetings, Chief Steward." Beside her, Xian Nu echoed, "Greetings, Chief Steward." The Queen Mother of the West, without indulging in superfluous words, gracefully lifted her jade hand and presented her prepared gift. "On behalf of the Lord of the Stars, I, the Queen Mother of the West from Xikanlan, have come with my disciple Zuin to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your joyous nuptials. Please accept this modest token of goodwill." Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, Baze raised an eyebrow, and his smile grew even more radiant. He responded warmly, "Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated, my friend." As he gazed upon the gift she had prepared, his expression momentarily sharpened. Soon after, his smile blossomed even more brilliantly as he summoned his magical powers and declared aloud, "The esteemed Queen Mother of the West has arrived, bestowing upon the Lord of the Stars a supreme innate spiritual root, the Ren Waterpan Peach, 3 exquisite innate spiritual treasures, and 3 high-quality innate spiritual treasures. alongside a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from a realm, to celebrate your joyous union. Bae's voice echoed throughout the bustling hall, momentarily stunning the guests engaged in conversation, as well as the celestial beings accompanying them from the Golden Crow Palace. Such a grand gesture. The mention of spiritual roots and treasures was already quite overwhelming for those present. More significantly, the Queen Mother's offering of a realm's worth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures was nothing short of astonishing. Even a small world, like a minor thousand realms, would contain an abundance of resources, and in such a momentous occasion, would the Queen Mother merely present a small thousand realms? It was undoubtedly a grand thousand realms she was bestowing. Moreover, it was implied that within the vast resources of this realm, there were likely even more spiritual roots and treasures that were not entirely convenient to display. Thus, her generosity left everyone utterly astonished. Within the hall, Fushi, who was accompanying renowned figures such as the Three Pure Ones and the ancestor of the underworld river, displayed an even brighter smile. He raised his cup repeatedly, inviting everyone to drink heartily. Outside the hall, after announcing her presence, Bae bowed respectfully to the Queen Mother and Zuin, gesturing for them to enter. Esteemed friends, please do come in. Today is filled with numerous events and a gathering of many celestial beings. If there are any shortcomings in hospitality, I hope you will graciously overlook them. Upon hearing Bae's words and noticing his increasingly warm demeanor, the Queen Mother wore a beaming smile. Thank you, my friend. Your enthusiasm is most welcome. This indicated that she had come in her capacity as the sovereign of Zykanlan, rather than as a representative of the celestial court, finally aligning with her true identity. Otherwise, such a generous gift might have been perceived as merely a gesture without reciprocation. With this thought, the Queen Mother's internal unease began to settle slightly. Once the celestial marriage ceremony concluded, she anticipated an opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with the Lord of the Stars, in the presence of Bae, whose demeanor had transformed to one of far greater enthusiasm than before. Xiannu, trailing behind the Queen Mother of the West, could not help but feel a mix of emotions regarding this shift from coldness to warmth. This chief steward of the Golden Crow Palace truly was a remarkable individual. Within a grand hall, Fu Guang, his face alight with joy, was being attended to by the four flower fairies. He had gathered his hair and donned a crown, retracting the celestial robe adorned with the primordial sun, moon, and stars into his body, and instead, he adorned himself with a meticulously prepared crimson wedding robe. Upon hearing Bae's words, infused with magical power, announcing the arrival of the Queen Mother of the West, a smile graced Fu Guang's face. Indeed, she was a perceptive being. He had never regarded the Queen Mother, the leading figure among the 6 female immortals, as foolish. During her last visit, she had surely sensed his previous attitude. At last, he had recognized her true standing. However, after his smile, Fu Guang did not dwell on the matter of the Queen Mother any longer. Satisfied with his own appearance, he nodded contentedly. The sound of footsteps echoed, and soon, the officiant Nuwa, clad in imperial attire, entered the grand hall. Upon seeing Fu Guang in his splendid crimson robe, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. She smiled and remarked, "The palace master is quite different today from usual." Hearing this, Fu Guang raised an eyebrow and turned to Nuwa. "Oh, pray tell, do you find me more appealing than before?" Nuwa's charming face momentarily froze, tilting her head in confusion as she pondered Fu Guang's question. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Both are beautiful." At her words, Fu Guang burst into hearty laughter. Since becoming acquainted with Nuwa, he had discovered her to be quite the delightful character. At the very least, when engaging in light-hearted banter, she genuinely offered positive feedback. As their conversation flowed, Fu Guang's expression turned serious. "Is it not time?" With a hint of exasperation in her beautiful eyes, Nuwa nodded in response to Fu Guang's inquiry. "We may now proceed to the Tying Star." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang's face radiated confidence as he took a step forward, striding towards the hall's exit, and declared, "Then let us embark to welcome the bride and marry." Chapter 146. Jin Yuanzi prepares the wedding carriage, with Hong Yun leading the way. In the bustling hall of the Golden Crow Palace, amidst a swirl of golden celestial light, Fu Guang, adorned in a striking red ceremonial robe, made a grand entrance alongside the accompanying Nuwa. Upon their appearance, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace bowed in unison, We pay our respects to the palace master and deputy palace master. With a casual wave of his hand, Fu Guang, employing a gentle yet powerful magic, silently lifted the spirits of the assembled guests. No need for formalities. Once the celestial beings expressed their gratitude, Fu Guang's golden eyes scanned the hall, and he cupped his hands in salute to all present. Today marks a momentous occasion for me and the two esteemed lords of the Tyne Star. I am deeply grateful to all of you for honoring me with your presence to witness this joyous event. In response, whether from the esteemed three purities or the humble golden immortal practitioners at the back, all returned the gesture, exclaiming in chorus, "Dear friend, you are too kind." After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, Fu Guang, his face radiant with joy, proclaimed, "The hour of the wedding has arrived. Those who wish to join me in welcoming the bride may follow. Those who prefer to remain in the palace are invited to indulge in merriment while awaiting my return." After a brief pause, Fu Guang turned his gaze toward Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi, stating, "Esteemed elders, the time has come." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, both Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi rose and bowed respectfully. "We shall obey the palace master's decree." After their bow, Hong Yun stepped forward, channeling his magical power. "Let us commence the wedding." As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, vibrant red, auspicious clouds gathered. Soon, 9 resounding roars of dragons echoed, and a magnificent wedding carriage, adorned with colorful decorations, emerged from within the Golden Crow Palace, drawn by 9 early-stage true dragons, coming to a steady stop just outside the Grand Hall. With a melodious chorus of phoenix cries, beautiful true-bodied phoenixes soared gracefully around the wedding carriage, showering an endless cascade of celestial flowers and golden lotuses, enhancing the ethereal ambience. Then, a procession of Qilins descended upon auspicious clouds, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of good fortune, creating a wondrous scene of Qilins bestowing blessings. The 3 innate clans made their appearances outside the hall, captivating the attention of all present. Despite the current decline of the innate clans, the gifts they bestowed upon the Golden Crow Palace revealed their profound heritage. If one were to treat the innate 3 clans as mere weaklings to be trampled upon, it would not be the innate 3 clans that would meet their demise. Yet, in a display of their inherent pride, these clans have dispatched true dragons, true phoenixes, and true Qilins to serve the Lord of Stars, aiding him in his wedding procession and ceremonial arrangements. This Lord of Stars indeed commands significant respect. However, upon reflection, it seems rather reasonable. Within the Golden Crow Palace, there exist several supreme beings of extraordinary power, complemented by a multitude of quasi-saints under Baize's command, along with hundreds of great Luo Jingxian and numerous Tai Jingxian and Jingxian practitioners. This formidable strength likely surpasses that of the innate 3 clans during their most glorious era. Therefore, it is only natural that the innate 3 clans would acquiesce to the commands of the Golden Crow Palace, even bestowing grand gifts to curry favor. Nevertheless, some harbor disdain, questioning whether the once dominant innate 3 clans have truly fallen this low, devoid of any vestige of their former pride. As the innate 3 clans made their entrance, the wedding procession prepared by the Golden Crow Palace emerged in successive waves, replete with music and elaborate ceremonies. Once everything was arranged, Hong Yun turned to Fu Guang and respectfully bowed, saying, "Please, Palace Master, step onto the crimson sedan." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang smiled and nodded, then stepped forward, ascending onto the crimson clouds conjured by Hong Yun's great magical prowess. Finally, he boarded the wedding sedan. Following Fu Guang, Niwa accompanied the sedan but did not ascend. Among the multitude of vibrant phoenixes, a striking red fire phoenix noticed Niwa's lack of a mount and, with a graceful flap of its wings, flew to her side. Softly, it offered, "If the esteemed lady does not mind, may I carry you on this journey?" Surprised by the fire phoenix's approach, Niwa's expression shifted from astonishment to a warm smile. "Excellent. Little fire phoenix, what is your name? Would you care to be my mount?" Upon hearing Niwa's inquiry, the little fire phoenix was momentarily taken aback, then radiated enthusiasm. It promptly responded, "I am willing. I am the Xiantian fire phoenix, Jin Ning. I humbly thank the lady for her gracious acceptance. Please, allow me to bear you." As they spoke, Jin Ning had already lowered itself, facilitating Niwa's ascent. With a satisfied smile, Niwa mounted the Xiantian fire phoenix. Nearby, The flurry of true phoenixes and true Qilins gazed upon Jin Ning with envious eyes. The younger generation of the innate three clans all harbored hopes of becoming the mounts of these supreme beings. For to be chosen as a mount would signify receiving the auspicious protection of a powerful entity. This fortuitous destiny often serves to suppress the karmic burdens and misfortunes of the three innate clans, allowing them to manifest their innate talents and continue their cultivation without interruption on their path. Who is Niwa? She is the future sage of the heavenly Tao and the current vice master of the Golden Crow Palace. Becoming her steed signifies an inevitable ascent to sagehood, and at present, it also marks one as a mount of the vice master, thus enjoying the protective fortune of the Golden Crow Palace. In other words, the Xiantian Fire Phoenix is assured a stable life ahead. How could this situation not evoke envy among the other innate clans? As Niwa accepted the Xiantian Fire Phoenix, Fu Guang similarly ascended the bridal palanquin. Following Fu Guang, Xinyuanzi took the role of the palanquin bearer, escorting her, while Han Yun traversed a sea of crimson clouds to clear the path for the wedding procession. With a wave of his hand, the resounding voice of Han Yun commanded, "Scatter the flowers." Upon his utterance, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace performed a solemn yet joyous melody, as numerous celestial maidens, bearing flower baskets, showered an abundance of celestial blossoms. Simultaneously, a grand expanse of celebratory clouds coalesced into a radiant avenue, stretching directly towards the sun star, unfurling amidst the boundless starry sky, extending towards the moon star. The magnificent wedding procession departed from the Golden Crow Palace, en route to the moon star. In its wake, many delighted guests, intrigued by the spectacle, stepped onto the cloud avenue, following the wedding party towards the moon star. Some guests chose to remain within the Golden Crow Palace, where they were graciously attended by Baizhe, Fuxi, and other celestial beings. At the banquet, Fuxi raised his hand to present the temporal chronicle of the primordial era, temporarily entrusted to him, to livestream the wedding proceedings for those who did not accompany the bridal party. Upon witnessing the chronicle unfold, displaying real-time images of the wedding procession, the great beings who had remained behind could not help but smirk, some rendered speechless. The Golden Crow Palace has truly made thorough preparations. It seems many eligible celestial beings within the palace are unable to avert their eyes from the bridegroom's wedding. Chapter 147. A family of fierce characters. A grand procession of wedding guests, imbued with jubilance, made its way towards the moon star. Along the path, auspicious clouds adorned the sky, while powerful beings drove carriages. True dragons pulled the bridal palanquin, and a multitude of phoenixes offered their blessings, with auspicious Qilins heralding good fortune. The solemn yet festive celestial music resonated through the starry expanse, as numerous celestial maidens scattered ethereal flowers, cascading through the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, the stars in the cosmos lit up one by one, celebrating the joyous occasion of the Lord of Stars. Within the bridal palanquin, Fu Guang wore an uncontainable smile, his golden eyes shimmering with anticipation as he gazed towards the moon star. After a long and bustling journey through the ages, today marked the day of his marriage. The elation he felt was beyond words. Influenced by Fu Guang's joyous spirit, the stars themselves seemed to radiate happiness, and all those in the wedding procession shared in that delight. Even the many powerful beings still within the Golden Crow Palace felt a sudden lift in their spirits, a happiness that seemed to arise from nowhere, yet was profoundly felt. Meanwhile, within the Moon Goddess Palace on the moon star, the surroundings were festooned with decorations, and gentle moonlight paved the way, spilling forth from the palace doors and gracing the realm beyond. Numerous sheltered celestial maidens, including quasi-saintess and Deluo female immortals from various races, busily prepared to welcome the wedding procession from the Sun Star. As the other party to the heavenly union, the sisters Shi He and Chang, she had already donned their bridal attire, seated gracefully on the main throne of the Moon Goddess Palace, awaiting Fu Guang to come and escort them away. The process was not complicated. After all, they were innate divinities, and certain customs differed from those of mortal marriages. As the wedding procession departed from the Sun Star, Shi He and Chang, she were already aware of it. After a brief wait, a Deluo female immortal swiftly entered the Moon Goddess Palace, bowing towards Shi He and Chang Shi, announcing, "Esteemed Star Masters, the wedding procession has arrived." Upon hearing this, Shi smiled, "Excellent. Beside her, Changxi nodded gently, remaining silent. Moments later, as the celestial wedding music commenced, the wedding procession from the Sun Star arrived at the entrance of the Moon Goddess Palace. Clad in a wedding robe embroidered with gilded auspicious clouds, adorned with a golden crown, and with the heavenly imperial mark shimmering on his brow, Fu Guang, amongst the many male immortals of the primordial era, stood out as the most masculine and noble, walking with steady steps and an air of grandeur into the Moon Goddess Palace. Upon entering, all the immortals within the Moon Goddess Palace bowed deeply in greeting, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Palace Master." After today, the two lunar stars shall primarily preside over the inner palace of the Golden Crow, becoming the esteemed consorts of the Palace Lord. Originally, the myriad celestial beings who had sought refuge in the Moon Goddess Palace will now follow Shiha and Changxi, entering the Golden Crow Palace to heed its command. Thus, at this moment, the celestial beings within the Moon Goddess Palace are all paying their respects to Fu Guang with utmost reverence. With a casual gesture, Fu Guang smiled and said, "No need for formalities." Once the celestial beings of the Moon Goddess Palace had expressed their gratitude, Fu Guang, adorned with a bright smile, stepped toward the already risen sisters, Shiha and Changxi. Upon approaching, he offered a respectful bow to both sisters, addressing Shiha, then turning to Changxi. Extending his hands, he invited them, "Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Shiha's enchanting gaze shimmered with affection, while Changxi's eyes sparkled with warmth. The sisters looked at Fu Guang and nodded in agreement. "All right." As they spoke, both sisters raised their delicate hands and placed them in Fu Guang's. With hearty laughter echoing, Fu Guang, in a state of unparalleled joy, took Shiha by one hand and Changxi by the other, and together they exited the Moon Goddess Palace, traversing the moonlit path to ascend the wedding sedan chaired by Xinyuanzi. Once Fu Guang, Shiha, and Changxi had boarded the wedding sedan, the grandiose red cloud waved his hand, proclaiming, "Let the music play and the flowers rain down," joyfully welcoming the palace lord's consorts back to the Golden Crow Palace. As his words resonated, the celebratory music resumed, and celestial fragrances dispersed. The magnificent wedding procession, accompanied by the celestial beings from the Moon Goddess Palace who would henceforth belong to the Golden Crow Palace, departed the lunar realm, embarking on a new journey toward the solar star. Throughout this journey, the celestial constellations continuously twinkled, casting a splendid radiance. After traversing the vast expanse of the starry sky, the wedding and escorting parties finally arrived triumphantly at the solar star, returning to the Golden Crow Palace. Upon entering the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang, with a lunar goddess on each arm, radiated joy. Shiha and Changxi, equally adorned with uncontainable smiles, frequently cast affectionate glances at Fu Guang. Their demeanor unmistakably revealed a heart entirely devoted to him, evoking a sense of admiration. Witnessing the affectionate bond between Fu Guang and the two lunar goddesses, the assembly of powerful beings fell into a contemplative silence once more. In this extraordinary moment, their hearts seemed to stir ever so slightly. Especially those who shared a yin-yang union. The female celestial beings silently regarded their companions beside them after witnessing the entire celestial wedding ceremony. Although they said nothing, an involuntary sense of unease manifested in the hearts of their partners. To return to the matter at hand, Fu Guang led the sisters, Shihi and Changxi, to take their seats at the main table. With a raised hand, a resonant sound echoed as the ancient timeline transformed into a stream of light, descending directly into his grasp and being absorbed into his spiritual platform. He then bowed to the guests within the grand hall, expressing, "I apologize for any amusement I may have caused my esteemed friends and guests." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, all the guests in the hall reciprocated with respectful bows, insisting that it was merely a formality. After the exchange of pleasantries, Fu Guang took his place between the sisters, Shihi and Changxi, unable to conceal his evident delight. It was clear to all that the Lord of the Stars was in high spirits today. As the wedding procession returned, Baizhe was responsible for orchestrating the various celestial beings from the Moon Goddess Palace and the diverse clans, while Fu Shi managed the rhythm of the entire banquet. Music played when it was time to celebrate, and dances commenced as expected. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Although the powerful deities were well entertained, a sense of bewilderment lingered in their minds. What was happening? The wedding procession had concluded. They had feasted, drank, and witnessed the celebrations. Yet, why did the celestial beings from Jinwu Palace leave everyone with a lingering sense of incompleteness? Was there more to come regarding the Lord of the Stars' marriage? A hint of doubt stirred within the minds of the deities, but they refrained from inquiring further. The clear focus of the day was on the Lord of the Stars and the two lunar goddesses, since they had been invited to witness the ceremony. It was best to patiently await developments. As time gradually passed, a moment arrived when Fu Shi, who had been enjoying his drink, raised an eyebrow. Subsequently placing his cup down, he rose to his feet, adjusted his robe, and bowed towards Fu Guang at the main seat, stating, "Honorable Palace Master, the time has come." Upon hearing Fu Shi's reminder, expressions of understanding spread across the faces of many deities, affirming that indeed the event was not yet concluded. At the main seat, Fu Guang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to Nu Hua, the officiant. He spoke, "Deputy Palace Master, you may begin." Rising from her position, Nu Hua returned the bow to Fu Guang, responding, "As per your command, Palace Master." With her words, she raised her hand, summoning her spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, and presenting it before Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi. Standing at the center, with Shi He and Chang Shi flanking him, each holding a portion of the red embroidered ball, they stepped into the limelight, their expressions solemn as they bowed respectfully towards the heavens. At the same time, a gentle radiance of golden virtue emanated from their bodies. In unison, they proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao above, the assembly of mighty beings and guests." Initially filled with confusion upon witnessing the actions of Fu Guang, the three companions, and Nu Hua, began to sense something amiss as they observed their worship of the heavens. When the trio presented their homage to the heavenly Tao, astonishment struck them. "Ah, we know you, Fu Guang, the Master of Stars, to be a virtuous and esteemed practitioner favored by the heavenly Tao, and we are aware of your deep bonds with the two lunar goddesses. But must you three, having formed a marital bond, present this to the heavenly Tao? Is such arrogance warranted? The heavenly Tao, so leisurely, surely has no time to respond to such trivial matters as your union? It is utterly absurd." In the next moment, a resounding thunder of the heavenly Tao echoed, and an immense, towering will descended upon the Golden Crow Palace. The once incredulous assembly of mighty beings now stood in stunned silence, gazing at the solemn expressions of Fu Guang, Shi He, Chang Shi, and the grave demeanor of Nu Hua. Indeed, the will of the heavenly Tao has truly arrived. In this instant, even the most composed of the mighty beings fell silent. They could not comprehend the situation, yet they were profoundly shaken. The heavenly Tao genuinely holds a great affection for Fu Guang. Disregarding the crowd's reactions, Fu Guang and his companions declared with clarity, "We, Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi, today joyfully unite in marriage, harmonizing yin and yang, ever accompanying one another, in pursuit of the great Tao. We hereby inscribe a marriage certificate, presenting it to the heavenly Tao, informing the sages, and announcing it throughout the three realms, with heaven and earth as witnesses, and the sun and moon as our oaths. Should we betray one another, it would be an affront to heaven, a sin against the celestial order, resulting in death and the dissolution of our paths. With our true spirits lost." As their words concluded, before the guests could respond, Nu Hua stepped forward, presenting the marriage certificate of Fu Guang and his companions to the heavens. She proclaimed aloud, "Heavenly marriage confirmed, the principles established. Henceforth, the bonds of matrimony follow the celestial order. The harmony of yin and yang honors the heavenly kinship. For the wise beings, should they defy this order or violate the celestial kinship, they shall suffer the burdens of karmic retribution and the pains of transgressions. Heavenly marriage, confirmed." As Nu Hua's voice fell, the exquisite innate treasure, the red embroidery ball, erupted with auspicious celestial light, gathering the fortune of marital paths and channeling it into the ball. Subsequently, approximately 1.5 portions of this energy descended upon Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi. As for Nu Hua, she received even more, for the red embroidery ball was indeed her treasure. Witnessing the actions of the four, all the guests within the grand hall were left dumbfounded. Simultaneously, the assembly of mighty beings gazed in bewilderment at Fu Guang, Shi He, and Chang Shi. Had you three truly taken this to such grandiose heights? To betray one another would directly equate to a sin against the heavens. Moreover, the punishment is death, leading to the complete annihilation of one's true spirit. Hiss. To dare establish such a marriage contract and validate such a celestial union, it is no wonder that Fu Guang, Shi He, and Shang-Shi could come together. This is truly remarkable. The entire family consists of formidable characters. Chapter 148. Fu Guang. Let the music play, let the dance commence. Holding the celestial marriage certificate in her hands, Nuwa felt a twinge of anxiety. This unease stemmed from her perceived inadequacies, which in turn diminished her confidence. Prior to the celestial marriage ceremony, despite Fu Guang's reassurances, she could not shake the feeling that, given her current prowess, her status as a disciple of a sage, and her role as the bearer of the auspicious marriage treasure, the red embroidered ball, her success was not entirely guaranteed. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her heart. However, the heavenly Tao did not allow Nuwa to remain anxious for long, swiftly responding with a resounding chime. Ding, ding, ding. The heavenly Tao acknowledged the celestial marriage. Following this, a radiant golden light erupted, and a wave of auspicious energy enveloped the entire sun star. The immense merits of the heavenly Tao converged in the celestial expanse surrounding the sun star, continuously emanating auspicious golden light and a serene, harmonious aura. This brilliance illuminated the starry sky, caressing all living beings, rendering everyone within the Golden Crow Palace with a sense of clarity, tranquility, and inner peace. Once the convergence of the heavenly Tao's merits was complete, all present in the Golden Crow Palace, whether in shock, disbelief, confusion, or joy and anticipation, gazed at the overwhelming display of heavenly Tao merits. "Oh, dear heavenly Tao, when did you become so generous and lavish with us?" they thought, their eyes fixed upon the trio of Fu Guang, alongside Nuwa. Undoubtedly, the lion's share of these celestial merits was destined for these 4 individuals. Furthermore, all of this was surely orchestrated by the Master of Stars. As for the formidable deities Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi, they were likely to be mere ornaments, carried along by the Master of Stars. In the next moment, a torrent of 2 portions of the heavenly Tao's merits cascaded down, directly showering upon the celestial marriage certificate, the red embroidered ball, and other treasures, roots, and beasts associated with the ceremony. Subsequently, another 2 portions fell, distributed among the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace and other participants who had contributed their efforts during the celestial marriage. Though it appeared that many, including Fushi, Baze, and Hongyun, were sharing the 4 portions of the heavenly Tao's merits, resulting in minimal gains for each individual. The sheer volume of the merits meant that every person and every item received a substantial share. No one felt dissatisfied. Even the 3 primordial clans, who had participated and offered their strength, found joy in this arrangement. Not only did their juniors benefit from the heavenly Tao's merits, but they also shared in the fortune of the path of marital destiny. In the future, the process and customs of marriage in the primordial realm will undoubtedly incorporate a place for the 3 innate clans, representing a steady and continuous source of income. What the 3 innate clans most require is precisely such a sustainable and unending revenue stream. At this moment, those great clans who previously believed the 3 innate clans had lost their pride now gazed upon them with envy. Although being at the beck and call of others indeed diminishes the grandeur of the great clans, conversely, gaining the recognition of a virtuous and esteemed practitioner like the Lord of Stars and collaborating with a dominant power such as the Golden Crow Palace is undeniably a significant achievement. As the thoughts of the celestial beings swirled, a thunderous sound echoed. The remaining 60% of the heavenly merit descended, with 20% directed towards Nuwa, the officiant of the heavenly marriage, another 20% bestowed upon Fugui, who initiated the heavenly marriage, perfected all related procedures, and also served as one of the witnesses. The final 20% was equally divided between the sisters Shiha and Changshi. When the heavenly merit descended, Fugui, Shiha, and Changshi moved in unison, each raising their hands to receive their share of heavenly merit, refining it into a golden wheel of heavenly merit. The distinction lay in Fugui's integration of his portion into a colossal golden wheel of heavenly merit, vast enough to suffice for his path to sainthood. In contrast, Shiha and Changshi merely condensed their share into a radiant golden wheel of heavenly merit. Upon receiving the heavenly merit, the 3 of them bowed once more to the heavens in a gesture of reverence, maintaining their customary decorum. This scene elicited no surprise from the assembled guests. It had become a common occurrence for Fugaway to receive heavenly merit in such a manner. Beside Fugaway and his wife, Niwa, who also reaped substantial rewards, did not follow suit. Allowing the heavenly merit to flow into her body, she directly utilized it to bolster her own strength, entering a profound state of breakthrough. With a resounding hum, a magnificent aura of perfected quasi-saint energy swirled around Niwa, as a figure resembling her by 70% gradually materialized beside her. This was none other than Niwa's third corporeal self. At the moment her third self fully manifested, a red embroidered ball flew into Niwa's hand, enabling her to effortlessly sever this final lingering attachment of her corporeal self. After the severance of her third self, Niwa's realm remained that of a perfected quasi-saint. However, her aura became infinitely more profound and powerful than before. Once Niwa retrieved her third self into the Tao flower, she opened her beautiful eyes with a radiant smile, her charming face betraying her joy. Now, with all three corporeal selves severed and her Tao fruit attained to perfected quasi-saint status, Niwa had undeniably returned to the pinnacle of primordial practitioners and all sentient beings. Subsequently, she could further comprehend her own path of creation, the primordial purple energy, while also attempting to merge her three corpses, gaining a glimpse into the profound mysteries of their enlightenment. Turning around, Niwa bowed respectfully to Fugwang, offering him the celestial marriage certificate, which had been infused with the virtues of the heavenly Tao, transformed into a precious talisman of marital destiny. With a smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Palace Master. I also wish for you and your two esteemed wives to harmoniously support each other and swiftly attain the great Tao." Upon hearing Niwa's words, Fugwang nodded with a smile. "Much obliged, Deputy Palace Master." As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, and the celestial marriage certificate returned to his grasp. He then handed it over to Shiha, saying, "Let the esteemed lady keep this celestial marriage certificate." Without hesitation, Shiha accepted it, responding with a smile, "As you wish, my husband." Thus, the entire process of the celestial marriage had reached its conclusion. However, it was evident that the grand celebration was far from over. After all, among the esteemed guests present, many significant figures had not come solely for Fugwang's sake. There was another matter to attend to. Shiha, Changshi, and Niwa took their seats once more, dressed in wedding robes. Fugwang bowed to all present in the hall and declared loudly, "The marriage ceremony has concluded, and I thank all fellow Taoists and esteemed guests for your witness. The feast is not yet over. Please enjoy your meal and drinks. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I ask for your understanding." The music resumed, and the dancing continued. Observing this, everyone in the hall responded, "The palace master is too polite." Subsequently, the festivities, which had briefly paused, resumed with an atmosphere of jubilant celebration. In such a spirited environment, even the great beings wore smiles on their faces, engaging in conversation with those beside them. Of course, there were also the more reserved three pure ones, who found joy in their own company, refraining from interaction with others. Occasionally, they furrowed their brows, glancing at their companions, Jijin and Juanti. This pair of unfortunate brothers, having suffered significant losses, were busily consuming and hoarding the offerings on their celestial table, as if striving to reclaim all the gifts they had presented. Not to mention the three pure ones, even some of the typically carefree great beings wore expressions of disdain. These two had truly diminished the stature of the great beings. Kuanpeng, maintaining his composure, remained silent, frequently casting glances at the accompanying Hongyun. Of course, he was no fool. Within the territory of Jinwu Palace, he would not dare to show even the slightest hint of hostility towards Hongyun. To do so would be akin to courting death. Hongyun is indeed the third elder of the Golden Crow Palace. The venerable ancestor of the Nether River, clad in a blood-red Taoist robe, stroked his smooth chin. His crimson brows furrowed in contemplation, while a glimmer of thought sparkled in his eyes. The Western Queen Mother, with her serene and tranquil gaze, remained as still as water. All the great practitioners were quietly awaiting the ensuing spectacle, the foundation of sanctification. Chapter 149. A finger astonishes the celestial beings after a round of toasts and lively conversation. The atmosphere in the grand hall was vibrant. Suddenly, Fugwang set down his wine cup, his golden eyes surveying all the guests present. He then turned to Hongyun, saying, "Elder 3." Upon hearing his name, Hong Yun, who had been engrossed in conversation with a friend, excused himself and approached Fu Guang's seat. He performed a respectful bow, addressing him as palace master. Observing Hong Yun's actions, the upper echelon of the mighty transcendents fell into a hush. Their gazes filled with anticipation as they turned to the calm figure of Hong Yun in the center of the hall. The moment had arrived. The most significant event for these powerful beings was about to commence. As silence enveloped the grand hall, Fu Guang wasted no time and spoke directly. The purpose of this gathering is twofold. Firstly, it is to witness the union of myself and the two esteemed ladies. Secondly, it pertains to the long-awaited decision regarding Elder Hong Yun of the Golden Crow Palace, who intends to relinquish his foundation for sanctification and seek a new master. At this, all the celestial beings focused intently on the composed Hong Yun. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Hong Yun offered a respectful bow to the assembly before standing calmly beneath Fu Guang, awaiting his master's directives. Fu Guang continued, "Today, as we discuss the transfer of the foundation for sanctification, I implore all present to maintain tranquility in the starry expanse, refraining from any rash actions or hostilities. Should I inadvertently offend, I ask for your understanding and forgiveness." After a brief pause, Fu Guang's gaze returned to Hong Yun, Elder 3. In response, Hong Yun turned to Fu Guang with a respectful bow. "I heed the palace master's decree." With that, the determined Hong Yun, resolved to abandon the fateful foundation of the primordial purple energy, wasted no words. He raised his hand, gently grasping, and a swirling mass of mystic purple light, imbued with the essence of boundless Tao, materialized in his palm. In the next moment, an array of fervent gazes fixated upon the primordial purple energy that Hong Yun held. Among the multitude of transcendents, only a select few maintained their composure, while the lower-ranking celestial beings and those beneath the great Luo Golden Immortal displayed expressions of obsession and longing. However, before they could fixate their gaze for long, the indifferent stares of the great transcendent beings swept over the assembly of celestial seats below. Although they did not manifest the slightest hint of malice, the mere glance from these mighty figures sent shivers down the spines of the celestial beings seated below. They instinctively averted their eyes, bowing their heads in submission, too fearful to entertain any thoughts of coveting the primordial purple chi. The celestial assembly understood the gravity of the situation. The transcendent beings had no intention of dwelling on this moment. After all, even they found it challenging to resist the allure of the primordial purple chi, let alone the celestial beings beneath them. A warning sufficed. Among the great transcendent beings, none exhibited greater agitation than Kunping. His presence at the Golden Crow Palace, even at the cost of his scarce innate treasures, was not merely to partake in the feast, watch the couple Fu Guang and his wife display their affection, or witness the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace accumulate heavenly merit. No, his singular purpose remained the primordial purple chi. At this moment, as the primordial purple chi manifested, Kunping felt a heaviness in his breath. For a fleeting instant, his insatiable greed surged forth, causing his aura to subtly fluctuate. A ripple of profound Tao energy quietly emerging. How many formidable beings were present among the transcendent ones? At this critical juncture, how many were in an exceptionally sensitive state? The moment Kunpeng's aura stirred, awakening the waves of the Tao, it was perceived by all. Just as the great transcendent beings were taken by surprise and instinctively inclined to follow Kunpeng's lead, a crisp sound of tapping echoed, striking the minds of all who contemplated deviation, including the nearly irrational Kunpeng. This sound, both melodious and resonant like a thunderous bell, jolted the minds of all who had entertained thoughts of greed, causing their spirits to tremble and their expressions to shift dramatically. Kunpeng, the first to entertain such thoughts, felt the impact even more profoundly. "Dear friends," spoke Fu Guang, as he gently tapped the armrest of the main seat, awakening all the great transcendent beings from their reverie. With a benevolent smile, he urged, "Let us remain calm. Impatience is not a virtue." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the assembly of transcendent beings instinctively turned their astonished gazes toward him. In that fleeting moment, Fu Guang had merely tapped the armrest, yet to them, it felt as though he had struck at the very essence of their souls, sending their spirits into a tumult. What did this signify? The realm of the Star Lord had transcended their wildest imaginings. It seemed that even without attaining enlightenment, The day of his ascension was not far off. With this thought, they pondered deeply. At that moment, the thoughts of all the mighty beings became pure, their gazes transformed into clarity. Kuanpung, in particular, rose to express his apologies, bowing respectfully and saying, "Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. I have acted inappropriately." With a gentle smile, Fu Guang turned to Kuanpung and replied, "It is of no consequence. Please, take a seat." After bowing once more, Kuanpung resumed his seat, his aura calming, as his clear-eyed gaze fell upon the primordial purple energy held by Han Yun. With the primordial purple energy in hand, Han Yun addressed the assembly of mighty beings, declaring, "Esteemed friends, in the presence of the palace master and the cultivators of the universe, I, Han Yun, hereby officially relinquish my foundation for attaining sainthood. Henceforth, any fortunate individual who acquires this primordial purple energy shall have no karmic ties with me." With these words, Han Yun released his grasp on the primordial purple energy, severing the subtle connection that bound him to it in an instant. The primordial purple energy, now freed from Han Yun's ties, radiated with shimmering light, resembling a child who had lost its home, swirling chaotically within the vast hall of the Golden Crow Palace. Subsequently, this primordial purple energy began to circulate among the celestial beings, much like it once did in the Zixiao Palace, seemingly in search of its destined owner. Before long, the primordial purple energy burst forth in violet brilliance, akin to a shooting star, soaring directly towards Kuanping, who sat at the table, his eyes wide with anticipation, nearly bulging from their sockets. Chapter 150, Queen Mother of the West. Are you unconvinced? A surge of primordial purple energy, akin to a luminous stream, surged forth directly towards the banquet. The once fervent and fervid eyes of Kuanping, now ablaze with obsession, fixated upon it. Ultimately, no unexpected turn of events transpired. The primordial purple energy came to a halt right before Kuanping. In an instant, before anyone could react, Kuanping, amidst the astonished gazes of numerous mighty beings, effortlessly absorbed this stream of primordial purple energy into his spiritual platform. Subsequently, Kuanping, typically known for his somber and fierce demeanor, could no longer conceal the joy radiating from his face. After a brief moment, unable to restrain his overwhelming ecstasy and pride at having finally acquired the primordial purple energy, Kuanping erupted into a hearty laughter that echoed throughout the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, with only the sound of Kuanping's resounding laughter reverberating within its walls. After a considerable interval, as he finally released the exuberance within his heart, Kuanping's laughter gradually subsided, and his expression returned to one of calmness. It was then that he became acutely aware of the solemn atmosphere permeating the hall, along with the myriad gazes, some sharp, others tranquil, fixed upon him. The exuberance and joy of obtaining the primordial purple energy swiftly transformed into gravity and seriousness in that fleeting moment. The smile that had once adorned his face vanished entirely. At this moment, having acquired the primordial purple energy for the first time, Kuanping finally grasped the pressures that had beset Han Yun upon his initial acquisition of the same. However, unlike Han Yun, Kuanping lacked formidable allies such as the Lord of the Stars or Xinyuanzi, friends who were both powerful and loyal. In truth, Kuanping, who had always resided in the depths of the Northern Sea, was essentially a solitary figure. Upon reflecting on this, myriad thoughts rapidly dispersed within Kuanping's mind. He realized he must seek a path to survival. Otherwise, once this banquet concluded and he departed the cosmos, a dire calamity would befall him. As Kuanping contemplated his strategy, the assembly of mighty beings gradually withdrew their gazes from him, maintaining their composure without revealing any envious demeanor. This was largely due to the fact that many among them had anticipated this outcome. Much like Han Yun, Kuanping had once occupied a sacred position within the Purple Cloud Palace. Although his seat had ultimately been usurped by the Taoists of guidance and propriety, he had nonetheless experienced the honor of sitting there. Thus, among the gathered mighty beings, Kuanping's probability of obtaining the primordial purple energy was indeed the highest, even greater than the radiant light above the main seat, for after all, the radiant light has yet to attain such a connection with the sacred throne. The primordial purple energy is easily obtained. Even though in the past, Red Cloud, despite having the Master of Stars, 2 lunar goddesses, and several formidable beings to safeguard the path, had to endure considerable trials before achieving a temporary stability. But can you, Kunpeng, a solitary figure, withstand this? He cannot. At this moment, within the Grand Hall, all the great beings, whether desiring the primordial purple energy or indifferent to it, remained remarkably composed. Upon the main seat, the corners of Fugong's mouth curled slightly upward as his golden eyes turned toward Kunpeng, saying, "Congratulations, Kunpeng, on garnering the favor of the primordial purple energy. I also wish for you to comprehend your path to sanctity and attain enlightenment soon." As Fugong's words echoed through the hall, Red Cloud, having entirely relinquished his attachment to the primordial purple energy, felt a profound sense of clarity and ease wash over him. His countenance adorned with a smile that hinted at subtle amusement. He inclined his body in a respectful salute toward Kunpeng. "I too extend my congratulations to you, Kunpeng, for finally earning the favor of the primordial purple energy. However, it was once stated by the sages that this primordial purple energy belongs to those with destiny. I hope you can safeguard this opportunity." Having been pursued by Kunpeng multiple times, even the ever-kind-hearted Red Cloud harbored feelings of indignation. Despite Kunpeng acquiring the primordial purple energy, Red Cloud was acutely aware of its perilous nature. Consequently, he was eager to witness the spectacle of this relentless pursuer who had long wished for his demise, now fleeing in desperation. After uttering these words, Red Cloud bowed to Fugong before leisurely returning to his seat. He poured himself a drink, his demeanor radiating genuine tranquility and leisure. This was the true essence of Red Cloud's character. Previously, he had been blinded by the allure of the primordial purple energy, momentarily losing touch with his true nature. Since relinquishing the primordial purple energy, Red Cloud had not experienced such lightness in a long time. Now, having entirely abandoned the primordial purple energy, Red Cloud felt a surge of joy, sensing the previously dormant obsession stirring to life. Given a bit more time in seclusion, the likelihood of successfully severing his own corpse would undoubtedly increase. Thus, Red Cloud's spirits soared even higher. In stark contrast, Kunpeng, now in possession of the primordial purple energy, began to feel a sense of agitation. He was utterly perplexed, unsure of how to extricate himself from this predicament. As long as he could navigate through this impending calamity, Kunpeng remained confident in his ability to conceal himself, biding his time to refine the primordial purple energy. As for the notion of Kunpeng relinquishing the primordial purple aura, that is utterly inconceivable. Even if he were to face death, his true spirit extinguished, never to return, he would never forsake the primordial purple aura that he painstakingly acquired. This foundation of sanctity is rightfully his. Now, having regained the primordial purple aura signifies that it is indeed time for Kunpeng to attain sanctification. The ownership of the primordial purple aura has been firmly established. Consequently, the banquet continued its course. After a further indulgence in feasting and revelry, among the assembly of formidable beings, the venerable ancestor of the river of the underworld, clad in a blood-red robe, was the first to rise. He bowed respectfully to Fugong at the head table, saying, "Fugong, esteemed friend, I have witnessed this joyous occasion and have partaken sufficiently. I have pressing matters to attend to. Thus I shall take my leave." Upon seeing the ancestor of the river of the underworld prepare to depart, Fugong, fully aware of his intentions, made no effort to impede him. He rose and returned the gesture. "Since you have important affairs to attend to, I shall not detain you. Safe travels, my friend." Shifting his gaze, he turned to his chief steward, Baze, and instructed, "Chief steward, see off our friend from the river of the underworld." In response to Fugong's words, Baze acknowledged the command, as per the palace master's decree. Subsequently, under Baze's escort, the ancestor of the river of the underworld cast a final glance at Kunpeng before departing with measured steps, being the first to exit the Golden Crow Palace. Once the ancestor of the river of the underworld had left, a significant portion of the assembled powerful beings could no longer remain seated. They rose in succession to take their leave, yet as they departed, each cast a furtive glance at Kunpeng still present at the table. The departing mighty ones thus laid bare their innermost thoughts for all to witness. Before long, only a handful of formidable beings remained in the Golden Crow Palace. Those who stayed were either acutely aware of their insufficient strength to contend for the primordial purple aura or were among the five, Sanqing, Jijin, and Juani, who had already obtained it. Naturally, The other mighty beings within the Golden Crow Palace made no move against Kunpeng, as he was a guest invited by their palace master. Although they longed for the primordial purple aura, they dared not disgrace their master by acting against a guest. However, let it be noted that this would not be the case in future encounters. With the departure of numerous formidable beings and their glances cast back at him, the pressure within Kunpeng reached an unbearable peak. He realized he could no longer remain in this place. Should he linger further? Once the departing powerful beings conspired and arranged their schemes, he would find himself in grave danger. However, before departing, Kunpeng sought to enlist some assistance. His gaze shifted to the Queen Mother of the West and Xiannu, seated beside him, one a perfected quasi-saint, the other a mid-stage quasi-saint. They certainly represented formidable allies. Furthermore, in Kunpeng's estimation, the Queen Mother of the West was a person of ambition. Otherwise, why would she have concealed so many treasures in the past? Given the promise of benefits, coupled with the presence of mere mortals on this dilapidated vessel of the celestial court, Kunpeng felt confident in persuading both the Queen Mother and Xiannu to aid him in overcoming the impending tribulation. After a moment of contemplation, Kunpeng extended an invitation. Your Majesty, Xiannu, it has been long since our last parting, and I have neglected to inquire after your well-being. I, a humble Taoist. Upon hearing Kunpeng's abrupt address, the Queen Mother of the West and Xiannu, who had been quietly enjoying the feast and the spectacle since their arrival at the Golden Crow Palace, immediately grasped his intentions. The tranquility that had graced their expressions vanished in an instant. The Queen Mother of the West, her beautiful eyes glinting with ire, declared with a resonant voice, "We are the Queen Mother of the West and Xiannu of the West Kunlun, not the Queen Mother of the Celestial Court nor its sovereign. Furthermore, the Celestial Court has perished. I urge you to choose your words with caution. Do you suppose I am the Eastern King? Have you forgotten the deeds you committed on the battlefield, Kunpeng? Cursed fish, foolish bird." This wretched creature clearly wished to use her and Xiannu as mere shields. Did he think her a fool? The memory of Kunpeng's treachery on the battlefield, where he abandoned his comrades without hesitation, remained vivid. Who among them would risk their lives to collaborate with him? Not only had they previously refused to return to the remnants of the Celestial Court, but the very ties to that court were severed by none other than you, Kunpeng. Now you seek to drag her into your predicament? Such delusion is absurd. Moreover, upon her arrival, how did the Grand Steward of the Golden Crow Palace introduce her? As the Queen Mother of the West from West Kunlun. Are you deaf or merely ignorant? Still addressing her and Xiannu by the identity of the Celestial Court. What if this led to a misunderstanding with the protector she sought, the Lord of the Stars? A single misconception would render the offerings she had painstakingly prepared utterly wasted. At that moment, both the Queen Mother and Xiannu harbored an intense desire to eliminate Kunpeng. Kunpeng's countenance darkened, his words interrupted, and all the conditions he had intended to propose remained unspoken. Even the deeds of yesteryears were brought to light, trampled upon with disdain. This left Kunpeng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, before he could voice his anger, Zhuangmu interrupted once more. What is it? Have I spoken incorrectly? Or is it that you, my friend, are displeased with my refusal to serve as your shield? Her words were unambiguous, and with that, a stream of profound Taoist energy swirled around her, revealing the full aura of a perfected quasi-saint. Simultaneously, Xiannu, with a fierce expression, radiated celestial light, both of them exuding an unmistakable readiness to act should Kunpeng dare to speak further. Chapter 151. Kunpeng, my sword is not without advantage. Within the Grand Hall, Kunpeng's thoughts were laid bare by a single remark from the Queen Mother of the West, leaving his countenance ashen. With a darkened expression, he retorted, very well, very well. I trust my esteemed friend will not regret today's actions. A cold smile graced the Queen Mother's lips, her demeanor unchanged as she replied, perhaps you should first contemplate how to survive your own great tribulation before attempting to threaten me. At this moment, despite the Queen Mother's entrapment in a profound calamity, there remained a glimmer of hope, contingent upon her ability to align herself with the celestial sovereign and seek refuge within the Golden Crow Palace. But what of Kunpeng? Today, he faced a formidable tribulation. Thus, the threats he uttered elicited no genuine concern from the Queen Mother. Upon hearing her words, Kunpeng, who had never been one for idle chatter, refrained from further discourse. He made no overtures to other formidable beings. Even the Queen Mother and Xiannu were beyond his reach. rendering any attempts to sway others futile. More crucially, the mention of his past retreat on the battlefield by the Queen Mother had not escaped the memory of the other powerful entities present. No one would willingly ally with one who might abandon them at a moment's notice. Therefore, Kunpeng spared himself the humiliation. Rising from his seat, Kunpeng's previously brooding expression softened into a rather unpleasant smile. He bowed towards the esteemed Fu Guang at the head of the table, saying, "Esteemed friend Fu Guang, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." As Kunpeng prepared to depart, Fu Guang maintained his gentle smile, bidding him farewell, travel safely. Dear friend, although Fu Guang harbored a curiosity regarding the unfolding of the primordial purple energy dispute, he extended a courteous reminder to Kunpeng, acknowledging his guest status. Responding with a strained smile, Kunpeng clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, esteemed friend. I shall take my leave now." With that, Kunpeng did not linger. Accompanied by Bai Zhe, he strode out of the Golden Crow Palace, departing the solar star, and vanished into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Indeed, even if Kunpeng lingered for a brief moment amidst the vast starry skies, it would not be for long. His nature was one of utmost caution, yet simultaneously steeped in suspicion. Having attained the long-desired foundation for sanctification, he regarded all the great entities within the primordial realm as both overt and covert adversaries. Each one coveted the primordial purple energy he possessed, including the celestial sovereign, Fu Guang himself. The starry expanse served as Fu Guang's stronghold, and it would be truly peculiar for Kunpeng to tarry here. Once the Kunpeng departed, the great practitioners present remained, their presence unwavering. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere was still one of revelry and joy. The anticipated discussions of the primordial feast had yet to commence, and the exchanges among the mighty were scarce. Each venerable figure sat stoically in their designated places, save for the guiding Taoist and the Zhuan-Ti Taoist, who were still indulging in food and gathering items. The rest of the powerful beings silently awaited the eruption of the next fierce contest for the primordial purple energy. After a span of several centuries, within the hall of the Golden Crow Palace, the main seat, attended by Shi He and Chang Shi, was occupied by Fu Guang, who appeared at ease and in enjoyment. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. Then, with a hum, the primordial calendar previously used during the celestial marriage manifested at his fingertips, revealing itself within the hall. As the golden light of virtue shimmered, a scene from a certain realm of the universe was broadcasted upon the calendar. The gaze of the assembled immortals turned toward the unfolding image. A vision of darkness enveloped the sky, and earth appeared, a palpable aura of impending slaughter lingering in the air. In a brief moment, the previously dim landscape twisted violently. Clutching a long sword in one hand and a treasured blade in the other, surrounded by numerous innate spiritual treasures, with the aura of the great Tao swirling around him, the grim-faced Kunpeng stepped forth from the distorted realm. In swift succession, an overwhelming tide of blood surged forth, saturating the entire expanse in a crimson hue. With an aura of blood-soaked attire and a face emanating murderous intent, the eerie figure of the ancestor of the river of the underworld emerged after Kunpeng, grasping the lethal swords Ubi and Yuan Tu, his head adorned with a blossoming lotus of radiant light that rendered him impervious to all forms of harm and capable of igniting karmic retribution. The 12th grade karmic fire lotus flickered ominously. At this moment, the ancestor of the river of the underworld appeared as an invincible deity of death, frightfully powerful. Following the ancestor, numerous indistinct figures began to emerge amidst the heavens and the earth. The assembly of great practitioners swiftly encircled Kunpeng. In such dire circumstances, despite Kunpeng's confidence in his escape techniques, despair began to creep in. The numbers were overwhelming. More critically, he found himself without an ally by his side. His malevolent gaze fell upon the one pursuing him most fiercely, none other than the ancestor of the river of the underworld, the mightiest among the gathered. With a tone laced with venom, Kunpeng declared, "Little one from the river of the underworld, do you truly wish for our fates to be entwined in mortal conflict?" In response, a cold smile crept across the ancestor's face. "Surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall come to know the prowess of my Ubi and Yuan Tu." With that, his words resonated in the air. As the companion spirit treasure of the ancestor of the river of the underworld, the two fearsome swords, Ubi and Yuan Tu, resonated in harmony. Emitting a sinister and formidable sword chant, their malevolent sword energy swirling throughout the cosmos. The expression on Kunpeng's face was icy, yet his gaze betrayed a profound trepidation. Particularly, the 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus instilled in him a reluctance to engage recklessly. The Karma Fire Red Lotus had the power to ignite the karmic burdens of cultivators. Although Kunpeng bore less karmic weight than figures such as the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu, he nonetheless carried a substantial amount, far more than an ordinary practitioner. A single misstep could see his own karma ignited by the Red Lotus, leading to dire consequences, potentially even consuming a significant portion of his cultivation. Kunpeng was still seeking a way out. However, the increasingly impatient ancestor of the river of the underworld had decided against prolonging their confrontation. Despite Kunpeng's status as a formidable practitioner, slaying such a being would undoubtedly burden him with karmic repercussions. Yet, the ancestor remained unperturbed. Ubi and Yuan too were untouched by karma. Kunpeng himself was, after all, a sinner born of karma. Thus, vanquishing him would not only accrue little karma, but might even yield merit. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the ancestor summoned forth the overwhelming power of the path of slaughter, causing Ubi and Yuan too to radiate an overwhelming brilliance of sword light. The ancestor of the river of the underworld declared coldly, "Once I slay you, the primordial purple energy shall remain with me. Prepare to meet your end." As he spoke, a thunderous roar erupted as the ancestor unleashed the boundless power of slaughter, transforming a segment of the heavens into an endless sea of blood, where the fierce crimson sword light surged forth, cascading down upon Kunpeng. Witnessing the ancestor's aggression, Kunpeng's expression hardened. With a resounding hum, he wielded his sword and knife, channeling the principles of yin and yang, the terrifying forces merging to transform the world into a dichromatic realm of black and white, challenging the endless sea of blood. Simultaneously, Kunpeng's roar echoed, "You go too far. Though your sword is sharp, mine is not lacking. Prepare to die." Chapter 152, The Collapse of Time and Space. In a fleeting moment, two renowned powerhouses within the primordial universe engaged in a fierce contest, each harnessing their own path to challenge the other. The clash of slaughter and the duality of yin and yang incessantly collided, mutually annihilating one another. The principles of the cosmos clashed, erasing one another in the process. The laws and rules were in fierce contention, evenly matched. The resounding melody of swords echoed through the heavens and the earth, as the formidable swords, Ubijna and Yuan too, swirled like two venomous dragons, voraciously devouring the forces of yin and yang. Simultaneously, fiery red lotuses of karmic flames, radiating an intense heat, swept across the sky, relentlessly incinerating all techniques unleashed by Kunpeng, attempting to ignite the immense karmic burdens upon his being. In merely a few hundred years of combat, Kunpeng found himself at a disadvantage, forced into a corner by the ancient ancestor of the river of the underworld, sustaining injuries and facing perilous circumstances. Roaring in fury, Kunpeng summoned his own path, condensing the forces of yin and yang, splitting the heavens and the earth, and coalescing the vast multiverse to manifest the ethereal shadow of his true form. He plunged into the blood sea, transforming into a Kun, stirring up monstrous waves. Leaping from the blood sea, he became a Peng, soaring between the realms of reality and illusion. As he broke through the confines of the blood sea, he charged directly towards the ancient ancestor of the river of the underworld. "Merely a trivial skill," scoffed the ancestor, clad in blood-red garments, as he faced Kunpeng's onslaught. Following this, the karmic fire lotus above him erupted with immeasurable radiance, illuminating the skies and enveloping him in an invulnerable celestial glow, effortlessly dispelling Kunpeng's lethal strike. At that very moment, the swords Ubijna and Yuan too harmonized. The ancient ancestor pointed his sword towards the evolving yin and yang of Kunpeng and unleashed a devastating strike. A crimson sword light, imbued with boundless malevolence and slaughtering intent, cleaved through the blood sea, severing the heavens and the earth, racing towards Kunpeng. Damn it! Kunpeng's countenance darkened as he confronted this deadly attack from the ancient ancestor, yet he remained composed. With one hand, he altered his incantation. A yin-yang dual fish diagram materialized from the forces of yin and yang. Kunpeng bellowed, "Sword, come forth." With his other hand, he summoned a primordial sword, unleashing a dual-colored blade of yin and yang in concert with the dual fish diagram, intercepting the ancient ancestors' lethal strike. The clash of sword and blade resounded as their lights intertwined, obliterating all in their path. After the exchange, the ancient ancestor's enchanting gaze fixated on Kunpeng, his blood-red brows furrowing slightly. In a grave tone, he declared, "Are you not going to join the fray? Or do you wish to reap the spoils of my battle?" As he spoke, his eyes scanned the expanse of the battlefield, noting that from the outset, he had been engaged in combat with Kunpeng. While other formidable beings had yet to make their move, this left the venerable ancestor of the Nether River quite displeased. They had all gathered to besiege Kunpeng, yet each one of them lurked in the shadows, hesitant to act. What was their intention? Were they waiting for both him and Kunpeng to suffer mutual destruction, so they could effortlessly seize all the benefits? The ancestor of the Nether River was certainly no fool. As soon as his words fell, the realm fell silent for a brief moment before once more transforming. One grand practitioner after another emerged from the void. "What do you mean, dear friend of the Nether River? Please, remain calm. I shall come to your aid," they proclaimed. "Kunpeng, surrender the primordial purple chi. Such a treasure is not fit for one as burdened by karma as you. I advise you, dear Kunpeng, do not deceive yourself." More and more grand practitioners stepped forth. Various paths resonated in harmony, and the heavens and earth were suddenly illuminated by a kaleidoscope of celestial light. With the power of the great Tao swiftly circulating, all directions of the cosmos were occupied. At this moment, Kunpeng found himself directly surrounded by a multitude of grand practitioners. "Damn it!" With a grim expression, Kunpeng's eyes reflected utmost vigilance, tinged with crimson. A furious roar echoed in his heart. How could this be? I have just obtained the primordial purple chi. I have only just glimpsed the hope of attaining sanctity. Am I to perish here? It ought not to be this way. In the past, when Hong Yun acquired the primordial purple chi, there was no sign of imminent doom for him. Even without the aid of powerful allies like the Lord of the Stars, Xinyuanzi, or the Goddess of the Dark Moon, how could it come to this? With a sullen face, Kunpeng gazed at the multitude of grand practitioners, yet he still clung to the hope of finding a way out. Simultaneously, he had no intention of relinquishing the hard-won primordial purple chi. He would never abandon it. Seeing Kunpeng's unwillingness to part with the primordial purple chi, the grand practitioners soon lost their patience. They began to shout in anger, "Stubborn fool! Kunpeng, you have chosen your own demise. Behold our treasures. Dear friend, you are being foolish." As the grand practitioners spoke solemnly, each displayed their powers and launched their attacks toward the ensnared Kunpeng at the center of the cosmos. Among the group, the most formidable was the ancestor of the Nether River, whose eyes glinted with a fierce light as he prepared to strike again. In the next moment, an inexplicable jolt surged through his mind, an overwhelming sense of peril enveloping him, causing his scalp to prickle. The step he intended to take transformed into a retreat. Buzz! Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, the ancestor of the underworld retreated rather than advanced, simultaneously propelling his infernal red lotus to its utmost limit. Enveloped in a protective celestial radiance impervious to all forms of attack. After swiftly retreating billions of miles, the ancestor of the underworld did not cease his flight. However, an unforeseen cataclysm erupted in the fabric of existence. Boom! The very space-time encompassing the realm was violently shattered by an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy from beyond. The thunderous, terrifying assault breached the boundaries of space-time, obliterating everything within this domain in an instant. The heavens cracked with numerous fissures, while the earth itself crumbled beneath the weight of destruction, leaving no trace of creation behind. Simultaneously, the multitude of powerful beings who had launched their attacks upon the Kunpeng were engulfed by this ferocious onslaught. The malevolence infiltrated their beings, causing their own formidable powers to recoil upon themselves. As a result of this dual affliction, the assembly of mighty practitioners suffered varying degrees of injury and retreated, activating their sacred treasures to escape the shattered realm of spacetime. They turned their gaze towards the source of the assault, where a formidable force of time and space intertwined with ferocity, violently tearing a colossal rift in the very fabric of existence. 12 towering giants, exuding an aura of unparalleled malevolence, emerged as ethereal silhouettes behind that rift. Witnessing the 12 giants beyond the temporal chasm, Every powerful practitioner present felt a chill run down their spines. It was an untenable situation. Retreat was imperative. They were returning. With a collective gasp, they hastily abandoned their intentions to encircle the Kunping. In an instant, all powerful beings extinguished their thoughts of pursuit, scattering in a frenzy, each fleeing more swiftly than the last from this devastated realm. Chapter 153. The Earth Mother, the feathered bird aglow. Amidst the crimson celestial light, the figure of the Ancient One of the Nether River retreated from that realm. His formidable strength, coupled with the instinctive warnings of his spiritual platform, enabled him to withdraw unscathed, especially with the protective treasure of the fiery red lotus by his side. Observing the vast rift in time and space that cleaved through the heavens, and the 12 ancestral witches, previously exiled by the celestial sovereign, returning to this realm, the Ancient One's brow furrowed with a mixture of displeasure and reluctance. While he harbored no fear of the solitary ancestral witches, the prospect of their united return was daunting. The Ancient One was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with all 12 ancestral witches single-handedly, as the celestial sovereign had done. Thus, he resolved to retreat. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision clear in his mind. The Kunping had narrowly escaped this time, but was gravely wounded. Moreover, with the assistance of the celestial sovereign and Zhen Yuanzi, the fellow known as Red Cloud had failed to refine the primordial purple qi. It was certain that the Kunping would not easily comprehend this essence either. He would wait for the next opportunity. With his thoughts settled, the Ancient One of the Nether River unhesitatingly employed his escape technique, vanishing from that realm without leaving a trace. As the Ancient One and the other formidable beings departed, the Kunping, manifesting its sorrowful and tragic avian form, took to the skies, swiftly traversing the space to flee far away. The Kunping was even more cautious than the Ancient One and the others, understanding that the foremost act of the returning 12 ancestral witches would likely be to rend him, the once-escaped celestial monarch, from the clutches of Di Jiang and his ilk. Once the Kunping had departed, a moment later, a series of heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed through the turbulent flows of time and space. Before long, led by Xianming, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin emerged from the chaotic currents, marking their return to the primordial universe. However, the 12 ancestral witches bore upon their forms ghastly wounds that had yet to fully heal, remnants of the fierce battle at Fengqi Mountain, where the feathered light had inscribed upon them with the primordial measuring ruler. Even to this day, they had not completely recovered. In the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, the remaining formidable beings and numerous guests gathered for the feast were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the terrifying wounds adorning the returning 12 ancestral witches in the live broadcast of the primordial time calendar. Subsequently, the gazes of the formidable beings turned towards Fu Guang, astonished and somewhat at a loss for words. The tales of the confrontation between the Lord of Stars and the 12 ancestor witches at Fengqi Mountain were no longer secrets among the beings of the primordial chaos. However, the details were vague. They only knew that the Lord of Stars had decisively overpowered the 12 ancestor witches, banishing them into the turbulent currents of time and space, thus suppressing the previously rampant arrogance of the witch clan for a time. Yet, what eluded their understanding was that prior to this banishment, the 12 ancestor witches had already suffered grave injuries. Observing the terrifying wounds on the 12 ancestor witches and then glancing at the Lord of Stars, who sat gracefully on the throne with a calm and benevolent smile, exuding both gentility and an air of noble authority, the assembly of mighty beings fell into silence. Even the proud three purities were no exception. They had always boasted that together they would not be outmatched by the 12 ancestor witches. But what if one were to encounter a single ancestor witch alone? To retreat unscathed would already be deemed a victory. Moreover, the Lord of Stars had not only grievously wounded the 12 ancestors, but had also cast them into the chaotic currents of time and space. The might of the Lord of Stars exceeded all expectations of the powerful beings present. After reflecting on the overwhelming strength of the Lord of Stars, all the guests within the hall could not help but furrow their brows. The witch clan, lacking the presence of the 12 ancestor witches, had already shown limited restraint. Now, with their return from the turbulent currents of time and space, chaos would once again ensue in the primordial realm. This upheaval, however, would likely not resemble the minor skirmishes of the past between the celestial court and the witch clan. The confrontation between the starry sovereign of Jinwu Palace and the witch clan rulers of the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, would unleash a scale of turmoil beyond imagination. While the assembly of mighty beings frowned, sensing the ominous implications, they felt little cause for alarm. After all, they could always evade confrontation. They could simply avoid the Witch Clan if necessary. However, the current clan leaders from various races in the primordial realm bore expressions of grave seriousness. Unlike the mighty beings, these leaders, burdened with their kin, felt significantly more powerless against the Witch Clan. As some leaders contemplated the future, their gaze inadvertently fell upon the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace, momentarily taken aback. The celestial beings appeared utterly composed and untroubled, as though they bore no concern regarding the possibility of the 12 ancestor witches seeking vengeance upon Jinwu Palace upon their return. Suddenly, the eyes of the clan leaders brightened with a glimmer of realization as they exchanged glances towards the seats of the mighty beings. After a mere glance, they quickly averted their gaze. However, merely a glance was sufficient to send a tremor through the hearts of the various clan leaders. The Golden Crow Palace stands formidable, led by the Master of Stars, the foremost figure among the saints. The esteemed Lady Nuwa, a disciple of the saint who has severed her 3 corpses and achieved a consummate state of quasi-sainthood, serves as the vice master. Equally remarkable, 2 divine maidens of the Dark Moon, also possessing the ability to sever their 3 corpses and having attained quasi-saint perfection, hold the titles of the Master-S consorts. Among the renowned figures of great powers are Fushi Daoist, Xinyuanzi the Great Immortal, and Hongyun the Ancestor, all serving as elders, including the contingent from the Moon Goddess Palace. There are over 30 formidable beings of great power, alongside a multitude of Deluo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortal practitioners. Aside from the lower echelons lacking sufficient strength, the Golden Crow Palace has long since surpassed the celestial courts of yore. Such immense power naturally instills no fear of the Witch Clan. Should they be granted the opportunity to join the Golden Crow Palace, they would undoubtedly succeed in weathering the impending calamity posed by the Witch Clan. The current clan leaders felt a surge of inspiration. The situation had shifted since the Celestial Court's previous invitations. Now, having recognized the might and ferocity of the Witch Clan, and having witnessed the strength of the Golden Crow Palace, they understood that should the palace extend an invitation to join, they could not easily decline. Seated at the head of the assembly, Fu Guang wore a knowing smile, fully aware of the intentions swirling among the clan leaders below. However, he paid little heed to their aspirations of joining his Golden Crow Palace. Truly, they were a group of dreamers. It seemed that the losses among the myriad clans were still insufficient. Otherwise, such somewhat amusing notions would not have arisen. He glanced at the 12 ancestors of the witch, currently broadcasted in the celestial timeline. Fu Guang felt no surprise at their return. After all, as the protagonists of this catastrophe, the return of the 12 ancestors was inevitable. Moreover, he harbored no concern regarding the impending upheaval in the world, as change was an unavoidable reality and worrying served no purpose. Instead, he preferred to maintain a calm disposition. In fact, Fu Guang even looked forward to the return of the 12 ancestors and the prospect of facing them in battle once more. His great banner of the 12 capital heavenly evil had already been forged. Yet, he pondered the differences and disparities between his formation and that of the 12 ancestors, and whether there was room for improvement. These were the insights Fu Guang yearned to acquire. The simplest way to glean this information was to confront the 12 capital heavenly evil formation directly. Frankly speaking, since his arrival in this realm, the 12 capital heavenly evil formation composed by the 12 ancestors had become, in Fu Guang's heart, the most crucial matter to approach with utmost caution. After all, this entity directly pertained to his own life and death. To label it as fear would be an exaggeration. The 12 heavenly gods' great formation serves as a mere stumbling block. Fu Guang does not wish to circumvent or merely push it aside. Rather, he seeks to shatter it, transforming the obstruction into a formidable means of intimidation at his disposal. Thus, he must confront the 12 heavenly gods' great formation head-on. With this determination in mind, he gazes upon the scene of the 12 ancestral witches' return, his heart swelling with anticipation. As the crowd is engulfed in myriad emotions, the live broadcast reveals a transformation in the realm where the 12 ancestral witches reside. Thunderous roars echo as the sky darkens to a deep crimson, thick with overwhelming malevolent energy that gathers relentlessly. Concurrently, The very earth beneath the 12 ancestral witches rises in a surge of murky vapors, flowing towards them with fervor. This colossal influx of malevolent energy and murkiness rushes into the majestic form of the 12 ancestral witches, rapidly mending their gruesome wounds. In mere moments, from an external perspective, the injuries of the 12 ancestral witches appear entirely healed, nourished by the very essence of this dark energy. Amidst the swirling blood-red light, the towering figures of the 12 giants fade away, replaced by 10 muscular warriors and 2 fierce beauties, adorned with athletic physiques and defined abs. They coalesce into their true forms, and the 12 ancestral witches simultaneously lift their heads, their 12 furious eyes fixated intently on the direction of the sun star. Their intentions are unmistakable. After a moment of intense scrutiny, Di Jiang, the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, snorts disdainfully. Umph. We are coming. He is on the sun star. He cannot escape. Having been away for far too long, he longs to return and see how his sons are faring. As these words escape his lips, Di Jiang waves his hand, directly opening a spatial passage and stepping through first. The other ancestral witches follow suit, each departing while uttering fierce threats. You wretched creature, just wait. Once I recover, I shall storm the sun star. I will personally tear you apart. Fu Guang, you are only worthy of licking the soles of my feet. Bah. Chapter 154. Ascendance to the heavens. The 12 ancestors of sorcery unleash their vile and uncouth words without reservation, all of which were broadcasted live by the Temporal Chronicle. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Guang was observing their every utterance. Had they been aware, their invectives would have surely escalated in fervor and volume. Nonetheless, within the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace, a profound silence enveloped the guests. The mighty beings remained unperturbed, merely prepared to witness Fu Guang's impending ire. Conversely, some of the other attendees trembled in trepidation. The wrath of the foremost among the saints, even if not directed at them, could send ripples of fear through their very beings. Amidst the varied reactions, a resounding laughter erupted from Fu Guang, breaking the stillness of the hall. The unexpected mirth left everyone momentarily stunned, gazing at him with puzzled expressions. With a cheerful demeanor, Fu Guang gestured, summoning the Temporal Chronicle back to his grasp. Beside him, Shi, whose brow furrowed at the slanderous remarks directed at Fu Guang, inquired softly, "My husband, what prompts such laughter?" Gradually, Fu Guang's laughter subsided, yet his smile remained. "I find amusement in the ancestors' lack of strategy and the folly of the sorcery clan. They are the true lineage of Pangu, favored by heaven and earth with immense blessings. Yet, they fail to comprehend the celestial order, disregard the heavenly path, and show no reverence for the saints. They focus solely on cultivating their physical prowess, neglecting virtue, behaving coarsely, and possessing wretched character." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the assembly nodded in agreement. The Lord of the Stars spoke naught but truth. However, when he referred to the 12 ancestors and the sorcery clan as the legitimate descendants of Pangu, the 3 purities raised their brows, reacting with intrigue. Subsequently, Yuan Shi subtly nodded, clearly in accord with Fu Guang's assessment of the 12 ancestors and the sorcery clan. After a brief pause, Fu Guang did not resort to cryptic speech. Instead, he openly shared his insights. "Observe the return of the 12 ancestors. Heaven gathers calamities for them, and the earth churns with foul energies, swiftly healing their grievous wounds. This clearly illustrates the profound favoritism bestowed upon the 12 ancestors and their clan by the cosmos. Fellow Taoists, can any of the great primordial races here compare to the 12 ancestors and the sorcery clan? Even I, bestowed with the merits of the heavenly way, find my fortunes overshadowed by theirs." As the words resonated, the attendees recalled the remarkable transformation of the world when the 12 ancestors emerged with their gruesome injuries from the chaotic currents of time and space. Indeed, it is as the Lord of the Stars has proclaimed, the heavens assist the 12 ancestor witches in mending their wounds. As for the injuries to the Tao, that will require time for the 12 ancestor witches to gradually heal. It is not merely a matter of effortlessly absorbing a wave of malevolent and turbid energies to achieve restoration. A profound silence enveloped the many formidable beings present. As they pondered further, the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan enjoy the favor of the heavens. Should one wish to confront them, it would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous endeavor. The 3 pure ones exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. The Lord of the Stars had just mentioned that the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan are the authentic descendants of Pangu, which intensified the discomfort lingering in the hearts of the three pure ones. Yet, they found themselves unable to refute this claim. For the performance of the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan indeed appeared to resonate more with the essence of Pangu than their own. The Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of proper understanding maintained a calm demeanor. Neither the 12 ancestor witches nor the witch clan were adversaries they could afford to provoke. Particularly, prior to attaining sanctity, the two of them together would have been subject to a severe beating. However, the Taoist of proper understanding's eyes subtly shifted. The uniqueness of the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan piqued his interest. The Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu were deep in thought, having previously overlooked the peculiarities of the witch clan. After all, the title of authentic descendants of Pangu was also claimed by the three pure ones. Beyond their formidable roots and exceptional power, which surpassed that of ordinary innate sacred beings, the three pure ones did not exhibit any extraordinary traits. Where was the unique ability, akin to that of the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan, that could invoke a response from the heavens and garner assistance? Now, after the insightful remarks of the Lord of the Stars, the Queen Mother of the West, and Xian Nu finally awakened to the truth. They began to comprehend the immense karmic burden, akin to shackles and afflictions, that weighed upon the remnants of the former celestial court, stemming from their past encounters with the witch clan. It is undeniable that during the expansion of the former celestial court, they inevitably accumulated karma. Yet, upon reflection, this burden seems excessively vast. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu could almost ascertain that the majority of their karmic weight originated from the numerous minor skirmishes with the witch clan, resulting in the slaughter of countless witches. With a sigh, the Queen Mother of the West exhaled a breath of exasperation. The mere thought of the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan sent waves of discomfort to her mind. They could only place their hopes in the Lord of the Stars for refuge. Observing the reactions of those present, Fu Guang discreetly glanced at the contemplative three pure ones, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, with a tone of reflection, he spoke once more. The 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan, despite their rampant arrogance and tyranny, are entirely justified in their demeanor. After all, they are the rightful inheritors of the great Pangu. Here, I, the Taoist Fu Guang, also advise my fellow cultivators from various primordial clans that, given the current circumstances, when confronted with the 12 patriarch witches and the witch clan, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation whenever possible. With that said, I have conveyed my thoughts. I urge you all to contemplate your actions moving forward. Upon hearing these words, the numerous formidable beings within the Grand Hall, along with the leaders of the primordial clans, furrowed their brows in contemplation. Among the assembly of powerful figures, the expressions of the three pure ones grew increasingly serious. Laozi of Taqing stroked his graying beard, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Yuan Shi of Yuqing wore a stern expression, his displeasure unmasked. Tong Tian of Shangqing, however, wore a sardonic smile, evidently incensed by Fu Guang's remarks. His youthful impetuosity got the better of him, prompting him to direct a sharp inquiry at Fu Guang. Are you suggesting that we should all retreat in the face of the 12 patriarch witches and the witch clan? Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, a fleeting yet appropriate look of surprise crossed Fu Guang's face. He then continued to smile warmly, stating, I did not mean to imply that. I was merely extending a candid suggestion to my fellow Taoists and various clans. If you interpret it otherwise, then it seems you have misunderstood my intentions. After a brief pause, Fu Guang pondered before adding, however, Tong Tian's perspective is not entirely misguided. It is indeed a wise choice to first avoid the sharp edge of the 12 patriarch witches and their clan. Hearing this, Tong Tian, with his sword-like brows knitted tightly, could not suppress his indignation. Are you suggesting that my brothers and I, as true disciples of Pangu, need to shy away from confrontation? Do you consider my brother's Pangu banner ineffective? Or do you deem my elder brother's Tai Chi diagram insufficiently robust? Or perhaps you think my 4 swords of extermination lack potency? Chapter 155, Kunpeng. No one is permitted to speak to me in a loud voice. Tong Tian's words rendered all the powerful beings within the Grand Hall momentarily speechless. Indeed, while they may be dwarfed by the 12 ancestors of the witch The three pure ones need not harbor any concerns. The Tai Chi diagram of Laozi, the Panga banner of Yuan Shi, and the Excalibur formation of Tongtian are all unparalleled treasures and lethal weapons. When matched against the 12 ancestors, they harbor no fear whatsoever. Observing Tongtian's displeasure, Fu Guang displayed an expression of apology. He then respectfully bowed to the three pure ones, saying, "Esteemed friends, I have misspoken on this occasion. I beseech your forgiveness." Upon hearing Fu Guang's sincere words, Tongtian, who had initially harbored some resentment, softened his demeanor. After returning the bow, he replied, "No matter. I too ask for your understanding. I have acted inappropriately." Following Tongtian's remarks, both Yuan Shi and Laozi nodded in agreement. Yuan Shi, also displaying grace, responded to Fu Guang's apology, stating, "Tongtian has a hasty temperament. He did not intend to offend. I hope you can extend your understanding. The 12 ancestors, though they claim to be the true lineage of Pangu, are indeed uncultured brutes who fail to comprehend the heavenly principles. Your suggestion is, for the other esteemed friends and the common populace, indeed sound and without error." Yuan Shi's tone was notably calm, yet the implications of his words undeniably showcased the pride of the three pure ones. The assertion that the 12 ancestors claim to the true lineage of Pangu is merely self-proclaimed suggests that the three pure ones hold the genuine legitimacy. The suggestion to avoid confrontation implies that the three pure ones are superior and more formidable. Upon Yuan Shi's utterance, the expressions of the myriad powerful beings in the hall grew momentarily grim, with the leaders of the various innate races harboring feelings of discontent. What does this mean? Are all other practitioners and beings, aside from the three pure ones, to be regarded as worthless? It is understood that the three pure ones possess great pride, but such arrogance is excessively disdainful. All the celestial beings felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, neither Yuan Shi, Laozi, nor Tongtian took this to heart. Could Yuan Shi be oblivious to how hurtful his words were? Could Laozi and Tongtian remain unaware of how their statements might offend the celestial beings? They were certainly aware. However, the three pure ones were indifferent. Should anyone be displeased, they were welcome to approach for a debate or even a confrontation. Among all present, apart from Fu Guang, the Lord of the Stars, the three pure ones stood unflinching. It is indeed the Taoist of light. And after the three purities have thoroughly comprehended the primordial purple qi and attained the path to sanctity, what fears could they possibly harbor? Thus, at this moment, the pride of the three purities is genuinely well-founded. They pay little heed to the seemingly courteous yet profoundly arrogant words of Yuan Shi. The Taoist of light straightened his posture and addressed all the guests in the grand hall. The joyous occasion of this humble Taoist has passed. Now, many matters have temporarily settled. If any esteemed guests have urgent affairs, you may depart. If there are no pressing matters, you are welcome to remain. I wish to invite you, fellow Taoists, to engage in a discourse. Perhaps it may yield fruitful insights. This declaration stirred a sense of anticipation among the multitude of powerful beings. The celestial beings below also exhibited expressions of delight, momentarily forgetting the earlier remarks of Yuan Shi. After all, there was no recourse but to endure, as one could not compete in cultivation, nor in the future, nor in background. After notifying the celestial beings, the Taoist of light turned his gaze toward the assembly of mighty practitioners, smiling as he said, "Esteemed friends, allow me to take the initiative and humbly present my thoughts. Please grace me with your presence for a discussion." Hearing such deference from the foremost among the saints, both the three purities and other ordinary mighty practitioners displayed satisfaction on their faces. They then responded in unison, "Your words are too kind, Taoist friend. How could we refuse your generous invitation? Splendid. Please, lead the way." After receiving their responses, the Taoist of light nodded in contentment and ceased his modesty. He directly unleashed the blossoms of his supreme Tao, resonating with various perfected paths, producing enchanting melodies that captivated the audience. In an instant, behind the Taoist of light, a myriad of literary blossoms flourished, depicting sentient beings engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, traversing the mountains of texts and navigating the boundless seas of learning. An endless sea of flames surged forth, seemingly capable of incinerating the very heavens and earth. Endless time and space re-emerged, within which floated diverse realms, varying in levels, from the grand to the minute, comprising countless worlds and dimensions. At this moment, the Taoist of light, through his singular strength, encompassed the entire Golden Crow Palace within the essence of myriad profound truths. Upon witnessing the actions of the Taoist of light, the numerous mighty practitioners were equally determined not to fall behind. The three purities engaged in their teachings, and the surrounding pure qi surged forth. The venerable figures of Jin and Zhuanti shone with an aura of solemn dignity, while Nuwa emanated an intricate flow of creation around her. In the Grand Hall, all the eminent practitioners were engaged in the evolution of their own profound paths, imparting their teachings through the resonance of their divine sounds while simultaneously seeking enlightenment. Below, the guests from the Golden Crow Palace were enraptured by the myriad manifestations of profound truths, born from the collective efforts of the great practitioners in their shared pursuit of the way. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the North Sea, within a small sanctuary shrouded by an enigmatic formation, the wounded and disheveled Kunping fell from the void, materializing within this hidden domain. Upon his arrival, he could not suppress a cough, spewing celestial blood, his countenance twisted with fury. Cursed river of the underworld, accursed 12 ancestor witches, and the remnants of the celestial court, await my reckoning. I shall refine the primordial purple energy, and on the day I attain sainthood, I will reclaim all my lost honor. I will not rest until then. After a prolonged roar of indignation, the fire of rage on Kunping's face gradually dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy and exultation. He burst into laughter. At last, I have secured the foundation for my ascension. Who else but I shall attain sainthood? Ha ha! Once I achieve my divine status, no one shall dare to raise their voice against me. Ha ha! With the primordial purple energy now within his grasp, and having fortuitously navigated the perilous tribulations that accompanied it, the exhilaration, ease, and profound anticipation swelling within Kunping were unmistakable. Time flew swiftly, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, Bai Zhe and others were diligently escorting the multitude of esteemed practitioners and guests who had concluded their discussions on the way, each having gleaned insights from the experience. Simultaneously, within the Fusang courtyard, accompanied by Shi He and Chang Shi, as well as the Grand Elder Fushi of the Golden Crow Palace, they were extending special hospitality to the esteemed guests, the Western Queen Mother and the Xian Nu, who had nearly exhausted their resources in presenting gifts for the banquet. Chapter 156. Changshi, let us proceed. Sitting between the two ladies, Fu Guang wore a gentle smile as he personally prepared tea, pouring half a cup of spiritual tea for both the Queen Mother of the West and Xian Nu. After savoring the tea, his golden eyes turned towards the Queen Mother, and he spoke directly. I have never been one to beat around the bush. Moreover, your sincerity in attending this banquet far surpasses that of your previous visit. With such earnestness displayed, Fu Guang was more than willing to engage in conversation. Upon hearing Fu Guang's forthright words, the Queen Mother felt a sense of relief wash over her. The opportunity to converse indicated that she, along with Xian Nu and the remaining celestial beings of the heavenly court, still held a glimmer of hope. With the 12 ancestors of sorcery returning and the imminent eruption of a new era of conflict, her sense of urgency intensified. Should changes not be made soon, it was likely that she and the remaining celestial beings would be among the first to face annihilation. As the saying goes, in the struggle between the first and second, it is the third that perishes first. As long as the heavenly court existed, it would always retain a semblance of legitimacy. The sorcery clan had no intention of sparing the remnants of the heavenly court, and it was evident that the Golden Crow Palace, which was poised to intervene, would not allow the heavenly court to maintain its claim to authority. Thus, once the Golden Crow Palace engaged in full-scale war with the sorcery clan, the heavenly court would surely face destruction. With this thought in mind, the Queen Mother looked at Fu Guang with a serious expression, her tone imbued with sincerity. I am but a simple Taoist, and the current tribulations have made divination increasingly prone to error. Since you are willing to offer me an opportunity for a detailed discussion, I implore you to enlighten me, so as to avoid any missteps that might thwart your plans. Seeing the Queen Mother's candidness and her willingness to relinquish authority, it was as if she were ready to bow and submit. Fu Guang nodded with a smile. Your openness is commendable. In that case, I shall speak plainly. After a brief pause, he continued, Firstly, the heavenly court must be dissolved. As Fu Guang articulated his first demand, both the Queen Mother and Xian Nu nodded lightly. Not taken aback, Neither were Fuxi and Shiha, for it was clear to any discerning observer that with the emergence of the Master of Stars and the Golden Crow Palace, the heavenly court could no longer lay claim to legitimacy and reap the benefits. Thus, the dissolution of the heavenly court was a prerequisite for any further negotiations to continue. Secondly, as Fu Guang caressed his teacup, his expression was grave, tinged with a hint of indifference. Among the remnants of the celestial court, I shall only accept those who possess profound blessings and have successfully navigated the dissolution of the celestial court before formally joining the Golden Crow Palace during this interim period. This second requirement was just recently articulated by Fu Guang. Both the Queen Mother of the West and Xin Nu trembled slightly. The implication of the words from the Lord of Stars was unmistakable. After the dissolution of the celestial court, they would not be able to immediately integrate into the Golden Crow Palace and benefit from its vast fortune. The thought of the immense karma weighing upon her caused the Queen Mother of the West to feel a sense of urgency. Fellow Taoist, she raised a hand. But Fu Guang interrupted her eager words, speaking again. Do not be hasty. Allow me to finish. At his words, the Queen Mother of the West had no choice but to suppress the words on the tip of her tongue, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Calmly, she took a sip of tea. Fu Guang continued, surely you are well aware of the heavy karma burdening the remnants of the celestial court. Although I and the Golden Crow Palace can suppress this immense karma and its repercussions with great fortune, the benefits that the remnants of the celestial court can provide to me do not equate to the cost I would incur to suppress their karma and its consequences. This statement is quite straightforward and candid. The Queen Mother of the West found herself unable to refute this, pursing her lips in silence. Sighing, Fu Guang spoke again. In the midst of tribulation, where can one find a perfect opportunity? Now that I have entered the fray, and the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace follow me, whether for my own sake or for the sake of those who follow, such an unprofitable deal, even if I possess kindness and a desire to protect all, cannot be undertaken. Furthermore, I have not completely deprived them of their opportunities. As long as they remain hidden well enough, when the time is ripe, the Golden Crow Palace shall naturally embrace and welcome the celestial beings. At this point, Fu Guang's gaze turned toward the Queen Mother of the West, and he continued directly and plainly. However, you need not worry about your own safety. For you, as the Saint S appointed and the heavenly Tao-recognized leader of female immortals, possess the complete cultivation of a quasi-saint, and hold treasures such as the Kunlun Mirror and the Plain Cloud Banner. Your safety is assured. Upon hearing this, a faint wry smile appeared on the Queen Mother of the West's face. The Saint S appointment and heavenly Tao recognition as the leader of female immortals? Once, this identity was resplendent. Now, it seemed pathetically ludicrous. Had these words not come from the mouth of the Lord of Stars, the Queen Mother of the West would have been incensed. It was indeed tinged with the suspicion of scornful mockery. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West smiled wryly and remarked, "My friend, you jest." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang chuckled lightly, yet he refrained from elaborating on the matter any further. Since Fu Guang had resolved to protect the Queen Mother of the West, who would dare to challenge her, save for the Holy Ones of the Tao? That previous exchange was merely intended for the ears of the Holy Ones. Once he extended this courtesy to the sages, Fu Guang, who sought no recognition for his efforts, would naturally take his due in silence. Nearby, Fuxi listened quietly, his gaze contemplative as he nodded slightly. Fu Guang continued, articulating his conditions. I require you, my friend, to, at an opportune moment, pay homage to the Golden Crow Palace as the foremost among female immortals, by saving the Queen Mother of the West, who was designated as the chief female immortal by the Holy Ones. In the name of the Holy Ones of the Tao, he essentially positioned her as his subordinate. It was unlikely that the sages would take offense, and he would simply note it in his mental ledger. An opportune moment? This phrase left the Queen Mother and Zuin somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Fuxi, who accompanied them, narrowed his eyes slightly, displaying a glimmer of understanding. Shihi, who stood beside Fu Guang, also wore a thoughtful expression, her eyes flashing with insight. After stating his three conditions, Fu Guang fell silent. If you can fulfill these requests, all your issues shall be resolved. As for other matters, there is no need to discuss them further. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West felt a myriad of uncertainties in her heart. However, seeing that Fu Guang had no intention of continuing the conversation, she refrained from further inquiries and, with a respectful gesture, expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, dear friend. With a casual wave of his hand, Fu Guang signaled that no further formalities were necessary. His golden eyes shifted to Fuxi, and with a smile, he declared, "The matters have been settled. Elder, please escort our esteemed guests." Upon hearing this, Fuxi rose and bowed to Fu Guang, replying, "As you command, Palace Master." Observing Fu Guang's intent to see them off, the Queen Mother of the West, who had intended to inquire further, found herself at a loss for words. Together with Zuan, she stood and bade farewell to Fu Guang, departing the Fusang courtyard under Fuxi's escort. Once the trio had left, Fu Guang remained seated, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Shihi, who had refrained from interjecting throughout the discussion, finally spoke up. With affectionate eyes, she gazed at her husband and inquired, "What weighs upon your mind, my dear?" Upon hearing her words, Fu Guang regained his composure and turned his gentle golden gaze towards his wife. In a tone tinged with inexplicable emotion, he began, "All beings in the primordial world regard me, Fu Guang, as a paragon of virtue, a divine being of great moral standing. Yet, in light of the impending cosmic order, the myriad schemes and plans I have devised are not as noble and upright as they may appear." Hearing Fu Guang's heartfelt musings, Shihi could not help but chuckle softly, leaning closer to him. "My husband, do you truly find yourself troubled by such trivial matters? Did you not pen a line in your earlier treatise, stating that to achieve great ambitions, one must first bear the weight of responsibility? Have you forgotten your own wisdom?" Resting against Fu Guang, Shihi spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. "Since you have now entered the fray, aspiring to carve out a grand legacy, you must embrace the burdens that come with it. As long as you maintain your integrity in the grand scheme, the minor details are of little consequence and need not cause you distress. Look at the three purities, who remain indifferent to the life and death of others. Devoid of compassion and solely focused on their own interests, do they not claim to be virtuous beings? And consider the likes of the Jian and Juanti, who shamelessly seek to reap all benefits for themselves, yet still present themselves as paragons of moral righteousness. You have previously established great achievements and bestowed blessings upon countless beings, accumulating celestial merit sufficient to illuminate the vast expanse of the primordial universe. Why then should you not be regarded as a virtuous and righteous being?" Upon hearing Shihi's comforting words, Fu Guang, who had merely been experiencing a momentary reflection, couldn't help but smile in surprise. Well, he initially felt untroubled, yet now he sensed that if he truly bore no weight upon his heart, it would somehow be a disservice to Shihi's tender reassurances. Taking Shihi's delicate hand, Fu Guang turned his gaze to the serene Chang, she on his other side. His mood lifted, blessed with such a wife. What more could one desire? In response to Fu Guang's warm gaze, the tranquil Chang, she met his eyes for a fleeting moment before her small hand reached out to grasp his. Rising to her feet, she gently pulled both Fu Guang and Shihi up, exclaiming, "Come, let us proceed to the hall." Fu Guang, now standing, replied, "Very well." Shihi nodded graciously, indeed. Chapter 157. Bai Zhe, the palace master is too soft-hearted. At this moment, at the entrance of the Golden Crow Palace, under the command of Fu Guang, Fuxi escorted the two women, Zhuangmu and Zuan, to this location. Standing at the entrance, Zhuangmu gave a slight bow to Fuxi and spoke, "This is where you should leave us. Great Elder, please remain. There is no need for you to send us off any further." Upon hearing Zhuangmu's words, Fuxi nodded with a smile, stroking his beard, and with a hint of profound meaning, he said, "Before you depart, my friend, I have some words I wish to share, hoping they may offer you some guidance. Might you grant me a moment of your time?" At his words, a look of mild perplexity crossed Zhuangmu's face. Yet due to Fuxi's esteemed position, she did not refuse. "Please, great elder, speak." She replied with a smile and a nod. Fuxi pondered for a moment and then said, "As you depart and dissolve the celestial court, hasten back to the western Kunlun and remain behind closed doors. You will assuredly be safe. For our esteemed palace master has stated that you are the designated leader of the celestial maidens, recognized by the heavenly Tao, and thus you shall remain unharmed. Do you understand my meaning?" Upon hearing Fuxi's words, despite being somewhat influenced by the ominous aura of calamity and having a murky path ahead, Zhuangmu felt a sudden jolt. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity. "So, that is what the great elder means. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance." Seeing that Zhuangmu had grasped the meaning of their palace master, Fuxi beamed. Excellent. Since you comprehend, please travel safely. I shall not see you off any further. With a gentle nod, Zhuangmu was about to turn and leave, but before she could take a step, she paused and looked back at Fuxi. Great Elder, on an island in the East Sea, there remains a flicker of the race that was once extinguished by the ruthless Wu clan in the primordial lands. I have observed that the Golden Crow Palace is lacking in attendants ready for duty. If the Great Elder is interested, may I suggest dispatching some personnel to the East Sea? I believe they will undoubtedly reap significant rewards. Fuxi's eyes lit up at her words. He then bowed respectfully to Zhuangmu, saying, Thank you for your insight. After 10,000 years, several stewards of the Golden Crow Palace will visit the East Sea. With a smile and a nod, Zhuangmu once again bid farewell and departed with Zuan, leaving the Golden Crow Palace behind without a glance. Once the two had left, Fuxi, grinning, approached Bai Zhe, who was busy arranging the celestial beings arriving from the Moon Goddess Palace, as various clans settled in at the Golden Crow Palace. Upon seeing the beaming countenance of Fuxi and the industrious demeanor of Baize, the latter set aside his current tasks. Gazing at Fuxi, he inquired, What brings such delight to you, my friend? Simultaneously, the cheerful disposition of Fuxi infused Baize's face with a smile as well. Within the Golden Crow Palace, the bond between Baize and Fuxi was unparalleled. They were, after all, kindred spirits, sharing a mutual affinity for the esoteric. Whenever leisure permitted, they would convene to savor tea, engage in chess, and indulge in the arts. Their camaraderie was inseparable, embodying the essence of celestial companions. This was undoubtedly a splendid affair. With a mysterious smile gracing his features, Fuxi continued, Come. After I assist you with your current endeavors, let us retire to my chamber for a pot of tea and a leisurely game of chess. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Baize raised an eyebrow, pondering. Does this matter of good fortune pertain to our esteemed master? A knowing smile crept across his face. Exchanging a knowing glance, Fuxi and Baize communicated a wealth of understanding without uttering another word. Baize realized he had surmised correctly. As two of the greatest intellects, Fuxi and Baize executed their duties with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, being at the pinnacle of their powers and deeply trusted by their master, even the formidable denizens of the Golden Crow Palace held them in high regard. Before long, the Golden Crow Palace, having ascended several tiers in power, was thoroughly organized. They also arranged for personnel to embark on a mission in 10,000 years to the Eastern Sea to escort the remnants of the Celestial Court, including the Queen Mother of the West. Finally, Fuxi and Baize settled in Fuxi's chamber, seated across from one another. The gentle and refined Baize prepared the tea while the elegant Fuxi set up the chessboard, engaging in pleasant conversation. Baize, eager to discern the news, was the first to inquire, What tidings have you received from our master? In response, Fuxi stroked his beard, saying, It cannot be said that I have received any definitive news. Rather, I have gleaned an understanding of how we ought to cooperate with our master moving forward. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Baize's eyes as he pressed on. What is it that we must do? Pray speak swiftly. With a calming gesture, Fuxi replied with a smile, Fear not. Allow me to share what our master has instructed the Queen Mother of the West regarding 3 matters during my reception of her in the Xiannu at the Fusang Courtyard. With your intellect, you shall discern how we ought to proceed henceforth. His gaze sparkled with anticipation. Baize nodded in agreement, expressing his eagerness to hear more. Soon, the two of them leisurely sipped their spiritual tea while engaging in a game of chess. Fuxi, ever the open book, recounted in detail to Baize the recent conversation that transpired in the Fusang Courtyard. He spoke with great clarity, and Baize listened intently. Before long, Baize grasped the entirety of the dialogue. The Western Queen Mother has delved too deeply into her tribulations, Fuxi remarked with a tone tinged with reflection. The weight of the karmic burdens she bears has rendered her nearly immobile. Consequently, after the sovereign mentioned those 3 matters, she struggled to comprehend the sovereign's intent. Thus, the sovereign entrusted me with the task of escorting the Western Queen Mother from the palace, so I could elucidate a portion of the sovereign's meaning for her. Upon hearing Fuxi's words, Baize nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, this is true. After a brief pause, a serious expression adorned Baize's countenance. From the sovereign's arrangements concerning the Western Queen Mother and the remaining celestial beings of the heavenly court, It is evident how we ought to proceed in alignment with the sovereign's strategies to assist her in achieving her ambitions. However, I harbor some concerns within. I am uncertain whether to voice them. With a decisive move on the chessboard, Fuxi raised an eyebrow. Do not hesitate to speak. Given the bond between us, what have you to fear? After a moment of contemplation, Baizé resumed. The sovereign's plans, following this arrangement, reveal merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, I worry that if the sovereign were to intervene prematurely, it might not yield success. Fuxi furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Who would dare defy the grand schemes established by the sovereign? After a brief silence, Baizé met Fuxi's gaze. What if the sovereign herself were to act prematurely? My friend, after a moment of silence, Fuxi replied, are you suggesting that the sovereign, unable to bear witness to the suffering of countless beings, might take action before the opportune moment presents itself? Baizé nodded gravely, placing his white piece on the board with deliberation. The sovereign's heart is too tender. Chapter 158. Fuxi. Words detrimental to unity should not be spoken. Within the hall, upon hearing Baizé's words, Fuxi appeared momentarily taken aback. Was the lord of his palace too soft-hearted? Was this truly reasonable? Though my knowledge is limited, I implore you, Baizé, do not deceive me. Observing Fuxi's dazed expression, Baizé, attuned to his thoughts, discerned what was on Fuxi's mind. Thus, Baizé began to elucidate his perspective. Dear brother, if you harbor doubts, allow me to provide clarity. The Lord's gentle nature and kindness are not mere fabrications of my imagination. At these words, Fuxi turned his gaze towards Baizé, inquiring earnestly, I would like to hear more. After gathering his thoughts, Baizé's demeanor grew solemn as he spoke. The value of the living, particularly that of the foremost female immortal, the Queen Mother of the West, far surpasses that of her deceased counterparts. Following the dissolution of the celestial court, should the Queen Mother of the West seize an opportune moment to enter the Golden Crow Palace and serve under the Lord, it would bestow upon him a prestigious reputation, garnering the admiration of countless beings in the primordial realm. However, what of the other immortals from the celestial court? If they remain alive, their worth diminishes significantly. Upon hearing this, Fuxi nodded in agreement, grasping Baizé's sentiments. Yet, he refrained from interrupting, allowing Baizé to continue. Baizé did not hesitate, revealing his innermost thoughts. With the celestial court disbanded, should the remaining immortals resolve to evade the Lord's acceptance during this tumultuous period, they may indeed succeed. After all, the witch clan is not adept at divination or tracking. When the time is ripe, should these remnants seek refuge in the Golden Crow Palace, we must consider that the palace does not lack in combat prowess. However, the overwhelming karmic burdens these immortals carry would pose a considerable challenge to manage. I believe the benefits of sheltering them are far outweighed by the costs involved. Yet, the Lord remains inclined to extend kindness to such individuals. At the core, he is indeed soft-hearted and benevolent. Having articulated this, Baizé paused, his gaze imbued with profound meaning as it fixed upon Fuxi. Brother, if we are resolved to follow the Lord and assist him in achieving greatness, we must not merely comply with the hints he provides, but actively contribute to his ambitions. A conqueror cannot rely solely on goodwill and righteousness. There are matters the Lord cannot openly address. Thus, it falls to us, his subordinates, to alleviate his burdens. What do you think, dear brother? On Fuxi's face, a cunning smile emerged, revealing his shrewdness. The seemingly gentle Baizé was, in fact, a figure with a heart as dark as his deeds. However, on this occasion, Fuxi found himself in agreement with Baizé's calculations. There was no need for further elaboration. Fuxi comprehended Baizé's intentions. Once the celestial court was disbanded, the Queen Mother of the West, adhering to her master's command, would ensure the preservation of certain individuals. This included all remnants of the original Zykanlun faction associated with her. Yet, all other remnants of the celestial court must perish. The weight of their karmic burdens was far too immense. Allowing these remnants to linger for a time, only to later seek refuge within the flourishing Jinwu Palace? This was unacceptable. Lacking any special status or connections, how could they impose their burdens upon the denizens of Jinwu Palace? Simply put, why should they be entitled to such privilege? During the construction of Jinwu Palace, they had not contributed in any meaningful way. Now that the palace was thriving and its foundation secure, they sought to reap the rewards without input? Such reasoning was untenable. While the palace master was benevolent and reluctant to enact total annihilation, he had nonetheless granted them an opportunity. However, Fushi Baizhe and the other celestial beings of Jinwu Palace were not as magnanimous as the master. Taking a sip of tea, Fushi narrowed his eyes. It may be difficult to explain this to the palace master. Upon hearing this, Baizhe smiled calmly. That will not be the case. After all, the palace master has stated that only those with profound blessings who can weather the tribulations of this era shall be permitted to enter Jinwu Palace. With our capabilities, whether they can evade their fate lies entirely within our contemplation. After a brief pause, Baizhe spoke with an enigmatic tone. In fact, I was just pondering whether the palace master's words were deliberately meant for you. If that is indeed the case. With a decisive thud, a piece was placed on the board. Fushi, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "It is your turn, my friend. The palace master is a benevolent ruler. Therefore, if your words do not foster unity, it is best left unsaid." He lightly slapped his own hand, as if to emphasize his point. Baizhe chuckled. "You speak wisely. Come, let us resume our game." Within the hall, the discussions came to an abrupt halt, leaving only the sound of pieces being placed on the board and the pervasive essence of the primordial changes in the Tao, along with the unfolding phenomena of the celestial flowers. The Lord of the Stars and the two sovereigns of the moon embody the profound resonance of heaven and earth, the harmonious union of yin and yang, and the radiant interplay of the sun and moon. A later poet aptly remarked, "Drenched in sweat beneath the fine silk, is it rain or clouds that keep one so busy? Two little feet upon shoulders bear the weight, difficult to endure. Frowning, the spring mountains lead one into a drunken realm. How maddeningly wild, calling out my beloved. The tongue, sweet as the fragrant lilac, drips with desire. Having tasted the sweet dew, it is neither honey nor sugar that lingers on the palate." In the blink of an eye, more than 2 epochs have passed. In the palace of the Golden Crow, within the ethereal residence of Fuguang, in the courtyard of Fusang, with hair cascading down their back, clad in a simple Taoist robe fashioned from the essence of the primordial sun and moon stars, Fuguang sits beside a celestial table, pen in hand, diligently crafting a unique tome. This work, entitled Chronicles of Time, chronicles the myriad events that have transpired in the vast universe since Fuguang's own emergence. Beside him, the two sisters, Shiha and Changshi, though still as beautiful and noble as ever, now exude a grace distinctly different from their former selves. Shiha strums a zither, while Changshi dances with a primordial sword. Together, they create a harmonious scene of marital bliss and tranquil times. Before long, as Shiha concludes her melody and Changshi's swordplay comes to a graceful end, they set aside their instruments and, seated one on each side of Fuguang, join him. Despite being Fuguang's wife, Changshi remains unchanged in demeanor, while Shiha has grown even more tender. Gazing lovingly at her husband as he writes, Shiha lifts her hand to prepare ink for him, softly inquiring, "Since the return of the 12 ancestor witches, we have experienced over 2 epochs of silence. Now, I fear they have fully recovered and replenished their strength. Soon, they may come to the starry skies." Upon hearing this, Fuguang's hand momentarily pauses. With a gentle smile, he replies, "Let them come. If they delay any longer, I shall be compelled to personally visit Mount Buzhou." Fuguang's words cause Shiha to glance sideways, her heart tinged with both concern and curiosity. Does my beloved have a strategy in mind? Chapter 159. The Witch Clan is still assembling. The question posed by Shiha momentarily left Fuguang taken aback. A countermeasure? Fuguang, ever the epitome of grace and integrity, was not one to engage in deceitful schemes or underhanded tactics. He approached others with sincerity, devoid of any malicious intent. Any actions in this vein would be solely attributed to the cunning of Fushi and Baze, 2 shrewd individuals acting independently. Moreover, when confronted by the 12 ancestor witches and their clan, who are notorious for their unyielding and brutal approach, targeting their objective with relentless ferocity, any form of strategy would prove largely ineffective. Once the 12 ancestor witches fixate on a target, their singular intention is clear. Either I shall vanquish you, or you shall vanquish me. They possess the formidable strength to execute their will, rendering any cunning plans futile. There is no need for strategy. Setting aside his writing brush, Fuguang enveloped the gentle Shiha in his embrace, one arm cradling her while the other toyed with a large moon. He continued, "When it comes to confronting the 12 ancestor witches, no strategy will suffice. Among that brutish group, there may be one or two with a modicum of intelligence, but they are few and far between. Generally, they might engage in some degree of planning, but after suffering a crushing defeat at my hands, I fear their anger will have clouded their limited wits. In the inevitable battle to come, the 12 ancestor witches will lead their clan fearlessly into the cosmos. Facing such straightforward adversaries, we have no recourse but to prepare thoroughly for war. Nestled in Fu Guang's embrace, Xia's enchanting eyes glistened, her cheeks slightly flushed. After contemplating her husband's words, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the customary behavior of the 12 ancestor witches and their clan, a direct assault on the cosmos seemed the most plausible course of action. There was no need for concern. As the large moon shifted shapes in Fu Guang's hand, his tone remained lighthearted. Though strategies may fall short, preparations can be made. Knowing that a confrontation was imminent, I took the liberty of making some arrangements in advance. So, my dear, there is no need for you to fret. Upon hearing Fu Guang's reassurances, Xiha rolled her eyes playfully, her worries dissipating. It was evident that her husband had adequately prepared for the impending conflict with the 12 ancestor witches and their clan. Otherwise, his buoyant demeanor would not be so resolute. What a waste of her concern. The 12 ancestor witches have returned. The once proud Wu clan has once again regained its audacity. During these two celestial gatherings, the chaos across the vast realms has escalated to unprecedented levels. Previously, while the 12 ancestor witches were absent, the myriad races took the opportunity to trouble the Wu clan, resulting in immense casualties among the powerful factions. One after another, they vanished entirely from the primordial universe. As if facing extinction, a multitude of beings perished, and numerous races became extinct upon the sacred lands of the primordial world. Consequently, within this brief span of two celestial gatherings, the ominous aura of calamity has surged several-fold. As the Wu clan flourished, they began to harness the murky and ominous energies. Thus, the proliferation of this malevolent aura has similarly contributed to the resurgence of the Wu clan's power. Currently, within the primordial universe, only a few formidable beings possess the capability to contend with the Wu clan. After a candid discussion among the Lords of the Stars in the Golden Crow Palace, it was agreed that they would avoid direct confrontation with the Wu clan, opting instead to evade any entanglements. The myriad races have adopted a similar stance. However, despite their vast numbers and resources, they still find themselves periodically facing the complete disappearance of certain races from the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Amidst despair and panic, all races are eagerly anticipating an invitation from the Golden Crow Palace among the stars. Should the Golden Crow Palace extend an offer, many races would readily join without stipulations, awaiting the commands of the Lords of the Stars. Yet, no one could have foreseen that the Golden Crow Palace, a dominant force in the primordial universe, has established its stronghold among the solar stars, diligently managing its affairs. There are no indications of them intervening in the strife among the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. As for the eagerly awaited invitations, they remain elusive, with not even a whisper of their existence. In light of these circumstances, the already tyrannical Wu clan has grown increasingly arrogant and oppressive. Their accumulation of bloodshed continues unabated, and malevolent energies coalesce ever more densely. Under such conditions, all beings of the primordial world gradually succumb to a state of unease and despair. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones observe the rising calamity with furrowed brows, displeased. Laozi remained silent, harboring an attitude of indifference towards the 12 ancestor witches and the Wu clan. After all, neither the 12 ancestor witches nor the Wu clan had yet encroached upon the interests of the 3 pure ones, particularly not upon those of Taiji. As it does not concern him, he chooses to remain inactive. Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, displaying his disdain for the Wu clan without reservation. Occasionally, one could hear him criticize the Wu clan, lamenting their ignorance of heavenly principles, lack of moral cultivation, and their barbaric nature, which he deemed a disgrace to the true lineage of Pangu. Were it not for the Wu clan's pivotal role during this era of calamity, coupled with the divine favor bestowed upon them, Yuan Shi would likely have been unable to restrain himself from taking action against them, delivering a lesson as a warning. Tong Tian shared similar sentiments. Observing the Wu clan's rampant arrogance, he often felt compelled to confront the 12 ancestors of Wu, eager to ascertain who truly represented the authentic Pangu lineage. Furthermore, witnessing the tribulations faced by myriad beings. The youthful and spirited Tong Tian frequently found himself reflecting on their plight. He contemplated intervening on their behalf to provide them with a glimmer of hope. Had it not been for Yuan Shi's persistent restraint, it is likely that Tong Tian would have already acted against the Wu clan on several occasions. In the serene confines of Zikanlan, the West Queen Mother returned to her original sanctuary, choosing to close herself off from the outside world. There, she observed the unfolding dynamics across the vast realms through the Kunlun mirror. Beside her, Xian Nu gazed at the formidable and alarming strength of the Wu clan, her face betraying a hint of confusion. Turning to the West Queen Mother, she inquired, "My lady, how can the Lord of the Stars and the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace possibly withstand the might of the Wu clan, given their rapid rise in power during this brief period of 2 Yuan meetings? The more perilous the calamity, the stronger they become. I regret to admit my inability to discern how we might triumph over this increasingly fearsome clan." Upon hearing Xian Nu's question, the West Queen Mother furrowed her brow and replied, "I, too, am uncertain how the Lord of the Stars might break this impasse. The Wu clan is indeed an unfathomable adversary. However, we in Zikanlan are also in search of protection and find ourselves unable to participate in such a precarious situation. I can only hope that my all-in wager proves to be a wise one." For the West Queen Mother, the current circumstances represented a high-stakes gamble in which she had staked everything. She had long placed all her bets on the grand celestial marriage feast and the events of the past 2 Yuan meetings, investing wholly in the Golden Crow Palace and the Lord of the Stars. Should her wager prove correct, she would surely survive the impending catastrophe, with a promising future ahead. Conversely, if she were to be mistaken, death and the dissolution of her path would be inevitable, rendering concerns over financial loss trivial. Now, the West Queen Mother found herself powerless to act, confined to her sanctuary in Zikanlan, awaiting the opportune moment to pledge her allegiance to the Golden Crow Palace. In a corner of the North Sea, Kuanpeng was presently in seclusion within his palace, having fully healed from his injuries. At this moment, he diligently sought to comprehend and refine the primordial purple energy. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Nether River was preparing the spiritual treasures necessary for the formation of a grand array. However, he also took note of the fluctuations of malevolent energy in the world. Upon grasping the situation, the ancestor of the Nether River was elated. "Continue to fight. Continue to kill. The more bloodshed, the greater the malevolent energy, and the more potent my grand formation shall become, yielding greater merits in accordance with the heavenly Tao." Simultaneously, the ancestor of the Nether River, who primarily pursued the path of slaughter, was able to gain deeper insights into his own murderous way through the expansive war waged by the Witch clan against the myriad beings of the cosmos. It can be said that throughout the entire primordial universe, aside from the light of Fuguang on the Sun Star, none cherished the Witch clan's ruthless actions as much as the ancestor of the Nether River did. Chaos continued to reign as the Witch clan expanded and grew stronger. The malevolent energy within the world gradually reached a new critical point. After tens of thousands of years, on this day, beneath the Panga Temple at the foot of the now entirely transformed and fortified Mount Buzhou, numerous powerful members of the Witch clan, many of whom could rival quasi-saints, gathered. Each mighty witch eagerly gazed towards the Panga Temple, anticipating what was to come. They did not wait long. From within the Pangu Temple erupted waves of intensely fierce and malevolent blood energy. Upon sensing this formidable aura, all the great witches were filled with fervor. The ancestors are about to emerge. Could it be that they will soon seek trouble with the recently formidable Jinwu Palace? Indeed, a battle is imminent. My fists are already itching with anticipation. Me too. Witch. Gradually, the fervent expressions of the great witches transformed into fervent cries, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the Panga Temple, pounding their chests and stomping their feet in unison. As their voices echoed, an increasing number of members of the Witch clan began to mirror their actions, creating a resounding tumult akin to divine thunder, stirring the malevolent energy that lingered around Mount Buzhou. Such a tremendous commotion and momentum easily attracted the attention of the myriad powerful beings and esteemed figures from various races, who had been particularly vigilant regarding the movements of the Witch clan. Upon witnessing this display of might, the gazes of all the powerful beings and leaders from various races sharpened, and they pondered, surely, The 12 ancestors have fully recovered and are about to officially emerge from their seclusion. All eyes were instinctively lifted, gazing towards the direction of the solar star. The previous defeat of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft at the hands of the Sovereign of the Stars had foretold an inevitable clash of monumental proportions between the two factions. Now, it seems that this fateful battle is on the verge of commencing. Chapter 160, The Guardian of the Threshold. The Celestials watched the spectacle. The commotion stirred by the Wu clan of Buzhou Mountain reverberated throughout the vastness of the primordial world, even resonating in the boundless starry skies. At this moment, beyond the Sun Star, before the gates of the Golden Crow Palace, a magnificent celestial portal loomed in the cosmos, the culmination of the eternal solar true fire path. Flanking the portal stood 12 formidable great Luo Jinxian, clad in exquisite postnatal spiritual armor crafted by the Golden Crow Palace, brandishing standard long spears and sheathed in treasured blades. Their expressions grave and imposing. Meanwhile, one of the palace's overseers, the mid-stage quasi-Saint Ji Ming, sat cross-legged before the grand entrance. Having already been rewarded with a corpse-slaying spiritual treasure and successfully vanquished malevolent corpses. The presence of these 12 great Luo Jinxian and Ji Ming here was due to their duty to guard the gates of the Golden Crow Palace. Though this role of sentinel might seem slightly beneath their stature, it was a coveted task within the palace, with many vying for the opportunity. The reason was simple. The less one interfered, the easier it was to garner merit. In the Golden Crow Palace, numerous adept practitioners, including great Luo Jinxian, existed. Yet they had not formally engaged in the strife of the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Consequently, the chances for these celestial beings to earn accolades were scarce. Thus, even the role of gatekeeper attracted eager volunteers. The motivations were twofold: to contribute to the grand endeavors of the palace and, more importantly, to enhance one's own record of achievements, thereby securing greater rewards when merits were assessed. For instance, Ji Ming and the 12 great Luo Jinxian present had been granted the privilege of this honorable duty, resulting in their earlier bestowal of the corpse-slaying spiritual treasure and numerous other benefits, inciting envy among those celestial beings who had not been assigned such roles. Of course, while they were ostensibly guarding the gates, Ji Ming and his fellow celestial sentinels also bore the responsibility of observing the changes across the primordial land. To put it more plainly, they were tasked with monitoring the movements of the Wu clan. At this moment, the significant upheaval emanating from the Wu clan's stronghold at Buzhou Mountain did not escape the attention of Ji Ming and the celestial guardians of the Golden Crow Palace. Their eyes narrowed slightly, and Ji Ming's expression turned grave. Quickly, report to the Grand Overseer. There is great unrest in Buzhou Mountain, and it is suspected that the 12 ancestor witches have re-emerged. Upon hearing Ji Ming's command, one of the great Luo Jinxian stepped forward. As you command, Overseer. Given the implications concerning the Wu clan, Ji Ming dared not to be remiss. Since slaying the corpses, he had indeed grown significantly in power. However, having experienced the battle at Fengqi Mountain in years past and witnessed the formidable might of the 12 ancestor witches, he was acutely aware that he was still insufficiently prepared. Soon, the gatekeeper, a great Luo golden immortal, reported the happenings of Mount Buzhou to Baizhe, within the grand hall of Baizhe's palace. After dismissing the great Luo golden immortal who had come to report, Baizhe, with an air of calmness, turned to his counterpart, Fuxi. As we have calculated, the 12 ancestor witches have indeed restored their power. With this resurgence, do you harbor any anticipation for the impending battle? Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Fuxi's smiling eyes. He casually replied, naturally. In the previous conflict at Fengqi Mountain, both Baizhe and I, along with the other immortals, could do nothing but stand as mere pawns under the protection of our palace master when facing the ancestor witches. Now, several Yuan meetings have passed. After being personally instructed by our palace master, we have long awaited this opportunity to validate the growth and progress we have made during this time. Of course, they could only grasp a fraction of their palace master's techniques. After all, there are few in the vast primordial universe who possess the divine abilities to wield various merits and spiritual treasures with such ease as their palace master. Thus, Fuxi and Baizhe focused on learning the simple yet immensely practical methods of battling the 12 ancestor witches, utilizing their own Taoist techniques. They felt that this alone was sufficient and resolutely determined to redeem their past failures. Rising to his feet, with an expression of eager anticipation, Fuxi declared, "I shall inform our palace master, while you gather the other immortals. This battle is of great significance, and our master will likely have some instructions for us. We must act swiftly. Given the impulsive nature of the 12 ancestor witches, they will likely advance upon us shortly." Bai Zhe, also rising, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Having reached a consensus, they left behind an unfinished game of chess and departed. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Fusang, leaning casually against the Fusang divine tree, Fu Guang observed the celestial phenomena currently unfolding in Mount Buzhou, where the malevolent energies surged incessantly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached. Empowered by the fortune of the Golden Crow Palace and years of accumulation, the attendant, the Four Flowers Fairy Chunlan, who had now attained the great Luo Dao fruit, stepped into the courtyard. Standing respectfully before Fu Guang, she bowed deeply, saying, "My lord, the Grand Elder requests an audience, claiming there is an urgent matter to discuss." Upon hearing this, Fu Guang casually nodded in acknowledgement. He spoke, "You shall inform the Grand Elder that I am already aware of the matters concerning the Witch Clan. Tell him to summon the celestial beings and await in the Grand Hall. Additionally, request the two esteemed ladies to emerge from their seclusion. The forthcoming battle will mark the inaugural display of the might of my Golden Crow Palace before the myriad beings of the primordial. Since we are to showcase our strength, let it be done with utmost thoroughness." Upon receiving her master's command, Chunlan bowed respectfully and replied, "I shall obey your decree." She then took her leave from the Fusang courtyard, hastening to notify the Grand Elder Fuxi. Simultaneously, she was to summon the two palace mistresses from their retreat. Buzzing with anticipation, not long after the little flower fairy departed, Fu Guang waved his hand to retract the temporal chart. Stretching leisurely, he declared, "Come forth. Let me witness the distinction between your 12 ancestral witches' 12 celestial god-slaying formation and my own 12 celestial god-slaying formation." As he spoke, 12 majestic banners of the celestial god-slaying formation flickered into visibility beside him, swirling around and exuding an ominous aura of ferocity. The Golden Crow Palace was preparing, while the Witch Clan of Buzhou Mountain called upon their ancestral witches. Numerous powerful beings and adept practitioners from the various clans of the primordial eagerly awaited, their gazes laden with anticipation as they glanced towards Buzhou Mountain and the solar star. They were poised for the commencement of a grand spectacle. Especially after the Golden Crow Palace, the sovereign of the starry skies, clashed with the formidable Witch Clan. It was anticipated that a vast influx of personnel would soon be required. At that moment, it would be the opportune time for them to join the Golden Crow Palace. In this instant, the myriad clans of the primordial seemed to envision the invitation from the Golden Crow Palace soaring towards them. Chapter 161. The Great War Begins. This impending conflict arrived with a swiftness and urgency that surpassed the wildest imaginations of all those spectating. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, a rumble echoed ominously. The once concentrated malevolent energy of heaven and earth surged with newfound intensity, threatening to transform the entirety of Mount Buzhou into a land of ominous dread. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy, chaotic footsteps resonated, causing the earth to tremble and the heavens to shudder slightly. The figures of the 12 ancestor witches emerged in response to the fervent gazes and shouts of the great shamans of the Witch Clan, stepping forth from the Panga Temple. In mere moments, as they exited the Panga Temple, the true forms of the 12 ancestor witches expanded dramatically, transforming into 12 colossal giants, their heads touching the heavens and their feet firmly planted on the earth. Buzz. The malevolent energy of heaven and earth rapidly coalesced around the 12 ancestor witches, flooding into their bodies, amplifying their already formidable presence to terrifying heights. Crash! From the towering forms of these giants erupted a terrifying wave of life force. Soaring toward the heavens, the sound was reminiscent of a mighty river, akin to the tumultuous waves of an ocean. Just hearing it sent shivers down one's spine and caused an involuntary tremor throughout the body. Especially for those cultivators who had witnessed the strength of the Witch Clan's physical forms, or had been decisively overpowered by them, and were now striving to enhance their own bodily resilience. Such an astonishing display of physical vitality raised incredulity. Could they truly cultivate such formidable strength? It was unfathomable to conceive the sheer terror of the ancestor witches' physical forms. Yet, it was not solely the ancestor witches whose might was beyond imagination. Even the formidable might of the witch clan's great shamans reached an astonishing level. With the appearance of the 12 ancestor witches, a resounding boom echoed from the witch clan's stronghold on Mount Bujo. Pulses of life energy erupted, though not as powerful as that of the 12 ancestor witches. They were nonetheless formidable. Countless witch clan warriors manifested their bizarre, true forms, and the great shamans and warriors united in a thunderous roar. Witch, 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 as they shouted. The ascending pillars of life energy surged toward the 12 ancestor witches. Moreover, the malevolent energy of heaven and earth was wildly converging toward the ancestor witches, the great shamans, and the warriors. At this moment, the entire essence of the witch clan seemed to coalesce into a singular force, an awe-inspiring presence beyond comparison. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Golden Crow Palace, a congregation of formidable beings gathered, including great Luo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals, with various clans of practitioners arrayed outside the resting chambers of the palace. In terms of sheer numbers and grandeur, the Golden Crow Palace pales in comparison to the illustrious celestial courts of yore, which could summon countless legions, their banners obscuring the heavens. However, when it comes to genuine combat prowess, the Golden Crow Palace is unmatched, far surpassing the former celestial courts. The disparity in strength is particularly evident among the pivotal figures of transcendent power, as there is no basis for comparison between the two factions. Within the hall, Baize activated one of his vital treasures, the Zhou Tian Mirror, projecting the scene of the 12 ancestral witches' reemergence from Mount Bujo directly into the center of the hall, allowing all present to witness the spectacle clearly. At this moment, the esteemed beings seated upon their thrones wore solemn expressions as they observed the might displayed by the 12 ancestral witches and several of the more formidable witches among them. Many silently calculated their chances, recognizing that against those particularly powerful witches, they might not secure a decisive advantage. Just as there are disparities among the transcendent beings, so too are there distinctions in strength among the witches themselves. Below the main throne, the 3 elders of the Golden Crow Palace were present. The Grand Elder Fushi, with a calm demeanor, watched the projection of the 12 ancestral witches with an amused smile. The second Elder Zenyuanzi, a man of few words and a stoic expression, appeared as the archetype of modesty, yet he had already attained the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, far surpassing the Grand Elder Fushi in power. The third elder, the venerable Han Yun, emanated a hint of carefree essence, his genial countenance betraying no doubt of his amiable nature. Having relinquished the primordial purple energy, Han Yun dispelled his obsessions, successfully severing his own corpse, and now stood at the threshold of quasi-saint perfection, his potential ready to be unleashed. At the main seat, the Vice Master, Lady Nuwa, radiated an aura of sanctity and ethereal mystery. Even in her silence, she exuded an undeniable authority. However, the once amiable demeanor of the Vice Master now bore a hint of sharpness, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly as they scrutinized the figures of the 12 ancestral witches. On the opposite side, 2 unparalleled beauties, the palace mistresses, sat regally upon their thrones, enveloped in moonlight, with the golden radiance of celestial merit subtly flowing around them. These 2 mistresses spoke not a word. Lady Changshi appeared frigid and expressionless, while Lady Shiha, noble and poised, gazed at the ancestral witches Xianin and Hutu, her eyes hinting at a fierce intensity. At the pinnacle of the hall, the supreme throne awaited. At this moment, the master of the boundless starry sky, the sun god of the Golden Crow Palace, the supreme ruler, Lord Fuguang, has yet to make his appearance. Moreover, it appears he has no intention of revealing himself within the grand hall. As the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace await, a thunderous roar emanates from the heavenly mirror, showcasing a terrifying scene of the witch clan. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of malevolent bloodlust erupts from the 12 ancestor witches, shrouding the vision of the heavenly mirror, obscuring it completely. Consequently, all spectators can only perceive the terrifying malevolence converging upon Mount Bujo, rendering them blind to the specific actions of the 12 ancestor witches and their clan. This unexpected turn of events leaves everyone astonished. Within the grand hall, seated upon his throne, Baze retracts the heavenly mirror, which can no longer discern the specifics of the situation. With a furrowed brow, he remarks, "The witch clan has become increasingly cunning. I have never witnessed such tactics from the 12 ancestor witches before." Upon hearing Baze's words, the celestial beings in the hall instinctively nod in agreement. When have the 12 ancestor witches ever exhibited such methods of concealing heavenly secrets? They have always been invincible in their might. As the celestial beings stand in shock, the voice of Lord Fuguang resonates within the hall. The witch clan approaches. "Stand with me to confront them. Yet remember, the current witch clan is favored by the heavens. We must not commit excessive acts of slaughter in this battle." As he speaks, the celestial beings within the hall are momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the main seat, where they behold their lord has already manifested atop the throne. Remarkably, none of the powerful beings present in the hall noticed his arrival, not even Nuwa, who has attained the perfection of a quasi-saint and severed her 3 corpses, was aware of his presence, despite sitting beside him. What immense power! Unconsciously, the celestial beings in the hall all share a fleeting thought. The cultivation of their lord is truly formidable. It transcends mere depth and complexity. It is beyond simple descriptions. Upon witnessing their lord's appearance, the celestial beings instinctively prepare to bow in reverence. However, before they can make any movement, Lord Fuguang raises his hand. No need for excessive formalities. Let us proceed. As his words resonate, before the celestial beings can respond, Lord Fuguang, reclining casually upon the throne, sweeps his hand. In an instant, the silent and ethereal force of space envelopes the hall, causing all celestial beings and the awaiting soldiers of the Golden Crow Palace to vanish from both the palace and the Sun Star. In the vast world, as all the spectators were focused on a particular spot within the stronghold of the Wu tribe on Mount Buzhou, a surge of ominous energy erupted towards the starry sky. With approximately half the journey remaining, a thunderous roar resonated through the tranquil expanse, unleashing an immensely terrifying force of spatial pathways that tore through the heavens, revealing a void concealed beneath the firmament. Alongside this revelation came an overwhelming aura of malevolence, accompanied by the grotesque figures of the 12 ancestors of Wu, numerous powerful shamans, and the warriors of the Wu tribe. At the moment of this exposure, another powerful force of spatial pathways surged forth from within the void, counteracting the initial eruption. Subsequently, vast swathes of the myriad spaces cascaded down from the void. The 12 ancestors, leading a multitude of shamans and warriors, emerged into this celestial realm. As they appeared, a terrifying and bloodthirsty aura quickly permeated the heavens, threatening to transform this place into a gathering ground of calamity akin to the stronghold of the Wu tribe. However, in the very next instant after the arrival of the 12 ancestors and the Wu tribe, a radiant light of virtuous merit suddenly illuminated the cosmos, causing the dreadful aura of calamity to dissolve swiftly, akin to the melting of pure snow in the warmth of spring. Following this, a multitude of warriors clad in standardized battle armor from the Golden Crow Palace appeared, stepping upon golden clouds, and positioned themselves as a formidable barrier against the path of the 12 ancestors and the Wu tribe. Soon after, the exalted figures of the Golden Crow Palace, including the Deluo Golden Immortals and Tai E Golden Immortals, manifested in great numbers above the heavens, their celestial light illuminating both the sky and the earth. Subsequently, a host of mighty beings emerged, each accompanied by the radiant essence of the great Tao, drawing forth divine golden flowers and myriad manifestations that graced the horizon. Among them, the illustrious figures of Nuwa, Shiha, and Changshi, all perfected saints of the cutting of 3 corpses, exuded the most formidable presence, their auras steeped in profound mystery. Following the emergence of the 12 ancestors and the Wu tribe, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace also graced this place with their presence. The 12 ancestors glanced towards the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace, noticing the absence of Fuguang, and were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, the irascible Xianin stepped forward, bellowing, "You wretched creature, come forth." Chapter 162. Fuguang emerges in the heavens in an instant. The sky erupted with a terrifying shockwave, its intensity overwhelming. Concurrently, a scene materialized where the malevolent aura and the power of the celestial beings divided the realm, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers, the divine ones, who had previously focused on the unyielding mountain and the solar star. Upon witnessing the 12 ancestral witches and the witch clan army confronting the celestial beings of the Jinwu Palace, the spectators cast a glance at the formidable malevolent power emanating from the witch clan's stronghold at the unyielding mountain, which was beginning to wane in intensity. How could the audience remain oblivious to the situation? They were ensnared by the illusion laid by the 12 ancestral witches. Were it not for the intervention of the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace, they would still be staring vacantly at the unyielding mountain, delving deeper into thought. If the 12 ancestral witches had targeted not the Jinwu Palace, but any one of them among the audience, any faction, it would not be surprising if the witch clan army had arrived at their doorstep without their realization. Upon this realization, the initially amused divine ones saw their smiles gradually fade. They had, indeed, been toyed with by a band of brutes. What a disgrace! Truly, it was an unbearable humiliation. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches and the witch clan, which had once loomed ominously over all beings, had now become a thorn in their side, a source of profound irritation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the mighty voice of Xianin resonated, "Come forth, you vile creature." This thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, unmistakably heard by all present. As Xianin's fury reverberated, the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace stood before him. In a swift motion, Shihi's beautiful eyes, devoid of pretense, glimmered with a fierce aura as she coldly regarded Xianin in silence. Similarly, Changxi, though expressionless, exuded a serene yet chilling presence, with moonlight swirling around her. A radiant moon faintly visible behind her, also gazing at Xianin. The expressions of the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace turned somber. Regardless of their usual camaraderie with their esteemed leader, the gravity of the current situation rendered her identity the most revered and paramount among them. As the saying goes, to humiliate the master is to doom the servant. Although their leader had yet to ascend to the throne of supreme authority, there was no doubt she was the cherished sovereign of Jinwu Palace. Xuanin's repeated insults, referring to their leader as a vile creature, was a direct affront not only to her, but also to the dignity of the celestial beings of Jinwu Palace. Such indignity could not be overlooked. As the celestial beings within the Golden Crow Palace simmered with indignation, a resonant hum filled the air, accompanied by a cascade of golden celestial light. Suddenly, atop a resplendent golden throne, there appeared a figure, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, head tilted, and chin resting on a hand. This nonchalant demeanor exuded an air of supreme elegance. With tranquil golden eyes, he surveyed the 12 ancestor witches, undisturbed by the grandeur of the day's proceedings. His entire being radiated a sense of supreme authority that commanded respect, as he, the sovereign of the stars, graced the heavens with his presence. Such a sight left not only the onlookers in a state of astonishment, but also the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace, including the esteemed consorts, Shiha and Changxi, who had never witnessed such a display. For a moment, everyone was rendered speechless. Subsequently, the celestial beings instinctively lowered their heads, their gazes cast downward. In unison, they bowed in reverence towards the figure on the throne, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the palace master." This time, Fu Guang did not hinder the homage of the Golden Crow Palace's celestial beings. Rather, he accepted their adoration with poise. Once the homage was concluded, Fu Guang, with an air of casualness, raised a hand and said, "You may rise." The celestial beings bowed once more, exclaiming, "Thank you, Palace Master." This scene did not escape the notice of the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan's formidable forces. Likewise, it captivated the multitude of onlookers and the celestial beings who were observing the spectacle, leaving them dumbfounded. What manner of audacity was this? What was with that relaxed posture? What accounted for that ostentatious seating? And what of the innate aura of supreme nobility that exuded from him, a presence that overshadowed all? The figure they once knew as a gentle, modest, and benevolent elder, the epitome of gentlemanly virtue and scholarly grace, seemed to have vanished. Following the initial shock, those with a modicum of intellect began to comprehend the implications. Could it be that this individual's destiny was intertwined with that of a formidable leader? The transformation was strikingly seamless, natural, and entirely fitting, yet it was nothing short of astonishing. This revelation shed light on past events, explaining why the once revered emperor of the celestial court, Dong Wanggong, found himself at odds with the then unknown Fu Guang Daoist, harboring mutual disdain. It became clear why Fu Guang had quietly amassed a significant following, unbeknownst to all. It turned out that the true sovereign throne of heaven and earth awaited none other than him. The reactions of the onlookers were hardly surprising. After all, Fu Guang had concealed his true nature adeptly, maintaining a high profile without resorting to arrogance or tyranny. Moreover, is it truly so simple to perceive and deduce the innate divine destiny of someone like him? In the vast expanse of the primordial chaos, there are hardly a few who possess the extraordinary ability to unravel the celestial 99 supreme fate of Fu Guang. Aside from the sages, who else could possibly fathom this? There are two individuals capable of such divination. The Grand Elder of the Golden Crow Palace, Fushi, a master of the innate art of divination, and the Chief of the Golden Crow Palace, Baizhe, a rising star in the same field, also an accomplished expert. When it comes to the art of divination, aside from the sages and Fu Guang himself, who could surpass these two ancestral figures renowned for their abilities in fortune-telling and geomancy? In truth, even Baizhe initially discovered this only through his innate talent for seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, gradually peeling away the layers to reveal the truth. The only one who truly calculated it was Fushi. As for the sages, they discerned it at a glance. At this moment, Fu Guang remains oblivious to the inner thoughts of the onlookers, the divine beings relishing the spectacle. Even if he were aware of their thoughts, he would no longer care. Having revealed himself, he is prepared to face all consequences that come with such exposure. Seated upon his throne, Fu Guang's golden eyes flickered towards the Grand Ancestor Witch, Xianming, who had just vociferously insulted him. He merely cast a glance before returning his gaze, dismissing Xianming entirely. This action ignited an explosive fury within Xianming, who was already seething with rage and a desire for vengeance. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying malevolent energy surged within him. Xianming bellowed, "Dare you disregard this Grand Ancestor Witch? You wretched beast, seek your own demise." With that, the enraged Xianming charged towards Fu Guang, his vitality surging like a tidal wave. However, this time, Xianming refrained from wielding his innate power of the Great Tao. The combined might of the 12 ancestor witches would not match Fu Guang, and using such powers would only serve to bring shame. After having faced defeat in the realm of the Great Tao, Xianming was not foolish enough to attack with an advantage over his own weaknesses. As Xianming made his move, the formidable beings of the Golden Crow Palace donned serious expressions. As Hong Yun prepared to step forward to confront Xianming, a radiant moonlight suddenly burst forth. Following this, a full moon manifested in the heavens, illuminating the vast expanse above. The power of the great Tao of the Taiyin surged, accompanied by the chilling and sharp lunar radiance. As the usually gentle Shihi stepped forth, her expression cold. Her beautiful eyes glinted with menace. "Enough of this clamor. Time and again, you dare to insult my husband. I shall see just how capable you are, you brazen woman. Come forth and engage." Beneath the cold and distant tone lies an unmistakable fury. In an instant, as Shihi raised her jade-like hand, the formidable power of the Taiyin transformed into an immense full moon, plummeting from the heavens to crash directly into the true form of the ancestral witch, Xianming. With a tremendous roar, the moon collided with Xuanming's true self, unleashing a torrent of power, the essence of the Taiyin permeating the atmosphere, suffused with a murderous aura and bloodlust. Neither side yielded an inch. The assault was thwarted. Xuanming's expression shifted dramatically. This woman, the master of the Taiyin star, possesses an impressive strength. Yet, Xianming had never feared anyone. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Shihi seized the opportunity to strike again. A resonant hum filled the air as a small flag appeared above her, radiating a mysterious light that enveloped her in a protective shroud, obscuring the heavens and warding off all evils, rendering her impervious to all forms of attack. As her defensive treasure shielded her, Shihi raised her delicate hand, summoning a petite mirror that shimmered with moonlight, which illuminated the vast expanse with its ethereal glow, transforming into a supple moon sword that lunged towards Xianming with lethal intent. With another flick of her wrist, an array of formidable spiritual treasures erupted forth, akin to seeds scattered in the wind, rushing towards Xianming with a fierce howl. Simultaneously, she manipulated the incantations, her thoughts igniting a myriad of grand techniques and lethal powers, mercilessly directed at Xianming. "Do I fear you?" Witnessing Shihi's prowess, Xianming let out an enraged roar, abandoning her initial target, Fuguang, and unleashing her terrifying vitality along with the two innate powers she commanded, engaging in fierce combat with Shihi. Though employing her innate powers against Fuguang would have been a disgrace, Shihi was certainly not Fuguang. Xianming had no faith that this Shihi could rival her in mastery of innate powers, let alone surpass her. Thus, Xianming activated her innate powers and plunged into battle with Shihi. In mere moments, the clash commenced. The remaining ancestral witches and the celestial beings from the Jinwu Palace, upon regaining their senses, wasted no time in joining the fray. A chaotic melee erupted instantaneously. Chapter 163, Fu Guang, Delight Me. On the battlefield, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace sought out their respective adversaries. Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi joined forces, one taking on an offensive role while the other focused on defense. They successfully held back the three ancestral witches, Jumong, Xiangliang, and Tianwu, utilizing their profound techniques and personal artifacts. Although they could not defeat the three ancestral witches, they managed to maintain a stalemate for an extended period without issue. Fuxi and Bei's, driven by a desire for vengeance, supported one another, each wielding a brush. Fuxi, with a serious and earnest expression, invoked the power of the great Tao, drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. He then lifted his brush, creating a sweeping arc that merged the power of the great Tao with the forces of nature, manifesting a vast world within the painting that resembled reality. As the celestial light flowed, the realm presented itself in contrasting shades of black and white. Fuxi opened the heavens with his brush, drawing himself, Bei's, and the ancestral witches Gonggong and Zhuyong, who were advancing towards them, into the painted world. Simultaneously, Bei's raised his hand to summon his spirit treasure, the Wuxiang chessboard. The moment the chessboard unfurled, the entire painted realm was enveloped by a formidable formation. As the black and white pieces fell continuously, the formation, centered around the forces of heaven and earth and the duality of fortune and misfortune, descended, ensnaring both Gonggong and Zhuyong within its grasp. With a thunderous roar, another ancestral witch emerged, a figure with an equally fierce temperament. Known as the Earth Ancestral Witch, Hutu, she was notoriously volatile among the 12 ancestral witches. With her enormous eyes glaring, she had not acknowledged the presence of the 12 ancestral witches or the witch clan army since her arrival. Before making her move, Hutu instinctively opened her mouth to hurl insults and provoke Fu Guang. However, before her angry words could escape, a brilliant moonlight sword beam, infused with the essence of calamity and battle, sliced through the air, aiming directly for Hutu's face. A surprise attack? In response to the fierce moonlight sword beam, Hutu shouted, "Despicable and shameless." With her outburst, she swiftly retaliated, her colossal hand, imbued with the heavy power of the Earth's great Tao, met the moonlight sword beam with a powerful punch. The two forces collided with a resounding boom. Hutu's arm trembled, a bloodied mark appearing upon it, while the moonlight sword beam shattered, dispersing into a myriad of shimmering fragments. A crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the air. A luminous crescent moon hung high behind her, draped in a gown of moonlight, wielding a primordial sword in her right hand. A celestial veil cascaded from above, enveloping her in protective radiance, while her left hand delicately cradled the exquisite innate treasure, the lunar disk of virtue. Changxi, with an impassive expression, fixed her gaze on the menacing figure of Hutu. Her tone devoid of any inflection, declared, "You shall be punished." Upon hearing Changxi's words, Hutu could not help but respond with a bitter laughter. "Then let it come. I, the ancestral witch, shall witness just how much prowess you, a mere little rabbit, possess." As her voice faded, a tumultuous surge of blood and the formidable forces of the earth erupted as Hutu, filled with wrath and ferocity, engaged Changxi in battle. Remaining in place, Nuwa, who initially intended to confront Hutu, shifted her attention upon seeing Changxi already embroiled in combat. She turned her focus towards the remaining ancestral witches, particularly the poison witch. Shebi Sure. A glint of cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she made her move without uttering a word. In an instant, the ceaseless force of creation emerged. Blossoms of creation gold and golden lotuses of the great path began to unfurl in the expanse between heaven and earth. Nuwa, employing her transformative powers, targeted Shebi Sure. disregarding the possibility of the other 4 ancestral witches joining forces against her. After all, her master, whose strength was unfathomable, was right there. With the might of the 12 ancestral witches, none could dare to launch a sneak attack or surround the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace under her watchful gaze. The elite forces of the Golden Crow Palace confronted a multitude of ancestral witches. Simultaneously, figures of immense power such as Qin Yuan, Jimeng, and Shanyang approached one or several of the great witches. Meanwhile, others led a host of Deluo Golden Immortals and Tai E Golden Immortals to face the vast army of the Witch Clan. As the grand conflict erupted, heaven and earth were cleaved into various levels and realms of battle. The 4 ancestral witches, Dijiang, Rushu, Zhu Jiuyin, and Shiji, who had not found opponents, refrained from making any impulsive moves. The 4 brothers fixated their gaze on Fu Guang, seated upon his throne, his demeanor relaxed and unperturbed. Rather than a standoff, it seemed that Fu Guang's mere presence suppressed any reckless actions from Dijiang and the other ancestral witches. While battles raged elsewhere, the central expanse remained eerily quiet for an extended period, devoid of any activity. This strange phenomenon compelled all the innate deities and various innate clans covertly observing the conflict to gradually shift their focus to the central scene. For the situation, there was exceedingly peculiar. When did the once domineering 12 ancestral witches begin to exhibit such caution? Are they not aware of their inability to prevail, yet still charge forward with clenched fists and furious roars? This sentiment is profoundly understood by the myriad races of the primordial world. How is it that when it is your turn, the 12 ancestors of sorcery confront the lords of the stars, you choose to remain silent and cautious instead of boldly advancing? Such treatment seems exceedingly disparate. You 4, Emperor Jiang and your brethren, why do you not rally together and boldly declare your intentions? What is this hesitation? The situation grows increasingly bizarre, and the atmosphere gradually becomes stifling. Thus, for nearly a century, the impassive stance of Fu Guang and the 4 brothers of Emperor Jiang persisted, until the inherently impatient Emperor Jiang, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, his vitality surging like a tempest, and shouted at Fu Guang, "What do you mean, child? Are we to fight or retreat? What is the purpose of this stalemate?" Observing the restless Emperor Jiang, alongside the similarly agitated ancestor Ru Shou and ancestor Shihi, Fu Guang's gaze fell upon the only calm presence among them, the ancestor Zhu Jiuyin. Indeed, compared to the others, this ancestor exhibited a remarkable level of composure. Zhu Jiuyin is truly the strategist of the Witch Clan, while the other ancestors, including the foremost among the 12, Emperor Jiang, still lacked a certain depth of understanding. After a brief glance, Fu Guang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he regarded the seemingly volatile Emperor Jiang. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Fight? Who are we to battle? The 4 ancestors? Haraha. I was unaware that the ancestor Jiang possessed a talent for humor. Indeed, this jest brings me considerable amusement. Haraha." Chapter 164, Di Jiang. Here we go again. As Fu Guang's words resonated, the 3 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Ru Shou, and Shi Zi, standing opposite him erupted with an overwhelming surge of terrifying vitality, their anger palpable. Even the usually composed Zhu Jiuyin, who Fu Guang held in some esteem, felt the cracks in his calm demeanor. His enormous eyes glowed a fierce crimson, fixated intently on Fu Guang. Di Jiang, having been insulted to his face, unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Fu Guang. However, before he could utter more, Fu Guang, seated upon his throne, retained his serene smile. His golden eyes scrutinized the colossal forms of the 4 ancestral witches. "Very well. Since the 4 esteemed ancestors are so insistent, I shall indulge you in a little game," he declared, "but I advise you to tread carefully." As he spoke, Fu Guang adjusted his posture, an action that instilled a sense of dire urgency in the 4 ancestral witches. "Let us engage," Di Jiang bellowed, prompting Zhu Jiuyin, Ru Shou, and Shi Zi to spring into action, swiftly assuming a strategic formation, poised for battle. In that moment, the vitality, aura, and energy of the 4 ancestral witches converged completely. Boom! Di Jiang's body erupted with a terrifying wave of vitality, far surpassing that of any single ancestral witch. The might emanating from their fusion eclipsed even the combined strength of 5 or 6 ancestral witches from their previous confrontation. Fu Guang, observing from his throne, raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this amalgamation is significantly more powerful. He contemplated the formidable strength that would arise when all 12 ancestral witches united in the 12 capital heavenly gods formation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fu Guang's actions remained swift. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded his exquisite brush, channeling the myriad profound powers he commanded, allowing them to flow and surge through the cosmos, ultimately merging into the grand river of literary Tao. Without even lowering his crossed legs, Fu Guang delicately dipped his brush into the confluence of various Tao powers within the river. In an instant, as if casting ink, the brush traced through the amalgamated forces of the literary Tao, transforming the very fabric of reality around him. In a heartbeat, the realm itself evolved into a tangible, expansive universe, enveloping Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Upon witnessing this, the ancestral witches, who had previously suffered at the hands of such a tactic, felt a chill run down their spines. Di Jiang roared in fury, "Despicable! You seek to banish us once more? Not a chance." With a resounding roar, Emperor Jiang harnessed the formidable powers of the 3 ancestral shaman deities, unleashing a devastating punch infused with malevolent energy towards the encroaching vast world. The impact reverberated through the cosmos, causing the still-evolving vast world to tremble violently, seemingly on the brink of total annihilation. Yet, before Emperor Jiang and the other 3 ancestral shamans could revel in their triumph, a golden celestial light, imbued with infinite mysteries, illuminated the vast world, simultaneously extinguishing their most formidable strike and solidifying the realm. In that moment, the voice of Fu Guang resonated. "I invite the 4 ancestral shamans to visit my humble vast world." As these words echoed, a cataclysmic sound erupted, and the vast world descended, engulfing Emperor Jiang and the other 3 shamans. Just before being completely trapped within this realm, their furious, resentful cries echoed through the heavens. "You wretched Fu Guang, do you possess no other means than this? This ancestral shaman shall return." Seated nonchalantly upon his throne, Fu Guang regarded the fully formed vast world with an unwavering expression. His hands deftly wove intricate seals, conjuring terrifying runes that materialized in a dense, net-like array, descending into the vast world to stabilize it completely. With a leisurely gesture, he created a rift in time and space, reducing the vast world to the size of a pearl, which he held in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the world imprisoning Emperor Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Ru Shou, and Shi Zi was sent into the temporal rift. This spectacle left the observing celestial beings and myriad races of the primordial era in utter astonishment. The 4 ancestral shamans, united in their strength, were so effortlessly subdued and cast into the chaotic currents of time and space. A gasp escaped the lips of the celestial beings as they cast uneasy glances at the composed master of the stars. Such ease! It was astonishing to realize that battling the shaman race and its ancestral shamans could be accomplished with such nonchalance. The spectators felt a surreal sensation. Witnessing the master of the stars suppress the 4 ancestral shamans so effortlessly, instilling in them a newfound doubt regarding their previous exaltations of the 12 ancestral shamans and the shaman race's might. They appear to be truly vulnerable. At this moment, Fu Guang remains unaware of the thoughts of the innate deities and the various clans of the primordial chaos. Otherwise, he would surely exhibit a more relaxed demeanor. This would embolden those innate deities and clans who harbor the notion of I too can succeed to firmly believe that the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan are incapable. This would incite them to charge forth, bestowing karmic retribution upon the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan. After expelling Di Jiang and the other 4 ancestor witches, unbeknownst to the other ancestor witches, Fu Guang sits calmly, observing the battle without choosing to intervene in the fierce conflict among the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace. At this moment, the disruption of time signifies that the calamity's malevolence has reached a critical threshold. If the witch clan is not allowed to expend significantly during the ultimate confrontation of the calamity, it is likely to arrive swiftly. This does not align with Fu Guang's intentions. Therefore, this battle has not yet reached a halt. Within the ranks of the witch clan, the number of those who have perished due to self-detonation remains insufficient. They must sacrifice a greater portion of themselves. On the chaotic battlefield, almost simultaneously with the commencement of hostilities, the conflict escalated to a fever pitch. The witch clan, from top to bottom, consists of frenzied individuals who fight with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace bear various grievances and karmic ties with the Witch Clan. As the battle began, the Witch Clan, even before suffering casualties, became blinded by rage. The soldiers of the Golden Crow Palace, witnessing the fall of their comrades amidst existing grudges, gradually succumbed to madness in their slaughter. The terrifying tumult of battle reverberated through the heavens, shaking the firmament. Unlike previous encounters where the Witch Clan emerged victorious, this time, even as the Witch Clan's fury ignited, they were unable to achieve overwhelming dominance. They scarcely retained the advantage. Despite the Golden Crow Palace having fewer participants than the Witch Clan's army, the former's elite combatants were abundant. Thus, the headstrong Witch Clan encountered a formidable response from the Golden Crow Palace, resulting in a devastating counterattack. Chapter 165: The Gathering of the 12 Ancestors of the Witch Clan, a Fair Confrontation. This chaotic battle, truly a clash between two great dominions, has endured for several millennia. Even after thousands of years, there are still no signs of this grand conflict drawing to a close. However, the Witch Clan's forces have completely lost their reason and commenced a frenzied tactic of self-detonation to vanquish their foes. On the battlefield, one frequently witnesses scenes where numerous witch warriors, drenched in blood and radiating an aura of malevolence, unleash violent waves of power as they charge towards the Golden Crow Palace, targeting the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortal Cultivators. They shout incessantly, "Filth of the Golden Crow Palace, I shall blow you to smithereens. All of you shall perish. Ha ha. Ah, I shall obliterate you. Meet your demise, you wretched spawn." Initially, only a handful of weaker witch warriors, unable to endure the strain, opted for self-destruction in hopes of creating opportunities for their comrades to eliminate the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace. Yet gradually, as more and more witch warriors resorted to self-explosion, an increasing number of celestial beings from the Golden Crow Palace found themselves injured or even perishing. The witch warriors on the battlefield seemed to have unlocked the door to a new realm. Seizing any opportunity, they would unhesitatingly self-destruct to create chances for their brethren to slay the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace. This strategy, which cost them dearly while inflicting damage on the enemy, did not evoke feelings of resentment or fear among the witch warriors. Rather, it incited an even greater fervor. After thousands of years of conflict, even some of the prominent witches began to recklessly charge towards the likes of Qin Yuan, Shangyang, and Jimong, among other formidable beings of the Golden Crow Palace, initiating self-detonations to provide combat opportunities for their fellow witches. Above the firmament, watching this battle, Fu Guang, after years of indifference, finally stirred. With a slight arch of his brow, he raised his golden eyes, surveying the scene. As a considerable number of witch warriors and several powerful witches succumbed to self-detonation on the battlefield, and as some celestial beings from the Golden Crow Palace, having disregarded his words, succumbed to their bloodlust and lost their sanity, too many witches fell in the fierce battle, accumulating excessive karma. The malevolent aura of the impending calamity, which was on the verge of reaching new heights, had unknowingly diminished substantially. Once this malignant aura fell below the safety threshold perceived by Fu Guang, he deemed that this battle could come to an end. With a resounding thud, the sound of a footstep echoed through the heavens and the earth. Following this, Fu Guang finally rose from his throne, declaring, "This battle shall cease here." The voice resonated with a profound and dignified clarity, neither too heavy nor too light, directly reaching the ears of all present across the different realms. Following closely, the radiant golden eyes of Fu Guang lifted, and with a mere wave of his hand, an endless cascade of golden celestial light illuminated the heavens. A resounding tremor shook the various battlefields, stirring the very fabric of space and time. An immeasurable force of temporal energy flowed forth, gentle yet irresistible, firmly stabilizing the chaotic realms of the Golden Crow Palace's celestial beings, the 8 ancestral witches, and the remnants of the Witch Clan's army, thereby halting their mutual assaults. In that instant, as if plucking flowers or gathering leaves, the space occupied by the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace was effortlessly lifted by the magnificent and supreme force of time and space, swiftly transported behind Fu Guang. Simultaneously, the 8 ancestral witches and the remaining half of the Witch Clan's forces were swept away by the power of time and space, as if cast aside with ease, landing one after another on the opposite side of Fu Guang. Within a mere heartbeat, the once fervent and chaotic battle had been separated. Regardless of whether one was an ancestral witch or a perfected sage who had slain countless foes, none could withstand the overwhelming might that divided the two factions. Of course, it is possible that some powerful beings refrained from attempting to resist. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one dared to question the figure standing resolutely before the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace, whose body radiated a swirling force of time and space. An entity whose origins were inscrutable, the sovereign of the myriad stars. Soon, as the battle came to a pause, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace bowed respectfully to their master, who stood with his back to them, in unison exclaiming, "Master." With a slight lift of his hand, Fu Guang casually responded, "Step back. I shall now conclude this battle." Upon hearing Fu Guang's words, the celestial beings, tainted by the remnants of malevolence and infused with the aura of slaughter, hesitated momentarily before retreating one by one. Shihi, also stained with traces of malice from the battle, cast a worried glance toward Fu Guang. Though she did not speak, her concern was unmistakably conveyed. In response, Fu Guang nodded slightly at Shihi, signaling her to obey and step back. Once the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace had retreated, Fu Guang's golden eyes, exuding authority and intensity, shifted their gaze toward the assembled remnants of the witch clan, now rising from the ground. Confronted with Fu Guang's penetrating gaze, every witch present, without exception, glared back with bloodshot eyes, emanating a fierce and menacing aura, devoid of any sense of reverence. However, at the forefront of the witch army, the 8 towering ancestral witches, Xianming, Hutu, and Jiumong, wore grave expressions, their eyes locked onto Fu Guang, filled with defiance and seething rage. However, they refrained from continuing their furious roars and provocations towards Fu Guang. Although no shouts were uttered, the 8 ancestral witches did not exhibit any signs of fear. Instead, they glared fiercely at Fu Guang with their blood-red eyes. Presently, the 12 ancestral witches were not fully assembled. In the absence of their complete numbers, they could not employ their hidden trump cards, rendering them incapable of defeating Fu Guang. Hence, the 8 ancestral witches, sharing an unspoken understanding, prepared to proceed cautiously. Step by step, Fu Guang advanced through the air, one hand resting behind his back while the other casually raised the Honghuang time calendar, transforming it into a vast celestial canopy. Simultaneously, he spoke as if engaging in casual conversation. "I have no desire to oppose you 12 ancestral witches or your Panga true lineage. However, it is regrettable that you fail to distinguish right from wrong, distort the truth, and act with unrestrained arrogance, truly pushing the limits of tolerance. There are moments when one must stand firm against such transgressions." As he criticized the ancestral witches' tyrannical behavior, Fu Guang activated the Honghuang time calendar, directly displaying the events leading to the great battle at Fengqi Mountain. Furthermore, after casting a glance at the 8 ancestral witches, as if recalling a forgotten memory, Fu Guang casually raised his hand, opening a rift in the fabric of time and space. He reached into it and felt around momentarily. After a brief interval, when Fu Guang withdrew his hand from the rift, he held within it the vast world he had previously used to confine the 4 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Ru Shou, and Shi Zi, before casting them into the chaotic currents of endless time and space thousands of years ago. Observing this grand world, Fu Guang effortlessly tossed it aside. With a hum, the vast world transformed in the wind, rapidly expanding to an enormous size, before bursting like a delicate bubble. Simultaneously, as the vast world shattered, the figures of the 4 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Ru Shou, and Shi Zi, returned once more to the primordial realm. Upon witnessing Fu Guang's retrieval of the 4 ancestral witches, Xianming, Hutu, and the other 8 ancestral witches were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Fu Guang's intentions. However, in the next instant, the 8 ancestral witches dismissed any thoughts of Fu Guang's motives, their faces lighting up with ecstatic joy. Regardless of Fu Guang's intentions, the reunion of the 12 ancestral witches was a stroke of good fortune. Together, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc. The exuberance of the ancestral witches did not elicit any reaction from Fu Guang, who observed them in silence. After allowing the 12 ancestral witches a moment to affirm their respective states, He raised his hand to summon back the time calendar. He then turned his gaze towards the 12 ancestral witches, who were now fixated on him, their expressions brimming with anticipation, as if they had once again been invigorated. With a swift flick of the long sleeves of the celestial robe adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, Fu Guang spoke calmly. I am aware that it is only through the gathering of the 12 ancestors of Wu that you can unleash such astonishing abilities. Thus, I extend this opportunity to you. This will serve to illuminate the truth that only when the 12 ancestors of Wu unite to confront me can it be deemed a fair contest, rather than an instance of the mighty oppressing the weak. Chapter 166. The 12 ancestor witches as the ethereal robe of the primordial sun, moon, and stars billowed in the breeze. The disheveled hair danced freely behind him. The regal golden light of the heavenly Tao imperial mark shimmered at his brow. Fu Guang, exuding the innate majesty of a born sovereign, approached the 12 ancestor witches with an air of elegance, gesturing invitingly. He proclaimed, "Esteemed ancestor witches, I am Fu Guang, at your service." Opposite him, the 12 ancestor witches revealed their fearsome true forms, embodying ominous and malevolent presences, lacking any semblance of grace. Their astonishment at Fu Guang's dismissive demeanor and poise was palpable. However, it was not long before they erupted in unison, voices brimming with rage. How dare he act so presumptuously? He must be vanquished. No one shall outshine me. The chaotic avian, seeking its demise, is unwelcome in this realm governed by our divine father. The chorus of ancestor witches roared their intent to eliminate Fu Guang. Simultaneously, their gazes fell upon their eldest brother, the foremost ancestor witch, Di Jiang. After a brief silence, Di Jiang erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha, 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 ha. Once the laughter subsided, Di Jiang's voice transformed into an enraged roar, bullying the weak. You summon us, your brothers and sisters, and expect to confront us 12 with but a single force? Chaotic avian Fu Guang, who do you believe you are? And who do you think we, the 12 ancestor witches, are? As he spoke, a vast and terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from Di Jiang, manifesting as a colossal crimson pillar of light that surged into the heavens. His true form as an ancestor which began to fade within this ominous blood-hued radiance. Meanwhile, witnessing the actions of their elder brother, the remaining 11 ancestor witches hesitated not, following suit as each erupted with their own pillar of crimson light, gradually merging with Di Jiang's. The heavens trembled. The atmosphere thickened with chaotic energy as the earth churned with foul miasma, converging towards the amalgamated presence of the 12 ancestor witches. Di Jiang's voice resonated through the cosmos. Did you not wish to witness the might of our gathered brethren? You, beings of innate divinity, deem us the offspring of the witch clan, unworthy of the true Pangu? Today, you shall behold what it truly means to embody the true Pangu, the great 12 heavenly godly array, arise. In the moment Di Jiang's words fell, the air crackled with anticipation. A colossal figure, far more immense than the true form of the 12 ancestor witches, manifested within the primordial universe. This giant, capable of reaching the heavens with a mere gesture and shaking the very foundations of the earth with a stomp, loomed over the vast expanse. A terrifying and chaotic aura enveloped the primordial realm, an amalgamation of boundless power and ancient dread. The heavens and the earth resonated with a thunderous cheer, echoing the call of this monumental being. In that moment, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace were struck with shock, their minds rendered blank in astonishment. As they beheld this titan, all living souls in the primordial universe instinctively recognized his identity. It was the great Pangu. The hidden stratagem of the witch clan, the 12 ancestor witches, was to awaken the great Pangu? Impossible. How could such a feat be achieved? At that instant, the numerous innate races, all those who prided themselves on their strength, were engulfed in expressions of awe, terror, and reverence towards the giant that had appeared between heaven and earth. In Kunlun Mountain, within the grand hall of the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones bore grave expressions. Even the usually composed Taiching Laozi found it impossible to maintain his calm. His face reflected shock as he gazed upon the manifested form of Pangu, murmuring about the 12 ancestor witches. A glint of cold light flashed in Laozi's eyes. The successful manifestation of Pangu's true form by the 12 ancestor witches had provoked his deepest anxieties. He had never anticipated that they would possess such a means. The 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan could not be spared. Yuan Shi's face was stern, his gaze heavy as he silently regarded the appearance of Pangu's true form. Beside him, Tong Tian, with a serious demeanor, felt the oppressive force of Pangu's presence, acknowledging its terrifying nature without further thoughts. In western Kunlun, upon witnessing Pangu's true form summoned by the 12 ancestor witches, both Shi Wangmu and Xian Nu were rendered utterly speechless. Simultaneously, they felt an immense relief that they were not the protagonists of this calamity. To confront Pangu's true form? Such a jest was far from amusing. It was perilous. In the boundless sea of blood, Ancestor Ming, he wore a solemn and shocked expression. The witch clan was indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, his domain, the endless sea of blood, was the most tainted place in all of heaven and earth. Life was extinguished, and not a blade of grass could thrive. Even the witch clan held disdain for this wretched territory. Thus he found himself without direct conflict with the 12 ancestor witches and the witch clan. With this thought, Ancestor Ming, he felt a measure of ease descend upon him. Simultaneously, the onlookers from the Golden Crow Palace gazed with keen interest upon the battlefield, particularly at the esteemed Lord of the Stars. The ancient ancestor of the Nether River conceded that the Lord of the Stars was indeed formidable, capable of overpowering the 12 ancestors of sorcery. However, he pondered what would transpire when the ancestors finally revealed their hidden trump cards. To be frank, the ancient ancestor harbored a certain curiosity to witness the normally composed and unflappable Lord of the Stars encountering a fierce onslaught from the true form of Pangu. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly be immensely entertaining. In the North Sea, the Kuanpung remained in seclusion, undisturbed by the tumult outside, as he fervently sought to comprehend the primordial purple energy. In the chaos, within the Zixiao Palace, the saints who had attained the Tao opened their indifferent eyes at the very moment the true form of Pangu manifested. Their gaze shifted to the battlefield, where they beheld the calm demeanor of Fuguang, even when facing the summoned true form of Pangu by the 12 ancestors. A barely perceptible smile graced the otherwise impassive countenance of the saint upon witnessing this. After casting another glance toward the direction of the sun star, the saint closed his eyes once more, and the Zixiao Palace fell silent again, as if time itself had ceased to flow. As the true form of Pangu emerged, the most jubilant were undoubtedly the distant members of the witch clan, who cheered with exuberance, enthusiastically celebrating their divine progenitor's manifestation. Conversely, the greatest pressure was felt by the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace. As they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the true form of Pangu, their hearts quaked, and their resolve wavered. Even the mightiest among them, Enhua, Shiha, and Changxi, were not exempt from this dread. Under the immense weight of the cosmic force, Enhua struggled to raise her gaze, her beautiful eyes trembling as they fell upon the true form of Pangu. Gritting her silver teeth, she exclaimed, "The great Pangu?" Her disbelief was palpable. Had she known that the ancestor's hidden card was of such magnitude, the Golden Crow Palace would have surrendered outright rather than engage in conflict. This trump card was simply too terrifying. The countenances of Fuxi, Bei's, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, and others mirrored her disbelief and trepidation. Coming to their senses, Shiha and Changxi, the two sisters, exchanged grave looks, their eyes reflecting the weight of the moment as they turned toward Fuguang, positioned at the heart of the battlefield. Instinctively, they moved to offer assistance, for this was the true manifestation of the great Pangu. Even if it was not the actual Pangu, it was certainly not an adversary to be taken lightly. However, before Shiha and Changxi could lift their feet, a radiant and warm golden celestial light began to illuminate the heavens and the earth. Those present on the battlefield instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, adjusting their magical powers to accommodate the brilliance of the golden light. As they gazed towards the source of this celestial glow, they beheld Fuguang. With golden eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, he observed the manifestation of the true form of Pangu. Then, with a swift motion, Fuguang straightened his attire, bowed respectfully to the towering figure of Pangu, and spoke, "Great Pangu, I beg your pardon." This bow was a tribute to the revered Pangu, the deity who had split the heavens and the earth, the one who incarnated all things and brought benefits to the myriad beings of the primordial world. It was not a homage to the 12 ancestral witches that embodied Pangu's essence. The great Pangu had perished, and he had no desire to return. Should Pangu choose to return, all of Honghuang and its beings would cease to exist. A deity of such supreme goodness, who willingly shaped the primordial realm at the time of creation, would naturally not wish for his return to result in the annihilation of the world and its inhabitants. Fu Guang's reverence for such an exalted being would not diminish his own dignity. Honoring a respected and deceased figure was, indeed, a matter of course. Fu Guang believed that even if a Taoist saint appeared to halt this battle, they would not begrudge him paying respects to the great Pangu. After this gesture of respect, Fu Guang's expression turned grave. If this is the trump card of the 12 ancestral witches, then I too invite them to witness my own. As he spoke, Fu Guang raised a hand and pointed. With a resonating hum, 12 small flags, exuding an aura of dread, appeared beside him. As the myriad powers of the Tao manifested from Fu Guang, they surged into the flags, causing the blood-red spiritual light of the treasured artifacts to burst forth, illuminating the surroundings in a grand spectacle. Everyone's eyes widened, eager to discern the hidden abilities of the Lord of the Stars. Yet, the innate divine beings and the various races of Honghuang were left in stunned silence. Amidst the bloodlight, Fu Guang's calm voice resonated. Initiate the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter formation. In the next moment, a colossal manifestation of Pangu emerged once more in the cosmos, forcibly reclaiming half of the malevolent and turbid energies that had originally coalesced in the form of the 12 ancestral witches. Standing amidst the heavens and the earth, the two Pangu manifestations faced each other, their terrifying auras clashing and altering the very fabric of reality. At this moment, the consciousness of the 12 ancestral witches within the first manifestation of Pangu stirred. Everyone wore a bewildered expression. How could the 12 celestial divine formation, inherited through their bloodlines, be associated with the sun star's trivial bird, Fu Guang? It is impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Chapter 167, Boom. Within the true form of Pangu, the consciousness of the 12 ancestor witches was stunned and incredulous due to the activation of the 12 capital heavenly god killing formation by Fu Guang. However, they soon regained their composure. The unified thought within them prompted the 12 ancestor witches to harness the true form of Pangu. Regardless of how this mixed feathered bird managed to activate our bloodline inheritance formation, a counterfeit will always remain a counterfeit. Shattering it would suffice. With this thought ignited, a thunderous roar erupted from the formidable true form of Pangu, shaking the heavens and causing the boundless starry sky to tremble incessantly. Subsequently, the extremely fierce true form of Pangu clenched its massive hand, drawing forth endless malevolent and turbid energy directly towards its outstretched palm, where an ethereal image of the heavenly opening divine axe manifested. With unparalleled ferocity, it raised the axe, and the 12 ancestor witches, channeling the true form of Pangu, gripped the illusion of the heavenly opening divine axe with both hands. Like the creation of the universe itself, they struck down towards the true form of Pangu, urged by Fu Guang. This axe strike, imbued with terrifying might, cleaved through space, time, and the very fabric of existence, as if intending to shatter everything, reverting it all back to chaos. Within the true form of Pangu, Fu Guang felt as though he had transformed into the mighty Pangu himself. The celestial expanse felt intimately close to him. The earth resonated with his essence, and even the myriad paths, rules, and orders of the cosmos appeared exceptionally harmonious with him. Thus, Fu Guang couldn't help but reflect once more. The 12 ancestor witches and their lineage truly are favored by the heavens. The intensity of their bloodline inheritance is indeed beyond imagination. By merely wielding the 12 capital heavenly god-killing banner to activate the formation, he received such an enhancement. What then could the 12 ancestor witches achieve by manifesting the true form of Pangu? The power they would gain would undoubtedly be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, as the 12 ancestor witches prepared to strike, Fu Guang had already regained his senses. Upon witnessing the true form of Pangu conjuring the ethereal image of the heavenly opening divine axe, he instantly recognized the vast disparity between their formations, akin to the heavens and the earth. At the very least, the true form of Pangu that he was channeling could not summon the illusion of the heavenly opening divine axe, let alone unleash a strike of such formidable power. Nevertheless, Fu Guang had anticipated this outcome and had long been prepared for it. Raising his golden eyes, he gazed at the heavenly opening divine axe descending upon him. And with a thought, the previously dormant chaos bell within his primordial spirit erupted in a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, A deep and resonant chime echoed throughout the realms, audible to all beings. This sound reverberated as if it had originated at the dawn of creation, traversing infinite time and space until it finally resonated within the myriad worlds. In that fleeting instant, an overwhelming and magnificent power surged through the cosmos. Time was ensnared. Space was anchored, yin and yang were subdued, and the five elements were refined. Even the movements of the Panga true form, summoned by the 12 ancestral witches, were momentarily halted, as if the very momentum of the divine acts of creation had been stilled. Within that brief span, a colossal clock materialized in the hands of the Panga true form, propelled by the radiant light. Its entire body shimmered in a chaotic, deep yellow hue, adorned with the sun, moon, and stars, encircled by the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water, while mountains and rivers, along with countless beings, flickered within its depths. Celestial light radiated from the clock, illuminating the vast expanse of the universe, its boundless pressure overwhelming all creation and instilling awe among all living entities. As the chaotic clock was summoned, it fell into the grasp of the Panga true form. The golden eyes of the guiding light shimmered with divine radiance, seemingly piercing through all existence, directly focusing on the Panga true form summoned by the 12 ancestral witches. With a single glance, it precisely locked onto the heart of the immense Panga true form, where the consciousness of the 12 ancestral witches converged. Then, with a thunderous sound, the guiding light merged with the Panga true form. As a thought took flight, the Panga true form moved forward, one colossal hand raised to intercept the descending acts of creation. Simultaneously, wielding the now gargantuan chaotic clock, larger than the hand of the Panga true form itself, it unleashed the power to refine the ultimate treasure, striking fiercely at the heart of the Panga true form, where the consciousness of the 12 ancestral witches resided. In an instant, a resounding boom echoed as the guiding light's massive hand blocked the axe's strike, while it deftly tilted its head to evade the incoming axe's edge. The razor-sharp blade of the axe grazed past the head of the Panga true form summoned by the guiding light. Subsequently, that cleaving beam of light surged toward the celestial dome, swiftly carving a vast gash into it. Ultimately, the axe's radiance plunged into the boundless chaos beyond. With a resounding crash, the axe's light plunged into the chaos, stirring forth a perilous wave of lethal energy. Immediately, an endless tide of chaotic air, as toxic as poison to all beings within the primordial world, surged through the gaping wound, cascading into the universe. Simultaneously, the chime of the chaotic clock resounded once more. The hand of the true form of Panga, propelled by the guiding light, forcefully struck the treasure into the very heart of Panga's essence. This treasure possessed the formidable capacity to refine the yin and yang of heaven and earth, as well as the elemental forces of earth, wind, fire, and water, erupting explosively at the vital center of the 12 ancestral witches' Panga essence. In but a few breaths, a resounding torrent of bloodlight erupted from the true form of Panga, towering above the 12 ancestral witches. Subsequently, the colossal Panga essence, which reached towards the heavens above and pressed down into the depths below, fragmented into 12 streams of bloodlight. The vitality of the 12 ancestral witches waned. One by one, they, bloodied and battered, plummeted from the celestial expanse, crashing down towards the earth. In that moment, not a single individual could halt their descent. Moreover, during their fall, even the formidable forms of the ancestral witches were distorted, transforming into their Tao bodies as they forcefully descended onto the ground. Upon landing, nourished by the murky and malevolent energies of the earth, the 12 ancestral witches, having expelled their own Tao bodies, finally regained their composure. Rising from the ground, their pallid faces bore expressions of disbelief as they gazed at the remaining true form of Panga, still animated by the guiding light. This time, none among the 12 ancestral witches dared to continue their raucous clamoring. Their demeanor shifted from confusion to sheer bewilderment. They stared at the true form of Panga, which showed no regard for them, nor did it unleash its wrath. Instead, it commanded the chaotic bell, suppressing the yawning rift from which chaotic energies flowed into the heavens. The 12 ancestral witches found themselves in a daze, pondering how it seemed that this guiding light practitioner embodied the essence of Panga more authentically than they themselves did. Chapter 168. The fist is unyieldingly strong. Utilizing the refining capabilities of the Chaos Bell, the 12 ancestors of sorcery were directly differentiated from the true form of Pangu. In an instant, after shattering the authentic 12 degrees celestial fiend formation, Fugong chose not to subdue the severely weakened 12 ancestors, but instead turned his gaze towards the gaping wound in the 9 heavens, created by the recent manifestation of Pangu's true form wielding the celestial axe. This breach, though seemingly insignificant compared to the boundless expanse of the primordial heavens, was steadily widening under the relentless onslaught of the terrifying chaotic energy. If left unchecked, this rift would undoubtedly evolve into a colossal chasm, allowing chaotic energy to flood into the primordial realm, inflicting catastrophic consequences upon the heavens and all beings. As he observed the tumultuous influx of chaotic energy surging into the heavens, Fugong's expression turned grave. It is imperative that this breach be mended. Otherwise, not only would the 12 ancestors and their kin face dire repercussions, but I too would bear a share of the blame. This is no trifling matter. Ultimately, this vast rift is a consequence of the battle between myself and the 12 ancestors. Even if I am not the primary culprit, I must assume at least a portion of the responsibility. Yet, conversely, should I proactively accept this burden and successfully repair the breach, not only would I evade the weight of karma upon my shoulders, but I would also garner the commendation of heavenly merit. Contemplating this, Fugong felt an invigorating surge of motivation. With a resolute expression, his golden eyes shimmering with determination, the Qiankuan cauldron is also in my possession. I shall claim this merit of mending the heavens. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fugong's actions were swift. The chaos bell in Pangu's hands resonated, unleashing its formidable brilliance, as a terrifying force of suppression surged toward the enormous breach in the heavens. Simultaneously, the refining capabilities of the chaos bell were activated, momentarily isolating the chaotic energy that had already infiltrated the primordial realm and gradually transforming it into the essence of earth, fire, wind, and water. Upon completing this endeavor, a pulse of bloodlight swirled, and the colossal form of Pangu vanished from the cosmos, while the 12 celestial banners transformed into streams of light, returning to Fugong's being. With his golden eyes surveying the world, Fugong first directed his attention to the still-dazed celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "All celestial beings, heed my decree. Immediately proceed to the 9 heavens and seal the breach in the celestial dome, refining the chaotic energy that has infiltrated the world. Spare no effort in crafting the treasures necessary for mending the heavens. Errors shall not be tolerated." The message resonated throughout the 9 heavens, imbued with an inexplicable authority that inspired unwavering faith. At that moment, as Fu Guang engaged in battle with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, the celestial beings within the Golden Crow Palace, shielded by a radiant golden light, trembled at the arrival of Fu Guang's command. They collectively bowed in acknowledgement. "We shall obey the palace master's decree." Following the acknowledgement, Fu Shi and Beis, the esteemed elders and chief overseers of the Golden Crow Palace, stepped forward to meticulously delineate the orders issued by their master. Although the palace master's directive was for all celestial beings to converge upon the 9 heavens to seal the vast breach, a hasty rush would only cause chaos rather than aid. After all, any being below the great Luo Golden Immortal would meet their demise upon mere contact with the chaotic energy. Was it not prudent to organize their efforts? It was absolutely essential. Above the celestial dome, Fu Guang, effortlessly wielding the chaos bell to seal the breach and temporarily contain the boundless chaotic energy, showed no signs of exertion. After issuing commands to the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace, his golden eyes scanned the realms, and he proclaimed with renewed vigor, "Repairing the celestial dome is a shared responsibility among all celestial beings. Those with the willingness to contribute their efforts are invited to assist." Having extended his invitation to the great powers within the primordial realm, Fu Guang ceased any further discourse. He then settled cross-legged within the 9 heavens, summoned the Qiankuan Ding, and, raising his hand, drew forth a flame of true solar fire to cast into the cauldron. He began to gather various rare materials from the heavens and earth, continually adding them into the Qiankuan Ding to forge the celestial repair treasure. Despite Fu Guang's faint recollection that the act of mending the heavens occurred only after a monumental battle, and that it was Nuwa, not himself, who performed the actual repair using the five-colored divine stone. He regarded such details as trivial and unworthy of concern. Thus, when the merit of mending the heavens presented itself before him, Fu Guang accepted it without hesitation. If Nuwa was no longer the one to undertake the repair, then the specific materials used were of little consequence. The celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace have gathered in the vast expanse of the nine heavens and the celestial dome. Powerful deities such as Inhua, Shiha, Changshi, Xinyuzi, and Han Yun have taken action to seal the breach in the celestial dome, sharing the burden of supporting the light. Meanwhile, the less formidable deities like Qinyuan, Shanyang, and Jimong, under the leadership of Fuxi and Bei's, have encircled the chaotic energies flooding into the nine heavens, diligently refining this primordial chaos. The great Luo Golden Immortals are tasked with assisting, while those beneath the Tai Golden Immortal rank stand guard and guide the various parties arriving to lend their aid, ensuring that unnecessary chaos does not ensue. They remain vigilant against the movements of the Wu clan. Despite having suffered a significant defeat, the 12 ancestor witches still possess the strength to fight. Should they take advantage of the opportunity while the master of their palace and the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace are preoccupied with mending the breach, it would spell great trouble. Therefore, precautions against the Wu clan are paramount. Under the leadership and command of Fu Guang, the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace are entirely focused on addressing the mess left by the 12 ancestor witches at the breach in the celestial dome. Simultaneously, under the nurturing of heaven and earth, the 12 ancestor witches, having regained some strength, have regrouped atop a mountain peak. Their faces remain as pale as snow as they silently gaze towards the breach in the celestial dome, lost in disbelief. The 12 capitals' divine formation, a grand array inherited from their bloodline, is indeed theirs, yet how could Fu Guang also wield it? Not only does he possess it, but it seems he commands it with greater finesse and efficacy than they do with their authentic lineage. More astonishingly, as true embodiments of Pangu, they find it unfathomable that Fu Guang could so effortlessly dismantle their sacred formation. While they might have faltered and retreated from the 12 capitals' divine formation, to have it shattered so directly is utterly outrageous. After a prolonged silence, the gazes of the ancestor witches converge upon their leader, Emperor Jiang. Elder brother, what shall we do now? Their secret weapon has been compromised. Though there was an element of carelessness involved, they are not without the strength to continue battling. However, at this moment, the other ancestor witches find themselves uncertain. Their minds are muddled, and thus they must rely on the thoughts of their elder brother. Should they continue to fight, they will press onward to the heavens. If not, they will retreat to the Panga temple to recuperate. It is worth noting that their injuries have only begun to heal after a mere few millennia. Once again, he must retreat to tend to his injuries. Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. With a long sigh of frustration, Emperor Jiang withdrew his gaze. He turned and said, "Let us return to heal our wounds." This time, Emperor Jiang chose not to seek the counsel of the Wu clan strategist, Zhu Jiuyin. There was no longer any necessity to continue the conflict. Despite the brothers and sisters fighting together and revealing their trump cards, they had still been decisively defeated. How could they possibly continue? Their ancestral shaman was headstrong, reckless, and unafraid of death. However, it was unwise to charge into battle knowing full well they were outmatched. More importantly, as the foremost among the 12 ancestral shamans and the leader of the Wu clan, Emperor Jiang could not act impulsively in such dire circumstances. He had to consider the welfare of his siblings and the entire clan. Upon hearing Emperor Jiang's decision, the other ancestral shamans were momentarily taken aback. Yet they did not protest, despite their fervent desire to fight once more. Although not particularly astute, they recognized that the times had changed. The Golden Crow Palace was no longer the soft target it once was, akin to the celestial courts of yore. Moreover, Master Fu Guang was far from the ineffectual leader of the male immortals. He possessed not only a sharp tongue, but also a formidable strength. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral shamans lowered their banners and summoned the battered Wu clan army to return to Mount Buzhou. On the other side, upon receiving Master Fu Guang's invitation to jointly mend the breach in the dome, the reactions among various powerful beings and innate races varied. Some chose to ignore it completely. Their rationale was simple and reasonable. Even though the Lord of All Stars was powerful and the Golden Crow Palace formidable, the breach was a consequence of the conflict instigated by the Lord of All Stars and the 12 ancestral shamans. Why should they be burdened with it? As for the concern of incurring the ire of the Lord of all Stars and the Golden Crow Palace, there was no need for worry. The Lord of all Stars was not the same as the 12 ancestral shamans, nor was the Golden Crow Palace akin to the Wu clan. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes advantage of the situation. Who could blame the Lord of all Stars for being a humble and benevolent figure? Who could fault the Golden Crow Palace for conducting themselves with decorum? Not participating would pose no issue. Conversely, another group, after a moment's contemplation, chose to extend their assistance. Their reasoning was equally straightforward. The might of the Lord of all Stars was astonishing, and the formidable power of the Golden Crow Palace had become indisputable following this battle. Offering a favor and a token of goodwill to the Lord of all Stars and the celestial beings of the Golden Crow Palace would yield no detriment. Without a moment's hesitation, some had already embarked on their journey to the celestial dome, whether alone or accompanied by their kin. The instant the Lord of Stars extended his invitation,